A viral outbreak has occurred, heralding the apocalypse. Han Yang finds himself back on the very day of the outbreak, his cohabitant transformed into a zombie, leaving only his girlfriend behind. What can Han Yang do? He can only take care of her and ultimately become the strongest man in this desolate world, establishing a sanctuary of unparalleled safety. Chapter 1. The Cohabiting Couple. A violent explosion reverberated through the surroundings, buildings shook, and glass emitted a mournful clatter. Han Yang jolted awake, sitting up in bed. Instinctively, he checked his body, relieved to find himself unscathed, and surveyed the familiar room, simple yet pristine. Aside from the refrigerator, wardrobe, desk, and his own bed, there was no clutter to be found. Is this a dream? Or have I been reborn? Han Yang vividly recalled being surrounded and torn apart by a horde of zombies, his flesh shredded and the brutal claws piercing his insides, the searing pain rendering him unconscious. Yet, upon awakening, he discovered himself back in his rental apartment. He swiftly grabbed his phone, eyes widening as he scrutinized the time displayed on the screen. Have I truly been reborn a year ago? Without delay, he leapt from the bed and rushed to the window. A nearby office building billowed thick smoke, the wreckage of a passenger plane dangling ominously from it. That was indeed the source of the earlier explosion. The plane crash is identical. I have truly been reborn. Though incredulous, Han Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Survival was the greatest fortune. However, his brow soon furrowed again. According to the timeline, today marked the first day of the zombie virus outbreak, with the plane explosion serving as the harbinger. He suspected the pilot had contracted the zombie virus, leading to the crash. And this day, before he could ponder further, a voice filled with terror erupted. Help! Save me! Han Yang leaned out the window, spotting a woman sprinting frantically, her cries echoing. Behind her, three figures pursued her like ravenous beasts. One of them was a familiar face, his neighbor from the first floor, a hunchbacked elderly lady who usually struggled to walk even a few steps, now exhibiting the agility of an athlete. The woman exerted every ounce of strength to evade her pursuers, but suddenly a shadow lunged from the side, tackling her to the ground. This figure gaped widely, sinking its teeth into the woman's neck. Blood erupted instantly, staining the assailant's face in a gruesome crimson, rendering it grotesque. The woman's pitiful screams echoed through the building. At that moment, the three relentless pursuers arrived, pouncing upon her like feral animals, tearing into her flesh. Her cries gradually faded, her body soon ceasing to struggle. Only a pool of blood slowly oozed from beneath the four figures that loomed over her. The community has begun as well. Han Yang sighed, his thoughts racing. How fortunate it would have been to have been reborn just a moment earlier. He could have procured supplies. Now, he could only hunker down at home, lest he become collateral damage due to some fool's recklessness. Speaking of fools, a sudden knock at the door interrupted Han Yang's thoughts. Han Yang, are you there? A somewhat anxious female voice echoed. Instantly, a vivid image of Chun Fong, clad in short sleeves and hot pants, her long, fair legs exposed, emerged in Han Yang's mind. Chun Fong was the wife of a young couple with whom he shared a rental. They had recently arrived in this city to pursue their ambitions. To save on rent, Han Yang had agreed to lease the master bedroom to them. A sense of trepidation gripped Han Yang as he realized he was about to confront a crisis. However, his concern was not directed towards this woman, but rather her foolish husband. Maintaining a composed facade, Han Yang opened the bedroom door, and indeed, standing outside was Chun Fong. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup, and she wore a light green short-sleeved blouse that was slightly sheer, faintly revealing the white undergarment beneath. Below, she donned a black, form-fitting mini-skirt that showcased her smooth, slender legs, perfectly proportioned. One foot was clad in a slipper, while the other sported a white, low-cut ballet flat. Her attire indicated she was preparing to go out, interrupted mid-action by the sudden turn of events. Han Yang, you saw it too, right? Those monsters' panic and fear flickered in her eyes, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Yes, I saw it too. There's zombies downstairs. Indeed, there's zombies. Just like in the movies, the release of her dread found an outlet. What on earth is happening? What should we do? I have no idea. But we certainly can't go outside. The zombies out there are far too dangerous. Imagining the zombies downstairs and the woman's plight, Chun Fong turned pale, only to feel a surge of anxiety moments later. My husband just went out. He can't be in danger, right? I need to call him. She hurried into the living room, fumbling for her phone, but the next moment, she stood frozen in disbelief. No signal? How can there be no signal? Han Yang disregarded her astonishment, shifting his gaze away from her long, white legs to the security door just outside the entrance. At that moment, a loud noise erupted. The security door was yanked open forcefully, slamming against the wall and rebounding back, startling Chun Fong. Han Yang had anticipated this. He remained calm, observing as a man, panting heavily, abruptly shut the door. "Darling, you're back. Thank goodness. Are you all right?" Chun Fong rushed forward, supporting her husband. "I'm fine, Fong, and you're safe too. That's wonderful," Su Zhongping exclaimed, embracing Chun Fong with fervor. "I was stuck in traffic as soon as I left the community, and I saw so many people turn into zombies. I hurried back. That was incredibly dangerous. I'm just relieved you returned safely." Chun Fang's face reflected her lingering fear. Han Yang closed the door, choosing to ignore the couple as he began to search for supplies, preparing for what lay ahead. Thus far, events unfolded exactly as they had in his previous life. If nothing had changed, then that foolish Su Zhongping had already been bitten by a zombie. In his previous life, Chun Fong discovered the bite mark on Su Zhongping while he was changing clothes, and, in her fright, sought Han Yang to confirm whether he would turn into a zombie. Consequently, the ensuing chaos resulted in Su Zhongping ambushing the two. Although Han Yang ultimately eliminated Su Zhongping, both he and Chun Fong suffered bites and scratches. In a fit of despair and rage, Han Yang vented his frustrations on Chun Fong, only to find that he survived the transformation and fortuitously awakened his extraordinary abilities. However, Chun Fong unfortunately transformed into a zombie, falling under the control of his supernatural abilities. Upon contemplating these powers, Han Yang instinctively began to channel them, and a wave of familiar energy immediately surged through his body. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Han Yang's face. "Has my supernatural ability awakened ahead of time?" Chapter 2. Awakening of Abilities. Han Yang's awakened ability is known as the Seed of Consciousness. Its function is to parasitize other living beings through a medium, compelling them to obey his will. This power appears remarkably formidable, reminiscent of the puppet masters in Naruto or Doflamingo's string fruit in One Piece. If he were to implant the Seed of Consciousness into the body of an unfamiliar beauty, would it not grant him unfettered control? While the ideal seems bountiful, reality is often starkly harsh. In truth, until his demise in the previous life, Han Yang could only manipulate zombies. The reason lies in the nature of his control ability, which operates through suggestion and commands via the Seed of Consciousness. Zombies lack awareness, allowing him to exert complete dominion over them. However, animals and humans possess their own independent consciousness, particularly humans. Should his Seed of Consciousness fail to overpower the inherent awareness of another being, the attempt at control would inevitably falter. Yet, it does not lack utility entirely. He can subtly influence individuals who have received the seed, instilling a degree of subconscious suggestion or even hypnotism, fostering goodwill, affection, and perhaps even loyalty towards him. Moreover, if an individual implanted with the Seed of Consciousness were to suddenly transform into a zombie, they would be instantly and entirely under his control. This aspect is of utmost importance to Han Yang. The rationale is simple. The zombie virus is in a state of continuous mutation. Humans serve as the optimum breeding ground for this virus. The contagion spreads, evolves, and mutates within the populace, changing almost daily. In densely populated areas, the rate of viral mutation accelerates. Consequently, even if one survives a particular wave of the zombie virus, there is no guarantee of withstanding the next wave of mutations unless one, like Han Yang, becomes an awakened being. Those who have awakened possess an extraordinary resistance to the viruses in the air, nearly eliminating the risk of reinfection and death. The sole exception remains the virus within the zombies themselves. If an awakened individual is bitten or scratched by a zombie, the virus spreads through the bloodstream, leading to a perilous situation. These circumstances have rendered large-scale human gatherings impossible, as no one can assure that a comrade, who fought valiantly just moments before, won't he suddenly turn and attack. Han Yang's ability, however, resolves this dilemma entirely. Individuals who have been implanted with the Seed of Consciousness will, even if they succumb to the mutated zombie virus and transform, remain completely under his control, unable to lash out. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, he can boldly recruit talents, employing subconscious suggestions to ensure obedience among his subordinates, ultimately establishing his own power and asserting dominance over a region. Regrettably, he encountered treachery at the onset of his endeavors while seeking to elevate his abilities. A flicker of cold light flashed in Han Yang's eyes as he recalled those responsible for his demise amidst the horde of zombies. He vowed to make his enemies taste the despair of being torn apart. However, at present, such thoughts are futile. The most pressing concern is to navigate through the immediate crisis and secure his survival. A glint of ferocity crossed Han Yang's face. the manifestation of a murderous intent honed through countless brushes with death in the wasteland. Having awakened his abilities and free from concerns, Han Yang decided to take action. He first changed into jeans and a windbreaker to prevent any potential zombie bites or scratches. Next, he wrapped several magazines around his forearms with tape. Although the magazines were not thick, combined with the tape in his clothing, they would serve as temporary shields against zombie attacks. Han Yang was determined not to suffer injury again. Having narrowly survived the transformation in his past life, he was not willing to gamble on such a slim chance again. Once he was fully equipped, he picked up a long-handled umbrella and secured a medium-sized pickaxe at his waist. At that moment, Qinfang cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. Her face was etched with urgency, yet she was fearful of making a sound. However, upon seeing Han Yang's attire, she froze at the doorway. Before she could process the scene, Han Yang thrust the umbrella towards her with the precision of a sword. The metallic tip of the umbrella shot forward, causing Qinfang to instinctively scream. In the next instant, the sharp point pierced flesh, and something exploded within. To her astonishment, there was no pain. She collapsed to the ground. Looking up instinctively, she saw the black shaft of the umbrella penetrating her husband's eye. His shattered eyeball was forced out, murky fluid mingling with crimson blood flowed from the socket. Yet, her husband displayed no sign of agony. He merely opened and closed his mouth like a hunting beast, emitting a low growl, intent on tearing apart the prey before him. Startled by the gruesome sight, Qinfang flailed her legs and pushed herself away. Han Yang was quite satisfied with his action. He forcefully pushed the umbrella deeper into Su Zhongping's head. Gradually, Su Zhongping ceased to move, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Han Yang then withdrew the umbrella, a splash of red and white viscous fluid erupting from the wound. He did not stop there. Brandishing the pickaxe, he struck the back of Su Zhongping's head repeatedly. The sound of the hammer sinking into flesh was accompanied by a splatter of blood and brain matter, creating a horrifying spectacle. Qinfang's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape, rendered speechless by the horror unfolding before her. However, Han Yang soon ceased his assault, a glint of satisfaction crossing his face. Discarding the pickaxe without a hint of revulsion, he reached into the mangled flesh and extracted a crystal resembling a diamond. Wiping the blood and viscous matter from his hands with a tissue, Han Yang carefully examined the crystal. It was a rhomboid shape composed of numerous facets. Slightly smaller than a fingernail, semi-translucent and gleaming under the sunlight. Undoubtedly, this was not something that could be found in the human brain. It was a corpse core that only a select few zombies had the chance to form. Fortune was on his side. Han Yang happily tucked the item into his pocket, recognizing its immense utility. Of course, it was not meant for his own consumption. While it could be ingested, the vast majority of those who did succumb to becoming zombies. A mere fraction of the fortunate survivors might awaken abilities or enhance their existing powers. But the odds of such an occurrence were bleak, far less favorable than the likelihood of surviving a bite from a zombie. Han Yang was not one to gamble. He preferred to avoid such slim chances. He had more reliable methods at his disposal. A year into the apocalypse, many truths had ceased to be secrets. Yet he alone held this knowledge. This presented him with an opportunity to swiftly augment his own strength and establish his own faction. However, before proceeding, Han Yang gazed at Qinfang, whose eyes were devoid of life, as she sat slumped on the ground, her legs spread apart. TSK. Chapter 3. Everyone aspires to be Chao Ji in his former life. After being bitten by Su Zhongping, Han Yang witnessed a horrifying scene. Coupled with the terror of life and death, contemplating the notion of dying beneath a peony and becoming a ghost of elegance, he succumbed to rage and forced himself upon Qinfang. Ultimately, he survived the transformation into a corpse, while Qinfang regrettably became a zombie. However, this ordeal led him to discover his awakened abilities. As for how he managed to implant the seed of consciousness within Qinfang, this brings us to the medium of the seed. Currently, he can only confirm two mediums, essence and blood. The seed of consciousness can reside within, temporarily departing from his body. If a host is not found in due time, it will vanish as the blood coagulates. Han Yang sighed and shook his head. He certainly would not resort to coercion again. That would be beneath him and unnecessary. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. With power comes sustenance, and some individuals, in pursuit of a meal, might endure a day of servitude, devising various ways to entertain you. However, Han Yang soon made a new discovery. It appeared there was water where Qinfang had collapsed. Was she frightened? Was it truly that terrifying? He pondered this. It indeed seemed quite frightful. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and ordinary people might not be accustomed to his rather unrestrained method of handling corpses. Reflecting on the corpse, Han Yang scratched his head. He could not simply leave it as is. It required proper disposal, lest it spoil. Given that it was summer, without the virus's influence, a corpse would quickly decay. And he intended to stay here for a while. With a sigh, Han Yang forcefully dragged Su Zhongping's body, leaving a vivid crimson trail upon the ground. Chen Fang finally regained her composure. Gazing at the gruesome spectacle, she could not help but shudder, her voice trembling as she asked, What are you doing? Of course, disposing of it. Do you wish to keep it for a proper burial? Chen Fang hesitated to respond. It was futile to ponder, the heat was oppressive. And everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Just look outside, there are so many corpses. Before Han Yang could finish, a piercing scream erupted from the opposite building. Help! The zombies are eating people. Chen Fang, facing the window, witnessed a woman pinned against the glass, behind her. A zombie viciously clamped onto her neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering the glass in a crimson hue. The woman pounded desperately on the glass, leaving behind a series of bloody handprints. Before long, her screams diminished into silence, her body ceasing to struggle, gradually sliding down the glass. Only the bloodied pain remained, narrating the tragedy that had just unfolded. Chen Fang's complexion turned ashen. Had it not been for Han Yang, she might have met the same fate. Thus, when she saw Han Yang drag Su Zhongping's body to the window and laboriously push it outside, she remained silent. With a resounding thud, the corpse crashed heavily onto the ground below, the tremendous noise attracting nearby zombies, who immediately surged towards the body. Upon approaching and realizing it was merely a fellow corpse, the zombies gradually dispersed. Damn it! Han Yang felt a sense of melancholy. His physical condition was exceedingly poor, and even the act of moving a corpse left him utterly exhausted. If he were to venture outside now, he might struggle against even a mere handful of ordinary zombies. It appeared he needed to intensify his training. Suddenly, the urgency of time weighed heavily upon him. Those who awakened their abilities experienced a significant enhancement in their physical attributes, far surpassing that of an average person. However, such transformation was not an instantaneous event. It required a gradual accumulation of effort. Moreover, the only way to strengthen oneself was through targeted training. While the potential for physical improvement existed, actual attainment depended on individual resolve. Although Han Yang had awakened his powers, his physical prowess still aligned with that of an ordinary human. He needed a period of training to fortify his body. This necessity was the primary reason he chose to linger here for a while longer. At that moment, Chen Fang trembled as she stood, about to voice a question. But her body suddenly froze. What? Han Yang turned to see her pale complexion suddenly flush with a hint of crimson. Nothing, I'll head back now, she stammered. Her gaze cast downward, awkwardly retreating to her bedroom. Han Yang first glanced at her skirt, then at the spot where she had just collapsed. Goodness, that was quite a fright. He shook his head, then began to tidy the area, cleaning up the bloodstains while contemplating how to deal with Chen Fang. Killing her would be inappropriate and a shame, not to mention her appearance. In this post-apocalyptic world, every living individual was, well, let us focus on her looks. Especially those legs, long, straight, fair, and slender. The impression she left on Han Yang was indelible. This was particularly amplified by her penchant for wearing shorts around the house. He found it impossible to avert his gaze, were it not for the fact that she was married. As he pondered this, Han Yang cast a glance at the bloodstained window. Oh, that was no longer an issue. How ironic. It must be noted that while everyone despises a villain, they secretly yearn to embody one themselves. Han Yang was not bothered by this at all. If he were, he would hardly find any women in this post-apocalyptic world. After all, many had passed through multiple hands. Survival took precedence, and there was no shame in that. In this life, however, he possessed both strength and capability. Naturally, he would not allow his women to suffer. Moreover, having multiple partners was quite normal. Perhaps he could begin with Chen Fang. Han Yang was resolute in his decision. However, such matters should not be forced. It was essential that a woman willingly consented. Only then could they find harmony. He was not in a rush. A solitary man and woman sharing the same space would inevitably lead her to recognize reality, and things would unfold naturally. Yet, the immediate priority was to plant the seed of awareness within her. Otherwise, should she suddenly transform into a zombie and launch an attack? Even though Han Yang possessed the ability to handle it, he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. As Han Yang was deep in thought, Chen Fang finally emerged from her room. It seemed she had just taken a shower, her body emanating a gentle mist that made her skin appear even more supple. She wore a short-sleeved shirt on her upper body, while her lower half was clad in a pair of shorts, her long legs standing elegantly together. With her makeup removed, her delicate face appeared less refined, yet more languid, and her half-dry hair cascaded loosely, exuding a fresh charm. Han Yang cast a glance at her fair, elongated legs before resuming his task of mopping the floor. Chen Fang noticed the water stains on the ground had been washed away, and a sigh of relief escaped her. Moments ago in the room, she had struggled for quite some time. She felt uncertain about how to face Han Yang. Her heart was a tumult of gratitude for his rescue and fear of his cold methods, coupled with the embarrassment of him discovering her fright. Yet, her mind was plagued with myriad questions, and a sense of anxiety and confusion regarding the future compelled her to seek Han Yang. Han Yang. Chun Fong glanced at the reddish, murky water on the floor, cautiously approaching. What happened? Han Yang halted his work and turned his gaze toward Chin Fong. Do you know what's going on outside? Chapter 4. You are quite skillful. Chin Fong meticulously chose her words, refraining from directly inquiring about his peculiar attire. It was rather unusual to wear jeans and a windbreaker on such a scorching day. Her mind wandered to a possible conclusion, the outbreak of a zombie virus. As if a film had leaped into reality. Naturally, Han Yang would not divulge the secret of his rebirth, yet he was acutely aware that his actions were somewhat peculiar. You find it strange that I know your husband might turn into a zombie, don't you? I was prepared in advance. Indeed, I too prefer to be cautious. Upon seeing your husband, I recalled the woman being chased downstairs. Chin Fong, guided by Han Yang's words, envisioned the woman's dire predicament, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Given the timing of your husband's arrival, you should have crossed paths with that woman almost simultaneously. This inevitably raises my suspicion that he may have also been pursued by zombies, or even bitten or scratched. Hence, you promptly changed your attire after shutting the door. Chin Fong followed Han Yang's line of reasoning and quickly grasped the implications, astonished by his meticulous thought process. Yes. When I saw your husband attempting to attack you, I acted in a moment of panic without prior warning. But you won't hold it against me for ending your husband's life, will you? No. I won't. He is already transformed into a monster. I have yet to express my gratitude for saving me. Chin Fong managed a weak smile. However, why did you subsequently use a hammer to strike Zhongping? She hesitated, recalling the scene, a wave of revulsion washing over her. I merely feared he had perished completely and needed a few extra blows. Han Yang laughed lightly, unwilling to disclose details about the corpse core. Yet you are remarkably adept. Chin Fong silently critiqued. What shall we do next? Chin Fong felt a sense of trepidation. I wonder if you've noticed, the power has gone out. Han Yang did not respond directly but instead shifted the conversation. I realized earlier that the bathroom light was off while I was showering, and the hairdryer was also inoperative. With the outside world posing such a threat, I seriously doubt there will be any restoration of power. If the outage persists for a brief period, it may be manageable. But a prolonged absence of electricity will halt water and gas supply as well. Therefore, we should clear out the refrigerator, inventory the food, and store water to ensure our survival. As for what lies ahead, we can only take it one step at a time. Seeing Han Yang's composed demeanor and clear reasoning, Chun Fong felt a sense of reassurance settle within her. So, shall I start by cleaning out the refrigerator? Yes, begin with mine. It's just the two of us here, and there's no need to divide the food. We will face this challenge together. Very well. With that, the two commenced their respective tasks. Han Yang swiftly cleared the floor and filled every container in the house with water. Meanwhile, Chin Fong gathered food from both refrigerators and the kitchen, reorganizing it and categorizing items based on their shelf life, distinguishing between those that needed immediate consumption and those with longer viability. Here, have a bottle of soda. It's still cold on this sweltering day. After a busy interlude, both were drenched in sweat. Han Yang handed Chin Fong a bottle of cola that he had frozen in the refrigerator. Though it had thawed, it remained refreshingly cool. Thank you. Chin Fong took the cup, first savoring a small sip, relishing the refreshing chill it brought, before continuing to drink. You have quite a variety of vegetables, unlike me, who solely relies on instant noodles and ready-to-eat meals. Han Yang remarked, admiring the neatly categorized food items before him. Most of the long shelf-life foods were his, including instant noodles, ready-to-eat meals, marinated eggs, sausages, pickled vegetables, and other processed foods. He seldom cooked, usually dining out or ordering takeout, and kept these items on hand for occasional meals at home. In contrast, Chin Fong's pantry appeared quite normal, stocked with rice, flour, oil, potatoes, tomatoes, celery, eggs, and various meats. However, the situation had become problematic. Without electricity, preservation was an issue, and if the gas supply were also cut, the fate of these provisions was uncertain. Chin Fong wore a frown, visibly troubled. Where there's a will, there's a way. It's almost noon. You should start cooking, prioritizing the items that are harder to store. Han Yang smiled brightly, perceiving a thread of connection only visible to him, linking him to Chin Fong. This represented the successful implantation of a seed of consciousness within her. This thread was Han Yang's spiritual line. If the recipient were a zombie, he could control it through this connection. If human, he could convey subtle suggestions, leading to subconscious hypnosis over time. Presently, his intent was to make Chun Fong perceive him as a trustworthy individual. Subconscious hypnosis required a gradual approach. Direct suggestions such as fall in love with me would yield no effect and might provoke suspicion. Han Yang had discovered the appropriate balance after extensive trials in his previous life, ultimately forming a loyal team of explorers. Regrettably, his expression darkened momentarily before he regrouped. The tactic of infusing the blood containing the seed of consciousness into soda had proven to be consistently effective. With his worries alleviated, it was time to commence training. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, with her fair, long legs, entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. As she cooked, Han Yang utilized the vacant space in the living room to practice his martial arts. The style he practiced was known as the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. Though the name might seem simplistic, reminiscent of a secondary character's martial arts in a mediocre wuxia novel, its efficacy was remarkable. He had invested a substantial amount of resources to learn it in his previous life. It was said to have been developed by an awakened individual with perception abilities, who compiled classic martial arts from various masters and combined them with modern scientific training methods, ultimately refining and optimizing the techniques. This powerful body-forging martial art could rapidly elevate an awakened individual's physical capabilities to their potential limits. Han Yang's physique in his former life was half the result of time and half due to this training. In the living room, he first adjusted his breathing before gradually assuming his stances, practicing each move with deliberation. Each technique was executed deliberately, accompanied by synchronized breathing. Upon close observation, one would notice the muscles and tendons of his body tightening, contracting, and relaxing in accordance with the movements and breaths. Meanwhile, a warm current surged through Han Yang's body with each movement, bestowing upon him a delightful tingling sensation that momentarily alleviated his fatigue. Upon completing a set of martial arts exercises, he felt a slight perspiration and a hint of exhaustion, alongside a pronounced hunger in his abdomen. Just then, Chen Fong had finished preparing the meal and called him to dine. Han Yang glanced at the table, which was adorned with two exquisite dishes, stir-fried celery with meat and side-ed seasonal vegetables, accompanied by steamed rice. As they took their seats, Han Yang sampled the dishes, discovering them to be remarkably delicious, prompting him to express his appreciation. Even for her culinary skills alone, having her around was indeed worthwhile. With a gentle smile, Chen Fong curiously inquired, "Were you exercising just now?" Chapter 5, Dependence Indeed. Given the current uncertainty, we can only strive to strengthen our bodies, hoping to gain the ability for self-preservation. When resources become scarce in the future, we will then be capable of venturing out to replenish our supplies, Han Yang stated earnestly. Chen Fong hesitated for a moment before replying, "Exercising will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of food, won't it? Shouldn't we conserve our provisions and await rescue instead?" Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But have you not noticed that our phones are devoid of signal? Han Yang took a bite of his meal and continued. With communication severed and power outages occurring, if water and gas are also cut off, it indicates that the municipal system has completely collapsed. Relying on the government for salvation while I trust in the formidable strength of the military to combat these zombies, when will they come to our aid? In 5 days? 10 days? Or perhaps 20? If we continue to wait for rescue and, in the process, economize our food supply, we risk becoming malnourished and physically weakened. When the time comes that we have neither food nor water, our ability to confront the zombies will be severely compromised. Rather than placing our hopes on uncertain outcomes, I place my faith in myself. Chen Fong, gazing into Han Yang's confident and resolute eyes, felt a tremor of spirit. "If you are concerned about my food consumption, we can eat separately." "No, that is unnecessary," Chen Fong quickly declined. "I am merely a bit worried. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly without assurance. For no one desires to meet their demise. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, we may experience a suspension of water and gas tonight. The zombie virus has only just erupted, and there are many who harbor hopes for rescue." Han Yang understood this all too well. In his past life, he had waited until his resources were utterly depleted before he was forced to venture out and fight for survival. Now, however, since fate has granted him a second chance, he intends to cherish each day and tread carefully with every step. The two ceased their conversation and focused earnestly on finishing their meal, aware that no grain should be wasted. After dining, Chen Fong tidied up the dishes while Han Yang retrieved a long-handled umbrella, preparing to practice his thrusting techniques. The only vulnerable spot on a zombie is its head, yet the human skull is notoriously hard. To eliminate a zombie, one must either crush its skull with a blunt instrument or pierce its brain through the eyes, ears, mouth, or nose with a sharp object. While it is not impossible to sever the head with a sword, the proximity required makes one susceptible to being clawed by the zombie. Furthermore, the blade can easily chip or dull without proper maintenance, rendering it counterproductive. In truth, the most effective method would be to employ firearms. However, The noise generated by guns tends to attract more zombies. Additionally, gun control is stringent in the country, making firearms exceedingly difficult to acquire, even in the apocalypse. Thus, most survivors resort to using steel bars, crowbars, or suitable alternatives. Those with strength can swing them to obliterate a zombie's head in a single blow, while those with less power may opt for stabbing from a distance, although the latter requires a degree of accuracy. Moreover, a crowbar is also ideal for prying open doors and locks, making it an essential weapon for anyone in the apocalypse. Currently, Han Yang lacks a crowbar, but the long-handled umbrella is a commendable alternative. The apex of his umbrella is tipped with a metal point. While not exceedingly sharp, it is sufficient for piercing a zombie. In theory, he possesses ample experience in its use, yet he cannot fully transfer that expertise to his present body. The strike by Su Zhongping was somewhat fortunate. He still needs to diligently practice to regain his touch. Han Yang approached the balcony, where he suspended several bottle caps from a clothesline, positioned about 1.6 meters above the ground, representing the human eyes and mouth. Gently swaying the line to make the caps oscillate, Han Yang grasped an umbrella, poised and ready. As he waited for the opportune moment, he tensed his thigh, engaged his core, and thrust the umbrella with force. Clang! The cap was struck, emitting a faint sound as it swung backward. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction, despite the considerable difference in his physical capabilities compared to a year after the apocalypse. His timing and proficiency remained intact. He continued practicing for a while, regaining some of his rhythm. Feeling that he had nearly exhausted himself before resuming his stance to practice the dragon-elephant body forging technique. This technique comprises 4 sets of movements, each with 8 postures. In the morning, he primarily focused on familiarizing himself with the movements and corresponding breathing techniques without exerting his full strength. This time, every posture was executed with the intention of mobilizing every bone, sinew, and muscle in his body, coordinating their movement with his breath, sometimes short, sometimes prolonged, continuously tightening, contracting, and relaxing. By the time he completed a full set, he was drenched in sweat and slightly trembling. Han Yang did not stop there. He proceeded to practice a second round. Chen Fang quickly finished washing the dishes, hesitant to return to the house alone. Occasional screams from the community filled her with dread. Only in Han Yang's presence could she find a semblance of comfort. After all, this man was unafraid of zombies. She sat on a dining chair, watching Han Yang train. Although she knew not what he was practicing, the sight of his soaked clothes and the incessant trickle of sweat suggested it was exceedingly strenuous. Once he completed the set, Han Yang found himself struggling to remain standing. He dared not push through and instead settled onto the nearby sofa to rest. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he gulped down mineral water to replenish his lost fluids. You've sweated so much, merely drinking water won't suffice. You also need to replenish your salt. Chen Fang interjected suddenly. I overlooked that. Could you fetch me some salt? I'm feeling a bit drained, he replied. Chen Fang turned to the kitchen, retrieving some salt and adding a spoonful to his water. Han Yang shook the bottle and took a few more sips. Though the taste was not particularly pleasant, it was bearable. You trained so intensely just now. Tomorrow you'll surely be sore and unable to move. Chen Fang remarked casually as she sat nearby. Since we're idle anyway, every bit of strength gained will help in dealing with zombies. Han Yang shifted his position, pulling a muscle slightly, causing him to wince. Noticing this, Chen Fang instinctively blurted out, how about, I give you a massage? A wave of regret washed over her immediately after speaking. The sudden turn of events had made her subconsciously reliant on the man before her, yearning to bridge the gap between them. However, the offer was clearly inappropriate. Yet, the words had escaped her lips, and there was no turning back now. As Han Yang promptly remarked, that's wonderful, I appreciate your help. He effortlessly turned over and settled himself comfortably. Chen Fang pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, extending her hand to massage the muscles in his legs. Remarkably, it felt quite soothing. Your technique is truly impressive, Han Yang exclaimed, feeling the tension in his muscles gradually dissipate, allowing the circulation of energy to flow freely. When my grandmother was ill and bedridden, I took care of her and specifically learned from videos, Chen Fang replied. Having commenced the massage, Chen Fang felt more at ease, and they began to engage in light conversation. After attending to his legs, she proceeded to massage his lower back. The overwhelming comfort eventually lulled Han Yang into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 6. Is there a play? Upon witnessing this, Chen Fang quietly departed, reclining on the small sofa on the opposite side, lost in thought. After more than half an hour, Han Yang awoke, stretched lazily, and instantly felt revitalized. His spirits lifted. He could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his physique. He yearned to meet the creator of this remarkable body refinement technique. The effects were undeniably potent. Han Yang muttered to himself, reflecting on how he had never experienced such rapid and pronounced improvement in his previous life. Perhaps my physique was too feeble, making this technique seem extraordinarily effective. You're awake? How do you feel? Chen Fong rubbed her eyes. She too had taken a brief nap, though lightly. Awakening at the slightest sound, Han Yang observed her fair legs curled up on the sofa, forming a delightful curve, and he could not help but swallow hard. I must thank you. I no longer feel any soreness. Han Yang's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded her. The languid allure of a beauty just roused from slumber was particularly captivating. In his past life, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet few could rival Chen Fong. Especially after enduring the ravages of the apocalypse, most had skin that was dark and coarse, unlike hers, which seemed capable of yielding moisture. Is that so? I'm glad to help. Chen Fong instinctively clutched a cushion to her chest, shifting her posture to obscure much of her exquisite form. I'll be relying on you more in the future. I hope you don't mind. Han Yang averted his gaze, a smile gracing his face. No, not at all. It's not a bother. Chen Fong replied somewhat awkwardly, having already noticed the slightly heated look Han Yang had cast her way. I'm a bit hungry. Let us prepare some fruit, or we won't tea last long. Han Yang rubbed his stomach. It had only been a short while since lunch. Yet he felt an emptiness within. All right. Chen Fong rose, her pristine legs carrying her into the kitchen, where she retrieved half a watermelon along with some assorted fruits. These fruits spoil quickly without a refrigerator. Let us eat them while we can. Han Yang did not hesitate, seizing a spoon to begin scooping out the watermelon. You should eat too. Han Yang encouraged as he noticed Chen Fong merely watching. I'm not hungry, you enjoy? Chen Fong replied with a gentle smile. Han Yang chose to ignore her and continued to consume the watermelon, desperately needing to replenish his energy. Once he finished half the watermelon, feeling somewhat satiated, he made his way to the balcony to practice his thrusting technique, seeking to regain his touch. As he sensed the food settling in his stomach, he resumed practicing the body refinement technique. The greatest motivation to persist in an endeavor is the most tangible reward. The enhancement of his body invigorated Han Yang. This time he practiced 3 repetitions before he felt a slight tremor coursing through him, much stronger than at noon. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water and nibbling on some fruit, Han Yang rested for a brief 15 minutes before gritting his teeth to continue his training. He practiced the dragon-elephant body refinement technique 3 more times. During the 3rd attempt, he could distinctly feel his body struggling to maintain its breath. With the final movements nearly faltering, the ache in his muscles became unbearable, and Han Yang collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat, his muscles feeling utterly weak. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, busy in the kitchen, emerged with a large bowl of noodles. Starved and ravenous, Han Yang immediately seized the dish and devoured it with great enthusiasm. Delicious, he exclaimed. The broth was exquisitely crafted with eggs, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The noodles were tender yet springy, cooked to perfection, and garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and sesame oil. The aroma was rich, and the saltiness was just right, providing a splendid replenishment for the fluids he had lost and alleviating his hunger. After finishing the generous bowl of noodles, Han Yang let out a sigh of contentment. He handed the bowl and chopsticks to Chen Fong and reclined on the sofa, motionless. Let me give you a massage, Chen Fong offered, having washed the dishes. Since they had already crossed that threshold once, a second time seemed inconsequential. Thank you for your trouble, Han Yang replied with a bashful smile. As she began to massage the front of his body, Han Yang, with his eyes half closed, inhaled a waft of delicate fragrance. He unabashedly gazed at Chen Fong, her upper body accentuated by the pull of gravity as she bent slightly. Sensing his gaze, Chen Fong stiffened for a moment, but soon continued her ministrations. If it weren't for Han Yang's keen observation, he might have missed the subtle shift. Could there be something more to this? In no time, after finishing the front massage, Chen Fong instructed Han Yang to turn over so she could work on his back. Minutes slipped by, and Han Yang felt as though his body had been rejuvenated. Rising, he surveyed the space around him, finally resting his gaze on the coffee table, constructed of solid wood. It bore a heavy glazed stone slab atop, which he had previously struggled to lift even slightly. Grasping one narrow end, he exerted his strength, and to his astonishment, the entire table lifted off the ground, nearly vertical. Chen Fong gasped, recalling how, to reposition the table, she and Han Yang had once struggled together to move it. Yet here he was, lifting it almost entirely on his own. It had been such a laborious task earlier that morning. Han Yang, feeling an explosion of power coursing through him, slowly returned the table to its original position. Fortunately, there was nothing atop it. Otherwise, it would have surely shattered upon impact. With my current physique, I should be comparable to an average athlete, Han Yang pondered, marveling at the changes that had unfolded in less than a day. However, he knew that as time passed, the enhancement would diminish, ultimately reaching the limits of an awakened individual. What training are you undertaking that your strength has surged so rapidly? Chen Fong inquired, her gaze tinged with curiosity. Not only had his strength increased, but his recovery speed had also noticeably accelerated. In such a brief time, he had transformed from a lethargic state to one of vitality. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Han Yang offered, noticing the gleam in her eyes. Can I really? She asked, her interest piqued. Of course. This body conditioning technique not only strengthens the body but also helps maintain one's figure. You can eat without gaining weight, as its only drawback is the requirement of substantial energy expenditure. Han Yang smiled broadly, secretly contemplating that some of the movements were quite intricate and would necessitate close guidance. Qin Fang was even more intrigued. I'll demonstrate the first set of movements. Then you can practice alongside me. She bit her lip, focusing intently on Han Yang's actions. Although her motivation to learn was not particularly strong, she merely sought a distraction to occupy her time. The transformation today was so abrupt that ever since morning, her heart has been in a state of suspense. Only during moments of busyness could she momentarily forget the cries of the zombies outside and the tragic scenes unfolding around her. Yet, every task eventually reaches its conclusion. Having grown accustomed to the fast-paced rhythm of urban life, the sudden deceleration left her feeling adrift, particularly now, with the absence of electricity. The avenues of entertainment that modern society offered had diminished significantly. In a bid to distract herself, she sought out tasks to engage in. Before long, Han Yang completed the first set of 8 movements, his face unflushed and breath steady. Now, it's your turn, he urged, gazing at Qin Fang. Reflecting for a moment, Qin Fang gracefully extended her long legs, slightly crouched, and with her hands, began to draw circles in the air, executing each move with deliberation. Han Yang watched intently, captivated by the elegance of this enchanting woman. Each gesture exuded a unique beauty, particularly the fluidity between her bending and raising her legs. Chapter 7. What if I am not a man? As Qin Fang completed her first set of movements, her complexion flushed, not from fatigue, but from the intense gaze of Han Yang. How is it? Is it acceptable? Qin Fang struggled to suppress her embarrassment. Quite good. The fundamental movements are largely similar, but there are some subtle discrepancies to address. Han Yang approached her, instructing her to demonstrate the first pose. For instance, when bending forward, it is essential to breathe deeply and adjust your center of gravity, ensuring the thigh muscles exert force appropriately. He gently adjusted her thighs and indicated the muscle groups that should engage. Qin Fang's cheeks reddened further. Yet, observing Han Yang's earnest expression, she bit her lip and made the necessary corrections as he suggested. Yes, excellent. Han Yang stood aside, evaluating the adjustments he had made, instinctively rubbing his thumb and index finger together, unable to suppress a sigh. It resembles peeling a fresh egg. The preceding movements necessitated attention to breathing and coordination with leg strength. Now, let us transition to the second pose. Han Yang encouraged Qin Fang to continue. Whenever she faltered, he promptly stepped in to correct her, emphasizing the accompanying breath. After completing the 8 poses, a light sheen of sweat graced Qin Fang's brow. Han Yang glanced outside. The sun had vanished, and twilight had cast a shadow over the surroundings. All right, we shall pause for today. Darkness is settling in. Practice this first set of movements for the next couple of days. Once you have mastered it, I will teach you the subsequent ones. For now, you should prepare dinner. Otherwise, it will be too late. Qin Fang did not feel overly fatigued, yet a pang of hunger urged her to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Han Yang stretched, feeling elated, and took advantage of the cooking time to practice twice more. Indeed, the body is strengthening rapidly. At this pace, perhaps in 2 days, we can venture outside, or at least clear the hallway. In truth, Han Yang felt ready to step outside the following day, but for the sake of prudence, he deemed it wise to practice for one more day. Qin Fang prepared braised pork with potatoes for dinner. As the meat would not keep, she decided to stew it all, allowing Han Yang to indulge in 4 generous bowls of rice. Qin Fang, unusually, savored 2 small bowls, as she typically limited her carbohydrate intake in the evenings to maintain her figure. Once they finished their meal, the night had fully enveloped the world outside. The vibrant neon lights and light pollution had vanished, leaving an extraordinary gloom. Inside, it was so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. I recall there is a candle in the television cabinet. Let me light it. While there is still water, you should go wash up. Han Yang fumbled in the darkness of the cabinet, relieved that the sudden onset of night had not disoriented him, as his eyes had adjusted to the dimness, allowing him to discern the rough outlines of his surroundings. Soon, a flicker of light illuminated the living room, casting a warm glow throughout the space. I will wash the dishes first. Qin Fang remembered Han Yang mentioning that the water supply might be cut off in the evening, so she hurriedly cleaned the dishes before retreating to her room to wash up. Han Yang peered outside. The sounds of the zombies had grown increasingly louder. Unlike the daytime, the night belonged to the undead, making them more frenzied. The cries and wails of humanity echoed more frequently than during the day. We must intensify our training. Han Yang felt a twinge of crisis as he clenched his fists, continuing his training in the darkness. Chen Fang soon finished her morning routine, noticing Han Yang's earnestness. She refrained from disturbing him and placed a candle in the living room before slowly returning to her room. The candlelight illuminated Han Yang, casting a long shadow. Time passed, and the candle extinguished without his notice. Han Yang lost count of how many repetitions he had performed. All he knew was that his body ached and was too fatigued to exert any more effort, prompting him to stop. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock, and he trudged wearily into the bathroom. A night of practice left him not only sore and exhausted, but also drenched in sweat. Seizing the opportunity while water was still available, he hurriedly washed up. After finishing, he changed his clothes, toweled off his hair, and finally collapsed into bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. That night, he slept deeply, without even a moment of dreaming, a luxury he had not experienced in the past year of the apocalypse. When Han Yang awoke again, daylight streamed in. Checking the time, he noted it was just 7 o'clock. He rose, feeling refreshed, stretching his limbs. He heard a cacophony of popping joints. The soreness in his muscles had vanished, replaced by an indescribable lightness, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through him. Grabbing the bedside cabinet, which weighed nearly 50 to 60 pounds, he effortlessly lifted it with one hand, filling him with elation. Previously, he could not claim to possess great strength, merely that of an average person, but now he felt his power rivaled that of weightlifters or champions. Han Yang's physical prowess had nearly reached the pinnacle of human capability. Further training would elevate him to a level beyond humanity, enhanced by the virus. Just then, a rumbling echoed from his stomach, abruptly dampening his spirits. Each cell in his body clamored in hunger. Becoming stronger came with a price he was more than willing to pay. He made his way to the living room, where Chen Fang's door remained firmly shut. She had yet to rise. Thus, Han Yang ventured into the kitchen alone, retrieving 2 packets of self-heating meals. As for why he did not cook, if the future remained unchanged, they were already without water and gas at this moment. After a simple breakfast, Han Yang resumed his training, determined to push himself toward a non-human realm. However, shortly after he began his warm-up, a pale figure dashed into the kitchen. He halted his exercises, watching in awe. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious in her attire, as if to challenge his masculinity. Chapter 8. A small delight. Chen Fang had a restless night, plagued by fears and uncertainties about the future. The haunting roars of zombies and the anguished cries of humans echoed in her mind, leading to a series of nightmares that woke her repeatedly. It was not until the early hours of dawn that she finally slipped into a fitful sleep. Upon awakening again, she found the sun high in the sky outside. The silence enveloping her surroundings was profound, were it not for the emptiness beside her and the glaring red reflection on the glass of the opposite building. She might have believed that the events of the previous day had merely been a dreadful dream. Almost forgetting, she remembered she had shut the window last night to block out the outside noise. No wonder it felt so stifling. As her mind gradually cleared, the oppressive heat of the room caused beads of sticky sweat to form on her skin, making her uncomfortable. Struggling to rise, she opened the window, allowing the warm air to rush in. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet the community was desolate, devoid of any human presence. The familiar sounds of blaring horns, boisterous square dancing, and children's laughter were conspicuously absent. Everything appeared so harmonious and serene. In that moment, Chen Fang felt an unsettling illusion that she was the only person left in the world. Fear and trepidation surged within her. Fortunately, at that moment, a sudden ding from the neighboring living room broke the silence. Instantly, Chen Fang thought of one name, Han Yang. A wave of joy washed over her, akin to a traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. He was exercising. Chen Fang had observed him for a long while yesterday, knowing he was practicing thrust with an umbrella. I am not alone. Her spirits lifted slightly as she made her way to the bathroom, intending to take a shower. However, the next moment, she froze in place. Wait, has the water been cut off? She suddenly recalled Han Yang's earlier words. Who knows when rescue might arrive? Now that the electricity is out, it's likely the water and gas will follow suit. Chen Fang hurried to the kitchen, turning on the gas stove. The igniter clicked repeatedly, yet no gas emerged. The gas has also been shut off. A sharp question pierced her thoughts. Is there truly no rescue on the horizon? What is happening? Han Yang ceased his exercise, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fang, unable to suppress his thoughts. This woman is becoming increasingly audacious. Does she think I am not a man? Both water and gas are gone. Chen Fang pressed her lips together, feeling an intense dryness in her throat. Thankfully, she had prepared some water yesterday. Thanks to this man, she had been proactive. She glanced at Han Yang and noticed an unusual look in his eyes, as if he were staring at her unabashedly. Lowering her gaze slightly, she realized her attire was inappropriate. The previous night had been so warm that she had swapped her short-sleeved shirt for a silk camisole with minimal fabric, and she was sans undergarments. Chen Fang's face flushed instantly, and she dashed back to her room. Han Yang, watching her swaying figure, felt a surge of heat rise within him. He gulped down half a bottle of water to quell his impulses. Once Chen Fang returned to her room and closed the door, leaning against it, she let out a small sigh of relief. That was perhaps a bit too revealing. She glanced down at herself, a hint of shyness crossing her features. However, upon reflection, she realized that her attire was far more modest than a swimsuit. This was inconsequential. She settled on the edge of the bed, took a sip of water, and sought to reassure herself, yet the searing gaze of Han Yang frequently flickered through her mind. Previously, she had noticed Han Yang's furtive glances at her legs, but those gazes had been rather subtle compared to the unabashed scrutiny of the past few days. With the advent of the apocalypse, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Perhaps her understanding of him had simply been too superficial in the past. Chen Fang inhaled deeply and made her way to the bathroom. Utilizing a bit of the water she had prepared the day before to perform a hasty cleansing of her body. Once she had finished her ablutions, she hesitated for a moment before opting for a pair of slightly loose-fitting athletic pants, dressing neatly before stepping out of her room. Han Yang was still engaged in his workout. Chen Fang could not shake the feeling that his lips had curled in a slight grimace. Did he disapprove of my appearance? She pondered instinctively, a twinge of secret delight blossoming in her heart. Have you had breakfast? Chen Fang inquired. I have. The gas is turned off now, so I can't cook. You might as well have a self-heating meal. Han Yang had just completed a set of his dragon elephant body technique and paused for a moment to rest. What will we do then? Prepared food will eventually run out. Chen Fang expressed her concern. I plan to venture out tomorrow to see if I can gather anything useful. We still have plenty to eat, so there's no need to rush. Chen Fang urged, fearing that if he left, he might not return. I understand. But mere provisions won't suffice. What we lack most is water. Han Yang paused before continuing. Although we have stored some, I train daily and sweat profusely, necessitating substantial hydration. The water supply at home won't last us long. Moreover, I am not acting recklessly. I intend to clear the stairwell and secure the entrance to our unit. This way, at least the building will be safe. We can cook in the stairwell. It is safer than inside the apartment, where there is a risk of igniting flammable materials. In this dire situation, one cannot perish from the absence of electricity or gas, for there remains the most primitive method of gathering firewood and cooking. However, the room is filled with combustible items, and a moment's inattention could result in disaster. In his previous life, Han Yang had witnessed an entire building engulfed in flames due to indoor cooking. The stairwell is considerably safer. The iron railings provide security, and there is nothing flammable. Chen Fang pressed her lips together, her concern undiminished, yet she refrained from further comment. By the way, make sure to save the wastewater from washing up. We can use it to flush the toilet, Han Yang added. The downside of living in an apartment is that when water and electricity are cut off, the greatest challenge becomes using the toilet. If one cannot flush in a timely manner, the toilet will quickly become unusable, and soon the room will be uninhabitable due to the odor. Thus, future survivor enclaves will predominantly be situated in villas or low-rise buildings near water sources. In contrast, high-rise urban areas have turned into paradises for the undead. Han Yang had already devised a plan. Once the viral outbreak had subsided, he would journey to the locations he had long identified. There exists a place abundant with water and electricity, housing numerous rooms. By seizing control of this location, one could swiftly amass troops and expand their influence. Chen Fang ventured into the kitchen to prepare her own meal, while Han Yang continued his rigorous training. Once Chen Fang finished her meal, she too began to practice the movements she had learned the previous day with increasing proficiency. Whenever Han Yang took a break due to fatigue, he would offer guidance, yet he felt a lack of motivation without the use of his legs. Chen Fang quickly grasped the techniques, demonstrating considerable skill. However, as she was not an awakened body, the results were not as pronounced. In contrast, Han Yang's strength became increasingly remarkable through his relentless training. He used the furniture within the room, tables, chairs, coffee tables, and even the washing machine as tools for strength testing. Treating it as a playful exercise, the day slipped away quietly amidst the cycles of training and resting. Although Chen Fang interrupted her workout twice to massage Han Yang and prepare meals, resulting in a shorter training session, she still felt profoundly fatigued. After dinner, she wiped down her body briefly and returned to her room, where she quickly succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Chen Fang was astonished to find herself in an unprecedented state of vitality. It seemed the efforts had indeed borne fruit, at least in terms of her restful slumber. Elated yet anxious at the thought of Han Yang departing that day, she hesitated momentarily before leaving her room, ultimately opting against wearing workout pants and instead donning a pair of comfortable shorts. In the living room, upon catching sight of Chen Fong, Han Yang was instantly captivated. Beneath the sunlight, her slender legs appeared strikingly radiant. Shorts. Chapter 9. Clearing the corridor on the third day of the apocalypse. Han Yang rose early once again. Today, he did not rush into his workout. Instead, he indulged in a hearty meal and began preparing for his outing. He donned his usual attire of a tactical jacket and jeans, with his arms still wrapped in the magazines he had not yet unwrapped. The long-handled umbrella felt inadequate for his current needs, too lightweight for his purposes. However, lacking a superior weapon, he made do with it. He had already cleaned the pickaxe strapped to his waist and packed several items he might find useful, such as rope and a fruit knife. Finally, he slung a large empty backpack over his shoulders, ready to collect any supplies he might encounter. As he finished dressing, Chen Fong emerged from her room. "Are you preparing to go out?" she inquired, her gaze initially evasive, but soon filled with concern upon seeing Han Yang's outfit. "Looking good today," Han Yang remarked. Casting a quick glance at her shorts, his smile radiant. Chen Fong's cheeks flushed, and she averted her eyes, stammering, "Well, take care, I'll wait for your return. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall return safely," Han Yang replied, moving towards the entrance. He did not rush to open the door but first peered through the peephole. The commotion caused by Su Zhongping had been considerable, and given his frantic return, it was difficult to ascertain whether any zombies had followed him. The peephole offered a limited view, but it sufficed to discern if any figures lurked nearby. Confirming the absence of zombies outside, Han Yang cautiously opened the door. Chen Fong, watching him intently, exhaled in relief upon seeing the coast was clear. Rather than immediately closing the door, Han Yang took a moment to survey his surroundings, prepared to retreat should anything seem amiss. Their building was a 6-story structure without an elevator, with 2 units per floor, and they resided on the 5th. The main entrance across was securely shut, rendering the 5th floor temporarily safe. Han Yang leaned into the stairwell, scanning both up and down. The 4th floor was devoid of life, and there was no sound from the 6th. Only then did he shut the door behind him. To ensure his escape route remained secure, Han Yang chose to ascend rather than descend. Grasping the long-handled umbrella, he pointed it upwards and began his cautious ascent. The corridor was narrow, barely accommodating 2 individuals side by side. Thus, evading an attacking zombie would be a daunting task for anyone. After climbing half a flight, he tilted his body to peer around. Fortuitously, both units on the upper floor had their doors closed, and the corridor was empty save for a shoe rack. Upon reaching the 6th floor and confirming there were no oversights, he turned back down. Descending felt significantly safer from this vantage point. Han Yang could easily prod at any zombies with his umbrella. The 4th floor remained secure, with both residences firmly shut. It was on the 3rd floor that he encountered a door slightly ajar, yet the corridor showed no signs of zombies. Only a trail of dark, congealed blood trickling downwards. The blood, blackened and completely dried, seemed to be remnants from a couple of days prior. Han Yang refrained from entering the apartment. Instead, he gently closed the door. His priority was to ensure the safety of the corridor, allowing him ample time to explore the interior later. As he ascended to the 2nd floor, Han Yang's expression suddenly hardened. A figure stood quietly on the platform between the 1st and 2nd floors. A zombie? Han Yang narrowed his eyes and gently tapped the handrail with his long-handled umbrella. The sudden resounding clang shattered the stillness of the corridor. The zombie turned to face Han Yang and immediately staggered forward. Han Yang remained motionless, and as the zombie climbed halfway up the stairs, he suddenly unleashed his strength. The umbrella sliced through the air with remarkable speed, aiming directly at the zombie's head. A sickening squelch echoed as the eyeball burst, the tip of the umbrella accurately penetrating the zombie's eye socket and into its brain. Alas, the umbrella lacked sufficient force and could not penetrate further. Had he wielded a crowbar, Han Yang was confident that his strike could have pierced the zombie's skull entirely. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. The zombie, which had just been roaring and charging, immediately collapsed into a lifeless heap. Without pausing, Han Yang noted that the door on the 1st floor was still closed, prompting him to dash towards the entrance. The earlier commotion could potentially have attracted more zombies. However, it was too late. The zombie lunged at him from the front. Han Yang's expression turned grave as he gauged the distance and thrust the umbrella forward. The zombie opened its mouth to bite, causing the umbrella to skew off course and impale itself into the zombie's mouth. The tip emerged from the other side, yet the zombie did not perish. It continued to struggle, clawing at Han Yang. Unfazed, Han Yang swiftly retreated 2 steps, withdrawing the umbrella while simultaneously brandishing a pickaxe in his left hand, bringing it down upon the zombie's head as it lurched forward. The tremendous force drove the pickaxe deep into the zombie's skull, splattering dark red blood and murky white brain matter everywhere. The zombie was irrevocably dispatched, convulsing briefly before falling still. Yet the danger was not over. Closely following this zombie were two more, leaping at him like rabid dogs. Why were there so many zombies at the entrance? Han Yang had no time to ponder, and he quickly retreated to the first floor. The first floor, elevated by 4 steps above ground level, provided him with a strategic advantage. He did not look back. Instead, he summoned his courage, exerting force through his legs and twisting his waist. The umbrella struck back like a returning bullet, piercing the eye of the pursuing zombie. With another successful hit, that zombie was momentarily immobilized. However, the second zombie did not hesitate, slipping through the gap beside the first. Han Yang delivered a powerful kick, striking the zombie squarely in the chest, sending it tumbling back, along with the one he had just dispatched. With the umbrella in his right hand, he advanced a couple of steps, taking advantage of the last zombie's moment of weakness to thrust the umbrella toward its head. Once more, the umbrella plunged into the brain, and the fallen zombie ceased its struggles. Having dispatched 4 zombies in quick succession, even with his enhanced physique, Han Yang found himself slightly out of breath. Yet, there was no time to rest. He glanced towards the entrance. This time, no zombies emerged. He hurried over, noticing that the area directly ahead was clear of zombies. A quick scan to either side left him startled. To the right of the unit's entrance, adjacent to the balcony on the first floor, 2 zombies were inexplicably wandering. Had they not heard the earlier commotion? Or was it something else? Suddenly, his expression hardened, and disbelief washed over his features. Below the building where Han Yang and the others resided, there was originally a green belt beneath the first floor balcony, which had been modified by an elderly woman who constructed a fence and cultivated vegetables. At that moment, amidst the lush greenery of the lettuce, a striking plant stood out. It was merely the height of a palm, adorned with 3 broad leaves, and its vibrant green foliage was marked with pale veins that seemed to emit a faint glow, evoking an otherworldly sensation. The 2 wandering zombies gazed longingly at this peculiar herb from beyond the fence. No wonder there were so many zombies at the entrance. And now these 2 were reluctant to depart. The corpse grass, truly a rare find indeed. Chapter 10. I shall care for your wife. The corpse grass is a remarkable plant newly discovered in the post-apocalyptic world. Its function is straightforward. It possesses a certain probability of allowing ordinary individuals to awaken their extraordinary abilities without succumbing to zombification. Mature corpse grass can even enhance the powers of those who awaken. By sheer coincidence, Han Yang has mastered the method to bring the corpse grass to maturity. Gazing intently at the plant, Han Yang's eyes shimmer with unprecedented brilliance. In the years since the apocalypse began, humanity has fought to survive, giving rise to a group of awakeners, each endowed with astonishing abilities. They no longer fear the mutated viruses in the air. As long as they remain cautious to avoid being bitten by zombies, they can rely on their enhanced physiques and unique abilities to thrive in this harsh new world, gradually ascending to positions of leadership within various survivor enclaves. Curious minds have begun to investigate the process of awakening abilities. It was soon discovered that, apart from natural awakenings and the rare few who awakened after surviving zombie bites, there existed a select few who gained their powers by consuming certain plants. Natural awakenings are unpredictable, and surviving a zombie bite is a perilous endeavor. Thus, the method of consuming these plants is deemed remarkably safe, leading survivors into a fervent quest for these miraculous flora. Among them is the corpse grass. Typically, corpse grass flourishes in shadowy places where the essence of death gathers. Han Yang pondered the anomaly of its presence here, yet the fervor in his gaze remained undiminished, shining even brighter than when he beheld Shen Fang's flawless legs. He needed to devise a method to lure 2 zombies over, desiring to avoid attracting undue attention that might summon more zombies and jeopardize his harvest of the corpse grass. Han Yang retrieved a coin from his pocket and gently tossed it toward the 2 zombies. The coin clinked, producing a crisp sound that caught their attention. Upon spotting Han Yang, they immediately emitted a guttural roar and lunged at him like rabid dogs. Han Yang retreated 2 steps into the building's entrance, attuning himself to the sounds outside, readying himself for action. When the first zombie revealed itself at the door, Han Yang precisely thrust his umbrella forward. With a sickening squelch, the tip pierced the zombie's skull. The narrow entrance allowed only the second zombie to approach, but it was blocked from entering. Han Yang withdrew his umbrella and struck again, delivering a decisive blow to the encroaching zombie. Having swiftly dispatched both zombies, Han Yang dragged their bodies inside to prevent obstruction of the door. He then cautiously stepped out into the quiet exterior, finding no other zombies in sight. Bending down, he approached the balcony below. The balcony, elevated over a meter from the ground, cast a small shadow where the corpse grass thrived. As Han Yang began to excavate the soil with a knife, preparing to uproot the corpse grass, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Outside the railing lay a corpse, the unmistakable figure of Su Zhongping, who had been discarded by Han Yang. At this moment, Su Zhongping's body had begun to decay, exuding a foul odor, with a pale yellow stain seeping from beneath him into the soil of the greenery. Thus it dawned on Han Yang. He understood why the corpse grass thrived here. It was influenced by the essence of Su Zhongping's corpse. Su Zhongping has truly been a fortunate star for me, gifting me not only a corpse nucleus but also nurturing a spectral grass for my benefit. Han Yang clicked his tongue. Although spectral grass typically thrives in proximity to cadavers, it is often found in places where corpses accumulate. While it is not unheard of for a single body to give rise to spectral grass, such occurrences are indeed rare. I am grateful for your generous offerings and shall not dwell on past grievances. Henceforth, I shall take good care of your wife. Han Yang wished to proclaim. Your wife shall be under my care. Do not worry. However, considering the couple had no children, he refrained from saying so. In truth, there was no significant conflict between him and Su Zhongping. It was merely a matter of mutual disdain. Han Yang had heard from friends that Su Zhongping's family possessed considerable wealth, owning several properties and storefronts in their hometown, which enabled him to marry Chen Fang. After all, Chen Fang was renowned as a great beauty in their locality, and even in an international metropolis like Jinghai, she would certainly elicit exclamations of admiration. However, both individuals were ambitious and unwilling to remain in a small county, thus they ventured to Jinghai, eventually settling in with Han Yang through mutual acquaintances. During their interactions, Han Yang observed that Su Zhongping often exuded an air of arrogance, frequently pontificating on matters with a self-important demeanor. He also looked down upon Han Yang's modest company, his attitude tinged with subtle condescension. Naturally, Han Yang would not approach him with undue enthusiasm, resulting in a gradual cooling of their relationship, with conversations primarily conducted through Chen Fang. Now that the deceased had settled their debts, and given that there was no significant discord, Han Yang had long since put it out of his mind. Moreover, considering the generous gifts bestowed upon him posthumously, he felt inclined to look after Chen Fang even more. Han Yang emptied a nearby flower pot, carefully placing the freshly unearthed spectral grass within, before retreating to the corridor to secure the unit door. At last, Han Yang let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the haphazardly piled corpses at the corridor's entrance, set aside the spectral grass, and retrieved a pickaxe and a knife, preparing to extract the nuclei. This endeavor resembled unboxing, even a year into the apocalypse. Survivors had yet to ascertain which zombies possessed nuclei. However, a general pattern had begun to emerge. Zombies that had once awakened supernatural abilities invariably possessed nuclei, and their quality was notably high. By this logic, if a zombie with a nucleus had not perished, it was quite likely that it would awaken supernatural powers. Thus, some speculated that the nucleus could be the crystallization of one's abilities. Consequently, some audacious individuals attempted to consume nuclei to awaken their powers, but invariably transformed into zombies. As such, despite early discoveries of nuclei, meaningful research into their application had remained elusive until investigations into these extraordinary plants deepened. Han Yang meticulously opened the skulls of 6 corpses, successfully extracting a nucleus. He then took the nucleus previously extracted from Su Zhongping's brain and buried them together in the pot containing the spectral grass, originally somewhat wilted due to the transplant. The spectral grass quickly perked up, its leaf patterns becoming more vibrant, as if aglow, and even visibly increasing in density. Indeed, these miraculous plants, referred to as spiritual flora in the apocalypse, could achieve rapid growth through the absorption of nuclei. This was an unexpected discovery made by individuals after futile attempts with various modern fertilizers. Prior to Han Yang's rebirth, the use of corpse cores had only just begun to gain traction, transforming from a trivial curiosity into a coveted treasure of immense value. In this lifetime, Han Yang alone possessed knowledge of these matters, which would serve as his trump card for personal growth. With a corpse in each hand, he cast 6 zombies' remains outside the apartment building to accompany Su Zhongping. Initially, when he had just been reborn and was unaware of his awakening, his plan was to cleanse the building while accumulating the slain zombies' bodies in a shaded area behind the structure, hoping to cultivate the elusive corpse grass. He intended to awaken his abilities through this grass. However, now, not only was he spared from these cumbersome procedures, but he might also reap a mature corpse grass. Han Yang cast a final glance at Su Zhongping, feeling a surge of emotion as he securely locked the unit door. I will take good care of your wife. The thought of Chen Fang ignited a fervor within him. Today, she had once again donned her hot pants, and perhaps, as Han Yang made his way back, carrying the corpse grass, an uncontainable eagerness began to swell within him. Chapter 11. The future may hold promise. As Han Yang ascended to the 3rd floor, he paused to observe the bloodstains on the ground. Uncertain of the presence of occupants in the other units, he felt it unwise to forcibly pry open doors in search of supplies. However, it was evident that this particular household was deserted. Perhaps he should gather some provisions first. Otherwise, a fruitless venture outdoors would be a waste. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yang swiftly set to work. He first set aside the corpse grass and retrieved a piece of iron wire from his pocket. He then approached the previously ajar door of the household, inserting the wire into the keyhole. His lock-picking skills had been honed in his past life under the tutelage of a budget locksmith within his team. In the apocalypse, possessing the ability to pick locks was highly advantageous, as the noise of a violent breach could easily attract the undead. Unfortunately, his technique was not yet proficient, especially without professional tools. Nevertheless, after some fiddling, he managed to unlock the door. Rather than entering immediately, he first surveyed the interior. The living room was empty, devoid of any presence. Intentionally, he tapped the doorframe with the tip of his umbrella, producing a sound. Clang, clang. Faint noises reminiscent of zombies echoed from above, rather than from this floor. After waiting a moment longer without any undead emerging, he stepped inside, not rushing to collect supplies. Han Yang first explored the various rooms to ascertain the absence of zombies. Many exploration teams in his past life had perished due to overlooking concealed zombies lurking in corners. Having learned from his previous missteps, he confirmed the safety of the premises before securing the door and commencing his search for useful items. The layout of this apartment mirrored that of his own. He inspected the 2 bedrooms, initially without high hopes, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon some outdoor equipment on the master bedroom balcony. A mountaineering backpack, trekking poles, and a portable gas stove. Opening the mountaineering backpack, he discovered a substantial bundle of nylon rope. Additionally, he found emergency medications for inflammation and diarrhea, a solar power bank, a flashlight, binoculars, and more. He then picked up the trekking pole, testing its weight. It felt superior to his umbrella, with a sturdy shaft and a metallic tip that, with a little polishing, could serve as an excellent self-defense weapon. Finally, he examined the portable gas stove, which resembled a miniature gas burner, complete with a compartment for a gas canister. He had seen others use such a device before, but this was his first time handling one. The operation was simple, quite akin to a household gas stove. This discovery was a timely solution to his pressing needs. He gladly packed all these items into the mountaineering backpack before proceeding to the kitchen. To his great satisfaction, he found the household well stocked with rice and flour, along with a string of cured meat, 2 packets of noodles, and various dried ingredients such as wood-ear mushrooms, dried mushrooms, and silver fungus. As for the refrigerator, aside from a bag of potatoes and a bag of eggs, most of the fruits and vegetables had begun to rot. Han Yang collected the items that were still in good condition, along with various seasonings, filling an entire large bag. In the dining room, he discovered an array of beverages, including beer, liquor, and a selection of snacks, which he eagerly gathered without hesitation. Until both the bag she carried and the mountain pack she found were filled to capacity. She finally made her way back, burdened with rice, flour, oil, and a half-barrel of water. Naturally, she did not forget the peculiar plant she had acquired. The combined weight of her possessions was around 70 to 80 pounds, yet Han Yang felt no strain as he swiftly ascended the stairs, reaching the 5th floor with remarkable agility. Since Han Yang left, Chen Fong had been plagued by a sense of unease. Her anxiety heightened upon hearing the unsettling noises and the chilling roars of the undead from below. Standing on the balcony, she strained to observe the happenings below, but the angle prevented her from discerning what was transpiring or how Han Yang fared. Soon, the outside fell into a brief silence, which only exacerbated her restlessness. She remained vigilant at the door, attuned to every subtle sound that might indicate his return. However, Han Yang was still absent. "It's fine, he must be all right," she whispered to herself, though the thought of him encountering danger filled her with dread. The notion of enduring alone was unbearable. Chen Fong paced anxiously in the living room, the passage of time feeling interminable until, suddenly, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs broke the stillness. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, forceful sounds resonated until they ceased at the 5th floor. Chen Fong's heart raced as she fixed her gaze on the door. With a creak, it opened, revealing Han Yang, who appeared at the threshold, arms laden with various items. Upon seeing him unscathed, Chen Fong's face lit up with surprise. "Did you encounter zombies?" she inquired, her concern evident as she stepped forward to assist him. "Yes, I came across a few at the entrance, but I dealt with them," Han Yang replied, handing her one of the backpacks. To her astonishment, as she grasped it, its weight nearly caused her to lose her grip. "It's so heavy," she exclaimed, taken aback. Han Yang chuckled, placing another bag on the ground before turning to bring in the remaining items. "So much," Chen Fong exclaimed as she opened the backpack, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Potatoes, eggs, apples, tomatoes, celery, eggplant, lotus root," she exclaimed with each item she pulled out, her joy palpable. Meanwhile, Han Yang placed the peculiar plant in a corner and watered it, noting that it required no light, only water and the essence of the undead for optimal growth. What kind of plant is this? It seems to glow, Chen Fang remarked, intrigued by the unusual appearance of the plant. I call it the incorpse grass. I found it at the entrance, surrounded by zombies, so I brought it back, Han Yang explained casually. Oh, and the other backpack contains a portable gas stove for outdoor use, along with 4 canisters of gas. That should suffice for a while. Chen Fang, having never encountered such a thing, opened the backpack to reveal a compact gas stove, her face breaking into a beaming smile. We can have a splendid meal this noon. I wonder what I should cook, she pondered, gazing at the array of ingredients sprawled on the ground, momentarily at a loss. This sparked a sense of absurdity within her. Just moments ago, she had been fretting over what the future held. Yet now she found herself troubled by the question of what to prepare for lunch. Was this truly the end of the world? Yet, as she pondered, the relentless presence of zombies outside, with countless lives devoured, weighed heavily on her mind. Here she was, ensconced in comfort, with ample sustenance. All thanks to the man before her. Now, he was more capable than ever of venturing out to confront the undead and gather essential supplies. With him by her side, the future appeared promising. Chapter 12. Temptation, what are you thinking? At that moment, Han Yang's voice brought Chen Fang back to reality. She bit her lip gently. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and murmured, It's nothing. Help me take off my clothes. Han Yang extended his sleeves towards Chen Fang. And due to the tape wrapped around them, it was uncomfortable to remove them despite being manageable to wear. Okay, all right. Chen Fang grasped the cuffs and assisted Han Yang in removing his upper garment. Beneath his windbreaker, he wore no additional clothing, revealing a well-built physique that made her heart flutter. When did his figure become so impressive? In the sweltering summer. The intense exercise while wearing a windbreaker had left Han Yang drenched in sweat. He tilted his head back and downed a bottle of water, which offered slight relief from the heat within. Why don't you take a break? Would you like me to give you a massage? Chen Fang picked up 2 backpacks, one of which was burdensome enough to exhaust her just by carrying it up and down the stairs. Observing that Han Yang bore 2 backpacks while also carrying rice, oil, and bottled water, she knew he must be quite fatigued. That would be a hassle for you. Han Yang did not find it exhausting, merely uncomfortable from the heat. Yet, after a year of training in the apocalypse, such discomfort no longer fazed him. Nevertheless, since the beautiful woman offered her assistance, why would he decline? Han Yang lay down on the sofa, and Chen Fang approached, starting the massage from his legs. Compared to the previous days, her touch had noticeably strengthened, making Han Yang feel even more at ease, prompting him to close his eyes and indulge in the sensation. Turn over. Soon, after finishing his back, Han Yang obediently flipped onto his back, continuing to relish the moment. Once she completed the massage on his legs, Han Yang sensed Chen Fang's body shift closer, catching a faint whiff of a familiar fragrance. Opening his eyes, he beheld her straight legs beside the sofa. Considering her choice to switch back to shorts, Han Yang felt a stirring in his heart. He was uncertain, yet it did not deter him from testing the waters. Han Yang gradually raised his right hand, stretching it out slowly. He distinctly felt Chen Fang's body stiffen momentarily. However, before he could fully gauge the situation, Chen Fang suddenly announced, You, just rest well. I'll go prepare dinner. Her face flushed, her expression slightly flustered. She turned and walked away from him. Fortunately, her reaction was not overly intense. Han Yang silently chuckled to himself, then glanced at the shadowy corpse flower in the corner. It had sprouted a 4th leaf, and once the 5th leaves emerged, it would be ready for harvest. At that point, he would have a chance to enhance his abilities, a feat he had not accomplished in his previous life. In the first 2 months of his past existence, he had merely lingered in that rented room awaiting rescue, eventually forced to venture out only when food ran out. At that time, the zombies outside were far more formidable than they were now, though his body had undergone natural fortification, comparable to his current training. He still treaded on thin ice, having narrowly escaped death on several occasions, relying on his ability to control zombies. He evaded danger for a month before finally escaping the urban area to reach the suburbs, where the undead were less prevalent. It was there that he began to interact extensively with other survivors. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the flow of information was painfully slow, and by the time they understood how abilities awakened, it had already been over 6 months. As soon as he understood how to elevate his extraordinary abilities, he realized it was before his rebirth. The incorpse grass needed at least 1 corpse core to mature. It seemed he had to scour the other units in the building. There were likely zombies on the 4th floor as well. Recalling the noises he had heard on the 3rd floor, Han Yang devised his next plan. Meanwhile, Chen Fang hurriedly entered the kitchen, her heart racing. The moment Han Yang's hand brushed against her leg, she felt an overwhelming surge of panic. Especially when she met his unabashed gaze, she understood the fervor hidden within. Should I put my pants back on? Chen Fang bit her lip, but ultimately decided against it. Since the moment her husband had died, she had sensed something brewing. A solitary man and woman trapped in a building without rescue. The friction of kindling and dry wood. It was merely a matter of time before a spark ignited, depending on how long they could endure. Lunch was soon prepared. Today's meal consisted of 3 delicacies and cold lotus root slices. The long-awaited stir-fried dishes whetted their appetites. As Han Yang ate, he observed Chen Fang, noticing her eyes evasively avoiding his gaze. His heart stirred slightly, prompting him to gaze at her more boldly. Chen Fang wore a fitted, pale pink short-sleeved top that accentuated her graceful figure. Below, her cotton shorts barely reached her thighs, revealing long, slender legs that were fair and delicately toned, a masterpiece of nature. Perfectly sculpted, neither too plump nor too thin. One could hardly resist the urge to hold them and admire their beauty. This was what seasoned drivers often referred to as legs worth a year. Sensing his gaze, Chen Fang's face flushed as she focused intently on her meal. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue. One was eating while the other was preoccupied with the meal, creating an inexplicable atmosphere between them. Soon, their plates were completely cleared. "I'll take care of the dishes," Chen Fang exclaimed, swiftly leaving her seat. Han Yang patted his belly, lazily remaining in his chair. Watching the graceful figure bustling in the kitchen, he felt an irresistible urge stirring within him. It is indeed true that a full stomach inspires thoughts of beauty. The ancients did not deceive me. Han Yang stood up and walked into the kitchen. Chen Fang stiffened momentarily, fearful of his intentions. What if he made an inappropriate move? Her expression wavered, but Han Yang merely went to fetch a sharpening stone. This made her instinctively exhale a sigh of relief, her body relaxing. Observing her state with keen interest, Han Yang playfully patted her back as he left the kitchen. Chen Fang gasped, turning to see Han Yang walking away nonchalantly. And she couldn't help but mutter, "You annoying guy." Han Yang caught her murmurs, his heart swelling with delight. It seemed there was indeed a chance for something to blossom. Perhaps tonight would be the night? Filled with an unusual joy, Han Yang took the sharpening stone to the bathroom, beginning to meticulously sharpen the tip of his hiking pole. Before long, Chen Fang finished tidying the dishes. Seeing Han Yang engrossed in his task, she took the opportunity to sort through the supplies she had collected earlier that morning. Upon encountering the solar-powered charger, a wave of joy surged within her, prompting her to swiftly place it in a sunlit spot to recharge her phone. Consequently, she would finally have some illumination by nightfall. Once she had completed her tasks, Chen Fang realized, to her astonishment, that she felt no trace of fatigue. Is the effect of the body conditioning technique truly this remarkable? She pondered silently, unable to resist the urge to begin practicing in the living room. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Han Yang was still refining the design of the trekking pole tip, which was beginning to take shape. As he observed Chen Fang's graceful and enchanting movements in the living room, an irresistible itch arose within him. Perhaps it was time to teach her the second set of movements? Some of those actions were rather challenging and would require meticulous guidance. Chapter 13. The female zombie. Once Chen Fang's group had completed their set of exercises, Han Yang emerged from the restroom and said, "Your movements have become quite proficient. Allow me to teach you the second set." Chen Fang's cheeks were slightly flushed from the previous workout, and beads of sweat glistened on the tip of her nose. Recollections of the physical contact during her last lesson with Han Yang and the inexplicable atmosphere that lingered over their lunch made her heart quiver. I feel a bit fatigued. Let us postpone it to next time." She hesitated, daunted by the prospect, despite having mentally prepared herself. "Your own training is paramount. Do not let my instruction impede your progress. After all, the outside world is perilous. Every moment of practice enhances your safety." Chen Fang gently approached Han Yang and took the trekking pole from his hands. "This is a perfect time for me to rest and assist you with polishing this. You should focus on your training." Her consideration for him only served to amplify the disquiet within Han Yang. He resolved to channel all his energy and intensity into his exercises, ultimately exhausting himself. Chen Fang returned to aid him in loosening his muscles, this time consciously maintaining her distance. After completing the massage, she promptly returned to polishing the trekking pole, displaying no hesitation. The day concluded amidst the peculiar behaviors and atmosphere shared between them. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang awoke early once again, pleasantly surprised to find that Chen Fang had also risen with the dawn. The dining table was already set with an array of dishes, with only the porridge still cooking. "You can start eating. It's almost ready," Chen Fang called from the kitchen. She looked as radiant as ever, despite the strange tension that had permeated their interaction the day before. Today, she donned short hot pants paired with a sleeveless t-shirt, her alabaster arms and long, graceful legs on full display. "Are you heading out again today?" Chen Fang inquired as she brought over the porridge and took a seat beside Han Yang, no longer keeping her distance. "Yes, we gathered quite a bit of food yesterday, but we're still short on water. I need to go look for more." They conversed while eating, and an outsider witnessing this scene might easily assume they were a married couple living together. Breakfast concluded swiftly. After a brief respite, Han Yang, under Chen Fang's attentive care, donned his gear and took the trekking pole she had polished for him, preparing to venture out once more. Be careful. I'll be waiting for your return at home. Chen Fang admonished him like a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband. A warm wave of emotion washed over Han Yang, a feeling of being cherished and awaited that was surprisingly pleasant. Ah, the comforts of home, the graves of heroes. Is this merely the beginning of my descent into such indulgence? He shook his head as he closed the door, his eyes regaining their clarity, now filled with resolve. He proceeded directly to the 4th floor, having faintly heard the sounds of zombies from the 3rd floor the previous day. Rather than unlocking the door immediately, Han Yang gently knocked. If someone resided within, he could politely withdraw. If a zombie lurked inside, he might agitate it. Ah, roar. As expected. A zombie's growl echoed from within, muffled by the door, yet unmistakably ominous. Listening closely, the sound seemed distant, likely coming from a person locked in the inner bedroom. Han Yang was cautious in his assessment. If this individual had been sleeping in the bedroom before their transformation and, having lost their intellect post-transformation, was unable to open the door, they could very well remain confined within. Conversely, if a zombie heard a noise, it would surely rush to the entrance, where it would undoubtedly hear everything clearly. After a brief pause, Han Yang knocked again, eliciting the same response, confirming the absence of anyone inside. He began to manipulate the door lock. With a satisfying click, the lock disengaged. Gripping his hiking staff tightly in his right hand, he cautiously opened the door. The interior of the room mirrored that of the floor above, with no sign of life in the living room. The door to the side room banged loudly, revealing the unmistakable growls of a zombie within. As expected, Han Yang stepped into the room, immediately recognizing it as a girl-esque space. Adorned in predominantly pink hues, plush toys cluttered the area, and several pieces of scant women's lingerie hung from the balcony. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. He quickly surveyed the other rooms to ensure they were empty before approaching the closed bedroom door. This presented an excellent opportunity to exert control over the zombie. Han Yang's most pragmatic ability at present was to dominate the undead, provided he could implant a seed of consciousness within its form. Previously, during the hallway clear-out, an unexpected zombie encounter had left him no time to act. Now, however, the circumstances were favorable for effective control. Returning to the living room, Han Yang moved a sofa and chairs to barricade the bedroom door, preventing the zombie from lunging out upon its opening. He then retrieved a length of rope from his backpack, securing it to the door handle. Since the bedroom door opened inward, he could manipulate the gaps using the rope. With preparations complete, a sense of unease crept into his mind. He felt as though he were being watched. Yet upon moving the furniture, he had thoroughly inspected the room and found no hiding places. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he slowly turned the doorknob. As the door cracked open just a fraction, a grotesque womaness had emerged. Her visage was marred with bulging veins, her eyes a terrifying mix of black and red, and her pupils a dull gray, devoid of life. Blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, which opened and closed mindlessly, emitting a chilling, beast-like growl. She strained against the door, attempting to break free and bite Han Yang. Utilizing the rope, Han Yang firmly gripped the doorknob with one hand, preventing the door from fully opening. In a swift motion, he bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the ravenous mouth of the female zombie. This sequence of actions was executed with remarkable proficiency. The blood, infused with the seed of consciousness, entered the zombie's body, creating an invisible tether between her and Han Yang. The previously agitated creature immediately fell silent. Guiding the female zombie to step aside, Han Yang fully opened the door and peered inside, finding no other figures present. At that moment, the zombie's form was fully revealed. She wore only a pink camisole on her upper body, exposing large swathes of her pale skin. Her lower half was clad in impossibly short shorts, her long legs standing straight and symmetrical. TSK, have today's young women become so casual at home? Chen Fang too, flitting about in her hot pants, providing an unbidden feast for the eyes. With a sigh, Han Yang pushed aside the sofa and stepped into the room. The bedroom, awash in shades of pink, perfectly encapsulated the whimsical essence of a young girl, yet there was little of significance to draw one's attention. Speaking of which, I seem to recall this girl. Han Yang scrutinized the female zombie before him. Her face, now serene, had shed the horrific visage marked by bulging veins, reverting to her former countenance. Apart from her eyes, which retained a zombie-like quality, she bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary person. Was her name Sasha? Sasha was indeed rather lovely, her figure enviable, and she was a neighbor from upstairs. Despite having endured a year of apocalypse, certain memories had begun to blur for Han Yang. Yet, as he gazed upon her, recollections began to resurface. There was an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. Han Yang pondered intensely, unable to decipher the enigma, and ultimately invited Sasha to the living room while he began his search for useful items. This kitchen is cleaner than my own face. Upon entering, Han Yang discovered that the cooking appliances appeared untouched. He then ventured into the 2 bedrooms. Aside from finding a few bags of chips in the female zombie's room, there was astonishingly no food or drink to be found. This is peculiar. The sense of strangeness intensified within Han Yang, and a sudden realization struck him. The female zombie bore blood at the corner of her mouth, which could not possibly be self-inflicted. She was dressed rather scantily. With no corresponding marks upon her body, this indicated that there must have been another person in this house at some point. Chapter 14. The new ability user. The food and water within the house were astonishingly pristine. A snack wrapper lay discarded in the trash. Blood stained the corner of the zombie Sasa's mouth. A multitude of information coalesced in Han Yang's mind, leading him to a singular hypothesis. What if there was another person in this house? A person who had been bitten by the zombie Sasa, thus explaining the blood at the corner of her mouth. This individual was remarkably fortunate, like him, having neither transformed into a zombie nor succumbed to death. Instead, they thrived, consuming the snacks and drinking the water within the house. If this person had not ventured out due to a shortage of supplies, they would remain unseen. Could it be that they too had awakened some form of extraordinary ability? Invisibility? Disguise? Phasing through walls? No wonder I have felt an ever-present gaze upon me. Han Yang soon grasped the situation. Maintaining a facade of searching for items while his senses were acutely attuned to every peculiarity around him. In this direction, although not an ability user of the perception type, his heightened physical prowess had sharpened his alertness, allowing him to quickly detect the source of the anomaly. Rather than turning directly, he shifted his angle, stealing a glance out of the corner of his eye. He left no trace unnoticed and soon discerned a vague silhouette nestled in the corner's shadows. This figure blended seamlessly into the darkness, its outline disturbing the otherwise harmonious shadows. A mere cursory glance would have rendered it invisible, and had the light dimmed further, Han Yang would have overlooked it entirely. What an intriguing ability. Han Yang tightened his grip on the hiking pole and suddenly thrust it towards the silhouette. Ah, no. A feminine voice gasped. And the once empty corner of the wall revealed a striking young girl. She stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with an oval face that was somewhat round and cherubic, exuding a childlike charm. Yet, her facial features were distinctly defined, possessing a modern beauty that was both soft and striking. She wore a pink tank top akin to that of the zombie Sasa, exposing a modest portion of her bosom, which was undeniably alluring. Below, she donned white shorts that showcased her fair, elongated legs, rivaling those of Chin Fong. On her feet were simple flat sandals, her plump little feet seemingly tense and curled due to anxiety. At that moment, the girl furrowed her brow, her large, watery eyes betraying a hint of shyness as she nervously regarded Han Yang. Nan Nan? Upon seeing her visage, Han Yang instantly recalled the name. After all, as neighbors living on the same floor, who wouldn't take a moment to admire 2 such beautifully curvaceous girls? Han Yang had even contemplated pursuing her. But their acquaintance had barely begun before the zombie outbreak ensued. Brother Han. Chen Nan Nan looked at him with a pitiful expression. Yet her next words nearly caused him to burst into laughter. Is there anything to eat? Han Yang put away his trekking pole and said irritably. You recognized me long ago. Why didn't you greet me? Now you suddenly want food. I didn't realize it was you at first. But seeing how you dealt with Sha Sha, I forgot for a moment. Nan Nan pouted and then immediately grew excited. Brother Han, have you awakened your abilities too? How did you make Sha Sha obey? You'll find out when you lick it. Han Yang extended his finger, where the wound had yet to scab, and with a firm squeeze, a drop of blood emerged. Without hesitation, Nan Nan, her curious expression evident, extended her tongue to lick it. This girl. Han Yang shook his head, astonished by her boldness. Well, her chest is also quite impressive, he thought, observing her body lean forward. Not much of a deal. Nan Nan wrinkled her nose, clearly disliking the taste of blood. It doesn't have much effect on people, but it makes zombies obedient. Han Yang watched as an invisible mental connection formed between them. He casually retrieved a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits from his backpack. I didn't bring much else. Make do with this for now. By the way, can you explain what happened? Nan Nan took the water and biscuits, disregarding her image, and began to devour them. Between bites, she recounted. On the night of the zombie outbreak, Shasha was scared, so I stayed with her to sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly had a high fever and then bit me. I was terrified and ran out, locking her in the room. I knew Shasha had turned into a zombie. After I got bitten, my head started spinning and I felt hot all over. I thought I was doomed too, destined to become a zombie like Shasha. I even thought it might be better to eat others than to be eaten myself. Han Yang was nearly bewildered by her peculiar line of thought. Was this what they meant by big-chested and brainless? She showed no fear in the face of such events. When I woke up again, I found I was fine. But my arm was indeed bitten. Look, there's a mark. Nan Nan extended her delicate arm, and on her smooth skin, there were indeed clear bite marks, though they had begun to scab. Then I felt very hungry and searched for something to eat in the house. She puffed her cheeks, a hint of frustration in her voice. Usually, we don't cook much at home, and aside from a few snacks, there wasn't much food, and there wasn't much water either. I haven't eaten for a day. I'm about to starve. Han Yang couldn't help but lament the lack of self-sufficiency in modern girls. He suddenly appreciated girls like Chen Fang, who could both grace the banquet halls and manage the kitchen. So what ability did you just use? Why couldn't I see you? Nan Nan's excitement reignited at his words. I also follow series, watch shows, and read novels. I thought that surviving a great disaster might grant me extraordinary abilities. So I idly experimented and truly sensed a mysterious energy within me. It allows me to merge with shadows, especially at night, making me invisible. Even Shasha couldn't detect me. Nan Nan proudly displayed her abilities, stepping into the corner just moments ago, and under Han Yang's watchful gaze, she faded from sight, melding seamlessly into the shadows. Were it not for the daylight, which rendered the shadows less pronounced, one could barely discern her indistinct silhouette. She would have been quite difficult to detect. Han Yang had initially overlooked this remarkable skill. What would happen if it were night? It would be nothing short of a lethal art. If he possessed such an ability, many endeavors would become significantly easier, and he would not be trapped here at present. However, if this power were to be cultivated under his guidance, it could prove to be extraordinarily formidable. Suddenly, Han Yang felt invigorated by the strength of his own abilities, envisioning the potential to rally and control other formidable beings. Yet, how could he persuade Nan Nan? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Just as he was about to invite Chen Nan Nan to join him, she unexpectedly uttered a startling proposition. Hangul, why not be my boyfriend? Huh. Han Yang was utterly taken aback. Chapter 15. The girl next door thus. I shall always have food. Nan Nan munched on her biscuits, nodding with satisfaction, applauding her own cleverness. Han Yang, however, wore a perplexed expression. Isn't there food to be had as your boyfriend? Upon seeing Han Yang's bewilderment, Nan Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Naturally, there was food. After all, he had another one at home. So, are you unwilling? Nan Nan asked, somewhat puzzled, instinctively puffing out her chest while muttering, it's strange. I am so beautiful, with such an appealing figure. And so many men are enamored by me. Besides, didn't you just gaze at my chest for quite a while, Brother Han? Sha even mentioned that you like me and want to pursue me. Is that a deception? Han Yang instinctively glanced at her chest once more. Indeed. It was ample and alluring, perhaps even grander than Chen Fang's. With such words spoken, he found no reason to refuse. Of course, I am willing. But why do you think being with me guarantees food? Being my girlfriend is not without its costs. Han Yang hinted, but before he could elaborate, Nan Nan leaned in and pecked him, leaving crumbs of biscuit strewn across his face. Han Yang was momentarily taken aback. Why did it feel as though each of her actions was utterly captivating? After all, he was merely 4 or 5 years her senior. Yet the generational gap between them seemed more profound than the chasm between her impressive bosom. Wiping his face clean, he watched as Nan Nan departed with a buoyant stride, feeling an urge to introduce her to the techniques of the Han family. Meanwhile, out of Han Yang's sight, Nan Nan's lips curled into a sly smile before she quickly composed herself. Sha always calls me foolish, but I am quite clever, she thought, a triumphant hum echoing in her mind as she recalled the previous evening. Under the cover of dusk, she had stealthily ventured out, using her abilities to observe the pile of corpses at the entrance of the building. At that moment, she had no inkling that Han Yang was responsible. She merely thought him extraordinarily capable. Yet, she had her suspicions, for she was acquainted with all 12 residents of the building. Upon seeing Han Yang expertly force the door open that day and subdue Sha while gathering supplies, realization dawned upon her, igniting a desire to cling to him for support. As for the notion of becoming his girlfriend, that was a brilliant idea that had sparked in her mind. She had often heard Sha mention that Brother Han upstairs seemed to have a fondness for her. Each time they crossed paths, he would greet her while seemingly disregarding Sha, leaving Sha to ponder her own allure. Nan Nan had long harbored the desire to experience romance. Previously, her strict upbringing had stifled such opportunities. Now, having finally stepped into the world of university life, with her good friend Sha keeping a watchful eye, she found herself nearly a year into college, surrounded by admirers, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. And now, amidst the apocalypse, who knew how many remained alive? Nan Nan held no aversion towards Han Yang. On the contrary, as neighbors, she often found herself needing his assistance, which fostered a certain fondness for him. Han Yang was somewhat handsome and undeniably capable. Clinging to him for support seemed a reasonable aspiration. Moreover, a mere kiss from a girlfriend should suffice, right? At most, perhaps a gentle embrace. She observed that the couples in her university behaved similarly. Nan Nan shook her head, her thoughts swirling. However, she soon felt a twinge of disappointment as she gazed at Sha Sha's listless eyes, turning to Han Yang with a glimmer of hope. Brother Han, will Sha Sha ever awaken? I cannot say for certain, he replied. Yet, since we have all awakened our abilities, perhaps one day Sha Sha might too. Who can predict such things? Han Yang was uncertain. In his past life, he had encountered numerous formidable zombies, some of whom had attained a semblance of intelligence. However, he had yet to encounter a zombie that retained its memories. But perhaps his experiences were limited? Indeed, it was conceivable that someone's ability could be to awaken memories. Suddenly enlightened, Nan Nan noticed Sha Sha's attire and wrinkled her nose. One of Sha Sha's shoulder straps had slipped, exposing a considerable portion of her chest. Oh, Sha Sha, is this not a bit too revealing for Brother Han to see? Nan Nan murmured as she assisted in adjusting her clothing. It's still early. I shall check other households. If I find any food, I will save some for you. With that, Han Yang, seeing that there was nothing more to attend to here, prepared to continue his search for zombies. This morning, the fourth leaf of the Yin corpse grass had fully matured, and the fifth was just beginning to sprout. Yet, to reach full maturity, it required a corpse core, a matter of utmost urgency. I'll accompany you. I know where food is stored in abundance. Nan Nan exclaimed eagerly. Oh, how do you know that? Han Yang inquired, not opposing her. He would need to train his team members sooner or later. Her enthusiasm was welcome, albeit somewhat puzzling. The two households on the first floor are occupied by elderly residents. Older generations tend to stockpile food. Nan Nan explained as they walked. I lived here as a child before moving away, but now that I'm in university, I've returned since it's nearby. Apart from Brother Han's rented place, I know everyone else here. Even in the rented units, I often overhear the grandmother on the first floor, so I know quite a bit. Since that is the case, let us start from the first floor. We shall knock on doors to ascertain whether they are inhabited by people or zombies, Han Yang decided, following Nan Nan's suggestion. The first floor should be uninhabited now. Nan Nan hesitated before adding sadly, I saw the grandmother from the first floor transform into a zombie outside. The grandfather from another household has trouble walking and uses a wheelchair, but he has a habit of going out for walks in the morning. Han Yang recalled that upon his rebirth, he had indeed witnessed the elderly lady from the first floor turn into a zombie, chasing after a woman. The two quickly made their way to the first floor, knocking on doors, and indeed received no response. Han Yang unlocked the door and cautiously surveyed the interior, confirming it was safe before allowing Nan Nan to enter. Upon entering the kitchen, Han Yang was astonished. There were indeed numerous supplies. Aside from rice, flour, and oil, there were various dried vegetables and cured meats, as well as an abundance of pastries and nutritional supplements, likely brought by younger relatives visiting the elderly. He instructed Nan Nan to organize the provisions while he proceeded to the other unit on the first floor. Inside, there was similarly no response, however. There seemed to be the faint stirrings of something ominous, though it did not quite resemble the typical undead. As Han Yang opened the door and beheld the scene within, a chill gripped his heart. The once tidy living room lay in utter disarray, marred by dark, congealed bloodstains that marred its surfaces. Not far from the entrance, a wheelchair sat quietly, occupied by a figure. No, it could hardly be referred to as a person anymore. It was less than a mere zombie, reduced to a grotesque skeleton gnawed to near oblivion. At that moment, a low silhouette stealthily emerged from the bedroom, gradually advancing towards Han Yang. Had he not been vigilant, he might have failed to notice its presence. A zombie dog. Chapter 16. The zombie dog. Han Yang focused intently on the zombie dog before him, slowly shutting the security door. No one understood these creatures better than he did. In his previous life, he had controlled two of them. Ordinary human zombies pose minimal threat unless they gather in large numbers. Many people are merely paralyzed by fear and cannot confront human zombies effectively. However, once fear is overcome, coupled with proficient skills, dealing with human zombies becomes a trivial matter. Yet, the same cannot be said for animal zombies, particularly the zombie dogs, prevalent in urban areas, which adhere to their primal hunting instincts. Each one is exceedingly formidable. As the door approached closure, the zombie dog sprang into action, its hairless, crimson muscles rippling as it lunged toward him. Han Yang gripped the doorknob tightly, leaving only a fist-sized gap. Confronting a zombie dog in a confined space would indeed be challenging. However, with the door in between, he felt undaunted. Bang! The zombie dog collided with the door, which remained steadfast. Soon, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth emerged from the crack. The gap was too narrow for the zombie dog's blood-red, muscular mouth to open wide. Yet it attempted to bite Han Yang nonetheless. With one hand controlling the door, he flicked a drop of blood into the creature's mouth. As his powers activated, the zombie dog quickly ceased its aggressive movements and fell silent. What is happening? At that moment, Nan Nan approached, drawn by the commotion. You've tamed a little creature. Han Yang slightly opened the door to allow the zombie dog to emerge, startling Nan Nan. How grotesque. So you find it ugly but not frightening? Han Yang was somewhat immune to her nonchalant nature, yet still found it remarkable. The creature's hideousness was enough to instill terror. I can hardly bear the sight of such a hairless animal. After overcoming her initial discomfort, Nan Nan crouched down to observe it. Animals can become zombies too. Does it have flesh in its mouth? Has it eaten someone? It was a strikingly sweet and charming girl crouched beside a zombie dog. Its exposed crimson muscles and grotesque, hairless form evoking horror as she spoke of cannibalism. This scene, no matter how one looked at it, felt exceedingly bizarre. At one moment, Han Yang questioned who among them had truly been reborn after a year of apocalyptic experience. Yet, recalling that in his previous life, none who awakened powers after being bitten by zombies were normal individuals, he felt a sense of understanding. Perhaps, influenced by the virus, they had subtly transformed, no longer human? Indeed, the residents on the first floor were devoured by it. Han Yang opened the door to reveal the scene within, confident that Nan Nan could withstand it. This was an essential exercise for survival in the apocalypse. Per Grandpa, Hangge, hurry and perform a craniotomy. This unexpected remark nearly caused Han Yang to double over in shock. How do you know? Nan Nan realized she had misspoken. Sticking out her tongue and grinning sheepishly. Yesterday, I heard some commotion outside, so I ventured out in the evening to take a look. To my astonishment, I discovered that the zombie corpses at the entrance had been brutally decapitated. Was Brother Han searching for something within their skulls? Nan Nan's curiosity was palpable. Her observation was indeed meticulous. Han Yang was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that despite Nan Nan's carefree demeanor, she was not as careless as she appeared. This quality is crucial in the apocalypse. Those who are heedless do not survive long. I am in search of a particular crystal. If I find it shortly, you shall be enlightened. Han Yang allowed the zombie dog to enter the room to scout, creating a considerable amount of noise. Once no other zombies emerged, he stepped into the room, briefly surveying a few spaces. In the master bedroom, he stumbled upon another lifeless body. The entire room was drenched in blood, inducing a profound discomfort. Although Nan Nan behaved in a carefree manner, she was not as indifferent as she seemed, lingering at the door without any intention of entering. Han Yang thoroughly examined the two deceased zombies but found no corpse. He then gathered any usable supplies from the room into the corridor before locking the door once more. There was no need to linger in such a terrifying and oppressive space. There are so many supplies. This will sustain me for quite a while. Nan Nan also moved the supplies from the elderly lady's house on the first floor into the corridor, creating a sizable pile. Yet, there was still an inadequate amount of water. Han Yang sighed. Both households had no bottled water or beverages, only buckets of water. Let us leave these items here and continue searching other units. Which unit do you think still is residents? The second floor should be empty. Unit 201 just moved out, reportedly to care for their grandson, while Unit 202 is a family of 3. Their child is in high school and does not return home. And both parents likely went to work. Nan Nan counted on her fingers. The door to Unit 301 is open. I saw that the belongings inside were already taken yesterday. That must have been you, Brother Han. Unit 302 has been rented out to a young couple. They probably aren't home, though they do have a dog. Soon, Nan Nan had introduced all the other units in the building. Aside from one vacant unit on the 6th floor, the rest were occupied. Although most residents were likely not at home, Han Yang considered this carefully. The outbreak of the zombie virus occurred after the peak hours of commuting, meaning most people who worked or studied had already left. Take Chen Fong, for instance. She starts work at 9 and lives nearby, which is why she left late. But she almost managed to get out. Han Yang had just returned from a business trip a few days ago and was on leave. Otherwise, he would not be home either. As for Nan Nan, university students are even more carefree when classes are absent. This situation has resulted in the building currently housing only the 3 of them, with very few zombies, if any. Following protocol, Han Yang explored the entire building. Indeed, just as Nan Nan had stated, aside from discovering a nearly starving little stray dog in Unit 302, he encountered neither other humans nor zombies. Nan Nan diligently followed, bustling about, collecting all the supplies into the corridor. A considerable amount of food and water had been gathered. For the time being, there is no need to rush. Standing in the corridor on the 6th floor, Han Yang let out a sigh of relief, only to be enveloped by a sense of worry once more. The last corpse nucleus remained elusive. Must he venture out in search of more zombies? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 1 in the afternoon. At 11, he and Nan Nan had been so famished that they settled for a few pastries, and now their stomachs were growling with hunger. Their current condition was far from ideal, and after their meal, they would need to organize the supplies on the lower floors. Han Yang's gaze shifted towards the zombie dog. Having consumed 2 corpses, could it possibly possess a corpse nucleus? Chapter 17. a sense of crisis under normal circumstances. Zombies exhibit no interest in the corpses of their kind. However, there are exceptional instances. Subsequent studies have revealed that zombies are, in fact, living bodies devoid of reason. The virus exerts control over human bodies, compelling them to maintain minimal energy expenditure to sustain their vitality. They require external energy supplementation, resulting in an intrinsic craving for blood and flesh, and a fierce aggressiveness towards living beings. Yet, in confined spaces devoid of other organisms, certain zombies may resort to consuming their own kind. Those that engage in such cannibalistic behavior become anomalies among zombies, with the majority transforming into mutated forms. These mutations not only enhance their aggression, but may also awaken abilities akin to those of humans. The presence of such abilities invariably leads to the emergence of a core known as the corpse nucleus. The zombie dog before me has not yet reached that stage. However, the probability of it possessing a corpse nucleus has significantly increased. While zombie dogs are indeed valuable, they can always be replaced. Furthermore, I had just rescued a local mutt downstairs, which serves as a suitable alternative. After all, no matter how useful they may be, they cannot compare to a human's capabilities. This is a lesson learned from past experiences. Zombies lack consciousness, relying solely on their own control, which limits their agility and often results in oversights. Humans, on the other hand, especially those with abilities, present a different scenario. Reflecting on this, I turned my gaze towards Nan Nan, who was diligently moving objects with surprising strength, far surpassing what I could achieve prior to my training. Sweat drenched her clothing, accentuating her graceful figure. "What's wrong, Brother Han?" she inquired, pausing to wipe the perspiration from her forehead. "Nothing. Please move the items to the 5th floor, and afterward, we can have a meal before tackling the rest of the belongings this afternoon." "Okay." Upon hearing the promise of food, Nan Nan's enthusiasm surged, and she hurried downstairs with her load. Compared to Chen Fong, she is truly a remarkable asset. While Chen Fong excels in household chores and cooking, Nan Nan possesses great strength and fearlessness in the face of zombies. With time, I can cultivate her abilities, and she may accompany me on outings. Considering her capabilities, I began to envision numerous tasks that could be accomplished ahead of time, freeing us from the confines of this place. I too must hasten the enhancement of my own strength. I resolved to bring the zombie dog into the vacant apartment on the 6th floor. First, I would ascertain whether this creature possessed a corpse nucleus. If not, I would contemplate venturing out to hunt zombies. With little resistance, I struck the dog's head, and fortune smiled upon me. I extracted a corpse nucleus from the zombie dog's skull. Today's mission had been a resounding success. After securing the nucleus, Nan Nan and I proceeded to transport the supplies from the 6th floor down to our own, finally unlocking our door. Chen Fong had been waiting at the entrance, fully aware of the commotion outside and reassured by the knowledge of my safety. She had even glimpsed Nan Nan through the peephole. However, she refrained from opening the door. Adhering to my instructions, I had advised her to avoid opening the door for anyone, as I possessed the key. "Are you the Nan Nan from downstairs? Let me assist you." Chen Fong stepped aside, allowing me to enter, and immediately noticed the presence of Nan Nan behind me. At long last, Chen Fong encountered a fellow survivor, and her heart brimmed with joy as she rushed forward to offer assistance. "Fong Jia, you're unharmed. How wonderful," Nan Nan chimed in, having heard from Han Yang that there was another person at home. Soon, with their combined efforts, the supplies at the entrance were swiftly moved inside. "I'm starving. Let us eat." Han Yang noted that the dining table was already set with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and the portions were ample for all 3, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Chen Fong promptly stepped forward to assist Han Yang in removing his tactical jacket, which pleased him immensely. Earlier, while scavenging for supplies on the 5th floor, he could have called upon Chen Fong to help, but he refrained, wanting to assess her adherence to his commands. She executed his instructions flawlessly, even displaying foresight by preparing an extra portion for another person. Now, as soon as he spoke, she was eager to help him remove his outerwear. Such a dutiful and thoughtful companion, both charming and capable, what more could one desire? If only she could also be adept in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Nan Nan, like an inquisitive child, surveyed the room. As she observed Chen Fong attending to Han Yang like a devoted wife, her expression turned slightly peculiar. "I recall that Fong Jia is married, isn't she? But who cares, as long as there's food." Nan Nan quickly dismissed the thought and sat at the dining table, eagerly anticipating the meal. It had been several days since she had enjoyed a warm meal, let alone congee. Once everyone was seated, Nan Nan began to devour her food with gusto. "Delicious," she exclaimed, showering Chen Fong with compliments. "Brother Han is fortunate to have Fong Jia cooking for you every day. It's nothing extravagant, just ordinary fare." Chen Fong responded with delight, feeling invigorated by the presence of an additional person in the household, momentarily forgetting the bleakness of their circumstances. Han Yang, too, hurried to join in, aware that Nan Nan's voracious appetite could quickly devour the entire meal if he didn't act swiftly. Although Chun Fong had prepared enough for 3, she had not anticipated that Nan Nan, being an awakened one, would have such a hearty appetite. "Hey, Brother Han, I'm your girlfriend. Can't you leave some for me?" She protested as their chopsticks clashed in a friendly competition over the dwindling food. "Girlfriend?" Chun Fong, not particularly hungry, had taken a few bites and was now watching the two with a smile, feeling an unprecedented tranquility within her. However, upon hearing Nan Nan's words, her expression momentarily froze. "Oh, this girl is hungry and wants to be my girlfriend so I can take care of her," Han Yang explained nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Chun Fong bit her lip, scrutinizing Nan Nan closely. The girl, in terms of attire, appearance, and figure, was by no means inferior to her, and in some aspects, she even surpassed Chun Fong. With her youthful exuberance and vibrant charm, she was a college student yet to face the world, her thoughts still untainted, perhaps even still innocent. What if she and Han Yang grew closer? Where would that leave Chun Fong? A sense of crisis suddenly surged within her. What should she do? Is it simply about going with the flow, or? Furthermore, Han Yang just mentioned wanting me to be his girlfriend, promising he could support me. Am I not already being supported? No, we are engaged in a collaborative effort. Moreover, let us not underestimate ourselves. I am not lacking in any regard. Humph. You promised initially, so allow me to indulge first. Nan Nan and Han Yang were unaware that a single remark had prompted Chun Fong to ponder deeply. They continued to bicker over the meal, ultimately causing Han Yang to chuckle at Nan Nan's protective stance over the food, leading him to concede everything to her. A hearty lunch would mean a productive afternoon. Han Yang vacated his seat to check on the corpse flower. Let us get to work. Humph. With victory in her grasp, Nan Nan happily resumed her meal. Chapter 18. Learning to dance. Han Yang interred the core of the zombie dog within the pot of the shadowed corpse flower. The verdant leaves swayed gently, as if expressing a sense of joy. What kind of plant is this? It glows. How marvelous. Nan Nan, intrigued, held her bowl and chopsticks, eating while inquiring further. As for the shadowed corpse flower, its purpose shall reveal itself in due time. After placing the flower carefully, Han Yang addressed Chun Fong, stating, I have eliminated all dangers within this building. As long as we remain inside, we shall be safe. Once Nan Nan finishes her meal and takes a brief respite, we shall together retrieve the useful supplies from downstairs. Nan Nan, will you move up to join us, or will you remain on the 4th floor by yourself? Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Nan replied, I think I will stay on the 4th floor. Aren't you afraid to be alone? For reasons unknown. Chun Fong felt a peculiar joy upon hearing those words. Yet, she couldn't help but admire Nan Nan's courage to live independently. Not at all. I have Sha Sha keeping me company, and oh, there's also Xiao Wang. Nan Nan patted her chest, causing it to quiver slightly, prompting Han Yang to glance her way with interest. Sha Sha, Xiao Huang, they are my roommates. Although they have turned into zombies, Brother Han has managed to control them. Xiao Huang is a stray dog we found on the 3rd floor. Nan Nan chattered animatedly about the events downstairs, revealing the details of their awakened abilities. Awakened abilities, you say? Chun Fong felt a mix of astonishment and envy, while a certain resolve within her began to waver. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 individuals, having refreshed themselves, commenced the task of moving belongings upstairs. Chun Fong was not an awakened one. Her strength and recuperative abilities were significantly inferior. And after several trips, she was panting heavily. She said nothing, gritting her teeth and persevering. Han Yang kindly invited her into the room he and Nan Nan had previously searched to continue their quest for overlooked treasures. Indeed, they discovered a considerable number of valuable items. Some were of little use to Han Yang, yet were essential for women, such as sanitary pads. While transporting items from the 3rd floor, a gaunt little stray dog caught Chun Fong's attention. Upon spotting Nan Nan, it stumbled over, its tail spinning like a windmill, nuzzling against her repeatedly. Oh, Xiao Huang is all right, Nan Nan exclaimed, lifting the dog in delight. This little stray belonged to a household on the 3rd floor, which was unoccupied. The dog had gone hungry for several days, and after Nan Nan discovered it, she had fed it some milk. It was only now beginning to recover. It hadn't eaten much earlier and was likely hungry again. Let us offer it some liquid food, ensuring not to let it feast too greedily. Han Yang also planted a seed of consciousness within the dog. If Nan Nan wished to keep it, precautions against its potential transformation into a zombie were necessary. If it did indeed turn, wouldn't that mean the return of a zombie dog? Han Yang chuckled, startling the little dog, which burrowed into Nan Nan's embrace, eliciting a twinge of envy from Han Yang. It's not afraid of suffocation, I see, he muttered. After a busy day until 5 o'clock, they finally cleared all the items. After a brief respite, Chenfang began to organize the supplies, sorting them meticulously. Most of the items were piled high in the dining room and kitchen, such as rice, flour, oil, and some dried vegetables. A small portion was placed in Han Yang's bedroom, including alcohol, beverages, snacks, and instant food. Once she had organized the supplies, she took out some perishable items to begin cooking. Meanwhile, Han Yang was not idle. He started teaching Nan Nan the dragon elephant body forging technique. What is that? Nan Nan thought, eagerly awaiting the meal and reluctant to move. It is a set of exercises that can rapidly enhance the physical qualities of awakened individuals. It is also effective for ordinary people, albeit less pronounced. Chenfang, who was selecting vegetables, faintly overheard this and immediately understood why Han Yang's strength had increased so rapidly. Can I be as strong as Brother Han? Nan Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not just that. Let me demonstrate the first 2 sets of movements for you. Han Yang moved to the center of the living room and performed the actions with agility. Nan Nan watched intently, occasionally mimicking the movements beside him. After Han Yang finished, Nan Nan, still eager, began to recall the actions. Now you practice on your own. I'll point out any mistakes. All right, Brother Han. Nan Nan took Han Yang's previous position and quickly began to move. Han Yang was astonished. It was not that Nan Nan performed poorly. She was simply too similar. Her every gesture, every turn, though not perfect, was remarkably accurate. There were just a few errors in her breathing technique and the angles of exertion. Impressive, Nan Nan. To grasp it to this extent after just one viewing, Han Yang felt a twinge of jealousy. It's not too surprising. We often memorize movements when learning dance. So I have some experience. Nan Nan giggled. You dance? Han Yang mused, suddenly enlightened. All right, practice once more, and I'll point out any issues. Since she was his girlfriend, Han Yang felt at ease, touching her where appropriate. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her flexibility. If only they were in bed. Nan Nan remained focused, diligently correcting her movements. By the time she had mastered the first 2 sets, Chenfang had also prepared the meal. Why do I feel so hungry after practicing this? As soon as Nan Nan saw the food, her desire to practice vanished. You were such a foodie. What can I do? I'm just hungry. The 2 bantered as they sat down at the dining table. The sun set in the west, marking the end of another day. With the fading light, the 3 enjoyed their dinner cheerfully. I'm so full. Nan Nan leaned back in her chair, stretching luxuriously. With her movement, her figure became notably prominent, captivating Han Yang's gaze. Having eaten 3 meals today, shouldn't Nan Nan fulfill her duties as a girlfriend? Clearing his throat, he began, Nan Nan, tonight. Before he could finish, Nan Nan suddenly clenched her fist and struck her other palm with it. I nearly forgot that little Huang hasn't had his meal yet. Brother Han, I shall return home to feed him first, and I will come back tomorrow, Nan Nan exclaimed, darting down the stairs with astonishing speed. Chenfang, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, a smile can be enchanting and captivating. The entire room seemed to radiate with newfound brightness. Han Yang's eyes gleamed with delight. With one departing, there remains another. Han Yang gazed at the charming smile that was so close, teasingly remarked, Fang, since you've had your fill, why not take a moment to rest? I could teach you the second set of movements for the dragon elephant body refining technique. Han Yang merely wished to retaliate against her earlier laughter, not expecting her to agree. To his surprise, Chenfang hesitated for a brief moment before promptly responding, Sure? Han Yang glanced outside. The sky had grown dim. Although the room was not entirely devoid of light, it was sufficiently dim to obscure distant objects. The inadequate illumination rendered teaching impossible, and Han Yang understood this. As did Chenfang. Yet, she still consented. Could it be? Han Yang scrutinized Chenfang closely, noticing her gently biting her lip. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, avoiding his gaze. She appeared somewhat bashful, yet there seemed to be an unspoken suggestion lingering in the air. Chapter 19. Double Blessings, the 5th Day of the Apocalypse. As dawn broke, Han Yang awoke early, the world outside still shrouded in twilight. Yet, this morning was markedly different from the others. He was no longer alone. In his embrace lay a beauty, serene as jade, her delicate lashes fluttering in a state between slumber and wakefulness. Han Yang reminisced about the previous night, likening it to savoring an ice cream on a sweltering summer day, truly refreshing. Gazing at her enchanting visage, he pondered, would it be delightful to indulge once more? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Brother Han, open the door. I'm here for breakfast. The bright voice of Nan Nan floated through the air. Inside the bedroom, Chenfang cast a playful glare at Han Yang. Hurry up and get dressed. Open the door once I return to my room. With a resigned sigh, Han Yang hastily donned his clothes and called out, coming. Chenfang gathered her scattered garments, wrapping them in a bedsheet before carefully retreating to her own quarters. That glutton Nan Nan. I shall teach her a lesson soon. Han Yang mused irritably as he watched Chun Fong's graceful silhouette vanish, before proceeding to open the door. Brother Han, why did it take you so long to open the door? Nan Nan inquired, rubbing her little belly as she stepped inside. Is breakfast ready? Behind her trailed a small yellow dog, its tail wagging enthusiastically, barking a friendly greeting to Han Yang. I'm absolutely famished, Nan Nan exclaimed, her eyes darting around the room. Stop looking, your sister Fong hasn't even risen yet. Today, Nan Nan sported a fresh outfit. A cropped white t-shirt that barely reached her waist paired with shorts that showcased her long legs, inciting an irresistible urge to touch. Han Yang's eyes lit up. This girl had boldly declared herself his girlfriend, and having just disrupted his moment, perhaps a little touch could serve as compensation? He rubbed his fingers together. Unable to resist the temptation, seemingly aware of Han Yang's gaze, Nan Nan scrunched her adorable nose and leaned closer. To his astonishment, she planted a kiss on his cheek. This is your daily dose of girlfriend perks. She giggled, before feigning a pout. Brother Han, have you not washed your face? It tastes salty. Playfully. Han Yang wiped the drool from his face. I did some warm-up exercises this morning and broke a sweat. Brother Han still has the energy for warm-ups? I'm starving and have no desire to move. Nan Nan plopped herself onto a chair, adopting a languid posture. Ever since my abilities awakened, I find myself perpetually hungry. Strength comes at a price, indeed. At that moment, Han Yang recalled the corpse grass. He approached the pot and discovered that the fifth leaf had finally emerged, its grayish-white patterns intricate and dense, the entire plant radiating a faint glow, exuding a subtle fragrance. At last, it has matured. A smile spread across Han Yang's face, as he prepared to harvest it for consumption. Just then, Chun Fong, fully dressed, emerged from her room. Her new attire remained refreshingly elegant. She wore a white shirt above and a JK pleated skirt below, barely concealing her legs, evoking boundless imagination with each step. Upon spotting Chun Fong, Nan Nan joyfully approached her. Are you hungry? I will prepare a meal. Absolutely. Make enough for two. I can help. Han Yang interjected at that moment. Very well. Chun Fong playfully shot Han Yang a reproachful glance before turning towards the kitchen. Today, the corpse grass had matured, and the extra food was to prepare for an impending enhancement of abilities, necessitating a substantial energy replenishment. Having experienced a deepening of their relationship last night, Han Yang realized that his subconscious hints towards Chun Fong had reached a new level. It could not be said to be 100% loyalty. For human hearts are intricate and complex, however, betrayal would not come easily. The same could be said for Nan Nan, albeit her situation was somewhat peculiar. From the outset, when Han Yang began to subtly influence her consciousness, he encountered no significant resistance. Gradually increasing the intensity, he found it surprisingly smooth to cultivate a sense of trust. Pondering this phenomenon, Han Yang could only conclude that this open-hearted girl perhaps had no concept of betrayal. Thus, he was now willing to reveal certain matters to both of them. The breakfast was soon ready, and the trio gathered around the dining table, satiated, with plenty of food left over. Brother Han, what shall we do with the leftovers? Nan Nan, ever curious, inquired. Naturally, we shall eat. Just a moment, Han Yang replied, moving the corpse grass to the table and retrieving scissors to snip the exposed root. Snip. The corpse grass snapped, and Han Yang firmly grasped the upper portion. A milky white sap immediately oozed from the wound, dripping into the soil. With the last bit of corpse core remaining, he hoped to grow another corpse grass. Intentionally, he did not uproot the entire plant, leaving some of the stem in the earth, harboring a flicker of hope. In his past life, this method was only occasionally successful, with most attempts ending in failure. This was inevitable as the corpse grass neither bloomed nor bore fruit, its means of reproduction unknown. Leaving the stem could occasionally yield another plant. Otherwise, if large-scale cultivation were possible, awakened individuals with special abilities would be everywhere, and he would not have been deceived while searching for second-tier plants in his past life. Brother Han, why did you cut it? Will you use it? Indeed. Under the gaze of the two women, Han Yang, like a glutton, stuffed the entire corpse grass into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. The corpse grass was not palatable. It had a slightly bitter taste, which soon transformed into a chilling sensation reminiscent of myth. However, the bitterness quickly intensified, becoming almost unbearable, akin to drinking bitter melon juice mixed with myth. Han Yang grimaced at the bitterness but persevered, swallowing it down. The chill traveled down his esophagus to his stomach, where it instantly ignited into warmth, merging into a flow of heat that coursed through his body. The energy of the seed of consciousness he controlled accompanied this warmth, circulating within him and continuously expanding. As he passed through, every sinew and muscle in his body seemed to roar, drawn by an invisible force that consumed the energy within Han Yang. His stomach, having just been filled to capacity, suddenly felt an insatiable hunger. He picked up his chopsticks and immediately resumed eating voraciously. In no time, to the astonishment of the two women, the remnants of the meal on the table were devoured entirely. At that moment, he sensed that peculiar devouring force within him had finally dissipated. Han Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was accomplished. Chapter 20. New abilities. Han Yang, filled with excitement, waved his hand, but lost control, striking the dining table with a resounding thud. The table, burdened beyond its limits, creaked ominously, a fissure splitting the wood down the center, appearing on the verge of collapse. "Ah!" Chen Fong exclaimed in alarm. But fortunately, Han Yang quickly regained his composure and supported the table with both hands, preventing a cascade of dishes from crashing to the floor. "Forgive me. My abilities have just been enhanced, and I am still adjusting." "Wow, that's incredible. Brother Han, I want that too." Nan Nan exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm, planting a fervent kiss on Han Yang's cheek and bouncing around him joyfully. Once the initial shock subsided, Chen Fong's thoughts deepened, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure, as if they might overflow with emotion. In the end, with the collaboration of the two women, the dishes were swiftly cleared away. The dining table, however, was beyond salvage. Han Yang discarded it aside, intending to procure a new one from another floor. Simultaneously, he took a moment to meticulously assess the changes in his abilities. Physically, his strength had nearly doubled compared to before, a palpable difference. His speed, endurance, and recovery had all been enhanced, though the specifics remained to be tested. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel his body was lighter, almost reaching the state he had before his rebirth. That had been the result of 6 months of natural growth followed by another 6 months of rigorous training to attain the pinnacle of a first-tier ability user. Now, merely after a few days of exercise combined with the advancement of his powers, he had already returned to that level. The more crucial aspect was the vast potential still lying within him, waiting to be tapped. Moreover, Han Yang perceived a monumental transformation in the seed of consciousness within him. Previously, he could only transmit information unidirectionally through this seed to control zombies and subtly influence humans. Now, his mind was constantly receiving intricate information from Chen Fong, Nan Nan, Sha Sha, and the little dog. This complex influx did not hinder his thought processes, rather akin to sight. His mind distilled and retained only the essential information for his awareness. From Chen Fong, Han Yang could sense her proximity, the rhythm of her breathing, and the intensity of her heartbeat. From Nan Nan, in addition to those sensations, he could also perceive the flow of energy within her body. Wait. Han Yang's spirit jolted, as he sensed the energy movement within Nan Nan. The energy of the seed of consciousness within him instinctively mirrored it. In that fleeting moment, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards the shadows. Could it be? Just then, Nan Nan and Chen Fong had finished tidying up the tableware and were about to inquire about Han Yang. Both were brimming with questions, especially Nan Nan. However, they were taken aback to see Han Yang draw the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Simultaneously, Han Yang's body, akin to a droplet merging into a river, shifted within the shadows of the curtains and gradually vanished. My abilities. Nan Nan was taken aback, instinctively deploying her own powers. In Chen Fong's gaze, Nan Nan, too, vanished as if she were a fish slipping beneath the water's surface. Is this the power of shadow concealment? Chen Fong covered her mouth in astonishment. Although she had heard about it from Nan Nan before, witnessing it in person was truly remarkable. Her eyes shimmered with envy and desire. Meanwhile, Han Yang, seamlessly merging with the shadows, was brimming with excitement. The progression of his abilities had indeed granted him a tremendous surprise. To think he could now mimic others' abilities. If he managed to plant the seed of consciousness in enough ability users, would he not become an all-powerful being? Brother Han, what is the nature of your abilities? At that moment, Nan Nan also blended into the shadows. Although their figures were not easily discernible from the outside, the two individuals enveloped in darkness could see each other clearly. Han Yang released his powers, and his form immediately reappeared in the room. Addressing the two women, my abilities have advanced. My second-tier ability allows me to mimic the powers of others, though this mimicry is not without its limitations. Han Yang collected his thoughts, having identified some drawbacks through recent experimentation. First, I can only imitate the powers of those with whom I have established a consciousness contract. Such as with you, Nan Nan. The consciousness contract is the name I previously mentioned, enabling me to control the mindless zombies. But it proves ineffective against conscious humans and animals. Naturally, I explained to both of you that applying this contract is a precaution against anyone suddenly transforming into a zombie and becoming violent. Secondly, I can only utilize one ability at a time. If you, Chen Fong, also awaken your powers, I must choose to mimic either your abilities or those of Nan Nan. I cannot use both simultaneously. Lastly, there are distance constraints to this mimicry. If Nan Nan strays too far from me, I will be unable to replicate her abilities. though the exact distance remains uncertain for now. That is indeed impressive. I wonder what my abilities will become after advancing. Nan Nan clapped her hands in delight, her imagination soaring with anticipation. Could it be due to that shadow corpse grass we encountered earlier? Qinfang's focus diverged as she gazed at Han Yang with a hint of expectation. Indeed, I discovered that shadow corpse grass amidst a horde of zombies. They seemed intent on consuming it. Both Nan Nan and I awakened our powers due to the zombie virus. And the peculiar plant that draws the attention of zombies may indeed be beneficial to us as well. Now I realize, this extraordinary plant could enhance our abilities. And it might even facilitate the awakening of powers in ordinary individuals upon receiving Han Yang's affirmation. Qinfang's heart raced with excitement. She even overlooked the earlier mishap that had caused her to retreat to her room in disarray after Han Yang's earlier antics. What are we waiting for? Brother Han, let us venture out to find it. Let us help Sister Fang awaken her abilities, so all three of us can be awakened. Nan Nan exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. No need to rush, we are uncertain of its whereabouts. I have intentionally left a portion of the root in the flower pot. Let us see if it can sprout first. Ah, indeed. Nan Nan dashed towards the flower pot. How can we make it grow faster? Should we water it? She fixated on the small portion of the root that was visible. No, it only requires the core from the zombie's brain. However, I no longer possess it. Perhaps I shall bury it in the soil once I find it in the future. So, the core can be utilized in such a manner. Nan Nan suddenly understood. Qinfang recalled a moment that had once terrified her. It was evident that when Han Yang struck her husband's head, it was not merely a finishing blow, but an attempt to locate this core. At that time, the zombie virus had just begun to spread. Qinfang pursed her lips, choosing not to delve deeper into her thoughts. As long as Han Yang treated her well, she did not mind. Han Yang was unconcerned that they might draw certain conclusions. At this moment, he felt increasingly confident in his abilities. After his powers ascended to the second tier, not only did he acquire new abilities, but his original powers were also enhanced. For instance, his control over zombies had improved significantly. Previously, he felt as if he was manipulating a marionette, clumsy and error-prone. Now, it resembled controlling a character in a video game, much smoother. Occasionally, he could even perceive the images seen through the eyes of the zombies he commanded. Just like Sasha. Huh? What is Sasha watching? Chapter 21. The future gathering place. In the imagery relayed by Sasha, there exists an open wardrobe brimming with an array of vividly colored garments. Most of these attires resemble the personas from various anime. Some outfits are strikingly avant-garde and audacious, with scant fabric. Whose garments might these be? Are they Nan Nan's or Sasha's? Is Nan Nan treating Sasha as a Barbie doll for dress-up? Han Yang sighed softly, contemplating the opportunity to see Nan Nan donned in such attire in the future. His attention then shifted back to his own abilities. Han Yang discovered that, in addition to the aforementioned enhanced capabilities, his influence over others had also intensified. He could now instill the seeds of consciousness instantaneously, allowing for profound suggestions that could directly foster trust and loyalty. This confirmed his suspicions, given time. His powers could escalate to the point of determining life and death with a mere thought. Moreover, the limit of consciousness seeds he could plant had doubled, from 10 to 20. In the post-apocalyptic world, a gathering of more than 10 individuals could be deemed a small community. After all, the greater the number, the higher the consumption and management challenges, not to mention the exponentially increasing dangers. The ever-mutating zombie virus weighed heavily on everyone's minds, instilling a constant vigilance towards those around them. Thus, most future communities were composed of small groups of 3 to 5 individuals, banding together for warmth and mutual support, forming a collection of gathering places without a distinct leader. Initially, Han Yang had planned to assemble a survival team, but now he could strive towards establishing a gathering place. However, due to the newly acquired second-tier abilities, he decided to pursue a route of elite personnel. His recruitment priorities would first favor those with abilities, followed by attractive women. After all, women are not only pleasing to the eye but also easier to manage. Men, with their myriad desires and grand ambitions, even when subjected to suggestive limitations, were not individuals he wished to recruit extensively, unless they possessed uniquely exceptional talents. Yet, all of this hinged upon the existence of a suitable base, one that could ensure safety and accommodate personnel. It was time to commence preparations for the next phase of the plan. Enough about the in-corpse grass. We shall discuss that later. For now, I have some matters to address. Upon witnessing Han Yang's serious demeanor, Qinfang and Nan Nan immediately adopted attentive postures. It was now the 5th day since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and this world increasingly resembled nothing of what they once knew. Awakened abilities, zombies roaming freely, miraculous plants. What other phenomena might manifest in the future remained a mystery to all. Currently, communication lines were severed, electricity was disrupted, and gas supplies were dwindling. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, I believe that no rescue will be forthcoming. We must rely on ourselves for survival. You are all aware of our situation here. Food is not an immediate concern, but there will inevitably come a time when it runs out. The gas supply is limited, and its sustainability is uncertain, while water can only be procured through venturing outside. Without assistance, this location is unsuitable for long-term habitation. Thus, I plan to depart in a few days, seeking a new locale more conducive to sustain survival. What about you? Are you planning to stay here and wait for rescue? Or will you join me? Han Yang spoke in one breath. Naturally, I will join you. I am already yours. So don't think you can just put on your pants and leave. To Han Yang's surprise, Chun Fong answered decisively, without a moment's hesitation, casting him a playful glare. Did I just hear something remarkable? Nan Nan observed them with a peculiar gaze. My first boyfriend was a complete scoundrel. What should I do? I'm waiting for a response, and I'm quite anxious. Chun Fong's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced aside. Han Yang felt a pang of discomfort. Women were never simple creatures. Chun Fong's earlier words might have been heartfelt, yet they could also imply a declaration to Nan Nan, especially since, nominally, Nan Nan was still his girlfriend, albeit their relationship had only been established the day before. However, in reality, it was Chun Fong who had been intimate with him. And that had only occurred last night. Han Yang took a deep breath, about to break the tension, when Nan Nan interjected again. A netizen asked if the scoundrel still pays for meals. He does. Then there's no problem. Nan Nan hummed, swiftly changing the subject. Brother Han, have you decided where to go? If not, I have a recommendation, though it's a bit far. Han Yang's expression shifted. Could it be a coincidence? Oh, where? Brother Han, have you heard of Shui Xia Huacheng? The row of villas near the coastline in the Binhai district? Han Yang pondered briefly before recalling that it was indeed a well-known gathering place before his rebirth. It was not only by the water, but also featured solar water heaters and photovoltaic systems. More importantly, there was a river flowing through the community, and the population density was low, resulting in far fewer zombies. Consequently, many people had fled there to live. However, that was not Han Yang's ultimate destination. Yet, compared to his final goal, the two locations were not far apart. Along the coastal road, it was only a few kilometers away. Nan Nan seemed very familiar with it. Chun Fong, less informed, only listened to the description, which sounded quite appealing. Actually, my parents live there. A rare look of concern crossed Nan Nan's face. I want to go back and take a look. Is that okay, Brother Han? Seeing Nan Nan's pleading expression, Han Yang's voice was resolute. Of course. It's fine. That is wonderful. Nan Nan exclaimed, leaping with excitement. When are we setting off? No need to rush. We still have some preparations to make. Moreover, Han Yang took out his phone, opened the offline map, and located the place Nan Nan mentioned, Shui Xia Huating, not far from another location. This is where we are going. Nan Nan leaned in, scrutinizing the map closely, then exclaimed, Oh, I know this place. Isn't it's still under development? Chun Fong also leaned in to examine the map, realizing Han Yang was pointing to a small island not far from the coastline. Where's this? She had never heard of it. After all, her time in Jinghai had been too brief. Golden Sands Island, also known as the Golden Sands Resort, Han Yang reminisced, continuing. It should have just been completed and not yet open to the public. It is said to be an exclusive resort area designed specifically for the affluent. The island boasts not only an independent power generation system and seawater purification system, but also 10 standalone sea view villas and a luxurious resort hotel. Most importantly, aside from the waterway, there is only one road leading to the outside world. Once sealed off, there is no need to worry about zombie attacks, ensuring absolute safety. Han Yang's succinct description of the island's amenities and environment instantly captivated the two. With water, electricity, and beaches, it was decided they would go there. Nan Nan was filled with determination, particularly because it was not far from her parents' home, allowing her to visit them as well. Chun Fong felt a twinge of envy. Her hometown was in the north, too distant to return to in this lifetime. This thought brought her a slight sadness. She usually tried not to dwell on such matters, knowing that even if they met, the outcome might not align with her hopes. Now that their destination was confirmed, the next step was to arrange the specifics. Chapter 22, Cosplay. We find ourselves in the Qingbei district of Jinghai City, with over 30 kilometers to our destination. We must traverse a considerable portion of Qingbei district and most of Binhai district. Typically, this distance would not be daunting, as one could arrive in half an hour by car, yet the circumstances are markedly different now. Aside from the multitude of zombies outside, the outbreak coincided with peak commuting hours, rendering the road conditions far from ideal. In the living room, Han Yang retrieved a map from the mountaineering bag on the third floor, elucidating the route to Nan Nan and Chun Fong. It is imperative that we identify which paths are traversable, which are not, and where the concentration of zombies lies, necessitating our thorough exploration and careful route planning. Han Yang paused, turning his gaze toward Chen Fang. She bit her lip, having already surmised his intention. Thanks to Nan Nan's abilities, this plan could indeed be executed. My proposal is for Nan Nan and me to depart at dusk, utilizing her powers to obscure our presence and evade the zombies while we scout the path. Once we have mapped it out, we shall return, procure a vehicle, load it with supplies, and proceed directly to our destination. But wouldn't that leave Sister Fang alone at home? Indeed, this journey poses considerable danger for her. Only by ensuring a secured route can we maximize her safety. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang's eyes brimmed with affection and gratitude as she looked at Han Yang. She understood that had it not been for her burdensome presence, Han Yang and Nan Nan could have explored without needing to return. Never mind, you both go ahead. I will wait for your return at home. Sister Fang. What woof. You two need not be so dramatic. It is not as if you were leaving right this moment. Han Yang remarked helplessly as he observed their feigned sorrow. Even the dog joining in the theatrics. When do you plan to set off? Perhaps the night after tomorrow. Han Yang contemplated. Prior to our exploratory venture, we must undertake some preparations. First, Nan Nan needs to master the dragon elephant body refinement technique to enhance her strength. Secondly, I should also scout the vicinity for suitable weapons. Then what are we waiting for? Teach me quickly, Nan Nan exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. Familiarize yourself with the first 2 sets of movements first. I will change the dining table. All right, Fang Jia, let us practice together. Han Yang cast the broken dining table into an unoccupied room on the 4th floor, then made his way to Nan Nan's room to check on the zombie Sha Sha. He was intrigued by the transformation Nan Nan had bestowed upon her. Upon entering Nan Nan's room, he was immediately captivated by Shasha's striking appearance. Her formerly lustrous black hair had been transformed into short white locks, adorned with a black headband. She was clad in a black Gothic-style dress, intricately designed with cutouts at the collarbone that revealed glimpses of her alabaster skin. Just below the collarbone, a section of fabric had been excised, exposing a small portion of her bosom. Further down, the skirt was divided into several segments, through which one could faintly discern her snowy thighs. She sported a pair of black knee-high leather boots. The tall boots ascend, revealing a small section of black stockings partially obscured by the hem of a dress. This resembles the protagonist's attire from Nier Automata, does it not? Although Han Yang has never played the game, he has observed her videos. If only she donned an eye mask and wielded a long blade in her hand, it would be utterly perfect. Han Yang dares to assert that this is undoubtedly the most exquisite cosplay he has ever encountered. Approaching closer, he notices that her back is also remarkably faithful to the original, exposing a generous expanse of skin. Yet, he wonders what lies beneath. Han Yang recalls the content of videos he has seen in the past and cannot resist lifting a portion of the skirt. To his dismay, he discovers a pair of flesh-toned safety shorts. A disappointing revelation. Han Yang mutters a critique before resuming his examination of the cosplay costumes in the wardrobe. This one seems to be from Thor, Ragnarok. This one is Rem. And this one is Yoimiya. The array of garments dazzles him. Ultimately, he can only identify a small fraction. If Chen Fang were to don these outfits, and then, Han Yang can't help but swallow hard. There will be ample opportunities in the days to come. These costumes are treasures that must be taken, with firm resolve. He then heads to another floor to retrieve a nearby dining table. In the living room, the 2 women are still diligently practicing. Han Yang sets down the table and, observing their movements, his eyes light up, especially Chen Fang, whose JK skirt is rather short. Having already shared intimate moments with him, she shows no hesitation. As she bends and raises her legs, she reveals boundless allure. Allow me to teach you the next sequences of movements. Han Yang, dissatisfied with merely watching, strides forward to offer guidance. The morning swiftly passes. Nan Nan grasps the techniques quickly, mastering all 4 sequences. Han Yang is earnest in his instruction. As he will be accompanying her frequently, every enhancement in her skills counts. Chen Fang, however, struggles considerably while guiding her. Han Yang often seizes the opportunity to touch her here and pinch her there when Nan Nan isn't looking. Chen Fang, somewhat entranced by the thrill, does not resist Han Yang too much, merely casting him a dozen eye rolls. In the end, she learns the movements in a muddled manner, panting heavily with a flushed face. I'll go prepare dinner. You two continue your practice. Observing Han Yang becoming increasingly inappropriate, Chen Fang decides to retreat to the kitchen. I'll help with the cooking. You keep up the good work. Han Yang instructs Nan Nan before also stepping into the kitchen. Nan Nan wrinkles her nose and lets out a soft huff. They think she has noticed, but Nan Nan is fully aware of Han Yang's little antics. How dare he flirt in front of his legitimate girlfriend? What a pair of scoundrels. Well, it seems my status as a girlfriend was just casually mentioned. But who cares, as long as there is food to eat. Nan Nan has never known a life of luxury, but she has always enjoyed her meals without worry. Moreover, she has no concerns about dieting. She possesses a physique that remains slim regardless of her consumption. She has never truly experienced the pangs of hunger. However, the past few days of the viral outbreak have left her utterly famished, especially after the awakening of her abilities. An overwhelming wave of hunger nearly compelled her to gnaw on the table. Fortunately, there was still some food at home, which allowed her to regain her composure. However, this also resulted in her enduring days of hunger thereafter. The scant snacks available were rationed, as she dared not consume them all at once. Each day, her stomach grumbled incessantly, leading her to develop an obsession with food. All I desire is to earn a living and, in passing, to visit my parents. I care little for those despicable individuals. Despite outwardly expressing such sentiments, Nan Nan felt a twinge of discomfort mingled with curiosity within her. Were they truly cooking? Were they perhaps scheming something nefarious in secret? Her thoughts were akin to a cat's claws, scratching at her mind. Unable to resist, Nan Nan quietly crept closer to the kitchen. She did not dare approach too closely, fearing discovery by the two. She faintly overheard the voices within. What are you doing here? I came to help you. The initial exchange seemed entirely ordinary, but then Chen Fang exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Nan Nan is outside." "It's fine. She is engrossed in her practice and cannot see us here." "What does that have to do with me?" Nan Nan, bewildered, found the ensuing silence perplexing. "You say I cannot see? Then I shall see." Stealthily, Nan Nan peeked her head out, casting a distant glance inside. Chapter 23. Sasha is the key in the kitchen. Chen Fang was preparing vegetables while Han Yang embraced her from behind. They resembled a pair of enamored lovers, inseparable at every moment. Nan Nan cast a fleeting glance. Detecting little unusual, but fearing discovery, she swiftly retreated. Was it truly necessary to hold each other so closely while merely selecting vegetables? Nan Nan pouted. Returning to the living room, she resumed her practice. After an entire morning of training, she noted a significant increase in her strength. Moreover, her speed had markedly improved. With her graceful form, she had approached the kitchen without making a sound. If it were night, and she unleashed her abilities, no one would detect her presence. The exhilaration of her agility and strength filled Nan Nan with joy, motivating her to train even more diligently. Time passed, and after completing another set of movements, she felt utterly exhausted and insatiably hungry. "Is dinner not ready yet?" Nan Nan muttered, perceiving the meal preparation to be particularly prolonged. "Sister Fang, Brother Han, is dinner ready?" Nan Nan called out. Almost done." Chen Fang's voice faintly echoed back. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Chen Fang's lips. "Sister Fang, are you all right?" Nan Nan rushed toward the kitchen. "I'm fine. It seems a mouse startled me." Chen Fang explained, her face flushed, still shaken. Han Yang supported her from behind. "It's good that you're okay. What is that strange smell?" Nan Nan stepped into the kitchen, wrinkling her nose in curiosity. "Perhaps some food has spoiled," Chen Fang replied, casting an accusatory glance at Han Yang. "All right, since Chen Fang is fine, you should go wait for dinner outside. You're of no help here." Han Yang quickly urged Nan Nan to leave. Chen Fang sighed with relief. Why is it that with Brother Han's assistance, the meal preparation seemed to take longer? Once outside the kitchen, Nan Nan regarded Han Yang with suspicion. "Did you truly come to help, or to create chaos?" Han Yang, slightly embarrassed, mumbled, "I wasn't causing trouble, just lending a hand." "What?" Nan Nan did not catch his words. "Nothing. I'll just go use the restroom." Han Yang hastily retreated. He returned to his room, grabbed a clean pair of shorts, and then entered the restroom. After a quick wash and changing into fresh attire, he felt instantly rejuvenated. Indeed, this was the proper way to wear a JK skirt. Today's lunch was rather delayed. By the time they finished eating, it was already 2 in the afternoon. During this time, Chen Fang had also returned to her room to change outfits, but it was not visibly apparent. Only Han Yang noticed when the two were exercising together in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Chen Fang declined Han Yang's guidance, opting instead for Nan Nan to instruct her. This delighted Nan Nan, as she finally assumed the role of a teacher. Han Yang, feeling helpless, retreated to the side, appreciating the graceful movements of the two while also diligently focusing on his own training. As evening descended, and despite Chen Fang's firm refusal to assist, dinner proceeded as usual. Once the meal was finished, twilight began to envelop the surroundings. Han Yang called for Nan Nan. "Let us head out tonight. We can stroll around and visit the convenience store to gather some supplies, and perhaps scout for a hardware store as well." "Sounds great. I'll just change my clothes." "Xiao Wang, come with me." Nan Nan replied enthusiastically, calling her little dog as she returned to her home. Han Yang also began to change, organizing his gear while Chen Fang lent a hand. Before long, Nan Nan reappeared, donned in a long-sleeved windbreaker akin to Han Yang's, paired with pencil pants and sporting sneakers, exuding youth and vibrancy. Her legs, accentuated by the fitted pants, appeared slender and straight, captivating the gaze of anyone who beheld her. "Here is your backpack." Along with a trekking pole for self-defense, Han Yang handed her a large backpack and a trekking pole. Earlier that afternoon, he had briefly instructed her on how to target the weaknesses of zombies. It remained uncertain whether it was her innate talent or natural ability. But her performance had been commendable. Though her accuracy could not be claimed to be perfect, it was impressively around 80 to 90%. However, this was during practice against static targets. Achieving even half that accuracy in the chaos of real combat against moving zombies would be exceptional. Of course, Han Yang did not expect her to be an extraordinary zombie slayer. Her capabilities were more than sufficient. With preparations complete, the duo was ready to embark on their venture. "You too, be careful." Chun Fong expressed her concern, prompting Nan Nan to embrace her. "Don't worry, Fongjia." Han Yang nodded in agreement, assuring her not to fret excessively. Only then did they step outside. They made their way down, swiftly arriving at the entrance of their unit. Han Yang gently opened the door, striving to minimize any noise. The outside world was shrouded in dimness, visibility was low. Yet, neither Han Yang nor Nan Nan was deterred. Their affinity for shadows allowed them to acclimatize to the dark environment. While they could not see as clearly as in daylight, their vision was not entirely compromised. In Han Yang's view, the world had lost some color, appearing in shades of black and white, akin to footage captured by a night vision camera. "It's safe outside." After observing for a moment and noticing no immediate threats, Han Yang signaled Nan Nan to step out, subsequently closing the unit door behind them. The door locked automatically, ensuring that without a keycard or key, it could not be opened from the outside, thus safeguarding the building. Having endured 5 days of the apocalypse, the cries of humanity had become a rare sound within the community. Most of the survivors had grasped the gravity of their situation and ceased their reckless behaviors, learning to lie low and await rescue. Consequently, the area was tranquil, save for the distant groans of zombies echoing from all directions. "Let us clear the zombies from the unit building to the community entrance." Han Yang activated his abilities, melding into the shadows and beckoning Nan Nan to follow. While outlining their forthcoming plan, the objectives were twofold: to facilitate their future ingress and egress, and to procure some corpse cores, which were not only needed for the Een corpse grass, but also for Sha Sha. Her prolonged abstinence from sustenance has rendered her increasingly vulnerable to the primal instinct of hunger, which becomes ever more challenging to suppress. Even though my secondary abilities can forcibly restrain her, her physical condition continues to deteriorate. Surely, you would not wish to feed her flesh, would you? Aside from that, the only viable solution is to administer a corpse nucleus to her at regular intervals. This nucleus not only replenishes the energy required for her movements, but also enhances her strength. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, Nan Nan immediately felt invigorated. Han Yang smiled with satisfaction. He would refrain from manipulating Sha Sha, this zombie, unless absolutely necessary, unlike in his previous life. After all, should she sustain any injuries, the consequences would be dire. Nan Nan's abilities are far too crucial to him, and keeping her by his side merely as a nominal partner is far from secure. Sha Sha is the key. Chapter 24. Originally not hot unlike Chin Fong, Nan Nan possesses remarkable survival skills in this apocalyptic world, her abilities perfectly suited to the environment. Thus, when it comes to matters such as shared meals or romantic relationships, some may be willing to abandon them for better circumstances. However, Sha Sha is different. She and Nan Nan have been inseparable friends since childhood. Though not sisters, they share a bond akin to that of siblings. Under circumstances within Sha Sha's control, Nan Nan would never casually abandon her. Yet, this alone is insufficient. Han Yang treats Nan Nan as family, and whatever request she makes, he never denies if it is within his power. For instance, when she expresses a desire to return home to see her parents. Even if it is out of the way, Han Yang readily agrees. With her abilities, it is merely a matter of taking a bit more time. Treat others with sincerity, and they will reciprocate with sincerity. Han Yang and Nan Nan slipped into the shadows, undetectable in the dim night. Soon, as they approached the main path of the community, they encountered a few zombies, one by one. Han Yang halted Nan Nan, picking up a small stone from the roadside and tossing it into the distance. The sound of the stone striking the ground resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The two closest zombies were drawn by the noise and lunged towards them. However, upon reaching the source of the sound, they found nothing. Confused, the two zombies began to sway aimlessly, one for each. Han Yang gestured to Nan Nan, indicating that he would handle one. They stealthily approached. It was Nan Nan's first encounter with a zombie, filled with excitement and tension, yet devoid of fear. She recalled Han Yang's instruction, positioning herself directly in front of the zombie, fixating on its eyes. This zombie appeared to have been killed by another, its face ravaged and grotesque. Nan Nan disregarded its horrific appearance, concentrating solely on its vital points, and with a swift motion, her climbing stick sliced through the air. With a squelch, the sharpened tip of the stick plunged into the zombie's eye socket. The creature barely had time to struggle before its brain was obliterated, letting out a low growl as it collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Han Yang had been attentively monitoring Nan Nan. Upon witnessing her decisive elimination of the zombie, he dispatched the one before him with equal efficiency. Well done, but remain concealed. Han Yang beckoned Nan Nan to hide in the corner. The only drawback of her ability is that to attack objects outside the shadows, she must first emerge from them, thus losing the element of concealment. To activate her powers again, she requires a brief pause, needing a dozen seconds, much like a cooldown period in a game. This is already commendable, as many abilities Han Yang is aware of have their shortcomings. Some are not powerful enough, while others prove impractical. Those with great strength often drain significant stamina, rendering them unusable after only a few attempts. In Han Yang's case, his power is nearly ineffective against humans but effective against zombies. However, when it reaches the second tier, the scenario changes. Perhaps Nan Nan's abilities will no longer face this limitation at that level. After waiting for a while without spotting any other zombies, Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep watch while he dealt with the zombie's head. Regrettably, neither of the two zombies possessed a core. The duo pressed on. After systematically eliminating over a dozen zombies, they finally traversed the narrow alley between the buildings and emerged onto the main road of the community. They managed to collect 2 cores as well, taking refuge in a corner of the nearest building to the community entrance. The two of them paused to regain their strength while surveying their surroundings. At the entrance, a multitude of vehicles were wedged together, creating a severe blockage. Some cars had even suffered significant deformation at their fronts. Through the windows of many vehicles, struggling figures could be seen. Those were the zombies trapped inside. In the vicinity of this extensive array of cars, several zombies wandered aimlessly. Han Yang could vividly imagine that, following the outbreak of the virus, the residents of the community had panicked, attempting to flee in a frenzied rush to escape in their vehicles. They were inevitably halted by other drivers who shared the same desperate thoughts or had succumbed to transformation. Perhaps behind them, a horde of zombies was in pursuit, compelling some individuals to recklessly ram the vehicles ahead in a frantic attempt to carve out a path. The outcome of such frantic endeavors was all too evident. Their relentless struggles only served to tighten the blockade at the community's exit, rendering any vehicle immobile. What should we do, Brother Han? First, we need to methodically clear the zombies, then devise a means to create an opening for a vehicle to enter or exit. Han Yang was at a loss for a better strategy. The pedestrian path at the community entrance remained passable, yet vehicles could not traverse it. Moreover, this was merely the entrance. Han Yang was acutely aware that certain sections of the road were even more congested, unless they abandoned the idea of driving altogether and opted to walk the entire distance. However, traversing over 30 kilometers on foot posed unknown dangers. Vehicles not only facilitated the transport of supplies, but were also crucial for ensuring the safety of those within. Following their previous method, Han Yang and Nan Nan spent over an hour meticulously clearing the zombies that were still capable of movement at the community entrance. During this time, they acquired 3 additional cores, and Nan Nan's movements became increasingly adept. Han Yang gathered all the zombie corpses and disposed of them in the shaded greenery, hopeful for future rewards. Subsequently, he and Nan Nan coordinated their efforts to systematically eliminate all the zombies trapped within the vehicles. This task proved considerably simpler. There was no need for stealth. For those with open windows, a direct strike to the head sufficed, followed by dragging the bodies aside. Those with accessible doors were treated similarly. For vehicles with locked doors, Han Yang utilized a crowbar to shatter the glass, then applied the same method for disposal. The commotion attracted a few additional zombies, but the duo easily dispatched them. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm so hungry. After the bustling endeavor concluded, Nan Nan collapsed onto the ground. Han Yang, though feeling a touch of hunger, was less fatigued due to his superior constitution. The primary drain on his energy stemmed from the exertion of his shadow manipulation ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so ravenous so quickly. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, retrieving water and some chocolate bars from his backpack. Wonderful. We have food. Upon seeing the provisions, Nan Nan's eyes brightened, and she promptly removed her gloves to indulge in the treats. This is delicious. I haven't eaten chocolate in ages. With her eyes squinted in pleasure, she savored the sweet burst in her mouth. Soon, we'll visit the convenience store at the community entrance so you can feast to your heart's content. Is the car at the entrance not going to be moved? Nan Nan's mouth was tightly sealed, yet it did not hinder her from speaking. Han Yang truly admired her. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to rush into moving it. With the vehicle blocking the way, the zombies would find it difficult to enter. It was getting late, so they should first visit the supermarket. What are we waiting for? Let's go. The mere thought of the array of delicious food in the supermarket invigorated Nan Nan instantly. The convenience store was located right at the entrance of their community. The two of them, employing their abilities, stealthily slipped into the shadows and soon arrived. Upon seeing the convenience store's doors wide open, Hanyang cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The store was relatively small, with only 2 aisles and 4 large shelves, allowing for a clear view of the entire space. Inside, 2 employee zombies were wandering about. Hanyang exchanged glances with Nan Nan, who understood immediately. Each would take one down swiftly and decisively. Afterward, Hanyang secured the store's entrance and tied the handles of the glass doors with a rope. Once they felt completely safe, Nan Nan promptly unzipped her jacket and grabbed a box to fan herself. I'm so hot, so hot. In the darkness, Hanyang could not see clearly, but he could discern that beneath Nan Nan's jacket, she wore only a tank top. The expanse of her fair skin was laid bare before him. He took out a flashlight, illuminating the room and brightening the surroundings somewhat. Nan Nan's figure became clearer, with the light from the flashlight. He could distinctly see that she wore only a sports bra beneath her jacket. Her delicate collarbone and flat abdomen were fully exposed. At that moment, due to their prolonged exertion, beads of sweat glistened on her porcelain skin. Brother Han, aren't you hot? I could really go for an ice pop or a cold drink. Nan Nan displayed no awareness of her revealing attire. I wasn't hot before, but after seeing you, I feel a bit warm. Chapter 25. Exploring the supermarket. Hanyang's endurance surpassed hers by far, as he had already adapted to this reality before his rebirth. His warmth emanated from within, and he wished to help Nan Nan wipe away her perspiration. Unfortunately, there had been a power outage for several days, causing the ice pops in the freezer to melt and leaving the beverages in the cooler lukewarm. Nan Nan felt a tinge of disappointment, but her spirits were quickly lifted upon discovering an abundance of snacks. Chips, crispy rice, sour plums, crunchy snacks, shrimp chips, Oreos, cookies, wafers, and Snickers. She picked up one after another until her arms were overflowing. Don't take everything. Our backpack space is limited. Let us prioritize high-energy, easily storable foods, Hanyang advised, promptly stuffing the backpack with Snickers, wafers, chocolates, and more until it was brimming. Nan Nan obediently filled her bag with the same items. After all, they were all her favorites. With their backpacks filled to capacity, they sought out 2 additional bags from the supermarket to continue their haul. The supermarket still held various rice, flour, oil, cases of mineral water, cartons of beverages, pre-packaged meals, and assorted seasonings. Alas, they could not take it all, nor was it necessary. They would eventually leave this place and could procure supplies from another supermarket at their final destination. After filling 4 backpacks, Hanyang meandered through the supermarket and made a delightful discovery in the farthest corner. There was a generator, and it appeared to be brand new. Excitedly, Hanyang thought, now they could finally have fans blowing and cold drinks to enjoy. Upon reflection, it made sense. The supermarket contained numerous perishable items requiring refrigeration. A sudden power outage would be manageable for a short time, but prolonged outages could spoil the goods. After all, it's a matter of money. Thus, having a generator was entirely reasonable. Hanyang swiftly cut the output lines of the generator and effortlessly lifted it out. The generator had little fuel inside and was relatively light, seemingly unused, and beside it was a small drum of diesel, which Hanyang gladly accepted. Brother Han, what have you brought? Nan Nan inquired. A generator. You'll have cold drinks tomorrow. Wow, that is fantastic, Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully, immediately helping Hanyang transport the items to the entrance. With so many goods to carry, they wouldn't be able to return on foot. They needed a vehicle. While a large truck was impractical, a tricycle would suffice. Nan Nan clapped her hands. I remember there's an electric tricycle at the entrance. We can take that to haul more items back. All right, let us go together. Hanyang and Nan Nan returned to the community, encountering zombies drawn by the noise from the supermarket, which they efficiently dealt with, acquiring a zombie core in the process. Fortunately, the electric tricycle still had power, and Nan Nan, though somewhat unaccustomed, took the driver's seat. Hanyang remained vigilant in the cargo area, on guard against their surroundings. The tricycle maneuvered through the pedestrian path at the community entrance and was soon driven directly to the supermarket's entrance by Nan Nan. Stay alert while I load the items. Hanyang jumped out of the vehicle, opened the supermarket door, and began to load the generator and diesel. He then gathered several bags of rice, flour, and oil, followed by cases of water and beverages, until the tricycle could hold no more. All right, let us be on our way. The 2 individuals secured their bags, leaving the XS2 on the vehicle, still driven by Nan Nan. Due to the excessive load of water and beverages, the tricycle struggled for power. Hanyang gave it a gentle push before it slowly began to move. As he stayed behind, vigilant against any unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, they had preemptively dealt with the zombies on the road, allowing them to return safely to the ground floor. Han Yang opened the unit door and first unloaded their belongings into the hallway. Observing the abundant supplies of water and beverages, along with the collected food from the entire building, he realized that even if they chose to remain holed up in this building without venturing out, they had enough provisions to survive for quite some time. Should we gather a few more items? Nan, brimming with excitement at the sight of the supplies, seemed eager to make another trip, almost wishing to empty the supermarket. Let us hold off for now. When we eventually leave this place, if there's room, we can gather more. For now, it's unnecessary. This is already sufficient. All right. As the exhilaration faded, Nan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly midnight. Let us lock the unit door and leave the supplies here. No one would dare to take them. We should head back to rest. Yes. Nan nodded in agreement. Naturally, the two could not return empty-handed. Han Yang, utilizing his considerable strength, lifted both the generator and fuel, and with a surge of determination, carried them up to the 5th floor. Nan followed closely behind, carrying the other 2 backpacks. Chun Fong stood at the doorway, holding a flashlight, and upon hearing movement outside, promptly illuminated the area. As Han Yang opened the door, he was greeted by Chun Fong's joyful expression as she directed the light toward him, welcoming him inside. Is that a generator? Chun Fong, possessing a bit more knowledge than Nan, at least refrained from asking what it was. Indeed, Sister Fong, tomorrow we can enjoy cold drinks. Nan exclaimed excitedly as she entered and set down her backpack. I'll first figure out how to operate it. Han Yang placed the generator in the dining room, where the distribution box was located, and then retrieved the attached instruction manual. The first page described the types of generators. Diesel generator sets for home use, 220V single-phase, 3568 kilowatt, 10 kW 3-phase silent. Han Yang skimmed through it, skipping to the back where the usage methods and applicable ranges were detailed. This generator not only produced minimal noise but could also power a refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, hairdryer, and light bulbs simultaneously. Excellent. Understanding how to proceed, Han Yang fetched a screwdriver and connected the generator's output terminal to the main switch of the distribution box, while also disconnecting the external main line. Consequently, only their unit would have electricity. He poured diesel into the generator, switched on the ignition, and found the pull cord nearby, pulling it with force. With a single tug, the generator roared to life with a buzzing sound. Han Yang shone the flashlight at the voltage meter and noted that the voltage stabilized at 220V. He promptly activated the power switch on the generator. Instantly, the lights in the room illuminated, accompanied by the startup sounds of various appliances. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded the three, rendering them unable to adjust. After a considerable wait, they gradually acclimated to the light. Alas, I find myself somewhat reluctant to return. Nan gazed up at the illumination, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Why not stay here? You can sleep with me tonight. Chun Fong grasped her hand, which left Han Yang feeling somewhat disgruntled. If you two share a bed, what becomes of me? Well, Chun Fong's bed is quite spacious. Surely the three of us can squeeze in together? Chapter 26. Too simple. Nan felt a twinge of excitement, but after touching the core of the corpse in her pocket, ultimately declined. I still need to return to accompany Sha and Little Huang. The small dog had followed her back when she was changing clothes earlier and had since been locked in the house. Well, it's getting late. I should turn in early. Chun Fong expressed a hint of regret. After bidding farewell to Nan, Han Yang wandered around the room, unplugging unnecessary appliances. Soon, the generator would need to be turned off, as fuel was in short supply, and keeping it running might leave them without fuel by the morrow. Good steel should be used on the blade, he thought, noting how quickly the gas canisters were depleting. They would need to rely on electricity for cooking in the future. Tomorrow, he would venture out to procure some diesel. After finishing his tasks, Han Yang noticed Chun Fong, clad in a JK short skirt, standing gracefully under the light. Her long, fair legs seemed to glimmer, and his mind drifted back to the kitchen at noon. A surge of heat welled within him. He made his way to the bathroom, swiftly shedding his clothes and scrubbing away the sweat. When he emerged again, Chun Fong's face turned crimson. Why aren't you dressed? Well, I'll have to take it off again soon. Han Yang stepped forward and embraced her tightly. I'm still organizing things. Chun Fong feebly resisted. There's no rush. We can sort it out tomorrow. Their earlier encounter had been unsatisfactory, and now they could continue. There was no need to fear that Nan might suddenly burst in. At that moment, a vivid image flashed in Han Yang's mind, Sha witnessing Nan's graceful figure approach her under the moonlight. Pouting slightly as she offered a core of the corpse to Sha, it seemed Nan had just finished washing herself, for she wore nothing but a pair of tiny shorts. Han Yang felt a rush of excitement and immediately lifted Chen Fang, carrying her toward the bedroom. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang and Chen Fang awoke rather late. Nan Nan did not come rushing in as she had the previous morning. Having indulged in snacks the night before, she did not feel hunger and managed to enjoy a rare lazy morning. Han Yang and Chen Fang had stayed up late the previous night, and Chen Fang was perplexed by Han Yang's exuberance, nearly exhausting her in the process. She had come to deeply understand the formidable strength and remarkable recovery of Han Yang's enhanced physique. Chen Fang felt troubled. If his power were to increase further, how could she possibly endure it? With this thought in mind, she pinched Han Yang sharply. What's wrong? Han Yang, getting dressed, caught a glimpse of Chen Fang's partially concealed form, stirring his interest. Unfortunately, Nan Nan was about to arrive. Sensing her movement, he noted that she first went to the first floor and then quickly ascended to the 5th. Brother Han, open the door. I want a cold drink. Soon. Nan Nan's energetic voice rang out. Han Yang had just finished dressing and went to open the door for her. Huh, is the generator not running? Nan Nan entered, cradling 2 bottles of cola. It turned out she had gone downstairs early to fetch drinks. The fuel was running low, so yesterday's trial was cut short. Han Yang restarted the generator and placed the beverages in the refrigerator. Let us wait a bit. By the time Sister Fang finishes breakfast, they should be perfectly chilled. All right, Nan Nan pouted. Soon, Chen Fang emerged, adorned in an outfit reminiscent of yesterday, soft and translucent on top, complemented by a short JK skirt. She noticed Han Yang's evident fondness for her attire. Last night, he had insisted she wear it throughout. Today, she decided to don the same ensemble. Han Yang's gaze was inevitably drawn to her, particularly her skirt and legs. Chen Fang felt a thrill of joy, greeted Nan Nan, and entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Let us take this opportunity to bring the water up from downstairs. Han Yang called to Nan Nan, and together they descended, transporting water and drinks to Han Yang's room in several trips. By the time they finished, breakfast was ready. The 3 of them joyfully enjoyed their meal. Afterward, Han Yang handed 3 corpse cores to Chen Fang, instructing her to bury them in the flower pot. The remnants of the corpse grass were now entrusted to her care. Whether it would sprout anew was a matter of miracle rather than mere watering. Last night, they had obtained 6 corpse cores in total, with 3 given to Nan Nan for Sha Sha to consume. Throughout the morning, the trio engaged in their respective exercises. As noon approached, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. They gathered at the balcony to investigate, discovering that an easel had fallen to the ground. Since Han Yang and Nan Nan had cleared the nearby zombies the previous day, such a commotion only attracted a few zombies from the opposite hallway. Han Yang, look at the 12th floor across, Chen Fang pointed out. Han Yang glanced up, spotting a man in a white short-sleeved shirt waving at them from the 12th floor. The man then produced a canvas, upon which were inscribed the words "Help me." Ah, a painter. Quite clever. Han Yang quickly deduced the situation. The previous night, their generator had illuminated the area for a while, making them conspicuously visible in the otherwise dark community. The opposite building had a clear view of the community entrance and the tricycle park downstairs, leading to the logical conclusion that there were capable individuals within that building. Should we rescue him? Chen Fang asked instinctively, feeling uneasy about the idea of a stranger joining them. Why should we rescue him? No one has come to save us. Besides, 1 man is sufficient here. Indeed, we shouldn't save him. Nan Nan chimed in, her tone laced with indignation. Ah, Nan Nan, do you know him? Han Yang inquired, sensing her displeasure. Humph, I wouldn't want to know him, a worthless scoundrel, a total jerk. Han Yang's interest piqued. What is the story? Please elaborate. He's our school's art teacher, who, with a hint of charm and talent, frequently flirts with the students. It's rumored he has caused several students to become pregnant, only to abandon them irresponsibly in the end. Once, I encountered him in the neighborhood. Knowing that Sasha and I attended the same school as he did, he often narcissistically appeared before us, irritating us. Little did he know that Sasha had already seen through his facade. Nan Nan spoke, her voice filled with indignation. Chapter 27. Mutated Zombies. Han Yang retrieved his binoculars and scrutinized the scene. The man before him donned round-framed glasses, exuding an artistic flair. His physique appeared commendable. Even in a simple white shirt, he emanated an undeniable charm. Such a man is undeniably captivating to women, particularly university students, who would likely regard him as a male deity. It is no wonder his reputation is rather tarnished, with female students falling prey to his allure. Yet, perhaps it is a case of mutual desire. However, what concern is it of his? In this apocalyptic world, such matters are trivial. Strength is the only currency of value. Disheartened by the man's lackluster character, Han Yang decided to turn his attention elsewhere. He drew the curtains, prompting a smile from Nan Nan. Han Yang's assumptions proved accurate. Song Ji had a penchant for staying up late. As an artist, his inspiration flourished in the stillness of the night. Last night, he had immediately noticed the lights illuminating Han Yang's home, igniting a spark of excitement within him, leading him to believe that power had been restored. However, upon inspecting every switch in his abode, he found no sign of electricity. Apart from Han Yang's residence, not a single light flickered in the surrounding area. Song Ji surmised that his neighbor had procured a generator, though he was uncertain of its source. The property management or the supermarket nearby seemed to be the only plausible options. By the following morning, Song Ji observed a tricycle parked beneath the opposing building, its entrance firmly secured. Peering through the southern window, he noted the absence of the group of zombies that had lingered at the community entrance. It dawned on him that his neighbors had likely ventured to the nearby convenience store. Thus, he took out his binoculars, which he had purchased for the purpose of spying, and began to observe. To his delight, he discovered a plethora of food and beverages amassed in the corner of the room, along with 2 women and a man. One of the women was familiar to him, Chen Nan Nan, a student from his own school. The first time he laid eyes on her, he had been thoroughly captivated. Her alluring figure, long and slender legs, and her exquisitely beautiful face far surpassed any woman he had previously been with. He had feigned a chance encounter, seeking her assistance while subtly revealing his identity and talents. In the past, after merely 2 or 3 flirtations, women would practically leap into his bed. Yet, Chen Nan Nan remained indifferent and eventually even threatened to accuse him of harassment. This had left him feeling humiliated, nursing a grudge that led him to purchase the binoculars to capture some private moments of her. However, now, witnessing their abundance of food and drinks, along with the presence of electricity, Song Ji resolved to swallow his pride. He devised a plan to create noise by tossing objects to attract their attention, intending to display a message of distress on a canvas. He thought to himself that since they dared to go to the supermarket, they would surely respond to his call for help, rather than turning a blind eye to his plight. Yet, after an extensive period of signaling, they paid him no mind and even drew the curtains closed. Very well, he would remember this. When the opportunity arose, he vowed to take revenge on those 2 women. As the day swiftly passed, evening descended once more, and Han Yang and Nan Nan set forth on their journey again. Their objective this time was to seek out diesel and hardware stores. Nan Nan once again started her beloved tricycle, and the 2 of them headed straight towards the exit of the community. After a day's journey, as they approached the entrance to their building, a few zombies unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, but the pair effortlessly dealt with them. Once they exited the community, however, the number of zombies began to increase. Brother Han, there's a small truck parked over there. The search for the small truck was in pursuit of diesel. The location Nan Nan mentioned was precisely where the community met the main road. Outside their community lay a wide east-west road with 6 lanes in either direction. Although it should have been spacious, the influx of community residents fleeing resulted in a chaotic traffic accident, causing a massive jam. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies. Han Yang observed that many drivers had taken refuge inside their vehicles to avoid being bitten by the undead. However, those who managed to evade the outside danger ultimately succumbed to the viral mutation, becoming zombies themselves. Let us take it slow. Han Yang and Nan Nan disembarked from the tricycle, applying the same method they used yesterday to gradually clear the wandering zombies outside. They dared not venture deep into the cluster of vehicles but lured and eliminated zombies in open spaces. Han Yang was acutely aware that within the vehicles, a zombie could spring forth from any nook or cranny, leading to an unfortunate surprise. This wisdom stemmed from his hard-earned experiences. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses, and no zombies approached. Han Yang began to extract the cores from the zombies, tossing their remains into the nearby greenery, while Nan Nan stood guard. Today's harvest was commendable. They had dispatched over 20 zombies and secured 4 cores, a probability of 1 in 5, which was quite favorable. He allocated 2 cores to Nan Nan, who was currently responsible for caring for Sha Sha and needed to stock up. Delighted, Nan Nan accepted them. After feeding Sha Sha a core yesterday, she noticed a significant improvement in her reactions. She had a premonition that with persistent feeding, perhaps one day Sha Sha would regain her former self. The zombies trapped inside the vehicles could wait. They couldn't escape anyway. Their priority was to obtain diesel. Han Yang and Nan Nan slipped into the shadows, cautiously making their way towards the small truck. Along the way, they passed numerous vehicles, many of which contained trapped zombies. Some of the interiors were gruesomely bloodied, the windows smeared with crimson stains, painting a vivid picture of the horrors that had transpired. Family members or passengers in the back seat had suddenly turned into zombies, unbeknownst to the driver in the front or beside them. Seizing the moment, they would bite through blood vessels, resulting in a blood-soaked struggle. Yet, confined by seat belts or locked doors, escape was impossible, leading to their eventual transformation into mindless, hunting corpses. Suddenly, as they passed by an SUV, a zombie within violently slammed against the glass, howling at the two. Han Yang and Nan Nan were startled. They were concealed in the shadows, not even a human could see them, let alone a zombie. But how could this particular zombie? Han Yang's curiosity piqued, and he peered into the vehicle. To his astonishment, he beheld 4 bodies that had been gruesomely mangled. The zombie inside the vehicle appeared even more grotesque. As if it had lost all its bones, its body slithering like a serpent within the cramped confines. A mutated zombie? Observing the zombie's inability to breach the glass instilled a newfound courage in Nan Nan. Mutated zombies? It appears these aberrations retain a semblance of sensory perception, otherwise they would not have detected our presence. What is the nature of its physique? As Nan Nan beheld the contorted form of the zombie, its face nearly pressed against its posterior, effortlessly maneuvering within the confines of the vehicle, she found it utterly astonishing. Despite her own impressive flexibility, she could not replicate such inhuman contortions. The cramped space of the car may have necessitated a sacrifice of strength during its mutation, opting instead to enhance its agility and suppleness. Han Yang observed the bizarre movements of the zombie within the vehicle as it relentlessly struck against the glass, formulating his hypotheses. What shall we do next? I will first attempt to exert control over it. This presents a remarkable opportunity. Chapter 28. Elemental vision. With its current display of resilience and perception, should we encounter it in an open environment, we may not be able to apprehend it. The mutated zombie, also referred to as a first-tier zombie, corresponds to a first-tier awakened human. Some of these creatures have developed extraordinarily powerful and bizarre physiques, while others possess incredible abilities akin to those of awakened humans. In his previous life, Han Yang had attempted to assert control over them, but each of his efforts met with fierce resistance, reminiscent of dealing with animals. The consequence of his inability to dominate them was that the zombies would instinctively pursue him for the kill. On one occasion, he narrowly escaped a fatal chase. At that time, Han Yang believed his ability level was insufficient. Thus, when he surmised that the core of the zombie might nurture mutated zombies, he refrained from attempting it, fearing that he would not only end up with nothing but also jeopardize his own life. Now, having reached the second tier, he felt a newfound confidence. He knew he could not shatter the glass directly, lest the creature seize the opportunity to escape. Han Yang examined the vehicle and quickly devised a plan. Near the rearview mirror, there was a triangular piece of glass, merely the size of 2 palms. The zombie could not possibly escape through it. He retrieved a crowbar and struck it twice, shattering the glass. The zombie within initially recoiled in fright, but upon seeing the opening, it charged forward with ferocity. It collided with the vehicle, blood and flesh splattering across its face, rendering it grotesque. Han Yang bit into his finger, allowing the blood imbued with his consciousness to drip into the gaping maw of the zombie. A mental tether was established between him and the creature. Indeed, Han Yang felt a faint resistance within the zombie's body. Compared to his previous attempts to control mutated zombies, the difference was night and day. It was significantly easier to manage. Soon, Han Yang received feedback from the zombie. One particular aspect regarding the use of energy immediately captivated him. He had guessed correctly. This zombie possessed a supernatural ability. Unlike the holistic circulation of energy within Nan Nan, the energy within this zombie primarily circulated in its head, particularly around the eyes and ears. Han Yang mimicked the creature's ability and immediately felt a surge of warmth flooding towards his eyes and ears. The scene before him shattered and reformed, as if veiled by a thin mist, rendering everything indistinct except for humans and zombies. No, they could more accurately be described as large organisms exhibiting signs of life. They glimmered like luminous fireflies in the night, so vividly bright, whether visible or obscured by obstacles. As long as they lay within his line of sight, they were all vividly displayed before him. It resembled a radar. No, it was more akin to elemental vision. Han Yang recalled a game he had played. Was this the essence of control? Each time he beheld it, it felt utterly astonishing. Observing the now subdued zombie, Nan Nan curiously gazed at it. It was a female, albeit one with a ruined visage. After a brief period of acclimatization to the zombie's abilities and finding no immediate threats around, Han Yang shattered the window and opened the door to allow the zombie to emerge. After a prolonged period confined within the vehicle, the zombie emerged, still somewhat disoriented. Its body twisted into an unnatural posture, resembling a contorted piece of dough. However, the innate instincts of the creature soon prevailed, as its skeletal structure underwent a rapid, writhing motion, gradually restoring its stance to that of a human. At this moment, Han Yang discerned the form of the zombie, which indeed turned out to be female. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere had been saturated with blood. Coupled with the zombie-esque contorted figure, it was nearly impossible to identify its gender. Once it fully regained its footing, the distinct features of its femininity became evident. The upper garment of the creature appeared either snagged or torn, resembling tattered rags, rendering it almost as if it were unclothed, making any attempt to overlook its gender futile. Regrettably, the visage of the zombie had become grotesquely disfigured due to repeated collisions with the vehicle, and the combination of blood and foul odor deterred Han Yang from lingering his gaze. With the immediate danger averted, he decided it was time to refuel with diesel. Approaching the truck, he located the fuel tank cap, twisting it open, and retrieved a hose from his backpack that he had procured earlier. After taking a deep breath, he began siphoning diesel, which flowed steadily into the 2 buckets they had brought along, filling them with nearly 50 liters before the flow ceased. This vehicle harbored a substantial amount of fuel. Nan, delighted, sealed the buckets with tape, and together they transported them back to the tricycle. Throughout the process, Han Yang maintained his vigilance, utilizing the zombie's extraordinary abilities to survey their surroundings and ensure their safety. With this newfound power, they could potentially evade numerous dangers in the future. No longer needing to sustain their abilities constantly, Nan felt a sense of relief, as relying on such powers could be quite taxing. Nevertheless, they could not afford to be overly complacent. Han Yang reminded her of how this very zombie had detected them. Who could say what other capabilities might evade this power-esque scrutiny? All right then, Nan pouted. Yet she understood that Han Yang's caution stemmed from a desire to protect them both. Shall we continue our search for diesel? She inquired, noticing an empty bucket on the tricycle. This diesel should suffice until we relocate. Let us first seek out a hardware store, Han Yang replied. Nan had no objections, and instead of taking the tricycle, they opted to walk eastward, with the female zombie leading the way to scout ahead. They observed their surroundings while searching for the hardware store. I recall there being one in this vicinity, Han Yang remarked, although his memory was somewhat hazy, considering that it had been a year since the apocalypse began, even prior to his rebirth. Is Brother Han looking for weapons at the hardware store? Nan recalled his previous statement. Indeed, the weapons we possess are woefully inadequate, Han Yang exclaimed, shaking the umbrella in his hand. After days of relentless combat, the tip had become somewhat bent, yet the shaft remained intact. Nan glanced at her own climbing stick. As her strength escalated, it became increasingly unwieldy, lightweight, and lacking in substance. At times, excessive force caused the stick to bend, and she feared it might snap under pressure. A hammer would be far more effective, if only it were larger and longer. She mused, tightening her grip on the hammer in her other hand. 2 weapons, one long and one short, are the standard configuration for 2 individuals, enabling them to confront combat at varying distances. With your strength, you could wield a long-handled fire axe or a hatchet, ensuring that a single swing could sever a head. However, such items are not easily found. The city differs greatly from the countryside or the mountains, where the use of a hatchet is seldom required. A hatchet, you say? In Nan's mind, a vision of a long-handled double-edged axe materialized. Had she seen it somewhere before? Suddenly, a spark of joy ignited within her. I know someone who has a vast collection of weapons at home. Chapter 29, A Master and the Collection of Weapons. Nan. What we truly require are genuine weapons, not mere models. Indeed, that axe is particularly heavy. I could hardly lift it before. And there are also large swords, long spears, and blades. Nan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Teacher Qingqing has collected an array of 18 different weapons. Han Yang expressed his skepticism. Yes, Qingqing is our physical education teacher. We can seek her out. Where does your teacher Qingqing reside? Han Yang inquired, his spirits lifting. If this Qingqing truly possessed such an impressive collection of authentic weapons, it would indeed alleviate their immediate predicament. Right in our school's staff dormitory. Han Yang's brow furrowed at once. A school. That is hardly an ideal location. Regardless of the institution, it is invariably teeming with countless students, which means an ample supply of zombies capable of forming a horde. No matter how powerful one may be, facing such a tide is a formidable challenge. He felt a phantom pain. He had perished amidst a zombie horde before. Seemingly sensing Han Yang's apprehension, Nan patted her chest reassuringly. Brother Han, you need not worry about encountering too many zombies. The staff dormitory is located south of the Sunshine Sports Field, while the student dormitory is to the north, quite a distance apart. Furthermore, we can traverse the shadows to infiltrate. Han Yang pondered this, finding it reasonable. It seemed his own psychological shadows had momentarily overwhelmed him, causing undue fright. He had forgotten the convenience of their extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Nan's school was conveniently situated to the east, not far off and on their way. Then let us set forth, Han Yang declared, channeling his powers as he and Nan melded into the shadows, following behind a female zombie. The female zombie staggered unsteadily, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Yet at critical junctures, she managed to maintain an astonishing balance. She moved with surprising swiftness, her footsteps making not a whisper, Not only did she possess a visual-like perception to detect prey ahead of time, but her peculiar manner of movement was equally eerie. Had they been outside rather than in a vehicle, the slightest lapse in attention could have resulted in disaster. Han Yang's thoughts shifted to the female zombie, a sense of relief washing over him. Upon their return, he might experiment with advancing Sha. Perhaps she too could awaken some extraordinary abilities. However, he was uncertain how many corpse cores would be required. Excluding the one designated for Qin Fang, they currently possess 6 corpse cores. If he adhered to the standards for cultivating shadow grass, approximately 4 would suffice. Yet, Han Yang had never attempted such a process and was unsure of the outcome. He shared his thoughts with Nan, igniting her enthusiasm. I have already fed Nan 1. Tonight, I shall give her 4 more to test. As they conversed, they swiftly navigated through a congested intersection. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the entrance of Nanan's school. Let us not use the main entrance. Nanan grasped Han Yang's arm and pointed to a narrow path nearby. If we take this route, we can scale the fence and reach the staff dormitory directly. Han Yang quickly discerned that this was a one-way street, flanked by the school's fence. Delivery personnel frequently traversed this path, delivering meals to teachers and students through the barrier. Not far ahead, several delivery workers were aimlessly wandering. Han Yang concealed himself behind the female zombie for protection. Activating his elemental vision ability, he scanned the area beyond the fence and detected no immediate danger. The female zombie remained outside to keep watch while he prepared to vault over. Upon switching back to Nan's abilities and activating them, Han Yang signaled her to proceed first. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings for any sudden developments. Nan grasped the fence and leaped gracefully over, landing lightly on the ground. Han Yang was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Nan's agility, reminiscent of a cat. He could scarcely ensure a silent landing himself. Brother Han, it's your turn, Nan said softly after landing and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Han Yang also grabbed the fence and swung over, landing with a thud. The delivery workers were startled, immediately rushing towards them. At that moment, the female zombie suddenly bared her teeth and let out a fierce roar, causing the delivery workers to halt, hesitate for a moment, and ultimately retreat. Do they fear the mutated zombies? Nan mused, intrigued. It's not so much fear as it is a territorial instinct, akin to animals. Mutated zombies are certainly more formidable than ordinary ones. While they cannot command the latter, they can exert a subtle intimidation, Han Yang explained. Let us go. You lead the way from here. All right. Once inside the school, Nan navigated with ease. The two meandered through the premises, soon arriving at a cluster of buildings. Is this the staff dormitory? Han Yang inquired, observing the impressive dormitory before him. Yes, but teacher Qingqing isn't here. Nan continued to guide Han Yang deeper into the grounds, eventually reaching a quieter area with several 2- or 3-story townhouses. This is where the dean, professors, and other senior staff reside. Teacher Qingqing's father is also a teacher here, and she lives with her parents. As soon as Nan finished speaking, Han Yang abruptly seized her arm. She glanced in the direction he indicated and was startled to see several zombie corpses lying on the ground. These zombies had met with a similar fate, most having their necks severed. Even those whose necks remained intact bore evident knife wounds to their heads. Clearly, a skilled hand at work, Han Yang muttered, examining the slashing marks and the precision of the strikes. It was evident that the assailant was an adept with a blade. It must be teacher Qingqing. She is safe, Nan exclaimed excitedly. If it weren't for the absence of cranial openings, I might have thought it was someone else who, like me, had been reborn. Han Yang pondered silently. With only 6 days having passed since the apocalypse began, most individuals possessing even a modicum of food were still struggling to survive. Those daring enough to emerge and combat zombies at the onset of the viral outbreak were either reckless or exceptionally formidable. He was somewhat eager to meet this individual. Nan approached the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking resonated. Han Yang remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. After a brief moment, sounds of movement emanated from within. Who is it? A melodious female voice called out. Just hearing this voice, Han Yang could sense the composure and poise of the person inside. Sister Qingqing, it's me, Nan. Nan replied cheerfully. Nan? Are you all right? What brings you here so late at night? The door creaked open, revealing a tall figure, even taller than Nan, nearly matching Han Yang's height. Who is he? Under the moonlight, teacher Qingqing first glanced at Nan, then quickly noticed the vigilant Han Yang nearby. He is my boyfriend. Nan hesitated momentarily before revealing an unexpected truth to Han Yang. Hello, I am Han Yang. Han Yang introduced himself first. Shangguan Qingqing. Qingqing replied, turning to Nan and saying, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Come inside. Shangguan Qingqing. Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Chapter 30. Could it be impossible? Han Yang pondered silently, unable to recall when he had met such a woman. Once both entered, Shangguan Qingqing closed the door and lit a candle. The dark room was immediately illuminated by a warm, flickering light. It was then that Han Yang truly beheld Shangguan Qingqing's visage. She was clad in loose loungewear, obscuring the contours of her figure. Yet her long legs suggested she was quite graceful. Her features did not possess the delicate softness of Nan Nan, nor the exquisite charm of Chen Feng. Instead, they bore a slightly rugged quality, with sharp brows and bright eyes, yet her beauty was unmistakably feminine, leaving no room for confusion regarding her gender. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of spirited confidence and composure. As Han Yang assessed her, Shangguan Qingqing silently appraised the two of them. Nan Nan was the first to speak, her vibrant voice ringing clear and melodious. "Sister Qingqing, did you slay the zombies outside?" "Indeed," Shangguan Qingqing replied. "I knew it. Sister Qingqing is truly formidable. You are quite impressive yourself. How brave to venture out at this hour." Shangguan Qingqing affectionately ruffled Nan Nan's hair. "Humph, that's because I've awakened my superpower," Nan Nan declared with pride, akin to a child boasting to a parent. Shangguan Qingqing feigned surprise. "Superpower? Yes, I can do this." Nan Nan chattered excitedly about her abilities, aware enough not to disclose Han Yang's powers. Han Yang did not intervene, sensing that Nan Nan trusted Shangguan Qingqing immensely. "No wonder you dared to come over at such a late hour. Your boyfriend has awakened a superpower as well, hasn't he?" Shangguan Qingqing suddenly turned to Han Yang. "Are you not as well?" Han Yang smiled slightly. From her unperturbed expression, he had already surmised. "Sister Qingqing has awakened powers too?" Nan Nan exclaimed, astonished. Shangguan Qingqing smiled but did not answer. Instead, she inquired, "When did I not know you had a boyfriend? What about Shasha?" "Shasha." Nan Nan's mood dampened, prompting immediate understanding from Shangguan Qingqing, who comforted her. "Everyone has their fate. The fact that we are alive is a tremendous fortune. Do not be too sorrowful. Shasha would surely wish for your happiness." "MHM." Nan Nan nodded, then proceeded to ask about Shangguan Qingqing's parents. "I buried them in the garden." Shangguan Qingqing replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet Han Yang could discern the weight behind her words. He understood how the zombies outside had met their end. To brave the peril of burying her parents was far more an act of filial piety than any display of sorrowful emotion. "Ah, uncle and aunt." As Nan Nan reminisced about her own parents, sorrow washed over her. "Enough, I am not overly mournful. Look at you." Shangguan Qingqing embraced Nan Nan, comforting her while casting a glance at Han Yang, seeking to shift the conversation. "You both have risked much to come here at such a late hour. Surely it is not merely to visit me. I heard from Nan that you possessed genuine cold weapons here. We lack suitable arms, so we thought we might come to take a look. Is that so?" "It's not entirely out of the question." After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Qingqing said, "Follow me and see what you desire." She picked up a candle and proceeded to the staircase, which led both upward and downward into the basement. Shangguan Qingqing turned and descended into the depths. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed closely behind. Upon entering the basement, they found it rather spacious, with the dim candlelight illuminating only a small area. Han Yang surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to have been remodeled, its original state obscured, now resembling a dance studio or training hall. Against the innermost wall stood several large wooden racks, laden with a plethora of weapons that could only be found in martial arts films or anime. Swords, halberds, axes, and spears, indeed, an array of 18 different weapons, if not more. Among the blades, Han Yang noticed 7 or 8 distinct types. Besides the commonly seen broadsword, reminiscent of those in wartime dramas, there were tang swords, miao swords, horse-slaying sabers, and plain sabers, among others. Are these genuine? Han Yang pondered incredulously as he observed nearly 100 weapons, each varying in quantity from 1 to several. What manner of person would amass such a collection of authentic blades? You may pick them up and examine them. Shangguan Qingqing huffed, unperturbed by other matters, but resolute when it came to weapons. Sister Qingqing is a martial arts enthusiast. She has cherished her collection for many years, so do not question it. Nan Nan whispered to Han Yang, leaning closer. He nodded in understanding. Approaching the array of weapons and selecting the heftiest one, the axe that Nan Nan had mentioned. This axe had an exaggerated design, resembling a crescent moon, broad as a fan, featuring both a large and a small blade. The handle was approximately 1.5 meters long, crafted from metal, seamlessly connected to the axe head without any visible welds, suggesting it was forged as a single piece. Upon lifting it, Han Yang quickly realized its considerable weight. He could only manage it with one hand, and to wield it effectively would require both hands on the grip. This must weigh around 100 pounds at least. Such substantial material. With this heft, even without a sharpened edge, just a swing could be lethal. Han Yang marveled, utterly captivated by it. If he were to wield it against zombies, a whirlwind of blade would render anything less than 1.5 meters incapable of standing before him. However, its weight made it cumbersome and unsuitable for prolonged combat, proving to be a significant drain on stamina. Observing Han Yang effortlessly grasp the axe with one hand, Shangguan Qingqing's astonishment left her momentarily speechless. As he wielded it with both hands, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "What do you think, Brother Han? Impressive, isn't it?" Nan Nan grinned, reveling in Qingqing's awe. "Indeed. Where did you find such an extraordinary boyfriend? You haven't mentioned it yet." Shangguan Qingqing quickly masked her surprise. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Han Yang. "It is indeed my upstairs neighbor. He promised to take care of my meals, so I have taken him as my boyfriend." Nan Nan replied hesitantly. Qingqing was taken aback by Nan Nan's peculiar reasoning. You. She was at a loss for words. "You didn't lose out, did you?" "Humph. I'm not foolish. Oh, by the way, I haven't given him today's girlfriend benefits yet." "What benefits?" Qingqing found it difficult to keep up with the train of thought. "Well, kisses. As his girlfriend, I must offer some perks, right?" "Just that?" "Indeed." Shangguan Qingqing immediately thought that Han Yang was quite decent. Facing such a stunning beauty as Nan Nan, he was content with just a kiss. "If I were Nan Nan's boyfriend, I wouldn't settle for anything less than thoroughly enjoying her. This Han Yang, could it be that he is not capable?" Chapter 31. Qingqing's abilities. How can a man claim he is incapable? If Han Yang were aware of Shangguan Qingqing's internal musings about him, he would surely insist on experiencing the prowess of the Han family's martial arts. Unfortunately, Han Yang was reveling in his own enjoyment, having switched to a larger blade. Entirely oblivious to the conversation between the two. Strength without technique is merely a waste. Shangguan Qingqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Han Ge had never trained in martial arts. Nan Nan, in defense of Han Yang, then approached the weapon rack. "I shall choose a weapon as well." Recalling Han Yang's earlier mention of an axe, she picked it up to test its weight. Lacking Han Yang's strength, she struggled to lift it with one hand, ultimately resorting to both hands to raise it steadily. After a few swings, her arms began to ache. Yet, this was enough to astonish Shangguan Qingqing. If Han Yang could wield it, she assumed he possessed considerable strength. Perhaps even an awakened ability to enhance his power. She herself had experienced such augmentation post-awakening, her body having undergone a comprehensive enhancement. However, Nan Nan's original strength was well known to her. Lifting this axe was an arduous feat for her. "It's too heavy. It doesn't suit me." Nan Nan puffed her cheeks in frustration. "Nan Nan, how have you become so strong?" Shangguan Qingqing inquired directly. For someone so obsessed with martial arts, strength wasn't the only factor, but at a certain level, it became crucial. As the saying goes, sheer strength can break myriad techniques, no matter how refined the skill. A single strike from that axe would spell disaster. Can I say?" Nan Nan glanced hesitantly at Han Yang. "Let me speak," he interjected, his gaze sweeping over the array of weapons, excitement bubbling within him. However, since these weapons did not belong to him, he deemed it appropriate to limit their acquisition to one each for him and Nan Nan, perhaps compensating her later with supplies. Thus, he contemplated a more inviting approach. After all, aside from the weapons, Shangguan Qingqing had awakened her own abilities. These two aspects alone were compelling enough, not to mention her beauty. "What are your thoughts on the future?" Qingqing raised her eyebrows slightly. "How do you think?" "Of course, I would prefer to lie back and observe." Just a joke. Your question is quite broad, but I grasp your intent. I harbor a pessimistic outlook. Indeed, the city is overrun with zombies, and water sources are scarce, rendering it unsuitable for long-term survival. Therefore, we wish to relocate and have already identified a suitable target. I would like to inquire if you would be willing to join us and leave this place. Join your group, and you must tell me how to enhance my strength. Exactly. No, wait, what group? It's a team. Han Yang's forehead twitched. Very well, I shall join. Shangguan Qingqing's immediate agreement caught Han Yang off guard, leaving him with a multitude of unspoken thoughts. Aren't you going to ask further? For instance, how many members our group has, or what you would be required to do? It's a team. Qingqing corrected Han Yang. Speechless, he felt as though he had been led astray. Be quick. I've already agreed. Why all these questions? Just speak. Han Yang smiled faintly, extending his finger to break open a scab, allowing a drop of fresh blood to emerge. You need to consume this drop of my blood. Shangguan Qingqing glanced at Nan Nan, noticing her cheerful demeanor, which assured her that the situation was manageable. Soon, she grasped the connection. Is it related to your abilities? Correct, but only by consuming it will you receive a reward. Without hesitation, Qingqing lowered her head and took his finger into her mouth. Han Yang felt a small tongue skillfully lick his finger, and before he could savor the moment, it swiftly withdrew. An invisible tether linked the two of them. After licking, Shangguan Qingqing remained acutely aware of her bodily changes. Her willingness to consume Han Yang's blood stemmed from her trust in Nan Nan and her own abilities. Her awakened powers were not as extraordinary as Nan Nan's. She could merely conduct microscopic examinations of her own body. In simpler or more metaphysical terms, she could introspect. Thus, she sought to uncover Han Yang's true intentions. Once the blood entered her body, it transformed into an intangible energy that penetrated the back of her head. Qingqing closed her eyes, directing her consciousness beyond the confines of her brain, tracing the energy. Soon, she discovered that the energy was anchored at the back of her head, embedding itself within her nerves, slowly siphoning her energy to sustain itself. Simultaneously, an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped her, as if someone were perpetually peering into her being. Qingqing instinctively wished to expel this energy, confident in her ability to do so. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from acting, allowing her consciousness to follow the voyeuristic sensation, plunging into the energy. After a whirlwind of disorientation, she was astonished to find her spirit had departed her body, surging along an invisible pathway toward Han Yang. At that moment, another consciousness collided with hers, Han Yang's spirit. Upon receiving Qingqing's feedback of supernatural energy, his consciousness extended through the meridians. However, his control was clumsy, and he inadvertently surged along the frequently exchanging mental tether. The two spirits converged in the void, merging. In that instant, both experienced an overwhelming sense of vulnerability before one another, leaving profound imprints within each other's consciousness. Then, they hastily retreated to their own bodies. They simultaneously opened their eyes, their bodies involuntarily shuddering. A blush crept across Qingqing's face. "You," she began, uncertain of how to continue. Han Yang, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it had only been a fragment of his consciousness, devoid of substantial thoughts or information, merely born of curiosity. Otherwise, his rebirth might have been exposed. Yet, the melding of their spirits was unexpectedly exhilarating. However, the thought of having laid bare their innermost thoughts before one another evoked a complex mix of affection and resentment. "Welcome to our team." Han Yang extended his hand. And after a moment of hesitation, Shangguan Qingqing accepted the handshake. "Ah, finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief," Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully. The earlier exchange of wits seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in an instant. To Nan Nan, both of them appeared quite composed. "So what is Sister Qingqing's awakened ability?" I have been eager to ask, but lacked the courage. Nan Nan gazed at Shangguan Qingqing with curiosity. Han Yang smiled gently. "I believe it must be introspection, akin to what is described in martial arts or fantasy novels. By the way, my ability is contract. At the first level, I can control the zombies that sign a contract with me. At the second level, I can replicate the abilities of those who enter into a contract with me." "So, that drop of blood was the medium for the contract?" Shangguan Qingqing suddenly comprehended. It also clarified how Han Yang and the others managed to evade the multitude of zombies outside and safely arrive here. "Wait, second-level ability?" Shangguan Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 32, Displaying Skills Before Experts Indeed. We not only possess methods to swiftly enhance the abilities of the empowered, but also techniques for advancing to the second tier of power. Han Yang finally expressed the words that had been bottled up within him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Shangguan Qingqing regarded Han Yang with newfound respect. Though she had already held him in high esteem, it was clear she had underestimated him. Now, she found herself genuinely intrigued by this team, not merely for the sake of discovering methods to grow stronger. "Is there anyone else in our team besides you and Nan Nan?" "Yes, there is one more person." "Does that mean I can consider myself a co-founder?" "That person is female." Shangguan Qingqing's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she observed Han Yang. In a team of 4, with 3 being women, it certainly raised questions. However, she found herself pleased by this arrangement, as she had no desire to live with unfamiliar men. As for Han Yang, he was no longer a stranger. Their mental fusion had fostered an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Has she awakened her abilities? Not yet. Not yet? Indeed, we have also mastered a safe method for awakening abilities. But it requires certain items that are rather difficult to procure. Han Yang did not conceal the truth, although they had only just met. The mental connection they shared revealed to him that Shangguan Qingqing was not averse to his mental suggestions. Perhaps, his presence had imprinted itself within her consciousness? Shangguan Qingqing was taken aback, rendered somewhat numb by the revelation. Was it only the 6th day since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse? Most rational individuals remained holed up at home, awaiting rescue. Even someone like her, capable of effortlessly dealing with zombies, had never considered venturing outside. Yet Han Yang, he had not only begun to roam outside, but also possessed knowledge about awakening abilities, enhancing the strength of the empowered, and even advancing their powers. It was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that he had some connection to the viral outbreak or possessed insider information? Shangguan Qingqing was left to ponder such possibilities. Well, It's getting late. Nan Nan, demonstrate the Dragon Tiger body refinement technique for Sister Qingqing, and let us select a couple of weapons to take back. Okay. Nan Nan cheerfully approached Qingqing. In the past, she had always been the one receiving instruction. Today, she finally had the opportunity to teach her as well. The Dragon Tiger body refinement technique? Shangguan Qingqing's expression was slightly odd. Yes, this is what Brother Han taught us, and the results are remarkable. My strength has improved significantly through this practice. After speaking, Nan Nan moved to an open space and began her demonstration. As Nan Nan commenced her movements, the expression on Shangguan Qingqing's face became even more peculiar, making Han Yang feel somewhat uneasy. Is there a problem? No, well, there is one. Where did you learn this body refinement technique? Shangguan Qingqing scrutinized Han Yang intently. That is classified. Shangguan Qingqing remained non-committal. Once Nan Nan completed her set of movements, she bounced over with excitement. So, Sister Qingqing, did you learn it? Remove the ma. Shangguan Qingqing stepped to the spot where Nan Nan had just been, closed her eyes, and contemplated for a moment. After a brief pause, she made her move. Unlike Han Yang and Nan Nan, Shangguan Qingqing's movements were graceful and fluid, reminiscent of a gliding dragon. The entire routine flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. Nan Nan exclaimed, finding it astonishing and incomprehensible. This was no mere mastery. It was truly a case of surpassing the master. Moreover, some of the intricacies differed from what Brother Han had taught, yet they felt entirely harmonious, as if they were meant to be. Han Yang was momentarily stunned. Why did that name sound so familiar? Shangguan Qingqing, and her internal vision, could also be considered a form of perceptual ability. This was indeed a match. The originator of the dragon elephant body forging technique, Shangguan Qing, was none other than Shangguan Qingqing. Han Yang had always assumed it was a man, thus he had never considered this possibility. Simultaneously, he cursed the seller of his body forging technique in his heart, realizing the teachings were inaccurate. It was as if a counterfeit had encountered the genuine article. How embarrassing. How am I doing? Shangguan Qingqing asked with a teasing smile. Sister Qingqing, have you studied this before? Nan Nan finally caught on, refusing to believe one could attain such proficiency after just one viewing. Even if Shangguan Qingqing was a physical education teacher and had trained in martial arts, she was a true enthusiast, always delving into such studies. Indeed, I learned this from an ancient text. Though it is not referred to as the dragon elephant body forging technique, merely as body forging technique, it is said that mastering it grants one the power of a dragon and an elephant. Not an original creation? Han Yang inquired, astonished. It seemed that the entire narrative, including the name, was merely a ruse. Does that ancient text contain anything else? Han Yang's curiosity was piqued. Humph. No comment. Shangguan Qingqing retorted, echoing his words. Han Yang touched his nose. Women sure hold grudges. Since you have also practiced body forging technique, have you not explored the subsequent chapters? Or did you learn from elsewhere? Shangguan Qingqing squinted at Han Yang, scrutinizing him closely. All I have seen is this particular body forging technique. Han Yang replied calmly. All right. I have practiced this body forging technique before as well. Like the 8 sections of brocade, it is merely for strengthening the body. I never anticipated it could possess such effects. The latter part contains some esoteric elements. I need to experiment further and will share the results with you. Han Yang chose to trust her and refrained from probing deeper. It was getting late. They should select a couple of weapons and return, promising to bring some supplies the next day. Very well. Shangguan Qingqing agreed, eager to practice the body forging technique alone. The three approached the weapon rack, and Han Yang had already made his choice, picking up a fully metallic spear. Moonstaff, yearly knife, a lifetime of spears. Do you know how to wield a spear? What use is spear technique against zombies? It's not like we are fighting humans. Besides, aren't you here? You can teach me later. Han Yang chuckled, intending merely to select a weapon that felt comfortable. In his previous life, he had always used a crowbar to poke zombies. It should be quite similar, right? Moreover, wielding a spear looked incredibly impressive. If only there were another horse. Well, the gun you are holding is, in fact, merely ornamental. It is crafted entirely from specialized steel, solidly cast, and weighs excessively, rendering it unwieldy. However, it suits you well now. Han Yang shook it slightly, estimating its weight to be several dozen pounds, undeniably hefty. Yet with his current strength, it posed no hindrance. Examining the muzzle, he noted its overall rhomboid shape, with a pronounced spine, slender blade, and sharp tip, appearing as a seamless extension of the barrel. It would undoubtedly prove effective against zombies. The more he gazed upon it, the more he relished it. This shall suffice. He then glanced at the weapon rack, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, may I select a close combat weapon as well? The goat horn hammer, while practical, had alternatives here that were even superior. Certainly, these weapons are intended for use, although there was no opportunity before. I am delighted to see them shine in your capable hands now. With that, Han Yang did not hesitate to turn and retrieve 2 short hammers from another weapon rack. These were the Wowa short hammers, also forged from solid metal, historically utilized for breaching heavy armor. Han Yang recalled seeing it in a film. Perhaps wielded by a warrior named Jin Gua. Now, in his grasp, they felt quite substantial. Together, the 2 hammers rivaled the weight of the long gun. I have made my selection. Nan Nan, what weapon do you wish to wield? Nan Nan hesitated for a moment. She had initially considered an axe. But that proved too burdensome. Soon, her eyes lit up. I shall use this one. Chapter 33, quite sweet. The 7th day of the apocalypse. Han Yang and Qin Fang rose late, perhaps due to the impending farewell. Qin Fang was unusually proactive, offering Han Yang an unprecedented experience. Had it not been for Nan Nan's persistent knocking, they might have lingered in bed a while longer. Alas, nothing could deter Nan Nan from her mealtime. Han Yang opened the door, while Qin Fang approached the wardrobe, surveying the array of garments. After a moment's contemplation, she selected a professional-looking dress. The skirt was short, and the top buttons of her blouse were left undone, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin and a hint of her décolletage. She paired it with black stockings and petite leather shoes, transforming into an alluring office beauty reflected in the mirror. Qin Fang smiled subtly. In comparison to the youthful Nan Nan, she possessed her own advantages. Last night, after Nan Nan had chosen her weapons, the two returned along the same path without any further incident, encountering only minor thrills along the way. Upon reaching the ground floor, she eagerly dashed home to feed Sha Sha the corpse course. Meanwhile, Han Yang carried the collected diesel back and stationed the mutated female zombie outside as a precaution. How is Sha Sha? Has there been any change? Han Yang inquired as Nan Nan entered, brandishing 2 knives. He could observe Sha Sha through his abilities but could not discern any external changes. It seems Sha Sha has overeaten. After being fed 3 corpse cores yesterday, she was reluctant to eat again, only consuming the last one this morning. Nan Nan lamented. She likely hasn't digested them fully, hence the lack of change. After all, not everyone is like you, solely focused on eating. Han Yang teased. You, say that again, and there will be no girlfriend benefits today. Humph, Nan Nan retorted, recalling how she had kept her promise the previous day by giving him a peck as a token of affection. What about your 3rd knife? Why do you only have 2? Yesterday, Nan Nan had ultimately chosen 3 knives, aspiring to become a 3-blade swordsman. As for why a swordsman would wield knives instead of swords, Nan Nan was uncertain, but it was simply the way it was done. Humph. Do you truly believe I intend to wield 3 knives? 1 is more than sufficient for me. I'll save the other for Sha Sha, as her cosplay character is missing a knife. The last one is for Fang Jie's self-defense. Nan Nan shot Han Yang a sidelong glance. To his surprise, she was still thinking about her sister Fang. Han Yang felt a twinge of guilt. In his excitement yesterday, he had neglected to prepare something for Qin Fang. What will you give me? This was when Qin Fang emerged, having finally changed into her outfit. Han Yang's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Qin Fang would don such a professional office attire at home. Naturally beautiful, she now radiated an exquisite charm, accentuating her allure to perfection. Particularly captivating were her legs, which, already irresistible, became even more enchanting with the addition of black stockings. Had Nan Nan not been present, he would have wished to sweep her away back to bed. Fang Jia, you look stunning today, Nan Nan exclaimed, linking her arm with Qin Fang's. It has merely been a few days since the laundry was last done, leaving me uncertain about what to wear. How could anyone compare to the beauty of my sister? Qin Fang smiled faintly, satisfied with Han Yang's demeanor, her eyes nearly wide with astonishment. Today, Nan Nan and Han Yang were to embark on their journey of exploration. Although she knew they would return to escort her, Qin Fang felt a twinge of anxiety. What captivated Han Yang the most about her was undoubtedly her graceful figure, which is why she had gone to great lengths to adorn herself today, seeking to enhance her allure. Fang Jia, here is a gift for you. Tell me which one you prefer, Nan Nan said, presenting 2 swords before Qin Fang. Yesterday, Qin Fang had overheard Han Yang discussing their expedition and had glimpsed Han Yang's new weapon, a finely crafted spear. She was aware that Nan Nan had acquired a new weapon as well, but she was pleasantly surprised to discover one was intended for her. A warmth spread through her heart, prompting her to lower her gaze slightly to mask her emotions, while she examined the 2 blades. May I draw one out to see? She inquired. Of course, Nan Nan replied. One blade was adorned with a black and gold scabbard, while the other boasted a crimson sheath embellished with metallic cloud patterns at the base. Qin Fang instinctively chose the red one. Grasping the hilt, she pulled firmly, and the blade slid free with ease. It was a tang knife, with a blade approximately 70 centimeters long and a hilt around 30 centimeters. The blade was straight, sleek, and polished, reflecting a dazzling light under the sun's rays. Despite her lack of weaponry knowledge, Chen Fong was utterly captivated. Is this a knife or a sword? She pondered, feeling a bit confounded. The weapon's design was intriguing. The lower two-thirds of the blade was single-edged, while the tip mirrored a sword's double-edged form. Sister Qingqing mentioned this is a type of Zhu Ren Hung Dao, known for its distinctive shape. Beautiful, isn't it? Nan Nan remarked, drawing out the other blade. This one was a conventional Tang horizontal knife, while the weapon designated for Sha Sha was a slightly curved Miao knife. The Miao knife was not used by the Miao ethnic group, but resembled the shape of rice seedlings, akin to a samurai sword from the small days. Its scabbard and hilt were white, which Chen Fong felt complemented Sha Sha's attire splendidly, hence she decided to gift it to her. Thank you, Nan Nan. I truly adore it, Chen Fong said, embracing her before accepting the Zhu Ren Tang knife. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something delicious for you. That sounds wonderful, Chen Fong replied, striding into the kitchen with her elegant legs. Han Yang's gaze followed her intently. Humph. Nan Nan huffed from the side, clearly unimpressed. Han Yang scratched his nose and turned his attention back to Nan Nan, who was dressed as she always was, an airy tank top paired with short shorts, exuding a sense of refreshing lightness. Her legs were long, fair, and impeccably straight. One could only wonder how she would appear in black stockings. What are you thinking about? Nan Nan questioned, noticing Han Yang's unwavering gaze on her legs. I was contemplating how you would look in stockings. Oh no. I meant to say I was pondering what mode of transportation we should use tonight. You lecher. Nan Nan puffed her cheeks in mock indignation. Oh dear, she exclaimed. If I don't take some action, I feel utterly wronged. Han Yang displayed no sense of guilt from the reprimand. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, grinning at her. How dare you? Nan Nan puffed out her chest and huffed. You are my girlfriend. There is nothing I would shy away from. Han Yang responded boldly, stepping closer until their bodies nearly touched. Ah, indeed. Nan Nan seemed to have just remembered this fact, her expression momentarily dazed. Han Yang, utterly captivated by her adorableness, could not help but embrace her tightly. Oh, Nan Nan gasped, only for her exclamation to transform into a soft whimper. The words caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in surprise. This was her first experience. She felt somewhat at a loss, bewildered. Is this what a kiss feels like? It's quite a peculiar sensation. Wait. Nan Nan snapped back to reality and was about to struggle when Han Yang, sensing her unease, immediately released her. This is today's girlfriend privilege. Let us keep it like this from now on. Han Yang decided to seize the moment. You wish. I would never agree to that. Nan Nan wiped her lips and shot him a fierce glare. Humph. I shan't acknowledge you anymore. I'm going to find Sister Fong. Han Yang watched as Nan Nan fled in a huff, smacking his lips. Well, that was rather sweet. Chapter 34. Awaiting your return, breakfast was ready. And Nan Nan remained somewhat sulky, continuously vying for food with Han Yang. Chen Fong watched their playful banter with a cheerful smile. After finishing their meal, the trio rested for a moment before commencing their practice of body-strengthening techniques. Although they were aware of certain imperfections, this did not hinder their remarkable effectiveness. It would be prudent to seek guidance from Qing upon her return to address any mistakes. Among the three, Nan Nan was undoubtedly the most proficient. Chen Fong had finally mastered the complete set of movements. Observing her, Han Yang offered praise as she concluded her practice, stating, Fong, you performed admirably today. Your efforts have not gone to waste under my thorough instruction. Chen Fong rolled her eyes in response, retorting, is your so-called thorough instruction even legitimate? From now on, practice daily, he advised. Although your strength may not be significantly increasing at this moment, it will certainly enhance your physical fitness. When the opportunity arises for you to awaken your abilities, your strength will surely improve. Chen Fong nodded in agreement, pursing her lips. Nan, for now, you need not practice the body-strengthening techniques. We should familiarize ourselves with our new weapons first. Han Yang paused briefly before continuing, after lunch. Let us rest for the afternoon to gather our energies and discuss our route. All right. With that, the two each took up their respective weapons. Beginning to adjust to the weight, feel, and usage, Nan chose a knife, not merely for playful antics or to provide Chen Fong and Sha Sha with one each, but because she had learned some fundamental knife techniques from Qing. Although her learning had been playful in nature, she had primarily practiced with knives and swords during her time there, influenced by anime, which inclined both her and Sha Sha towards the use of knives. Occasionally visiting Qing to watch her practice martial arts, they would also engage in playful sparring. Inspired by this, they even choreographed a dance incorporating some knife techniques, which had captivated audiences at last year's New Year's Eve school performance. However, they had primarily trained with wooden knives, as real ones were too heavy for extended practice. Now, with her enhanced strength, Nan found the real knife to feel lighter than the wooden ones of the past. Without drawing the knife from its sheath, she practiced with it still encased. Unlike the graceful fluidity of the sword, the knife demanded a more vigorous approach, emphasizing powerful and decisive strikes. Recalling Qing Qing's admonitions from the previous night, she remembered that beginners should not be overly fixated on rigid forms and routines. The emphasis should be on mastering the fundamental techniques of knife usage: sweeping, chopping, flicking, slicing, grazing, thrusting, and slashing. All knife techniques evolve from these 8 foundational movements. Only by solidifying the basic actions of knife techniques and internalizing them could one avoid confusion in the heat of battle, thereby achieving the ability to counter effectively. Nan had previously learned these movements. While she had grasped them somewhat, they had merely served as supplementary exercises to her folk dance. Fortunately, she had a foundational understanding. At this moment, with her significantly enhanced physical condition and having faced zombies head-on several times, albeit largely relying on her abilities, she found her experience with knife techniques to feel entirely different now. Each fundamental action she practiced previously had been merely an exercise. Now, it held a deeper significance. Now, as she contemplates facing the zombies, she questions whether her slash is executed at the right angle, with sufficient force, and if it can deliver a fatal blow. Concurrently, due to her body refinement training, she begins to appreciate the nuances of each movement's power application, contemplating whether it aligns with Qing Qing's teachings and identifying areas for improvement. This marks the initial manifestation of her proficiency with the blade. In contrast, Han Yang exhibits a nonchalant demeanor. He remains oblivious to the 3 core actions of shooting, blocking, holding, and stabbing. However, with a year of experience in the apocalypse using a crowbar to dispatch zombies, he adapts the gun for similar use, wielding it like a crowbar. Moreover, considering the weight of the firearm, he can swing it as a club, capable of shattering a zombie's skull. His immediate goal is to master the gun's weight and length, enhancing his tactile sense to achieve a level of control akin to an extension of his own arm. Within the confines of the room, Han Yang practices thrusting on the balcony. With his left arm forward and right arm back, he grips the steel spear with both hands, channeling power through his legs, twisting his hips, and turning his waist. The spear pierces through the air like a dragon, releasing a glint that slices through the atmosphere. The friction produces a whistling sound that reverberates in the air. Strong. As Han Yang reflects on the ferocity of his recent strike, he feels an instinctive confidence. Even a slab of iron placed before him would succumb to his thrust. He cannot help but tighten his grip on the gun, finding it increasingly appealing. Eagerly, he resumes his practice. The pair continues to train until noon, drenched in sweat. While Qinfang prepares lunch, she activates the generator, allowing them a taste of modern conveniences. Ah, how delightful it would be to have electricity and water every day. I haven't bathed in ages. Nan slumps in a chair, relishing the cool breeze from the air conditioner. In an effort to conserve water, despite being soaked in sweat, she can only wipe herself down with a damp towel, as the used water must be reserved for flushing the toilet. Thankfully, this necessity keeps their odors at bay. Otherwise, the 3 of them would be unbearable. Even a fairy would quickly become odorous in this sweltering summer without a bath. However, this predicament intensifies their need for water. Soon, once they reach their destination, a vast ocean awaits for a refreshing soak. Yes, I want to play in the water at the beach. I hear that Jinsadeo is famous for its golden sands and a dock filled with luxurious yachts. We could even sail out to sea for fun. Nan squints her eyes, daydreaming. I can hardly wait for what you described. Chun Fong emerges with dishes, her heart also yearning for this adventure. Although staying here might be safer. All right, let us eat. This afternoon, we'll plan our route. As long as everything goes smoothly, your dreams will come true. After lunch, Han Yang takes the map, and the 3 of them collaboratively outline their route. The most direct path undoubtedly leads eastward from their community for about 7 to 8 kilometers until they reach the coastal highway. Continuing southward along this highway for around 30 kilometers will bring them to their destination, Jinsadeo. However, this journey is fraught with dozens of traffic lights, each posing a potential risk for congestion and hindering their passage, necessitating the consideration of alternative routes. They must strategize how to swiftly navigate around any blocked roads. The 3 individuals engaged in discussion until dusk, preparing various plans, yet the final decision would ultimately rely upon an on-site investigation. After dinner, Nan returned home to change into attire suitable for going out. Han Yang, under Qinfang's attentive care, also donned his outfit with precision. Before we return, do not venture outside, nor open the door to anyone. Await our return. The provisions and water at home are sufficient for your survival for several months. Suddenly, Qinfang pressed her finger against Han Yang's lips. I do not wish to survive alone for months. You must return for me. I will. Han Yang, noticing the worry etched on her face, lowered his head to kiss her. Qinfang wrapped her arms around his neck in response. They only released each other when Han Yang sensed Nan descending the stairs. Do you like my outfit today? Chen Fong asked shyly, gazing at Han Yang. I do. Han Yang replied without hesitation. When you return, I shall wear this, and you may do as you please. Chapter 35. Is it really as you say? Han Yang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at her rosy lips, his mind conjuring vivid images. Over the past few days, they had grown familiar with one another. Yet there had been no substantial progress beyond this familiarity. Han Yang had entertained certain thoughts, but regrettably, Chen Fong was somewhat reluctant. Now, she slightly turned her head away. A hint of shyness evident, mumbling, I did say it's up to you. Han Yang's heart leaped with joy. Then you must patiently await my return at home. What shall I do? Is there anything left unfinished? At that moment, Nan Nan returned. Han Yang looked at Chen Fong, and everything was conveyed without words. Chen Fong chuckled softly, distancing herself from Han Yang to embrace Nan Nan. Do take care on your journey. Rest assured, Fong Jie. Nan Nan replied, returning Chen Fong's embrace and patting her back. All right, let us go. Han Yang secured his backpack, grasped his long gun, and prepared for departure. We're off. Nan Nan also adjusted her backpack, wielding a tang knife, waving goodbye to Chen Fong as she closed the door behind them. Chen Fong lingered at the doorway, hesitant to leave. How is Sha Sha faring? Upon reaching the 4th floor, Han Yang glanced into Nan Nan's home. The little dog was nestled comfortably in the makeshift bed Nan Nan had crafted, happily munching on food, uncertain of how long they would be gone. Nan Nan had stocked ample provisions, and the dog was thoroughly content, ignoring even Nan Nan's presence. There seemed to be no significant changes. Nan Nan felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps Sha Sha needed more time to adjust. After all, bean corpse grass does not sprout overnight. Nan Nan understood this. So she did not succumb to despair. Is the door secured? This venture was far-reaching, and he was uncertain if he could maintain control over her from such a distance. In his past life, the farthest he had ever controlled a zombie was merely a few kilometers. Thus, he was uncertain of the limits of his abilities. Should his control falter, it could pose a danger to others. Consequently, Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep Sha Sha confined within her room. It's locked. The two continued downward, swiftly reaching the entrance of their building. The mutated female zombie from yesterday still stood guard outside, confirming that the building door was securely locked. Han Yang allowed the zombie to scout ahead. Only then did they ride their tricycle outward. After 4 thorough clearances, their building was devoid of zombies all the way to the neighborhood entrance. While other areas of the community likely still harbored them, it did not hinder their exit. So they chose to disregard it. Their first stop was the supermarket, where they stocked up on high-calorie food and water, both for their journey and to bring some back to Ching Ching. Although there was still some rice and noodles at Ching Ching's home, the lack of gas and electricity made cooking cumbersome. If Han Yang and his companions delayed their visit by another day or two, she might even resort to gathering firewood to cook, their bags brimming. They returned to the community entrance. Vehicles blocked every exit within the neighborhood, yet the entrance road outside was still passable. All we need to do is move a couple of cars from within the community, and we can drive out along the entrance. Han Yang had already devised a plan in his mind. The crux of the matter lies in how to navigate beyond the confines of the community. Nan Nan was also surveying the surroundings. Ordinarily, vehicles from their neighborhood would exit via the designated lane and then make a right turn onto the main road heading west. To travel eastward, one would typically need to proceed westward for approximately 100 meters to a designated U-turn intersection before turning back east. Currently, however, Han Yang and the others desired to go east, but the option of first heading west and then turning around was impractical, as the road was completely obstructed. Directly heading east was also unfeasible, as the main road was congested with cars all moving westward, and the entrance to the community was severely blocked. Reversing down the non-motorized lane was not an option either, given the traffic jam. Some drivers, attempting to navigate through the non-motorized lane, found themselves equally ensnared. Han Yang recalled the route he had traversed the previous night. It seemed their only recourse was to utilize the sidewalk. It should be manageable. Han Yang beckoned to Nan Nan, and they proceeded to gauge the width of the sidewalk. Whenever obstructive shared bicycles or other vehicles appeared, they simply moved them aside. Continuing for 100 meters. At this point, the main road was less congested. They could ascend from the sidewalk onto the main road and travel against the flow of traffic. Han Yang exhaled in relief. After all, there were no authorities monitoring the situation. They could drive as they pleased. Let us hasten. The lane for oncoming traffic on the main road was relatively clear. Even when a few vehicles occasionally appeared, they did not impede their progress. The two of them entered a stealth mode and swiftly advanced. The mutated female zombie trailed behind them. Numerous zombies roamed the streets, but they paid them no heed. They continued running until they reached the next intersection, only to be obstructed by a cluster of vehicles ahead. Here, the number of zombies increased, compelling the pair to cautiously observe their surroundings. The center of the road was utterly jammed, predominantly with vehicles traveling north and south, likely caught at that moment by a green light. In contrast, The east-west lane where Han Yang and his companion traveled was orderly, with vehicles neatly halted at the stop line. They could proceed right, where the southbound lane was relatively clear, then make a U-turn northward, returning to the intersection before turning right again to head east. This route effectively constituted a northern detour, bringing them back onto the eastbound main road. With no alternative and a pressing need to reach the school ahead, they had no choice but to follow this path. The two navigated the planned route, encountering some areas with heavier traffic and narrower passages, yet fortunately, they managed to pass through. Upon returning to the eastbound main road, they found the right lane moving forward was also devoid of many vehicles, while the lane they had traversed against traffic was now congested. Thus, they enjoyed uninterrupted passage until they arrived at the school entrance. Although the vehicular traffic was light here, the number of students was substantial, with a horde of zombies, approximately 50 or 60, swarming the area. What should they do? Nan was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, are these university students not attending classes? Why are they all rushing out? Han Yang felt a headache coming on. With so many zombies present, a gradual cleanup seemed unrealistic. It would be an immense waste of time. However, they needed to gain access for their vehicle. He was quite envious of the weapons at Ching's location. He couldn't afford to leave even one behind. All must be loaded into the car. It's precisely because of classes that there are so many people at the entrance. Nan reasoned. If they weren't in class, who wouldn't he prefer to stay in their dorms? At the crack of dawn, I rushed to the entrance. Primarily because most of the academic buildings are situated nearby. I must divert these mindless hordes. Otherwise, the throngs of people would make it easy for my presence to be detected. So, Brother Han, do you have any clever strategies? Solutions, you ask? Indeed. There are a few. Chapter 36. Increasingly intriguing, Han Yang stroked his chin, recalling a certain strategy from his previous life. Let us return and find a vehicle infested with zombies. Nan followed Han Yang as they retraced their steps. Along their route, a smattering of cars lay abandoned, most containing trapped zombies. Han Yang selected the nearest vehicle, an SUV with its window partially ajar, revealing a driver who had succumbed to the zombie transformation, sitting vacantly inside. Han Yang deactivated his stealth ability, and the zombie within immediately sensed him, thrashing violently and emitting a ghastly howl. Han Yang bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the zombie's mouth, subduing it. The driver's zombie grew silent. Upon opening the car door to inspect the interior, Han Yang discovered it was an automatic, feeling fortunate that he wouldn't need to switch vehicles. He then retrieved tape, securing the zombie's right foot to the accelerator and binding its hands firmly to the steering wheel, with one hand deliberately affixed to the horn. Brother Han, what are you planning? Nan inquired, puzzled. You shall see shortly. Han Yang replied with a mysterious smile, instructing Nan to keep her distance as he turned the ignition key, and to his delight, the engine roared to life. The headlights illuminated a small stretch of road ahead, where a zombie stood, momentarily bewildered by the sudden brightness, frozen in place. Han Yang swiftly closed the car door, activated his stealth ability, and took cover with Nan while concentrating intently on controlling the zombie inside. He gently pressed down on the right foot, adjusting the steering wheel, and the vehicle began to accelerate. At that moment, the previously dazed zombie finally reacted, lunging at the car with outstretched claws. With a resounding thud, the SUV collided with the zombie, crushing it beneath the tires. The commotion attracted nearby zombies, who began to converge towards the source of the noise. Han Yang could not exercise precise control over the zombie, only issuing simple commands for which foot to exert force and whether to raise or lower its hands. As a result, the vehicle maneuvered erratically, alternating between speeds, yet gradually veering onto the wrong side of the road. As the distance to the school diminished, Han Yang commanded the zombie's right hand to press the horn while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The tranquil night was shattered by the blaring horn and the roar of the engine. The SUV surged forward, causing the cluster of zombies at the school entrance to stir. The vehicle's speed escalated, scattering the sporadic zombies that obstructed its path, without any reduction in velocity. With the horn wailing, they sped past the school gates, inciting a frenzy among the zombies, who rushed towards the vehicle. Han Yang and Nan trailed behind the horde, observing as the car receded into the distance. Unable to discern the road ahead, Han Yang relinquished control and permitted the vehicle to accelerate recklessly. Soon, a deafening crash echoed in the distance. The SUV appeared to have collided with another vehicle, coming to a halt, yet the horn miraculously persisted, ceaselessly blaring. Brother Han, you are truly remarkable. How did you conceive such a brilliant plan? Especially the idea of using the zombies as cannon fodder. Nan gazed at the desolate entrance of the school, devoid of any undead, and couldn't help but admire the ingenuity. It is all wisdom. Han Yang pointed to his head. In truth, he had witnessed similar madness in his past life, albeit with living individuals behind the wheel, 2 vehicles, to be precise. The first car honked incessantly to lure the zombies away, while the second took advantage of the distraction to hastily gather supplies from supermarkets and liquor stores. The first vehicle bore immense risk, often leading to dire consequences. Inspired by this, Han Yang ingeniously adapted the concept, employing the zombies as drivers. While the effectiveness paled in comparison to living drivers, it afforded him considerable benefits. Humph, I know you are quite clever. Nan Nan pouted, leading the way. The two took care to avoid the main teaching building, opting for more secluded paths. After several turns, they soon found themselves outside Ching Ching's house. A few deceased zombies lay outside, their skulls shattered, an endeavor Han Yang had undertaken the day prior, though it yielded little reward. Before Nan Nan could knock, Ching Ching opened the door. I faintly heard the sound of car horns from the direction of the school gate and guessed you would arrive soon. As she spoke, she ushered the two inside and secured the door. It was Han Deji's ingenious strategy that utilized the controlled zombies as drivers to divert the undead from the school entrance. Nan Nan eagerly recounted the events, spilling forth details like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Ching Ching regarded Han Yang with a glimmer of admiration. There was indeed a spark of quick wit. By the way, we brought you some food. Immediately, Nan Nan emptied her backpack, scattering a plethora of chocolates, Snickers, marinated eggs, and chicken legs across the sofa. Knowing that Ching Ching had an ample supply of water, she had chosen only food. Thank you so much. That is very thoughtful of you. We are all family. There is no need for thanks. Han Yang also emptied his backpack, leaving only half of his provisions for the journey. Family, you say? Ching Ching smiled. Then I shall not be polite. Exactly, Sister Ching Ching. Why be polite? Nan Nan unabashedly unzipped her jacket and fanned herself with Ching Ching's fan. It's sweltering. Ching Ching glanced at Nan Nan, who was clad only in her undergarment, then at Han Yang, whose gaze was fixed elsewhere. So this is how you choose to be impolite? Ching Ching shook her head, placing distance between them. Once Han Yang's gaze fell upon her, she casually remarked, Have you come to scout the way for tonight? Yes, we have confirmed the route from here to the school gate. When we return, we will come to collect you. How long might that take? If all goes smoothly, we should arrive tonight. If not, perhaps tomorrow night, including the return journey. It may be the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Does it truly require such time for you, given the distance? Ching Ching, who had not inquired about their destination the previous day, found herself intrigued by Han Yang's words. Though the distance is not great under normal circumstances, the current situation, with zombies lurking outside, necessitates our nocturnal excursions, which tend to consume considerable time. Hence, I shall await your arrival, and then I shall present you with a delightful surprise. A surprise? Is it not permissible to divulge it now? Han Yang inquired, taken aback. It is not. Shangwan Qingqing shook her head. Very well. I shall anticipate the nature of your surprise. Han Yang rose, tidying his backpack. Nan Nan, we must depart. Must we set off so soon? Nan Nan reluctantly adjusted her clothing. Farewell, Sister Qingqing, we shall await your return. Be cautious on your journey. Upon exiting Qingqing's abode, Han Yang and Nan Nan quickly melded into the night, vanishing from her sight. Such a remarkable ability. However, mine is no less impressive. Qingqing closed the door and made her way toward the basement. Faint sounds reverberated subtly in the air. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 37. The pigs bites. Han Yang and Nan Nan retraced their steps back to the school gate. The car horn had fallen silent, and even the driver zombie had ceased to exist. It was unclear what had transpired, but one thing was certain, the driver zombie was no more. The duo advanced cautiously, as a barrier of fences obstructed the middle of the road. Although the opposite road teemed with countless zombies, their path remained relatively tranquil. After a short distance, they arrived at the site of the driver zombie's mishap, discovering that it had indeed collided with another vehicle. However, due to the dense swarm of zombies surrounding the area, the specifics remained obscured. They did not linger, utilizing their stealth abilities to navigate safely past, continuing their journey. They traversed 4 or 5 kilometers, passing 2 intersections where the congestion was not as severe. By maneuvering through the non-motorized lanes and sidewalks, they managed to make their way. Han Yang meticulously marked the map, noting where detours were necessary and how to circumvent obstacles. After all, even the sharpest memory could not compare to a well-kept record. Look at all those zombies ahead, they remarked after traveling some distance. Just 2 intersections away from the coastal highway, Han Yang and Nan Nan found themselves once again obstructed. This time, it was not vehicles but an overwhelming number of zombies. I'll use my abilities to take a look. Han Yang switched to the female zombie S-powers, and before him appeared a myriad of glowing figures, densely packed and seemingly endless, forming a veritable wall that completely blocked the road. A chill ran down his spine. He had not anticipated encountering a horde here. The sheer number suggested at least 10,000. How could a horde manifest in this location? He pondered in bewilderment. Passing through was impossible. Faced with such a massive horde, they could only retreat. A horde? Nan Nan gasped, having expected a scenario similar to that at the school entrance. Yes, there are far too many, at least 10,000. We should head back and take a detour. The two slowly retreated, only daring to make larger movements once they were at a safe distance. Returning to the previous intersection, they turned south. This north-south road was a dual carriageway with 4 lanes, less congested, yet still more crowded. They had to frequently navigate around the sidewalks, clear obstructing bicycles and electric scooters, and remain vigilant of the encroaching zombies, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon reaching the next intersection, they turned eastward back onto the correct path. As they proceeded, Han Yang noted an unusual phenomenon. The number of zombies on the road had diminished. Reflecting on the earlier horde, he wondered if the zombies had congregated elsewhere. What could have drawn them away? Advancing further, they reached another intersection. Although it was still heavily obstructed, there were hardly any zombies wandering about. Why are there so few zombies here? Nan Nan also noticed the anomaly. Who knows? It's convenient for us. They quickly devised a route to bypass the blockage. Han Yang initially intended to head north at this intersection to return to the main road leading to their community. However, concerned that the horde might extend to that crossroad, they opted to continue eastward along their current path. Though the path had narrowed somewhat, the presence of zombies was indeed scarce, allowing them to waste a little time on the sidewalk without concern. Ambling leisurely towards the next intersection, Nan Nan's stomach betrayed her with a soft growl. Hungry? Han Yang observed her silence with a twinge of sympathy. This little girl, despite her constant complaints of hunger and her eagerness for food, showed no hesitation when it came to exerting herself. He glanced at the time. They had departed around 8 o'clock, and it was now past 2 in the morning. Nearly 5 hours of uninterrupted use of their abilities had taken a toll on their stamina. Nan Nan pouted slightly. Let us find somewhere to rest. After all, this intersection posed no threat. Beyond it lay the coastal highway, which would be much easier to navigate. The two continued past the intersection and walked a short distance further, before Nan Nan insisted they enter a clothing store. The shop's entrance stood wide open, devoid of both people and zombies, showcasing a plethora of women-esque garments. They shut the door behind them and secured it with a rope. Han Yang conducted a quick survey of the space, discovering a staircase that led to the second floor. Let us check out the second floor first, Han Yang encouraged, as he noticed Nan Nan lingering over the clothes with reluctance. The staircase creaked underfoot, emitting a dull thud with each step. With concerns about potential zombies above, Han Yang kept his long gun aimed in that direction. Soon, they reached the upper level, revealing a modest lounge area. Aside from a small sitting room, there were 2 additional rooms. One contained a bed, while the other served as a storage space for clothes. Safe. After inspecting all the rooms and confirming their security, they finally relaxed. Let us eat. I'm starving. Nan Nan eagerly unzipped Han Yang's backpack, rummaging through it for food without hesitation. Han Yang also retrieved a marinated chicken leg, tearing open the packaging to indulge in the meat. Before long, they had devoured half of the food from the backpack, and Nan Nan, now satisfied, leaned back against the sofa, patting her belly. After a hearty meal, it would be splendid to have a bath. As the temperature dropped in the early hours, Nan Nan refrained from shedding her clothes to cool off. However, the stickiness of her skin was uncomfortable. I see there are barrels of bottled water here. You could use that to freshen up. Han Yang began to pack away the remaining food into his backpack, but noticed Nan Nan's silence. Upon looking again, he found her sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. It seemed she was truly exhausted. Han Yang himself felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. While his physical condition remained adequate, he was mentally drained. After all, they had scarcely rested throughout the day, effectively pulling an all-nighter. Now that it was 3 o'clock, with just 2 hours until dawn, Han Yang decided to take a rest. After rejuvenating, they would be more energetic for the night ahead. The sofa was too small, and seeing Nan Nan's awkward sleeping position, he carefully lifted her and carried her to the room with the bed, gently placing her down. Nan Nan, just on the cusp of slumber, was in a light sleep. The moment he moved her, she stirred awake. Yet, she kept her eyes shut, savoring the feeling of being cared for. Han Yang was naturally well aware of the situation. He could perceive Nan Nan's heartbeat through the seat of consciousness, observing her adorable appearance as she feigned sleep with her eyes closed. He couldn't resist leaning down to capture her lips. Nan Nan let out a small protest, but being held tightly rendered her resistance futile. It was as if she had simply been nibbled by a playful pig. After all, she had already experienced such a nibble once before. Comforting herself in this manner, Nan Nan's body gradually relaxed, shedding its previous tension. Chapter 38. An obvious lack of decorum. Han Yang felt a surge of delight at her somewhat inexperienced response. However, he chose not to press further. keeping his hands respectfully to himself. The circumstances were not quite suitable, and she was different from Chen Fong. Both Han Yang and Chen Fong were seasoned individuals. When the atmosphere was right and understanding was achieved, things naturally fell into place. Yet, Nan Nan was evidently a novice, and Han Yang feared that advancing too swiftly might frighten her. After all, there would be ample time in the future. After a brief taste of intimacy, Han Yang released Nan Nan. This was the benefit of having a girlfriend today. To avoid embarrassing her, he felt compelled to provide her with an easy way out. Humph. Nan Nan wrinkled her little nose. Next time, no surprise attacks. Understood. I shall inform you in advance next time. As long as there is a next time. Everything is negotiable. You should rest well here. Have a good sleep, and we shall take action again tonight. As Nan Nan watched him leave the room, she sighed in relief. Yet, she soon felt that something was amiss. No, there might not be a next time. She mumbled softly, but her voice was too faint for anyone but herself to hear. Han Yang returned to the small living room and lay down on the sofa where Nan Nan had just been sleeping, soon drifting off to slumber. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the sun was high in the sky. Han Yang, deep in sleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony of blaring car horns. What was happening? He rolled out of bed, crouching alertly before cautiously making his way to the window to peer outside. He spotted an SUV speeding away, its ear-piercing horn attracting a horde of zombies trailing behind. Who on earth would dare to honk in a city teeming with the undead? Was this person out of their mind? Brother Han, there is someone outside. At that moment, Nan Nan was also awakened by the noise. She glanced through the bedroom window and was immediately struck with astonishment, calling out for Han Yang. Han Yang hastened to the bedroom, peering out the window. They were situated at the mouth of a narrow alley that could barely accommodate 2 vehicles. The shop they occupied was positioned right at the alley's entrance, with the bedroom window facing the alley and the living room window overlooking the street outside. At that moment, a pickup truck was idling in the alley, poised to start at any moment. 4 individuals were inside the vehicle. Apart from the driver, there was another person in the front passenger seat, while the remaining 2 occupied the truck bed. The vehicle was silent, lurking quietly. The distant honking continued to resonate, gradually fading as it moved further away. Han Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, quickly grasping their intentions. Yet, he was soon captivated by the insignia emblazoned on the side of the pickup, a police badge, emblazoned with the word police. Is that a police vehicle? Nan Nan whispered softly. However, the occupants of the truck did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Han Yang squinted, scrutinizing the 4 individuals closely. The 2 in the truck bed seemed relatively ordinary. One was clad in a dress shirt and slacks, while the other wore a casual t-shirt and long pants. Despite wielding machetes, they appeared timid, constantly surveying their surroundings. Seated in the passenger seat were 2 robust men, clad in tank tops and shorts, their muscular forms adorned with elaborate tattoos. At first glance, one might hesitate to label them as nefarious individuals, yet they certainly seemed ill-suited to the vehicle's insignia. It would not be entirely inaccurate to suggest that they might frequently find themselves on the wrong side of the law. At that moment, the driver, an imposing figure with a menacing countenance, glanced at the time and immediately pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging out of the alley and onto the main road, speeding away. What were they up to? Nan Nan pondered, her confusion palpable, but Han Yang did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he gestured for her to look deeper into the alley. Further in, 2 large iron gates loomed, flanked by signs proclaiming the presence of the Jinghai City Qingbei District XXX Bureau. Behind those gates stood 2 more imposing men, each positioned to swiftly close the entrance. This was a gang of thugs, evidently having taken control of the area, potentially armed. What were they engaged in? The events of the previous night flashed through Nan Nan's mind, how she had manipulated zombies to attract more zombies. Had they also acquired the ability to control the undead? Why not real humans? One person could drive to lure the zombies while others scavenged for supplies in nearby stores. Such a notion had never crossed her mind. Could it be that those in the front were, perhaps alive or dead, their fates hinging on sheer luck? Nan Nan found it hard to believe. Were they not allies? How could they betray their own kind? Who had ever claimed they were comrades? Did she not see the 2 individuals behind the pickup truck? Their attire and demeanor starkly contrasted with those in the front and at the gate. The latter appeared to be refined rogues, while the former resembled thugs. Thus, it became clear, these marauders coerced individuals who were not part of their group into driving zombies, indifferent to whether they perished in the process. If they were fortunate enough to survive, they would be assimilated into the fold. How did Han Yang possess such insight? He too had only recently grasped a seemingly trivial detail. If he was not mistaken, a certain locksmith, who had taught him the trade in his previous life, was among these men. This locksmith, surnamed Zhou, bore an unremarkable given name, and was commonly referred to as Sangu or as San. with some even calling him the thief Che Guevara, a moniker derived from his resemblance to the historical figure, the governor of the Barren River region. As for the title of thief, it was evident from his skills that he was a seasoned burglar. He often lamented his inability to hold a legitimate job, proclaiming that he would never partake in honest labor. Lacking the acumen for business, he resorted to clandestine means to make a living. Consequently, he frequently found himself in police custody, yet, for him, the station felt akin to home, perhaps even preferable, given the meals provided and the company of intriguing individuals. He relished his time there. Ironically, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, he happened to be in custody. It was precisely this circumstance that spared him from being swept away by the hordes of the undead outside. Eventually, leveraging his skills, he successfully unlocked the door and made his escape. In the midst of fervent praise and requests from the surviving inmates, assistance was rendered to unlock all the doors, including those containing a recently apprehended group of gamblers and individuals involved in organized crime. By that time, only a handful of staff members remained alive in the facility. When the zombie virus first erupted, chaos reigned within the prison. Infected staff and inmates roamed freely, biting anyone within reach. The uninfected personnel, in their desperation, sought merely to subdue the attackers, never considering the use of firearms. Consequently, the majority of the staff succumbed to the virus. Only 2 individuals managed to take refuge in an office. The group of organized criminals, all with prior convictions, displayed audacity and fearlessness in the face of the undead, utilizing rudimentary tools to eradicate the zombies within their cells. Observing the prowess of these formidable individuals, the remaining surviving inmates began to rally behind them, following their lead with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 39. I am quite clever. The surviving inmates obtained some police equipment from the deceased staff members, such as capture devices and bomb shields, greatly enhancing their capabilities. They gradually cleared the zombies from the precinct. During this process, some inmates were unfortunately scratched and were swiftly dealt with by the gang, showing no mercy even to their own comrades, instilling greater fear among everyone. The 2 surviving staff members, realizing they were outnumbered, could only emphasize the need for collaboration and mutual benefit. However, the thugs, seeing that zombies were everywhere outside, pretended to agree with the staff, only to ambush them when their guard was down, forcing them to reveal the locations of firearms and other weapons. Subsequently, they eliminated the staff, gaining complete control of the station. Han Yang's mentor, Old 3 Shou, remained safe, as it was he who had released everyone, earning the respect of the gang leader, Huang Bingfa, who referred to him as Third Brother. He thrived in this chaotic environment. However, this fortunate situation was short-lived. With zombies surrounding them, they found themselves trapped in the precinct with dwindling food supplies. Among the survivors, some began to turn into zombies, although they were ultimately dealt with. Several lives were lost in the process. Huang Bingfa, not only bold and ruthless but also clever, devised a plan. He instructed everyone to sleep in individual cells at night. Those without cells were to occupy the interrogation room and other available rooms. The key was to avoid clustering together and maintain self-isolation. He and several of his brothers secured the best positions in the staff office, planning to open the doors together in the morning. This strategy effectively controlled the internal zombie crisis. Even if someone transformed, they posed no threat to others, as being confined to their rooms made it easy for a few individuals with capture devices to handle the situation. Huang Bingfa also organized a rotating schedule for clearing zombies outside, gradually clearing a path through the alley. Initially, they cautiously gathered supplies, but as they learned the zombies' behaviors, Huang Bingfa devised a method involving one vehicle at the front to attract zombies and another at the back to transport supplies. The front vehicle was the most dangerous, and how to escape once the zombies were lured away became a pressing concern. Huang Bingfa proposed a circular route. Their position was at the lower right corner of a square path. By making a complete circuit and throwing a loudspeaker out at the lower left corner to attract the zombies, they could potentially return safely without the front vehicle needing to honk. The idea was sound, but practical execution was hindered by traffic conditions and individual driving skills, leaving no one willing to take the risk. In a fit of anger, Huang Bingfa executed a particularly obstinate patron and then decreed that everyone must take a turn driving the front vehicle, with the order determined by drawing lots. He and his brothers were the exceptions, driving the rear vehicle while recruiting 2 others to assist with gathering supplies. After several days, aside from 2 drivers who recklessly charged into a horde of zombies, the operation proceeded smoothly, with supplies being collected more efficiently. The number of zombies around them dwindled as they were successfully lured onto another route. This explained the scenes Han Yang witnessed today, clarifying the massive horde he encountered the previous night. Ah, Brother Han, you guessed correctly. That pickup truck just returned, loaded with a multitude of items, Nan Nan whispered, pointing at the pickup that had turned into a narrow alley. Han Yang glanced at the time. It had only been 5 or 6 minutes, and their actions were remarkably swift. The pickup did not linger but drove directly through the gate. Several zombies followed closely behind, emitting low growls and roars of ugh. Ugh, HRR, HRR. The two sturdy guards, seeing that there were not many zombies, did not close the gate. Instead, they brandished their machetes and swiftly dispatched the few zombies in a matter of moments. At that moment, the SUV that had initially departed also returned, trailed by a dozen zombies. The two men quickly retreated into the courtyard, and as the SUV entered, they promptly shut the gate and secured it with chains. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. The pursuing zombies reached the gate but could not enter, instead pressing against the iron door and emitting their hissing roars. The occupants of the pickup jumped down and began unloading supplies, which included not only staples like rice, flour, and oil, but also a substantial quantity of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. The door of the SUV swung open, revealing a pale middle-aged man. The two robust guards who had opened the door clapped him on the shoulder, seemingly exchanging a few jests. "Where's old Third Joe?" Han Yong pondered, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that he had already fled? Han Yong recalled Zhou Laosan mentioning that he had escaped during his second trip in the front vehicle. He couldn't shake the feeling that being part of such a group would ultimately lead to disaster. He preferred solitude, relishing the freedom it afforded him. Before meeting Zhou, he would often find a convenience store to slip into, lock the door, and remain hidden for 10 days or even half a month. However, as more individuals ventured out to gather supplies, the convenience stores became increasingly perilous, with frequent door-bashing incidents. It was then that he had settled down, having found Han Yong somewhat agreeable. If Zhou Laosan was indeed absent, it would facilitate his own plans, sparing him the risk of collateral damage. Several thoughts flickered through Han Yang's mind. "Brother Han, do you have something on your mind?" Nan observed Han Yong intently scrutinizing the individuals inside the station, her realization dawning belatedly. "Did you notice what those men wielding machetes had strapped to their waists?" Nan scrutinized closely. Han Yong was referring to the two men who had occupied the driver and passenger seats of the pickup, as well as the two who had opened the door. Some wore tank tops, while others were bare-chested, all appearing robust, adorned with tattoos that clearly indicated their unsavory nature. For men, each wielding a machete, had a handgun holstered at their waist. "Does Brother Han desire their handguns?" Nan instantly comprehended. "Not too dim-witted, are you?" Han Yong ruffled her hair. "Humph. I'm quite clever." Nan pouted, somewhat displeased. Firearms are exceedingly valuable in this post-apocalyptic world. While they pose little threat to zombies, they can easily attract their attention. Their true menace lies in their potential to threaten other humans. Han Yong had contemplated acquiring a couple of handguns from the station. However, he lacked experience with such places and was unsure of which stations possessed firearms and where those firearms might be stored. Moreover, upon arriving at the precinct, should he encounter any surviving personnel, it would be dubious whether he could procure a firearm. Thus, he had merely contemplated the idea, never truly considering any course of action. After all, as a weapon, it seemed somewhat inadequate against the undead and a waste of resources. However, when it comes to dealing with humans, he possessed far more effective methods, particularly his unique abilities. Yet now, having come upon the situation and confronted with ruthless criminals, he certainly did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. These individuals were indeed thugs, having caught wind of a newly released individual known as Huang Bingfa, who bore the weight of several lives upon his conscience. I surmise they were apprehended by the authorities, and amidst the chaos of the zombie outbreak, they seized the moment to eliminate the remaining staff, thus acquiring firearms and claiming the precinct as their own. Han Yong remarked, gesturing towards a corpulent, boisterous man who had just exited the station. "Is it true that others address him as Brother Fa?" Nan inquired with a hint of curiosity. "How did you know?" Han Yong responded, equally perplexed. Chapter 40. These two items are quite good, as I heard from Sasha. Nan's voice involuntarily softened. "In our school, there are some girls who, enamored by vanity, lack the ability to earn yet indulge in extravagant spending. What should be done about this? Some resort to loans, and ultimately, when they cannot repay, they are coerced into taking compromising photographs or even selling themselves." Sasha mentioned that the mastermind behind this is a certain Brother Fa. Han Yong was somewhat speechless. He had encountered such matters online, but never anticipated their prevalence. Such occurrences could be found right within his school. Moreover, Sasha seems to have an uncanny knack for uncovering everything. "So, you do not oppose my plan to deal with them, do you? This will take a little of our time. Brother Han, feel free to proceed. However, how should we eliminate them? Do you have a plan, Brother Han?" "Of course. There are methods. In truth, even if we were to do nothing, this gang would eventually collapse on its own." Later, Zhou Laosan encountered a gambler within their ranks. He claimed that this group does not regard them as human beings. In a small establishment, there existed 3 tiers of hierarchy. At the top were the notorious gang leader, Huang Bingfa, and his 4 brothers, who monopolized everything, including the sole girl who had chosen to sell her body but not her talent. Next were a few petty thieves who ingratiated themselves with Huang Bingfa, acting as sycophants. At the bottom were the punters and gamblers, who, while enjoying the good life, were treated like beggars, receiving mere scraps to stave off hunger. Yet, in times of danger, they were the first to be sent into the fray. With weapons in the hands of their oppressors, they could only swallow their indignation. Eventually, a punter awakened to his latent abilities and, seizing an opportunity, eliminated Huang Bingfa. He subsequently dispatched 2 of Huang's brothers before the commotion drew attention. This gang soon fell into chaos, leading to the demise of the entire criminal faction. While the few survivors divided the spoils and went their separate ways, Han Yang, however, did not have the luxury of waiting for their internal strife to unfold. He couldn't even afford to wait a single night. Thus, the most effective course of action was to leverage Nan Nan's abilities to infiltrate their ranks and eliminate the leaders. Han Yang articulated his thoughts, and Nan Nan had no objections. Curiously, while she had previously felt apprehensive about violence or the sight of blood, since the outbreak, her feelings had shifted. It wasn't so much that she had become numb, but rather that such occurrences now felt almost mundane. Thus, when she dispatched zombies, she experienced no fear whatsoever. Sometimes, she pondered whether there was something amiss within herself. However, reflecting on the struggle for survival, she chose not to dwell on it. Currently, her greater concern was her hunger. Brother Han, what time is it? I'm hungry. It's nearly 11 o'clock. The food is in the backpack outside. Go fetch it yourself. Aren't you eating? Nan Nan inquired, puzzled by Han Yang's stillness. I'll observe a little longer. You go ahead and eat. Han Yang replied, pulling out his binoculars to continue surveying the establishment. All right then. Inside, a few individuals emerged alongside Huang Bingfa, following his orders to move the supplies. Soon, the supplies from the pickup truck were transported into the house. However, everyone quickly returned to the yard, where 4 burly men armed with guns distributed weapons to the others, overseeing them as they began to deal with the zombies at the entrance. This was to facilitate future excursions for gathering supplies, Han Yang murmured to himself. Were these all the individuals present here? The leader, Huang Bingfa, had emerged, indicating that there was likely no one else slacking off, except for one woman, though she was of little consequence. Indeed, there was no sign of Zhou Laosan. This fellow was remarkably elusive. He had even contemplated recruiting him if they met again. Now, it was a matter of fate. Nevertheless, Han Yang estimated that it would be challenging to encounter him again. In his previous life, he had ventured north, operating near the northern suburbs of Qingbei District, close to Nanjing City. If the trajectory of the future remained unchanged, Zhou Laosan would inevitably drift toward that area as well. Presently, however, Han Yang and his group intended to head south. The directions were entirely opposed. Yet, who could predict what might transpire in the future? Perhaps one day they would cross paths again. Although Zhou Laosan had a share of petty thievery, he was not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, in the apocalypse, he exhibited far more principles than most. Han Yang had witnessed this old rascal discreetly providing aid to a few orphan children. Yet, some individuals, appearing virtuous, cast aside their constraints in the apocalypse, revealing a malevolence that was far more chilling than anyone else's. Han Yang recalled a certain despicable creature, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Compared to Huang Bingfa, that creature seemed almost benevolent. Revenge could wait. First, he needed to strengthen himself. This was merely a matter of time. Han Yang took a moment to compose himself, observing as those in the station cleared the zombies from the entrance, the bodies being collected and discarded in a corner of the yard, providing him with a sense of assurance. Now, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. Han Yang put away his binoculars, feeling a pang of hunger, and prepared to find something to eat. However, upon reaching the small living room, he was immediately captivated by the sight of Nan Nan. Her hair was damp, as if she had just finished bathing, and she was enveloped in a mist of steam, clad only in a bath towel. The towel was quite long, concealing Nan Nan's exquisite figure, revealing only her delicate collarbone, rounded arms, and slender calves. Yet, her skin appeared more hydrated than ever, and she exuded a vibrant youthful aura, despite her bare face. Brother Han, are you not looking? Seeing him, Nan Nan paid no mind, engrossed in selecting her clothes. She had seemingly gone downstairs at some point to retrieve an array of garments. Han Yang noticed the pair of small pants in her hand and wondered, was she not wearing anything beneath her bathrobe? Had he known she was changing, he would have looked away long ago. Han Yang took a couple of steps closer and caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma emanating from Nan Nan. Likely the scent of some shower gel. Humph. I knew you were fully absorbed in what was outside, so I hurried to take a shower without eating. Nan Nan thought to herself. This was her first proper bath since the outbreak of the virus. Previously, she had only been able to wipe herself down, which hardly qualified as washing. Were it not for the drinking water provided by this establishment, she would not dare to indulge so extravagantly. Where did you procure the body wash and towels? Han Yang inquired, somewhat puzzled. He was aware of the water supply. The barrel of bottled water had already been depleted. He had also visited the restroom, which contained merely a toilet and a sink, devoid of such items. Did you not notice upon your entrance? She replied. This shop offers gifts with stored value, and among the gifts are summer quilts, laundry detergent, body wash, towels, and tissue paper. I never venture into women's lingerie stores. Han Yang thought to himself. However, upon reflection, he decided against voicing this sentiment, as he had never paid attention to such details in other clothing stores. I find these two pieces quite appealing. As she sifted through the selections, Han Yang picked up a sheer set of lingerie adorned with lace, consisting of minimal fabric. Chapter 41. Matching outfits. Ugh. No way am I wearing that. You lecher. Let Feng Jia wear it instead. Nan Nan cast a glance. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Wearing this outfit was no different from being unclothed. Just moments ago, she had hastily grabbed some clothes without a second thought, only to discover they were so audacious. That suggestion is rather intriguing. Han Yang chuckled, as if envisioning some indescribable scenario. Nan Nan wrinkled her small nose, swiftly snatching the clothing away. Her demeanor huffy as she declared, no one is allowed to see. She then retrieved a set of athletic underwear along with a t-shirt and shorts, retreating into the bathroom. No peeking. Before closing the door, Nan Nan poked her head out, issuing a warning. TSK. Han Yang shook his head. Then pondered seriously whether he should discreetly take a few outfits with him when he left. With no laundry available, Chen Fang would undoubtedly be in need of undergarments. He couldn't help but wonder what she would look like in them. Before he could indulge in further fantasies, Nan Nan emerged, freshly attired. Oh, nothing beats the comfort of a warm shower. Feeling rejuvenated, she placed her discarded clothes aside, stretching her limbs with joy. Time to eat. Is there water? Upon hearing her words, Han Yang felt a prickling sensation all over. There was barely enough left. Surely, a shower would not suffice. I'll just wipe myself down. In this weather, one day, without washing, and I'll be reeking. With that, he stepped into the bathroom. The space was rather cramped, accommodating only a toilet and a sink. One person could maneuver well enough, but with an additional person, the area felt stifled. A barrel of water sat atop the toilet lid, containing merely a tenth of its capacity. Han Yang poured the meager water into the sink, using the towel Nan Nan had previously utilized to wipe himself down. To his surprise, the shower gel had a delightful fragrance. Brother Han, I've placed your new clothes by the door. Nan Nan's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Han Yang opened the door to find a fresh outfit awaiting him. Men's underwear and a t-shirt with shorts. A warmth enveloped his heart. This girl. He quickly changed and stepped outside. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but Han Yang noticed that his attire mirrored Nan Nan's. Matching outfits, huh? I just grabbed whatever was handy. Nan Nan retorted, munching on her food defiantly. I believe you. Han Yang replied with a broad smile, much to Nan Nan's embarrassment, prompting her to turn away and focus on her meal. Eat more. After we finish, we can replenish our supplies at the station tonight. Han Yang sat across from Nan Nan, utterly charmed by her adorable demeanor. Then I won hold back, initially concerned about consuming too much and depleting their provisions. Nan Nan, upon hearing his encouragement, immediately let loose. From now on, no need to be polite. You are my girlfriend, and it is my duty to ensure you are healthy and plump. Han Yang began to eat as well. I don't want to be plump, Nan Nan protested. Her mouth stuffed with food, cheeks puffed out as she mumbled. Sister Feng said you already claimed me. So I want to be your girlfriend. She spoke in vague terms, yet Han Yang understood her perfectly. He grasped Nan Nan's delicate white hand and earnestly declared, Sister Feng never claimed to be my girlfriend. My sole girlfriend has always been you. Moreover, all of you are my family, including Ching Ching. I shall strive to care for you and ensure we navigate this apocalypse together. Nan Nan, feeling shy, turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and mumbled, Who is your family? However, she quickly realized her mistake, withdrew her small hand, and huffed. No, Sha Sha said a scoundrel is just like you, straddling two boats, sweet-talking, loving one at a time. Now you even have your sights set on Sister Ching Ching. Humph, scoundrel. Veins throbbed on Han Yang's forehead. That Sha Sha. If we truly manage to restore things in the future, I must get to know her anew. Furthermore, when did I ever set my sights on Ching Ching? I merely wished to avoid missing out on the weapons she had collected. Of course, knowing she is the possessor of the dragon elephant body forging technique. I cannot let such a person slip away. Could it be that I truly am interested in her? But surely that is not what Nan Nan meant? Han Yang sighed deeply. Let them call me a scoundrel. Regardless, you shall not escape my grasp. As long as I have a morsel to eat, I will ensure you are never hungry. Nan's lips curled into a smile, but she quickly composed herself. You said it. She gestured with both hands, pulling a significant portion of the food toward herself. All of this is mine. Little glutton. Han Yang could only laugh in exasperation. Amid their banter, they devoured all the remaining food in the backpack. Sated, Han Yang resumed observing the dynamics of the station's personnel, while Nan went downstairs to select some clothes, stealthily stuffing them into her bag. At the station, no one wants this, right? At a table, 3 burly men with tattooed arms surrounded it. One, bearing a scarred face, forcefully tossed down a playing card. 3 9s and a 3. Is there anyone else? He boasted arrogantly. 3 queens and a 5. I shall put you in your place. A balding man retorted, his expression contorted. A king. Ha. A 4. I've won. Hurry, it's my turn. The scarred man laughed heartily. Damn it. I'm not finished yet. I was so close. The balding man, feeling frustrated, kicked the table in resignation. A woman immediately crawled out from the crowd, and the bald man shoved her onto the scarred man. Come on, brothers, let us continue. On the other side, Huang Bingfa observed the scene with a satisfied smile. 6 days prior, at 3 in the morning on the day the virus erupted, Huang Bingfa had the misfortune of encountering a crackdown on vice. He and his comrades were apprehended en masse. There was no prior indication, and he had thought it was due to several homicide cases linked to him. Yet, upon arriving at the station, he discovered it was a false alarm. Alongside him were numerous patrons, gamblers, and women involved in the trade. As dawn broke, they did not await interrogation. Instead, the apocalypse abruptly began. Fortunately, he was confined in the same cell as most of his comrades. Upon hearing the anguished cries from outside, he immediately became alert. After discovering the first anomaly, they suffered the loss of several brothers before they began to comprehend the situation. Subsequently, they kept a vigilant watch over one another. If anyone exhibited any signs of abnormality, they would promptly subdue and eliminate them. Ultimately, only he and 5 of his brothers remained in the cell. One brother tragically perished while clearing away the zombies. They have now come to the grim realization that the apocalypse has indeed arrived. Chapter 42. The art of utilizing people after such an extended period devoid of any rescue information. The administration had become utterly paralyzed. Laws had transformed into mere scraps of paper, and they found themselves unbound. This state of affairs filled Huang Bingfa with immense satisfaction, akin to a fish returning to water. Despite the rampant presence of zombies outside, these were trivial concerns. With time, they could be gradually eliminated. However, the restoration of social order was not something that could be effortlessly achieved. Henceforth, they could indulge in reckless abandon and carefree living, provided they possessed and controlled ample resources. Only under such circumstances could he maintain authority over those beneath him. Progress had been promising. Each day, as they ventured out, their supplies grew increasingly abundant. Particularly noteworthy was the previous day's acquisition of a tobacco shop, which finally afforded his companions the luxury of cigarettes and alcohol. Before the apocalypse, Huang Bingfa and his comrades had spent their days in nightclubs, lost in drunken revelry, with an insatiable appetite for both liquor and women. In the absence of alcohol, the company of women had been exceedingly scarce, and Huang Bingfa could not monopolize them. Women, after all, should be shared among brothers. Brotherhood was akin to family, akin to a tightly knit collective. Yet, he also urged his comrades to exercise moderation and not to overindulge. Only by ensuring that his brothers were well-fed, well-watered, and entertained could he maintain their loyalty and camaraderie. Huang Bingfa was well-versed in the art of leadership. He turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man standing by his side, the driver from earlier that day. Old Wang, your performance today was commendable. We are quite familiar with one another. I recall you still owe me a sum of money. Yes, brother Fa. I remember. In these times, money has lost its value, so I thought I would contribute more to make amends. The middle-aged man bowed and smiled humbly. Such goodwill is appreciated. We are all in this together. Shortly, you shall fetch 2 bottles of wine from Xiangzi as a reward for your efforts. Huang Bingfa gestured toward the only man not engaged in card games, a heavily tattooed figure guarding their supplies. Understood. Thank you, brother Fa. After sending away the middle-aged man, Huang Bingfa lit a cigarette, contemplating whether to recruit another brother to provide a clear path for advancement among the ranks. However, truth be told, he held a certain disdain for these individuals. They were all cowardly thieves. No, they could hardly be labeled as thieves. They were merely petty criminals, gamblers, and libertines. His admiration lay with Asan, a unique character he had heard of. For him, incarceration was akin to returning home. Asan was genuinely skilled, especially in lockpicking. Yet, he was not greedy, only taking enough for a few days' sustenance. Thus, despite frequent arrests, he would only spend a few days behind bars. At times, people even speculated if his captures were intentional. Huang Bingfa appreciated his lack of greed. He was content with mere sustenance. Huang Bingfa contemplated promoting him, envisioning the day when he completed 2 perilous tasks as a model for others before welcoming him into his inner circle. Little did he know that on his second venture, the lad never returned. Whether alive or dead remained a mystery. With a sigh, Huang Bingfa resigned himself to the situation. So be it. I shall elevate whoever catches my eye in the future. In the afternoon, Han Yang and Nan Nan rested for a while longer, replenishing their energy, only awakening as dusk approached. At this moment, their biological clocks had been completely adjusted, resulting in a reversal of day and night. The two of them changed their clothes and, rather than hurrying outside, chose to wait until around 11 or midnight. Han Yang observed that the flashlight in the police station had finally extinguished before he and Nan Nan descended the stairs. The mutated female zombie had been on guard on the first floor, and Han Yang instructed it to lead the way. The pair, accompanied by the zombie, turned into an alley and made their way unobstructed to the entrance of the station. Fortunately, the marauders inside had conducted another sweep that afternoon, allowing them to encounter no zombies. The entrance to the station was flanked by low concrete walls, so Han Yang did not bother to unlock the door. Instead, he effortlessly scaled the wall. As he landed, Han Yang made a conscious effort to minimize noise and subsequently signaled to Nan Nan. Her movements were even more agile, akin to that of a leopard, as she gracefully and effortlessly vaulted over the barrier. Upon landing, she skillfully absorbed the impact with both hands and feet, executing the entire maneuver seamlessly and silently. A thought flickered across Han Yang's mind. Had Nan Nan's abilities enhanced her speed and agility? They continued their advance together, leaving the mutated female zombie outside to prevent any potential escape. This group of individuals seemed to possess a degree of confidence in their own strength. Or perhaps they had never considered that a zombie could breach the entrance. Thus, the main door of the 2-story building was left unlocked, much to Han Yang's advantage. They cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Without pausing, Han Yang made his way directly to the second floor. He had spent the afternoon observing and had already discerned the positions of the 4 armed men and Huang Bingfa, all located in the offices upstairs. According to the descriptions from his past life regarding Zhou Laosan, Huang Bingfa would command everyone to retreat to their rooms at night, locking several brothers inside to prevent any potential zombie transformations from endangering others' safety. The keys were left in the lobby on the first floor, allowing them to unlock the door the following day. If anyone had turned into a zombie, the situation could be managed. Huang Bingfa and his 4 brothers resided in the upstairs staff office, which did not require locking the door, but they could not roam freely either. Therefore, Han Yang only needed to deal with the 5 marauders on the upper floor, while the individuals downstairs could be disregarded. When Han Yang first learned of Huang Bingfa's method of handling the situation, he felt no particular emotion. In the early days of the apocalypse, all gathering places operated in a similar manner. Of course, locking the door was an exaggeration. Simply closing it would typically suffice to deter ordinary zombies. This is also why most survivors banded together in groups of 3 to 5. With larger numbers, room allocation became a concern. Reflecting on Huang Bingfa's measures, it was evident that he was resourceful to devise such a strategy at the onset of the viral outbreak. However, the outcome made things easier for Han Yang. He and Nan Nan stealthily ascended to the second floor, which housed numerous rooms, leaving Han Yang uncertain of where the marauders could be. Thus, they began their search room by room. Upon opening the first door, they found it empty, prompting Han Yang to continue to the second room. It was not until they reached the third room that, before even opening the door, they were met with a strong smell of alcohol. When they finally opened the door, they indeed discovered a familiar figure sound asleep on the floor. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to wait at the doorway while he stealthily entered. On the floor lay a quilt, atop which rested a cooling mat, and a man with a scarred face lay sprawled at the doorway, deep in slumber. This certainly simplified matters. Han Yang approached, grasped the man's head firmly, and with a decisive twist, a crisp sound of fractured bones echoed. The scarred man emitted not even a solitary cry, as he was swiftly dispatched. Han Yang exhaled a long breath. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of Nan Nan. In the darkness of night, while dealing with zombies may pose some challenges, assassinating a human is an entirely different matter. It's invariably effective, leaving the victim oblivious to their demise. What does it matter if one possesses a firearm when there exists no opportunity to retaliate? Chapter 43. The romance of men. Had it not been for the fear of making a sound, using a dagger would have been far more convenient. Han Yang withdrew the dagger carried by the scarred man and plunged it into his skull, twisting it to ensure he would never transform into a zombie again. He then confiscated the firearm from the man's possession. Upon exiting, Han Yang proceeded to the next room. This cycle continued, and he effortlessly dispatched 4 thugs, all of whom were inebriated, posing no challenge whatsoever. Now, only the leader, Huang Bingfa, remained. Han Yang cast a vigilant glance at the last 2 rooms. not daring to relax. The first room was securely locked. Exercising caution, he refrained from acting impulsively and approached the second room. Gently turning the doorknob, it too remained immovable. Huang Bingfa was indeed quite prudent. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep an eye on the opposite door while he retrieved his lockpicking tools. With increasing skill, he swiftly unlocked the door. Inside, there was no one. Instead, it was filled with an abundance of supplies. Han Yang even spotted some police equipment. They had stashed their weapons and resources here. A realization dawned upon him. If he were in their position, he might also choose to secure items in close proximity for a sense of safety. Thus, it was evident that Huang Bingfa must be in the room across. Han Yang turned around and continued to unlock the second door. Everything proceeded smoothly, the lock yielding easily. As per his usual caution, Han Yang opened the door gingerly. However, midway through, it was suddenly obstructed. "Who was there?" A male voice rang out. Realizing he had been discovered, Han Yang acted decisively, delivering a forceful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door and part of the frame flew into the room. "Ah!" The man's anguished scream pierced the air. Fearing the possibility of gunfire from within, Han Yang initially intended to retreat outside. However, upon witnessing the door's fragility in the ensuing cries, he swiftly dashed into the room. Yet, what he encountered next elicited a chuckle from him. Huang Bingfa's corpulent body was pinned beneath the door. His legs contorted in an unnatural manner, clearly fractured. Soon, Han Yang understood the situation. This Huang Bingfa was far cleverer than his comrades. While sharing the floor, he had positioned his feet against the door and placed a chair behind it to further secure it. Thus, even if someone like Han Yang picked the lock while he slumbered, opening the door would inadvertently collide with his feet and be obstructed by the chair, granting him crucial moments to react and draw his weapon. However, little did he expect Han Yang to disregard conventional approaches, entirely unaware of Han Yang's formidable strength. The outcome was disastrous for him. Han Yang's kick had rendered his legs broken. "What is happening?" Nan Nan, who had been on guard outside, peered inside. Curious about the commotion, Han Yang had indeed overexerted himself. As he shifted the door, Huang Bingfa groaned in agony yet still attempted to reach for his gun. Fortunately, Han Yang and Nan Nan's vision was not significantly impaired by the night, allowing them to clearly observe his furtive movements. Han Yang immediately stepped on his hand, amplifying Huang Bingfa's cries of torment. Han Yang then pressed down on his head, twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the notorious crime lord of the underground world in the Qingbei district fell silent, never to discern who had ended his life. A vague silhouette lingered in his mind. At last, tranquility had returned. It was time to inventory the supplies. Han Yang exhaled in relief. He had no intention of engaging with the individuals confined in the other rooms below. Instead, he and Nan Nan rummaged through the weapons on Huang Bingfa's person before returning to the adjacent room. "So much food," Nan Nan exclaimed, illuminating the space with her flashlight as she eagerly seized a can of meat, opening it to feast upon, having not eaten since evening. Han Yang, however, was captivated by the complete set of police gear within. There were daggers, handguns, ammunition, batons, capture nets, riot shields, handcuffs, tear gas canisters, bright flashlights, police water bottles, first aid kits, multifunctional belts, cut-resistant gloves, walkie-talkies, bulletproof vests, stab-resistant vests, and tactical bags. Some items were beyond Han Yang's knowledge. "Little foodie, come here. Let me equip you." Han Yang called to Nan Nan, assisting her in donning the bulletproof vest, fastening the multifunctional belt, and attaching various other useful gear. "How does it feel? Are you managing?" Despite being laden with so much equipment, Nan Nan walked a few paces without discomfort. Her strength now rivaled that of an average weightlifter. Quite good." Nan Nan nodded, turning once more to indulge in her meal. "Ah, well, this is the romance of men." Han Yang sighed, beginning to arm himself. After donning the stab-resistant vest, bulletproof vest, multifunctional belt, and other gear, he strode confidently across the room, feeling immensely satisfied. He picked up one of the seized handguns for inspection. This was the classic Type 54 pistol, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 13 centimeters in height, weighing around 1 kilogram with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. Han Yang removed the magazine, effortlessly pulled back the slide, and a bright orange bullet tumbled out. He reinserted the bullet into the magazine and reloaded it. Pulling back the slide once more, he chambered around. The operation was similar to that of a toy gun, except real firearms feature safety mechanisms, while those on toy guns are merely decorative. There were 2 such handguns, along with over 60 corresponding rounds, perfect for him and Nan Nan, although he would not give her one just yet, as she was untrained in their use. Additionally, there were 5 Type 05 revolvers, similar in length to the Type 54 but lighter, with a 6-round cylinder capacity and approximately 100 rounds of compatible ammunition, including some rubber bullets. Han Yang stowed the handguns and ammunition into his backpack, packing all usable gear that would fit. All right, Nan Nan, your bag is filled with food. Let us depart. What about the people downstairs? Nan Nan began stuffing her bag with food, her mouth busy as well. Do not concern yourself with them, by dawn. When no one arrives to open the door, they will surely find a way to escape. While the confines of the cell may present insurmountable challenges, the door to the office below is rather flimsy, yielding to a couple of well-placed kicks. Once Nan Nan has filled her backpack, the two of them begin their return journey. Upon reaching the ground floor, a foul odor wafts through the air, stirring a thought within Han Yang. Wait for me a moment. I wish to inspect the area where the corpses are stored. Han Yang strides purposefully towards the corner designated for the deceased zombies. His powerful flashlight illuminates the area as brightly as daylight. Numerous zombie bodies are carelessly strewn about, some already in the throes of decay, releasing waves of putrid stench. Yellowish pus flows freely across the ground. Despite his discomfort, Han Yang perseveres, methodically searching inch by inch with his flashlight. Suddenly, a plant captures his attention. It boasts 2 broad leaves, a vibrant green adorned with pale veins that seem to glow. It is none other than the elusive corpse grass. At long last, he encounters another specimen. Chapter 44, Disappointment. Han Yang was filled with joy. He cautiously approached and used his dagger to excavate the shadow corpse grass along with its soil. Subsequently, he retrieved a police water cup, placed a corpse core inside, covered it with soil, and then inserted the shadow corpse grass. Although the cup was not an ideal vessel, it was the best he had at the moment for transport. He had not intended to cultivate it fully. He merely needed it to grow at least 3 leaves to allow Chenfang to attempt awakening her abilities. He tucked the cup containing the shadow corpse grass into one side of his backpack and continued to search diligently, finding no other valuable items. Thus, he returned to meet Nan Nan. Seeing his elated demeanor, Nan Nan inquired, "Did you find something good? You seem so happy." "Indeed, I found another shadow corpse grass. Now, Sister Fang can finally awaken her abilities." "Wow, that's fantastic," Nan Nan exclaimed genuinely. The two did not linger and climbed over the wall to continue their journey. On the way, Han Yang had a sudden realization. The person who awakened their abilities in the past life might have consumed this very shadow corpse grass. Although he no longer had that opportunity, Han Yang felt he had helped them break free from their shackles. As for what lay ahead, it was up to them. The two continued eastward. Thanks to the continuous efforts of those in the Bureau over the past few days to gather supplies, the eastern path was remarkably clear, requiring no further effort from them. Before long, Han Yang and Nan Nan reached the coastal highway. While the Bureau personnel had drawn the zombies north, the two intended to head south. Fortunately, the road was exceptionally wide, a dual 8-lane expressway, even better than some highways, with a long journey ahead. They did not plan to walk and instead sought an electric tricycle parked by the roadside. Nan Nan eagerly volunteered to drive, while Han Yang settled in the back. Vigilant as they proceeded southward, Han Yang occasionally pulled out a map, sketching and marking points of interest. Finally, as dawn broke, they spotted a small island on the distant horizon over the sea. Han Yang sighed with relief. They had finally arrived. Around 4 a.m., after a night of trekking, Han Yang and Nan Nan were close to their destination. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, a glimmer of golden light slowly emerged, illuminating the dark night. "The sun has risen. How beautiful," Han Yang marveled. Nan Nan was less enthusiastic, merely responding with a soft Han Yang gazed towards the coastline and could already discern the vague outline of a small island. He then checked the map. They still had about 4 or 5 kilometers to cover. But before that, we are almost at Shui Xiehuating. Let us rest there for a while to regain our strength before heading to the island. Nan Nan perked up at his words. Thank you, Brother Han. Foolish girl, haven't I said it? We are family. No need for thanks. Han Yang gently ruffled her hair. Nan Nan pouted, reluctantly allowing him to do so. Upon reaching the next intersection, she adjusted the direction and turned westward. The area had few residential complexes, and the population was relatively sparse, with hardly any vehicles or zombies on the road. Under Nan Nan's skilled driving, they soon arrived at the entrance of Shui Xiehuating. At the entrance of the neighborhood, the parking barrier has been knocked askew. Fortunately, unlike the situation at Han Yang's community, no cars are obstructing the way. Inside the security booth, a zombie guard, upon spotting an approaching tricycle, emits a chilling howl, its hands frantically pounding against the glass. Alas, it is trapped inside, unable to escape. To avoid alarming any additional zombies within, the two disembark from the tricycle. Han Yang instructs the mutated female zombie to keep watch over the vehicle while he and Nan Nan enter stealth mode, gradually advancing into the community. Nan Nan leads the way, and after traversing a short distance, they pause before a villa. This three-story residence, though adjacent to another villa, is distinctly separate, with a courtyard wall dividing them. Each household boasts its own spacious courtyard, sufficient to accommodate 2 vehicles. Standing before the entrance, Nan Nan's expression reflects a hint of sorrow. Observing the wide-open iron gate and the bloodstains scattered on the ground, Han Yang senses that Nan Nan harbors a foreboding intuition. He steps closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Perhaps I should enter first to take a look. You can wait for me outside for a moment. No need, Brother Han. I have already braced myself for the worst. Regardless of the outcome, I must see them with my own eyes. Nan Nan's gaze is resolute. Very well, I shall remain by your side. Han Yang has faith in her strength. Together, they enter the doorway, the blood trail leading ominously inside. Han Yang deliberately creates a commotion, eliciting the growls of zombies from the adjacent house. However, there is an unsettling silence emanating from Nan Nan's parents' residence. Could they not be inside? The courtyard is quite evident. Aside from a single vehicle, there is no place to conceal oneself. Han Yang glances into the car, finding no sign of anyone. Moreover, the blood does not extend toward the vehicle. The security door of the house stands ajar, and they cautiously step inside. At the entrance, the blood trail abruptly ceases. No one. A flicker of hope ignites within Nan Nan. She swiftly guides Han Yang through several rooms, leaving no corner unexplored, including the basement. Yet, not a single figure is found, nor any zombies. The interior is meticulously arranged, without any signs of disturbance. If zombies had invaded, there would surely be some disarray. The current state suggests that her uncle and aunt are simply not home. Han Yang draws his conclusion. But why is the door left open? And the bloodstains Nan Nan experiences a blend of joy and despair. The absence of her parents' remains implies they may still be alive. Yet the blood in the courtyard gnaws at her heart. Perhaps someone was injured, seeking refuge with her uncle and aunt, indicating that the blood could belong to another individual. There is also an unsettling possibility that the person succumbed to zombification, biting her parents at the entrance, leading them into the fray after transforming. However, Han Yang refrains from voicing such grim speculations. Nan Nan might already suspect as much. Yet, is it not better to harbor a flicker of hope? After all, no bodies have been found. Indeed, Nan Nan takes a deep breath. Brother Han, shall we depart? Are we not going to rest here for a while? Han Yang is taken aback. No, while the dawn has yet to fully break, let us hasten towards Jinsha Island. Nan Nan, gather your spirits. If we miss this moment, we shall have to wait until nightfall to rely on our abilities to pass through. We must also return to fetch Sister Fong Fong and Sister Ching Ching. Time is of the essence. Moreover, by moving over a day earlier, she will have more time and energy to search for her parents within the community. She no longer harbors great hopes. Even the burial of her parents' remains would be a consolation. Han Yang, sensing some of Nan Nan's thoughts, chose to remain silent. The two hastened back to the entrance of the community, reuniting with the mutated female zombie, and boarded the electric tricycle, turning back towards Binhai Road to continue their journey. In the final few kilometers, they managed to complete their trek just before dawn. Chapter 45. The Betrayers Turn Left. As Nan Nan was about to miss the intersection, Han Yang hurriedly reminded her, "Have we arrived?" Nan Nan glanced to the left, where a picturesque scenic park unfolded. Such vistas are commonplace along the coastal highway, which is renowned in Jinghai City as a famed seaside avenue. A considerable stretch of it hugs the coastline, passing several wetland parks and tourist attractions. Do you see that small path? Han Yang pointed, and it was only then that Nan Nan noticed a nondescript road concealed among the lush trees. How discreet. After all, it was a private resort area, primarily targeting a high-end clientele, far removed from the likes of ordinary folk such as themselves. However, Han Yang's thoughts drifted to Nan Nan's family villa. Could it be that the ordinary folk referred to them? Nan Nan turned the car around and drove to the entrance of the small road, where they discovered a remarkably understated sign, Golden Sands Island Coastal Resort. The two proceeded along the path, enveloped in silence, with not a soul in sight. This resort hasn't opened yet. There shouldn't be many people around now. Han Yang pondered. In his previous life, this place had transformed into a notorious den of vice during the apocalypse, boasting a variety of entertainment venues, bars, casinos, auction houses, and alluring performers. It too catered to an upscale clientele, with entry fees that were often prohibitive. Yet, that was a tale from 6 months into the apocalypse. Han Yang was uncertain who had claimed this territory, but at this moment, he was certain that no one had yet managed to occupy it. The only inhabitants here were likely some surviving staff members. Truly, there are no zombies. After walking about 100 meters along the wooded path, they finally spotted a cluster of buildings. First, they came upon a parking lot, bordered and divided by verdant trees. Further in, a uniquely designed service hall came into view. Upon reaching this point, they noticed a few scattered zombies. There may be people inside. Let us park and observe for a moment. Han Yang attentively noticed movement within the service hall. They halted the vehicle, partially concealed by the greenery, ensuring they wouldn't be detected. Crouching behind the foliage, they remained vigilant. The mutated female zombie trailed closely behind, her body more agile, bending in uncanny ways, hidden from sight beneath the cover of the greenery. Then, Han Yang retrieved binoculars to scrutinize the area ahead. Nan Nan mimicked his actions. Starting from the main entrance of the service hall, Han Yang meticulously examined every detail. He was convinced that there were indeed individuals inside, as the hall's door was locked from the inside and piled high with debris to block entry. "Ah, what is that?" Nan Nan suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. "Where?" Han Yang set down the binoculars and glanced in the direction she was looking, then peered through the binoculars again. He discerned a vague figure. Before he could examine it further, Nan Nan reacted swiftly, covering his binoculars with her hand. "Don't look anymore." Han Yang turned back, baffled by her flushed cheeks. "What's wrong?" "And nothing. Just, you're not allowed to look." Subsequently, she muttered, "What a pair of scoundrels, so early in the morning." "What scoundrels?" Han Yang felt perplexed, as if he were a monk unable to grasp the situation. He desired to take a closer look, yet Nan Nan's peculiar gaze deterred him from acting rashly. "Do you men ever think of anything else?" Nan Nan seemed to be speaking to herself, yet her words appeared to be directed at Han Yang. A thought stirred within him. Upon reflection, it seemed that there were not just one, but two figures, both unclothed. Regrettably, he had only stolen a glance and could not discern clearly, merely recalling the vague impression of two prominent lights. This indeed explained Nan Nan's embarrassment and irritation, as well as her attempt to prevent him from looking further. Truly, they were scoundrels, engaging in their antics right in front of the window, as if fearing the world outside would not notice. However, it seemed that there was no one outside now, just the undead. No wonder they behaved so brazenly. Han Yang glanced back at Nan Nan, realizing the young lady was not entirely oblivious to the situation. Sensing his gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment and a hint of anger. "When can we observe again? We cannot just linger here." "Wait, I will take another look shortly." Nan Nan pouted. After a few moments of hesitation, and at Han Yang's urging, she reluctantly picked up the binoculars. Soon enough, she set them down and casually remarked, "You may continue to look now." Han Yang took the binoculars and directed his gaze once more. Within, three figures emerged. Two were men clad in shorts, their torsos bare, while the third was a woman, simply draped in an oversized t-shirt. Three individuals? How unabashedly they frolic. Though such behavior might be commonplace in this post-apocalyptic world, it was still only the 9th day of the calamity. Han Yang felt as if his eyes had been opened, regretting not witnessing the event live. As it stood, the three appeared to be survivors of this place. Observing intently, Han Yang spoke, "What should we do next?" Nan Nan's tone softened somewhat. "We do not know what weapons they possess or whether they have any abilities. To be cautious, let us approach quietly and assess the situation." "Very well." Han Yang commanded the mutated zombies to remain in place while he and Nan Nan stealthily advanced towards the service hall, concealed by the greenery. The daylight had brightened considerably, diminishing their ability to blend in, yet they could still obscure their forms somewhat, particularly beneath the shadows of the trees where they would be harder to detect. Han Yang and Nan Nan quickly approached and could faintly hear voices within. "Lily, how much food do we have left?" "Not much, Mingo. At most. It will last until tomorrow." "Damn it, how can it be so soon? We could have lasted another 2 days, but with Lu Bin gone." "And you?" "Mingo and Xiao Fei have been clearing out zombies these past few days. The physical exertion has been severe, and we've consumed more food." "I understand." Han Yang and Nan soon found themselves at the window. Through the glass, they observed one of the men pacing restlessly. Subsequently, he addressed another man, saying, "Xiao Fei, do not deliver food to Lu Bin today. Since he refuses to cooperate, let him starve. Furthermore, we must ensure that the zombies on the bridge are eradicated today. Only by entering the island can we find sustenance. Lily, you will accompany us today." The woman named Lily gasped in shock. "Is there any way I can avoid going? I am terrified." "What is there to be afraid of? You have witnessed me dispatching zombies before, have you not? They are merely a heap of mindless flesh. As long as they do not swarm, I can take them down one by one." Mingo seized a nearby cleaver and struck the edge of the table forcefully. The blade embedded itself deeply, showcasing his immense strength. The woman, frightened, was rendered speechless. "If you do not wish to join us, that is acceptable, after all. There are plenty of women on the island, and I could use a change of pace." Chapter 46, Survivors Luli. "Mingo has asked you to slay any zombies. Just follow along." Another man named Xiao Fei began to mediate. "All right, fine." Luli reluctantly acquiesced. "Now, go prepare. We shall depart shortly." Minggu concluded, and Lu Li, feeling a weight of uncertainty, promptly exited the room. Once she was out of earshot, Xiaofei swiftly closed the door. Minggu, why is it imperative for her to accompany us today? Do you even comprehend the situation? Previously, we took turns clearing the zombies, ensuring someone remained behind, hence she appeared compliant. Today, with our combined efforts, we can swiftly eradicate the zombies on the bridge. Can you truly feel at ease leaving her here alone? Or do you believe that after a few encounters, she has developed feelings for you? Of course not. It's not as if I'm the sole person here. Xiaofei chuckled awkwardly. Even if it were just you, do you think she would be utterly devoted? In this world, women are incredibly fickle. As long as you can ensure her safety and provide sustenance, she will be entirely submissive. However, should a stronger individual appear, her loyalty will vanish in an instant. Have you forgotten Lu Bin's expression when he emerged? Xiaofei's countenance darkened immediately when the virus first erupted. He was fortuitously with Lu Li. Surrounding them, many had transformed into zombies, wreaking havoc. Had he not dragged Lu Li into an office, fighting for their lives to hide, she likely wouldn't have survived to this day. At that moment, Lu Li was thoroughly terrified, clinging to him, repeatedly expressing her gratitude and pleading not to abandon her. Given Lu Li's role as a front desk receptionist, her beauty was undeniable. She generally treated him, a mere security guard, with a degree of cordiality. Yet, it was evident to all that it was merely a formality between colleagues. But in that instance, Lu Li was exceedingly gentle, imploring him, almost yearning to be close to him. Zhong Xiaofei had never experienced such treatment from such a stunning woman, making him wish to lay bare his heart for her. When she was thirsty or hungry, he risked life and limb to assist her. Subsequently, Minggu gradually cleared the zombies from the service hall, and the survivors gathered, resulting in only 4 of them remaining. Naturally, Minggu assumed the role of leader, as both he and Zhang Xiaofei hailed from the same island, where he was particularly considerate of him. Observing the closeness between Zhang Xiaofei and Lu Li, he suppressed his own feelings toward her. In the following days, the 4 lived relatively comfortably, awaiting rescue. However, as provisions dwindled, Minggu and another survivor resolved to venture out for supplies. Just after their departure, a vehicle unexpectedly burst onto the scene from the island. A man named Lu Bin entered the service hall seeking assistance. Lu Li recognized Lu Bin and immediately showered him with warmth, sidelining Zhang Xiaofei. Later, Zhang Xiaofei discovered that Lu Bin was a high-ranking official from the Xinjiang group, responsible for the security of Miss Yu. It was no wonder Lu Li's demeanor had shifted so drastically. The Xinjiang group was among the foremost conglomerates in Jinghai City and the developer of the very resort where they found themselves. Strictly speaking, they could also be considered employees of the Xinjiang group, albeit from a subordinate department within a branch. If Lu Li were to successfully align herself with Lu Bin, she might not soar to the heavens, but at least she could ascend several tiers. While he understood this, Zhang Xiaofei found it impossible to accept. Just days prior, they had been intimately entwined, on the verge of a romantic culmination. Yet now, she cast him aside, lavishing attention on another man. Was he merely to be discarded like used toilet paper? Lu Li succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Bin decided to wait for the 2 individuals who had left to return, curious about the situation outside. Soon, Minggu and his companion returned, both wearing somber expressions. Minggu had encountered Lu Bin a few times and recognized him as the daughter of the Xinjiang Group's chairman, serving as a bodyguard to Yi Xiaoque. When Lu Bin inquired about the situation outside, Minggu did not respond, but instead questioned the state of affairs on the island. Lu Bin, without much thought, revealed too much in a few exchanges. Just as he was about to press Minggu for more information, he was unexpectedly struck and rendered unconscious. Startled, Lu Li rushed forward to check on him, screaming in indignation, demanding to know what he was doing and whether he understood who Lu Bin was. Annoyed, Minggu slapped her in silence, and the world fell eerily quiet. He then recounted what he had witnessed. Zhang Xiaofei learned that the outside was teeming with zombies, devoid of any living souls, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The concept of law had become mere scrap paper. They were possibly the last few survivors. Anger surged within him, and emboldened by Ming Ji's provocations, he shed the shackles of law and morality. Together with Lu Li, they absorbed a wealth of knowledge, embarking on a new chapter of camaraderie, echoing the age-old wisdom that in a trio, one must always have a teacher. They found it profoundly enriching. From that point onward, Lu Li became exceedingly compliant to him. It was true that she harbored feelings for him, but such sentiments were likely steeped in resentment. The brothers understood this well. Women are like garments, while men are true brethren. Minggu clapped Zhang Xiaofei on the shoulder, informing him that Ahao had met his demise while clearing zombies. Now, it was just the 2 of them, bound to look out for one another, steadfast and unwavering. As for women, had Lu Bin not mentioned there were several others, each one superior to Lu Li? Upon reaching the island, aside from Miss Yi. He could choose from any other woman at will. Mingge, you said this, right? Haha, I only want that Qin Lan. The two continued their conversation until Lu Li returned, clad in long garments, and together they set forth from the service hall toward the island. Han Yang switched to the perspective of a female zombie, peering through the glass to confirm that the trio had moved away. He and Nan Nan found an unlocked window and climbed inside. From their discussion, it appeared there was another individual named Lu Bin, likely confined within. They intended to investigate and ascertain the conditions on the island. Han Yang said to Nan Nan. Subsequently, the two individuals divided their efforts, each searching in different offices. This service hall, apart from the central area designated for receiving guests, boasted numerous offices on either side. Not long ago, Ming and his companions had occupied one of these offices. Additionally, in the southeastern corner of the service hall, a structure resembling a cafeteria and dormitory could be observed. The two searched room by room, encountering no zombies. It seemed they had already been eradicated, as large splatters of blood adorned the floor. One could surmise that chaos reigned when the virus initially erupted. Ultimately, in a room that appeared to serve as a storage area, they stumbled upon a man. The room lacked windows and was shrouded in darkness, releasing a peculiar odor upon opening, reminiscent of someone having long been confined within, unable to relieve himself. Upon seeing the two, the man became exceedingly agitated, particularly upon recognizing Han Yang, to the point of tears streaming down his face. Chapter 47 Intelligence. Han Yang assisted the man out into the sunlight, where he finally discerned the man's appearance. It seemed as though he had not encountered the sun for many days, as his complexion was rather pale. He was not particularly old, appearing to have recently graduated from university. His hair was disheveled, and he bore an expression of exhaustion. Though clad in a well-fitted suit, it was filthy and wrinkled, exuding an unpleasant odor. At that moment, facing Han Yang, he tearfully exclaimed, "Comrade, I have finally awaited your rescue. Those three villains outside have captured me, haven't they? They are holding me unlawfully. I have been confined for a full 5 days." Interrupting, Nan Nan inquired with curiosity, "I see you don't have a watch. And it's pitch dark inside. How do you know it has been 5 days?" The man, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, faltered before weakly replying, "Comrade, it might also be 6 days. But that isn't the main point. The crux of the matter is that I have been unlawfully imprisoned. Why do you keep calling us comrades? It sounds rather awkward." Nan Nan interjected once more. "You're not police." The man suddenly realized that although the two individuals before him were clad in bulletproof vests, they bore no insignia and did not behave like officers from a precinct. Especially the girl, who was extraordinarily youthful and beautiful, radiant, lively, and vibrant. She appeared to be a university student rather than a comrade. "We are not," Nan Nan replied. "Lu Bin, is it?" Han Yang, unable to tolerate the exchange any longer, interrupted, sensing that if these two foolish individuals continued their banter, they would never get to the point. "Yes, how do you know my name?" Lu Bin's confusion deepened. "That is not important. What matters now is that you listen to me. When we arrived, we saw 3 people heading towards Golden Sands Island. As they departed, I vaguely heard them say that today they would clear the zombies on the bridge. Once they subdued Yi Xiaokui, they would have food, drink, and entertainment." "Who is this Yi Xiaokui? Is it true? Did they really say that?" Lu Bin became agitated, struggling to rise, eager to run towards the island. Nan Nan seized him firmly. "Don't pull me. I must stop them." Lu Bin exerted force to break free, but made no progress. He turned back, confirming that it was indeed the seemingly fragile girl who held him. Doubtful of her strength, he attempted to free himself once more, yet again found himself immovable. Is she really this strong? Or am I merely too weak? If I can't even muster 1/10 of my strength to break free, how can I hope to stop anyone? Nan Nan scoffed. I haven't eaten properly in days. I lack strength." Lu Bin attempted to explain. "And why are you holding me back? Clearly, you do not grasp the situation." Han Yang chuckled. "You are currently our captive, and your task is to obediently answer our questions. Otherwise." Han Yang placed the barrel of his rifle on Lu Bin's shoulder, causing him to stagger. "Why is it so heavy?" Lu Bin was utterly astonished, but soon a look of sheer joy illuminated his face as he gazed at Han Yang and Nan Nan. "My dear sister, this is salvation," he exclaimed. "Brother Han, is this person perhaps daft?" Nan Nan remarked, observing Lu Bin's complexion shifting like a dying workshop. "Whether he is daft or not remains to be seen, but he is certainly gravely ill." Lu Bin's expression became conflicted, seemingly unsure how to address them. "Two friends, you are abilities users, are you not? I implore you, save my sister." "Who is your sister? Why should we rescue her? Moreover, how do you know about abilities users?" Han Yang queried in rapid succession. Nan Nan, too, was quite intrigued. This fellow did not appear to be an abilities user. And had he not been imprisoned for several days? How did he know such things? My sister is Yu Xiaoque, residing on Golden Sands Island. She is stunningly beautiful. You could be her hero, and perhaps she would consider being your girlfriend. As Nan Nan shot him a piercing glare, Lu Bin quickly corrected himself. The island boasts grand mansions, complete with water, electricity, and abundant food, all set in a picturesque environment. My sister is the island's ruler. If you rescue her, she would undoubtedly reward you with a villa. Consider this. In a world on the brink of collapse, places with water and electricity are scarce. Where else can one find such a paradise? He continued, his confidence growing as he realized the merits of his own island. Moreover, the surrounding area is relatively free of zombies, ensuring safety. As he spoke, Lu Bin's pride swelled, and he recognized just how fortunate they were to possess such a refuge in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, it is quite appealing. Han Yang nodded in agreement, while Nan Nan seemed eager, perfectly aligning with Lu Bin's expectations of their reactions. We consent to assist, but you have been locked away for so long. You seem to know quite a bit, Han Yang remarked. Lu Bin replied, all this information was secretly relayed to me by Luli. She mentioned that the outside world is overrun with zombies and that we are living in apocalyptic times, prompting me to compare it with scenes from Resident Evil and The Walking Dead. Is it truly like that out there? Far worse. Lu Bin deflated as he spoke. So, you learned about abilities users from Luli? Are there indeed abilities users among them? Han Yang inquired, surprised. In his previous life, encountering even one abilities user among a dozen individuals was rare. How was it that within just a few days, everyone he encountered seemed to have awakened their powers? Nan Nan, Ching Ching, and now possibly another. Luli mentioned something that I found hard to believe. Later, a man named Zhu Haoming attempted to recruit me to confront those on the island, showcasing his abilities. Zhu Haoming must be the one they refer to as Brother Ming. I suspect he is the one who awakened his power. Han Yang, eavesdropping, found it curious that this Brother Ming exhibited no fear of zombies, which revealed his confidence stemming from his abilities. What abilities does he possess? Han Yang inquired. It would surely be beneficial to understand the adversary better, as we will undoubtedly confront him soon. His skin is remarkably resilient, akin to that of cowhide, impervious even to the sharpest blade. A defensive ability, perhaps? No wonder. Ordinary zombies primarily rely on their claws and teeth for attacks. With skin as tough as this, he naturally harbors no fear of the common undead, treating their assaults as mere tickles. As long as he does not face a horde of zombies or mutated ones, his power renders him virtually invincible in the early stages. However, as Han Yang glanced at the spear in his hand and the pistol at his waist, he chuckled softly. How fortuitous. His two weapons would hardly struggle against such cowhide. He then pondered, could it be that the renowned Jinsha Entertainment City in the future was established by this individual? Even if not directly, there must be some connection. Didn't you say the island master is your sister? Why are they attempting to recruit you to confront her? Nan Nan inquired, puzzled. They are mistaken. They think I am merely a security personnel beside my sister. Han Yang replied. I knew it. How could someone in security be so feeble? Nan Nan remarked, her expression one of realization. Chapter 48 Confrontation. Lu Bin found himself at a loss for words. His position as a security personnel by his cousin's side was not a testament to his own capabilities, but rather a result of connections. Otherwise, with his mediocre educational background from a second-rate institution, he would never have gained entry into the company. It took considerable persuasion for him to convince his cousin to allow him to accompany her, to learn and accumulate experience. Thus, the notion of betraying his sister was unfathomable to him. Unbeknownst to Lu Bin, Luli had somehow learned about his relationship with his cousin. Whenever they met, she was excessively cordial. Lu Bin understood her intentions and felt no particular aversion. Throughout his life, he had encountered many individuals who sought to ascend the social ladder through advantageous connections, and he, too, had engaged in such pursuits. However, he never anticipated that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, previous power and wealth would dissipate into nothingness. Yet, Luli continued to treat him with the same enthusiasm, even going so far as to sneak him food and news during his confinement. Without her clandestine support, he would have been left to survive on the meager rations provided by Minggu, barely sustaining himself and lacking the strength to move. Regrettably, Luli was merely an ordinary woman, and after witnessing Ming Ji's capabilities, she was powerless to resist. Contemplating this, Lu Bin continued, Can your abilities contend with Yu Haoming? That is not something you need to worry about. Han Yang replied, lowering the rifle he had trained on Lu Bin. Let us go. Lead the way. With a sense of relief washing over him, Lu Bin was astonished by the weight of the rifle. And how should I address you? Han Yang. Chen Nan Nan. Brother Han. Sister Nan Nan. Nan Nan shot him a sideways glance. Oh, no. I mean Sister Nan Nan. This way. With Lu Bin navigating ahead, the trio swiftly exited the service hall through the east gate. Before them lay the endless expanse of the sea. Not far from the shore, a bridge spanned the waters, connecting to a distant island. Constructing such a bridge must have been quite costly, wouldn't you agree? The three soon arrived at the bridge's entrance. It was not particularly wide, merely accommodating 2 lanes. Larger vehicles would undoubtedly struggle to pass. Han Yang noticed some sightseeing trams in the parking area, presumably for tourists to transfer. There weren't many, as the bridge primarily spanned a deeper section of water near the island, incurring significant expenses. The landward side, however, would reveal the ground during low tide. As they walked, casual conversation ensued, yielding a wealth of useful information. For instance, Lubin learned the reason behind Han Yang's unwavering confidence that the two would assist him. It turned out that upon seeing Nan, he was convinced that such a beautiful girl could not possibly harbor ill intentions. Had his mother not taught him that the more beautiful a woman appears, the more deceptive she might be? Additionally, he revealed that aside from his sister Yishakie, there were 3 other survivors on the island, including a woman named Qin Lan, whom Zhang Xiaofei had mentioned. Originally, there should have been more survivors, including Yu Shakuei's true bodyguard, a retired female special forces soldier. Unfortunately, she had been bitten the following day when someone nearby suddenly turned into a zombie, which ultimately led Lu Bin to seek help. Originally, the island boasted a considerable number of staff, including cleaners dedicated to maintaining its cleanliness, gardeners, electricians responsible for upkeeping the power and other facilities, chefs, kitchen assistants, and trainees in service roles, approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Following the outbreak of the virus, the majority succumbed to their fate, transforming into the undead, while a small contingent of survivors met with unfortunate bites amidst the ensuing chaos. After evading the initial turmoil, the remaining few gathered at the hotel. Ultimately, the only man, Lu Bin, was dispatched to seek assistance. He drove an SUV through the tumult, creating a significant commotion that drew most of the zombies onto the bridge. While venturing out proved manageable, returning posed a formidable challenge, necessitating the elimination of numerous zombies obstructing the way. The bridge spanned approximately 3 kilometers, and as Han Yang and his companions traversed it, they frequently encountered the fallen bodies of zombies on either side. Many of these were striking women clad in attire reminiscent of flight attendants, now grotesquely transformed into fearsome creatures. They had met their demise by severed necks or punctured skulls, carelessly discarded along the edges. It was evident that Zhu Haoming and Zhang Xiaofei were responsible for this carnage, likely employing a tactical approach similar to that of Han Yang and his group, luring zombies away gradually before dispatching them. This was not a task accomplished in a single day. As they neared the shoreline, many corpses had begun to decay, while those closer to Jinsha Island appeared relatively fresh. Han Yang and his companions chose to disregard the cores of the zombies for the time being. They hastened towards the end of the bridge, reaching Jinsha Island. Lu Bin exerted all his strength to keep pace, arriving on the island breathless and drenched in sweat. Not seeing their companions, he wondered if they had already entered the hotel. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed while you rest here. Lu Bin weakly shuffled a couple of steps, utterly exhausted, and could only nod in resignation. Observing the dense foliage and ample shade on the island, Han Yang exchanged a glance with Nan, and together they slipped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Lu Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. Hey, where did they go? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief but still could not discern their presence. Was it invisibility? Han Yang paid no heed to the astonishment his ability evoked in Lu Bin. He and Nan swiftly arrived at the hotel entrance, where they indeed found Zhu Haoming and his companions engaged in a standoff with 4 women inside the hotel. Both parties wielded weapons. Zhu Haoming brandished a machete, while Zhang Xiaofei held a crowbar. Luli stood beside them, also clutching a crowbar, though her demeanor suggested she lacked combat prowess and merely served as a show of numbers. Conversely, the 4 women inside the hotel were armed with various kitchen knives, all of which were stained with a crimson hue, the unmistakable color of blood. Miss Yi, Zhu Haoming addressed the group. The world outside has descended into chaos. All have become zombies, and survivors are few and far between. The concepts of law and morality have evaporated. Now, the strongest reign supreme. It would be prudent for you to heed my counsel and refrain from acting unwisely, lest I be compelled to resort to more forceful measures. Han Yang and his companions arrived too late, unaware of Zhu Haoming's proposal. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a frigid female voice resounded, unequivocally denying his request. While I appreciate Mr. Zhu for eliminating the zombies outside, I cannot acquiesce to your terms. As a token of gratitude, you may take some supplies from the island, and I implore Mr. Zhu to release Lu Bin. Is this Yishakue? Han Yang scrutinized the individual within. Due to the sunlight's glare, he could not discern her features clearly, yet he could vaguely perceive her form. Indeed, her figure is quite admirable. Chapter 49, Brother-in-Law. Save me, damn it. What I seek is this island, not merely the scant resources it harbors. since you have chosen to reject my goodwill, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Now, as you struggle for your own survival, you still dare to think of that lad? Could he possibly be your lover? Once I deal with you, I shall return and eliminate that boy. Minggu, such an act would not suffice for my vengeance. Perhaps you should confront Lu Bin directly and deal with Yu Xiaokui in front of him. Zhang Xiaofei chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Minggu cast a peculiar glance at him. Ever since this fellow had attempted to cultivate a relationship with Lu Li, he seemed to have awakened certain peculiar inclinations. He patted Zhang Xiaofei on the shoulder. My brother's suggestion is rather intriguing. What say you, Miss Yi? The woman in the hotel maintained her composure, unperturbed. Mr. Zhu, you need not resort to such petty tricks to provoke me. I reiterate, this island belongs to me. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in eliminating the zombies. Should you desire anything, feel free to take it as our token of gratitude. However, should you remain unsatisfied and resort to force, know that our blades are not to be trifled with. Although we may appear as frail women, should we unite, we can surely inflict some damage upon you. Is that so? You possess no knowledge of my strength. I am quite eager to witness how you intend to harm me. Minggu sneered, his expression darkening as he prepared to act. His patience had worn thin. If the 4 women within refused to yield, it would be simpler to eliminate them. Yet at that moment, the woman in the hotel suddenly exhibited a rare urgency, her countenance shifting before swiftly regaining composure. Minggu felt a stir of curiosity and turned to glance behind him, where Lu Bin was finally approaching, staggering towards them. Damn, how did you get out? Lu Li. Did you release him? Minggu seized Lu Li, pulling her closer with such force that her clothing tore. Startled, Lu Li noticed Lu Bin and exclaimed in panic. Minggu, it wasn't me. If not you, then who? Damn it. Minggu shoved her aside. Xiaofei, keep an eye on her. I shall deal with her later, just as this pretty boy arrives. Haha. Miss Yi, you wouldn't stand idly by, would you? Minggu said, reaching for Lu Bin. Lu Bin paid them no heed, instead glancing around as if searching for something. Upon noticing Minggu approaching with a knife, he cried out in alarm. Honggu, brother-in-law, save me. Inside the hotel, Yi Xiaokui's brows furrowed. She genuinely wished to ignore this foolish cousin. However, what followed left her astounded. 2 figures emerged from the shadows beneath a tree near the hotel entrance, appearing as if summoned from thin air. There had been no one there moments before. Were they capable practitioners? Cloaked from sight? 2 individuals? She instinctively glanced towards Qin Lan, who dared to confront Zhu Haoming so boldly. Not wishing to become his woman or his plaything for that very reason. More importantly, her dear sister, Qin Lan, has awakened a remarkable ability, which serves as her greatest trump card. Where did Binzi find 2 individuals with such powers? What nonsense are you spouting? We were thoroughly enjoying the show until you interrupted us. Nan Nan exclaimed with indignation, fully seizing the opportunity to vent her frustration. Who told him to shout about a brother-in-law? Sister Nan Nan. Lu Bin chuckled awkwardly, retreating behind Han Yang and his companion. Minggu also halted in his tracks. Invisibility? Yet he was soon captivated by the pair's attire and weaponry. Clad in black bulletproof vests, tactical belts, and armed with handguns. Their complete police gear sent a chill through him. These 2 were clearly not staff from the precinct. Their demeanor was simply incompatible. And there were no such strikingly youthful and beautiful women in the station. However, their possession of such equipment indicated they had been inside the precinct, with zombies lurking everywhere. Particularly along Binhai Road, not to mention the denser urban areas, it was audacious to roam about in such circumstances. Perhaps they relied on that seemingly invisible ability. Yet it also suggested they possessed considerable courage, especially since they wielded cold weapons. The man brandished a 2-meter-long steel spear that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, while the woman held a concealed tang knife, undoubtedly a weapon of formidable sharpness, unmatched in strength. Yet, collaboration could be attempted. A flicker of thoughts crossed Ming Ji's mind. When did you arrive? Just a little later than you, Han Yang replied with a faint smile. Oh, then you must be aware that this is a matter internal to our Golden Sands Island, since you have been watching the show for quite some time. I hope you will continue to stand by and observe. Once it concludes, I shall ensure ample rewards for your discretion. Minggu's mind raced, deciding to temporarily placate them. If they agreed, he would deal with them later once he had the opportunity. Speaking of which, this young lady was no less stunning than Yi Xiaokui, though she had the advantage of youth. Who says this is merely your internal affair? Did you not hear that young man call me brother-in-law just now? The woman inside, Yu Xiaokui, is my partner. Should I not be concerned? Minggu was incensed and furious. He was enraged at the unforeseen connection between Lu Bin and Yi Xiaokui. Had he known earlier, he could have leveraged Lu Bin to coerce Yi Xiaokui into submission. His anger stemmed from the realization that this individual was deliberately seeking trouble. He could hardly believe their audacity. Were they coveting Golden Sands Island as well? My brother, you jest. I have never heard of Misty from Xinjiang Group having a boyfriend. Well, now you have. Han Yang retorted, patting Lu Bin on the shoulder. Indeed, he is my brother-in-law. He wields a gun. So you'd best make yourself scarce unless you believe your abilities can withstand bullets? Lu Bin stood with hands on his hips, exuding arrogance that made Han Yang want to deliver a slap. Damn it. Ming Gu lamented, regretting that he had feared this young man would inadvertently reveal his abilities. If the adversary were to employ their stealth capabilities and aimed a cold gun at him, he would be utterly helpless. Observing that the two had refrained from such an ambush moments ago, he pondered whether they could be swayed to cooperate. Thus, with that in mind, let us depart. Until we meet again. Brother Ming signaled to Zheng Xiaofei, who, holding Lu Li's hand, cautiously retreated while keeping a watchful eye on them. Lu Li struggled desperately but could not break free from Zheng Xiaofei's grasp, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lu Bin. Bin Gu. Just moments ago, Brother Ming had torn Lu Li's clothing, and with another struggle, her oversized coat was ripped apart, revealing her upper body, coupled with her pitiful demeanor. It seemed as though she had stumbled into a melodramatic scene. Hey, Lu Li is one of us from Jinsha Island, and she does not wish to accompany you. Release her. Lu Bin, not thinking deeply, simply felt that this woman had shown him considerable kindness while he was imprisoned, and he could not turn a blind eye to her plight. Chapter 50. Yi Xiaoqiye Ming squinted at Lu Bin for a moment. Lu Bin felt a pang of guilt, but upon seeing Han Yang beside him, he straightened his posture immediately. What are you staring at? Hurry and release her. Let her go? Ming Gu commanded with a dark expression, directing his order at Zheng Xiaofei. Ming Gu. Zheng Xiaofei reluctantly released Lu Li. Lu Li stumbled towards Lu Bin, grasping his hand tightly. Lu Bin's arm was completely enveloped in Lu Li's embrace, and Han Yang instinctively glanced over, recalling the distant glimpse he had caught earlier with binoculars. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Nan Nin also noticed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she recalled the scene from that morning. She saw Han Yang's gaze lingering there, and, taking advantage of the moment, kicked him discreetly. Hiss. Han Yang maintained his composure, though he felt a chill run down his spine. Serves you right for staring. Nan Nan pouted. As Ming Gu and Zheng Xiaofei moved further away, Han Yang remained still. Meanwhile, Lu Bin joyfully pulled Lu Li toward the hotel entrance. Cousin, open the door. I've brought two powerful allies to introduce to you. Is there even a need for an introduction? Haven't I already become his woman? Yu Xiaoqiye replied with an impassive expression, unmoved by his enthusiasm. Ah, hee. Well, this is just a temporary measure. Lu Bin laughed awkwardly. Never mind, it's time we got to know each other properly. Yu Xiaoqiye held no resentment towards Lu Bin. After all, these two had assisted in driving away Zhu Haoming. Yet, with the wolf gone, how could she be certain that a tiger would not come in its place? Yi Xiaoqiye's thoughts were as clear as a mirror. The other party evidently possessed the ability to eliminate Zhu Haoming and his associates, but had first chosen to observe from the sidelines, only to later deliberately allow them to escape. Their intentions were clearly no less than those of Zhu Haoming. However, it was likely that they would not treat the few women so harshly. After all, one of them was a woman, strikingly beautiful and not inferior to herself in the slightest. Moreover, it was evident that the two shared a unique bond. Let it be for now, she thought. If the outside world truly resembled what Zhu Haoming had claimed, an apocalypse, then these few vulnerable women would surely be unable to defend this island. Eventually, they would have to bring others in. Yi Xiaoqiye pondered many things, though the outside world was but a fleeting moment. Turning to the girl beside her, she said, Jia, please open the door. Okay, Sister Xiaoqiye. Han Yang and Nan Nan ascended the stairs. The luxurious hotel was adorned with massive glass doors and windows that spanned from top to bottom. The main entrance featured a revolving door, which had been blocked from within, rendering it immovable. Beside the revolving door stood two large doors, currently locked from the inside. Just moments ago, Zhu Haoming had confronted Yu Xiaoqiye and the others right here. As they approached, Han Yang could finally discern the distinct appearances of the four individuals inside. It was undeniable that all four were uniquely captivating beauties. They donned matching attire, akin to that of the deceased female zombies Han Yang had seen by the bridge, resembling uniforms worn by flight attendants. The upper body is adorned with a uniquely styled white short-sleeved shirt, while the lower half features a black mid-waist pencil skirt. On her legs, she wears black stockings, and her feet are encased in low-heeled leather shoes. The sole distinction is the absence of a scarf around her neck. Although they are all attired similarly, the effect each of the four presents is entirely different, particularly that of the leader, Yi Xiaoqiye, and a woman to her right who bears an air of indifference. As the hotel doors swing open, Lu Bin and Lu Li are the first to step inside. Unexpectedly, Lu Bin slips, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Lu Li, who has been holding on to his arm, manages to steady him just in time. Sister, are you all cleaning? Why is there water everywhere? I almost slipped. Lu Bin grumbles, eyeing the damp floor. Lu Li, a bit anxious, greets Yi Xiaoque. Hello, Miss Yi. Yi Xiaoque nods in acknowledgement, choosing to disregard her somewhat foolish cousin. Instead contemplating the arm that is nestled within Lu Li's embrace. She then turns her attention to the two who have just entered, offering a smile and extending her hand. Hello, Yi Xiaoque. Hello, Han Yang. Han Yang takes Yi Xiaoque's delicate, pale hand for a brief moment before releasing it. This is not the place for conversation. Please come inside. Yi Xiaoque gestures with a perfectly executed invitation, her demeanor, tone, and expression radiating sincerity. Han Yang notices the considerable amount of water on the floor, spotting a mop and a basin for washing it not far away. With a pensive look, he follows into the hotel lobby, observing as he walks. From the outside, the building appears to be a luxurious 7-story hotel, modest in scale. However, upon entering, one finds the space quite expansive, particularly the lobby on the first floor, which boasts a ceiling height of at least 4 meters, imparting a sense of openness and grandeur. The interior decor is opulent yet does not come across as gaudy. This must be what is referred to as understated luxury. Within the lobby, aside from the check-in desk, there is a lounge area furnished with various sofas and coffee tables. Yi Xiaoque leads the way towards this space. Han Yang, observing her silhouette, is taken aback. At first glance, she does not possess the striking beauty of Nan Nan. Nor is her height particularly impressive, as she is slightly shorter than Nan Nan. Yet, her proportions are exquisite. Her legs are notably long, creating an illusion of height. Her shoulders are narrow, and her legs are slender and straight. The top she has chosen fits her well, accentuating a bosom that appears ready to burst forth from her attire, though it is not overly ample, especially when compared to Lu Li. As for Nan Nan, only a closer inspection would reveal the truth. Her waist is exceptionally slender, lending an exaggeratedly beautiful curve to her hips, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight, utterly enchanting. Not only are her curves pronounced, but they are also pleasingly rounded. The black pencil skirt flawlessly showcases her captivating silhouette. Moreover, with each step she takes, her movements seem meticulously measured, exuding an elegant grace. Han Yang feels that her attire somewhat constrains her. A high-slit dress, evening gown, or even a cheapao would serve her far better. Absolutely stunning, inciting envy and jealousy in all women. Soon, Yi Xiaoque guided the two to a cozy seating area with 4 chairs, inviting them to take a seat. She and another strikingly beautiful woman settled across from them, while the other 2 ladies stood behind. Lu Bin, who lingered behind, instinctively positioned himself behind Han Yang and the others, creating a tableau of 4 seated and 4 standing. Yi Xiaoque cast a casual glance at Lu Bin, then a composed smile graced her fair, oval face as she spoke first. Is this lovely lady named Nan Nan? She is truly enchanting. Mr. Han is quite fortunate. And you, dear sister, are also quite beautiful. Nan Nan, unfazed, beamed a sweet smile reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl. And the lovely sister across from me, along with the 2 behind, are all stunning beauties. I wonder how I should address you. Qinlan, the alluring beauty, finally interjected. Chapter 51. The Han Yang could not help but cast a glance at Qinlan. Her voice, contrary to her appearance, exuded an air of coldness and aloofness, creating a sense of distance. Instead, it was soft and sweet, as though imbued with sugar, evoking a delightful sweetness upon hearing it. A striking contrast indeed. Well, Sister Lan's voice is so melodious. I had thought it would be cool and hard to approach. Nan Nan blurted out candidly, seemingly devoid of any ulterior motives. Not at all. Sister Nan's voice is the true delight. Qinlan responded, somewhat unaccustomed to such pleasantries. You all know Qinlan now. This is Zhao Jia behind me. Yi Xiaoque interjected. Han Yang recognized her. She was the one who had opened the door moments ago. Hello, everyone. Zhao Jia greeted nervously. Next to her was Sun Lanyu, who nodded at the 2. Once everyone was acquainted, Yi Xiaoque continued. All right, now that we are all familiar, let us return to the matter at hand. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Han Yang for his assistance. Otherwise, today, my 3 sisters and I would likely have faced dire consequences. I am aware that Mr. Han Yang must have his motives. May I inquire about your request? Han Yang smiled gently. You may simply call me Han Yang. I am but an ordinary person. Titles such as Mr. feel rather awkward. As for my request, I find this island's environment quite appealing and wish to consider it as a potential place for future residents. Would that be permissible? That is entirely feasible. Apart from this hotel, there are 10 luxurious villas on the island. Han Yang, you may choose any of them as a token of our gratitude. Eh? Big brother Han. Didn't you mention wanting to take over this island? Nan Nan innocently gazed at Han Yang. Indeed, but it seems Miss Yi may have misunderstood. I meant to say that this island is splendid. Han Yang affirmed. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoque's expression remained largely unchanged, her composure intact. Han Yang felt a mix of disappointment and admiration. She was indeed the daughter of the Xinjiang group. It appears you all have come here with a purpose. May I ask what draws you to this island? Yi Xiaokuei inquired calmly. She neither confirmed nor denied permission. Many aspects. Han Yang replied sincerely. Upon realizing that the world has descended into chaos, rendering it impossible to restore order in the foreseeable future, my foremost thought was to seek a place that allows for long-term survival and comfort. This location must also be relatively secure, free from the overwhelming presence of zombies. So, this was your immediate thought? Indeed. I have come across your promotional materials through various channels. After acquiring the rights to the island under the guise of environmental development, you have indeed implemented corresponding ecological measures. For instance, the entire island utilizes clean energy, harnessing wind and solar power for electricity. Our building is adorned with solar panels. Is it not? While the urban area has entirely ceased power supply, you here manage to provide electricity for the whole island. This alone cannot be overlooked. Moreover, the environment here is exquisite, and the location is exceptionally secure. Yushakuei sighed inwardly, for this very aspect filled her with trepidation. Were it merely an ordinary island, there would be fewer who coveted it. However, if the world were to plunge into darkness at night, with only this place illuminated, it would be akin to a beacon in the night, irresistibly attracting countless moths to its flame. With just a handful of frail women, they would undoubtedly be ill-equipped to contend with the ever-increasing number of those who covet their sanctuary. While I must concede that your abilities are formidable, indeed well-suited for survival in this apocalyptic landscape, can merely the two of you truly govern this island? Yu Xiaoqiye maintained her composure, betraying no emotion. But what of you all? We? Indeed, I merely spoke of possessing the island, not of expelling you. Furthermore, who claims that we are limited to just two individuals? Upon completing his statement, Han Yang envisioned the image relayed back by the female zombie, depicting the retreat of Zhu Haoming and his companion. The hunt has commenced. Brother Ming, are we truly departing like this? Zhong Xiaofei followed closely behind Zhu Haoming as they hastily made their way toward the island's edge, not pausing for even a moment. What else would you have us do? Do you believe the two of us could withstand that group? Those women exhibited an excessively assertive demeanor, as if they possessed some form of support. I suspect that at least one among them has awakened their abilities. Thus, we initially employed gentle tactics, refraining from direct confrontation. If it were merely those few women, even with abilities, they would pose little threat. After all, they are women who have rarely engaged in combat. I doubt they could even manage to slay a zombie. With my powers, we could still put up a fight. However, the latter male and female are no trifles. Their ability to vanish without a trace, combined with the firearms they wield, leaves us with no chance to resist before being eliminated. After Zhu Haoming voiced his concerns, he glanced back, fearful that the two might stealthily follow them. He dared not relax even for a moment. Zhong Xiaofei, upon further reflection, broke into a cold sweat. He possessed no extraordinary abilities. Zhu Haoming might withstand a shot due to his powers, but should he be hit, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Then let us hasten our departure. Upon Zhong Xiaofei's declaration, he quickened his pace, overtaking Zhu Haoming. First, we shall return to the service hall to gather the remaining supplies, and then proceed to the Fisherman's Wharf. I shall reclaim my honor, sooner or later. The Fisherman's Wharf? Is Brother Yong still alive? Who knows? Let us go and see. There must be survivors. As they conversed, they arrived at the bridge's edge. Just as they were about to set foot on solid ground, a figure sprang up from the ground, lunging fiercely towards them. Ugh! A terrifying wail of a zombie soon followed. Damn! After all, these are awakened individuals, with enhancements in all aspects of their being. Zhu Haoming was the first to react. Seeing no way to evade, he yanked Zhong Xiaofei, forcing him in front of himself. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The zombie sank its teeth into Zhong Xiaofei's shoulder. The glint of a blade flashed. Zhu Haoming, who narrowly escaped disaster, swung his knife at the zombie, disregarding whether he might harm Zhong Xiaofei in the process. After all, being bitten by a zombie leaves one with no hope of salvation. Yet in the next moment, Zhu Haoming was taken aback. He had clearly aimed his blade at the zombie's neck, ensuring there was no escape. However, the zombie's head twisted in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the edge of his knife. The sharp blade instead plunged deeply into Zhong Xiaofei's shoulder. Oh no! Zhong Xiaofei's eyes widened in agony. Initially, the bite from the zombie posed little threat. The real horror lay in the potential infection of the zombie virus, which would soon transform him into one of the undead. But Zhu Haoming's strike was different. It nearly severed his entire arm. The excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious. Chapter 52. Have I truly become the brother-in-law? The zombie deftly evaded Zhu Haoming's blade, its neck instantly reverting to its original state. Its body sprang forth, propelled by the handle of the knife. This was the first time Zhu Haoming had encountered such an uncanny zombie. its form frail and boneless, capable of executing astonishing maneuvers akin to that of a serpent, and remarkably swift. As the zombie lunged towards him, he reluctantly relinquished his grip on the knife and swiftly retreated, unleashing his full speed, disappearing into the distance in no time. The zombie was quick in close quarters, yet its speed in pursuit was considerably lacking. After a few futile steps in chase, it turned back to rejoin Zhong Xiaofei. This zombie was, in fact, the mutated female zombie controlled by Han Yang. However, due to the considerable distance, Han Yang was unable to maintain precise control. He could only issue commands for the zombie to feign death and attack passersby. At this moment, the command had been fulfilled, lifting the restrictions and restoring some of the female zombie's instincts. Upon spotting a living human before her, an insatiable thirst for flesh was ignited. Zhong Xiaofei continued to wail in agony, his body drenched in blood. He longed to lose consciousness, yet it eluded him. The pain, though excruciating, was still bearable. As he saw the zombie drawing ever closer, terror filled his eyes. Zhu, Hao, Ming, he bellowed, recalling Zhu Haoming's earlier words. Women are like garments, men are like brothers. Now, only the two of them remained, bound to support one another, steadfast and unwavering. He remembered how Zhu Haoming had yanked him back moments ago, shielding him only to receive a bite from the zombie. The blade was still lodged in his bones. Go, you, damn, brother. I curse your ancestors. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. On Golden Sands Island, within a luxurious hotel. Are there others with you? Yu Shakue's composure finally faltered. If it were merely the two of them, even if she proposed to occupy Golden Sands Island, she would have confidence in maintaining control. However, should their numbers exceed hers and possess formidable abilities, the situation would become precarious. Indeed. So, Miss Yi, do you consent to my occupation of Golden Sands Island? Han Yang inquired. Rest assured, you shall not be expelled. Rather, you will be provided the same conditions you just outlined. I permit you to choose a mansion as your residence and enjoy the island's public resources, such as water and electricity, free of charge. Seated across from one another, Han Yang edged closer, exuding an aura of pressure for the first time. Do I have a choice to refuse? Yu Shakuei quickly regained her composure. With an impassive expression, she remarked, you deliberately set Zhu Haoming free, did you not, to arrive at this moment? Who said I released Zhu Haoming? Han Yang replied with a slight smile. Oh, now it makes sense. Yu Shakuei realized the entire scheme. You have ambushed others outside. Understanding dawned upon her. Han Yang had feigned releasing Zhu Haoming to gain some of their trust while simultaneously applying pressure. This left them grateful yet wary of Han Yang, lest Zhu Haoming become a future threat. Meanwhile, Han Yang had secretly positioned a group to completely eliminate Zhu Haoming. Ultimately, regardless of the negotiation's outcome, the initiative now lay firmly in the hands of Han Yang as he entered the hotel. They possessed both strength and numbers. The few fragile women were powerless to resist such deep scheming. Naturally, Han Yang was oblivious to the multitude of thoughts swirling in Yi Shakuei's mind. His reasoning was rather straightforward. Yi Shakuei and her companions were well acquainted with everything on the island, unlike himself and Nan Nan, who found themselves utterly in the dark. Furthermore, being women, they were relatively safer and easier to manage. By keeping them close, he could better familiarize himself with and govern the island. Releasing Zhu Haoming was indeed a deliberate act, intended to instill a sense of crisis in them, thereby facilitating their acceptance of these outsiders. As for the zombie attack on Zhu Haoming, it was merely a casual decision. Success brought him joy, but failure mattered little. Once he fully relocated to this island, he would undoubtedly find ways to secure it. One might even say it was a matter of humanity. Miss Yi, does this imply your consent? Han Yang refrained from elaborating. We have several conditions. Please, do proceed. We acknowledge your claim over this territory, recognizing you as the island's ruler, and we shall follow your lead. However, the condition is, I want to be your girlfriend. Yu Shakuei suddenly smiled, uttering words that left everyone astonished. Lu Bin, standing behind Han Yang, raised an eyebrow, his expression gleeful. Is this really happening? Becoming a brother-in-law? Han Yang was perplexed by Yi Shakuei's intentions. However, he now comprehended Nan Nan's motives. Her small hand rested upon his waist. If his response failed to satisfy her, he could expect a deadly blow. Did you genuinely take my little brother's words to heart? Ah, no, wait. What little brother? Lu Bin was merely jesting. There was no need to take it seriously. Han Yang forced a smile. Brother Han, I assure you, I am not joking. I genuinely believe you two are quite incompatible. Lu Bin, initially exhilarated, quickly altered his stance upon noticing Nan Nan's fierce glare. Observing this scene, Yu Shakuei felt a sense of relief. Her greatest concern was that Han Yang might harbor intentions towards the women. As their leader and a sister bound by life and death, She was determined to safeguard the other three. Although Han Yang did not seem like the lecherous Zhu Haoming, one could never truly know a person's heart. Conversely, Nan Nan was far easier to understand, which prompted her to test the waters. I think this can be taken seriously. Upon reflection, Binzi's suggestion is quite astute. You are not unappealing, and your strength should be formidable. I consider myself somewhat attractive. Do you believe I am unworthy of you? Yi Xiaokui lightly bit her lip, casting a beguiling glance his way. Han Yang could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Not merely attractive. She was absolutely stunning. Yet, feeling the tightening grip at his waist, he chuckled softly. Miss Yi, you flatter me, but I already have a girlfriend. Han Yang draped an arm around Nan Nan's shoulders. Humph. Nan Nan glared at Yu Xiaoqiye indignantly. Yu Xiaoqiye appeared to have finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in surprise. So it turns out you too. My apologies, I was rather presumptuous. Then, let me express some other requests. Han Yang gazed at the barely concealed mirth in Yu Xiaoqiye's eyes and suddenly realized. Could this woman be testing me? Never mind, I shall first hear out the conditions. After all, there is ample time ahead. I will eventually make amends. Firstly, you must not impose upon our lives, compelling us to undertake actions against our will. This is only natural. Even in this apocalyptic world, we must adhere to fundamental laws and moral boundaries. No one can coerce you, not even I. If any matters arise, I shall discuss them with you in advance, respecting your opinions. Han Yang replied solemnly. Secondly, should anyone else wish to join us in the future, I would appreciate being informed beforehand. If this individual does not find favor with us, we reserve the right to a veto. Well, Han Yang pondered for a moment. Chapter 53. The astute woman. Our primary concern is the potential arrival of individuals like Zhu Haoming on the island. Yu Xiaoqiye observed Han Yang's silence and added, if this is your worry, I assure you that no man will be allowed to join this island at will. Even if someone were to join, it would only be with your consent. Then let us proceed with our collaboration. Yi Xiaoqiye breathed a sigh of relief, her smile brightening as she extended her hand towards Han Yang. However, Han Yang did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, his expression grew more solemn. You have presented your requests. Now it is time for mine. Yi Xiaoqiye's smile faltered. Do you have cups? Han Yang inquired. Indeed. Lu Li responded promptly. She released Lu Bin and hurried to the service counter, returning with a stack of paper cups, which she placed on the table. Han Yang meticulously arranged the cups, setting 6 in front of him. He then grabbed a bottle of mineral water prepared for guests and opened it, pouring it into the 6 cups with a steady flow. Next, he produced a knife and made a small incision on his finger, allowing drops of blood to fall into each cup, 1 drop per vessel. The onlookers initially regarded his actions with confusion, but it soon became clear what he intended. My request is quite simple. All you need to do is drink from this cup. An oath of blood, Lu Bin remarked with intrigue. Yet, Yu Xiaoqiye sensed the gravity of the situation. What happens if one refuses to drink? That would be regrettable. Those who do not drink cannot remain on the island. Yi Xiaoqiye pondered this. Does that mean everyone on the island must partake, including your people? Indeed. Han Yang confirmed with a nod. Very well, we shall drink. Yi Xiaoqiye decisively lifted her cup and drained it in one swift motion. Following her lead, Qin Lan and the other 2 women also unhesitatingly took their cups and drank. As they observed the 2 remaining cups on the table, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Bin and Lu Li. Must we drink as well? Lu Bin questioned. I believe it is unnecessary, as I have no intention of allowing you to stay on the island. Yu Xiaoqiye replied coolly. Hey, sister, you are being rather ruthless. Lu Bin protested. Your sister speaks the truth. Han Yang added with a smirk. The service area outside the island also requires supervision, and I think you would be quite suitable for that role. Surely, you wouldn't want to leave a few unarmed women to guard the entrance? Lu Bin glanced at the weapons near Nan Nan and recalled the kitchen knives the other 3 women had wielded earlier. As he thought of himself, utterly unarmed, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a resigned demeanor, he drank from the cup. Lu Li, on the other hand, was filled with joy. This implicitly signified that this group had accepted her. Although the process may have been somewhat unpleasant, the outcome was favorable. Welcome to my family. Han Yang extended his hand, clasping Yi Xiaoqiye's. Since we are now family, might we discuss the secrets of your trade? Or perhaps, your abilities? Yu Xiaoqiye gracefully withdrew her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. What a perceptive woman you are. Han Yang marveled. Likewise, have you not also concealed your own abilities? Han Yang picked up a bottle of water and handed it to Nan Nan. Here, for you, your favorite chilled beverage. Wow, how astonishing. Nan Nan exclaimed in wonder as she noticed that the previously room temperature water had, within mere moments of being in her hands, developed a layer of frost and even begun to freeze. How could this be? Qin Lan, who typically maintained a cold demeanor, displayed a rare expression of surprise. Ability replication? Yi Xiaoqiye, equally astonished, suddenly grasped the situation. When she had witnessed Han Yang and Nan become invisible, a question had emerged in her mind. How could it be that two individuals awakened the same ability simultaneously? She had speculated that perhaps the invisibility user could render their companions invisible as well. Now, reflecting upon it, the realization that Han Yang could replicate others' abilities made everything fall into place. Thus, the blood from earlier served as some form of medium or contract, enabling the replication of our powers? Remarkably astute. The ability to deduce so much from a mere detail was impressive. Han Yang increasingly admired Yishakue's keen insight. I believe that even without our assistance, you would be capable of dealing with Zhu Haoming and his cohort, wouldn't you? So the water pooling at the entrance. Nan suddenly connected the dots. They had deliberately placed so much water at the door. If they could instantly freeze the water, it would surely catch their enemies off guard. Furthermore, if they could immobilize their foes, they would become sitting ducks. Freezing such a vast expanse of water was still quite taxing for Qinlan, and it remained uncertain whether it would be effective against Zhu Haoming and his group. These were desperate measures, and thus they were immensely grateful for the assistance. It was the reason they had emerged unscathed. Yushakie did not consider it praiseworthy. If it had come to that point, it would have been a desperate fight to the death. Such a scenario was something no one wished to witness. They had steeled themselves for mortal combat, yet who does not desire to survive? At that moment, Han Yang received a transmission of images from the mutated female zombie. Due to the great distance, he could no longer receive real-time images, and the frequency of the transmissions had significantly decreased. Shortly thereafter, he glimpsed Zhang Xiaofei being bitten while Zhu Haoming fled in disarray. Unfortunately, Zhu Haoming managed to escape, while it would have been ideal to capture at least one. Allowing an ability user to flee remained a potential threat. Upon hearing this, Yushakie mistakenly believed he was lamenting their letting Zhu Haoming go, and couldn't help but mentally retort, "Wasn't it you who let him escape?" Han Yang offered no explanation. Having stated the facts, he felt his taut nerves begin to relax. Establishing contracts with 6 individuals and testing Qinlan's freezing ability had taken a substantial toll on his mental and physical energy, especially as they had not slept the entire night. With relaxation came a wave of fatigue. Han Yang, feeling a throbbing headache, turned to Yishakie and inquired, "Is there an available room here? We haven't rested all night and need to recuperate. Let us address any matters after we have rested. The seed of consciousness has been sown, and the effects of mental suggestion have taken hold." Han Yang is no longer concerned that this group may pose a threat to him. Next, he and Nan need to rest well, for many tasks await them. Yushakie observes Han Yang, who momentarily reveals signs of fatigue. Though she finds it somewhat peculiar, she refrains from commenting further. Instead, she instructs Sun Wanyu to escort the two to a nearby guest room. As they journey along, Han Yang can distinctly see remnants of bloodstains and signs of dragged corpses that have not been properly cleaned. It seems that this place was once rife with zombies. "Did you clear out the zombies here?" he inquires. Sun Wanyu nods in affirmation. Sister Xiaokie used obstacles and Sister Lan's abilities to trap the zombies, and we then eliminated them gradually. Han Yang can surmise their method. No wonder the weapons in the women's hands are stained with blood. Women who can confront zombies are certainly no less formidable than men. Han Yang cannot help but regard these 4 women with newfound admiration, particularly Yi Xiaokue, who is intelligent, perceptive, and courageous. Moreover, they are all remarkably beautiful, truly a treasure found. Chapter 54. Who can endure this? The 3 soon arrived outside a guest room. Sun Lanyu opened the door and casually turned on the light, inviting the 2 inside. "This is our hotel's standard room, equipped with hot water for bathing and air conditioning." "Thank you," Han Yang replied politely. "Then, please rest well." After a brief introduction, Sun Lanyu exited the room, closing the door behind her. At that moment, Nan could no longer contain her excitement. "Wow, air conditioning and hot water. This is absolutely wonderful." She bounced over to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, water gushing forth. "There is even a bathtub. I'm going to take a bath. It's been ages since I last soaked." Nan exclaimed joyfully, but then recalled the frugality of recent days, which almost brought her to tears. Such amenities, once commonplace before the end, now felt like an extravagant indulgence. Han Yang switched on the air conditioning, casually surveying the room. Although labeled a standard room, it was quite spacious. It featured a separate small living area complete with a sofa, coffee table, and television. The adjacent bedroom was also generously sized, boasting a large double bed perfect for rolling around. Beside the bed stood a sizable wardrobe, capable of accommodating a substantial amount of clothing. "Is there only one bed?" Han Yang mused, realizing that Yushakie and the others would likely assume he and Nan were a typical couple. He hesitated to request another room, fearing it might reveal that his relationship with Nan had not yet reached that level. "1 room is sufficient. This bed is large enough for 2. Han Yang then stepped into the bathroom, where Nan Nan was already filling the bathtub with water. The bathroom was spacious enough to house a tub accommodating 2 people. The bathtub was situated at the far end, with a shower just outside. Beyond that was a sliding door, ensuring a separation of wet and dry areas. Outside the sliding door was a toilet, which appeared to be a sophisticated model, an intelligent toilet that didn't require toilet paper and offered heated cleansing. A little further out was a wash basin and a vanity mirror. "Brother Han, you can go out now. I need to take a shower." Nan Nan decided to rinse off first before enjoying a soak. Noticing Han Yang looking around, she promptly urged him to leave. "The bathtub is so large. I think we could bathe together, saving time." Han Yang chuckled mischievously. "Go find your woman, Yu Xiaoqiu, to wash with," Nan Nan retorted, placing her hands on her hips and rolling her eyes dramatically. "Hey, I was only joking. You're my only girlfriend," Han Yang swiftly clarified, feeling quite clever. "Humph, I don't care. Anyway, today's girlfriend benefits are gone." Nan Nan pouted adorably, her nose wrinkling in discontent as she pushed Han Yang out of the bathroom. Han Yang stood before the closed door, rubbing his nose, then turned to his backpack to retrieve a change of clothes, shedding his soiled jacket and jeans. Han Yang donned the shorts and t-shirt selected for him by Nan Nan, settling at the edge of the bed to rest. At that moment, a hazy silhouette in the bathroom captivated his attention. Perhaps it was due to their room being a king-sized suite, and most occupants were couples or lovers, that the bathroom glass was frosted. It was not completely transparent, yet it allowed a clear outline of the figure within. Han Yang, seated by the bed, observed Nan Nan slowly shedding her garments. Instantly, a rush of blood surged through him. How could one withstand such a sight? Han Yang appreciated the thoughtful design of the hotel. "Nan Nan, do you need my assistance in scrubbing your back? It's rather difficult to clean one's back alone." He could not help but suggest. "Humph. No, not at all." Nan Nan hummed a light-hearted tune as she rinsed her body briefly. With a dismissive huff, she firmly rejected his offer, then reclined into the tub filled with water. The slightly warm water enveloped her form, concealing her exquisite beauty. A satisfied sound escaped her lips. "How delightful. I could stay here forever." Han Yang, listening from outside, felt an itch of desire but was utterly helpless. At that moment, with Nan Nan reclining in the bathtub, her graceful figure was no longer visible, and the flame of his ardor gradually subsided. A profound weariness washed over him, and Han Yang lay on the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. After a considerable time, as the water cooled, Nan Nan reluctantly rose. After drying her hair and getting dressed in the couple's outfit from the previous day, she emerged from the bathroom, pondering that Brother Han must be waiting anxiously. To her surprise, he lay on the bed, already deep in slumber, his snores resonating throughout the room. "Oh dear, is there only one bed?" Nan Nan then realized that the room contained merely a single bed. She surveyed the space, ultimately standing beside the sofa, her expression conflicted. "Well, I could sleep on the sofa, but the bed is far more comfortable." Yet Brother Han had already claimed the bed. Should she wake him? No. That would be unwise. Today had been exhausting, and he needed rest. Besides, the bed is quite spacious. I only need a little space. With this cheerful resolution, after much internal debate, Nan Nan was irresistibly drawn back to the large, soft bed, lying down on the opposite side of Han Yang. "Ah, indeed, the bed is so comfortable," she mused, stifling a yawn as she gradually drifted into slumber. Han Yang dreamt. In his dream, he found himself entering the bathroom as he had wished. Just as he contemplated his next move, a woman in the bathroom lifted her leg and kicked him. Han Yang awoke with a start, bewildered, staring at the ceiling, taking a while to regain his senses. Turning his head, he saw Nan Nan's fair, delicate foot resting upon him. That was what had kicked him moments ago. Glancing at Nan Nan, he noticed her reclining diagonally across the bed, occupying 3/4 of the space. Had that kick not landed on him, it was likely she would have claimed the entirety of the bed. This girl, her sleeping posture is rather domineering. As Han Yang became increasingly alert, he felt remarkably refreshed. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening, and he had slept for over 8 hours. The air conditioning in the room provided a relief that was absent during the previous mornings. Nevertheless, Han Yang still struggled to rise, as he found himself in considerable discomfort. In the bathroom, he indulged in the luxurious services of a high-tech toilet, then proceeded to the shower for a brief rinse. Instantly, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Nan Nan fast asleep, having unknowingly shifted her sleeping position. Her loose t-shirt had ridden up slightly, revealing her flat abdomen. Han Yang felt a stirring in his heart. It must be so smooth, he mused. Speaking of which, he had yet to receive his girlfriend's benefits today. Han Yang rubbed his hands together and took a few steps forward. This was Chapter 55, consumed completely suddenly. Han Yang caught a glimpse of the undergarment beneath Nan Nan's t-shirt through a gap in the fabric. However, It was evident that this was not a style she typically favored. It appeared somewhat familiar to him. In an instant, realization struck him. Just yesterday, at the clothing store, Han Yang had playfully suggested that Nan Nan try on a rather sheer lingerie set, which she had vehemently declined. Yet now, she was wearing precisely that ensemble. When had she secretly acquired it? A surge of emotions welled within Han Yang. And why was she wearing it? Did she genuinely wish for him to see? Gazing at Nan Nan's adorable sleeping face, he could no longer contain himself. He gently pressed a fleeting kiss upon her. Nan Nan furrowed her brow slightly, then pouted her lips. Han Yang lay down beside her, tenderly wrapping his arms around her. Gradually, Nan Nan began to awaken. "Brother Han," she murmured, appearing still somewhat drowsy, her expression endearingly innocent. "Brother Han, what do you want to eat today? Can I be your meal?" When Han Yang and Nan Nan reappeared before Yi Xiaoque, she noted the flush of happiness radiating from Han Yang, as if he had encountered something immensely joyous. However, upon reflection, given that the entire island was now ostensibly his, it was no surprise he felt elated. In contrast, Nan Nan's cheeks were slightly flushed, her lips pursed in a high pout. One might assume she was upset. Yet she clung tightly to Han Yang's arm, her expression suggesting a reluctance to engage with him. Yi Xiaoque had always perceived the two as a couple, never considering any alternative, and assumed their apparent quarrel was a mere lover's spat, possibly sparked by her presence. "Good morning," Han Yang greeted cheerfully. Yi Xiaoque rolled her eyes at him. "It's nearly evening." "Then good evening," Han Yang replied with a grin. "Is there something to eat? We're both quite hungry." With that, he instinctively glanced at Nan Nan. Seemingly in sync, Nan Nan also looked over, letting out a soft huff, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. Han Yang chuckled lightly, unperturbed. After all, they had already indulged completely. A minor grievance could certainly be tolerated. "Dinner has been prepared for you." Yu Shakie gestured toward the nearby dining area. Leading the way, the dining room, situated on the opposite side of the lounge, was spacious, adorned with numerous tables and chairs of various sizes. Qin Lan, Zhao Jia, and Sun Luan Yu were present, though Lu Bin and Lu Li were conspicuously absent. "My brother-in-law. Ahem, where are Lu Bin and the other?" Yu Shakie replied with a wry smile. "Did we not send them to the service area by the shore?" "Ah, right. They indeed need someone to oversee things there." Han Yang recalled having jokingly mentioned that earlier in the morning. He quickly dismissed that thought and redirected his focus to the delectable spread laid out on the table. "Well, so many pastries. I haven't had these in ages." Upon sighting the food, Nan Nan immediately cast aside her earlier shyness, leaping towards the table and unceremoniously grabbing a uniquely shaped cake to indulge in addition to various cakes whose names Han Yang could not recall. There were also steaming buns and dumplings, as if freshly taken from the pot. Han Yang took a seat and addressed the few women standing nearby. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, sit down and join us." "Yes, let's eat together." Nan Nan, with her mouth full, cheerfully invited the others, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Sister Xiaoque, who prepared this?" Upon hearing her words, the women sequentially took their seats. Yi Xiaoque sat beside Han Yang, with Zhao Jia on her other side. Qin Lan was next to Nan Nan, with Sun Luan Yu beside her. The small round table was perfectly filled. This was made by Qin Lan. Yi Xiaoque smiled gently. "I haven't properly introduced her. Qin Lan is actually a pastry chef I invited, who once served as the head pastry chef in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Well, no wonder it's so delicious. I'm going to be lucky from now on." Nan Nan affectionately leaned closer to Qin Lan. "Sister Lan, how did you make this? Can I learn?" I can only make a few pastries. I'm glad you like it." Qin Lan managed a rare smile. "This is made from a blend of 3 types of flour, then mixed with." Nan Nan felt overwhelmed. She hadn't realized that making pastries was such a profound art. "It sounds too complicated. I think I'll just stick to eating." Qin Lan chuckled, her smile becoming more natural, which caught Han Yang's attention. Qin Lan's beauty was not inferior to Yi Xiaoque's. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her figure well proportioned. Plump where it should be and slim elsewhere. Yet, she often bore a blank expression, exuding an aura of coldness that made her seem unapproachable, difficult to connect with. However, her slight smile now radiated a breathtaking warmth, reminiscent of spring blooms. "Sister Lan, you look beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often," Nan Nan remarked, momentarily captivated. "It is human nature to appreciate beauty, transcending gender." "Thank you, and you are quite adorable as well." Nan Nan, with her vivacious spirit and cheerful disposition, quickly bonded with the other women. Han Yang focused on his meal, occasionally glancing at the array of vibrant, distinctive women surrounding him, feeling as if he were in a dream. The feast was a visual delight. Han Yang's appetite surged, prompting him to eat more than usual. After a while, "The 2 of us will be leaving. I need to discuss something with you." After the meal, while the women were tidying the table, Han Yang pulled Yi Xiaokuei aside. Are you leaving? Yu Xiaokuei asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed, we only came to scout the area. We will return tonight after picking up other companions tomorrow. Aren't your companions at the service area by the shore? Yi Xiaokuei inquired, puzzled by their absence. Han Yang realized she had misunderstood and clarified. I forgot to mention that my secondary ability is replication. My primary ability is controlling zombies through a contract. He briefly explained his powers. Yu Xiaokuei's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, when you said there weren't just two of you, it was because of the zombies you control? Exactly, but unfortunately, Zhu Haoming was too alert and managed to escape, leaving only one behind. Han Yang expressed his regret. Yi Xiaokuei overlooked this aspect, yet through his abilities, he envisioned far more. Every individual who imbibes your blood is bound by a contract. As zombies lack self-awareness, they can be controlled by you. Yu Xiaokuei murmured to herself. Should any one of us transform into a zombie, the contract would remain intact, and they would immediately fall under your dominion, unable to lash out at others. In this manner, the virus poses no significant threat to the group. How astute. To deduce such insights from mere fragments of description is truly impressive. Han Yang admired her greatly. Chapter 56. The bottom line is quite broad. If only you had arrived a few days earlier. Yu Xiaokuei thought of her female bodyguard. Had it not been for the lack of understanding regarding the virus mechanism, she would not have been bitten to death by other survivors who suddenly transformed into corpses. I apologize. I do not blame you, merely lamenting the circumstances. I understand. Han Yang nodded. Your focus is rather peculiar. You seem unconcerned about the fleeing Zhu Haoming or surprised by my second-tier abilities. This place now belongs to you, so the threat from Zhu Haoming is naturally your concern. Yi Xiaokuei chuckled softly. As for the second-tier abilities, there is nothing astonishing about it. Once I learned that Qin Lan had awakened a miraculous power, and that it would grow increasingly formidable with practice, I anticipated that a qualitative change would inevitably occur one day. Han Yang gave a thumbs up and then produced a corpse nucleus. Yu Xiaokuei was instantly captivated. This is a crystallization formed in the back of a zombie's head. I call it a corpse nucleus. I need your assistance in collecting a few. The zombies you and Zhu Haoming have slain have not been looted. And this is not a dangerous task, merely somewhat repulsive. What is the use of this corpse nucleus? Can it be consumed by humans? Absolutely not. Humans cannot consume it, but zombies can. Yi Xiaokuei nodded. You can deduce that? Han Yang was taken aback. It seemed that a woman's sharp intellect could sometimes be a burden, rendering secrets elusive. He felt an overwhelming pressure. What benefits do we gain from gathering these corpse nuclei for you? Is there a way to awaken your abilities? Yi Xiaokuei's expression turned to one of astonishment. And then her eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the shift in her demeanor, Han Yang finally exhaled in relief. No matter how intelligent one may be, some matters remain beyond comprehension and conjecture. Han Yang, you mentioned yesterday that we are all family now. Why maintain such distance? Why not reveal it to me now? Yu Xiaokuei spoke gently, her smile radiant, exuding a feminine charm. Are women truly this capricious? Han Yang mused, taken aback by her seamless transformation. This woman, who typically exuded calmness and grace, possessed an unexpectedly delicate side. Han Yang found it intriguing. Perhaps this was the true essence of Yu Xiaokuei. Her composed exterior merely a facade for public display. As the heir to a large conglomerate and the initiator and overseer of the grand project on Jinsha Island, she undoubtedly had to maintain an elegant and dignified presence, lest she be underestimated. With a playful intention to tease her, Han Yang remarked, since we are family, why not call me husband for a change? I am a person of principles, humph. Yi Xiaokuei's smile faltered, and she snorted coldly, casually glancing at the other women, who were preoccupied and oblivious to their exchange. She continued, do you truly possess a method to awaken abilities? Of course, I have no reason to deceive you about this. After all, we will be living together in the future. Han Yang observed her shifting expressions with amusement. Yu Xiaokuei suddenly leaned in closer, their bodies nearly touching. She lightly bit her lip, her voice sultry as she whispered near his ear, darling. Han Yang felt a shiver run through him, tingling from head to toe. He quickly glanced around, wary of being overheard, especially by Nan Nan. You don't need to look, they haven't noticed us here. Can we speak now? Yi Xiaokuei continued in her alluring tone. Stop. I'll speak, but you need to compose yourself first. Though he relished the moment, Han Yang was genuinely concerned about Nan Nan overhearing them. Just moments ago, they had been in the room engaged in intimate whispers, and now here he was, flirting openly with another woman. If Nan Nan were to catch them, he feared she might brandish her formidable weapon, a sword over a meter long. Han Yang distanced himself from Yu Xiaokuei slightly, but couldn't resist asking, aren't you supposed to have boundaries? Is your threshold really so broad? Yu Xiaokuei resumed her composed demeanor. Do not trust a businesswoman's boundaries, especially that of a woman. Besides, I am merely being charming. No one else is watching, so there is nothing to lose. And I might gain something in return. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Han Yang was taken aback but then chuckled. I wouldn't be at a loss either. I was going to tell you all this anyway. Yi Xiaokuei remained noncommittal. She did not put stock in promises. What could be grasped was what truly mattered. Noticing her unchanged expression, Han Yang felt a pang of disappointment. He then produced a police-grade water bottle from the side of his backpack, pointing to the eerie plant inside. Do you see this plant? Yu Xiaokuei had noticed it earlier in the morning and wondered why they had brought a mere plant. Upon closer inspection, she immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. The plant did not appear remarkable at first glance. Similar flora could be found by the roadside, but its pale veins seemed to emit a glow. It was as if, in the pitch black of night, a swarm of fireflies danced around this plant, occasionally disappearing among its leaves. The luminescence made the plant striking and distinct. Could this plant awaken abilities? Yi Xiaokuei pondered. Indeed, but it is not this specific plant. Rather, it is this type of plant. Their characteristics are unmistakable, and I believe you can identify them. This must be a new plant that emerged after the virus outbreak. Yi Xiaokuei asked, her tone assertive, not expecting Han Yang to respond. So, what conditions must this plant meet for me to become your woman? This one has already been reserved. Han Yang did not provide a clear answer. Yi Xiaokuei's expression shifted, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she asked, may I reserve the next one? Han Yang felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, but what was even more unsettling was the voice that suddenly interjected. Nan approached, her curiosity piqued. What is this about the next one? Xiaokuei was asking if she could reserve the next shadow plant. Han Yang coughed abruptly. Oh, I see. The corpse flower is indeed elusive. We shall discuss further once it has been found, Yi Xiaokuei remarked. Her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she gazed at Han Yang. Unfazed, Han Yang turned to Nan and said, I have completed my briefing. Let us prepare for our departure. Yes, indeed. After a hearty meal, Nan felt rejuvenated, her gait considerably more natural. The two returned to their room to don their police-grade stab-resistant attire and equip themselves with weapons before stepping out of the hotel. A sightseeing electric vehicle awaited them at the hotel entrance, where Yu Xiaokuei and her 3 companions stood patiently. Currently, these sightseeing vehicles were the only mode of transportation available on the island. Should you require alternative vehicles, you may exchange them at the service area by the shore. That will suffice. Han Yang nodded, taking his place at the wheel. Why not allow Nan to drive? He feared she might plunge into the sea. Chapter 57. Farewell to the scoundrels. A woman without a driver's license, yet fervently passionate about driving. What a peculiar situation. We are leaving now, if all goes well. We shall return by tomorrow afternoon. Safe travels. Do take care. The 4 women expressed earnestly. Through their brief interactions, particularly with Nan, they had confirmed that the 2 were trustworthy individuals, unlike Xu Haoming, who was consumed by lust. Goodbye, Sister Xiaokuei, Sister Lan, Sister Jiajia, Sister Wanyu. Nan waved at them as Han Yang gradually maneuvered the vehicle away from the island. The sky darkened, rendering the road barely visible. Yet this did not hinder Han Yang's driving. As they drew closer to the shore, his connection with the mutated female zombie intensified. After confirming Xu Haoming's escape that morning, Han Yang had commanded the female zombie to lie in wait. Otherwise, Lu Bin and Lu Li would have long since become prey to the zombies. Thinking of the 2, Han Yang began to receive some information from them through the seed of consciousness. Why are their heartbeats so rapid? Is there danger? Concern for their safety. Han Yang immediately accelerated, soon reaching the service area by the shore. The area was even darker, but a dim candlelight flickered in one of the rooms within the service station. Let us greet Lu Bin and the others. Han Yang signaled for Nan to follow. Although they did not activate their stealth, they were accustomed to moving quietly, making no sound. As they drew nearer, they could hear voices from inside. And Han Yang's expression turned peculiar. No wonder their heartbeats were so frantic. At that moment, Nan also caught the faint sound of a woman's moans. Scoundrels, she muttered, recalling the scene she witnessed upon their arrival that morning. To her surprise, such a sight reappeared as they departed in the evening. She immediately tugged Han Yang away from the area. Let us ignore them and leave. Before departing, Han Yang cast one last distant glance, vaguely observing 2 intertwined shadows. He couldn't help but remark inwardly about Lu Li's remarkable resourcefulness. In the apocalypse, individuals like her would not only survive but thrive. At least ensuring their basic needs were met. Han Yang held no particular affection or disdain. Such characters would only increase in number. Lu Li was merely more conspicuous at this stage, yet he instinctively excluded her from the plans for Jinsha Island. At most, he would allow her to remain at the shore service area. And Lu Bin. Yes, he would be a suitable companion for Lu Li. As a gatekeeper, he would also be trustworthy. Han Yang reunited with the mutated female zombie and approached the tricycle. Nan Nan took the driver's seat and started the beloved little tricycle once more. Unfortunately, they had barely traveled far on the main road when the tricycle came to a halt. Out of power. What now? Nan Nan lamented. Let us leave it for now. If you like it, we can drive it back to the island for a recharge later. For now, we need to switch vehicles. Han Yang noticed Nan Nan's enthusiasm for driving, but he was wary of letting her handle a four-wheeled vehicle, fearing she might veer into a ditch. How about we ride an electric scooter? Nan Nan suddenly brightened at the sight of a black electric motorcycle lying on its side by the roadside. The motorcycle still had the key inserted, and not far from it lay a corpse that had been extensively gnawed upon. The unfortunate owner had evidently encountered a zombie ambush, falling onto the road and subsequently being devoured. Tragically, the poor soul had been consumed so thoroughly that he didn't even have the chance to transform into a zombie. Han Yang glanced at the mutated female zombie, then at the electric motorcycle, and finally, at Nan Nan's eager expression. With a resigned shrug, he conceded, All right then. Yay. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully as she propped up the electric motorcycle, noting that there was still plenty of charge left. Excitedly, she hopped on. Get on, sister. I'll take you for a ride. Han Yang sighed in exasperation at her enthusiasm, yet complied by sitting behind her. One arm wrapped around her waist while the other held their weapons, ensuring the mutated female zombie sat behind them. The three of them, along with their gear, made for a somewhat heavy load. Nan Nan struggled to start, wobbling awkwardly at first. However, she quickly gained her bearings and soon rode steadily. Humph. Nan Nan was exceedingly pleased, humming a tune as she rode. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved little motorcycle. I'll be home in no time. Meanwhile, time shifted back to the daylight hours, specifically the afternoon when Han Yang and Nan Nan were sound asleep. Over 30 kilometers away, in the complex where Han Yang rented an apartment, Song Ji was secretly observing Chun Feng's residence through binoculars. Ever since he noticed the disappearance of a tricycle downstairs the previous morning, he had been keeping a watchful eye. After 2 days and nights of monitoring, he was now certain that the man across the way and Chin Nan Nan had vanished. As for the reason behind their disappearance, he was indifferent. His sole focus was on the abundant supplies and a woman residing in the opposite building. If he could manage to reach them, he could claim those resources and the woman for himself. Unfortunately, although the zombies downstairs had cleared out, he still lacked the courage to venture outside. In his own building, there remained several zombies wandering about. Yet, he could not endure this situation for much longer. His food and drinking water were nearly depleted. While he was in a state of distress, suddenly, he heard the sounds of a struggle in the hallway. Song Ji immediately crouched by the door, peering through the peephole. He saw a middle-aged man wielding a baseball bat, engaging in combat with the zombies in the corridor. The man had a robust physique and wore a jacket similar to Han Yang's, with thick cardboard secured to his sleeves with tape. Swinging the bat vigorously, each strike landed heavily on the heads of the zombies, sending blood splattering. The zombies could hardly withstand 2 blows before being knocked to the ground. Observing the middle-aged man dispatching the zombies outside, Song Ji felt a surge of inspiration. He threw open the door and called out to the man, Hey, brother. Take me with you. I know where there's food. However, the middle-aged man paid him no heed, glancing at the mop stick in Song Ji's hand. Everyone knew where to find food. It was unnecessary for him to say so. The supermarket outside was overflowing with supplies. Song Ji acted with intention. He merely wished to follow the middle-aged man closely, allowing him to forge a path. At that moment, the zombies downstairs, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly ascended the stairs. The middle-aged man confronted them head-on, towering above and effortlessly dispatching the undead. Song Ji needed only to shout 666 and remain vigilant of the upper levels. However, he harbored little concern for what lay above. The building boasted 18 stories, and since this formidable figure had descended from above, it was reasonable to presume that the zombies on the upper 6 floors had already been eradicated. Otherwise, he would be cutting off his own escape route. Most of his attention remained focused below, observing the middle-aged man tackle the zombies. It must be said, this man was indeed formidable. Perhaps he had served in the military during his youth, or had trained in combat sports or other forms of martial arts. A single zombie posed no threat, easily dispatched with just a few swift movements. When faced with larger numbers, he would kick the excess zombies down the stairs. At times, when danger loomed, he would use his arm as a shield, relying on thick cardboard and tape from above as a makeshift barrier. In any case, armed only with a baseball bat, he relentlessly smashed his way from the 12th floor down to the 3rd, his clothing stained with dark blood. Chapter 58. Wait for me along the way. 2 individuals joined their ranks, a man and a woman, not related but hailing from different floors. The man, in his early 30s with short hair, exuded the aura of a successful professional, likely a manager in a large corporation or the owner of a small business. The woman, comparatively younger and possessing a fair degree of attractiveness, was someone Song-ji had occasionally encountered in the elevator. Yet, fear had distorted her features, robbing her of her former grace. Both newcomers wielded weapons, though one might question the efficacy of a screwdriver and a kitchen knife against the undead. Like Song-ji, they were too terrified to approach the zombies. However, there was a subtle distinction. Song-ji had been meticulously observing the zombies, searching for the elderly woman from the first floor across the way. He recalled the morning of the outbreak when she had transformed into a zombie, chasing after a woman before the commotion in their building had drawn her inside. Fortune favored the diligent, for soon he spotted her. Her hunched figure displayed an unexpected vigor. Yet she was no match for a middle-aged man, who swiftly brought her down with 2 strikes. Positioned at the back, Song-ji seized the opportunity to rummage through the elderly woman's pocket, discovering a set of keys, including the access key to the entrance of the opposite building, precisely what he needed. He tucked the keys away and rejoined the group, gradually maneuvering into a central position. As they neared the first floor, a wave of elation surged within him. But then chaos erupted. A few zombies unexpectedly emerged from above, lunging towards them. The woman at the back let out a terrified scream, the first to notice the oncoming threat from the upper floors, and panicked, she bolted downwards. In the ensuing frenzy, Song-ji found himself jostled aside by the frantic woman. Another man alongside her, equally startled, instinctively pressed forward in a desperate bid to escape. Damn it! With 3 liabilities in tow, the middle-aged man found his movements severely hampered. The relentless high-intensity combat from the top floor to the ground had already drained much of his stamina. Were it not for their imminent arrival at the first floor, he would have considered taking a moment to rest. Yet, the sudden turn of events, particularly the woman's reckless dash to his position, disrupted his actions and nearly resulted in a bite from a zombie. An expletive escaped his lips. The zombies from above were still a considerable distance away, separated by an entire floor. Exhausted, the middle-aged man chose to step aside and let the woman pass. She surged to the front, only to encounter a zombie head-on. "Help me," she cried out as the zombie, unable to reach the middle-aged man, seized her instead, biting down mercilessly. Her piercing screams attracted another zombie. Realizing the dire situation, the middle-aged man promptly retreated into the corridor on the second floor, securing the door behind him. Song-ji, quick to react, followed closely but nearly collided with the abruptly shut door. "Hey, open the door. I'm not in yet," he shouted, but received no reply. In a state of panic, he turned to survey his surroundings. Zombies loomed ahead and behind him. The only escape route, the door to the second-floor corridor, was firmly shut. Song-ji gazed at the woman being savagely bitten and the panicked man beside her, a fierce determination igniting within him. Just one more step. He abruptly shoved the other man forward. The man lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs, colliding with another zombie. The zombie, thrilled at the unexpected offering, bit down ferociously on him. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the man as he struggled violently to free himself from the creature's grasp. Just then, a powerful kick knocked the wind out of him. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombie's distraction, Song-ji deftly maneuvered past them and sprinted down the stairs. The zombies from above were now in pursuit. If he did not escape swiftly, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the zombies on the first floor and at the entrance had already been lured inside. Song-ji raced unhindered to the opposite building. He swiftly produced his keys and pressed them against the access panel. With a beep, the door swung open. Noticing the zombies closing in behind him, he wasted no time and dashed through the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. The zombies crashed against the door, creating a cacophony of noise. Panting heavily, Song-ji's heart raced like never before, threatening to leap from his chest. Yet, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was safe. Leaning against the door, he collapsed onto the floor, resting for half an hour until his strength gradually returned. Now, the challenge was how to persuade the woman inside to open the door. Rising to his feet, he pondered as he climbed the stairs, quickly reaching the 5th floor. He adjusted his appearance and donned a harmless smile before knocking on the door. "Hello, I am from the building across, and I previously contacted you." Silence greeted him, save for the sound of something being moved inside. Undeterred, he continued, "I am a teacher at Jinghai Academy of Arts. I barely escaped with my life and have nothing with me. I am starving and parched. Could you spare some food and water?" In response, there was a heavy thud, as if a substantial object had been placed against the door. Song-ji's smile faltered. He realized that the woman must be barricading the entrance. "Please, I only need a little water and food," he implored. The silence deepened, and his expression twisted with frustration. "You wretched woman, don't refuse me. I know you're alone in there. When I get in, you will regret this," he bellowed. Once again, a thud echoed. As more objects were pushed against the door, Furious, Song-ji stepped back, then launched a powerful kick at the door. Thud. The security door groaned loudly but remained steadfast. He kicked repeatedly, his feet growing numb, yet the door held firm. Damn it. Just you wait. He seethed, pacing in agitation, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, a small dog from the 5th floor, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, baring its teeth and barking incessantly at Song-ji. Song Jijing was in a state of agitation when he noticed a mutt barking at him, which only intensified his fury. How dare a mere dog bully him? He took 2 steps forward, intending to kick the little creature away. However, to his surprise, the agile dog dodged his attack and bit down on Song-ji's leg. With a cry of anguish, he shook his leg vigorously, dislodging the dog. The mutt landed gracefully, baring its teeth and fixing its gaze on Song-ji. Faint traces of red visible on its fangs. Damn it! Song-ji cursed, hastily rolling up his trousers. A ghastly wound on his calf was bleeding profusely. As if a chunk of flesh had been torn away. He gasped in pain, though a desire for revenge against the dog surged within him. The excruciating pain in his leg hindered his movement. You all will pay for this, he vowed, though a flicker of regret crossed his mind for having carelessly abandoned his stick in his haste to flee. No, he must find a weapon, as well as water and food, to properly cleanse his wound. Chapter 59. A playful encounter. Song-ji pondered for a moment, then assumed an intimidating posture, causing the mutt to retreat 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, he limped into a 4th-floor apartment, slamming the door shut behind him. Outside, the sound of the dog barking and scratching at the door echoed in the hallway. A brute is still a brute. Paying no further attention to the canine, Song-ji began to survey the room. He recalled that this was the residence of Chun Nan-nan. The layout of the room was simple and straightforward. As he wandered through several rooms, he found no food, apart from a bag of dog biscuits, and the place was cleaner than his own face. He cast a final glance at the closed door, hoping for some sustenance within. Turning the doorknob, he pushed the door open, and a figure appeared before him. Someone's here? Initially startled, he soon relaxed upon noticing that the figure remained motionless. At least it wasn't a zombie. Otherwise, it would have lunged at him by now. Observing closely, he saw that she was clad in an outfit reminiscent of the protagonist from Nier Automata, wielding a slightly curved white longsword. Although he could not see her face, the expanse of her bare, fair skin and her elongated legs suggested an extraordinary physique and stunning beauty. Such as the self-cultivation of an artist. Could she be that Shasha? The thought quickly crossed his mind. At that moment, he faintly heard the woman murmuring, "Master, command." Gazing at her cosplay attire and hearing those words, a pang of envy surged within him. How extravagant. All commands from the master? Standing at the threshold, he felt a mix of admiration and jealousy. The only man he could imagine having intimate interactions with Shasha in recent days seemed to be the one from upstairs. Damn it. Why had he encountered such good fortune? He instantly felt that his previous escapades paled in comparison. Yet, he soon took delight in the fact that the disappearance of that man had left everything in this building at his disposal. However, as time passed, he began to feel perplexed. Logically, after making such a commotion by kicking the door and rummaging through the apartment, especially now that he had opened the bedroom door and was merely a few meters away, why had Shasha remained utterly unresponsive? Master, command. Shasha continued to murmur, her back turned to him. Could she be daft? A gentle smile graced Song-ji's face as he softly called out, "Beauty." Shasha's head moved slightly. Noticing her response, he adopted a more soothing and magnetic tone. You are Shasha, aren't you? Shasha. I am Shasha, she replied, confirming his suspicion. Encouraged, he continued, I am a teacher at your school. Do you still remember me? Shasha did not respond but kept repeating, I am Shasha. Is she truly daft? Song-ji's courage surged. And just as he was about to step further into the room, his movement seemed to trigger some mechanism. Sasha, with her back turned to him, suddenly whirled around, her expressionless face revealing a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. Song-ji felt his hair stand on end, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. This is the eyes of a zombie. There could be no mistake. While following the middle-aged man downstairs, he had meticulously observed the zombies in search of the elderly woman on the first floor. The crimson scara and the ashen pupils were the hallmark of every undead creature. He found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Soon, he realized that Sasha did not attack him. His heart, which had been suspended in dread, calmed slightly. Yet, he dared not venture further inside. It was evident that the murderous intent in Sasha's blood-red gaze was intensifying, and that predatory look sent shivers down his spine. As Song-ji watched her closely, wary of any sudden movement, he slowly retreated and firmly shut the door behind him. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. What on earth was going on with Sasha? Was she truly a zombie? Yet, she did not exhibit the typical behavior of her kind, attacking on sight. Songji recalled Sasha's repeated phrases. Could it be that the man upstairs had the ability to control zombies, issuing her some form of command? He reflected carefully. Everything had seemed normal outside, but the moment he attempted to enter, it was as though he had triggered some sort of mechanism. Regardless, she could not escape while the door was shut, and if he avoided her, he would be fine. After all, his objective did not lie within this room. Songji chose to disregard her and retreated to the far corner of the secondary bedroom, though he had not found any food. He did discover a bucket of drinking water. He used the clean water to wash his wound, then wrapped it with a tidy towel. Damn it. I must make that dog pay. The pain from the wound had subsided somewhat, yet it remained uncomfortable. With no vaccine available, he worried whether he might contract rabies. Songji felt a twinge of anxiety as he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, trying to alleviate the gnawing hunger in his belly. But such thoughts were futile. The pressing matter was to find something to eat. Otherwise, he would grow weaker and be ill-equipped to face the woman upstairs. In the room, Songji dismantled the mop, leaving only the handle. He then stepped out into the corridor. The stray dog was still prowling about, barking furiously upon spotting him. Songji swung the mop handle at it, but the agile mutt dodged his strike. Nonetheless, it provided some distance between them. He returned to the first floor, pushing open doors one by one. Ultimately, he discovered that all units, except for Chun Nanin's on the fourth floor, were locked tight. He possessed the key to the elderly woman's apartment, but upon entering, he found it utterly bare, devoid of food or drink, clearly having been ransacked. Reluctantly, he made his way back to Chin Nanin's residence. It appeared that they had thoroughly searched the entire building. Now, the only source of food lay with the woman upstairs. Songji sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. But she had barricaded the door. How could he get inside? No, wait. Aside from the door, there were windows. All he needed was to lower a rope from above and shatter the window to gain entry. An idea sparked in Songji's mind. However, the sixth floor was also locked, and I would need to force my way in, which requires considerable strength. To ensure absolute certainty, I must first replenish some energy, as descending from the window would demand a great deal of stamina. Once I gain entry into the room, dealing with a single woman would be quite effortless. At that point, there would be no worries about food and drink, and perhaps even companionship. Songji continuously constructed these thoughts in his mind. Casting a glance at the dog biscuits nearby, hiding in the corridor on the second floor was a middle-aged man named Huang Jianya. He had once served in the military, but later, upon the invitation of a fellow townsman, he came to Jinghai to assist in some less-than-legal endeavors. Following the outbreak of the virus, and due to a breakdown in communication, he found himself in a state of confusion and, exercising caution, had remained holed up in his residence. Currently, his supplies of food and drink were dwindling, leaving him with no choice but to venture out. Thanks to years of relentless training, his physical abilities had not diminished significantly. He found that he could easily handle a few zombies. Through his encounters, he realized that zombies were not particularly fearsome. Their movements were rigid and lacked the agility of an ordinary person. They relied solely on grasping and biting as methods of attack, and with proper precautions. An ordinary person could easily contend with a zombie. However, most ordinary individuals lacked the courage to engage in close combat with the undead. Chapter 60. Covetousness. Huang Jianya harbored no fear of zombies. After all, he had taken the lives of living individuals, so what were mere half-dead creatures in comparison? Nevertheless, he took certain precautions just in case. For instance, he fashioned a makeshift shield from cardboard, secured to his arm with tape. Along the way, he encountered others who had joined him, but he did not deter them, contemplating that they might serve as useful shields in a critical moment. He held confidence in his own abilities. Little did he anticipate, however, the oversight that would occur at the pivotal juncture. Unbeknownst to him, 2 zombies had crept up from behind, launching a surprise attack. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly retreated into the second-floor corridor. After resting for nearly half an hour, he regained some of his strength. As the commotion outside quieted, he gently opened the corridor door. To his astonishment, 2 zombies were stationed at the entrance, and upon seeing the door ajar, they lunged toward him. What a surprise, it's you too. Huang Jianya was taken aback. These zombies were the very man and woman who had trailed him earlier. They were now unrecognizable, their forms grotesquely mangled and bloodied. It was hard to fathom the depth of their grievances. Utilizing the half-open door to his advantage, Huang Jianya dispatched them with relative ease. Consider this a form of liberation for you, he mused. But where was the other man? As he descended the stairs, he encountered 2 more zombies, the same ones that had previously bitten the man and woman. Just as he contemplated confronting them, a resounding thud echoed from the opposite side. The 2 zombies immediately bolted from the corridor, rushing toward the source of the noise. What on earth? Huang Jianya approached the entrance, only to discover that the door to the adjacent building was locked, with two zombies lingering outside. They appeared familiar. Perhaps they were the same ones that had fled downstairs earlier. He had yet to spot the other man's corpse. Could it be that he had sought refuge in the neighboring building? Was that noise a result of someone kicking the door? Huang Jianye pondered this in silence. Glancing outside, he noticed that the ruckus had drawn several zombies, perhaps 6 or 7, meandering about. Well, venturing out now would be ill-advised. He concluded, in confined spaces, I may fare well, but in open areas, I risk being ambushed. I shall first seek sustenance to replenish my strength. He retreated into the corridor and began his journey back. His home still held some provisions, albeit the distance was considerable. As he passed the floor of the 3 individuals who had followed him, he ventured inside their quarters, only to find them even tidier than his own. Eventually, he entered Song Ji's residence. Goodness, this fellow has a flair for the extravagant, Huang Jianye exclaimed. Within Song Ji's abode, he found not much beyond a collection of paintings. What caught his eye were the figures depicted, women posed in various stances, entirely unclothed. In addition, he stumbled upon an assortment of peculiar items: black tape, handcuffs, leg irons, a whip, candles, and hollow metal spheres with holes. What a revelation! One must not judge by appearances. Today, I have truly witnessed something extraordinary. Huang Jianye expressed his astonishment. Who would have imagined that this seemingly cheerful and handsome man harbored such eccentricities? Is that a pair of binoculars? At that moment, he discovered a telescope on the balcony, which, upon mere inspection, appeared to be of exquisite quality. The telescope was directed towards the opposite multi-story building. Could it be that this pervert had truly crossed over to the other side? Had he been observing for quite some time? What could possibly captivate his attention across the way? Huang Jianye felt a twinge of curiosity. He lifted the telescope and gazed towards the opposite building. Indeed, it was of high quality, providing a crystal-clear view. Huang Jianye began his scrutiny from the first floor, finding nothing amiss and no sign of life, until he reached the 4th floor. What the? Had he really gone over there? Within the lens appeared the figure of Song Ji, seated on a sofa, indulging in some food. How astonishing! There was indeed something to eat? Huang Jianye had initially thought this pervert was just toying with people. He continued to observe for a while longer, but saw no further actions from Song Ji, so he proceeded to look higher. Huang Jianye's gaze lingered on the 5th floor, where he made a new discovery. He spotted a woman. He scrutinized her closely. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, fair skin, and an exquisite figure. Although dressed simply in a white t-shirt and casual shorts, the same attire on another woman might seem ordinary, yet on her, it exuded an irresistible allure. Was she the one who captivated that pervert? Indeed, she was a true enchantress. Huang Jianye swallowed, feeling a surge of heat within. Under normal circumstances, he would not have let a day pass without entertaining 2 women. However, since the outbreak of the virus, the women brought home had turned into zombies, which he had disposed of in the stairwell. He had been confined at home, living frugally, counting the days. It had been 7 or 8 since he had last encountered a woman. He had pent-up desires overflowing. Moreover, he had never had the pleasure of a woman of such caliber. Among those with similar figures, none could compare to her beauty. Those who matched her looks often carried a whiff of the streets, and their figures paled in comparison. Huang Jianye felt a stirring within him. But then he thought better of it. It was not worth the risk. Women could be found everywhere. Just cover her face, and it would be the same. TSK. That pervert must have been kicking down her door. No wonder there was such a commotion. Huang Jianye observed the woman standing between the living and dining rooms. Her expression one of vigilance. She seemed to be holding a knife. Was it a knife? Or perhaps a sword? It was difficult to discern from the scabbard. To her left, at the entrance, 2 sofas were wedged together, effectively barricading the door. Not even managing to kick it open. What a waste. Huang Jianye sneered in disdain. Wait a moment. Soon, his expression transformed from one of contempt to astonishment, and then to delight. He noticed a plethora of food and water on the 2 sofas. Bags of rice and flour were stacked upon one another, alongside boxes of drinks and water. Such a bounty, just for this one woman. It must last her at least half a year. And this was merely what he could see. What lay beyond his view must be even more. I thought that pervert would not take such a risk for a woman. A greedy look spread across Huang Jianye's face. However, how would he manage to get inside? I am not like that pervert with a key. Huang Jianye scrutinized the building across from him. The ground floor windows were secured with iron bars. Under normal circumstances, he could easily pry them open with tools. However, given the looming threat of zombies outside and the absence of any tools at hand, he contemplated whether he could scale to the 3rd floor, where there were no security bars. Huang Jianye pondered silently. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, oblivious to the scrutiny directed at her, was consumed by her own sense of unease. She was acutely aware that she was not safe. A scoundrel lurked outside, poised to break through the window at any moment. Earlier, Upon hearing a scream echoing from the stairwell, she instinctively glanced over, only to witness a figure darting from the opposite building into her own, gaining entry with ease. In that instant, her alertness surged. Han Yang had advised her that if anyone intruded into the building, regardless of who they were, she should disregard everything else and barricade the door. Without hesitation, she pushed the sofa against the door, bracing it firmly. Chapter 61. Human Affairs and Canine Matters. Chinfang, fearing that a single sofa would prove insufficient, decided to push another one into the room and began to pile items upon them. Boxes of beverages, cases of water, and bags of rice and flour were all heaped upon the sofas. During this time, the man she anticipated came to knock on the door, unexpectedly revealing himself as someone she recognized. Nin Nan had spoken of his disreputable exploits. However, regardless of the nature of their acquaintance, be it a mere nodding acquaintance or a familiar face, she could not open the door, unless he were a relative or family member, but here, she had none. The only one was still lying downstairs. Moreover, given that he had sought her help previously and Han Yang had ignored his pleas, there might be lingering resentment. Indeed, the man outside soon revealed his true nature, erupting into loud curses. Chinfang paid him no mind, continuing her task of moving items. In a fit of rage, the man started kicking the door. Chinfang felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, Han Yang had foreseen this scenario. What followed was the windows. This presented no emergency solution. Had she possessed tools, she could have boarded them up in advance. These were insights gleaned from Han Yang's past experiences, which he had relayed to Chinfang. Now, lacking tools, she had to rely solely on herself. She pulled open all the curtains and locked the windows from the inside. Positioning herself in the center of the room allowed her to monitor both the living room balcony window and the master bedroom window simultaneously. Turning her gaze, she could also see the windows of the secondary bedroom and the kitchen. If the intruder truly intended to break a window, it would undoubtedly create a significant commotion. Granting her some precious moments to react, Chinfang gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, praying that the intruder would not conceive of such a plan. Songji patted his bulging belly and took a sip of water. He glanced at the now empty dog food bag beside him, reflecting on its flavor. Surprisingly, he found it rather palatable. Bah, what was he thinking? That was food meant for dogs. No, wait, by saying that, wasn't he criticizing himself as well? Curse that woman. He muttered a curse under his breath before rising to his feet. It was time to deal with her. Once I capture her, I shall have my fun. He first searched the room for a bedsheet, then removed the curtains before seizing the mop handle and stepping into the hallway. The local mutt was still stationed at the door, baring its teeth and barking furiously upon seeing him. Songji temporarily ignored the animal, brandishing the mop handle to chase it away before proceeding to the 6th floor. To enter the woman's home, breaking down the door was no longer a viable option. He would have to breach through the window. Entering from a higher vantage point was the optimal approach, thus presenting him with two choices. Either infiltrate one of the residences on the 6th floor and descend through their window, or ascend to the rooftop and come down from there. Songji had previously scrutinized the door on the 4th floor. He discovered that the bedroom door opened inward, making it easy to kick open from the outside. However, the security door opened outward. Kicking in the security door would not only face the obstacle of the lock, but also the door frame itself. Unless one possessed sufficient strength to crush the frame, it would be a futile endeavor. Songji glanced at his leg, where the bite from the dog still throbbed faintly. He sighed, deciding to head to the rooftop instead. The 6th floor lacked any further stairs, but between the two doors, there was a rudimentary ladder made of rebar embedded in the wall. Above this ladder, a hole measuring approximately 80 centimeters was covered by a sliding metal cap, designed to prevent rainwater from seeping in. First, Songji secured the curtains and bed sheets, then wrapped one end of the sheet around himself before laboriously climbing the ladder. On one side of the metal cap, a wire was coiled around the nearest rebar ladder for reinforcement, preventing the cap from being blown open by the wind. Unraveling the wire, Songji pushed the metal cap with force, causing it to glide along the pulley track and reveal the clear sky above. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly ascended to the rooftop, stepping onto the final segment of rebar. A ripping sound echoed as his clothing tore. He felt something tugging at him, and upon turning back, he realized that the metal cap had slid back slightly along the pulley track. This was likely a design by the construction workers, with one end lower to allow it to automatically return. However, this also caused the wire on the cap to snap back, snagging his clothes. He had not been cautious, and in his eagerness to exit the shaft, he had exerted too much force, resulting in the tear. Upon inspection, he noticed a small rip of less than a centimeter on his clothing. Thankfully, the sheet wrapped around him had shielded him from the wire's sharper edges, preventing further damage. He paid it little mind, turning to tug the curtain upwards. He then began searching for the location of room 601. Before long, He determined the direction based on his familiarity with the building he resided in, having observed it for several hours each day. After surveying the surroundings, he identified that the most suitable spot was directly opposite his own room, in the secondary bedroom of the adjacent building. This was the only location with a secure fixture for tying off. It was an unknown household's solar water heater, conveniently close to the secondary bedroom. Song-ji tied one end of the bed sheet to the support of the solar water heater and gave it a firm tug. It held steadfastly, not budging an inch. He felt a sense of relief. He double-checked that the bed sheet and curtains were securely fastened. Then, he tied the other end of the curtain around his waist, ensuring that even if he lost strength or failed to grip properly, he would not plummet. With everything in place, Song-ji grasped the secured bed sheet and began to slowly retreat. Although he had never engaged in rock climbing or rappelling, he had at least seen enough to have a basic understanding. Upon reaching the edge of the roof, he recalled techniques from videos he had watched. He pressed his feet against the wall, wrapped his hands around the bed sheet, and gradually eased himself down, inching his way downward. Though progress was slow, barely a meter in a minute, he was managing the descent with a semblance of safety. Across from him, Huang Jianya watched Song-ji's tortoise-like movements, suppressing a laugh. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that an ordinary person managing such a feat was quite commendable. Moreover, this elaborate plan of breaking in through a window demonstrated a certain level of meticulous thought. However, it seemed that the woman was no simple adversary either, as she appeared to have anticipated such an intrusion well in advance. Hearing a commotion from the upper floor, Chen Fong discerned the sounds of saws scraping against the wall and glass, quickly pinpointing their origin. Song-ji, too, wished to minimize the noise. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his own actions. As time languidly passed, Huang Jianya was on the verge of slumber when Song-ji finally ascended to the 5th floor, perching himself on the windowsill. At that moment, Song-ji was drenched in sweat, his arms weary and aching. At last, he thought, as he prepared to retrieve his tools from his pocket to shatter the window. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover a woman inside, her arms crossed, quietly observing him. Oh no, this is bad. I've been spotted. A wave of panic surged through Song-ji's mind. But no matter, he reassured himself. It was merely a woman. He quickly regained his composure. Had it been a man, he would have been filled with dread, perhaps even too intimidated to consider breaking in. But a woman. Chapter 62. Far Song-ji retrieved the small hammer he always carried with him. It was one of the 2 tools permissible for personal use at his residence. Typically, it was employed for tacking canvases, while the other was a craft knife. Just as he was about to shatter the glass, the woman inside finally stirred. She suddenly advanced a couple of steps and then opened the window from within. Song-ji was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation overcame him. Finally, one who recognized his intentions. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. The woman produced a long knife seemingly from nowhere. The hilt was crimson, while the blade was long, straight, and sharpened on one side, tapering to a point reminiscent of a sword. The weapon gleamed with a distinctive metallic luster, unmistakably genuine. Yet, he was uncertain whether it was sharpened. A flicker of panic crossed Song-ji's face. He had no desire to verify that. Miss, I find myself somewhat famished. I came over to request some food or drink, if you would be so kind. Chen Fong regarded him with an expression of utter disbelief. I truly apologize, miss. My earlier behavior was inappropriate. I should not have resorted to insults, nor should I have kicked the door. He adorned his face with a sincere smile, a tactic that had proved effective with women in the past. Chen Fong, however, remained silent, instead aiming the tang knife at him. With a swift thrust, she lunged forward. Instinctively, Song-ji recoiled to the side, although he narrowly evaded her strike. He forgot that he was perched on the windowsill. With his feet dangling in midair, he lost his balance and began to topple backward. Eh, he yelped, clinging desperately to the curtain, narrowly avoiding a fall. However, his body was nearly horizontal. In that moment, their perspectives shifted. Chen Fong now loomed above him, gazing down with an inscrutable expression as her eyes seemed to glimmer with insight. A chill coursed through him. This wretched woman, she wooed and teed dare. Chen Fong's actions provided the answer. She directed the tang knife towards the curtain and began to slice through it. Good heavens. No, miss, please don't. This is wrong. You're committing murder. This is against the law. Chen Fong paid him no heed, steadfastly engrossed in her task. Song-ji was terrified. They were on the 5th floor, and should he fall, he would not escape unscathed. Moreover, there were zombies lurking below. Damn it, gritting his teeth, he hastily pushed down with his feet and lowered his hands along the curtain, quickly reaching the 4th floor level. Once he stood on the 4th floor windowsill, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You vile wench, just wait. I shall catch you one day, and then I will make you pay. After cursing, he noticed the 4th floor window ajar and prepared to kick the screen to enter. Yet, before he could act, a figure emerged from the shadows inside. It was another woman. Strikingly beautiful. She was clad in an outfit reminiscent of the protagonist from the game Nier Automata, wielding a white long knife, approaching him step by step. Her blood-red eyes fixated on Song Ji, brimming with a thirst for blood. Master, command, hunger. Song Ji was taken aback. He had long forgotten about this. His face turned pale with terror as he shouted, "Please, don't come any closer." While shouting, Song Ji began to retreat. This time, he completely misstepped, and his body plummeted downwards with a sudden force, followed by a loud thud. The curtain stretched tight, leaving him suspended in midair. Before he crashed violently into the wall, Song Ji's face smashed against the wall, and due to the inertia, he scraped against it, leaving him bloodied and bruised. "Ah!" Song Ji screamed in agony, tears and blood mingling on his face. But that was not the end. The force of the fall was overwhelming, and with a tearing sound. It seemed a part of something had been ripped apart. His body fell a little further. From upstairs, Chen Fong observed the cloth rope with a hint of confusion. How could the tear she had just managed to cut not have split open? What was the source of the tearing sound she had just heard? Unbeknownst to them, at the rooftop, where the cloth rope met the eaves, a minuscule hole had been created by a wire. As Song Ji descended slowly, the hole gradually widened. At that moment, under the sudden strain of the fall, the cloth rope could bear it no longer, tearing apart by more than 2/3, leaving only a small shred to hold on. And with Song Ji's struggles, the remaining bit began to fray and tear as well. Face down, Song Ji's trembling hands cautiously touched his face. My nose, my face. Suddenly, he felt a loosening around his waist. The tight grip of suspension vanished. His body plummeted as if weightless. The ground drew closer within his sight. A foul, decaying corpse came into view. Then, with a loud thud, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sensation. Chen Fong listened as the screams faded away, peering outside. Song Ji lay face down on the ground, blood pooling around him. Simultaneously, the commotion attracted nearby zombies, all of whom lunged towards his body, beginning to gnaw at him. Chen Fong exhaled, relieved the danger had passed, unable to bear the sight. She drew the curtains. Meanwhile, in the building across, Huang Jianya lowered his binoculars, chuckling to himself. What luck! It seems a nap comes with a pillow. Surely, that weirdo must have the key. Even if not, I can climb up. As for those zombies, he dismissed them entirely. However, it was getting late today. By the time he dealt with the zombies, it would be dark. Huang Jianya gazed at the setting sun, feeling that today's venture was too perilous. Tomorrow it is. He hadn't anticipated there would be a woman on the 4th floor, and quite an attractive one at that. This certainly promised some enjoyment, he thought with a smirk. Chapter 63. Sasha's abilities. Han Yang and Nan Nan traveled swiftly through the night, returning to the Qingbei district in under 2 hours. Once they departed from the coastal highway, Nan Nan's small motorcycle became impractical. Due to frequent travel on the sidewalks, the ride was bumpy and noisy, easily attracting zombies. The speed was insufficient to escape them, forcing the duo to abandon the motorcycle and proceed on foot. Before long, they arrived at the lingerie store where they had once stayed. Nan Nan glanced at the nearby precinct and inquired, "Brother Han, shall we take a look inside?" "Never mind. We must hurry. Moreover, I am beginning to sense Sasha. If my instincts are correct, she should have awakened." "Really?" Nan Nan exclaimed with excitement. "Not certain yet. It's merely a feeling. After all, the distance is still considerable." Han Yang closed his eyes to focus. They were roughly 7 to 8 kilometers from Qinfang. At this distance, he could only vaguely perceive her state. To effectively control it, he needed to be within 5 kilometers. "Then let us hasten." Nan Nan's enthusiasm soared. They sprinted onward, spending nearly another hour until they reached the entrance of Nan Nan's school. "I can sense her." Han Yang suddenly stopped. "Sense what?" "Sasha has indeed awakened. I can detect her abilities." They were now less than 2 kilometers from her home, marking the limit of Han Yang's capacity to simulate abilities. Once within 5 kilometers, he had already confirmed that Sasha's physical state had changed. However, the mutations in zombies do not mirror those of humans. Some might not awaken abilities, merely enhancing their physical strength and becoming more grotesque. Han Yang had been unable to sense her abilities then, preventing him from confirming whether she had actually awakened. Now, there was no doubt. "Let me see what her ability is." The two concealed themselves in a corner. Han Yang released Nan Nan from her shadow concealment and attempted to simulate Sasha's powers. The flow of energy within Sasha differed from the others. While Nan Nan's energy circulated primarily in her limbs, the female zombies exhibited energy around their eyes and ears. The most enigmatic was Qingqing, whose energy resided in the perilous neural pathways of her brain. Qinlan's energy was associated with her kidneys. The manner, path, and application of their energy seemed to dictate the manifestation of their abilities. Han Yang had speculated that if he could record the flow of their energy and reproduce it, He might acquire their powers. He had attempted this, but alas, it ended in failure. Not that it was impossible to replicate, but rather due to its complexity. He relied solely on the instinctive simulation of his consciousness. When he consciously tried to memorize it, he discovered the intricate paths involved in each ability. Lacking knowledge of human meridians and acupoints, he ultimately had to concede defeat. Thus, the simplest method was to simulate blindly, with a mere thought. His internal energy began to resonate with Sasha's, starting to surge beneath his skin. This ability feels somewhat familiar. Han Yang opened his eyes, surprised. Nan Nan. Cut me with a knife. Huh. Brother Han, are you all right? Nan Nan touched his forehead. Could it be that Sasha's ability is to render people foolish? What a peculiar notion. Allow me to test this capability. Go ahead, cut me with a knife. Oh, I see. Nan Nan produced a short dagger she always carried. One she had acquired alongside Ching Ching. All right, I shall proceed. After confirming once more, she saw Han Yang nod, and with that, she drew the blade across his outstretched arm. Nan Nan felt as if she were slicing through leather. The sharp edge of the knife merely left a faint mark upon his skin. Oh, nothing happened. What kind of ability is this? It seems familiar. The one who escaped. Zhu Haoming possessed a similar ability. Han Yang interjected. Nan Nan suddenly realized, the defensive ability you mentioned, Brother Han. Indeed. It appears that Sasha has awakened a comparable power, her skin having become exceedingly resilient, impervious to the assaults of ordinary blades and the grasp of zombies. How splendid. I only wonder if Sasha has regained her senses. Perhaps not. Han Yang paused. After I reconnected with Sasha, I did not sense the same resistance as with this female zombie. He gestured towards the mutated female zombie beside them. Well then, Nan Nan felt somewhat disheartened. Regardless, the awakening of an advanced ability is undoubtedly a positive development. Perhaps if we provide Sasha with more zombie cores, she may evolve further. Han Yang reassured her. Yes. Brother Han, let us hasten our return. I am eager to go back. There is no need to rush. We have confirmed that both Sasha and Qinfang are well. Let us first prepare ourselves. Han Yang shifted focus back to Nan Nan's ability. We should first find Ching Ching and ensure she is ready. Then we must clear the entrance of the community and procure a vehicle. In that case, why don't we split up? I shall seek out Sister Ching Ching, while you return to the community. That works. They agreed on this plan, as it would enhance their efficiency. It was still early, and they could rest for the night. Setting forth at dawn. After their discussion, they parted ways, with Nan Nan stealthily entering the school. Han Yang, accompanied by the mutated female zombie, made his way back, while remaining vigilant for nearby vehicles. To retrieve the weapons from Ching Ching's residence, they required a truck, specifically a box truck for safety, to shield the occupants from zombie attacks. Numerous trucks lined the road, yet none met his satisfaction. Some were damaged, while others were overloaded with cargo. He even spied a truck filled with snacks, which tempted him to commandeer it. This reminded him that once they settled on Golden Sands Island, gathering supplies via road trucks would be a commendable option. As he traversed the nearest intersection, a vehicle parked outside a bank caught his eye, sparking a glimmer of hope. Chapter 64. Rampant destruction. As Han Yang approached the armored vehicle, he discovered the door ajar, with the driver mysteriously absent and the rear compartment also left open. It was evident that this was a vehicle intended for transporting cash to ATMs, now caught amidst a sudden outbreak of chaos. With only ATMs present and no counters in sight, Han Yang quickly grasped the situation. Peering inside, he found the keys still in the ignition, and elation washed over him. He took a moment to examine the vehicle, which measured over 5 meters in length, nearly 2 meters in width, and similarly in height. Besides the driver's seat, the passenger side could accommodate 2 individuals, and behind the driver's seat, there was an additional row capable of seating 3 comfortably, or even 4 if they were to squeeze. The glass of the middle door in the second row featured shooting apertures. And further back was an armored compartment crafted from solid steel. This entire structure was seamless, with only the rear door and a small access door on the far right of the second row for entry. The more Han Yang scrutinized the vehicle, the more he was enamored. This would be the perfect choice. With bulletproof glass and a reinforced body, it could withstand not just zombies, but even gunfire. He proceeded to the rear compartment, placing a long gun inside for a trial fit. While it wouldn't fit horizontally, it snugly accommodated diagonally. Perfect. He nodded in satisfaction, no longer worrying about where to store Ching Ching's arsenal. After all, her weapons, exceeding 2 meters in length, were few in number, and if necessary, he could open the small door leading to the second row for additional space, leaving the long gun in place. He secured all the doors and took his seat in the driver's position, beckoning the female zombie to sit in the passenger seat as he attempted to start the vehicle. With a low hum, the engine roared to life. The nearby zombies, drawn by the light and sound, stirred restlessly and hastily lunged towards the vehicle. Unfazed, Han Yang turned the wheel sharply, crushing several obstructive zombies beneath the tires. He maneuvered the vehicle onto the main road, swiftly activating Shasha's abilities, brandishing two short hammers obtained from Ching Ching as he disembarked. The sight of a living being sent the zombies into a frenzy, clawing and grasping at him. Undeterred, Han Yang was shielded not only by his stab-resistant attire and bulletproof vest, but also by Shasha's defensive abilities. He swung the short hammer towards the nearest zombie's head. With a resounding thud, the creature's skull caved in like a deflated ball, its body sent sprawling aside by the force. With his other hand, he struck at another zombie. Thud, thud. Han Yang's vigorous movements transformed the 30-plus-pound hammers into mere extensions of his will, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Any zombie that dared to approach him was met with a fatal blow to the head. Occasionally, one would slip through, but even they could not penetrate his protective gear, let alone his fortified skin. Before long, the ground around him was littered with lifeless bodies, his own attire splattered with dark, viscous blood and remnants of gray matter. Was that it? What a thrilling experience! Han Yang swung his short hammer with fervor, his face alight with excitement. It is indeed the defensive abilities that are paramount. One must simply act. This spree of chaos has afforded him an unparalleled thrill and exhilaration. Throughout both his previous life and the present, Han Yang has always been cautious, feeling a tinge of frustration within. He has often fantasized about the day he might emulate a berserker, slaying adversaries left and right. And now, that dream has come to fruition. The only drawback. Han Yang glanced at his attire. It stains far too easily. Moreover, this is only a temporary reprieve. In 2 months' time, the mutated zombies on the road will proliferate, many of whom will possess formidable offensive capabilities. By then, his current defenses may prove inadequate. Thus, he must expedite the enhancement of his abilities. Once he ascends to the 3rd tier, Shasha will also be able to advance to the 2nd tier, greatly augmenting their defensive strength. Hence, the quest for gathering corpse cores must persist. Seeing no further zombies approach, Han Yang commenced his task of extracting cores. Is that a security guard? Soon enough, he stumbled upon the lifeless form of a security personnel amidst the pile of corpses. Regrettably, there was no firearm. As he rummaged through the belongings, he found not the guard's weapon, but rather the key to the armored transport vehicle. Excellent, splendid. Although I could have forced it open, possessing the key certainly simplifies matters. Han Yang joyfully stowed it away and continued his collection of corpse cores. That previous wave consisted of over a dozen zombies, ultimately yielding 4 cores. He shifted the obstructive bodies aside to ensure they did not impede his progress and once more entered the vehicle, steering towards the residential complex. The stretch of road leading to the community was heavily congested, but Han Yang adhered to the meticulously planned route, maneuvering onto the sidewalk. Through the jolting motions, he successfully arrived at the entrance of the complex. During these few hundred meters, an additional dozen zombies had trailed behind him, meandering along. Once he parked the vehicle, he disembarked to continue his onslaught, swiftly clearing away the zombies and securing 2 more cores. The next task at hand was to clear the path at the entrance of the community. Chapter 65. The Master Han Yang entered the community, having previously surveyed his surroundings, and walked directly to a car blocking the entrance. Utilizing his formidable strength, he gradually pushed it backward. The vehicles were either compact cars or SUVs, relatively lightweight, and as long as they were neither braked nor incapacitated, maneuvering them proved quite effortless. Brother Han, I encountered numerous corpses along the way. Were they your doing? At that moment, Nan Nan appeared silently, akin to a specter, from the side. Indeed. Why did you take so long? If it weren't for the mental tether connecting us, allowing me to sense your location at all times, I would have certainly been startled just now. I helped Sister Ching Ching move all the weapons to the 1st floor, making it easier to load them into the vehicle tomorrow. Excellent. That was very considerate. I've finished my tasks here as well. Let us return so I can show you the vehicle I found. Han Yang took Nan Nan's small hand and brought her to the car. A transport vehicle? She exclaimed. Wonderful. There are so many seats inside. It's just right to accommodate everyone. Nan Nan began counting on her fingers. Han Yang pondered and realized she was correct. The mutated female zombie, Ching Ching, Sha Sha, Nan Nan, Chen Fong, and himself, 4 living souls and 2 undead, a perfect match. A thought crossed Han Yang's mind regarding Chen Fong. If he fulfilled his promise now, did that mean he could act freely today? As the two drove into the community, they spotted several zombies meandering by the entrance from a distance. Why are there so many zombies at the door? Something must have occurred. Han Yang remained unfazed, sensing that Chen Fong was upstairs and in good condition. Let us park the car here. We need to clear out those zombies first. He parked and locked the vehicle, then swiftly walked towards the building with Nan Nan. This time, Han Yang employed Sha Sha's abilities, causing the zombies to immediately charge at him upon hearing the commotion. Be careful, he cautioned Nan Nan. brandishing a short hammer as he charged into the throng of zombies, delivering a blow to each with forceful precision, sending heads flying. Nan watched in astonishment. This isn't merely killing zombies, it resembles smashing watermelons. Once Han Yang had dealt with the horde, Nan managed to dispatch a lone survivor. Brother Han, you're amazing. I want to do that too. Do not envy me. You are far more formidable. Countless people admire your abilities. But I can't slay zombies as swiftly. Nan pouted. Our roles differ. You are an assassin, while I am a warrior. Han Yang replied, searching for zombie cores while piling the useless corpses aside. There lay the remnants of his previous collection, the very spot where Su Zhongping's body had contributed to the growth of corpse grass. He wondered if any corpse grass had sprouted anew. Han Yang inspected the area but found no signs of the grass nor noticed a new corpse lying there. Feeling a touch of regret, he opened the building's door and began ascending the stairs with Nan. Woof, woof. Before they reached the door, a small terrier dashed out joyfully, circling around Nan. Ah, little Huang. Nan scooped up the dog, her face beaming with joy. Have you been well these past couple of days? Woof, woof. The little dog barked twice, struggling to leap down and dashed into the house. What happened? Let's go and see. The two entered Nan's home, where they found the little dog circling around a bag. Have you devoured an entire bag of dog food? That was your sustenance for 3 days. Nan looked utterly bewildered. A glutton had raised another little glutton. The first thing upon returning home was to eat. Han Yang found it quite amusing. I am not a glutton, Nan retorted with dissatisfaction. She then glared at the little yellow dog. I left you so much, and you finished it all? I shall let you starve for half a day. No, a whole day. After declaring this, Nan ignored it and turned to look at Sha. The little yellow dog squatted there, innocently whimpering a couple of times, glancing at Han Yang. If your owner isn't feeding you, looking at me won't help, Han Yang remarked as he followed Nan towards the secondary bedroom. The door to the secondary bedroom opened, and Sha stood quietly inside. The moment Nan stepped into the bedroom, Sha suddenly turned her head. Upon seeing Han Yang, her tightly closed mouth opened abruptly, uttering a single word. Hungry. Huh? Nan was momentarily taken aback, turning to seek Han Yang's confirmation. Did Sha just speak? Han Yang was also somewhat bewildered. It seemed so. Immediately, a look of joy spread across Nan's face as she rushed to Sha. Sha, what did you just say? Have you regained your memory? Do you still recognize me? Sha remained expressionless, glancing at Nan before speaking once more. Sha. Hungry. This time, both heard her distinctly. Hungry? I still have some corpse cores. Nan quickly retrieved 2 corpse cores from her pocket and fed one to her. The hard corpse core entered Sha's mouth, dissolving swiftly like candy. Sha, do you still remember me? Nan gazed at her with eager anticipation. Yet, Sha fell silent, no longer speaking. Hope transformed into disappointment. Nan murmured softly, I am Nan. We grew up together. Nan's face lit up with surprise as she looked at Sha, then turned to Han Yang. Brother Han, was that Sha calling me just now? Indeed. Han Yang exhaled deeply. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A zombie could actually speak and even retain memories? Master. At that moment, Sha turned to Han Yang, and her words left both of them stunned. What did you call him? Nan thought she had misheard. Nan. Sha looked at Nan, calling her name, and then turned her gaze to Han Yang. Master. This time, both heard her clearly. Nan looked at Han Yang in disbelief. Brother Han, what have you done to Sha? I have no idea either. I am just as confused. Han Yang replied with an innocent expression. Chapter 66 Commitment Before Departing. Han Yang had subtly hinted to Sha that she should not leave the room. As for earlier, it seemed that the first time he beheld Sha in her cosplay attire, he pondered how delightful it would be if she were not a zombie, allowing them to engage in some beneficial physical activities. Could it be that certain thoughts insinuated themselves back then? This is something he could never admit. Han Yang maintained his composure. Nan eyed him suspiciously a couple of times, and upon realizing he was genuinely unaware, she attributed it to the possible effects of the contract. Sha, he is Han Yang, not Master. Nan corrected Sha. Han Yang, Master. Nan attempted several times to rectify her mistake, growing increasingly frustrated as her efforts proved futile, her gaze towards Han Yang becoming more perilous. Since Sha is fine and has regained a bit of her senses, I shall head upstairs. Humph. Go ahead. Nan, suspecting that he was up to something, found it better that he leave. Han Yang turned and exited the room, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated such transformations following the contract with the evolved zombie. Not only did she exhibit a semblance of consciousness, but she also showed minimal resistance to his commands, unlike the wild mutated zombies that posed significant challenges to control. with more cores in the future. He could cultivate a batch of zombies to observe whether this phenomenon was commonplace or if Sha was indeed unique. Lost in thought, Han Yang ascended to the 5th floor and retrieved his key to unlock the door. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback by a wall constructed of beverages and foodstuffs that greeted him alongside a sofa. Yet, he quickly regained his senses. Someone had been here. This was the method he had instructed Chen Fang to employ in the event of an intrusion before he left. No wonder there were so many zombies downstairs. At that moment, hearing the sound of the door, Chen Fang emerged, flashlight in hand. Upon seeing Han Yang, she froze in place, covering her mouth, her face alight with astonishment. You have returned. I have returned. Chen Fang dashed towards him, yearning to embrace Han Yang, but was halted by the sofa in her path. I will tidy up, she exclaimed, hurriedly grasping the drinks in an attempt to clear a way for Han Yang to enter. There's no need to rush, Han Yang gently reassured her. I return to take you away. If you do not leave, I shall not go anywhere. Chen Fang took a moment to compose herself. Has anyone been here? Han Yang also started placing the drinks into the hallway. As he would be departing the next day, it mattered little where they were placed. Yes, that scoundrel who sought help. I am unharmed. He could not enter and ultimately fell to his demise outside. Chen Fang succinctly recounted the events, and together they swiftly cleared the entrance. It is good that you are safe. Once the door was closed, before Han Yang could finish his sentence, Chen Fang embraced him, silencing him with her lips. After a prolonged moment, they separated. Han Yang gazed at Chen Fang's slightly flushed face, his heart brimming with joy. However, the forthcoming moments held greater significance. He certainly has not forgotten Chen Fang's promise. However, before that, help me change out of these clothes. I can't feel your body even through the bulletproof vest. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang skillfully assisted Han Yang in removing his gear piece by piece, the bulletproof vest, and the handgun. Are you two robbing the station? Initially, Chen Fang paid little attention, but gradually, her astonishment grew. Lacking the night vision abilities of Han Yang and Nan Nan, she only realized what items they were after handling them. We are upholding justice. Han Yang briefly recounted the events at the station. I have brought you a gift. Once the gear was off, Han Yang felt a refreshing coolness envelop him. He turned around and retrieved a police water bottle from his backpack's side pocket to show Chen Fang. Insure Chow. Chen Fang exclaimed in surprise. Is this for me? She looked at Han Yang, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight and unspoken tenderness. Indeed, it is for you. Han Yang handed her the water bottle. It has already sprouted its 4th leaf. Awakening your abilities is no longer a concern. Chen Fang took the water bottle, wanting to say something. But the words remained unspoken. All right, no need to say anything. I will freshen up, then wait for me in the room. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Chen Fang and Han Yang rose early to engage in some physical training. Afterwards, Chen Fang donned her favorite shorts, her fair and slender legs striding into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, she intended to make multiple servings in preparation for her potential awakening. Han Yang admired her graceful figure, unable to suppress a sigh. She can manage both the parlor and the kitchen. What more could one desire? If only Nan Nan could be as obedient and cooperative. Though Nan Nan possesses a solid foundation, she has rarely practiced dance moves. It would be essential to give it a try. Some individuals simply do not heed reminders. Just as Han Yang thought of Nan Nan, he noticed her bounding up the stairs. Han Yang opened the door in advance, but Nan Nan ignored him and dashed straight into the kitchen. Instead, it was the little dog that barked at him. Fangjia, I've missed you. In the kitchen, Nan Nan rushed to embrace Chen Fang. Chen Fang set aside her tasks to return the embrace. Did you miss me, or did you miss my cooking? Both. Chen Fang smiled gently. All right, don't disturb me while I cook. It will be ready shortly. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Nan Nan cheerfully exited the kitchen, her expression souring upon seeing Han Yang pouting with a huff. What's wrong? Han Yang wondered, confused. Could it be that Chen Fang was too free-spirited yesterday? And Nan Nan overheard? You must have done something to Sha. Nan Nan replied indignantly. Last night, she had slept with Sha and had corrected her for quite some time, yet to no avail. Han Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, pondering what was the issue. Chapter 67. Chen Fang awakens. By the way, have you heard about that scoundrel across the way? Han Yang shifted the focus of their conversation. Nan Nan's curiosity was piqued. He then recounted what Chen Fang had said yesterday. How dare he attempt to bully Sister Fang? Humph. Evil begets evil. He deserves his fate. I never imagined he would have the audacity to descend. The elevator in their building is out of order, and the corridors must be teeming with zombies. Moreover, how did he procure the key to the entrance? Perhaps he obtained it from the corpse of a resident who exited our building. Nan Nan's logic was impeccable. That seems to be the only plausible explanation. After their discussion, Chen Fang finished preparing the meal. Nan Nan assisted in bringing the dishes to the table. The three did not immediately begin to eat, but instead gazed intently at Chen Fang. She then produced scissors and, mimicking Han Yang's earlier actions, severed a stalk of the eerie corpse grass from the police water bottle. I've eaten. Go ahead, eat. Nan Nan watched her with eager anticipation. Han Yang nodded in agreement. Seeing their reaction, Chen Fang shoved the entire stalk into her mouth and began to chew slowly. The bitterness spread, causing her brow to furrow. Soon, her mouth turned pleasantly cool, offering a modicum of relief. However, that bitterness quickly intensified once more. Chen Fang felt as though she were consuming a bitter melon juice infused with mint. She gritted her teeth and swallowed. The chill traveled down her esophagus to her stomach, where it instantly transformed into a surge of fire. The flames were searing yet not unpleasant, swiftly melding into her body to form a warm current that roamed within her. An insatiable hunger erupted from the depths of her soul. Without a second thought, Chen Fang seized her utensils and began to eat voraciously. How does it feel? Any changes? As soon as Chen Fang paused momentarily, Nan Nan eagerly inquired. It's a most extraordinary sensation. Chen Fang closed her eyes to fully absorb the experience. There is an energy within me now. I feel capable of harnessing this energy to accomplish something. It requires no learning. It is as if I innately understand it. After speaking, Chen Fang picked up a fruit knife from the table and swiftly sliced her fingertip. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Ah, Sister Fang, what are you doing? Her movements were so rapid that Nan Nan barely had time to react. Han Yang, realizing what was happening, chose not to intervene, as he was busy simulating Chen Fang's newfound abilities. Do not worry, just watch. Han Yang urged Nan Nan to remain calm, gesturing towards Chen Fang's wound as he gently dabbed it with a tissue. The blood was wiped away, revealing a smooth surface beneath, devoid of any trace of injury. Wow, is this self-healing? Super regeneration? Have you been watching too much anime? Han Yang playfully tapped Nan Nan on the head. It's healing. At last, Chen Fang spoke, suppressing her joy that was nearly bubbling over. She explained to Nan Nan, I feel I can heal some minor injuries, but for more severe ones, I can only alleviate the pain. Yay, this is wonderful. With Sister Fang around, I'll never fear injury again. Nan Nan was even more elated than Chen Fang. The feeling of being needed, of not being a burden. It is truly delightful. Chen Fang murmured softly to herself. She then turned her gaze towards the remnants of the corpse flower. A strong intuition surged within her, suggesting that this plant was on the brink of death. Yet, it seemed she might possess the ability to salvage it. Resolute in her decision, Chen Fang grasped the watering can containing the corpse flower, placing her hands upon it to channel her energy. The vitality within her flowed like a cascading river towards the plant's withered branches. At the severed end of the corpse flower, a white sap began to congeal. Beneath the soil, its roots thrived, intertwining around the significantly reduced corpse core. The core visibly diminished until it vanished entirely. At the junction of the roots and stems, a tender green sprout valiantly broke through the surface of the earth. Han Yang and Nan Nan exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes sparkling with surprise. They focused intently on Chen Fang, observing as her complexion gradually paled. Nan Nan, filled with concern, contemplated whether to intervene, fearing that it might jeopardize Chen Fang's efforts. Finally, Chen Fang lowered her hands, utterly exhausted, and leaned back in her chair. Are you all right, Fang Jia? Nan Nan inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Chen Fang replied wearily, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the corpse flower. A vibrant green sprout danced in the breeze, signaling success. However, it was Han Yang who felt the greatest elation. Upon witnessing the corpse flower sprouting anew, he impulsively embraced Chen Fang. Fang, you're incredible. I adore you, he exclaimed, showering her face with kisses. Ah, stop. Nan Nan is still here, she protested, only to have Han Yang silence her with a kiss. Chen Fang felt a mix of shyness and indescribable satisfaction. This deep-seated fulfillment filled a void within her, calming her previously restless heart. In a slightly euphoric state, she noticed Nan Nan in her peripheral vision. The young girl pouted, her expression a blend of joy and annoyance, creating a delightful contradiction. Chen Fang was acutely aware that Nan Nan was ostensibly Han Yang's girlfriend, though the authenticity of that relationship remained uncertain. She had also hinted at her own connection with Han Yang, yet this did not grant her the liberty to act recklessly in the presence of the official girlfriend. Initially, her actions stemmed from a lack of security, leading her to develop a close bond with Han Yang. However, empowered by her newfound abilities, her feelings of possessiveness began to wane. After all, it was merely a matter of one more companion in this apocalyptic world, a situation that was hardly unusual. The inevitable truth would surface eventually, and Chen Fang, pragmatic as she was, recognized the reality of the situation. As for Luli, well, that was a matter unrelated to him. Han Yang, in a moment of reckless abandon, suddenly embraced Nan Nan, planting fervent kisses upon her pouting face. This was a fair distribution, a shared experience. With everyone equally mortified, a sense of balance emerged within their hearts. Nan Nan struggled momentarily but could not break free. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Chen Fong, who was gleefully watching the scene unfold without a trace of anger, causing Nan Nan to feel a rush of shyness, prompting her to quickly shut her eyes. Han Yang, mindful not to overstep, released Nan Nan after a brief while and promptly shifted the conversation. Nan Nan, you must realize how vital Fong Fong's abilities are to us. Though Nan Nan initially intended to feign annoyance, upon hearing this question, she contemplated it deeply and soon brightened with joy. Does this mean we will have an endless supply of corpse grass? Each person can awaken their powers and advance to the second tier. Indeed, this will grant us greater safety and an improved quality of life in this post-apocalyptic world. Han Yang nodded in affirmation. Now, Fong Fong is even more crucial than I am. I hope you can protect her on our journey back to Jinsha Island. Not a problem. Sister Fong need not worry. I will ensure your safety along the way. Nan Nan confidently assured Chen Fong with a pat on her chest. I believe in you. Now, let us continue our meal. Han Yang jested, finally brushing past the earlier incident. Chen Fong, with a knowing smile, looked at him, relieved, and picked up her chopsticks. After the earlier exertion, she felt an overwhelming hunger returning. After breakfast, Han Yang retrieved the earliest corpse grass and transferred it to Chen Fong's abilities, only to discover that its remnants had completely perished. He carefully excavated it, buried 4 corpse cores within, and then transferred the newly sprouted corpse grass from his police canteen, using Chen Fong's healing prowess to ensure its vitality. As the roots of the corpse grass made contact with the cores, they began to absorb their energy, and the fresh branches swayed gently, radiating vibrant life. All is well. Han Yang sighed with relief. With this, they had secured a stable source of corpse grass. In approximately 6 days, it would mature, allowing one individual to ascend to the second tier. If it were merely for awakening abilities, it would take around 3 days. The only cost incurred was a handful of corpse cores. Of course, the key element remained Chen Fong. He had heard of healing abilities in his previous life, yet none had been as extraordinary as Chen Fong's. He had never encountered a power capable of healing even plants. Han Yang found this remarkable, though perhaps it stemmed from his limited exposure or the secrecy maintained by others. Never mind, he thought, it was time to gather their belongings. Nan Nan had already returned downstairs. Han Yang specifically instructed her to bring along her cosplay outfits, receiving bemused glances from both her and Chen Fong. It was only then that he realized those garments belonged to Sha Sha. Before the apocalypse, Sha Sha was a popular content creator known for her stunning looks and expertise in cosplay and costume changes, attracting a considerable following. To become close friends with Nan Nan, who resides in a grand mansion, is a privilege that Sha Sha relishes, especially since her own family is not lacking in wealth. She does not seek to profit from this friendship. Rather, her joy lies in donning various outfits and embodying different characters. Nan Nan dressed Sha Sha as the protagonist from Nier Automata, hoping that this cosplay would aid in rekindling some of her memories. Last night, Nan Nan recounted numerous anecdotes from their past. Naturally, it was a one-sided conversation, with one speaking and the other listening. Although Sha Sha exhibited little change, merely recognizing her without much dialogue, Nan Nan remained optimistic, firmly believing that the day of complete recovery was not far off. Meanwhile, as the three were tidying up, across the way at Song Ji's residence, Huang Jianya had feasted well and was making his final preparations. Chapter 68 Old Acquaintances. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts of the zombies outside, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Huang Jianya had just observed that there were no zombies on the ground floor. He paid little mind to it, suspecting that something must have transpired the previous night, as even the slightest commotion could lure the zombies away. He regarded this as a fortuitous chance and promptly equipped himself. He also packed some of Song Ji's tools designed for women into the bag slung over his shoulder, anticipating that they might prove useful once he subdued the 2 women across the way. Huang Jianya made his way downstairs unobstructed, encountering not a single zombie. Stealthily, he crept over to the opposite building, where he discovered Song Ji's corpse, mercilessly mangled. Suppressing his nausea, he began to rummage through the remains. Soon, he unearthed a utility knife and 2 sets of keys, one clearly belonging to Song Ji's residence, and the other presumably for the building itself. He pocketed them and proceeded to the entrance of the unit, methodically trying each key until, with a satisfying click, the door unlocked. He carefully opened the door and swiftly closed it behind him, striving to make as little noise as possible. Then he ascended the stairs in silence. Based on his observations from the previous day, the woman on the 5th floor was excessively vigilant, having barred Song Ji from entering. However, the woman on the 4th floor seemed less threatening. since Song Ji had spent time on the fourth floor and had managed to reach the rooftop safely. She posed minimal risk. Yesterday, Huang Jianye had only caught a fleeting glimpse. Zombies were notably averse to sunlight, and typically, Sha would linger near the bedroom door where sunlight could not penetrate, making her invisible from the outside. Consequently, neither Song Ji nor Huang Jianye had ever noticed her presence. Had it not been for the incident when Song Ji fell, causing Sha to briefly cross his path, Huang Jianye would still be oblivious to the existence of a woman on the fourth floor. This morning, during his observations, he had failed to spot Nan and Han Yang, as Nan had already gone to the fifth floor for a meal. Additionally, Chen Feng's habitual drawing of the curtains further obscured any view. Thus, upon reaching the fourth floor, Huang Jianye saw a woman organizing clothing and mistakenly assumed she was the same one he had seen the day before. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Nan inquired, her vigilance piqued as she regarded the unfamiliar man, particularly the baseball bat gripped in his hands, stained thickly in red, white, and black. Drawing upon her experience with zombies, she quickly deduced the nature of those colors and seized a knife nearby. "There's no need to be alarmed. I'm from the opposite building. I merely came to inquire if you have any food left, as I have exhausted my supplies." Huang Jianye found her wariness somewhat perplexing. How had that perverse individual managed to remain unscathed on the fourth floor while munching on cookies yesterday? Noticing the exquisite craftsmanship of the saber in her possession, he attempted to placate her. "From the opposite building? Do you know that scoundrel Song Ji?" "Song Ji? Scoundrel? I don't know him. Wait, are you referring to that perverse artist?" Huang Jianye appeared to connect the dots, his expression shifting to one of indignation. "Damn it. We were descending the stairs together yesterday. I forged ahead, while that scoundrel lingered behind, making no effort, and when danger approached, he pushed me in front of the zombies to shield himself. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have been devoured by the undead yesterday. Have you encountered him, my dear? Did he perhaps run into this building yesterday? Where is he now? I must make him pay." Huang Jianye, perceiving the disdain in Nan's tone, adapted swiftly to the moment. "He is dead." Nan replied coolly, though she did not fully believe this statement. However, it did clarify how Song Ji had managed to arrive. "Dead? Truly splendid. Did you do it, my dear? How satisfying. I must express my gratitude." Huang Jianye excitedly stepped forward. When he was merely 2 or 3 meters away from Nan, he suddenly accelerated. As a former soldier, Huang Jianye had never neglected his physical training. At this distance, he was confident he could subdue any untrained ordinary person, especially a woman. Indeed, his opponent was caught off guard. He employed a one-handed grappling technique, easily seizing her wrist with a simple pull and twist. He could easily subdue her and do as he pleased. Suddenly, Huang Jianye halted. Why wasn't he moving? Doubting his own senses, he pulled harder. Yet, she remained utterly still. Was she truly this strong? Huang Jianye was momentarily bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure. If pulling was futile, then he would not hold back. He swung the baseball bat towards the woman. Even the hardest of zombie skulls could not withstand his blows. Bang! The woman blocked it with the sheath of her knife. How is this possible? Huang Jianye was utterly astonished. "I had already discerned that you were not a good person," Nan scoffed. Although Huang Jianye's movements appeared swift, they were rather mediocre from Nan's perspective, making them easy to counter. As for the wrist he had captured, with a swift rotation, Nan seized Huang Jianye's wrist, her fingers tightening. Pain, pain, pain. Huang Jianye felt as though his arm were caught in a vice, a sharp agony surging through him. "Please spare me, my lady. I concede. I, Huang Jianye, have misjudged you, failing to recognize your might." Huang Jianye pleaded for mercy, while his other hand relinquished the baseball bat. With a clang, the bat fell to the ground. His freed hand feigned an attempt to pry Nan's grip, hoping to elude her hold. Yet, as he approached her, a gleam of steel flashed from his hand, swiftly stabbing towards her arm. Instinctively, Nan let go and stepped back. Huang Jianye immediately retrieved the bat from the ground, retreating 2 steps. Only then did Nan realize he had somehow produced a utility knife. How treacherous. Nan, lacking combat experience, had not anticipated such a tactic. Fortunately, her quick reflexes had spared her from injury. "You wretched woman, you possess considerable strength." Huang Jianye grimaced as he gazed at the 5 purple bruises marking his arm, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It hurts like hell. I assure you, I shall not show mercy moving forward." He gripped the baseball bat tightly, advancing 2 steps before bringing it down forcefully towards Nan's head. This was his full-powered strike, and he doubted this woman could withstand it. Indeed, she deftly sidestepped. "I was waiting for you to dodge." Huang Jianye switched from a vertical chop to a horizontal sweep, his movements fluid and powerful, reminiscent of wielding a formidable saber rather than a mere baseball bat. Bang! Nan Nan managed to block with the sheath of her knife just in time. But the tremendous force caused her to stagger back 2 steps. As Huang Jianye prepared to press his advantage, Nan Nan seemed poised to retaliate. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I was wondering why it was so noisy downstairs. Is that you, Huang Jianye?" Upon hearing this, Nan Nan quickly sheathed her half-drawn knife. "Brother Han, who are you? How do you know me?" Huang Jianye was taken aback, unaware of the stranger who had appeared at the door and recognized him. "Nan Nan, you lack real combat experience. While you possess strength and speed, you might manage against zombies, but you are no match for him. Brother Han, do you know him?" Nan Nan obediently approached Han Yang. Though a sense of defiance lingered in her heart, she had yet to draw her knife. Once she did, she could easily slice him into pieces. "How shall I put it? I would say we are acquainted," Han Yang replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Huang Jianye. This man had once been a friend in his past life and was among those responsible for his demise. Chapter 69. The Prelude and the Consequence in his previous life. Han Yang became acquainted with Huang Jianye in a suburban gathering place. At that time, Huang Jianye had already established himself as the leader of a small team, commanding several loyal subordinates who diligently served him and possessed a wealth of resources and information. Through Huang, Han Yang procured numerous supplies and insights, including the opportunity to learn the body tempering technique from Shangguan Qingqing, which he discovered via Huang's introduction. As fate would have it, they later realized they hailed from the same neighborhood, prompting Huang Jianye to extend a warmer camaraderie toward Han Yang, often referring to him as a brother and sharing various dubious tidbits of information. Huang expressed a desire to recruit Han Yang into his team, yet Han Yang remained resolute in his refusal. He was intent on utilizing his abilities to gather a loyal group of his own followers. Why settle for being subordinate when he could be the leader? Moreover, he disapproved of Huang's style of operation. Nevertheless, they maintained a relatively amicable collaboration. The adage "you may know a person's face, but not their heart" rang true, as it was only before Han Yang's demise in his previous life that he truly discerned Huang Jianye's true nature. At that time, he was in pursuit of a spirit plant capable of elevating his abilities to the 2nd tier, a quest that was common in the gathering place. Those who understood the significance of spirit plants were fervently seeking them. One day, while procuring supplies, Huang Jianye cryptically divulged to him the location of a linglong grass. Linglong grass. It was a spirit plant even more potent than the incorpse grass. Rumor had it that a mature linglong grass could elevate a person to the 3rd tier, and 3rd tier ability users were exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of Jinghai City. Each one among them was renowned, wielding vast territories, abundant resources, and the adoration of countless admirers. Power, wealth, fame, and beauty had all reached their zenith, transforming them into emperors in the apocalypse with the authority to dictate life and death. Han Yang was instantly intrigued. It was not just him. Anyone in the apocalypse would fiercely compete for a glimpse of the linglong grass. Han Yang understood that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Otherwise, Huang Jianye would not have casually shared such information. Indeed, through further discourse, Han Yang grasped Huang Jianye's underlying motivations. According to Huang, the linglong grass was nestled within a horde of corpses in the city center, guarded by several mutated zombies, and even 2nd-tier zombies awaiting its maturation. Numerous teams had attempted various strategies to obtain it, yet all had met with failure, with several ability users perishing in the process. Once an ability user was bitten and killed by a zombie, they would invariably transform into a mutated zombie, further augmenting the horde and complicating the acquisition of the linglong grass. However, what posed an insurmountable obstacle for others was merely a trivial challenge for Han Yang. He need not venture into the fray himself. He possessed the ability to control zombies. By judiciously employing the zombies under his command, he could seamlessly infiltrate the horde and seize the opportunity to acquire the spirit plant. The only prerequisite was to have a sufficient vantage point. Fortuitously, the spirit plant was located in a small plaza behind a particular building, from which the linglong grass and its surrounding environment could be clearly observed. Otherwise, one would not be easily discovered. Although Han Yang felt a stirring within, he deemed everything too coincidental and refrained from acting impulsively. After all, only a few individuals were privy to his abilities, such as Huang Jianye. Did he intend to divulge information, only to seize the opportunity once Han Yang succeeded? This remained uncertain. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had never shied away from contemplating the darkest motives behind human intentions. After several days of restraint, during which tranquility reigned, Han Yang ultimately succumbed to his greed and dispatched members of his team for reconnaissance. Everything unfolded precisely as Huang Jianye had described. Unable to contain his anticipation, Han Yang personally ventured out, using binoculars to observe the soon-to-ripen linglong grass. In the throes of excitement, he commenced planning his course of action. Everything progressed smoothly. He concealed himself within a building, utilizing his binoculars to monitor and direct the zombies as they mingled with the corpses. Subsequently, amidst the piercing shrieks of a horde of mutated zombies, he successfully harvested the linglong grass. Through several strategic transfers among the controlled zombies, he evaded pursuit. Cautiously, Han Yang opted not to have the controlled zombies deliver the linglong grass directly to him. Instead, he commanded one to proceed to a designated location while he followed to retrieve it himself. However, during this transfer, he was ambushed by a group of individuals who had long been lying in wait. Among them was Huang Jianye, and at the forefront stood Lu Xiaowei, the notorious right-hand man of Lu Tianyang, the actual controller of the western outskirts of Jinghai City and one of the few third-tier ability users in the area. Known by the moniker Lu Tianyang the Heartless, Lu Xiaowei had previously made several attempts to recruit Han Yang on behalf of Lu Tianyang, all of which Han Yang had declined. The reason was simple. Lu Tianyang's nickname hinted at the unscrupulous nature of his operations. Han Yang could surmise the underlying motives behind Lu Xiaowei's fervent recruitment efforts. After all, Lu Tianyang was infamously known for his involvement in the grotesque trade of zombies. This trade did not refer to the literal flesh of the undead, but rather to the exchange of bodily fluids. Who among ordinary individuals would dare to engage with zombies? Who would not fear becoming infected and transforming into one? Yet they dared. They specifically targeted attractive female zombies, implementing various safety measures to cater to their clientele. This bizarre venture was undeniably novel. Moreover, after the apocalypse, the absence of legal and moral constraints fostered a plethora of perverse individuals. Indeed, some ventured forth to partake in such experiences, eventually gaining notoriety. Initially, Han Yang was skeptical until he heard first-hand accounts from those who had experienced it. One such individual was his informal mentor, Zhou Laosan. Prior to encountering Han Yang, Zhou Laosan had roamed the western city and, upon hearing whispers of this trade, indulged in it himself, later boasting about it as a curious tale. The taste of zombies is truly remarkable. Thus, when he first received a recruitment offer, Han Yang suspected that the other party had discerned his abilities and sought to enlist his assistance in this sordid enterprise. His powers aligned too closely with their business. Killing zombies was a matter of survival for Han Yang. He bore no moral burden. In fact, taking lives for his own safety was not beyond him. However, to engage in such grotesque manipulation of corpses was beyond the pale. Hence, he declined without a moment's hesitation. But how could Lu Xiaowei and Huang Jianye be entangled together? Han Yang found himself utterly perplexed. He had not discovered the linglong grass on Lu Xiaowei, yet Huang Jianye coerced him into surrendering it. Under this duress, Han Yang uncovered the underlying circumstances. Lu Tianyang had been in pursuit of individuals with abilities akin to Han Yang's, and upon learning of Han Yang's powers, Huang Jianye immediately betrayed him. This betrayal elucidated why Lu Xiaowei had traveled such a great distance to recruit him. However, Han Yang's refusal was entirely unexpected. Consequently, failing to recruit him, the other party harbored murderous intentions. Witnessing this, Huang Jianye deemed it more advantageous to exploit Han Yang, persuading Lu Xiaowei to ensnare him into a trap. Much of what Huang Jianye told Han Yang was indeed truthful. However, the linglong grass had actually been discovered by Huang Jianye's subordinates, and the casualties were also his men. When Huang Jianye observed the surrounding environment, his first thought was of Han Yang's capabilities, confident that he could retrieve it safely. As anticipated, Han Yang was exceedingly cautious, and after acquiring the prize, he showed no urgency in claiming it, having not brought it with him at all. Han Yang understood the certainty of his demise, and thus refrained from retrieving the linglong grass, leading them through multiple directions instead. Ultimately, his goal was to guide them towards a group of mutated zombies controlled by him. If death was inevitable, then let them perish together. Chapter 70 Conclusion. Since we are acquainted, it truly feels like a flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. A family should recognize its own. Huang Jianye forced a smile. Who said we are family? Nen Nen scoffed. I am well aware of the kind of person you are. There is no need for such insincerity. Han Yang shook his head. As one of his greatest adversaries from a past life, Han Yang had refrained from seeking vengeance for several reasons. His own strength was insufficient, and he was unaware of Huang Jianye's whereabouts. Although Huang had claimed they resided in the same neighborhood in a previous life, who could ascertain the truth of such a statement? Perhaps it was merely a deceitful attempt to ingratiate himself. Thus, Han Yang did not squander time searching for him. After all, his patterns were established. There were only a few places in the outskirts of Jinghai City where one could survive. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Once he settled down, he could seek revenge at his leisure. Yet, it was unexpected that Huang Jianye had not lied about the neighborhood. Now that they had encountered one another, he could not let this chance slip by. The consequences of past actions were manifesting in the present. Some matters were fated. Brother, is this really necessary? Although you are numerous, the outcome of a confrontation is uncertain. At the very least, I can assure you that neither of you will emerge unscathed. I admit my fault. I owe the lady an apology. Currently, I possess nothing of value to compensate you. If you do not believe me, observe, Huang Jianya declared as he opened his backpack, spilling forth an array of items, including handcuffs, leg irons, a whip, and candles. Nan Nan's face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Rogue. Lady, this is merely a matter of taste. I have not lied. I am genuinely remorseful. There is no need for violence. Injuring one another would be unfortunate. With so few survivors left, as fellow humans, let us spare each other. If you allow me to leave, I promise not to trouble you again," Huang Jianya insisted, his expression earnest. "Indeed, there is no necessity." Han Yang nodded, then drew his pistol. The shot rang out with a deafening crack. "You." Huang Jianya's face contorted in shock. "This is dishonorable." He glanced down at his chest, where a crimson hole marred his clothing, blood seeping forth rapidly. "See, this is far more efficient. We shall avoid injury." Han Yang stepped closer, gazing into Huang Jianya's bewildered and resentful eyes. Why? Huang Jianya could not comprehend why the stranger, whom he did not know, had so decisively shot him. Han Yang offered no explanation, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "I had originally contemplated how to capture you, to allow you to experience the agony of having your insides torn apart by zombies. Your words have enlightened me. I am no longer alone. There is no need for such actions. Thank you, brother. Farewell, no need for formalities." After all, in a previous life, Huang Jianya had indeed assisted him, albeit for a price, each benefiting from the other. Han Yang granted him a swift end, executing a final shot to his head. Bang! Huang Jianya collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Did I scare you, Nan Nan?" Han Yang sheathed his gun and turned to look at her. I'm not that timid," she retorted. "He truly intended to kill me, and letting him die so easily is indeed too merciful. I should have dismembered him." Nan Nan gestured with the knife in her hand. "I knew I had not misjudged you." Han Yang smiled warmly. Nan Nan was inherently suited for survival in this apocalyptic world, whether it was due to her abilities or her bold demeanor. However, she still lacked experience and exhibited a certain naivety. With further training, she would undoubtedly be capable of venturing out on her own. "Are we finished tidying up?" he inquired. "Your sister Fong upstairs is quite worried about you, as is that little mutt of yours. If it weren't for me, it would have insisted on following me down. That's all your fault for insisting on bringing these clothes." Nan Nan shot him a disdainful glance. Han Yang chuckled awkwardly, picking up Huang Jianya's baseball bat. "This isn't too bad. Perhaps someone might like to use it, so I'll keep it." He then glanced at the items strewn on the floor. As he bent down, he suddenly sensed a glint of cold steel. "Brother Han, what are you doing?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just find these things a bit obstructive. So I'll move them aside," he replied, awkwardly holding a pink toy with a string attached. A man's words are often deceptive. Nan Nan continued to tidy up, her eyes occasionally darting toward him. "Cut it out. Why would I deceive you? I have no need for such trinkets." Han Yang scoffed. "Yesterday was your first time. I didn't dare use my full strength. Next time, you'll experience my true prowess." He lamentably kicked the pile of items Huang Jianya had dumped into a corner. "There won't be a next time," Nan Nan mumbled, choosing not to engage with him further. Finally, they wrapped up the conversation. Once they had gathered everything, they moved it all to the entrance of the unit. Upon returning to the 5th floor, Chen Fong sighed in relief upon seeing that both were unharmed. The little mutt circled around Nan Nan, its tail wagging fervently like a fan. Nan Nan briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that it was the gang led by Song Ji, Chen Fong felt immensely relieved that Han Yang and the others had returned. Otherwise, relying solely on themselves would have spelled disaster. The three of them then worked together to transport supplies from the 5th floor down. This time, they primarily carried food, a generator, beverages, and water. Finally, Chen Fong cast a lingering glance at the room, locked the door, and headed downstairs. "Nan Nan, you stay here to protect Fong Fong while I go fetch the car. I wonder if the gunshots attracted any zombies." Han Yang switched to Shasha's defensive abilities and opened the door. Indeed, a few zombies had been drawn outside. Han Yang wielded his short hammer, dispatching them one by one. Before approaching the transport vehicle and opening the door, the mutated female zombie remained inside the vehicle, a precaution he had taken the previous day. Typically, he would have her stationed downstairs as a lookout. He had not anticipated the sudden turn of events that allowed Huang Jianya to sneak in. This served as a reminder that there is no infallible strategy in this world. One must always be prepared for contingencies. Starting the vehicle, Han Yang maneuvered the transport truck to the entrance of the unit. As the mutated female zombie stood guard, the three individuals swiftly loaded their supplies into the vehicle. Once everything was securely stowed, Han Yang took the driver's seat, with the mutated female zombie and Sasha occupying the passenger side, while Nan Nan sat with Chin Fong in the second row. All set, let's depart, Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully, to which Chin Fong responded with a gentle smile. Han Yang expertly maneuvered the vehicle, turning towards the community gate. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Little did they know, from high above, countless eyes were watching them through the glass windows, observing as they exited the community, venturing into an uncertain future. 10 days into the apocalypse, their patience in awaiting rescue seemed to dwindle with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to them, how many people, inspired by their audacity, opened their doors and bravely stepped outside. Regardless of life or death, in this wretched world, one must confront the reality head-on. Chapter 71. Ambushed with a resounding screech. The escort vehicle came to a halt in front of a residential building. Stay put. Allow me to handle the zombies trailing behind, Han Yang instructed, seizing 2 short-handled hammers from the passenger seat before leaping out of the vehicle. They had embarked on their journey from the community, smoothly navigating along the pre-established route to the school, finally stopping at Qingqing's doorstep. The only inconvenience was the numerous zombies they had attracted along the way, intermittently following them. Although many had lost their trail, a dozen or so still lingered by the time they reached the school. Surely he won't be in danger? Chin Fong fretted, pressing her face against the glass to peer outside, though her vantage point offered little visibility. Do not worry, Brother Han will be just fine, Nan Nan reassured her gently. This was Chin Fong's first venture outdoors since the outbreak of the virus. The sight of a desolate world void of humanity, overrun by zombies and obstructed vehicles, was a stark contrast to her previous impressions. Thankfully, with Nan Nan by her side, continuously engaging her in conversation, her spirits remained relatively stable, though her reliance on the other girl grew stronger. Left to her own devices, she could scarcely fathom how she would survive. Outside, Han Yang, upon spotting the oncoming horde of zombies, wielded his hammers with agility and ferocity, dispatching each undead creature with a single blow. On the second floor, Shengwan Qingqing witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. It was her first time observing Han Yang in action against the zombies. Despite the apparent lack of technique in his movements, driven purely by instinct, there was an undeniable spark of admiration in Shengwan Qingqing's focused gaze, a blend of appreciation and a budding desire to join him. It seemed as though he had deciphered the zombies' patterns, instinctively evading their attacks and delivering lethal strikes with ease. What appeared perilous was, in truth, executed with remarkable composure. She pondered whether he could maintain such prowess in combat against humans. Biting her lip, she tightened her grip on the knife. As Han Yang efficiently eliminated the last of the zombies, Shangguan Qingqing diverted her gaze and descended the stairs. Nan Nan, come help, confirming that the area was safe. Han Yang instructed Chin Fong to remain in the vehicle while Nan Nan assisted in the extraction of zombie corpse. Shangguan Qingqing also swung open the front door to begin transporting weapons outside. After clearing the corpses and sanitizing the path, Han Yang and Nan Nan joined in the effort, swiftly securing all the weapons. Aside from the arms and their accompanying maintenance tools, Shangguan Qingqing had packed very few personal belongings. Is everything packed? Once we're ready, we shall depart. All set, Shangguan Qingqing replied nonchalantly, taking a seat in the back alongside Nan Nan. Han Yang started the engine, while Chin Fong and Shangguan Qingqing exchanged introductions. Han Yang did not retrace their original route. He was keenly aware of the zombies that had pursued them earlier. Instead, he opted for an alternate path, looping back to the school entrance. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Oh no, the horde we lured away from the school has returned. What? Nan Nan exclaimed, leaning forward in her seat to catch a glimpse. Indeed, a considerable number of zombies were blocking the school entrance. It seemed that the commotion during our arrival had drawn them in. What should we do? We cannot afford to linger here, or their numbers will multiply. We must take the plunge. Han Yang's expression hardened as he pressed down firmly on the accelerator, the engine roaring to life, and the escort vehicle surged forward with great velocity. The zombies ahead, drawn by the sound, turned in unison to face them. Bang, bang, bang. Before the zombies could react, the escort vehicle had already barreled into the horde, knocking several of them down. The crowd of the undead instantly erupted into chaos. As the remaining zombies frantically lunged toward the escort vehicle, Han Yang remained completely focused as he gripped the steering wheel, successfully maneuvering through the tumult of colliding and crushing zombies, breaking free from the school gates and onto the main road. His vision suddenly cleared. They had escaped the horde. Fortunately, there weren't too many zombies around, only about 50 or 60. There were merely a few zombies on the road ahead. If he could have just a little more time, he could shake off the relentless pursuit behind them. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from the left road, crashing violently into the rear of the escort vehicle. The immense force caused the vehicle to veer dangerously, nearly overturning. Thankfully, Han Yang remained composed. exerting all his strength to stabilize the car. What was that? Shen Fong exclaimed, while Nan Nan and Qing Qing turned to look outside, their faces grave. Due to the recent encounter, their vehicle had tilted, allowing them to see directly behind them through the side window. In front of the pursuing horde of zombies, an incredibly muscular figure was crouched on the ground, shaking its head before standing up. This figure bore a vague resemblance to a human. Yet its arms and legs were grotesquely muscular, even thicker than its head, with clothes straining to the brink of tearing, hinting at the exaggerated size of its chest muscles. Good heavens, a zombie with awakened strength abilities. Han Yang caught a glimpse and immediately adjusted the steering, accelerating the vehicle fiercely. He realized that this was the very creature that had crashed into his car with sheer force. The mutated zombie with strength abilities was the last thing Han Yang wished to confront. Unlike Sasha and the perception-based female zombies, whose powers were formidable but whose physical resilience remained relatively unchanged, this creature was a different story altogether. It possessed extraordinarily enhanced strength and stamina, impressive speed, and formidable defense due to its exaggerated musculature. Its only weakness was its underdeveloped brain. Confronting such a being head-on was perilous. Stealth or ranged attacks were the best strategies. However, at present, driving the vehicle made it all the more daunting. Hold on tight, it might get a bit bumpy, Han Yang announced, just as he spotted in the rearview mirror the mutated zombie sprinting a couple of steps before leaping toward them. At that moment, Han Yang had only just begun to accelerate, his speed still lacking. As the creature was about to crash down upon them, Han Yang swiftly turned the steering wheel, causing the escort vehicle to sway drunkenly from side to side, narrowly avoiding the impending impact. The mutated zombie missed its strike, crashing its entire body onto the road, causing the asphalt surface to dent and form a web-like pattern of cracks. Han Yang could hardly believe his eyes, relieved that he had not been struck. He pressed down hard on the accelerator, pushing the vehicle to its limits. The zombie, shaking its head to dispel the disorientation from the impact, refocused on Han Yang and his companions, resuming its pursuit. At this moment, Han Yang finally managed to increase the car's speed. Though the zombie had closed the distance slightly, it was quickly left behind. Despite its swiftness, it could not match the accelerating vehicle, gradually distancing itself further. With that, Han Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 72. Arrival. Is that the mutated zombie you mentioned? Asked Shangwan Qingqing, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered an intriguing toy. Indeed, much like humans, mutated zombies possess a myriad of bizarre abilities, some of which are particularly challenging to deal with. The one we just encountered is among the most troublesome. It can only be dealt with from a distance. Engaging it up close, even those with power akin to strength may struggle. Han Yang glanced back at Shangwan Qingqing. By the way, you previously mentioned you had a surprise for me. What is it? When we reach our destination, if it truly is as wonderful as you claim, come to my room tonight, and I shall reveal it to you. Shangwan Qingqing replied, a knowing smile gracing her face. What surprise? Can I join in the viewing? Nan Nan asked curiously, not pondering much further. Chen Fong, however, cast a strange look at Han Yang and Shangwan Qingqing before her expression returned to neutrality. You're welcome to join, but I fear you might not witness it. Shangwan Qingqing replied with a slight smile. What a mysterious affair. Nan Nan muttered. It seems rather inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together. Nan Nan, since you are so curious, you might as well join as an observer. Humph. I'm not curious at all. After evading the mutated zombies, the journey ahead was remarkably tranquil. Occasionally, a few zombies would pursue them, yet Han Yang paid them no mind, driving steadily until they reached the coastal highway. Here, safety was significantly heightened. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the service area by Jinsha Island. As they entered the parking lot, Lu Bin and Lu Li eyed the unfamiliar vehicle with caution. Upon recognizing Han Yang, they approached with cheerful smiles, opening the door. The bridge leading to Jinsha Island lay behind the service area, surrounded by buildings and walls. To access the island, one could only enter through a designated gate for vehicles or through the service area parking lot, where they would need to complete the necessary procedures before boarding a sightseeing tram to the island. However, Han Yang and his companions were not required to transfer. They drove their escort vehicle directly inside. Once the gate was securely closed, Lu Bin approached with a grin. Brother Han, when did you leave last night? I didn't see you. Han Yang's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Lu Li. You were preoccupied with your own affairs. It's hardly surprising you didn't see us. Humph. Do we really need to inform you of our departure? Nan Nan retorted, not holding back her disdain. No need. No need. Lu Bin quickly recoiled at Nan Nan's words. Ahem, let us not speak in such a manner. We shall all be family from now on. Binzi, when you and Lu Li arrive on the island this afternoon, let us convene for a meeting. Han Yang quickly reassured. All right, Brother Han. We'll proceed to the island now. Take care, Sister Nan Nan. Continuing to drive, Han Yang soon reached the bridge. The corpses that had once been haphazardly strewn across the bridge had vanished, leaving only mottled black and red stains behind. Han Yang nodded to himself in acknowledgement. Yi Xiaokuei and her companions exhibited remarkable initiative, swiftly managing the situation at hand. Wow, how beautiful! Chun Fong exclaimed, gazing at the endless expanse of the sea, her spirits lifting considerably. Indeed, Shangguan Qingqing nodded in agreement. Once we reach the island, you will discover even more wonders. Nan Nan chimed in cheerfully. The group engaged in light-hearted chatter and soon arrived at the island. The vehicle halted before a luxurious hotel, where Yu Shaoqian and her 3 companions awaited them from afar. Han Yang exited the car and opened the door, allowing Chun Fong and the others to disembark while introducing everyone to one another. As Yi Xiaokuei observed the procession of women and a stray dog, her initial concerns began to dissipate, although her expression grew increasingly peculiar. The small dog leapt from the vehicle and joyously raced about. Chun Fong and Shangguan Qingqing scrutinized the 4 women, who, in turn, examined the newcomers, 2 women, 2 corpses, and a dog. Eventually, their gaze converged on Han Yang, while Nan Nan remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully greeting everyone. Brother Han, where will we be staying next? Is it this hotel, or shall we explore other villas? Are there any zombies left on the island? Han Yang inquired of Yi Xiaokuei. No, there are none. We have accounted for everyone and confirmed that there are no stragglers, Yi Xiaoqian replied, no longer glancing at the corpses. Well then, please take us on a tour of the island. Certainly, follow me. We shall use the sightseeing vehicles. All right. The group ambled over to a row of shuttle buses parked nearby, selecting the largest one. Yu Shaoqian took the driver's seat, while Han Yang occupied the passenger seat, with the others seating themselves at will. Only the mutated female zombie was left behind, ordered by Han Yang to guard the bridge. Yu Shaoqian observed this interaction and recognized that, despite being a zombie, Sha Sha held a significant status, especially since Nan Nan seemed to unconsciously pay attention to her, occasionally engaging her in conversation. Starting the sightseeing vehicle, Yu Shaoqian directed it northward. We are currently positioned to the west of Golden Sands Island, where we have constructed this 7-story luxury hotel to accommodate our standard clientele. As she drove, Yu Shaoqian began to elucidate the island's features. Surely, your standard clientele does not align with our understanding of that term, Han Yang remarked incredulously. Those who cannot afford an entire luxury villa are considered standard clientele in our view. Yi Xiaokuei responded with a hint of indifference. Very well. Han Yang refrained from interjecting further, allowing Yi Xiaokuei to continue her exposition. To the west lies the only bridge leading off the island, which I need not elaborate upon. As the vehicle traversed the tree-lined path, Yi Xiaokuei suddenly pointed ahead. The northern side of the island is rather steep and unsuitable for recreation, hence we have established a seawater purification system here to supply fresh water to the entire island, along with producing certain byproducts like salt. Just as she finished speaking, a uniquely designed building came into view ahead. From the exterior, it did not resemble a typical factory facility. Both the architectural design and the exterior hues harmoniously blend with the surrounding environment. By the way, the engineer responsible for maintaining the equipment on this island, Zhao, has unfortunately succumbed to the fate of a zombie. If the seawater purification system were to malfunction, would that not result in a complete water shortage for the entire island? Han Yang furrowed his brow, troubled by the predicament. He had no understanding of such matters. And Chun Fong, Nan Nan, and Shangguan Qingqing were equally uninformed. However, there is still one person who possesses some knowledge, Zhao Jia. Sister Xiaoqian, Dao Jia, seated in the back row, responded. Allow me to reintroduce her, Zhao Jia. She is the daughter of the engineer Zhao I mentioned earlier. Old Zhao had intended to work for a few more years and hoped that Zhao Jia would take over his duties upon retirement. Thus, she possesses a certain familiarity with all the equipment and facilities on the island. Hello, everyone. Zhao Jia greeted the onlookers with a hint of nervousness. Meanwhile, Han Yang gradually began to grasp the implications. Was Yi Xiaokuei subtly showcasing the value of their group? Chapter 73. The luxurious Villa Qin Lan is both a capable individual and a skilled pastry chef, serving as an invaluable asset whether in combat or logistics. Among their group, Zhao Jia stands as the sole person capable of maintaining the island's equipment, regardless of the veracity of her claims. The fact that Yi Xiaokuei dares to assert such confidence indicates her competence. Thus, she has become an indispensable member of the island. Without a doubt, Yi Xiaokuei's beauty, grace, intelligence, and wit make her irresistible to anyone who encounters her. As for Sun Luanyu, she likely possesses her own unique strengths. Even if she does not, Yi Xiaokuei would ensure that she is provided for. With these thoughts in mind, Han Yang donned a warm smile and addressed Zhao Jia, saying, "From now on, we shall rely on you for the maintenance of the island's equipment." Of course, Zhao Jia promptly nodded in agreement. As they proceeded forward, they arrived at the island's only dock. The group gazed ahead, first spotting a row of small cottages along the shore, followed by an array of luxurious yachts moored neatly at the dock. "Wow, yachts!" Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully. "We can go sailing in the future." Han Yang was equally delighted. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the stunning women around him, each possessing beauty and charm in abundance. Imagining them all aboard the yachts, adorned in swimsuits. "Do you know how to operate a yacht?" Yu Xiaoqi's question jolted Han Yang back to reality. Not really, but it shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Han Yang replied uncertainly. "Indeed, it is not difficult," Yu Xiaoqi affirmed with a nod. "So, does that mean Sister Xiaoqi can operate one?" Nan Nan inquired, playfully leaning closer to Yi Xiaoqi. "Absolutely. In the future, I will take you out to sea," Yi Xiaoqi declared. "Yay." Han Yang couldn't help but smirk at the woman's constant suggestions of their worth. In addition to the yachts, the area was equipped with diving gear, kayaks, surfboards, and various facilities for coastal recreation. "If you ever wish to partake in these activities, I shall gladly teach you," Yu Xiaoqi added, pointing towards the direction of the island. The closest structure was a magnificent villa. "Let us go take a look," Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly, with Qin Fong wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Yi Xiaoqi saw no reason to decline, so she adjusted their course towards the villa. As they drew nearer, the opulent villa revealed itself. A three-story structure with a broad first floor, a slightly smaller second floor, and a more petite third floor, creating a harmonious and staggered architectural design. Both the second and third floors featured expansive observation platforms, perfect for enjoying the breeze and the surrounding beauty. The villa's exterior exuded an air of understated elegance rather than ostentation, embodying a natural, relaxed, and rustic charm that complemented its surroundings. Upon arriving at the villa, a dedicated pavilion extended from the entrance, providing space for sightseeing vehicles to park. The group disembarked in succession and took a few steps forward to behold a vast swimming pool shimmering with azure waters, surrounded by a row of lounge chairs inviting relaxation. "Wow, what a magnificent pool!" A throng of voices buzzed around the poolside, each individual eagerly envisioning the joyful days of swimming and play that lay ahead. Han Yang's expression mirrored their aspirations. This truly felt like paradise. The villa was replete with every conceivable amenity, including a fully equipped kitchen, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioning, and television. Yi Xiaoqi continued to guide the group into the villa's interior, assuring them of a seamless move-in experience, akin to returning home. Indeed, Han Yang explored the two stories, growing increasingly content with each glance. Were the other 9 villas similarly appointed? Yes, apart from slight variations in appearance. The internal configurations remained largely unchanged. Which villa is the finest? Each possesses its unique charm. There is no singular best. Yu Xiaoqi paused momentarily before continuing, "For instance, this villa and the one nearby are the closest to the dock, catering perfectly to those who relish maritime adventures. At the easternmost end, 2 villas are situated on elevated terrain, offering breathtaking views of the sunrise over the sea. All right, ladies, let us proceed and discover more." Han Yang beckoned the group onward. They ventured eastward and soon arrived at the 2 villas Yu Xiaoqi had mentioned. The eastern side of the island featured elevated terrain, with a coastline adorned by rugged reefs. Here, Han Yang beheld several towering wind turbines. Additionally, there were a few precarious platforms, providing splendid vistas of the waves crashing against the rocks. Continuing southward, the landscape gradually leveled, revealing an endless expanse of golden sands along the coastline. This must be the origin of the island's name. Indeed, this beach graced the southern shore, serving as the island's most prominent attraction, with the surrounding waters remaining shallow. As the ladies disembarked from the vehicle, they cheered and raced towards the beach, laughter echoing in the air. "All 6 other villas are situated near this stretch of sand. Do you wish to explore them?" Han Yang inquired. "No need. Let us rest here for a while," he replied, reclining on a beach chair, with Yu Xiaoqi lying beside him. "What does Sun Wan Yu excel at?" Han Yang's seemingly random question elicited no surprise from Yu Xiaoqi. She observed the group frolicking on the beach and jested. "I hadn't anticipated that your companions would all be women. Even the zombies you control are female. No wonder you assured me that no other men would be allowed on the island without our consent. I can discern that the one named Qin Fong shares a special bond with you. She isn't your lover, is she?" Yu Xiaoqi posed the question with a tone of certainty, leaving no room for Han Yang's response. "The one called Shangguan Qingqing also gazes at you in a peculiar manner. And considering the 4 of us, TSK, on an island with 7 women and a single man, you wouldn't be treating us as your harem, would you? They are family." Han Yang asserted, unfazed by her teasing, emphasizing the point. Very well, family. Same meaning. Do you agree with this? Han Yang locked eyes with Yu Xiaoqiu. That depends on your actions, she replied. All right, we shall see. Han Yang shifted his gaze towards Sun Wanyu, who was not far away. Returning to the previous topic. What can Sun Wanyu accomplish? Since she has already become your taboo, does it still hold significance? She is family, and as family, there must be a division of labor. Each member is obliged to contribute to the household. I initially intended to save this for last. Yu Xiaoqiu hesitated for a moment but continued. Wanyu is a horticulturist. Originally working alongside her mother to oversee the planning and maintenance of greenery on the island. Ah, your company seems to have quite a strong nepotistic culture. Humph. We do not dismiss internal recommendations, provided the individual possesses genuine talent and skills. Do not underestimate Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu. They are both graduates of prestigious 985 universities and have been working alongside their parents on other real estate projects within our company for 2 to 3 years. Han Yang, a mere graduate from a low-ranking college, was momentarily speechless. In this light, it appears that these women possess higher academic qualifications than he does. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, academic credentials hold little weight. The one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Moreover, these women have all become part of his circle. With this thought, Han Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 74. Linglong Grass. Upon observing Han Yang's speechlessness, Yu Xiaoqiu continued. Not far to the east of the hotel, we have constructed a greenhouse. This serves the dual purpose of cultivating fresh flowers for our cherished customers and transplanting them to other areas of the island. Simultaneously, we have planted some organic vegetables and fruits within, allowing customers to visit and enjoy peace of mind while consuming them. I see. In the future, Sun Wanyu can manage this, and we shall have fresh vegetables to eat, Han Yang mused. Indeed, the responsibility for cultivation management lies with another individual, but alas, he has perished. Nevertheless, Sun Wanyu has some connection to planting. It should be manageable. Yu Xiaoqiu thought to herself. She was making considerable efforts to bolster their bargaining position, much like Zhao Jia, whose expertise primarily lay in electrical maintenance. Yet, with manuals and some self-study, one can learn and adapt, as the principles are somewhat similar. At the very least, they could communicate with the former colleagues. Possessing a modicum of understanding compared to Han Yang and his companions, who knew nothing at all. These thoughts flitted through Yu Xiaoqiu's mind before she returned to the matter that had been troubling her. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. This morning, when Wanyu went to harvest vegetables, she encountered a plant in the greenhouse that resembled the one you showed me yesterday. A luminescent plant. What? Han Yang suddenly straightened in surprise. Are you certain? I am quite certain. I personally went to see it. Indeed, it was a shimmering plant. Surrounded by what appeared to be fireflies, Yu Xiaoqiu described the appearance vaguely, causing Han Yang's heart to race. He had seen that plant before. It had cost him his life. Linglong Grass, Han Yang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he grasped Yu Xiaoqiu's delicate hand, eager to depart. Take me to see it. Wait, what about the others? Yu Xiaoqiu stumbled slightly from the force of his pull, shooting him a reproachful glance. Yet inwardly, she thought, it seems that plant is of great significance, perhaps even more so than the one that could awaken abilities. Yu Xiaoqiu contemplated whether to conceal the information from Han Yang, but she was unaware of its properties or how to utilize it. She feared that recklessly consuming it might lead to dire consequences. It was better to confide in Han Yang. If this plant could awaken abilities, and they already possessed one, it would be inappropriate to hoard it. Conversely, if its value surpassed that of the ability-awakening plant, then Han Yang would surely owe her a favor. Yu Xiaoqiu had confidence in her ability to read people. She believed Han Yang was not one to possess a narrow vision. Thus, she took a gamble. At the very least, they would secure an awakening plant. Right. And what about the others? Han Yang realized he had been too hasty. He turned to the group of women. Ladies, let us proceed to the next destination. What destination? Nan Nan, barefoot, approached eagerly. Xiaoqiu mentioned that there are 6 villas nearby. And if we continue westward, we will find another greenhouse filled with numerous flowers and vegetables. Let us first visit the greenhouse. And then we shall select a villa to move into. Is there a greenhouse? We must go, Nan Nan exclaimed with great enthusiasm. The group climbed into the vehicle once more, with Yu Xiaoqiu steering them directly towards the greenhouse. Along the way, they passed several villas. And Han Yang noted their proximity to the beach, resolutely deciding to choose one among them. This way, he would conveniently be able to witness the lovely ladies frolicking in their swimwear upon the shore. Soon, under Yu Xiaoqiu's guidance, they arrived at a towering glass structure. This greenhouse was entirely constructed of glass, standing approximately 4 meters high, extending around 100 meters in length, and spanning 20 to 30 meters in width. truly substantial in size. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dazzling array of beautiful plants, vibrant flowers competing for attention, and a significant expanse of vegetables and fruits, alongside soil-grown varieties. There were also sophisticated, soilless vegetables suspended in midair. The women were instantly enchanted upon entering. Han Yang, however, tugged at Yi Xiaokuei, urging her to lead him towards a plant resembling the linglong grass. After only a few steps, before Yi Xiaokuei could even provide a reminder, Han Yang's attention was abruptly captured by a minuscule plant, no larger than the palm of his hand. Its leaves were diminutive, smaller than a fingernail, yet thick and fleshy, reminiscent of succulent plants, with a translucent emerald green hue akin to fine jade. Despite its modest size, it boasted numerous leaves, with many branches sprouting from its petite form, resembling a blooming hydrangea, exquisitely delicate. Surrounding these leaves danced a soft, ethereal glow, visible even during the day, akin to the flickering of fireflies, seemingly drawing in some intangible energy. Indeed, it was the linglong grass. Han Yang strove to suppress his excitement, still in its seedling stage. It bore only one hole. Han Yang approached for a closer inspection. At the heart of the lush foliage, he discovered a tiny aperture. It was said that once matured, the linglong grass would possess 7 such apertures, resembling the lotus seed pod within a blossoming lotus flower. Hence, it was also known as the 7-hole linglong grass. Consumed by second-tier ability users, it offered a chance to advance to the 3rd tier. Even immature linglong grass, with 4 or more openings, when ingested by first-tier ability users, almost guaranteed a progression to the 2nd tier, unlike the mature corpse grass, which bore the risk of failure. Another new spiritual plant. At this moment, Nan also made the discovery, her exclamation drawing the other women over to observe. Is this truly a spiritual plant? Shangguan Qingqing, who had only heard of it before, was witnessing it for the first time, her face reflecting her realization. This plant is called a spiritual plant? As the discoverer, Sun Luanyu was only aware of its characteristics, not its precise name or purpose. She had merely identified its traits based on a rough description from Sister Xiaokuei. Now that it was confirmed, she was filled with curiosity about its potential benefits. Indeed, this exquisite and delicate grass shall be named linglong grass, Han Yang declared with certainty. Fong Fong, please fetch a flower pot. Certainly. Qin Fong understood Han Yang's intentions. She sought out an unoccupied flower pot nearby and, seizing a moment of distraction, buried a corpse core within it. These cores had been entrusted to her by Han Yang, as her abilities could prevent the corpse grass from suffering any accidental harm or demise. After covering it with a layer of soil, Qin Fong carefully carried the flower pot over. At that moment, Han Yang had already begun to excavate the linglong grass. With a dagger, he removed a portion of soil surrounding the grass and placed it into the pot that Qin Fong had brought. Here, you hold on to this linglong grass for now, but be cautious not to let it perish. Han Yang's expression was serious, and Qin Fong nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch. Subsequently, Han Yang turned his attention to Yi Xiaokuei. I appreciate your provision of this linglong grass. I shall not take it without offering something in return. Later, I will give you another one. A look of delight spread across Yi Xiaokuei's face. Chapter 75. Choosing a room very well, let us now select our accommodations. The group filed out and returned to the sightseeing vehicle, heading back to the 6 villas they had just passed. After viewing several, each villa boasted its own unique charm, making the choice quite challenging. Ultimately, it was Han Yang who made the decision, opting for the one situated in the center. His reasoning was straightforward. Not only was it in close proximity to the beach, but it also featured an indoor swimming pool. On the 3rd floor, there was an infinity pool, encased in transparent glass on 3 sides, offering a breathtaking view from within, as if suspended in midair. Yet, from the outside, one could see nothing within. He envisioned delightful moments with Qin Fong and Nan frolicking in the water. Brother Han, which room will you choose? Once the villa was confirmed, the group began selecting their rooms, with Nan being the first to inquire. All the women turned their gazes toward him. Han Yang scratched his nose and chuckled. I won't choose just yet. You all go ahead. Qin Fong, you may select first. Nan took Qin Fong by the hand, and they began to explore the various rooms. This villa featured 2 bedrooms on the 1st floor, 4 on the 2nd, and 1 on the 3rd. All equipped with ensuite bathrooms, some even with walk-in closets. The choices were dizzying. Eventually, Qin Fong chose a room on the eastern side of the 2nd floor, while Shangguan Qingqing selected one on the western side. The 2 central rooms were reserved for Nan and Han Yang. However, Han Yang thought to himself that he did not require a separate room. Sharing one with either Qin Fong or Nan would suffice. While the others were deciding on their rooms, Yi Xiaokuei stood beside Han Yang, wearing a knowing smile. I suppose you'll have quite the dilemma tonight. deciding which room to sleep in? There are still 4 vacant rooms here. If the 4 of you were to move in, I wouldn't have to choose at all. 1 room each day for a week without repetition. Han Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Yi Xiaokuei, defeated by his audacity, turned her attention away from him. Instead, she addressed the 3 women behind her. Since they have chosen their villa, let us select the adjacent one for mutual support. All right. Sister Xiaokuei, we will pack our bags and move over shortly. The 3 women responded in unison. Once the rooms were selected, Yi Xiaokuei led everyone back to the hotel entrance, while Han Yang drove the transport vehicle back to the villa. Yi Xiaokuei, along with Qin Lan, Zhao Jia, and Sun Lanyu, gathered their belongings in preparation to move next to Han Yang and his group. In truth, they had little to pack. When the virus outbreak occurred, Yu Xiaokuei had come with Qin Lan to inspect their future work environment and had not brought any luggage. This was why they had been wearing the hotel staff uniforms. Their original clothes had become dirty, and they had no replacements. Fortunately, the hotel had plenty of spare uniforms available for them to wear. Zhao Jia and Sun Lanyu did have a few changes of clothes, but even those were limited. After a brief packing session, the 4 women drove back to the villa area. They stowed their luggage and then offered their assistance to Han Yang and his group, who were already busy transporting supplies and weapons. Why are there so many weapons? Are they all real? Yi Xiaokuei was taken aback. Indeed, once we finish moving, you can select a weapon of your liking. Let us assist you. The 4 women were unable to carry heavy items, so they helped transport rice, flour, oil, and water. All supplies were placed in the kitchen and an adjacent vacant room. The weapons were temporarily moved to the basement, lined up in an orderly fashion, with ample hands. The work progressed swiftly, and soon the items were all relocated. Finally, we can rest. Nan Nan joyfully collapsed onto the soft sofa. I will go prepare lunch. It's already noon. After Chen Fong spoke, she stepped lightly into the kitchen. I'll help you. Qin Lan, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Sure. Thank you so much. I'll join too. Sun Wanyu and Zhao Jia hurried over as well. I would love to help, but I don't know how. Nan Nan cast a frustrated glance at the kitchen. Everyone has their strengths, and I am no exception. Yu Xiaokuei offered her consolation. That's true. Upon hearing this, Nan Nan immediately lay back down. Now is the perfect time. Let us hold a brief meeting before Lu Bin and Lu Li arrive in the afternoon for a formal one. Han Yang looked at Yu Xiaokuei and Shangguan Qingqing. All right. What matters need addressing? Yu Xiaokuei replied nonchalantly. Now that we have a place to stay, we can finally settle down, so we need to plan for the long term. The first point is the island as security. The only route to the outside world is that bridge, and there are hardly any zombies nearby. What security issues could there possibly be? Shangguan Qingqing inquired. I'm not worried about zombies. My main concern is people. Han Yang recounted the incident involving Zhu Haoming. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge after 10 years, while a petty person seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. Therefore, we must remain vigilant against Zhu Mingho. That makes sense, but the key lies in how to defend ourselves. Yu Xiaokuei joined the discussion. If I were to utilize my abilities, it would actually be quite simple. I can currently contract 9 zombies. If I were to distribute these zombies at the bridge, dock, and beach, areas prone to invasion, it could serve as effective surveillance and a degree of intimidation, thwarting the enemy. However, this would essentially tether me to the island. I have previously tested this. If the zombies are more than 5 kilometers away from me, I would lose effective control over them, potentially leading to them attacking the people on the island. Isn't it nice to stay on the island? With so many beautiful ladies accompanying you. Yu Xiaokuei teased. Please do not test my vulnerabilities. Han Yang shot her a glare and pouted. Now, moving on to the second point. Resource collection. How long can the supplies on the island sustain us? If it's just the 4 of us, with ample vegetables and minimal staple consumption, we should be able to last about a month. However, with you all added in. Yi Xiaokuei paused, her meaning abundantly clear. Thus, we must plan ahead. There aren't many people daring to roam outside at present. We must seize this opportunity to gather as many resources as possible, whether for personal use or exchange with others. One can never have too much. The true fear lies in scarcity. Among our group, only Nan Nan and I are capable of venturing out while ensuring our own safety. It is not that I look down upon the rest of you, but rather that you lack the requisite strength. Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Qingqing's eyes narrowed, though she refrained from speaking immediately. Mindful of the presence of outsiders and the need to maintain decorum, she deemed it necessary to grant this man some semblance of respect. What, then, is your suggestion? Yu Xiaokuei inquired, recognizing that this man must possess a strategy given his assertive demeanor. The most effective course of action would be to swiftly enhance your capabilities. Rather than simply guarding against thieves, it would be far better if each of you could eliminate any threat, thus alleviating any cause for concern. How can we rapidly augment our strength? Yushakiwei pondered, recalling a revelation from earlier while transporting weapons, her heart brimming with anticipation. Surely, you have sensed that Nan Nan and I possess extraordinary power. There must indeed be deeper implications. Yi Xiaokuei nodded to herself in silent agreement. Chapter 76. I was shallow indeed. I was just about to inquire on behalf of Qinlan. As fellow awakened beings, how is it that you and Nan Nan possess such formidable powers? Qinlan is only slightly stronger than us, perhaps not even surpassing an ordinary worker. When Yi Xiaokuei and the others were transporting weapons, they encountered a colossal axe adorned with intricate designs. Curiosity piqued. They wondered whether it was genuine, and if so, how much it weighed. They attempted to lift it, but found it utterly immovable. However, upon witnessing Nan Nan effortlessly hoist it with a grin, they were left astounded. It became evident that Nan Nan's awakening bestowed her with extraordinary abilities, as well as remarkable physical prowess. What astonished them further was Nan Nan's claim that Brother Han could lift it with just one hand as if it were a toy. Yi Xiaokuei immediately suspected that Han Yang and his companions had discovered some method to augment their strength. Her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at Han Yang. Those who have awakened their abilities experience a significant enhancement in their physical attributes, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Yet, such transformations are not instantaneous. They require gradual accumulation over time. Furthermore, targeted training is essential. Han Yang briefly elucidated the changes that occur after awakening. Such knowledge was commonplace in his previous life, yet remained unknown in the present. So, do you have any targeted training methods? Yushakiei suddenly grasped the concept. Yes. Allow me to reintroduce someone. Han Yang gestured towards Shangguan Qingqing. Not only is she an awakened being, but she is also a martial arts instructor, possessing a system of training that can swiftly enhance the abilities of those awakened. My intention is to have her oversee the training of all of you. Regardless of whether one has awakened, mastering the training regimen swiftly is imperative. Simultaneously, I wish for Qingqing to take charge of the island's security and defense. Han Yang paused, retrieving a handgun from his person and placing it on the coffee table, sliding it towards Qingqing. I believe that with this handgun, it will be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to harm you. He did not inquire whether she knew how to use it, for he was well aware of Shangguan Qingqing's capabilities. Her mental introspection allows her to understand her own bodily conditions better than anyone else. In terms of control and application of her muscles and bones, no one surpasses her. As for the handgun, it merely requires speed, accuracy, and stability, elements that are child's play for her. Shangguan Qingqing picked up the gun, skillfully handling it. As a martial arts enthusiast, she bore no aversion to modern weaponry. On the contrary, her knowledge surpassed Han Yang's. She simply refrained from collecting such items. Otherwise, her arsenal would not be limited to cold weapons alone. Do either of you have any objections? Yushakiei curiously surveyed Shangguan Qingqing, fully expecting no dissent. Rather, she welcomed it. Certainly. I have already observed that there are cameras at every intersection on the island, along with speakers playing music. If it is merely for alertness, these are sufficient. We only need to assign someone to monitor the situation, and if any strangers are spotted, they should immediately notify everyone to conceal themselves. I will handle it. Shangguan Qingqing's voice was cool, composed, and confident, leaving no room for doubt in Yi Xiaokuei's mind. She was a woman of action, one who could deliver on her promises. The surveillance is located on the first floor of the hotel, with a dedicated monitoring room where the broadcasting equipment is also situated. Typically, there are personnel present to oversee the operations. Yushakiei has confirmed the feasibility of Shangguan Qingqing's plan. As for the island's safety concerns, we will have Liu Bin and his associate remain vigilant at the service area by the shore. In case of an emergency, they can promptly retreat to the island. With this arrangement settled, Han Yang exhaled in relief. Regarding the second point I mentioned earlier, Nan and I will venture out tomorrow to gather supplies. While you all focus on enhancing your capabilities on the island, where shall we collect the supplies? Have you made a decision? Yushakiei inquired. I am not very familiar with this area. Do you have any suggestions? I actually know a splendid place, Yushakiei replied with a light chuckle. If you head west from our service area for about 3 to 4 kilometers, there is a large shopping mall. The basement houses a substantial supermarket. The first floor features mobile phones, electronics, jewelry, and cosmetics, while the second floor is dedicated to a children's playground and apparel. Yushakiei recounted the layout with great familiarity. Do you live around there? You seem quite knowledgeable. Han Yang had assumed that someone of her stature would not frequent such common establishments. I do not reside nearby. But that shopping complex belongs to our company. How naive of me. Typically, the mall opens after 9 a.m., so during the outbreak of the zombie virus, there should be no customers inside, only staff. Han Yang pondered for a moment. A shopping mall of that size would have around 100 employees, which is manageable. Given its proximity, it is the perfect choice. Once again, Having arranged a matter, Han Yang appeared more relaxed. How many corpse cores did you manage to collect yesterday? We gathered 5. Yu Xiaoqiu took out a bag from her purse, revealing 5 glistening crystals. Han Yang unceremoniously accepted them, as he did not possess such a quantity himself. The yin corpse grass and linglong grass are substantial consumers. And Sha and the mutated female zombies require a dose every few days. It seems I must specifically procure more corpse cores. Han Yang contemplated. He decided not to take the items without reciprocation and offered the yin corpse grass. In 3 days, it will grow 4 leaves and can be utilized. You all can determine the recipient at that time. Yi Xiaokuei's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the yin corpse grass. Realizing it was not the same one she had seen yesterday. This one had only just sprouted its second leaf, and the first had not fully matured. I wonder where they acquired this. While mulling this over, Yi Xiaokuei replied earnestly, "Good. This is a compensation for your contribution of linglong grass. The 5 corpse cores can also be exchanged for a single yin corpse grass, but we will have to discuss it further later." What a delightful surprise. Yu Xiaoqiu had initially thought he intended to take it without compensation. Most of those corpse cores were obtained from the zombies that Zhu Haoming and the others had eliminated. They were originally unexpected finds. However, after Han Yang's explanation, she immediately recognized the value of the corpse cores. This is certainly not merely for feeding the zombies, is it? Moreover, judging by his confident demeanor, it is evident that he expects to acquire more yin corpse grass in the future. Could it be that he has mastered the techniques of cultivation? Han Yang would never have imagined that his brief utterance would lead Yi Xiaokuei to deduce the truth with such accuracy. We shall keep this corpse flower in our possession for now, and after 3 days, we will return it to you, Han Yang declared as he placed the flower back in its original position. The 3 of them then engaged in further discussions regarding personnel arrangements, while Nan Nan remained an onlooker throughout the conversation. Finally, lunch was ready. The group convened in the dining room. The villa had been designed with the consideration of accommodating a large number of guests, featuring 2 dining tables, 1 large and 1 small. The small square table could comfortably seat 4 and also serve as a space for work, relaxation, or tea drinking. The large rectangular table, on the other hand, could easily accommodate 10 guests. At this moment, the dishes were being served, presenting an unprecedentedly lavish spread. Chapter 77, An Intricate Web in the 10 Days of the Apocalypse. Han Yang and his companions had consumed all their vegetables except for the potatoes. Their diet primarily consisted of canned meats and dried vegetables such as mushrooms, black fungus, and dried tofu, complemented by pickled vegetables and sausages. They varied their meals. Otherwise, their provisions would hardly suffice. However, the table now displayed an array of dishes including spicy green pepper with cured meat, tomato and egg stir-fry, 3 fresh vegetables, and mushu pork. Though modest in appearance and lacking in extravagant meats, these home-cooked meals represented the most bountiful feast the group had seen in recent days. Alongside rice, they enjoyed pancakes and fried dumplings prepared by Qin Lan, as well as some pastries made earlier. The only drawback was the scarcity of meat. This reminded Han Yang that while eggs and milk were still obtainable and not close to expiration, fresh meat was no longer accessible. They could only resort to canned sausages and cured meats. It seemed imperative to consider raising some poultry and livestock in the future. Nan Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As everyone took their seats, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Finally, it's time to eat. I was starving. Don't hold back, everyone. We are all family. Her impatience elicited smiles from the others, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Fang Jie's cooking is still as delightful as ever, Nan Nan generously praised. And Lan Jie's dishes are quite commendable too. Her compliments flowed freely, and soon, lunch was swiftly devoured, leaving the women thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, Yu Xiaoqiu, Nan Nan, and Qing Qing proactively helped clear the table while Chen Fang and Qin Lan enjoyed a moment of respite. Through their midday cooking interaction, Chen Fang and Qin Lan had grown more familiar with Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu. Particularly, during the meal, Qin Lan and Chen Fang engaged in lively discussions about the art of making pastries. Qin Lan, usually reserved, was seen sharing laughter with Chen Fang, drawing Han Yang's attention repeatedly. Isn't Lan Lan's smile enchanting? Yu Xiaoqiu teased as she approached him. Let me share a secret. Lan Lan has never had a boyfriend. Do you have any thoughts on that? Han Yang shot her a glance, bemused by her audacity to toy with her friend's affections. Right now, you intrigue me the most. I heard you also haven't had a boyfriend? Han Yang inhaled sharply. You 2 stunning beauties are no longer young. It's quite unusual that neither of you has ever dated. Are you perhaps a couple? Yi Xiaokuei, far from offended, wore an alluring smile. Aren't you already one of us? She teased. That night, when I visit your room, we can't just talk. We must put our words into action. All right, but only if you agree to one thing. What is it? Han Yang replied eagerly, his mind racing with possibilities. Indeed, This woman always had ulterior motives. Tomorrow, when you go to that shopping mall, there's a commercial building nearby. Could you help me find someone while you're there? Is this person a family member? Exactly. This woman was truly a master of manipulation. It was clear she had devised her plan upon hearing him mention gathering supplies. Han Yang paused in contemplation. Indeed, there is no need for such formality. When it comes to finding family, you may simply inform me, and I shall not decline. Upon hearing this, Yu Shakue's flirtatious demeanor faded, revealing a genuine smile. Thank you, but no need for thanks. You mentioned coming to my place tonight. Is that still valid? Yu Shakue rolled her eyes. I was beginning to feel a bit of fondness. It is settled. Once you return safely, come to my room tonight. Yu Shakue mused inwardly. At that time, I shall be sharing the space with Lan Lan, and with no one else present. Let us see how you manage. Yu Shakue then showed Han Yang the specific location and the photograph of the person they were searching for. As he had surmised, it was indeed Yu Shakue's father, the chairman of the Xinjiang group. Perhaps we should temper our expectations, Han Yang cautioned. An office building is a place where survival is exceedingly grim, teeming with the undead. Even if one were to miraculously survive, sustenance would be scarce. Those who manage to escape are either exceptionally resilient or incredibly fortunate. I understand, but I still wish to confirm. Han Yang chose not to press further. At that moment, Lu Bin and Lu Li finally arrived. Yu Shaoqiye had left a message at the hotel entrance to inform them that everyone was gathered there. Once Lu Bin and his companions entered, Han Yang clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. Now that we are all assembled, let us officially convene this meeting. Firstly, we shall introduce ourselves, and secondly, I will outline our future plans and personnel arrangements. Han Yang introduced Chen Fong and Shangwan Qingqing to Lu Bin and Lu Li. Having learned from Nanan's experience, Lu Bin was exceedingly humble, addressing everyone as sister. After everyone had made their introductions, Han Yang announced the discussions held earlier with Yi Xiaokuei and Shangwan Qingqing, delineating clear responsibilities for each member. Han Yang and Nanan were designated as one team, temporarily tasked with gathering supplies, accompanied by Xia Xia and the mutated female zombie. Zhao Jia was assigned to maintain the island's facilities, while Sun Wanyu would oversee the cultivation and care of vegetables. Chen Fong, serving as a part-time doctor, would also prepare meals for everyone, with Qin Lan assisting her. It was then revealed to the group that Chen Fong's awakened ability was healing. Upon witnessing her public demonstration, where wounds healed completely without a trace, the women were ecstatic. Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu even pulled Chen Fong aside to discreetly confirm something. Han Yang overheard them discussing whether scars from past injuries could be healed. Scars cannot be restored. New wounds must be inflicted, he thought, bemused. Women will endure any hardship for beauty. Even Shangwan Qingqing appeared somewhat intrigued. Han Yang shook his head. He had intentionally showcased Chen Fong's ability to categorize her among the logistical personnel, ensuring her maximum safety. Her capacity to heal spiritual plants was undeniably vital. Meanwhile, Qin Lan's abilities were well suited for combat, prompting Han Yang to consider training her as a reserve combatant under Shangwan Qingqing's careful guidance for rapid development, followed by his personal mentorship for a time. For now, she would focus on training and assisting with meal preparation, while Shangwan Qingqing would oversee the island's defense and training of the group. Yu Shuqiwei is responsible for the overall management of supplies, while Han Yang is away. She collaborates with Shangwan Qingqing to oversee all affairs on the island. Lu Bin and Lu Li are tasked with the defensive vigilance of the service area on shore, managing their own food supplies. There is a cafeteria on the shore, which will allocate some provisions for the two of them, as neither of them possesses special abilities. And due to the limited manpower available, their primary focus is on maintaining vigilance. Should any unusual circumstances arise, they are to retreat to the island immediately. That is essentially all. If anyone has valuable suggestions, please share. If not, shall we proceed to learn the body-strengthening techniques that can enhance our power? Let us hasten, for I am somewhat impatient. Yi Xiaokuei eagerly rubbed her hands together. The matters previously discussed by Han Yang had already been addressed, and she is now eager to advance to the next step. Very well, then Qingqing will take charge from here. Han Yang smacked his lips, reluctantly stepping back, still yearning for more. Chapter 78. Not quite like that. Shangwan Qingqing first led everyone to the basement, where they gazed at the array of splendid weapons displayed on the ground. She said, each of you may select a weapon, while learning the body forging technique. I will also teach you the art of weaponry. Lu Bin was astonished by the multitude of weapons. In an instant, he understood the origin of the weapons he had previously seen Han Yang and Nan wielding. May we choose freely? He inquired. Indeed. Select what piques your interest and practice for a time. If it proves unsuitable, you may exchange it. Thus, everyone stepped forward, picking their favored weapons. Surprisingly, Qin Lan was the first to make her selection, a broadsword. The broadsword, also known as the Bo Dao, emerged during the Song dynasty, frequently appearing in tales such as Water Margin or other martial arts novels, primarily wielded by those of the Jianghu. The one Qin Lan chose was a short-handled broadsword, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a blade around 70 centimeters long, though not classified as a long weapon due to its length. It surpassed typical short weapons. Its appearance bore resemblance to a saber, but in comparison, it featured a larger blade proportion. Straddling the line between a saber and a single-edged sword, it required two hands to wield, utilizing the weight of the blade itself to cleave through adversaries. Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Qingqing nodded to herself. The swordplay was straightforward to master and particularly suited for dispatching zombies, surpassing the Tang sword chosen by Nan Nan in utility. Lu Bin soon made his choice as well, opting for a spear, akin to the one Han Yang had, albeit not the all-metal variant. Rather, it was a spear with a white waxwood shaft. Before long, the others had made their selections. Although they were not limited to merely 18 types of weaponry, the practical options were few. Some weapons, like the meteor hammer, were ill-suited for combating zombies. Mishandling it could lead to self-inflicted injuries. Other options included whips, clubs, and the like. Ultimately, Yu Xiaoqiye chose a versatile Han sword, while Zhao Jia selected a large cleaver reminiscent of those seen in film and television. Sun Luanyu opted for a blade, a horse-slaying saber, and Lu Li picked a steel fork, which could complement Lu Bin's efforts, one to ensnare and the other to stab. After selecting their weapons, Shangguan Qingqing led everyone outside onto the asphalt road of the villa. The island was adorned with lush trees and abundant shade, rendering the heat less oppressive. The sea breeze wafted through, bestowing a refreshing coolness. Nan Nan, you will demonstrate. Everyone, pay close attention. Shangguan Qingqing instructed, arranging the group into two lines. She then had Nan Nan step forward to begin the demonstration. With each move practiced, she prompted everyone to follow suit, highlighting key points and correcting any mistakes, including those made by Nan Nan herself. Han Yang and Chen Feng humbly adjusted their techniques as well. The entire afternoon was spent learning a set of movements, albeit with some difficulty. Yu Xiaoqiye, Qin Lan, and Lu Li exhibited the most rapid and proficient learning, particularly Qin Lan, who felt a noticeable increase in her physical strength and vitality. Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu progressed at a more moderate pace, requiring additional practice to familiarize themselves with the movements. Lu Bin's progress was the slowest. He barely managed to complete the movements, with numerous errors still lingering. However, Lu Li assured him with a pat on her chest that she would guide him in enhancing his training upon their return. Subsequently, the two made their way back to the shore before darkness fell. At long last, a well-deserved respite. How about a swim? After a satisfying dinner, Nan Nan, feeling content and stretching her waist, proposed the idea. Han Yang's eyes brightened at her suggestion. We don't have swimsuits, so that's that. Yu Xiaoqiye lamented. Han Yang felt even more regretful than the others. How can we be without swimwear? No. Tomorrow, the first item on our list must be swimsuits. Fine then. Fengjia, Qingjia, surely you both have swimsuits? Let us swim upstairs. I'll pass. I didn't bring mine. Shangguan Qingqing declined. I'll accompany you. Chen Feng, unable to bear the sight of Nan Nan's disappointment, took her hand. Yay. Then we shall return to rest for now. The four girls, seeing this, bid farewell and returned to their villa. With the living room now empty, Han Yang prepared to head upstairs. Two swimsuits are quite splendid. It would be a shame to miss out. Besides, both of them are well acquainted with me. Who knows what might unfold in the pool? Wait. I have something to discuss with you. Shangguan Qingqing suddenly called out to him. What is it? Oh right. Earlier you mentioned wanting to surprise me. Han Yang suddenly recalled. Are you giving it to me now? If it's not urgent, you can wait a bit. It's not that matter. Shangguan Qingqing's expression remained unchanged. Then what is it? Han Yang inquired, puzzled. During lunch, you remarked that we are all too weak, and I cannot agree. That was merely a slip of the tongue. You needn't pay it any heed. Han Yang shook his head. We've wasted enough time. We must hurry upstairs. I am very much concerned. Truly, you needn't be. Upon Han Yang's words, he attempted to leave but was halted by Shangguan Qingqing. Though I acknowledge your strength, I do not consider myself weak. Strength and weakness can only be determined through competition. Sister, must it be this way? If you cannot satisfy me, then you shall not ascend. The implications of her words were quite ambiguous. Yet, upon observing Shangguan Qingqing's serious demeanor and her unprecedentedly bright eyes, Han Yang understood she was not jesting. I have honed skills solely for vanquishing zombies. We are incomparable. Are you afraid of injuring me? Shangguan Qingqing felt belittled, her expression growing colder. That was not my intention. Isn't it true that you wish to go upstairs to see them in their swimsuits, perhaps to take advantage? If you defeat me in a contest, I shall gladly let you look. And no, it's not like that. Han Yang was taken aback. So do you agree? But you lack swimwear, right? Wouldn't you be even more excited without it? Shangwan Qingqing's expression remained impassive. I believe that a bit of sparring could greatly benefit our mutual progress. Where shall we go? This place isn't suitable. Even such a calm individual as Shangwan Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes at this comment. Let us head to the beach. That's a splendid idea, but let us agree on one thing. No weapons, as I fear I might inadvertently injure you. This time, Han Yang's expression grew serious. He was not jesting. He wielded his weapon solely to pierce or strike at the zombies' brains. When it came to battling opponents, the identity of the enemy mattered little. However, should one of his own fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation and persist recklessly, there would be no room for regret. Very well, then let us engage in hand-to-hand combat. Without weapons, your chances of defeating me are even slimmer. Shangwan Qingqing nodded in agreement. The way those words were spoken made it seem as though there was an expectation for my victory. Han Yang murmured to himself. The two proceeded towards the beach. At the edge of the shoreline stood a row of solar-powered streetlights, casting a faint glow upon the surrounding area. They did not venture too close to the water, as the darkness rendered it inconvenient for their maneuvers. Oh, is that Brother Han and Sister Qingqing? What could they be up to? On the third floor of the villa, two figures resembling mermaids glided gracefully through the waters of the infinity pool. Chapter 79. A departure from chivalry in the luxurious villa's third floor. Within the boundless expanse of the swimming pool, Nan Nan donned a delicate white floral one-piece swimsuit. The upper half featured slender straps, while the lower half gracefully draped to the thighs. Her long, elegant legs joyfully stirred the water. Meanwhile, Chen Fong wore an ethereal pink one-piece, her lower half also a skirt, but the upper half was uniquely designed, with two cups crossing over each other, reminiscent of fabric tied at the back. Adorning her shoulders were flowing ribbons, enhancing her celestial allure. At that moment, she glided through the water like a mermaid. Upon hearing Nan Nan's words, Chen Fong glanced towards the beach and indeed spotted two figures, Han Yang and Shangwan Qingqing. They stood in a tense standoff beside solar-powered streetlights. Surely they won't engage in a fight? Chen Fong expressed her concern. Hee, it's quite possible. Nan Nan chuckled mischievously. Recalling Qingqing's peculiar gaze towards Han Yang, an expression that conveyed recognition of a rival, a thrill at the sight of a kindred spirit. Sister Qingqing had always been captivated by martial arts, seeking a partner who could spar with her. Before Nan Nan could finish her thought, the two adversaries on the beach sprang into action. The live Shangwan Qingqing was the first to strike, leveraging her long legs to unleash a series of mid to high kicks. Han Yang retreated in haste, narrowly dodging, and only managed to block her third kick instinctively, countering with a swift kick of his own, which Qingqing skillfully intercepted. Yet, Han Yang's force was considerable, making it no easy task for her to deflect. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yang swung his left arm, aiming a blow at her head. Unfazed, Shangwan Qingqing reacted with remarkable speed, executing a right-hand upper block while her left hand surged forward, striking Han Yang's abdomen, followed by a right-hand punch that landed squarely on his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. As Qingqing halted her onslaught, she unleashed another left-hand punch to his abdomen, complemented by a right elbow strike that collided with his face. The fluidity and ferocity of her movements were breathtaking, leaving Han Yang momentarily stunned. By the time he gathered himself, Qingqing had seized his right hand, executing a shoulder throw that lifted him off the ground. As he soared through the air, Han Yang instinctively grasped at Qingqing's clothing in a desperate attempt to steady himself. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in tandem with the thud of his body hitting the ground. His grasp finally halted Qingqing's advance, and she instinctively covered her chest, refraining from further pursuit. After landing, Han Yang quickly rolled to his feet and retreated a few steps, internally relieved. Fortunately, he had activated Sasha's defensive capabilities, enhancing his resilience against blows. Otherwise, after just a few strikes, an ordinary person would have been left dazed on the ground. The force of Shangwan Qingqing was formidable, especially with her punch and elbow strike that had struck him squarely in the face. Han Yang felt as though his nose was bleeding. I am no match for her, he sighed. However, he was soon captivated by Shangwan Qingqing's movements. Just moments ago, his grasp had fortuitously caught her collar. As he fell, the immense force he exerted tore the t-shirt's neckline apart. The fabric, wide as a palm, ripped down to the last thread still attached at the very bottom. It was this that caused Shangwan Qingqing to halt her subsequent actions, instinctively covering her chest. Yet, she quickly lowered her hand and removed the now tattered t-shirt, leaving her upper body clad only in a beige bra, revealing her athletic physique. For the first time, Han Yang realized the grandeur concealed beneath her loose clothing. He swiftly wiped away the blood from his nose, invigorated by the sight. I can still fight. Their initial clash, though it seemed prolonged, transpired in mere moments. In Chen Fong's eyes, it appeared as though Qingqing had suddenly advanced, delivering a few kicks to Han Yang, who managed to evade them. Han Yang countered, but instead found himself on the receiving end of a flurry of punches from Qingqing, culminating in a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Yet, for Han Yang, the encounter was far more intricate. Shangguan Qingqing's movements were fluid, her strikes ferocious, entirely unlike the sensation he had experienced with the zombies before. In close combat, he was utterly outmatched. I must devise a strategy to leverage my strengths. However, before Han Yang could contemplate further, Shangguan Qingqing shed her clothing and charged at him once more. Dreadful, this is too fierce. Han Yang was momentarily entranced by her physique, only to be jolted back to reality after enduring 2 kicks. Shangguan Qingqing was tall, with long, straight legs that were both swift and powerful. Han Yang found himself in a defensive stance, struggling to parry her attacks. Though her skin lacked the fairness of Nan Nan and Chen Fang, it glistened with a sheen. Taut and resilient, accentuated by her occasionally flexing muscles, presenting an unusual yet appealing athleticism. No, this is not the time to admire such sights. I must contemplate a winning strategy. If victorious, I shall have ample time to appreciate later. A punch to his head jolted Han Yang's senses. I must restrain her limbs to nullify her fighting techniques, thus granting me a chance to prevail. As thought swirled in his mind, a sudden idea emerged. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can defeat a master. Although I lack combat skills, I can resort to sheer chaos. The mantra is simply 4 words: cling and entangle. Realizing his strength surpassed hers, he resolved to ensnare her limbs. Without hesitation, after several rounds of combat, Han Yang had become somewhat familiar with Qingqing's techniques. Spotting an opportunity, as Qingqing launched an uppercut, he forsook defense, allowing himself to be struck before seizing her wrist with relentless grip. With one hand captured, she attempted to counter with her other fist. Han Yang, relying on his resilience, absorbed the blow and swiftly grasped her other wrist. With both hands ensnared, Qingqing remained composed, driving her knee into him. Han Yang, holding her hands down to block, thwarted her efforts. Qingqing struggled to free herself, as though trapped in a vice. Observing Han Yang's triumphant smile, she let out a dismissive snort. Suddenly, his head collided violently with Han Yang's nose, causing an intense sting that precipitated an uncontrollable flow of tears. You lack martial virtue, he yearned to exclaim. Yet, before he could utter a word, his foot was abruptly tripped, sending his body spiraling backward. At that moment, had he released his grip, he might have maintained his balance or supported himself upon landing. However, Han Yang refrained from doing so, fully aware that if he let go, the vigilant Qingqing would undoubtedly thwart his efforts. If he was to fall, then they would fall together. Han Yang clung tightly, as he felt himself tipping over, exerting all his strength to pull Qingqing down with him. Shangguan Qingqing attempted to regain her balance, but Han Yang's strength far surpassed hers, ultimately resulting in her crashing onto him. In the instant they hit the ground, Han Yang ensnared Qingqing's lower body with his legs, ensuring her limbs were firmly restrained, leaving her with no possibility of movement. He feared she might employ ground joint techniques such as the rear naked choke, triangle choke, or the crosslock, among others. Thus, he took preemptive action. In close combat, he had never feared anyone. Chen Fang and Nan Nan could attest to that. Chapter 80. Rapid growth. Shangguan Qingqing flailed her arms and twisted her body, attempting to break free from Han Yang's grip by striking him with her elbows. Her legs kicked wildly as she rolled around, yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, Han Yang remained silent, clinging to her like an octopus. You rogue! Shangguan Qingqing exclaimed in frustration. As long as I can win, Han Yang chuckled. Despite the pain he endured, their entangled forms pressed closely together, creating a sensation that was both agonizing and pleasurable. Their positions were exceedingly intimate, and an unsuspecting observer might mistake their antics for something inappropriate. Are they all right? Within a nearby villa, Nan Nan and Chen Fang continued to watch the unfolding battle. Noticing the pair had fallen to the ground and remained there, Chen Fang expressed concern. Nan Nan scoffed. What could possibly happen to them? Their clothes are practically off. With a dismissive murmur, Nan Nan declared, let's not watch them anymore. Let us continue swimming. On the beach, Han Yang noticed Qingqing had ceased her struggles. His chest heaved with exertion as he couldn't help but steal a glance. Up close, she truly was impressive. Not inferior to Chen Fang, and slightly less so than Nan Nan. Her height and casual attire had concealed her attributes until now. Surely AC Cup. Have you finished looking? Qingqing's tone was cool as she spoke. One can never gaze enough. Her retort left her momentarily speechless. Let me go. Not a chance. We haven't determined the victor yet. Does that even matter? Of course it does. It pertains to our agreement. Han Yang asserted confidently. You have looked and touched. You've surpassed what was agreed upon. Qingqing shot back irritably. That's different. The agreement was about viewing the swimsuit or none at all. But you're still wearing one. Just as Han Yang finished speaking, he heard a grinding sound. When he looked back at Qingqing, He saw her white teeth flash as she bit down sharply on his shoulder. Ah, you're attempting to murder your husband. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ching-Ching's spite was akin to sinking into leather, compounded by the grains of sand that made her teeth ache. Why is your skin so tough? No wonder you showed no reaction after being struck for so long, she realized suddenly. But it was stated that one couldn't use their abilities. Indeed. It had not been mentioned. If you were to genuinely win based on your own skills, I wouldn't mind treating you as my woman. What? Han Yang felt a jolt of awareness. You don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts, do you? Just take a look at your team, especially on the island. Out of 8 people, 7 are women. Even the controlled zombies are female. Chen Fong and Nan Nan obviously share a close bond with you. That Yi Xiaokuei also appears to have an ambiguous relationship with you. Add to that the way others perceive me. Your intentions are so transparent that even Lu Bin outside the island can hear them. Which woman here is not aware of it? Even Nan Nan can discern it. Though they are aware, it remains an unspoken understanding. In order to make me willingly concede, you must first triumph over me. Really? I bear no ill will towards you. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could entangle me so effortlessly? Am I unable to escape? Chivalry may defy taboos, yet martial prowess is synonymous with lethal skill. Just as you would hesitate to wield a weapon against me, I too cannot engage you with full force. Of course, your own attributes play a role in this. Your physique is exceedingly robust, particularly in strength and resilience, rendering my typical maneuvers ineffective. I maintain that true combat is far from genteel. Striking eyes, digging nostrils, seizing fruits. Executing bear choke holds and cross locks. Only through relentless measures can one achieve efficacy. So, may I now be released? Han Yang contemplated briefly before loosening his grip. Teacher Ching-Ching, please instruct me in martial arts. Han Yang declared earnestly. What scheme is brewing now? I merely wish to enhance myself. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at her long legs. The sensation from their previous entanglement lingered vividly. Those long legs, if only they could rest upon my shoulders. How invigorating that would be. Ah, to learn from me, then defeat me, only to have me become your woman. What a meticulous calculation. Shall I commend you with a 666? A light chuckle escaped from Shangwan Ching-Ching. So do you agree? Han Yang was aware that his fleeting thoughts could hardly elude her perception. I agree, but I was quite dissatisfied just now. I must first land a blow to release my frustration. Ching-Ching flexed her wrist. Her hands somewhat clumsy from being gripped by him. What if we employed an alternative method of combat? I assure you it will be gratifying. Han Yang rubbed his nose, still feeling a twinge of pain. Upon hearing this, Ching-Ching recalled their previous mental duel, her body quivering slightly. This was also a reason for her lack of aversion towards Han Yang. The imprint on her mind was profound, fostering an inexplicable fondness for him. Yet, she held steadfast to her principles and would not easily relent. Defeat me, and you may do as you please. My previous remarks about striking you were not intended for revenge. You possess remarkable combat instincts. I believe traditional methods will not suffice in teaching you. Your growth will be accelerated through real combat. Upon hearing this, Han Yang found merit in her words. Very well. What shall we do? A smile unconsciously graced Ching-Ching's lips. Quite simple. I shall attack, and you shall defend. Given your formidable defense, I can confidently utilize certain techniques. After several rounds, I will elucidate the key principles of my movements. Han Yang took a deep breath. All right, let us begin. He assumed a defensive stance. Shangguan Ching-Ching's gaze shifted immediately. Becoming sharper than when they first sparred, she afforded him no time to prepare, launching 2 high whip kicks aimed directly at his face. Following swiftly was a spinning kick, all targeting vital areas of his head. Unlike the initial middle to high kicks directed at his chest, this onslaught exuded intensity. Han Yang felt the pressure mounting. He struggled to fend off her attacks, blocking one of her moves reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches, before he could no longer contain a cry of frustration. Do not strike here. What if it gets damaged? Enough of the nonsense. If it breaks, let Chen Fong handle it. Frustration coursed through Han Yang as a moment of distraction enveloped him. In that fleeting instant, Shangguan Ching-Ching delivered a powerful blow that sent him soaring through the air. With a resounding thud, Han Yang crashed to the ground, feeling as though his entire body had been disassembled, his internal organs seemingly displaced. Had it not been for Shasha's defensive abilities, that single strike might have sent him directly to meet the Buddha. Gasping for breath, Han Yang struggled to rise. Now, let me explain the move you just encountered, Ching-Ching said, approaching him to elucidate the technique in detail. She frequently demonstrated the movements, breaking down the countermeasures for him. This fresh perspective opened Han Yang's eyes. Certain instinctive actions he had previously executed began to align with the principles she was teaching. The coordination of shoulders and hips, elbows and knees, hands and feet, if he could master these elements. As he absorbed her teachings with growing enthusiasm, He felt a burgeoning sense of capability and eagerly initiated a second round. Yet again, he was met with a resounding defeat. Their training continued deep into the night. And only when Qingqing felt satisfied did she finally cease her instruction. After a night of spirited combat, Han Yang experienced rapid development. From his initial panicked responses, he had evolved into a more strategic combatant, occasionally employing what he had learned to mount counterattacks that left Qingqing reeling. She lacked his formidable defensive strength. And Han Yang was convinced that with just a few more days of such rigorous training, he would be able to engage in a reciprocal exchange with Qingqing. Victory was merely a matter of time. Chapter 81. A gentle breeze today concludes our endeavors, and I am quite content. Let us strive for even greater achievements tomorrow. For I eagerly await your triumph over me. Qingqing never forgets to offer him encouragement and express her anticipation. The two walk side by side back home, discussing how practicing their martial skills will also aid in their battle against the zombies. Weapons are merely extensions of one's limbs, historically. Martial arts were always utilized in conjunction with weapons. Thus, the better one hones their physical prowess, the more adeptly they shall wield their arms. As they converse, they return to the villa, where most of the lights are dimmed. Chen Fong and Nan have already retired for the night. Han Yang feels a tinge of regret for missing their swimsuit showcase. He then turns his gaze toward Qingqing, whose half-bare torso is dusted with sand, obscuring her skin and masking her exquisite contours. Han Yang laments, with all that sand on you, you look quite unkempt. Shall I help you wash it off? Qingqing rolls her eyes in response, ignoring him as she retreats to her own room. How delightful it would be not to lift a finger, Han Yang mutters to himself. He then ponders where he should sleep. He recalls that his belongings were placed in the first room on the left on the second floor. However, sleeping alone seems rather dull. After glancing at his own soiled attire, he decides to return to his room for a quick wash. Upon entering the bathroom and gazing into the mirror, Han Yang is struck by the extent of his injuries. His face, hands, legs, and body bear an array of bruises. With Sasha's enhanced defensive capabilities, it is evident that Qingqing fought with remarkable ferocity. Yet he feels that it was all worthwhile. Not only has his combat experience grown, but his physical fitness has also improved, despite not having practiced any body-strengthening techniques. All things considered, this is a positive development. After a brief cleaning, Han Yang dons fresh clothing and steps out of his room. He first approaches the westernmost room, turning the doorknob, but to his dismay, it does not budge. Why has Fong locked the door? That's a rather poor habit. Reluctantly, he returns to the adjacent room, this time successfully entering. Inside, the air conditioning hums softly as Nan lies peacefully in bed, already asleep in her usual domineering position. Han Yang gently nudges her legs inward and climbs into bed, wrapping his arms around her. Her smooth, cool skin against him is incredibly comforting. Suddenly, Nan stirs awake, her eyes still hazy as she recognizes Han Yang, and she pouts playfully. Big Radish, what do you mean by that? He replies, bewildered. Aren't you with Qingqing? I even saw you two rolling around on the beach without your clothes. We were merely sparring. Just look at how she has beaten me. Han Yang points to the bruises marring his face. Humph, you deserve it. Nan retorts, poking at his wounds. Ouch, does it hurt? It wasn't painful before, but now it certainly is. Han Yang feigns a pitiful expression. Shall I blow on it for you? Nan offers, her rosy lips hovering near his face as she gently blows, the warm air brushing against his cheek, carrying a sweet fragrance. It tickles. How does it feel? Better? Nan inquires. Much improved, but it still hurts here. Han Yang pointed to another spot. Only then did Nan notice the numerous bruises scattered across his body. Oh, did Qingqing hit you that hard? I clearly told her to go easy on you. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Nan averted her gaze. Well, it's just that Qingqing mentioned wanting to find a chance to spar with you, and I advised her to be gentle. I didn't expect that you two would end up rolling around on the beach. As she continued, Nan grew more assertive. Han Yang found it both amusing and exasperating as he began to piece together the situation. Look at how badly she has beaten me. You must compensate me. Then I shall blow on it for you. Han Yang pointed to his mouth. Look, it's swollen. Nan took a closer look and indeed noticed some swelling, along with a slight cut. In truth, it was a result of Han Yang biting himself when he fell. All right then. Nan leaned closer to his mouth, gently blowing on it. Han Yang closed his eyes in enjoyment, ultimately unable to resist leaning in. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, early in the morning, after a beneficial activity for both body and mind, Han Yang and Nan finished washing up and exited their room. Outside, the sky was already bright. In the kitchen, Chen Fong was busy at work. Qin Lan had arrived at some point, assisting her in preparing breakfast. Good morning, Sister Fong, Sister Lan. Good morning. Why are you up so late today? This isn't like you. Chen Fong teased. Nan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Han Yang. It's all this guy's fault. He made me practice dance fundamentals first thing in the morning. Where are Qing Qing and Xiao Kuei? Han Yang changed the subject. They went for their morning training early on. Lan Lan is helping me with breakfast, so she didn't go. Han Yang felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. He stepped out of the villa and indeed spotted several women in the training area from the previous day, practicing their body conditioning. This made Han Yang feel somewhat ashamed. Ever since advancing to the second tier, have I been too neglectful of my training? No, I do have morning exercises every day. They are quite exhausting. Not to mention, I also have to serve as a punching bag for Qing Qing at night. With this thought, his shame dissipated, and he began to observe the results of the women's training. Quite impressive. Their postures are elegant and pleasing to the eye. However, their attire does seem somewhat cumbersome. When preparing for training yesterday, upon learning that Yi Xiao Kuei and the others lacked suitable clothing, Qing Qing generously offered them several of her training outfits. Being tall with a larger frame, Qing Qing's clothes concealed the girls' attractive figures. Swimwear, yoga attire, must be prepared. Xiao Kuei and the others lacked change of clothes. They also needed some women's underwear, loungewear, sanitary pads. A myriad of necessities flashed through Han Yang's mind, giving him a slight headache. Having more women does complicate matters. If it were men, 2 sets of clothes would suffice. In this post-apocalyptic world, there shouldn't be so many considerations. But women are different, especially when they are his own. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and the women who had gone out to train were called back. The group joyfully shared a delightful breakfast together. After a brief respite, Han Yang and Nan prepared to embark on their quest for supplies. The well-being of the island was entrusted to Yi Shakie and Shangguan Qingqing. All right. You all may carry on with your tasks without concern for us. We shall endeavor to return tonight. If not, fret not, for we shall surely return by tomorrow at the latest, Han Yang reassured them. After bidding farewell to the ladies, he and Nan, accompanied by Sasha and the mutated female zombie, boarded the escort vehicle and set off towards the island's perimeter. As they passed a service area, they spotted Lu Bin and Lu Li practicing their physical training. Upon seeing Han Yang, they hurried over. Brother Han, are you heading out? They asked. Indeed. Nan and I are off to gather supplies from a nearby mall. Please keep a vigilant watch over the place. Han Yang replied. Understood. Take care. They responded as the escort vehicle continued on its way. The zombies near the service area were scarce, having been cleared by Yi Xiao Kuei along with the ladies and Lu Bin before their arrival the previous day. Driving smoothly, Han Yang reached the coastal highway, where he finally encountered some zombies. From here to the supermarket, we must clear the path little by little. This will facilitate our future supply transport, he noted. Brother Han, shall I take the wheel? Suggested Nan. Chapter 82. As long as there are women, Han Yang hesitated for a moment. After contemplating, he realized that he would inevitably need to drive back to transport supplies. Having 2 vehicles would enhance their efficiency. Moreover, the current state of the roads, where one could drive freely and even collide without consequence, was ideal for learning to drive. Thus, he parked the car by the roadside. He began by instructing Nan on the accelerator, clutch, and brake, followed by a simulation of gear operation. Once she had practiced sufficiently, he started the vehicle and set off slowly in first gear. Nan exhibited a remarkable talent for driving and quickly grasped the controls. They traveled south for a kilometer. Reaching an intersection, Xiao Kuei mentioned that by proceeding west for 3 or 4 kilometers, they would arrive at a mall, where they could expect to encounter a fair number of zombies along the way. When the zombies are attracted, you will stay in the car while I go down to clear them out. Then you can join me to keep watch, he instructed. All right. Nan, still exhilarated from just having learned to drive, was eager to continue her practice and did not object. Indeed, as soon as they turned into the intersection, a dozen zombies were immediately drawn to them. Han Yang instructed Nan to stop the car, then opened the door and retrieved his metal spear. Upon seeing Han Yang, the zombies became even more agitated and lunged toward him. With a swift thrust, he pierced the head of the foremost zombie, causing it to collapse to the ground. Without pausing to regard the fallen creature, Han Yang retracted his spear and charged at the remaining zombies. Thanks to his formidable recovery ability, the bruises from the previous night had already healed. However, the night's skirmish had not been in vain. He focused on aligning his body, shoulder to hip, elbow to knee, hand to foot, and, following Qing Qing's guidance, corrected his movements. He immediately felt a newfound ease in wielding the spear, particularly when thrusting, as he instinctively applied the power technique from the 8 extremes fist that Qing Qing had taught him. Remarkably, he exerted little strength, and the spear danced like a dragon, piercing through the zombies before him. Is it possible to do it this way? It felt like discovering an intriguing new toy. Han Yang eagerly experimented with his techniques, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies. Soon, he noticed that no new zombies had been attracted. He instructed Nan Nan to remain vigilant while he proceeded to examine the fallen creatures one by one. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered 4 zombie cores. Han Yang carefully secured the cores and returned to the vehicle, his spirits lifted. Nan Nan, let us go. All right. Nan Nan started the engine, and the two continued their journey. This road was not as wide as the coastal highway, littered with wrecked cars, blocked vehicles, and mangled corpses. They moved forward, stopping intermittently to eliminate the zombies drawn to them while clearing the obstructive vehicles. After a morning's effort, they had barely covered half the distance. Brother Han, I have a persistent feeling that someone is watching us, Nan Nan remarked as Han Yang collected the zombie cores. Han Yang glanced around. The roadsides were lined with numerous storefronts, behind which lay 2 residential complexes. The buildings facing the street were tall, providing an unobstructed view of their location. Throughout the morning, we have been diligently clearing zombies from this area, and perhaps someone in the neighboring community has noticed our efforts. No need to worry. Let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some food before we continue our journey. The two returned to the vehicle and opened a phone box containing provisions prepared by Chen Fong and Chen Lan. Inside, there were pastries, steamed buns, and side dishes. Still warm from the morning's preparation, Nan Nan picked up a small piece of cake and savored it, her eyes narrowing in delight. Sister Lan's cake is truly delectable. Indeed. Han Yang also took a piece, and after indulging in several more, Nan Nan felt a thirst arise. She then retrieved a bottle of cold drink from another phone box. What a refreshing treat, she exclaimed, sighing contentedly after taking a generous sip. At that moment, a commotion outside the vehicle suddenly caught their attention. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, appeared out of nowhere and approached the front of their car. He was disheveled and unkempt, as if he had not ventured outdoors in quite some time. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings before timidly tapping on the car door. Han Yang did not open the door, but instead observed him silently. Excuse me, I just saw you fighting zombies. You were incredible. May I join you? The young man's eyes were filled with anxiety, uncertainty, and a glimmer of hope. What skills do you possess? Han Yang inquired. Skills? The man was taken aback. Does playing video games count? Apologies, my friend, but we do not accept those lacking capability. Women are welcome, but they must be attractive. Well, I am quite skilled at fighting zombies in games. Here is the deal. If you can procure 5 of these, Han Yang said, producing a zombie core and holding it up to the glass, I might consider allowing you to join us. Some zombies possess this in the back of their heads. He added, if this fellow could indeed acquire 5 cores, it would signify he had dispatched at least a dozen zombies. Regardless of how he achieved that, it would indicate he had taken the first step towards survival in this apocalyptic world. Accepting him could prove advantageous, particularly since Lu Bin and the others were stretched thin in guarding the service area. Can zombies really yield items? The man seemed to grasp the situation. Abilities? Could I possess superpowers like in the games? No wonder you were so formidable. His excitement was palpable. Could you share how one acquires such abilities? That information is not readily shared. Han Yang discerned that this individual was merely an avid gamer, likely living alone and thus managing to evade zombie encounters until now. Suddenly, a zombie-esque roar echoed in the distance, startling the man, who nervously asked, so, if I gather 5 of these, where will I find you? We should frequently pass through this area in the near future. If you do manage to collect them, simply flag us down. Understood. With that, the man quickly jogged away, eager to embark on his quest. Fearing that nearby zombies might discover him, he felt a pang of trepidation. How could someone so timid possibly slay a dozen zombies to gather their cores? Nan Nan curled her lip in disdain. Regardless, if he were to succeed, she would simply hand the spoils over to that Lu Bin fellow. All right, let us continue our journey. After a brief interlude, the duo pressed onward. As they ventured westward, the number of zombies increased, and Han Yang found the task of clearing them increasingly arduous. Yet, they could finally behold the shopping mall in the distance, a magnificent edifice, approximately 8 stories tall, adorned with grand brand advertisements. It occupied a prime location at the corner of a crossroads, with its southern and western facades facing the street. Diagonally across stood a commercial office building, the very establishment where Yi Xiaokuei's father worked. After dispatching another wave of zombies, Han Yang hopped into the vehicle and realized they were quite near the parking lot entrance. He turned to Nan Nan and said, let us take a right and enter the auxiliary road instead of proceeding directly to the mall's entrance. The intersection is swarming with zombies. We shall enter through the parking lot entrance just a bit ahead. All right, Brother Han, hold on tight. Chapter 83. Entering the shopping mall, Nan adjusted her direction and turned onto a side road. After traveling a few meters, she indeed spotted a sign indicating a parking lot, with an arrow directing the way. At that moment, 2 zombies appeared ahead. Unfazed, Nan charged straight ahead. Bang, bang. The zombies were crushed beneath her vehicle. She then sharply turned the steering wheel and veered into the parking lot entrance. Quite impressive. Her skills were becoming increasingly refined. Han Yang applauded her maneuver. I am a genius. Bang. The parking barrier was also smashed aside by her vehicle, given that they were in a commercial area. A large congregation of zombies was gathering at the intersection ahead. The tremendous noise had drawn their attention. The zombies roared and surged toward this direction. Oh no. This is troublesome. Nan Nan furrowed her brow at the sight of the dense mass of undead. At first glance, there were at least 100. Indeed. The number this time was rather overwhelming. Han Yang also frowned slightly. Although he possessed formidable strength, his stamina was finite, especially while operating Sasha, whose defensive capabilities consumed significant energy. If they were to become surrounded, especially with the possibility of mutated zombies lurking within, it would spell danger. Let us drive further in. Xiaokuei mentioned that there is a loading area there. Upon entering the parking lot, a left turn would lead them to the mall's entrance. For shopping, one would certainly prefer to be as close to the entrance as possible. Yet now, the main entrance was perilously adjacent to the intersection. With an increasing horde of zombies advancing from that direction, the main entrance was absolutely off-limits. However, if they drove straight into the parking lot, there was a narrow alley that would lead them to the back of the mall, specifically to the loading area. That location was adjacent to a warehouse, allowing access into the mall. All right. Nan Nan pressed the accelerator, driving straight ahead until she swiftly reached the loading area and arrived at the warehouse entrance. Han Yang, Nan Nan, and Sasha disembarked, leaving the mutated female zombie in the car. After all, it was a zombie. The other zombies would not attack it. It could keep an eye on the vehicle and observe the surroundings at all times. Oh no, an electronic lock. What should we do? Brother Han, can you open it? At that moment, zombies in the distance were rushing towards them, and the sound of their footsteps was becoming audible. The numbers were certainly significant. In fact, the quickest dozen zombies had already dashed into the alley. Let me take a look. Han Yang remained unfazed. Indeed, there was an electronic lock on the warehouse door. Access required the correct password. Han Yang sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not a fingerprint lock. Otherwise, they would have had to break in. Calmly, he picked up a handful of dirt from the ground and sprinkled it over the keypad. A gentle blow revealed 4 digits that had been frequently pressed. Next came the task of trying various combinations. However, there were still too many combinations for 4 digits, and entering the wrong password too many times would trigger a lockout. Therefore, he refrained from acting immediately and continued to observe. Before long, he noticed that among the 4 digits, one stood out distinctly from the others. This was likely due to the fact that when individuals first inputting a password do not know how much force is appropriate, they often press down harder than necessary. The last 3 digits, due to prior experience, would yield relatively diminished force, resulting in shallower imprints. Now, he merely needed to arrange the last 3 figures. Han Yang hesitated no longer and commenced inputting the password. Upon the first attempt, an error was indicated. At that moment, the nearest zombie was less than 10 meters away. Nan Nan had already readied herself for battle. Once more, Han Yang inputted the code a second time, yet it was still incorrect. With the zombies drawing ever closer, Han Yang steadied his resolve and tried a third time. A chime rang out, and the electronic lock illuminated with a green light. The lock had been successfully disengaged. Nan Nan, we can withdraw. Han Yang turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Nan Nan and Sha Sha entered in succession, followed closely by Han Yang, who promptly secured the door once more. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies relentlessly battered against the door, emitting guttural roars, but were kept at bay by the iron barrier. Phew, we finally made it inside. Nan Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. Who are you? Suddenly, a beam from a flashlight illuminated the two of them. The warehouse was devoid of lighting, with only a small window in the wall allowing a sliver of light to penetrate, casting a dim ambience. Nevertheless, visibility remained adequate. Han Yang and Nan Nan squinted uncomfortably under the sudden brightness, and once their eyes adjusted, they discerned 4 individuals scrutinizing them from across the room. 2 men and 2 women, each wielding weapons in hand. Who are you? How did you know the password? Inquired a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His physique slightly portly, hair slicked back. His demeanor suggested he was a minor authority figure, seasoned by the trials of life. We are survivors, here to gather some supplies. Han Yang replied nonchalantly. He paid little heed to their hostility, instead meticulously observing the group. Beside the middle-aged man stood a tall, formidable figure, gripping a steel spear stained with dark red blood, exuding an aura that indicated he was not to be trifled with. Behind him, a woman cowered timidly. Although she too held a weapon, her evident lack of courage rendered her inconsequential. However, the woman adjacent to the middle-aged man captured Han Yang's attention. She was strikingly distinctive, not particularly tall, possessing a youthful visage that belied her formidability. Yet, her proportions were indeed exaggerated, surpassing even Nan Nan's. At least a D or possibly an E cup. Yet, her figure did not appear overweight. She retained a slenderness in all the right places. Her legs, while lacking the delicate thinness of Nan Nan's, were perfectly proportioned. Additionally, she wielded a long-handled fire axe, its blade similarly smeared with dark crimson stains. A contradiction of traits: youthful face, ample bosom, petite stature, slender frame, and a formidable fire axe created an unsettling yet oddly harmonious impression. This was in stark contrast to the robust man standing closely beside the middle-aged figure. The woman, endowed with an extraordinary beauty, kept her distance from him, clearly reluctant to engage further. How intriguing. Han Yang was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding the group. Perhaps they possessed some hidden abilities. He refrained from taking any rash actions, opting instead to probe the situation. Survivors? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. 11 days had passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. They were no longer in a state of initial panic and had begun to comprehend certain realities. For instance, having a larger number of people was not necessarily advantageous. In the early days, they were not the only 4 survivors. There had been a few others as well, staff members from the supermarket who had miraculously evaded the onslaught of their companions. Gradually, they had congregated under his leadership, establishing a secure zone. Here, resources were abundant, and they faced no scarcity of food or water. They believed they could settle down and await rescue. However, they were caught off guard when a survivor unexpectedly transformed, biting several others. Fortunately, he had been napping in his office at the time, narrowly escaping disaster. Consequently, only the 4 of them remained. Having learned from their past misfortunes, they separated to sleep, and thus far, they had coexisted peacefully. Yet, they had not anticipated that the warehouse door would suddenly swing open today. Upon witnessing the throngs of zombies surging from outside, the middle-aged man nearly lost control of himself in fear. Thankfully, they managed to close the door just in time after the intruders entered. Now, merely hearing the cacophony of roars from beyond the door, he estimated that there were no fewer than 100 zombies. Should they inadvertently allow any inside, their fate would be sealed. Thus, under these pressing circumstances, the middle-aged man instinctively resisted their presence. I am the manager here. My word is law. You 3. He intended to refuse them, but as he glanced at the trio, particularly at Nan Nan and Sha Sha, he suddenly hesitated. Goodness, these 2 women are exceedingly beautiful. Aren't they? Chapter 84. Colluding in despair. Ah, these 2 women are extraordinarily beautiful, aren't they? Especially the one in cosplay. She certainly knows how to play the part. Just imagine the thrill of engaging with her while she dons that attire. The other woman is equally stunning, surpassing even the most famous actresses in beauty, with legs that are both slender and elongated. Before Han Yang and the others ventured out, Nan Nan had gifted Sha Sha a pair of colored contact lenses, rendering her indistinguishable from a zombie at first glance. Moreover, Sha Sha's outfit, reminiscent of the protagonist from Nier Automata, was simply captivating. In an instant, the middle-aged man altered his stance. You 3. If you wish to stay, it is not out of the question, but you must adhere to my directives. The man, portly and with an air of authority, continued, having entered from the outside, you must be aware of the current circumstances. Resources are exceedingly precious. Therefore here, one cannot indulge without contributing. In short, we do not accommodate idlers. Nan Nan regarded him as if he were a fool. It was common knowledge that this was the apocalypse. Who cared about your management? The one with the strongest fist was the true leader. She felt an urge to deliver a couple of kicks to jolt him back to reality. Han Yang, sensing the situation, tugged at her. Nan Nan, puzzled, glanced at him. He whispered for her to observe the circumstances first. Finally, she settled down. The middle-aged man, noticing their exchanged glances and murmured words without objections, assumed they had acquiesced to his newly established rules, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Since you do not dissent, you are one of us. Follow the arrangements, and I assure you a life of abundance and ease. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Xian, the procurement manager here. The man gestured towards a burly figure beside him. This is our security guard, Shinsong. He is quite formidable. Previously, he was the boxing champion of our district and is adept at dispatching zombies, having cleared the vicinity of the undead. Zhao Xian emphasized Shinsong's prowess, subtly implying that compliance was mandatory, lest they face consequences. This is Lin Sujin, a stock clerk at the supermarket. Zhao Xian indicated the middle-aged woman next to Shinsong and swiftly turned his gaze to another female figure. And this is Meng Xian, a management trainee from university. Though she has yet to graduate, her work capabilities are impressive. A hint of lewd desire flickered in Zhao Xian's eyes as he regarded Meng Xian. Her physique and appearance strikingly impactful. He had been eyeing her for some time and had even insinuated that he could expedite her transition from intern to a managerial position. Regrettably, the girl seemed oblivious to his overtures, despite their unmistakable nature. As the viral outbreak erupted and a week passed without rescue, Zhao Xian gradually came to the realization that perhaps the world was facing its end. Thus, he began to entertain further thoughts. In recent days, he has taken on the role of a leader, assigning tasks to the three individuals. Initially, he instructed Meng Xian to engage in physically demanding labor, subtly implying that her hardships could be alleviated should she acquiesce to him. To his surprise, this young woman possessed considerable strength, effortlessly moving objects and ignoring his insinuations. Since yesterday, her duties shifted to the perilous task of clearing zombies from the warehouse leading to the supermarket and mall, working alongside Shinsong. He deliberately instructed Shinsong not to assist her, even going so far as to hinder her efforts. Once more, he hinted to her, this time more overtly, only to be met with her feigned ignorance. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of Han Yang and his companions, he would have contemplated more forceful measures today. However, their presence only solidified his resolve. It has been 11 days since the apocalypse began. For the survivors outside, food and water are undoubtedly paramount. If they were to offer their bodies in exchange, it is likely that some would consent. Moreover, he possessed not merely sustenance but an entire mall brimming with diverse supplies. Zhao Xian decided to ease his approach towards Meng Xian, after all. She was one of his own and generally compliant. He intended to first exploit the two newcomers, utilizing his authority and resources to indulge himself. As for the other man, if he proved obedient, having an extra laborer would not be unwelcome. To seize control of the entire mall, the numerous zombies within needed to be dealt with. But should he dare to oppose, then Shinsong would take his place. Once Han Yang and the others introduced themselves, Zhao Xian directed Meng Xian, please escort these three to find a place to rest, following our established protocols. Understood, manager. Meng Xian nodded and gestured invitingly to Han Yang and his companions. Follow me, please. Nan and Han Yang exchanged glances before stepping forward to join her. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Xian turned to Lin Suzhen and instructed, return now and prepare a day's worth of food and water for them. Once Meng Xian has settled them, let her deliver it to them. Remember, do not overallocate. Oh. Lin Suzhen nodded apprehensively and cautiously made her way back. When the area was devoid of others, only Zhao Xian and Shinsong remained before the warehouse entrance. Zhao Xian produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Shinsong. Shinsong, displaying keen perception, accepted it and lit it for Zhao Xian. Song, I recall that it was I who arranged your position initially, wasn't it? Yes. I shall always remember your kindness. Brother Zhao. Shinsong took a deep drag from the cigarette, exhaling slowly with a smile of agreement. You have performed admirably over the years, I have taken note. And my efforts were not in vain. I had originally intended to recommend you as the security team leader, but alas, this unfortunate turn of events occurred. Brother Zhao, you were too kind. That is all in the past. Let us discuss the present. Zhao Xian exhaled a plume of smoke. You see how chaotic it is outside now. With zombies everywhere. Communication signals are down, and we are experiencing water and power outages. I surmise that the entire world has descended into chaos, otherwise. Such an extended period without any sign of rescue would be inconceivable. Fortunately, we are in a place where resources are abundant, relying on what we have here. While I cannot guarantee survival for 4 or 5 years, I am certain we would manage for at least 1 or 2. However, we must establish some regulations. We cannot simply provide assistance to anyone who comes pleading for help. If we were to do so, no amount of supplies would suffice. Zhao Xian gazed intently at Shinsong, who, being quite seasoned, displayed a knowing expression on his face. With a smile, he replied, Indeed, Zhao Gu. If you have any thoughts, please share them. I will undoubtedly support you. A brother understands, as long as you follow my lead. I assure you will not be at a disadvantage. I propose that when someone arrives seeking help, we assign the men to laborious tasks, and as for the women, let us indulge ourselves. Zhao Xian concluded, a lascivious grin spreading across his plump face. What a brilliant idea! Shinsong's face also illuminated with a mischievous smile, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. Chapter 85. A grand spectacle, however, he soon furrowed his brow again. But brother Zhao, what if someone disobeys? Zhao Xian's expression turned stern, his face darkening with menace. Whoever dares to defy should be dealt with ruthlessly. In this world, killing someone is hardly scrutinized. Shinsong hesitated. He was willing to slay zombies, but living humans. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Zhao Xian provoked him slightly, causing Shinsong to flush instantly. I've killed zombies. I have no fear of taking a human life. Good brother, I believe in you. Zhao Xian clapped him on the shoulder. Shinsong took a deep drag from his cigarette, carelessly tossing the stub to the ground, and crushing it beneath his foot. At that moment, he began to grasp the situation. Brother Zhao, you wouldn't be interested in those two newcomers, would you? Not at all. One is into cosplay, quite enticing. The other has long legs, a delight to indulge in for a year. Zhao Xian appeared to conjure vivid images in his mind, his body involuntarily warming at the thought of the two women together. Shinsong couldn't help but swallow hard. However, since Zhao Xian had already set his sights on the two women, it seemed inappropriate for him to linger on the thought. Suddenly, he recalled Ming Xian. Well, she is not bad either, especially her figure. Brother Zhao, you can have the cosplay and the leggy beauty. How about letting me have a taste of Ming Xian? Ming Xian had long been regarded by Zhao Xian as his exclusive interest. How could he allow this young man to entertain such thoughts? Didn't you already get involved with Lin Suzhen? I've seen you two getting cozy by the goods. Lin Suzhen, she is nearly 40. She lacks security, and I provide her with that. It's merely a game. Shinsong, observing Zhao Xian's reluctance to part with Ming Xian, felt a surge of irritation. So, it's perfectly fine for you to have your pick of beauties, while I'm to be denied. That is not how this works. His tone grew sharper. I have just one demand. Ming Xian is mine. Otherwise, I won't participate any longer. Do as you wish. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian grew somewhat flustered. He relied on Shinsong for many matters, particularly for dealing with zombies and intimidating others. His tone softened slightly. Oh, Song, what are you saying? Brother Zhao has promised not to shortchange you. Women are merely like garments. Our brotherhood is what truly matters. As long as we are united, we hold the power to decide. Those women, even if we share them, what does it matter? Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Xian draped an arm around Shinsong's shoulders, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Ah, Brother Zhao, you truly know how to enjoy life. I like it. Ha ha, then it's settled. The two men, united in their schemes, reached an accord. Shinsong promptly began to devise plans. Brother Zhao, I noticed that one called Han Yang is wielding a long gun, and the tip is stained with blood. He might be formidable. Now that you mention it, those two women seem armed as well? Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, and his expression darkened considerably. Indeed, it is prudent for us to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Do you have any strategies in mind? Shinsong chuckled to himself. If it concerns zombies, my methods may prove ineffective, however, when dealing with humans. Do not keep me in suspense, just speak up. Kiki. Shinsong whispered a few words to Zhao Xian, who immediately brightened with delight. Excellent, it seems you have a plan. I entrust this matter to you. Very well. Just watch. If that scoundrel dares to resist, we could toy with those two women in front of him. Kiki. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed Ming Xian as they walked a few meters into the warehouse, encountering two enormous freight elevators. As the power was out, the elevators were non-operational. This way, Ming Xian suddenly called out, gesturing toward a nearby corridor. The two followed her inside, discovering a long storage room. The room appeared rather compact, divided by rows of shelves. One end of the shelves pressed against one wall, while the other end left a 3 to 4 meter gap against the opposite wall, serving as a passageway. On this wall, several double-opening iron doors were present. Could those iron doors lead to the mall? Indeed, you need not worry. The doors are securely locked, and the zombies within the mall cannot enter. No wonder. Han Yang examined the labels on the shelves, most of which were large appliances. The first floor of the mall indeed sold large appliances. This was, in fact, the storage room for the first floor sales area. Soon, Ming Xian led the two to a particular shelf. You will reside here for the time being. Feel free to choose 3 shelves. Huh, why are these shelves blocked? Nan Nan inquired curiously. It turned out that the space between the 2 shelves in the area Ming Xian had brought them to was obstructed by numerous cardboard boxes, creating a small enclosed room-like space. Only a gap of about 1 person's width remained before them. Do you not know? Ming Xian asked, her expression bemused. Survivors can also turn into zombies, so we have blocked the shelves to create small individual rooms. This way, everyone has their own space, and when sleeping, we can barricade the entrance, alleviating concerns of someone suddenly transforming and biting others. Ah, I see. Nan Nan exclaimed in realization. Since there are 3 of you, you will need 3 rooms. I will clear the doors for the other 2. After saying this, Ming Xian moved to the adjacent shelves and removed a row of obstructing boxes. In no time, she had prepared 2 rooms suitable for habitation. All right, I shall fetch camping tents and food for you. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Sister Ming Xian. Do you require our assistance in retrieving them? No. Those items are located in the supermarket storage on the first basement level. Manager Zhao will not permit your entry. Ming Xian casually remarked before turning to leave. Han Yang pondered thoughtfully. Brother Han, I sense that Zhao Xian harbors ill intentions. Nan Nan murmured. I have discerned that I am utterly indifferent to him. Rather, it is this person. Han Yang gestured towards the departing Ming Xian with a subtle pout. Humph. A fickle heart, unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. Is she not merely a year or two older than I? And she is not even taller than me. Han Yang, taken aback, could not help but lightly tap Nan Nan on the head. What thoughts occupy your mind? Oh, are you not envious of her height and youth? Am I truly that kind of person? Nan Nan pondered for a moment. It seems so. Han Yang's forehead twitched, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. You should assist in moving the boxes that Meng Xian just handled. What is so special about these boxes? They are merely ordinary cardboard boxes, albeit rather large. Nan Nan circled the boxes and, gripping the straps on top, lifted one. They possess some weight, but for me it is a trivial task. They are undoubtedly heavy. Did you not see the label stating air conditioning unit on top? Or are you entirely unaware of how heavy an air conditioning unit can be? Nan Nan stuck out her tongue. It appears she truly does not know. Generally, an air conditioning unit weighs at least 70 to 80 pounds. And the heavier ones can exceed 100 pounds. And then, that Meng Xian lifted it effortlessly. I too can do so with ease. Watch. Nan Nan, still unconvinced, demonstrated by lifting and lowering each box in turn. Jealousy can alter one's very appearance. Where is your usual cleverness? Chapter 86, Coercion. You are an awakened one, and you have practiced body-strengthening techniques to enhance your power. Indeed, Nan Nan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Does this mean Meng Xian could also be an awakened one? Initially, I had my doubts. At first, I found it strange that she wielded a fire axe. After all, that is not an easy weapon to handle. Even the burly Shin Song refrained from using a fire axe, yet she did. It was then that I suspected she might be an awakened one, which is why I advised against any rash actions. Now it all makes sense. I misjudged you. Not quite. Can you honestly say that upon seeing her ample bosom and youthful visage, you felt no thoughts at all? Surely, there must have been some. But who would ever admit to such thoughts? Let us return to the matter at hand. I have observed that Meng Xian and Zhao Xian do not appear to be allies. When we confronted them, she kept a considerable distance from Zhao Xian. Moreover, as they departed, she subtly pointed out that Zhao Xian and his companions had monopolized the most vital area of the supermarket warehouse. Thus, we should endeavor to win Meng Xian over. As long as she refrains from intervening, the remaining three pose little threat. Your brilliance has returned. Han Yang commended her. Soon, you shall engage her in a friendly manner. At your command, Commander. Before long, Meng Xian hurried back, laden with numerous items. As she ran, the movement of her bosom was indeed quite pronounced. One could aptly describe it as a tumultuous wave. It was truly a splendid sight, leaving even Nan Nan feeling somewhat inadequate. Han Yang, Nan Nan, Sha, here are your tents, Meng Xian said, handing over 3 packages. Han Yang glanced at them, recognizing 3 unopened camping tents. Truly, this supermarket has everything one could desire. And here is your food. Meng Xian added, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she presented a plastic bag. Nan Nan peered inside, only to find 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 packets of biscuits. Han Yang was left speechless. Although this was already a decent provision in the apocalypse, it was rather underwhelming given that they were in a large supermarket. It felt akin to throwing scraps to beggars. Despite her discontent, Nan Nan understood that it was not Meng Xian's fault, so she refrained from showing her displeasure and accepted the food. If you find it unsuitable. Meng Xian noticed Nan Nan's dissatisfaction and quickly retrieved a sandwich from her bag, offering it to her. I have some sandwiches I saved earlier. You may have one. Nan Nan was instantly touched. Her impression of this young girl improved significantly. Thank you, Meng. Sister. Though she felt grateful, she couldn't shake the oddity of addressing someone younger than herself as sister. No need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. Do rest well. Sister, please don't go just yet. I have so many questions I wish to ask you. Nan Nan grasped her arm warmly. Do you have time now? I do. Sister, where do you reside? Oh dear, how careless of me. I am situated in the office by the warehouse entrance. The manager's office is right next door. Should you need anything, feel free to come find me there. Originally, I resided in the storage area, specifically within the cosmetics section a bit further in. The 2 individuals sat atop a box, chattering animatedly. Once Han Yang had set up the tent, their conversation came to a reluctant halt. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave. Meng Xian remarked, her lips smacking slightly from a thirst induced by their discourse. All right then, goodbye, sister. She waved, bouncing away with an effervescent energy. Once her figure vanished from sight, Nan Nan turned to Han Yang and commented, I find Miss Meng Xian to be quite amiable. Should we take action, she would likely remain impartial. It's evident she holds a strong aversion to that Mediterranean fellow. Han Yang scoffed, how easily one can be swayed. Nevertheless, he raised no objections. Nan Nan's instincts had always proven to be remarkably accurate, and he had also gleaned enough from their earlier conversation. Meng Xian was indeed a student at Jinghai University, nearing her graduation, and had applied for an internship as a management trainee at the shopping center. Being a university student, her thoughts were inherently more innocent, unlike the seasoned professionals who often exhibited a certain shrewdness. All right, let us prepare to deal with the other three. Meanwhile, upon returning to the office entrance, Ming Xian encountered Shinsong. Xian, come with me for a moment. There are matters I wish to discuss. Shinsong's face bore a smug smile as he brazenly scrutinized Ming Xian, his gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. What is it, brother Xian? Ming Xian inquired, instinctively wary at his lecherous glance. Let us not rush. First, assist me in moving some items upstairs. Shinsong gestured towards the staircase leading to the basement. Upon descending, Ming Xian discovered an outdoor multifunction power source, boasting a substantial 2048 Wh capacity and weighing nearly 50 pounds. She lifted it with one hand, swiftly returning to the first floor. At that moment, Shinsong appeared with a pump he had procured from somewhere, waiting for her by the elevator. What do you need the pump for, brother Xian? Ming Xian asked, puzzled. Conducting an experiment. Shinsong instructed her on where to place the battery. As she bent down to set it down, gravity accentuated her figure, forming an exaggerated curve. Shinsong could not help but gulp at the sight, his thoughts racing. Such ample proportions. And her posterior is quite alluring. If only I could get my hands on that. As he contemplated their upcoming discussion, a wave of excitement surged through him, and his hand instinctively reached toward Ming Xian. However, ever vigilant, Ming Xian noticed his movement and promptly sidestepped, leaving him grasping at air, maintaining an air of nonchalance. She asked, Brother Xian, should I plug in the pump? Go ahead. Shinsong's hand swiped through the air, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He failed to perceive that Ming Xian had intentionally evaded him, assuming her movement stemmed from her intent to connect the power source. Yet, his inner thrill remained unabated, as he anticipated the opportunity to thoroughly enjoy her presence. Shinsong tightened the connection of the nail gun to the pump's hose, then activated the pump, the motor humming to life. He aimed the nail gun at the wall and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Two enormous nails were driven deep into the wall, and Shinsong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the bewildered Ming Xian with a smile on his face. Xian, after all these days, you must have noticed how the outside world has transformed. Today, we have outsiders among us, so I discussed with Manager Zhao. In the future, more and more outsiders may arrive, and we cannot afford to accommodate idlers here. Otherwise, we will struggle to meet our basic needs. Wouldn't you agree? Each of us must contribute our utmost value. You are no exception. Do you understand my meaning? As Shinsong spoke, his gaze lingered on the most prominent parts of Ming Xian's figure. She felt as though his eyes were like a venomous, icy serpent slithering across her body. Utterly repulsive, an ominous premonition surged within her, yet she forced a smile and feigned enthusiasm, saying, Brother Xian, rest assured, I will work diligently. Whatever needs to be moved, just assign it to me. I possess considerable strength. There is food and drink here, ample resources, and not many zombies. There is no place more suitable for survival than this. If given a choice, I would prefer not to compromise my dignity here. Shinsong's lips twitched. Indeed, this woman was genuinely strong. Chapter 87. A fruitless struggle in terms of sheer strength. I find myself considerably inferior to her. I cannot fathom what has fostered such growth. Could it be that ample bosoms are somehow related to this? Shinsong's gaze fixated on Ming Xian's chest, unable to suppress a flicker of desire as he licked his lips. It appears you have misunderstood my intention. You ought to leverage your greatest advantage. Pray tell, what is your most prominent feature? The lewdness in his eyes was unmistakable. Ming Xian recoiled at his words. Brother Xian, your jest is rather excessive. Who said I was jesting? Shinsong's expression turned icy. Look at Sister Lin, so astute and perceptive. I hope you can exhibit a modicum of wisdom as well. He advanced 2 steps, reaching out to seize her. Ming Xian hastily retreated, her mind racing with clarity. No wonder Lin Suzhen had been incessantly nagging her of late. Extolling Manager Zhao's virtues, his handsome demeanor, remarkable leadership, and strategic prowess. If only she were a decade younger, she would certainly pursue him. The subtext was clear. She was being subtly encouraged to court Manager Zhao. The image of Zhao's balding head and corpulent visage flashed before her mind. Handsome? Pooh. How could she even utter such nonsense? Yet, contemplating Manager Zhao's reaction, she thought, you should be aware that he won't let you off easily for such actions. She began to rally her defenses. Heh, do you think he knows? Shinsong smirked triumphantly. With 2 new girls in tow, Zhao's attention had already shifted to them. And as for you, Zhao had already consented to me. As he spoke, he lunged to grab her once more. Ming Xian continued to retreat, but soon found herself pressed against the wall with little room to maneuver. What does this imply? Am I merely a commodity? Am I to be passed around without consent? A chill coursed through her veins. You are breaking the law. TSK, do you truly believe the law holds any weight now? Seeing Ming Xian cornered, Shinsong's arrogance swelled. In this world, women are mere goods, relegated to the status of utility. He brandished the nail gun in his hand. You witnessed the power of this tool. If you comply, I may treat you with some semblance of kindness, but otherwise, I shall first affix your limbs before indulging in my whims. Meng Xian's gaze was drawn to the nail gun aimed at her. Envisioning the two nails embedded in the wall, and tremors of fear seized her as despair clouded her eyes. Now, you shall serve me well, Shinsong declared. Loosening his belt, his trousers fell, revealing his hairy thighs. What to do? Meng Xian cast a bewildered glance around. Outside loomed hordes of zombies, and within this confined space, her adversary wielded a weapon. What options remained for her? Where could she possibly escape? Must she truly become their plaything? I refuse. I would rather perish. A flicker of resolve and defiance ignited within her eyes. She had accepted the possibility of death. Yet, gazing upon Shinsong's gleeful demeanor, her unwillingness morphed into fury. Why must I perish while he revels in life? If I die, he shall not enjoy his victory either. A warm current surged through her limbs, fueled by her anger. What are you still standing there for? Hurry over and take off your clothes. I want a good look at your chest. Meng Xian approached expressionlessly as the other party was about to remove his boxers. That's right, obediently stripped down and squat down, however, before he could finish his sentence. Meng Xian's right leg swept through the air, delivering a fierce kick between his legs. A sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of something shattering. Simultaneously, a dull thud resonated. A nail grazed Meng Xian's body, striking the wall behind before bouncing to the ground. Soon after, a shrill, piercing cry rang throughout the mall, akin to a rooster's crow. But it only lasted a moment before dwindling into silence, like a firecracker that had fizzled out. At this moment, one could observe Shinsong, his knees clasped together, rear end raised, upper body hunched over, hands covering his groin, resembling a distressed shrimp, his features contorted as he spun in place. His once robust form now bent like that of a delicate maiden, and the nail gun he had been holding lay discarded on the floor, having only discharged due to an instinctive reaction to the excruciating pain. What happened? Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen appeared as if summoned from thin air. Xiaosong, what is wrong with you? Lin Suzhen rushed forward to support Shinsong. Upon seeing Shinsong's bizarre posture, Zhao Xian felt a chill run down his spine, especially as he noticed a yellowish liquid trickling down his legs, exuding a foul odor. A tremor coursed through him as he turned to Meng Xian. His voice tinged with fear. Meng Xian, what on earth is wrong with you? How could you be so harsh on a colleague? Yes, look at how much pain Xiaosong is in. Lin Suzhen chimed in. I only used my foot. Meng Xian replied, her expression unchanging, though a sense of satisfaction bubbled within her. A foot is even less acceptable. Is there nothing that can be discussed? Xiaosong is such a good kid. He's been taking care of you these past few days. They exchanged words, each arguing in defense of Shinsong. Yes, it was wrong of him to force you. But you could have told me. I would have intervened. How could you resort to kicking? Look at what you've done to him. What if he is seriously hurt? Zhao Xian adopted a tone of righteousness. Lin Suzhen had already helped Shinsong to sit down. Upon hearing this, she moved Shinsong's hands away, pulled at the waistband of his boxers, and peered inside. Lin Suzhen felt a wave of nausea wash over her, casting a sorrowful glance at Zhao Xian. It's a bloody mess. It couldn't be in worse condition. Zhao Xian was taken aback, momentarily speechless. A suppressed chuckle escaped. Who was that? Zhao Xian scanned the dimly lit surroundings, finding no hiding place, only emptiness. Turning back to Meng Xian, he noted her calm demeanor, clearly revealing she was not the source of the laughter. Could it be an illusion? Just then, Shinsong, stirred by Lin Suzhen's words, began to regain some semblance of awareness. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, fixated on Meng Xian like a ravenous wolf. I will make you die. His tone was as chilling as a venomous serpent, infused with boundless resentment. Suddenly, he seemed to summon an inexplicable strength, lunging to the ground to retrieve the discarded nail gun, aiming it squarely at Meng Xian's head. His movement was so swift and unexpected that no one had time to react. Overcome with fear, Meng Xian shut her eyes. A gunshot rang out. Pain, however, did not arrive as anticipated. She opened her eyes to discover an unexpected figure had appeared on the scene. It was Han Yang. Her gaze then fell upon his hand, which was gripping the nail gun. A nail had pierced through his palm, stained with blood. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. How had he emerged so suddenly, and with such audacity to intercept the nail gun? Did it not hurt him? Too caught up in the spectacle, I let my guard down, Han Yang muttered. Shinsong was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted in fury. You wretched fool, what do you think you're doing? Who gave you the right to intervene? Damn it. I'll take you down with her. Enough. Han Yang retaliated with a swift kick, sending Shinsong crashing to the ground. Sliding along the surface before colliding with the wall, finally coming to a halt. Overwhelmed by new injuries and old pains, he fainted instantly. Chapter 88. Unrecognized Majesty. Lin Suzhen was startled, instinctively retreating beside Zhao Xian, neglecting Shinsong. How could you? Who permitted you to act? Zhao Xian was both astonished and enraged. Han Yang, however, disregarded him, directing his gaze towards Mingxian. At that moment, Nan Nan suddenly appeared beside Mingxian, clasping her hand. Sister Ming, do not be afraid. We will protect you from now on. No one will harm you again. With that, she pulled Mingxian closer to Han Yang. Mingxian's eyes were fixed on Han Yang's hand, watching as blood dripped steadily from the nail onto the ground. Your hand. Oh, Han Yang realized, raising his hand to extract the nail and discard it. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I was careless. Upon hearing Shinsong's shout, Han Yang and Nan Nan rushed over. However, due to the distance, Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen had already arrived by the time they reached the scene. Uncertain of the situation, the two concealed themselves, leveraging Nan Nan's abilities to slip into the shadows and observe the unfolding drama. They quickly grasped the gist of what had transpired, particularly noting Shinsong's abrupt actions. Who would have imagined he could react so swiftly despite his injuries? Han Yang was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, he was close enough to deflect the blow with his hand. The only regret was that he hadn't had time to switch to Shasha's abilities. Otherwise, such a minor wound would have been avoidable. Are you even listening to me? I am the leader here. Do you all disregard my authority? Seeing that no one paid him any heed, Zhao Xian was incensed. He drew an electric nail gun, aiming it at Han Yang and the others. You've gone too far. This was a suggestion from Shinsong, which Zhao Xian had retrieved from the hardware section of the warehouse. Since Han Yang and his group wielded cold weapons, the most effective way to counter them was undoubtedly with a ranged weapon. Shinsong had immediately thought of the nail gun, although it was ineffective against zombies. It posed a significant threat to humans. Thus, he rummaged through the maintenance department to find a pneumatic nail gun. While powerful, it lacked maneuverability due to the constraints of its air pump, which prompted Zhao Xian to search for an electric nail gun. To his fortune, he found one. The sight of the nail gun swiftly piercing Han Yang's hand was formidable. Zhao Xian was filled with confidence, emboldened by his newfound weapon. I believe I have a gun as well. Han Yang chuckled, revealing a revolver. He had given his previous 54 model to Qingqing. Who knows if yours is real? Zhao Xian's expression shifted. With tensions escalated, he could only feign composure. You'll find out if you try. Han Yang replied, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the gunshot startled everyone, distinctly different from the noise of the nail gun. It was unmistakably a genuine firearm. Unfortunately, the bullet narrowly missed Zhao Xian, grazing past him. Nonetheless, it sufficiently unnerved Zhao Xian, causing his hand to tremble while gripping the electric nail gun. Apologies, I recently switched to this handgun and am still unaccustomed, I assure you. The next shot will hit. Han Yang readied his aim once more. Do not move. Suddenly, a voice with a distinct quack pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Shinsong, who had fainted earlier, miraculously awake, leaning against the wall and seated on the ground. He trembled as he pointed a nail gun at Nan Nan. If you take a single step, I will shoot her. Zhao Xian, across from him, revealed a gleeful expression. Taunting, what of your firearms? We have more. Lin Suzhen, in a fluster, hastily retrieved an electric nail gun from her bag. 3 nail guns were now aimed at Han Yang and his companions. If you wish to spare your friend, lay down your weapons. Zhao Xian's hands ceased to tremble. His posture straightened. Especially you two women, strip off your clothes. I need to check for hidden weapons. Han Yang disregarded his bluster, shifting a couple of steps to shield Mingxian behind him, and fired again. Bang. Zhao Xian let out a pained wail. This time, Han Yang's aim was true, striking Zhao Xian's arm, causing the electric nail gun to clatter to the ground. Shoot them. Kill them. Zhao Xian yelled in pain and fury, dodging as he shouted. Meanwhile, Lin Suzhen, terrified by his orders, repeatedly pressed the trigger of her nail gun. Pfff. 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 Several steel nails whizzed through the air, striking Han Yang's chest and shoulder. One nail even struck his face. Lin Suzhen watched in horror as the nail dented Han Yang's cheek, only to rebound and fall to the floor, leaving no mark. Not even a scratch. How can your skin be so thick? You are not human. You are a monster. Terrified, Lin Suzhen abandoned her electric nail gun and fled after Zhao Xian. Han Yang aimed his handgun, contemplating whether to save ammunition. After all, they were now disarmed and could be easily dealt with. Just then, a piercing scream echoed. Nan Nan had stepped on Shinsong's leg, breaking it and exposing the bone. When Zhao Xian shouted, Shinsong, in a fit of hysteria, had pulled the trigger of his nail gun. Click, click. The nail gun sounded several times. Yet no nails were discharged. Shinsong's expression froze. What is happening? You thought we wouldn't prepare for this? Realizing the air pump's tube had been severed, he turned to find it cut. After Nan Nan's remark, she approached angrily and kicked his leg. This is for bullying Sister Meng. Nan Nan's strength had grown immensely. With a single kick, she shattered his leg. Shin Song's agonizing scream filled the air. Enough games, let us resolve this swiftly. Han Yang stepped forward, gripping Shin Song's neck and twisting with force. Crack! The world fell silent. Meng Xian, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, she was worried about Han Yang being struck by a nail gun, and now she watched him effortlessly snap Shin Song's neck. Yet, he bore the wounds inflicted by a nail gun. Sister Meng, are you all right? Were you frightened? And no, she instinctively replied. There were still two individuals, likely having fled to the entrance of the warehouse, as there were no other places to escape. Let us proceed. Upon finishing his statement, Han Yang followed the trail of blood forward. Indeed, at the warehouse's grand entrance, he beheld two figures trembling in fear, seeking refuge. Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen found themselves with no path of retreat. Upon seeing Han Yang approach, they immediately began to plead for mercy. Han Yang, I was in the wrong earlier. I failed to recognize your stature. Please, with your magnanimity, consider me as nothing and let me go. Very well. If you step outside now, I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred, Han Yang replied coolly. But there are zombies outside. Could we not wait until there are fewer of them? Zhao Xian, realizing that his current approach was futile, swiftly turned his gaze towards Ming Xian. Chapter 89. The Collective Demise. Xiao Xian. It is Shin Song who is coercing you. It has nothing to do with me and Su Zhan. Moreover, I have treated you fairly well during this time. Haven Ti, please, intercede for us. Lin Suzhen implored. Indeed, Xiao Xian. Considering the bond we've shared these past few days, spare us. You are merely a coward, lurking behind to issue commands. The heaviest burdens have fallen upon me. It was Shin Song and I who dealt with the zombies. I fail to see how you have been kind to me. Ming Xian scoffed. And do not presume I am unaware. It was you who sold me to Shin Song. As for Sister Lin, do you dare deny colluding with them, seeking every means to make me submit? I did not. Lin Suzhen vehemently denied, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Xian, an idea forming in her mind. I have been kept in the dark. I had no inkling they intended to harm you. That scoundrel Shin Song. How dare he still covet you after having me? He deserves to be trampled upon. And you, Zhao Xian, you pitiful wretch, a son without a proper birthright. Have you no shame, with your grotesque appearance, to covet Xiao Xian? A celestial being like her would never look your way. I wouldn't even consider you. Do you know why I chose to be with Shin Song instead of you? He is robust and dauntless, facing zombies head-on, unlike you, who can only cower in the shadows, less capable than a mere girl like Xiao Xian. Lin Suzhen unleashed a torrent of invective, leaving Zhao Xian utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, fury surged within him. What makes you think you're any better? Who volunteered to help capture Meng Xian? And in such a short span, Shin Song has already taken advantage of you? Lin Suzhen was taken aback. She had not anticipated such personal matters would be so openly divulged by Shin Song, especially in front of an audience. Her face flushed crimson with humiliation. You lie. I will tear your mouth apart. With the ferocity of a shrew, Lin Suzhen lunged at Zhao Xian, clawing and biting. Han Yang and the others watched the spectacle unfold. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as Zhao Xian plunged a knife into her abdomen. Zhao Xian himself appeared quite wretched. A strand of his scant Mediterranean hair in Lin Suzhen's grip, his head, face, and neck marred with scratches and blood. You filthy wench dare soil my name? I'll end you. With that, he withdrew the knife and stabbed her several more times. Lin Suzhen weakly clawed at Zhao Xian before collapsing to the ground. Zhao Xian extracted the bloody blade, turning to Han Yang and the others with a defiant expression. Brothers, grant me a chance to live. Otherwise, I shall open the door and let the zombies in. We shall all meet our end together. Han Yang gestured invitingly, by all means. Zhao Xian was taken aback. I'll open the door and let the zombies in. We will all perish together. He believed Han Yang had not understood, reiterating, Oh, are you foolish? Did we not agree from the beginning that you should open the door and exit? Nan Nan wore a look of incredulity, while Ming Xian felt a twinge of concern. Bewildered by the unwavering confidence of the duo, nevertheless, she steeled herself, prepared to charge forward should the zombies breach their sanctuary, buying her companions precious moments to escape. Zhao Xian, utterly befuddled, could not fathom the intentions of Han Yang and his cohort. How could they dare to open the door and invite the undead inside? Were they truly unafraid of death? No, it was impossible for anyone to be devoid of fear. Could it be that the zombies outside had vanished? Were they genuinely offering him a chance at survival? Zhao Xian was engulfed in uncertainty as he hesitantly placed his hand upon the door. I am truly about to open it. Han Yang disregarded his trepidation and instructed Nan Nan and Meng Xian, please step back a bit. I need to stretch my limbs. Nan Nan, be vigilant for any stragglers. All right, Brother Han. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and flung open the door. Sunlight flooded the warehouse, momentarily blinding him. As his vision adjusted, he was met with the sight of a dozen zombies, all turning in unison to fix their gaze upon him. At that instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill seeping into his very core. Roar, roar. The zombies showed no hesitation, lunging towards him without delay. Zhao Xian's legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. He mumbled to himself. Don't they fear the zombies? Lunatics. All of them are lunatics. Ha, ha, ha. Soon after, the horde engulfed him. A dozen zombies? I must resolve this swiftly to prevent attracting more. Han Yang brandished his spear and charged towards the oncoming horde. His faith in allowing Zhao Xian to open the door stemmed from his confidence. He had previously observed through the sporadic transmissions from the mutated female zombie on the vehicle outside that the mass of undead had seemingly dispersed, drawn away by some unknown force, leaving only a handful lingering nearby. For Han Yang, a mere dozen zombies posed little threat. He merely needed to ensure Meng Xian remained unharmed. As for Nan Nan, he harbored no worries. The dim confines of the warehouse were perfectly suited for her abilities. If she desired to hide, none could unearth her. Meng Xian yearned to assist, but was restrained by Nan Nan. Brother Han can handle these zombies. Your presence may hinder him. Indeed. As Meng Xian observed Han Yang deftly wielding his spear, every zombie that fell within its arc met an inevitable demise. And soon the dozen zombies were dispatched. Remarkable. Meng Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, it was as if she were praising herself. Nan Nan basked in the glow of Han Yang's prowess. Han Yang approached the entrance, unceremoniously kicking Zhao Xian, now unrecognizable due to his bites, to the side, leaving him alongside the horrifically mauled Lin Suzhen, before shutting the door, to prevent Zhao Xian and Lin from rising as the undead. Han Yang destroyed their brains before commencing the task of dealing with the nearby corpses. Sister Meng, are you afraid of corpses? Not at all. I was the one who moved all the bodies cleared from the mall. Seeing Han Yang unoccupied, Meng Xian felt elated. While speaking, she showcased her arms. I am quite strong. That is splendid. Sister Meng, could you assist me in disposing of the bodies? After Nan Nan spoke, she stepped forward and brandished a short knife to commence the cranial dissection. Oh, are you searching for something within their minds? Meng Xian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. How did you know, Sister Meng? Instead of responding immediately, Meng Xian rummaged through her pocket and produced 6 translucent crystals. Is this what you were looking for? Well, so many corpse cores. Where did Sister Meng acquire them? Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on her feet. Han Yang also paused his actions. Is this what they call a corpse core? When I was slashing at the zombies, I swung too forcefully and ended up cleaving one in two, causing this to spill out. Meng Xian scratched her head sheepishly. Chapter 90, Astonishing Power. I found it rather appealing, so I decided to keep it. Later, when they asked me to transport the corpses, I took the liberty of splitting open the heads of all the bodies in search of something. And I only discovered 6 cores. Sister Meng, you are truly remarkable. How can you say that? You are far more impressive. I merely dared to confront zombies. I wouldn't even dream of laying a hand on a person. Meng Xian felt a bit embarrassed, yet simultaneously experienced a pang of regret. If only she could be as resolute as they were, she wouldn't have had to endure all these days with such compromises. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to kick Shinsong after embracing a fatalistic resolve. You are already doing wonderfully. Many men lack the courage to face zombies, just like Zhao Xian, who could only hide at the back, fearful of the strong. Han Yang did not hesitate to praise her. It's not as commendable as you all suggest. During the outbreak, I witnessed a colleague being bitten to death by a zombie right before my eyes. In my terror, I grabbed something and struck down the zombie. After that, I was no longer afraid of them. Everyone undergoes a gradual transformation. From now on, if anyone bullies you, don't hold back. Strike back. Meng Xian nodded in agreement. The 3 quickly dispatched the zombies, successfully extracting 4 corpse cores. Han Yang collected them all. To date, he had amassed 40 corpse cores, a portion of which had been utilized to cultivate corpse grass and linglong grass, and some had been consumed in nurturing Shasha and the mutated female zombie. Currently, he possessed 23 cores. 5 were with Nan Nan, serving as Shasha's sustenance. 4 were with Fong Fong for the care of the spirit plants, while the remaining 14 were in his possession. Adding the 6 cores held by Meng Xian, he would have a total of 20 cores. As they prepared to clear the mall, it seemed feasible to capture some zombies for cultivation, if they could all evolve. Who knew what intriguing abilities might awaken? Han Yang contemplated this quietly. However, considering the prospect of awakening abilities, was there not someone right before him? He glanced at Meng Xian, only to find her stealthily observing him as well. Their eyes met, and Meng Xian immediately averted her gaze, feeling somewhat bashful. Sensing Han Yang's curiosity, Meng Xian summoned her courage to address him. Han Yang, is your hand all right? Han Yang was taken aback. So that was what she was concerned about. He extended his injured hand, revealing a wound at the center of his palm caused by a nail. It was small yet deep, having penetrated through. Thanks to Han Yang's robust physique, the wound had already begun to clot and scab. However, after battling the zombies moments ago, it had split open again. Does it hurt? Meng Xian asked cautiously, gently grasping his hand to inspect the injury closely. I'll fetch some medicine to bandage it. There's no need. This minor wound is of little consequence. If Chen Fong were here, she could heal it with a mere blink. Even relying on my own resilience, it would be mostly healed by tomorrow. Yet, seeing her worried expression, Han Yang decided to tease her. I've heard that saliva can disinfect and sterilize. If you were to lick it, it would be just fine. Eh? I think I've heard that too. Is that true? Meng Xian looked up at him, her clear eyes revealing a hint of foolishness. Han Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Really? Shall I give it a try? He's just fooling you. Sister Meng actually believes it. Nan couldn't hold back. Huh? The scientific basis for saliva's antibacterial properties is quite established. Han Yang emphasized, then turned to comfort Meng Xian. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. By the way, Meng Xian, have you awakened your abilities? Awakened abilities? Meng Xian's youthful face tilted in confusion. After the viral outbreak, is there anything about you that feels different from before? At his words, Meng Xian lowered her head to glance at her chest. She realized she could no longer see her feet and was afraid of stepping on something while walking. Now, her figure had expanded considerably, making her undergarments ill-fitting. Does this count? It should not really, right? However, although she had grown significantly, it no longer felt like a burden as it did before, and she felt much stronger. My strength has increased? She said, her tone slightly hesitant. How much stronger? I haven't compared it, but it just feels like I have endless strength. I can lift anything. Han Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Anything at all? What about a car? I haven't tried, but I can give it a shot. All right. I was just planning to clear out some zombies at the entrance for easier access later, so wait a moment. After saying this, Han Yang returned to the warehouse entrance, opening the door once more. Outside, a few scattered zombies lingered, unaware of the commotion at the door due to the cars blocking their view. Han Yang strode out boldly. Upon seeing him, several zombies immediately shrieked and charged forward. With a flick of his long gun, he pierced through the skulls of several zombies, sending them crashing to the ground. Once he confirmed there were no more zombies outside, Nan and Meng Xian stepped out as well. Han Yang pointed to the armored vehicle. Can you lift it? I think I can manage. Meng Xian replied confidently. Just as she was about to step forward when she suddenly exclaimed, there's still a zombie inside. Don't be afraid. That's a zombie I control. This is my awakened ability. And I'll explain it in detail later. For now, just see if you can lift it. Meng Xian looked astonished, but she obediently approached the back of the vehicle. Grasping the lower edge of the truck bed with both hands and exerting her strength, the vehicle shuddered slightly but did not budge. Let me try again, Meng Xian declared. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, a warm current flowed through her limbs, filling her with a sense of boundless energy. With renewed vigor, she tried once more. With a creaking sound, the cargo area of the armored vehicle began to rise. Is it really lifting? Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Do you remember the mutated zombie we encountered at your school gate? Han Yang was not particularly surprised. He had already harbored some suspicions in his mind. After all, if one were merely a first-tier awakened individual without having practiced body enhancement techniques, it would be inconceivable for their strength to match the exaggerated displays exhibited by Meng Xian. Especially considering the short span since the outbreak of the virus. The fact that she could cleave a skull in two with a single strike. Could it be that Sister Ming is a power awakener? Indeed. Han Yang nodded, noting that the armored vehicle weighed nearly 8,000 pounds. Although lifting the rear didn't require such immense strength, it underscored the extraordinary power Meng Xian could unleash when fully exerting herself. Han Yang himself could only manage to lift a small sedan, while the weight of the armored vehicle was threefold that of an ordinary car. As he watched Meng Xian straining, her petite face flushed crimson, the rear tires of the armored vehicle nearly lifting off the ground. Han Yang promptly called out, Meng Xian. That's enough. At that moment, Meng Xian gradually lowered the vehicle. Yet, just as the vehicle descended, a distinct crack resounded. Han Yang and Nan, positioned beside the vehicle, witnessed Meng Xian's chest seemingly break free from its constraints, springing forth with a sudden intensity, expanding noticeably. Even larger. Chapter 91. This makes sense, Meng Xian instinctively covered her chest, but her petite arms were insufficient for the task. Han Yang stared intently, muttering, It is quite reasonable that a power-type ability user can enhance their pectoral muscles. But isn't it excessive? Such a burden. Nan glanced at her own figure. Though not insignificant, It paled in comparison to Meng Xian's current state. Even she found herself feeling a tad encumbered. Ever since my strength increased, I've noticed. Things have grown a bit larger here. My undergarments no longer fit properly, and I accidentally snapped the straps while exerting too much force. Meng Xian explained softly, her voice dwindling as she spoke. Sister Meng, are you accustomed to such size? Nan Nan inquired, leaning closer and whispering. Not really. I had considered surgery to reduce it a bit. How could you think that? What a shame. Han Yang interjected, unable to restrain himself. What business is it of yours? Nan Nan shot him a glare, pulling Meng Xian along. I've thought about it too. Those men keep leering at me. She continued, isn't that right? I want to downsize for that very reason. Nan Nan linked arms with Meng Xian. Sister Meng, let us go pick out some clothes. The lingerie section is on a few floors up. It's on the 3rd floor, but it hasn't been cleared yet. There are still many zombies. Meng Xian replied. Han Yang's eyes lit up. Aren't swimsuits also up there? Meng Xian nodded. Yes. The 3rd floor is the women's department. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go clear it out now. Han Yang exclaimed, eager to return. Meng Xian was baffled, while Nan Nan facepalmed. This man is hopeless. What areas remain uncleared? The entire mall was only fully sanitized on the 1st floor warehouse and the underground supermarket on the basement level. They had not dared to venture into other areas. The trio conversed as they walked. Han Yang occasionally stole glances at Meng Xian. The sense of freedom was delightful. Indeed, the most crucial supplies were on the basement level. With the 1st floor serving as the exit, other areas were temporarily unnecessary. Before long, the three of them reached the storage area on the 3rd floor via the stairs. The door here was also locked. Meng Xian retrieved the key to unlock it. The sound of the door opening immediately attracted the zombies inside, who rushed forward with a roar. Only one zombie? I'll handle this, Han Yang declared, charging ahead. As the zombie drew nearer, Han Yang extended his hand and pressed it against the creature's head. This particular zombie was rather diminutive, and Han Yang effectively restrained its head, rendering it unable to advance. While it flailed its claws in vain towards him, Han Yang deftly evaded, and the two engaged in a comical struggle reminiscent of a child battling an adult. The child swung their arms wildly, yet the adult held their head firmly, preventing any successful contact. It was an amusing sight. Han Yang had no intention of picking on the smaller creature. He merely encountered a lone one and aimed to control it. He flicked a drop of blood into the zombie's gaping mouth. Instantly, the small zombie fell silent. Remarkable. Although Meng Xian was aware of Han Yang's ability to control zombies, witnessing it firsthand filled her with awe. Do not envy others. Each of you possesses remarkable abilities. The trio entered the storage room, meticulously searching every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place for zombies overlooked. Simultaneously, they secured the door leading to the mall to prevent any zombies inside from advancing. During their search, they encountered 2 zombies, both of which were swiftly subdued by Han Yang. Once the warehouse was deemed secure, Nan Nan and Meng Xian joyfully immersed themselves in selecting clothing, not limiting themselves to undergarments. Shopping is intrinsic to a woman's nature, especially when such items are currently free. The two soon accumulated an impressive assortment of garments. Brother Han, turn around. Don't peek, Nan Nan playfully commanded, with no one else around. She urged Han Yang to step back a bit, while she and Meng Xian found a secluded corner to try on clothes. What is there to hide? It's not like you haven't seen it before, Han Yang muttered, idly examining the 3 newly controlled zombies. They were sales clerks from the 3rd floor, donned in standardized supermarket uniforms, their faces adorned with light makeup. Originally, they must have been quite attractive, but their appearances had become grotesque post-transformation. 2 of the zombies bore bloodstains on their faces, likely from having bitten someone. The last one appeared unscathed on her face, yet bore a horrifying gash on her neck. Han Yang was indifferent to their looks. He was not a heartless individual who reveled in the company of zombies, with so many beautiful women around. It was perplexing to engage in such perilous activities. His concern lay solely in their potential to awaken abilities. He retrieved the cores from the deceased and administered 2 to each of them. One cannot overindulge at once, or else they would struggle to digest it. Tomorrow, he would provide 2 more, and perhaps by the day after, results would manifest. He anticipated the intriguing abilities that may arise from these 3 zombies' advancement. Ah, be careful not to touch that, came Meng Xian's slightly flustered voice. I'm not touching anything inappropriately. I'm merely taking measurements. I want to find you the perfect lingerie. He Nan Nan replied with a chuckle. Han Yang felt a stirring curiosity. Not peeking. That seemed implausible. He discreetly turned around, and through the narrow gaps between 2 shelves, he caught a glimpse of white. The girls were frolicking and giggling, making it difficult for him to distinguish one from the other. However, fleeting glimpses of their fronts soon confirmed their identities. After all, He had previously assessed Nan Nan's proportions, while the other one was somewhat excessive. Although he could see only parts through the shelf, he understood the larger picture. It was clear that this was not something he could control with a mere gesture, at least 2 gestures. Let us choose this one, shall we? I think it's about the right size. Soon enough, Nan Nan selected a piece of lingerie and assisted Ming Xian in putting it on. How does it fit? Is it the right size? She inquired while fastening the straps. It's acceptable, but is it too revealing? Ming Xian responded shyly. The lingerie was originally a half-cup design, yet she had managed to wear it in a way that showcased a third of the cup. Han Yang could not help but gulp. What a feast for the eyes. Uncertain whether it was Han Yang's fervent gaze or the exaggerated gesture of him swallowing. Ming Xian seemed to sense something and glanced in his direction. Their eyes met instantaneously, and they exchanged a blink. Ming Xian felt a bit bewildered. How could he be caught stealing a glance? Hadn't he just seen her in all her glory? And what about Nan Nan? Han Yang appeared somewhat awkward. They stared at each other, eyes wide open, observing Ming Xian's face gradually reddening in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Han Yang offered her a playful thumbs up before casually turning away. Ming Xian found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement. It dawned on her that Nan Nan and Han Yang seemed to share a special connection. Was she the only one at a disadvantage? Yet, why did she not feel a strong aversion? In the past, whenever others had stolen glances at her figure, she had always felt a deep distaste, prompting her to adopt a more modest demeanor. But Han Yang, she recalled the moment he had shielded her from a nail gun, the projectile piercing his palm without him even flinching, and the way he had valiantly fought off hordes of zombies with effortless prowess. A thought blossomed in her mind. In this apocalypse, where zombies roamed freely, having someone to rely on might not be so bad after all. Chapter 92. You've got a bargain, Sister Ming. Are you listening to me? Huh, what's the matter? Ming Xian snapped back to reality. Does this lingerie fit well? She looked down and recalled Han Yang's approving gesture, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. I'll take this one. Then let me pair it with the top for you. As Han Yang savored the sights he had just witnessed, he listened to the two converse. After a considerable time, they finally emerged, fully attired. Han Yang, with a clear gaze, noticed that Ming Xian had exchanged her supermarket uniform for something entirely different, significantly altering her aura. She donned an oversized shirt adorned with a vibrant checkered pattern of orange and soft green hues. Initially, it seemed intended to conceal her figure. Yet her physique was so striking that it failed to achieve that effect, instead accentuating her silhouette even more. Her lower half was clad in slightly loose-fitting denim trousers, transforming her ensemble from professional to casual, exuding a fashionable allure that made her appear notably younger. To the unknowing observer, one might easily mistake her for Nan Nan's sister. At this moment, Ming Xian nervously clutched the hem of her shirt, feeling bashful in Han Yang's presence, though she was the one being discreetly observed. She couldn't quell her shyness. Nan Nan, pulling her along, smiled triumphantly at Han Yang. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? There are even more stunning outfits. But they aren't practical for work. Absolutely gorgeous. Nan Nan had also transformed her attire, radiating her vibrant personality, youthful, lively, stylish, and striking. Han Yang generously lavished compliments upon both, which Nan Nan accepted with a satisfied nod before playfully huffing. Just now, Sister Ming agreed to join us, so Han good. Why don't you offer her a drop of blood too? She wore an expression that suggested a playful bargain. I could also provide it to others. He thought but dared not voice it, fearing a punch from Ming Xian. With his current defenses, he knew he could not withstand such an impact. Never mind. Let us proceed in a proper manner. Han Yang extended his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood and presenting it to Ming Xian. During their recent encounter with zombies, he had briefly introduced his abilities. Ming Xian understood this was to prevent any future transformation into a zombie that could harm others. Simultaneously, Han Yang could mimic her powers. Memories of a colleague who had narrowly survived, only to be tragically killed by an internal transformation, flashed through her mind. A tinge of sorrow washed over her. Yet she felt a profound sense of relief. From now on, within her domain, she would no longer live in fear. Without much hesitation, she gently took Han Yang's finger into her mouth, drawing in that precious drop of blood. At once, Han Yang felt a thread of mental connection establish itself between them. The flow of energy within Ming Xian resonated in his mind. The seed of consciousness instinctively urged the energy within him to begin mimicking hers. Han Yang experienced an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his limbs. What immense power! I feel as if there is nothing I cannot lift. Of course, this was merely an illusion, a sense of unreality brought on by the sudden influx of strength. He clenched his fist, every muscle in his body tensing. And in that instant, he felt as though he had grown taller. Indeed, the enlargement of the chest is quite reasonable. He glanced at his pronounced pectoral muscles and then struck the adjacent shelf with considerable force. A resounding crash echoed through the air as items tumbled to the ground. The shelf, constructed from square hollow steel pipes, was indented by his blow, resembling the imprint of a fist. Nan's mouth formed a perfect O. Doesn't it hurt? Brother Han? Han Yang examined his fist, slightly red and swollen, and shook his head. Not really. Fortunately, Ming Xian's abilities have reinforced my muscles and bones, providing substantial defense. However, her form of protection differs from Xia Xia's. Xia Xia offers comprehensive external defense, safeguarding every inch of skin. Whereas Ming Xian's power does not guarantee immunity from bites and infections, it merely mitigates the severity, akin to a mosquito bite. Nonetheless, it is formidable. With a bit of caution and the use of puncture-resistant clothing, dealing with a few zombies would be a trivial matter. Ming Xian observed Han Yang demonstrating his abilities with a mixture of astonishment and joy. Sister Ming, now we are family. Let us return to Golden Sand Island together. It's truly beautiful there, Nan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Ming Xian nodded solemnly. All right, it's getting late. Let us first explore the underground supermarket's warehouse and grab a bite. Yay. At the mention of food, Nan instantly perked up. The three descended the stairs, chatting animatedly. During their descent, Nan conveyed some details about Golden Sand Island to Ming Xian. Upon arriving at the underground supermarket's warehouse, they were met with utter darkness. The lack of windows and electricity left them reliant on their flashlights for illumination. Besides the gloom, the odors were far from pleasant, fishy, putrid, and the stench of spoiled food mingled in the stifling air, creating an indescribably bizarre and unpleasant atmosphere that was quite suffocating. We only recently cleared out this underground supermarket warehouse, Ming Xian explained as she produced masks for the two. Due to the power outage, everything in the freezer and refrigeration units has spoiled, and without ventilation, the smell is quite unbearable. Such a large supermarket should have a backup generator. Do you know where it is? Han Yang inquired. The darkness made it inconvenient to locate items without familiarity with the layout. It seems there's one near the cold storage. Ming Xian recalled after a moment. Let me there. All right. Ming Xian took the lead, and the trio soon arrived at a door-marked freezer. Without hesitation, Ming Xian continued a bit further before stopping outside a distribution room. This is it. But I don't have the key. No worries. This posed no challenge for Han Yang. He instructed Nan to hold the flashlight while he retrieved his tools and swiftly picked the lock. Upon entering the room, they discovered several massive distribution cabinets. And on one side of the room, they finally located the generator. There were 4 units in total, seemingly capable of simultaneously supplying power to both the warehouse and the supermarket. Han Yang examined the circuit connected to the generator. Fortunately, the distribution box bore clear labels, preventing him from floundering in confusion. Among the 4 generator sets, one was dedicated to supplying the cold storage and freezing rooms of the warehouse. Another set was assigned to the warehouse itself, while the remaining 2 served the supermarket and the air conditioning ventilation system, respectively. Upon locating the generator that powered the warehouse, Han Yang checked the diesel level. It was still full, so he proceeded to start it. As the generator's voltage stabilized, he flipped the power switch, and the lights in the room illuminated instantly. This made things considerably more convenient. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. However, he was uncertain whether there was a reserve of diesel available here. If not, they would have to alternate usage among the 4 generators. I recall there should be some in the maintenance department on the first floor. Ming Xian raised her hand. Really? Then we need not worry. Now, let's find something to eat. I'm famished. Hooray. Chapter 93. A foreboding feeling. The trio emerged from the distribution room, and the warehouse was ablaze with light. Numerous shelves were visible, divided into several sections, significantly larger than those on the first floor. The 3 hastened towards the instant food area, where one of them grabbed several self-heating meals without much consideration, settling down on the floor to commence their feast. While waiting for the meals to heat up, Nan ventured to the beverage section to retrieve a case of cola. If only Sister Lan were here, we could enjoy some chilled cola. Your Sister Lan would be quite exasperated, thinking her abilities were merely for providing you with iced cola. I find it quite splendid. Han Yang pondered this as well. Indeed. Qin Lan's powers were not particularly effective against zombies, as she needed to make physical contact with objects to freeze them. Engaging with zombies could prove perilous. A careless moment might result in injury, rendering the effort futile. It was far more prudent to utilize the environment, such as a pool, to achieve the desired effect. However, her abilities were immensely beneficial in dealing with humans in everyday life, especially during the sweltering summer months, akin to possessing a portable refrigerator. We might consider bringing Qin Lan along in a day or 2. By then, her physical training should yield some results. All 3 were hearty eaters, and it took several boxes of self-heating meals for one to feel satisfied. Han Yang glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. Darkness would soon envelop them. You two should load some food into the vehicle while I fetch some clothing from upstairs. Shakue and the others don't even have suitable exercise attire. They're still wearing their summer garments. Shouldn't we be the ones to find the clothes? We girls know exactly what girls like to wear. Nan Nan remarked curiously. Who do you think you girls are dressing up for? Isn't it for us boys? Therefore, we boys know better. That's a flawed argument. A flawed argument is still an argument. Han Yang paid no heed to Nan Nan's mild protest, chuckling as he bounded up to the third floor, eager to make a careful selection. With Han Yang gone, Nan Nan and Ming Xian had no choice but to collaborate in transporting food. The warehouse was stocked with a plethora of provisions: rice, flour, oil, canned goods, pickled vegetables, dried foods, honey, jam, seasonings, instant noodles, prepackaged meals, puffed snacks, all meticulously organized on the shelves. They did not make any particular selections, as everything needed to be packed away, and there was no concern over expiration dates, as the food remained fresh for quite some time. Thus, they began loading the nearest items first. Meanwhile, Han Yang meandered to the third floor. He first sought out several large burlap sacks, and then strode directly to the swimwear section. He bypassed the men's swimwear entirely, selectively choosing from the women's. He discarded all one-piece swimsuits with skirted hems, opting instead for a few resembling the classic racing suits. As for the two-piece swimsuits, particularly the more revealing bikinis, he gathered them all into his bags. After all, he was the sole man on the island. The less he wore, the more appealing he appeared. As for Lu Bin, he would be prohibited from setting foot on the island in the future. After selecting swimwear, Han Yang proceeded to the lingerie section, where his expectations were modest. He gathered a few pieces of various styles, for he would not see them when they were worn beneath clothing. When he eventually did catch sight of them, he was more inclined to play with what lay beneath. Next came the sleepwear. The summer heat necessitated something cool and comfortable. He selected several silk camisole nightgowns. Ultimately, he added a collection of t-shirts, shirts, and an array of dresses. He also picked out some shorts, as Chen Feng enjoyed wearing them. For trousers, he only took the more fitted yoga pants, perfect for showcasing one's figure during practice. Curiously, he also chose a few rather alluring evening gowns. Perhaps some individuals might appreciate wearing them, like Yu Xiaoque. Han Yang chuckled softly, then turned around to find that 4 large burlap sacks, each nearly as tall as himself, were already brimming behind him. He secured them with a rope, hoisted them onto his shoulder, and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, Nan Nan and Ming Xian had already transported a considerable amount of items. Unlike Han Yang, who relied solely on his hands and shoulders, they utilized a small cart available in the warehouse to transport goods to the staircase. Unfortunately, the elevator was out of service. Otherwise, their progress would have been swifter. Even so, the cart was nearly filled to capacity. Given the limited space in the transport vehicle, Han Yang hurriedly stuffed the burlap sacks inside, lest there be no room left. Today was primarily for reconnaissance. If there were fewer items, so be it. Tomorrow he would need to arrange for several trucks. As he glanced at the sky, it had grown notably dim. Without the neon lights and light pollution, night descended rapidly. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan and Ming Xian to pause and discuss the forthcoming arrangements. With darkness enveloping them, he said, Nan Nan and I will head to the office building diagonally across to find someone. Ming Xian, you stay here and keep an eye on the vehicle. We will return shortly. All right, okay. Ming Xian nodded with slight trepidation. Han Yang had mentioned this plan during their meal, but she felt a twinge of anxiety. How about this? I'll have Sha stay behind to keep you company. You two wait in the vehicle until we return, and we'll leave for the island immediately. Ming Xian appeared considerably more at ease. Han Yang contemplated for a moment, then commanded the mutated female zombie and the 3 newly controlled female zombie guides to roam nearby freely, while subtly indicating that they must not harm Ming Xian. They were free to engage with other strangers. He also intended for these zombies to remain at the mall entrance throughout the night, ensuring the premises were protected. With the mutated female zombie present, it would be difficult for any ordinary person to entertain thoughts of attacking the mall. Han Yang hinted that they could only operate in the vicinity of the mall, making it impossible to lure them away. With arrangements in place, Han Yang and Nan Nan entered stealth mode, vanishing from Ming Xian's sight as they made their way to the office building across the street. Along their path, they encountered few zombies, only a scattered few. It was unclear what had drawn away the hundreds of zombies, leading them elsewhere. The two successfully arrived at the office building. The main entrance stood wide open, and the first floor was nearly devoid of zombies, likely having been lured outside. However, the ground was stained with dark blood, and several decaying corpses lay scattered about, the air thick with the stench of decay. This scene attested to the horrific aftermath of the zombie outbreak. The two, accustomed to such sights, did not linger but proceeded directly to the stairway to ascend. The corridors were similarly sparse in zombies. encountering a few between the first and fourth floors. They evaded when possible, and when escape was unfeasible, they swiftly dispatched their would-be attackers, striving to minimize noise to prevent attracting more zombies. Strangely, as they ascended from the fifth floor, the number of encountered zombies dwindled significantly. Even the office area had descended into complete silence, devoid of any sounds. Unlike the lower floors, where the echoes of zombie growls could still be heard. This was decidedly abnormal. Han Yang's expression grew increasingly grave, and an ominous premonition began to take root within him. Soon, in the corridor of the seventh floor, they stumbled upon a corpse, devoured almost entirely, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton, carelessly discarded on the ground. What could have transpired here? Nan was taken aback. If my instincts are correct, there may be a mutated zombie lurking nearby. Han Yang's visage darkened. Their objective lay on the eighth floor, and they were close at hand. Although hope was scant, it would be illogical to halt their advance at this juncture. They would do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 94. The eerie zombie. Let us proceed with caution, Han Yang advised. Indeed. Nan nodded earnestly. They continued their ascent, and upon reaching the eighth floor, the scene was even more harrowing. The walls were splattered with blood, and the tiles beneath their feet were stained a dark crimson, hardened into a thick, ghastly imprint. Severed limbs lay discarded haphazardly, with no complete corpses in sight. Even Han Yang, with his experience, and Nan, with her carefree disposition, felt their faces pale at the hellish tableau before them. The devastation here was clearly not the result of a mere day or two. Some bloodstains had yet to fully dry, indicating that the mutated zombie had been lurking nearby, preying upon its fellow undead, stealing themselves. The pair treaded cautiously over the thick puddles of blood, searching for the office belonging to Yi Xiaoque. Soon, they halted before a door adorned with a plaque reading Chairman's Office. This must be the place. Han Yang vigilantly scanned the surroundings before gently pushing the door open. Inside lay an expansive office, dominated by a grand mahogany desk, behind which stood a bookshelf laden with tomes. Yet, the space was devoid of life. The two entered, promptly securing the door behind them. Han Yang surveyed the area again, confirming the absence of both people and zombies, before approaching the desk. Aside from a computer, office supplies, and a few decorative items, a picture frame caught his eye. Within it, a radiant Yu Xiaoque smiled. This was indeed the right place. However, Yu Xiaoque's father was absent, and no traces of bloodshed or struggle marred the room. Hanga, look. Nan pointed towards a coat rack in the corner, where a suit jacket hung. This is concerning, Han Yang mused. If Yu Xiaoque's father had been here during the outbreak, yet was not in his office at the time, it posed a grave risk. Let us collect this and then check the conference room. He stowed the suit jacket in his backpack, and together with Nan, they exited the office, retracing their steps. They had previously noted the conference room, so they headed directly there. The door stood ajar, revealing chairs strewn about and blood splattered across the floor, alongside two severely decayed corpses. These unfortunate souls had clearly met their end at the hands of other zombies during the outbreak, their fates too grim to allow for their own transformation into the undead. Han Yang scrutinized the remains, confirming they were not Yu Xiaoque's father. While their features were beyond recognition, Yu Xiaoque had previously shown him a photograph of her father, showcasing a luxurious watch she had gifted him. Ah, Hanga, could this be the watch? Nan exclaimed suddenly. Han Yang rushed over to discover an arm, not a pawn, lying on the ground, adorned with a blood-soaked watch. He pulled out his phone and compared it to the photograph Yu Xiaoque had sent him. Despite the bloodstains, it was unmistakably the same watch. Sighing deeply, Han Yang lamented the gruesome fate that had befallen the mutated zombies' victims. Their remains scattered and unrecognizable, making any attempt to recover them futile. Such a dismembered arm would undoubtedly be inappropriate to take back. Never mind, I shall use this watch as a substitute. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yang removed the watch from the casually discarded arm, wiping it with a tissue to mitigate its gruesome appearance. He then placed it into his bag alongside his suit. Let us depart. The two retraced their steps. Upon entering the corridor, Han Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate they had not encountered that mutated zombie. Otherwise, dealing with an unknown entity possessing such abilities would have posed a significant challenge. However, his optimism was short-lived. As they descended to the sixth floor, they unexpectedly came face to face with a bizarre, levitating zombie. Han Yang grasped Nan's arm, and they halted in place, refraining from any erratic movements. The zombie before them was exceedingly peculiar, with an exceptionally small stature, resembling a child of 4 or 5 years. Yet its face bore the unmistakable features of an adult, and its disproportionately large head made it appear as though a watermelon were perched atop a stick. The sight was utterly disconcerting. More alarmingly, its entire body hovered approximately 10 centimeters above the ground, floating in midair. As Han Yang and Nan descended, it drifted out from the office area on the 6th floor into the corridor. What an extraordinary zombie. What strange abilities does it possess? Han Yang, having seen much in his previous life, had never encountered such a creature. He dared not act recklessly and observed in silence. The bizarre zombie failed to notice Han Yang and Nan Nan. It floated to the center of the corridor, changed direction, and began to drift downward. Han Yang and Nan Nan breathed a sigh of relief. However, they remained oblivious to the blood-red, glass-like sphere that had just emerged from the corner of the door frame where the peculiar zombie had appeared, suspended by a thin line. This sphere aimed directly at their position. Soon, another, then a third, and ultimately 5 of these strange orbs glided out from the edge of the door frame, all fixating their gaze upon Han Yang and Nan Nan with unwavering intensity. Chapter 95. Resolution. A chill inexplicably coursed through Han Yang's heart, a foreboding sign of danger. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing 5 eerie orbs suspended in the doorway of the 6th floor, a wave of goosebumps erupted across his skin. Damn! He could not help but exclaim loudly. It was utterly terrifying. Those 5 floating spheres were unmistakably eyeballs. Behind them trailed thin strands resembling dark red blood vessels. Anyone would feel their scalp prickle under the intense gaze of such bizarre eyes. Han Yang realized that both he and Nan Nan had been exposed. These eyeballs evidently possessed a sensory ability akin to that of mutated female zombies. There was another mutated zombie nearby. He cautioned Nan Nan. Nan Nan, initially perplexed, was startled by Han Yang's sudden shout. However, upon seeing the 5 floating eyeballs, she was instantly covered in goosebumps, feeling utterly disgusted. She could hardly tolerate such a multitude of these grotesque things. It was revolting. Drawing her knife, she prepared to strike at the eyeballs. Be careful. Han Yang did not intervene, for he noticed that the floating zombie, which had descended to the lower floor, was now drifting back. They needed to act swiftly. He quickly shifted to Meng Xian's abilities. His muscles surged, bones crackling. Gripping his spear tightly, he leapt into action, utilizing the advantageous height. With the spear aimed at the approaching zombie's head, he thrust forward. Die! The spear punctured less than 10 centimeters from the zombie, encountering slight resistance. That minuscule force was trivial compared to Han Yang's strength, akin to a bubble bursting under the spear's pressure. Yet, that slight resistance afforded the zombie a momentary reprieve. Its body floated slightly upward, evading the most fatal strike. The spear pierced through its mouth, the immense momentum carrying the zombie's body onward with a resounding thud against the wall. The spear embedded deeply into the wall, leaving a gaping wound in the zombie's mouth. Not dead, Han Yang was momentarily astonished, yet his actions did not falter. He refrained from withdrawing the spear, thinking it better to keep it lodged. How could it evade now? He unsheathed the short hammer hanging at his waist and aimed to smash the zombie's head. Just one strike would reduce it to a pulp, akin to smashing a watermelon. However, at that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Han Yang halted abruptly, narrowly evading the threat. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a pale bone hovering in midair. The bone was short, approximately 10 centimeters long and pencil-thin, hollow with sharpened ends resembling a blade. It had been this very bone that had unexpectedly attacked Han Yang, forcing him to dodge. Telekinesis? Han Yang suddenly comprehended. No wonder this zombie could float. Moreover, the resistance he sensed prior to striking it must have been this zombie's telekinetic force at play. However, its power was insignificant compared to Han Yang's fully awakened strength. Yet, how much time it managed to gain, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Han Yang cast a fleeting glance at Nan Nan behind him, discovering that she had severed 2 of the 5 eyeballs, which now flopped about on the ground, while the remaining 3 retreated. The mutated zombie did not emerge, and Nan Nan refrained from recklessly pursuing, instead keeping a vigilant watch at the doorway. Han Yang felt a sense of relief. He switched to Sha's defensive capability, focusing intently on the zombie before him. The bone spikes shifted positions in the air, yet regardless of their rearrangement, they all aimed for Han Yang's vital points. Concurrently, the mutated zombie, ensnared by the long spear, struggled desperately to free itself. However, no matter how forcefully it strained, it could not budge the spear firmly anchored to the wall. Soon, it relinquished its struggle, its gaze fixated on Han Yang. At that moment, another bone spike floated out from behind it. These 2 spikes had manifested when it ascended to the 2nd tier, lightweight yet sharp. The trade-off was a drastic reduction in its size, making the use of its abilities more convenient. Had it retained its original corpulent form, it would have been unable to levitate. With both bone spikes unleashed at full force, their speed surged dramatically. Han Yang narrowed his eyes, wholly concentrated on the trajectory of the spikes. Soon, he sensed impending danger. One of the spikes veered out of his line of sight, darting behind him. Just then, the other spike lunged directly towards him. Were he on open ground, Han Yang might have evaded the dual assault of the spikes. However, in the cramped confines of the corridor, there was scarcely any room for maneuver. Moreover, He was descending step by step. No choice. He resolved to fight back. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Only by eliminating the mutated zombie could the crisis be averted. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become. Han Yang crouched down, evading the approaching bone spike. Then, he lunged forward, disregarding the situation behind him, and reached the telekinetic zombie. He swung the short hammer with great force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as one of the bone spikes was sent flying. Although he no longer had Ming Xian's ability to bolster his strength, his own power was not to be underestimated. The spike inflicted minimal damage upon him. With a thud, the telekinetic zombie's head crumpled like a deflated ball under the impact of the short hammer. Simultaneously, Han Yang felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Another bone spike had pierced into it. Fortunately, Sha Sha's defensive ability intervened, and the telekinetic zombie fell lifeless. Lacking the support of telekinesis, the spike, relying solely on inertia, punctured his clothing but failed to penetrate the resilient barrier of his skin. Clink! The spike clattered to the ground, producing a metallic echo. Han Yang, feeling unscathed, swiftly turned his attention to Nan Nan. At that moment, the five-eyed zombie emerged. Its form was even more grotesque, resembling a beast with limbs sprawled on the ground, nearly indistinguishable from human shape. Its head, let us cautiously refer to it as a head, it lacked facial features, possessing only a gaping maw, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, continuously opening and closing. Above the mouth, 5 elongated structures resembling blood vessels are suspended, each adorned with the 5 eyes observed moments ago. Now, only 3 remain. These 3 eyes fixate intently on Nan Nan, as the mouth, reminiscent of a chrysanthemum, suddenly lunges forward, attempting to bite Nan Nan. Chapter 96. Second Order Corpse. A sudden tension gripped Han Yang's heart. He swiftly yanked out his spear and hurled the telekinetic zombie's body to the ground as he advanced to provide support. Nan Nan was taken aback by the creature's grotesque appearance, its head springing forth like that of a tortoise. The foul stench emanating from its gaping maw rushed toward her waist. She could vividly discern the jagged rows of sharp teeth encircling that repulsive orifice. Stepping back 2 paces, she brought her Tang Dao down with force. The blade clashed against the outer flesh of the grotesque mouth, locking in a stalemate with its teeth. At that moment, Han Yang arrived, striking down with his spear like a club, smashing the zombie's neck into the ground, causing flesh to tear. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Nan withdrew her Tang Dao and delivered a diagonal slash. The abhorrent mouth of the zombie was swiftly severed from its neck. Yet Han Yang did not relent. Concerned that the grotesque mouth might not be the creature's vital point, he relentlessly thrust his spear into its body, creating numerous punctures. Only when the zombie lay motionless did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. What manner of monstrosity is this? Nan Nan patted her chest, still shaken. It was not fear that troubled her, but rather the revolting sight. The earlier telekinetic zombie, although smaller, had at least retained a semblance of normality. This one had truly shattered her worldview. It was, indeed, a mutated zombie. Han Yang procured a short knife and pierced the region above its mouth to search within. The extent of its transformation during evolution was rather significant, deviating from human aesthetics. Yet, perhaps within the eyes of a zombie, it appeared quite splendid. Oh dear. Sasha wouldn't transform into such a sight, would she? No, surely not. Aha. Found it. After some time of rummaging, Han Yang finally extracted the corpse core from the mass of flesh. He withdrew it from the sanguine remnants and wiped it clean. An orange-yellow, translucent crystal emerged in his hand. How beautiful. It resembled a gemstone. Yet it was markedly different from the previous corpse cores. Nan Nan, with a look of astonishment, accepted it, unable to part with her fascination. This is a second-order corpse core. Han Yang's face lit up with joy. He hadn't anticipated that this creature was a second-order zombie. However, his thoughts soon drifted back to the telekinetic zombie. Approaching it, he probed the back of its head. Unlike the 5-eyed zombie, he quickly located what he sought. It was also an orange-yellow corpse core, yet it was considerably more luminous, with a faint green glow emanating from its center. This telekinetic zombie must be on the verge of reaching the third order. Han Yang marveled. Although he had never encountered a third-order corpse core, he was not hindered in his conjecture. Much like the exquisite first-order corpse core, which shimmered white with a hint of orange, it was no wonder that this creature was so formidable. Han Yang believed that any ordinary ability user facing the telekinetic and 5-eyed zombies would undoubtedly face a perilous struggle. It was only through Nan Nan's stealthy ambush, Ming Xian's powerful thrust, and Sasha's defensive prowess that they had managed to vanquish it. In light of these thoughts, he couldn't help but appreciate the true strength of his abilities. It seems I must gather more necrotic cores and awaken several more zombies to acquire greater abilities. Han Yang's heart brimmed with anticipation. Subsequently, Han Yang picked up 2 bone spikes used for telekinetic zombie control. Both spikes were of identical size, roughly the thickness of a pencil, their surface a pristine white. As Han Yang examined them closely, he discovered that their texture was remarkably smooth, resembling a glazed finish, luminescent akin to jade. Moreover, they were hollow in the center. Despite their seemingly fragile appearance, their actual hardness was impressively high. Even after being struck with full force by a short hammer, they remained unscathed. The angled edges at both ends appeared exceedingly sharp. He attempted to insert the bone spike into the telekinetic zombie's body, and it effortlessly penetrated the flesh. It seemed to have pierced a blood vessel, as a stream of black blood surged forth through the hollow gap of the spike. Excellent, excellent. Han Yang was immensely pleased. He withdrew the spike, finding it devoid of any bloodstains, still as pure as jade. He carefully stowed it away in his backpack. Let us return. After securing his spoils, Han Yang beckoned to Nan Nan, and the two re-entered the shadows, making their way downstairs. This time, no further mishaps occurred, and they successfully returned to the entrance of the mall's warehouse. Han Yang and Nan Nan suddenly appeared before Ming Xian, startling her momentarily. But her face soon blossomed with joy. You're back, Nan Nan. Your ability is truly remarkable. It's a pity it works best only at night. Nan Nan pouted. Having experienced the events in the office building, she was eager to return to the community to search for her parents. Even if they had turned into zombies, it would be better than being torn to pieces. I will discuss it with Brother Han. Nan Nan resolved firmly. The two climbed into the vehicle, with Han Yang taking the driver's seat. It was late at night, and he dared not let Nan Nan drive recklessly. Can Ming Xian drive? Han Yang inquired as he started the escort vehicle. She has a driver's license, but she isn't very skilled. That's fine. Practice makes perfect. Tomorrow, while transporting supplies, we can use an additional vehicle, making the process quicker. Agreed. Having cleared the roads during the day, they navigated smoothly at night despite limited visibility. Only one or two zombies unexpectedly appeared in their path, which Han Yang simply drove over. In no more than 10 minutes, they arrived back at the service area by the riverside. From a distance, Lubin spotted the lights and prepared at the entrance. Upon seeing the familiar escort vehicle, he immediately opened the gate. Today, Wei brought back some food and clothing. You can ask Sister Xiao Kuei for them tomorrow. Han Yang called out to Lubin through the glass. All right. Lubin responded cheerfully. Han Yang continued driving onto the island. Just after crossing the bridge, he noticed a group of people standing under the streetlight at the hotel entrance, none other than Xiao Kuei, Chen Fong, and the others who had come to greet them. Wow, everyone is here. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully as she leapt from the car. By the way, let me introduce you all. This is our new companion, Ming Xian. Hello. Everyone. Ming Xian followed Nan Nan out of the vehicle, nervously greeting the group. Several women, particularly Chen Fong, Shangwan Qingqing, and Yi Xiaoqiye, gazed at Ming Xian as she leaped from the car, the scene reminiscent of earth-shattering events, coupled with her somewhat youthful visage. They instinctively directed their attention towards Han Yang. Han Yang, bewildered, wondered why they were all staring at him. Chapter 97. Not so displeasing. This is Sister Fong. This is Sister Qingqing. This is Sister Xiaoqiye. Nan Nan introduced Ming Xian to each of them in turn. The more Ming Xian observed, the more astonished she became. Although these women varied in height, each possessed an alluring figure, with some exuding delicate beauty, others radiating striking glamour, and still others embodying an air of cool elegance. They were all stunningly beautiful. Alongside Nan Nan, perhaps even including herself, Ming Xian was acutely aware of her own characteristics. Her youthful face coupled with her ample bosom often caused her distress. It was remarkable that such a diverse collection of enchanting women was gathered on a single island. She discreetly cast a glance at Han Yang, as a certain conjecture in her mind began to crystallize. May I call you Xiao Xian? After Nan Nan completed her introductions, Yi Xiaokuei was the first to grasp Ming Xian's hand. Of course. Welcome to our family. There's no need to feel anxious. Just consider this place your home. Yi Xiaokuei's gentle smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, which eased Ming Xian's apprehensions considerably. Yi Xiaokuei proceeded to provide a brief overview of the island, skillfully posing a few questions that quickly unveiled Ming Xian's background. Han Yang shook his head in the background. He exchanged a few words with Chen Fong and the others, discussing their experiences in the marketplace. When Yi Xiaokuei finished introducing Ming Xian to others and approached him, Han Yang picked up his backpack. Your father. Let us discuss that later. Yi Xiaokuei interjected, placing a finger over Han Yang's mouth. First, let's unload our things, and then we can find a quiet place to chat. All right. Han Yang admired Yi Xiaokuei's composure, sensing she had likely surmised the answer. Today, I brought back some food, as well as a few changes of clothes and swimwear for you all. Han Yang opened the car door and offered a brief explanation. Let us store the food in the storeroom behind the hotel. As for the clothes, I think it would be better to find a dedicated room for display, allowing the ladies to pick what they desire. That sounds great. There's a large conference room on the first floor of the hotel. Let us place them there. It would be ideal to bring back some hangers next time. There should be some in the marketplace. Once we finish tidying up, we can consider retrieving a few. The two exchanged a few more words, finalizing plans and organizing everyone to commence their tasks. The clothing was entrusted to Qin Lan and Nan Nan, both of whom were awakened ones, easily carrying 2 bags each. Meanwhile, Han Yang drove the remaining food to the storeroom behind the hotel, which was designated for storing supplies. Originally intended for food storage for future tourism on the island, it was a modest space, yet well-equipped. Inside, there were shelves for organizing items, as well as large-capacity refrigeration and freezing units. Yu Xiaoque was responsible for managing the supplies. Under her direction, the group swiftly unloaded the items from the vehicle. Observing the abundance of food being stored, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. After securing the storeroom, they returned to the hotel. In the large conference room on the first floor, Nan Nan and Qin Lan had already opened the bags of clothing, neatly arranging them on the tables by category. As they worked, Nan Nan muttered, "Humph, what do men know about women? Such a lecher." At that moment, she held a minuscule piece of swimwear in her hand, no larger than a palm. Disdainfully, she cast it aside and picked up another. This one was of a more reasonable size, yet featured side ties that, if not securely fastened, could easily slip off when met with water. One after another, she examined several pieces, all of which were 2-piece ensembles. Even if they were not bikinis, they revealed quite a bit. It was no wonder she appeared quite irked. Qin Lan, observing from the side, could not help but smile. She was sorting through t-shirts and shirts, which were far more conventional. At that moment, the others entered the room, and upon seeing the plethora of clothes, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu immediately became animated. Finally, new clothes to wear. Both donned vibrant athletic attire. Their shorter stature compared to Qingqing necessitating some alterations to their pants. Despite this, the fit remained loose, somewhat awkward but not impeding their movement. Yi Xiaoque was also in high spirits. She rummaged through the swimwear and selected 2 pieces, presenting them to Han Yang. "Do you think I look good in this?" Han Yang raised an eyebrow. The 2 pieces Yi Xiaoque had chosen comprised a bikini, with the upper portion's fabric smaller than his palm and the lower piece equally diminutive. "Absolutely stunning," Han Yang replied earnestly, nodding. "This was meticulously selected. Yesterday we lamented the lack of swimwear, and today, fortune smiled upon us. You truly are thoughtful." Yi Xiaoque wore a teasing smile. "Whatever you find lacking, I shall endeavor to retrieve." She huffed lightly. "So, do you have any plans? If not, let us find somewhere." "Wait," Han Yang interjected, locating Shengwan Qingqing, who was also selecting clothes. "Qingqing, Meng Xian is also an awakened. Tomorrow, she will accompany me to the mall to transport supplies, so could you take a moment to instruct her in body-strengthening techniques?" "Of course," Shengwan Qingqing replied, casting a glance at Yi Xiaoque. "Today, there is also a special training session tailored for you. Do not forget. Will you be able to train me as well?" "Don't worry about it." "Very well," Han Yang mused, having gained considerable insights throughout the day, and he was eager to surprise her during their training. Subsequently, he and Yi Xiaoque found a room. Han Yang retrieved a suit and a watch from his backpack, handing them to Yi Xiaoque. "I apologize. This is all we managed to find." He briefly recounted the events they encountered in the office building. "I am certain it was the work of 2 mutated zombies. But we dealt with them, thus avenging your uncle." "Thank you." Yu Xiaoque listened intently, her fingers grazing the fabric of the suit. "In truth, my relationship with my father has not been particularly good. In earlier years, he was so engrossed in his work that he neglected our family." Her voice softened as she shared her thoughts. Han Yang remained silent, simply listening. Sometimes, when people confide in others, they do not seek solace but rather wish to unburden their hearts. In such moments, being a quiet listener suffices. Upon returning from my studies abroad and joining the company, I began to understand my father better, and our relationship has since improved. I recall that the suit was the very first gift I purchased for him. He was absolutely delighted, and even after wearing it for quite some time, he could not bear to part with it. Yu Xiaoque smoothed out the wrinkles on the garment. "Therefore, I truly thank you, Han Yang." "Shouldn't it be thank you, my husband?" Han Yang noticed her demeanor had softened considerably and teased her with a smile. "Oh right, I did promise you that." Yi Xiaoque replied with a charming smile. "If you come to my room tonight, I shall tell you." I'm not that lacking in taste." Han Yang rose from his seat. "Let us call it a day. I have matters to attend to, so I'll turn in early." Yu Xiaoque watched him decisively turn away, biting her lip. This fellow isn't so unbearable at times. With that thought, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 98. Growth. Han Yang strolled back to the villa. Before he even entered, he was greeted by the warm glow of lights illuminating the interior, where several women were engaged in lively conversation in the living room. Meng Xian reveled in the refreshing coolness provided by the air conditioning. Feeling as though the oppressive heat had entirely dissipated, this marked the first occasion since the apocalypse that she had enjoyed the convenience of air conditioning. Not only that, but Nan Nan had also arranged a place for her to stay, a spacious room on the first floor, equipped with a separate wardrobe and an independent bathroom, which filled her with delight. Sister Meng, let me teach you body-strengthening techniques that can rapidly enhance your strength. Nan Nan suddenly paused, tilting her head. Your strength seems substantial already. Perhaps further enhancement isn't necessary? Indeed, you are quite strong, Qinfang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Xian's figure. Yet, practice is essential. Every bit of strength contributes to your prowess. Shangwan Qingqing interjected, her arms crossed and her expression serious. All right, I shall put forth my utmost effort. Meng Xian replied enthusiastically. Very well, Nan Nan will first demonstrate, then provide a detailed explanation of the movements. Oh, so you sought out Nan Nan for instruction. Han Yang entered, first greeting Qinfang, nodding at Meng Xian, and then positioning himself beside Shangwan Qingqing, both of them focusing their attention on Nan Nan. Nan Nan possesses remarkable talent. She is already quite proficient and ready to take on students. Fine, shall we step outside for some practice? Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Are you feeling confident? It seems you had a fruitful day. Kiki, just give it a try, and you will see. Han Yang had entirely forgotten the painful beating he had endured the previous day. He felt capable once more. All right. But let it be known that you are not to utilize Meng Xian's abilities. Of course, before long, the two found themselves on the beach, each assuming their positions and preparing their initial stances. As before, Shangwan Qingqing initiated the exchange, this time. She did not lead with her feet but instead closed in on Han Yang, delivering a powerful punch to his chest with her right fist. The movement was swift, the force behind it formidable. Han Yang raised his right arm to block the blow aimed at his chest. However, Qingqing had anticipated this, swiftly launching an attack with her other hand from the opposite side. Simultaneously, the blocked fist retracted rapidly, launching another strike with impeccable timing. Han Yang continued to attempt to parry, yet Qingqing's fists fell like relentless raindrops, unceasing in their assault. Ultimately, Han Yang could not mitigate every strike, suffering several blows. This style of fighting reminded him of a film he had seen, where the Wing Chun techniques demonstrated by a man bore a striking resemblance to this exchange. With the fluidity of Baguazhang, the ferocity of 8 Extremes boxing, the precision of Wing Chun, and the discipline of Taekwondo. Although Han Yang was not well versed in martial arts, he had observed Qingqing seamlessly integrating various styles during their sparring sessions over the past days, and she executed them remarkably well, at least to the extent that her strikes were quite forceful. At this moment, Qingqing employed Wing Chun, which emphasized rapid close-range combat, delivering a flurry of punches. Fortunately, the force behind her blows was not excessive, allowing him to withstand them. However, the brief swell of pride he felt from his recent achievements was swiftly diminished as he began to engage in earnest with Qingqing. Before long, Qingqing suddenly altered her approach. After deflecting a powerful punch from Han Yang, she unleashed a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying. You performed admirably today. Observing Han Yang rise nonchalantly, Qingqing raised an eyebrow. This individual's defensive prowess was becoming increasingly remarkable. Had it been an ordinary person, her previous kick would surely have resulted in fractured ribs. Yet, in comparison to him, he still fell short. Han Yang, however, did not allow pride to overtake him. His endurance thus far was entirely reliant on Sha's defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, through their continuous sparring, he was experiencing rapid growth. Soon, the two resumed their practice. Han Yang absorbed combat knowledge from Qingqing's rigorous training, while his swift advancement increasingly challenged her. She particularly noted the escalating strength he was exhibiting. At this rate, within 2 or 3 days, she might find it impossible to restrain him any longer. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, she found herself elated, reveling in the sense of accomplishment that came with nurturing a promising disciple. It seemed she had finally found a companion on her martial path. They continued their training deep into the night before finally ceasing, meandering back to the villa. Along the way, Han Yang suddenly recalled her earlier mention of surprising him. He couldn't help but inquire, "What happened to the surprise you promised me?" Qingqing turned to him, responding, "Oh, that. I initially had a hypothesis I wished to discuss with you, but over the past few days, I have made a new discovery. Let me confirm it first. How about we wait until you defeat me?" With that, a mysterious smile graced her face. "At that moment, you shall receive double the joy." "All right, tomorrow, I shall triumph over you," he declared. "I shall eagerly await your victory." Qingqing replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, before she cheerfully bounced into the villa. Chapter 99. Awakening of Xiaoque. As Han Yang returned to his room and opened the door, he was greeted by the glow of the lights within. Nan Nan and Sha Sha had arrived at some point. Brother Han, I have been waiting for you for quite a while. Nan Nan pouted. I have something important to discuss with you. Let me rinse off first. I'm covered in sand. All right. Han Yang hurriedly washed himself and emerged wrapped in a towel. What is the matter? He asked as he approached her, wrapping her in an embrace. Nan Nan had already finished her bath and was dressed rather lightly. Oh dear. I have something serious to tell you, she exclaimed. What is it? Han Yang inquired, surprised. Brother Han, as you can see, the mall has been secured. The only tasks remaining are clearing out the zombies and transporting supplies. With Sha Sha's abilities and Ming Xin's presence, you two can manage effortlessly. I feel rather unnecessary there. And since my powers are limited during the day, I was wondering, could I act independently? Nan Nan gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Of course. Han Yang replied without hesitation. You can do whatever you wish, no need to ask for my permission. You are my family, my girlfriend. Not a pet tethered to my side. Yay. Nan Nan joyfully planted a kiss on Han Yang's cheek. Hee hee, I knew you'd say that. Thank you, Brother Han. I'll leave Sha Sha in your care, and I hope you'll look after her well. Since Han Yang needed to utilize Sha Sha's abilities, she couldn't take her to the water pavilion to search for her parents, so it made sense to leave Sha Sha with him. Now that we've settled that, you should get some rest. Good night, Brother Han. Hey, not so fast. Han Yang pulled Nan Nan back into his embrace. Stay with me tonight. The following morning, Han Yang rose energetically, while Nan Nan lingered in bed, claiming she needed to catch up on sleep. She intended to adjust her circadian rhythm to search for her parents' whereabouts in the water pavilion by evening. Han Yang had no choice but to head downstairs with Sha Sha. Halfway down the stairs, he spotted Ming Xian emerging from her room, dragging her slippers and yawning. She had changed from her attire of the previous day into a more comfortable camisole nightgown, which had a rather generous neckline. From his elevated position, Han Yang had a delightful view. Good morning, Ming Xian greeted sleepily. Upon realizing it was Han Yang, her face flushed with embarrassment. She discreetly adjusted her nightgown, pulling it up slightly to reduce the neckline. What brings you up so early? She asked, her smile a mix of bashfulness and curiosity. The bed was too comfortable. I'm still getting used to it. I'll go help with breakfast, she added, turning swiftly to make her way to the kitchen. Fang Jie. I'm here to help with breakfast. That is wonderful. Could you check if the porridge is ready? Sure thing. Once downstairs, Han Yang instructed Sha Sha to stay in the living room while he decided to step outside and observe the morning exercise group. As he reached the entrance, he encountered Qin Lan walking in, looking particularly lovely that day. Han Yang greeted her warmly. Today, Qin Lan donned an outfit brought back by Han Yang yesterday. The upper attire featured a white heart-collared t-shirt with short sleeves, elegantly adorned with layered lace, simple yet exquisite. Below, she wore a pair of black mid-waist shorts that resembled an exceedingly short pleated skirt, barely concealing her thighs, inciting an irresistible urge to gaze upon her. Curious if a fleeting glimpse of spring might reveal itself as she walked. However, beneath it lay a fitted romper, securely encasing her, leaving the onlookers' anticipations dashed. Han Yang, nonetheless, was captivated, for Qin Lan's legs were indeed stunning. I must thank you for the clothes you brought back yesterday. A subtle smile graced Qin Lan's cool visage, momentarily dazzling Han Yang. In terms of appearance, Qin Lan was by no means inferior to Nan Nan, yet her demeanor exuded an aloofness that rendered her somewhat distant, unlike Nan Nan's charming and endearing nature that endeared her to all. Yet, those who truly interacted with Qin Lan would discover that while she might not be effusive, she was not averse to socializing. Her occasional smiles bloomed like flowers, leaving one in awe. How has your physical training been progressing? Han Yang steadied his thoughts and inquired with a smile. I spent the entire day yesterday training under Qing Qing's guidance, and my strength has grown rapidly. Now, when facing zombies, I feel I can effortlessly sever their heads. Qin Lan replied earnestly. Han Yang silently applauded Qing Qing in his heart. Then, shall we head to the mall together to gather supplies? Certainly, Qin Lan agreed without hesitation. Noticing Han Yang had no further matters to discuss, she walked directly to the kitchen. Han Yang exited the villa and made his way to the training grounds where Qing Qing and the others practiced their physical training. Upon seeing the women's attire, his eyes lit up immediately. Today, everyone had donned new outfits, including Qing Qing. They all wore matching t-shirts and shorts, their long, graceful legs leaping and swaying in the morning light, strikingly radiant and pleasing to the eye. Indeed, this was the appropriate attire for training. It was worth the effort I put into acquiring so many clothes, Han Yang mused with satisfaction, his gaze fixed upon them. Yu Xiaokuei had already noticed him and discreetly threw him a flirtatious glance amid their exercises. Focus on your training, Qing Qing admonished sternly. Yu Xiaokuei instantly straightened her posture. Ha ha, it seems there are still those who can keep you in check. Han Yang chuckled heartily. Qing Qing shot him a discreet glare. Never mind, I shall return and enjoy the company of Rome. Han Yang sauntered back to the villa. In the villa's dining area, Qinfang, Qin Lan, and Ming Xian were bustling about in the kitchen, arranging the tableware after their culinary endeavors. Qinfang stood closely beside Ming Xian, admiring her exaggerated curves from the side, unable to resist whispering a question. Xian, tell me in secret. What do you usually eat to have grown so beautifully? Qin Lan's ears perked up, instinctively listening. And nothing much, just ordinary food. Ming Xian replied, somewhat shyly. I truly envy you. Any man who sees you is bound to fall head over heels. Where is? Why is there no one? I see a man outside staring at you intently. Qinfang pouted. Ming Xian turned towards the doorway, just in time to see Han Yang entering. I'll go change my clothes. Ming Xian, a bit embarrassed, hurried back to her room. Is it beautiful? Qinfang chided playfully, while Qin Lan silently fixed her gaze on him. Quite magnificent, Han Yang commented. The two women rolled their eyes at him, choosing to ignore his presence and instead focus on preparing breakfast. Before long, Yi Xiaokuei, Shengwan Qingqing, Zhao Jia, and Sun Wanyu, who had been out for morning exercises, returned. Everyone took their seats. Noticing that Nan Nan had not yet come out, Chun Fong inquired with concern. Han Yang informed everyone of Nan Nan's decision to act independently, while also announcing that Qin Lan and Ming Xian would accompany him to the mall today to transport supplies. He urged everyone to be prepared to assist in moving the materials, as they would be making several trips throughout the day. After breakfast, the group helped clear the dishes. Han Yang glanced at the yin corpse grass and linglong grass. The third leaf of the yin corpse grass had fully developed, and the fourth leaf was just beginning to emerge. A thrill of excitement surged within Han Yang. It seemed that he would be able to awaken another person today. While the growth of the yin corpse grass was promising, there was little change in the linglong grass, which had only slightly increased in size, with a faint second bud beginning to form beside the first. After a moment's contemplation, Han Yang retrieved a second-tier corpse nucleus and buried it at the roots of the linglong grass. Allowing the linglong grass to grow naturally would take too long. While a first-tier nucleus could be beneficial, it still required a considerable amount of time. After encountering potential third-tier telekinetic zombies, he felt an urgent need to enhance his strength once more. The first method was to control more zombies, awakening them to see if he could gain more intriguing abilities. The second method was to hasten the maturation of the linglong grass, enabling it to advance to a third-tier capability. Lastly, he intended to strengthen his training, learning techniques alongside Xingqing while enhancing his physical attributes through body refinement techniques. He resolved to pursue all three strategies simultaneously, believing that the cumulative effect would lead to significant leaps in power as time progressed. With the second-tier corpse nucleus, the surrounding glow around the linglong grass seemed to intensify. Han Yang carefully placed the linglong grass aside and called Qinfang in. This yin corpse grass is ready to be awakened. I will cut it now, so prepare yourself. Qinfang nodded solemnly. Han Yang also switched to Qinfang's healing ability as a precaution. With a decisive snip, the scissors cleanly severed the root of the yin corpse grass. A milky white sap immediately oozed from the cut. Han Yang quickly set the severed yin corpse grass aside. Qinfang placed her hands over the remaining root of the yin corpse grass, channeling her healing energy into it. The energy surged forth from within her, infusing the remnants of the yin corpse grass. As time passed, Qinfang's complexion gradually paled. Soon, a fresh green shoot broke through the soil in the pot. Sensing the revival of the yin corpse grass, Qinfang finally withdrew her hands. This time, her condition was better than before, but the moment she relaxed, she nearly lost her balance. Beside her, Han Yang quickly supported her, helping her to settle into a nearby chair. Only then did he find the time to inspect the yin corpse grass. The newly sprouted green shoots were exceedingly tender, swaying gently in the air, surrounded by faint, almost imperceptible glimmers of light. Upon examining the roots, Han Yang discovered that the 4 corpse nuclei had been depleted to merely 1, prompting him to bury 3 more. He then employed his healing abilities to stabilize the plant. Confirming that the newly sprouted yin corpse grass was in good condition, Han Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the success of the second attempt, the tension within him eased considerably. As long as there were sufficient corpse nuclei, the achievement of second-tier status for everyone was merely a matter of time. No, not just second-tier. Han Yang recalled the linglong grass. If Chun Fang's abilities could rejuvenate it after harvesting, then attaining third-tier status for all was not beyond reach. However, this would require Chun Fang's abilities to reach the second tier first. Otherwise, healing the yin corpse grass would prove somewhat taxing. If failure occurred due to insufficient abilities, it would be a significant loss. Once Qinfang had regained a bit of her strength, Han Yang emerged from the room with the trimmed yin corpse grass in hand. Alongside her, outside, the others had nearly finished tidying up. Upon seeing Han Yang and Qinfang, particularly the yin corpse grass he held. Yi Xiaokui's eyes immediately lit up. Han Yang, is the yin corpse grass ready? Her concern was palpable. Since Han Yang was holding the yin corpse grass rather than planting it in a pot, the implications were clear. Yes. Qin Lan, I recall there are plenty of pastries in the kitchen. Please bring them out and prepare some for Chen Fok as well. Certainly. Qin Lan, having undergone an awakening herself, understood the intense hunger that followed. She had been fortunate to awaken in the kitchen. Before long, Qin Lan retrieved an array of pastries from the refrigerator, laying them out on the table. Everyone gathered around the dining table, their gazes fixed on Yu Xiaoqiu and Han Yang. Han Yang handed the yin corpse grass to Yu Xiaoqiu. You can consume it directly, though the taste may not be pleasant. I'm not afraid. Yu Xiaoqiu took the yin corpse grass, examined it briefly, and then promptly shoved it into her mouth. However, after just a few chews, her face contorted in dismay. The cool yet bitter flavor spread through her mouth, becoming increasingly intense, causing her expression to resemble a distressed emoji. The others stifled their laughter, bemused by her earlier bravado. Fortunately, once she swallowed, the bitterness quickly dissipated. A surge of fiery energy coursed through her body, and she immediately felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the pastries on the table, she disregarded her demeanor and lunged at them, devouring them hungrily. Chen Fong, watching, swallowed hard and took a small piece, savoring it delicately. How about you, Sister Xiaoqiu? Have you awakened your abilities? Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu, noticing Yu Xiaoqiu had finally paused her eating, were eager with anticipation. This was crucial for their own potential awakenings. Qin Lan and Shangguan Qingqing, meeting for the first time, watched with curiosity. Ming Xian, however, was utterly astonished. Is it truly possible to artificially awaken abilities? She immediately felt a sense of admiration for Han Yang's mystery and strength, simultaneously grateful for the opportunity to join such a formidable team. If everyone were capable individuals, surely they could thrive in the face of the apocalypse. Ming Xian clenched her small fists. Yu Xiaoqiu regained her composure and tranquility. Methodically, she wiped her mouth and then gently tossed the tissue into the air. Instead of falling, the tissue floated as if manipulated by an unseen hand, swaying gracefully from side to side and rising and falling in midair. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Han Yang was equally taken aback. I have awakened my abilities. This must be psychokinesis. Hooray. This is wonderful. Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu cheered in unison. They rushed to Han Yang's side, each wrapping an arm around him, pressing him closely between their bosoms. Brother Han Yang, when will you help us awaken our powers? Yes. Yes, Brother Han Yang. We are the only two on the island without abilities. The two girls chimed in with sweet, melodic voices, causing Han Yang to shiver involuntarily. He felt the softness on either side of his arms. Although different in size, it was quite pleasant, wasn't it? Chapter 100. Exercise restraint. Although he felt a surge of pleasure within, he dared not move under the watchful gaze of others. Both of you, behave yourselves, he admonished, while inwardly sighing. How delightful it would be to indulge in some private affection. Jia, Wanyu, temper yourselves. Yexioki could no longer bear to watch. I promise you, I will surely help you awaken your abilities. Thank you, Brother Han. The two women, reassured by his promise, immediately released their hold on her and rushed to Yexioki's side, eagerly clamoring to observe her demonstration of powers. TCH, when there's something to be done, it's Brother Han Yang. When there's nothing, it's Brother Han. Women. Yet you seem to enjoy it. Shangguan Qingqing remarked with indifference. Haha, by the way, Xiaoqiu, I happen to have a gift for you. Han Yang chuckled, deftly sidestepping Qingqing's comment. He retrieved 2 bone spikes from his backpack. See if you can control them. Upon seeing the bone spikes, Yexioki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her telekinetic energy extended forth, effortlessly lifting the spikes, guiding them with ease as though they were an extension of herself. These bone spikes are both hard and sharp, making them perfect as your telekinetic weapons. Let me give it a try. Yexioki commanded the 2 spikes, which ceased their erratic flight and instead plunged into a nearby wooden table. Thud, thud. The 2 spikes embedded themselves firmly into the wood. Not bad, not bad. What is the maximum weight you can control with your telekinesis? Although Han Yang could gauge her abilities through mimicry, he preferred to inquire directly, allowing others to gain a clearer understanding. Approximately 10 pounds. Yexioki continued to experiment with her telekinetic reach, engaging with various objects in the room until she established a rough estimate. The weight was around 10 pounds, and the distance was within 5 meters. Beyond that, her telekinesis diminished severely, rendering it ineffective. That telekinetic zombie was able to lift me, and it must have weighed at least 40 pounds. But it was of the 2nd tier, while you are of the 1st. Even halved, that would still be 20 pounds. It appears your abilities have considerable room for growth. Yes, I will train diligently. Yexioki smiled slightly, then whispered to him, and I will repay you well. How will you repay me? Han Yang's eyes brightened. Guess. Yexioki bestowed upon him a knowing smile. Ahem, it is getting late, isn't it? Shangguan Qingqing said, her expression serious as she looked at the others. Since we VE rested enough, everyone should get back to what they were doing. Shakie, from today onward, you must intensify your physical training. All right, okay. Yexioki mischievously winked at Hanyang, then straightened her expression as she headed outside. I'm going to train right now. We're coming too. Zhao Jiajia and Sun Wanyu followed closely behind. Then we should prepare as well. We'll be heading to the mall shortly, Hanyang said to Qin Lan and Ming Xian. Understood. Qin Lan and Ming Xian replied in unison. Qin Lan returned to her villa to make preparations for her outing, while Ming Xian was pulled by Shangguan Qingqing to select weapons from the underground warehouse. In the end, only Han Yang and Chen Fang remained in the room. How do you feel now? I have nearly recovered. Chen Fang's complexion had improved significantly. Well, there is plenty of food. Please eat. And make sure to take care of your health. Also, when Nan Nan wakes up, remember to prepare something for her. Rest assured, I am not a child. The two nestled closely together, sharing affectionate moments. Soon, they heard a thump, thump, from the staircase leading to the basement. Then, they saw Meng Xian emerge, wielding a massive flower-patterned axe. You chose this weapon. Han Yang was somewhat taken aback, yet it seemed perfectly natural following that revelation. It appeared that only she could handle it effortlessly on this island. I used a fire axe to chop zombies before, but it was too light and unwieldy. This axe is just right. Ming Xian chuckled innocently. Han Yang gazed at her youthful face and ample bosom, combined with the enormous axe that was 2/3 her height. The contrast was strikingly incongruous. However, he pondered that a violent, well-endowed girl could indeed have a certain charm. At that moment, Qin Lan returned, having finished her preparations. She looked at the weapon in Ming Xian's hands with astonishment. Are you ready? Han Yang noticed she only carried a simple knife, which he found peculiar. She had not changed her clothes, still dressed in a t-shirt and pleated shorts, her fair arms and thighs exposed. Ready. Though your attire is lovely and quite cool, it is not suitable for fighting zombies. You should take a cue from Nan Nan and Meng Xian. Nan Nan typically dons tight jeans and a tactical jacket when going out, looking dashing. The key is to prevent being scratched by zombies. Indeed. It would be unfortunate to be caught by a zombie. Meng Xian nodded in agreement. It's fine. I'm not afraid, if you don't believe me. Feel for yourselves. Qin Lan extended her delicate arm. Are you asking me to touch? Han Yang unreservedly grasped Qin Lan's arm. It was not as soft as he had imagined. Instead, it felt as if he was holding on to a block of ice. A chill coursing through his hand straight to his core. Oh, have you covered yourself with a layer of ice? Han Yang was utterly astonished, not expecting such a phenomenon. Let me feel. Meng Xian eagerly rushed over, inspecting Qin Lan from head to toe. How refreshing. I want to sit with Sister Lan in a bit. Great. How effective is this icy layer for defense? Han Yang observed closely, noticing the ice was not thick, merely adhering to her skin. It appeared like transparent glass, making its peculiarity initially unnoticeable. It would suffice to protect against ordinary scratches and bites, and at crucial moments, I can reinforce the thickness in specific areas. That is reassuring. Since we are all prepared, let us embark on our journey. I truly envy how comfortably you all can dress. As Ming Xian walked outside, she expressed her admiration. Among the trio, only she was bundled up tightly, while Han Yang wore a short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts. Since acquiring Sasha's abilities, Han Yang transferred his original police stab-resistant suit and bulletproof vest to Qing Qing. Their heights were quite similar, making it a perfect fit for her. He carried only a tactical backpack and a tactical belt, equipped with various tools that might prove useful. Stay close to your sister Yen. She is like a human air conditioner now. The three of them, along with Sasha, boarded the transport vehicle, waving goodbye to Chen Fang and Qing Qing as they set off towards the island. Upon reaching the service area by the shore, Han Yang introduced Ming Xian to Lu Bin and Lu Li, informing them that they would be returning with other trucks later and to be cautious when opening the doors. They then continued their journey towards the shopping mall. The distance of 5 to 6 kilometers was swiftly covered. Along the way, a few zombies appeared, however. Their numbers were scant. Han Yang, feeling indifferent, didn't bother to exit the vehicle, opting instead to run over those he could. The ones he couldn't hit were soon left behind, fading from sight. Chapter 101. Plans changed for the first time since the apocalypse Qin Lan ventured so far. Gazing upon the desolate streets, the congested vehicles, the relentless zombies, and the gradually decaying city, an indescribable sense of desolation and solitude enveloped her. The once thriving society of humanity had dissipated into nothingness. Han Yang afforded her little time for reflection. Upon arriving at the mall, he noted everything appeared normal and promptly led them into the underground warehouse. Activating the warehouse generator, Qin Lan felt a surge of joy as she beheld the shelves brimming with assorted goods. These items were essential supplies for their survival in the wasteland. You two start moving the supplies. I will search for a truck. Understood. After assigning tasks to the two, Han Yang took Shasha back to the warehouse entrance. He recalled that several box trucks were parked in the mall's parking lot. He instructed Shasha to remain vigilant at the entrance and made his way towards the parking area. However, after just a few steps, he received a visual transmission from the female salesperson zombie lurking nearby. It depicted a group of men cautiously navigating through the vehicles, their intentions unmistakably directed towards the mall. Plans are often rendered futile by unforeseen circumstances. Han Yang furrowed his brow, aware that it was only a matter of time before someone would target this mall. Thus he aimed to expedite the retrieval of supplies. Unfortunately, it seemed he was too late. Not to worry. If it comes to it, we shall fight. I fear no one now, he murmured to himself. He instructed the zombie to closely monitor the movements of the group. Meanwhile, he methodically searched the parking lot for a suitable delivery truck. These vehicles, typically used for transporting supplies to the supermarket, were parked not far from the warehouse entrance. The truck was unoccupied, its doors wide open, and the keys still in the ignition. It appeared the driver had either succumbed to the transformation or fled in haste from a zombie attack. Han Yang started the truck, noting it had ample fuel, and slowly drove it to the warehouse entrance. Just then, Qin Lan and Ming Xian returned with the first batch of supplies, busily loading them into the transport vehicle. Han Yang parked the truck and instructed them to pause, relaying the news of the approaching individuals. The supplies in this mall belong to us. No one shall take them away. So watch my signals. If they prove uncooperative, whether human or zombie, we will strike. Understood. We shall strike. Qin Lan and Ming Xian nodded solemnly. They were no longer novices in this apocalyptic world, having witnessed the brutality of humanity. They understood that sometimes humans could be even more terrifying than zombies. The group was making their way towards them, indicating familiarity with them all. Han Yang received another visual transmission. Arm yourselves. The three, along with the zombie, positioned themselves strategically before the truck, bracing for confrontation. Simultaneously, Han Yang directed the mutated female zombie and the three female salespeople to approach, effectively blocking the group's rear. Before long, a group of 8 men emerged at the alley's entrance, all appearing rather robust. They quickly spotted Han Yang and his companions. The men paused momentarily, exchanged a few words, and then hastened their pace towards them. As the distance between them diminished, both parties discerned each other's appearances and the weapons they wielded. Among the 8 individuals, a few exhibited a moment of surprise, followed by an excited gaze directed toward Ming Xian, Xia Xia, and Qin Lan. The unabashed aggression and possessiveness reflected in their eyes caused Ming Xian and Qin Lan to furrow their brows, their expressions growing even colder. The 8 halted 5 meters away from Han Yang and his companions, and from their ranks emerged a clearly designated leader, who addressed Han Yang and his group. Brother, have you taken over this mall's warehouse? Indeed, this place is now my territory, Han Yang replied nonchalantly. Just because you claim it as yours, it is? I could just as easily say it is mine. I am an employee here. This has nothing to do with you. Be quick and leave. A brash voice emerged from behind the leader, one of the 7. Han Yang chose to ignore him, instead focusing on the leader. Is this also your stance? The leader shot a glare at the speaker. The individual hesitated, sensing the leader's displeasure, and glanced around at his companions. None were inclined to interject. Reluctantly, he retreated, though his eyes brimmed with defiance. Apologies, my brother lacks understanding. The leader spoke first. I recognize that there is an order to things, but brother, here's the situation. He paused, contemplating his words before continuing. My name is Xiao Chuan, and I have been elected as the leader by several dozen survivors from a nearby community. Our settlement includes many elderly, children, and women who are in dire need of food. You are but 4 individuals. Surely you cannot require all the provisions within the mall. Would you be so kind as to spare us a portion? Xiao Chuan's tone was earnest, his words heartfelt. At this, Han Yang was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chuan, that name resonated profoundly with him. If he was not mistaken, he would one day become a 3rd-tier powerhouse commanding the coastal region. Known by the moniker Bronze Skin and Iron Bones, he was often mentioned in the same breath as the notorious Lu Tianliang. Yet Xiao Chuan's reputation was far more favorable. The presence of elderly and children in his camp spoke volumes. In contrast, Lu Tianyang's domain was populated solely by men, women, and female zombies, where women were merely commodities for amusement or trade. Should one inadvertently transform into a zombie, precautions were taken, and they would continue to be sold. Such depravity was utterly heartless. In stark contrast, Xiao Chuan appeared almost angelic. Han Yang had heard that in his gathering place, he not only sheltered numerous homeless individuals but also established a stable order, fostering a degree of fairness and prosperity that many yearned for. Han Yang had once contemplated journeying to his settlement in a past life. But the vast distance between them, one in the south and the other in the north, had dissuaded him. To encounter him here was entirely unexpected. Han Yang felt a sense of admiration for him, causing him to reconsider his earlier intent to eliminate them all. Meanwhile, the seven on the opposite side observed Han Yang as contemplation, and the previously brash male could not restrain himself from interjecting again. Shao, why waste time with him? We are numerous. Should we fear that we cannot overpower him? Is it necessary to be so courteous? This time, he did not raise his voice but whispered beside Xiao Chuan. Qingjie, I urge you to keep your tongue in check and refrain from speaking recklessly. Xiao Chuan cast a cold glance in his direction. The fact that they have made their way here and established their presence undoubtedly indicates a certain level of strength. Perhaps they owe their fortune to Brother Xiao? Had it not been for your diversion of the zombies at the intersection yesterday, they might not have had the chance to enter. The other six nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. Looking at the bodies piled along the sides of the alley. Do you believe you could have dispatched so many zombies? And observe that escort vehicle, stained with blood. To have driven all the way here, regardless of how it was achieved, demonstrates formidable capability. Moreover, the zombies I drew away were merely those at the intersection, facilitating our passage. Clearly, they approached from the east and did not need to traverse the intersection. We are here in search of sustenance. We should not indiscriminately cultivate enemies. Xiao Chuan asserted decisively. Cheng Jie and the others gazed greedily at Qin Lan, Ming Xian, and Sha Sha, daring not to utter another word. At that moment, Han Yang finally made a resolute decision. Chapter 102. The transaction. Han Yang gazed at Xiao Chuan and spoke. We are not merely a handful of individuals. Within our gathering place, many are awaiting our return with provisions. However, you are correct in your assertion that with such an abundance of food, some of it possesses a limited shelf life. It would be a pity to let it spoil, as we cannot consume it all on our own. Therefore, we can offer you a portion, but it cannot be given freely. As he spoke, Han Yang retrieved a corpse core from his pocket, showcasing it to them. I refer to this as a corpse core, which can be found near the occiput of certain zombies. If you desire the food, you must exchange this for it. I will accept as many as you can provide. With that, Han Yang fell silent, observing them intently. The existence of the corpse core was not a secret. Prior to their encounter, Meng Xian had already discovered this peculiar object. However, without knowledge of its application, the corpse core was merely a toxic crystal. At present, aside from him, Chen Fong, and Nan Nan, no one else understood its usage, not even Shangwan Qingqing or Yi Xiaokuei. They were only aware that the zombies controlled by Han Yang required the corpse cores. Indeed, Han Yang sought to cultivate several mutated zombies, necessitating a substantial quantity of corpse cores. Initially, he had intended to spend time slaying zombies to collect them. However, encountering Xiao Chuan and his companions presented an opportunity to trade the perishable food instead, a far more expedient and comfortable method than his own efforts. Is this what you call a corpse core? Xiao Chuan queried in astonishment, then produced one from his own pocket, which he had fortuitously discovered while dispatching zombies. Not every zombie possessed one, and its purpose remained unknown to him. Intrigued, he had retained two of them. What is its purpose? Han Yang replied enigmatically, no comment. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuan inquired, how much food can one core procure? Approximately enough sustenance for a normal person for 5 days, Han Yang responded. Xiao Chuan had previously conducted research on corpse cores while clearing out zombies from a residential complex, discovering that roughly 4 to 5 zombies yielded one core. This implied that as long as a person killed one zombie each day, they would not face starvation. For him, dispatching zombies was a simple task, and he deemed the exchange quite advantageous. Nodding in agreement, he said, very well. I happen to have 2 corpse cores. Let us exchange them for 10 days' worth of food. Upon our return, we will gather more and come back to trade again. Agreed. Han Yang summoned Ming Xian and whispered a few instructions. She promptly approached the transport vehicle, retrieving several packs of instant noodles, along with some pickled vegetables and sausages, which she placed into a small cardboard box and brought to Han Yang. Upon inspection, he noted 6 large packs containing 5 servings each, totaling 30 packets of instant noodles, alongside 30 sausages and 10 packs of pickled vegetables. This equated to 3 meals a day, with each meal consisting of a packet of noodles, a sausage, and a modest portion of pickled vegetables, ensuring survival, albeit with minimal culinary satisfaction. In light of the pressing circumstances, they opted for the instant noodles for the time being. Once they had cleared the supermarket, they could exchange for more perishable items like bread and milk. During the initial transaction, I offered a complimentary serving of sausages and pickled vegetables. Take a look. Han Yang kicked the cardboard box over. Xiao Chuan received the box and casually flipped through its contents, quickly gauging the amount of food sufficient for 10 days. While this quantity might suffice for an average individual, it was far from adequate for someone like him, who engaged in high-intensity physical exertion. Nevertheless, he remained silent, opting instead to toss 2 corpse cores to Han Yang. Brother, let me ask you, aside from corpse cores, is there anything else we can exchange? Han Yang pondered for a moment after accepting the cores. Gasoline and diesel would also work. I haven't thought of anything else yet, but I'll let you know once I do. In the present context, both gasoline and diesel were non-renewable resources, dwindling with each passing day. Moreover, any future excursions to gather supplies would necessitate the use of vehicles. Thus, accumulating more would be prudent. How do we trade gasoline and diesel for food? 1 liter for 1 day of sustenance. A mere liter for just 1 day? Why not just rob it instead? Cheng Jia interjected, visibly displeased. He was unaware of the true value of corpse cores, hence he had no objections to the exchange rate with food. However, even before the apocalypse, 1 liter of gasoline was worth more than 3 instant noodle packets. Following the collapse of society, the absence of gasoline production would only exacerbate its scarcity and inflate its value exponentially. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept a mere 3 packets of noodles in exchange. Gasoline is vital. If you're hungry or thirsty, why not just drink gasoline? Han Yang retorted nonchalantly. You bastard. Cheng Jia brandished a metal rod, intent on confronting him, but was swiftly restrained by Xiao Chuan. Brother Xiao, do you still regard me as Brother Xiao? Then behave yourself. Xiao Chuan's eyes glinted with menace. Cheng Jia felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Xiao Chuan's ruthless methods against the undead, and he dared not make another move. Retreating obediently to the back. TSK, Brother Xiao, your subordinate is rather disobedient. Han Yang remarked with mockery. Apologies for the trouble, but I haven't yet asked your esteemed surname. Xiao Chuan extended his hand toward Han Yang. No need for formality. My name is Han Yang. They shook hands. A splendid name, Brother Han. Let us proceed as you suggested. For now, we shall return to gather corpse cores. We will soon return to seek you out. Very well. Take as many as you require. Supplies are limited, so exchange until they run out. Xiao Chuan entrusted the gathered food to one of his companions and waved at Han Yang. Then we shall take our leave. Farewell. Safe travels, no need for formalities. The group of 8 turned and departed, while Han Yang watched them intently until they vanished from sight. He then addressed Qin Lan and Ming Xian. It appears we must alter our plans. Ming Xian, you will continue gathering items from the warehouse. Qin Lan, you will stand guard at the warehouse entrance and remain vigilant of the surroundings. I will clear out the underground supermarket. Once you have filled the transport vehicle and box truck, meet me at the supermarket. Together, we shall sort through all food with a shelf life of 30 days or less. Understood. Qin Lan and Ming Xian replied in unison. I sense that not everyone among that group will adhere to the rules. Qin Lan recalled the repugnant gazes of several men fixated upon her and cautioned Han Yang. I am aware. If there are indeed those who flout the rules, then we shall resort to unorthodox methods ourselves. Han Yang replied with a sardonic chuckle. Sensing Han Yang's understanding, Qin Lan felt reassured, and the 3 promptly set about their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan and his companions, while making their way back, methodically extracted cores from the zombies they encountered by the roadside. These were the very ones they had slain along their journey, which made the task rather convenient. At the same time, Xiao Chuan instructed his group to eliminate the zombies trapped inside vehicles along the way. Previously unaware of the utility of the cores, they had been disinclined to kill. Now that these cores could be exchanged for sustenance, it seemed prudent not to squander the opportunity. The 2 groups operated in pairs, executing their tasks with meticulous precision. Brother Jia, what do you think that fellow intends to do with those cores? One of the men, teamed with Cheng Jia, inquired while extracting a core. I have no idea, but it must be of significant value. Otherwise, one wouldn't trade a single core for 5 days' worth of provisions. What do you think, Pansy? Chapter 103. Worth living a few years less. I wonder if it's akin to what one reads in novels, where consuming a corpse's core could awaken abilities like Brother Xiao, pondered Pansy. You have quite a unique perspective. You might as well give it a shot, Xingjie remarked, though he suspected it wouldn't be so straightforward. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate to encourage Pansy to experiment. I wouldn't dare, but I could have Sha Wang try it when I return. Pansy shook his head, followed by a mischievous grin. You're utterly wicked, Xingjie retorted. By the way, that voluptuous woman must be the one Brother Jia mentioned. The one with the stunning figure. As Pansy recalled Ming Xian and her astonishing curves, a thrill coursed through him. Absolutely breathtaking, and her face. Her physique, just imagine if one could experience that once. Indeed, this year's management trainees are quite the catch. Yet, I find myself more drawn to the other 2. Xingjie mused, thinking of Qin Lan and Sha Sha. One was an icy beauty with long legs and porcelain skin, while the other was a cosplayer, equally captivating and brimming with charm. Just gazing at them is enough to make one salivate. If only we could indulge a little, it would be worth living a few years less. Pansy exclaimed. Those two are simply stunning. I wonder where that fellow Han Yang discovered them. He gulped in envy. Indeed, it's a pity that such exquisite treasures are out of our reach. Pansy cursed. Exactly. One wonders what Xiao Chuan is thinking. With so many of us, can we not capture a single man? If we could just secure Han Yang, those 3 women would be at our mercy. Brother Xiao is far too principled. That's a flaw. Pansy lamented. In this apocalyptic era, who still cares for morals and laws? Indeed, think of the resources in that marketplace, just left for the taking. And those women, if we could subdue them, wouldn't they be at our disposal? Qingji chimed in. Don't you agree, Jigo? Those 3 women were simply mesmerizing. Pansy sighed. What if we gather a few more people? I noticed a couple of brothers also staring intently at them earlier. Should we seize this place together? He proposed. Only fear that Xiao Chuan might not consent. Chengjian narrowed his eyes. If we act decisively, he won't have a say in the matter. Once we have control of the marketplace's resources, would he dare to object? Besides, if worst comes to worst, we could establish independence with the marketplace and free ourselves from his oppressive presence. Pansy, caught up in excitement, raised his voice somewhat. Shoo! Keep it down. Regardless of our thoughts, we mustn't reveal anything before Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan was the sole awakened individual in their community, having single-handedly eradicated the zombies, thereby earning the admiration of the residents and becoming their de facto leader. Xingjie had once relished his authority in his building, even coercing a woman from the floor below to accompany him, enjoying a brief period of indulgence. As soon as Xiao Chuan finished clearing the zombies from the community, the woman immediately approached him, eager to curry favor, having previously avoided him. This infuriated him, yet she dared not act recklessly under his watchful gaze. Brother Jia, you are familiar with the shopping mall. With your leadership, can we not ambush and eliminate that man? Pansy's words completely disregarded the other 3 women. After all, in their community, the women were all timid, none brave enough to confront the zombies directly. They merely shouted encouragement from behind, performing menial tasks. The weapons they held were little more than toys, especially that massive axe. Could that girl truly wield it? Perhaps she could. Brother Jia, now that we have reached this point, what are you hesitating for? Are we doing this or not? Xing Jia thought of the 3 women's curves, their legs, their faces, their figures, and the more he pondered, the more restless he became. Simultaneously, the resentment he felt towards Xiao Chuan surged within him. Damn it, let's do it. Xing Jia gritted his teeth, resolute. In this world, the bold thrive while the timid perish. After we return, you contact the others and see how many brothers are willing to join. Leave this to me, Brother Jia. You can rest assured. Pansy patted his chest in assurance. Good. Once we succeed, we shall indulge in fine food and revel in the company of women. Indeed. The two hastened their pace in gathering the zombie course, their minds already wandering to the delightful vision of seizing the warehouse. In the basement storeroom of the shopping mall, Han Yang activated the generator supplying the supermarket before opening a door from the storeroom to the supermarket. The sudden influx of light sent the zombies inside into a frenzy, howling incessantly. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they immediately lunged at him. Han Yang wielded his long gun without mercy, piercing the heads of these zombies. Soon, over 20 zombies were systematically eradicated. He then began to inspect every corner, leaving no potential survivor unchecked. During this process, he encountered several more zombies. But instead of killing them, he chose to control them using his consciousness seed. His second-tier consciousness seed could contract a maximum of 20 individuals or animals, and he had already utilized 16 of those slots. As he was about to acquire a substantial number of zombie cores, he decided to contract 4 more zombies, feeding each of them 2 cores. His supply of zombie cores dwindled to 10, a number that still included the 5 cores given to him by Nan Nan and the 6 from Ming Xian yesterday, along with 2 newly acquired from Xiao Chuan. Raising zombies consumed a significant amount of cores, particularly when aiming for mutation and awakening. In his previous life, he had only raised ordinary zombies and never encountered the troubles of cores. He had discovered that he could not control first-tier zombies, so he had never considered enhancing them. Typically, he did not need to feed them cores. If the zombies grew too hungry and weakened, he would eliminate them, thus earning cores instead. While there were challenges, there were benefits as well. If the 7 zombies he had contracted over the past few days could grant him even 1 or 2 useful abilities, he would be utterly elated. Having thoroughly inspected the underground supermarket and ensuring that no remnants remained, Han Yang proceeded to extract the cores from the deceased zombies, acquiring 5 additional specimens. He then began to organize the supplies. Upon glancing over the items with relatively short shelf lives, he noted the presence of simply packaged bread slices, pure milk, sausages from the deli section, as well as bulk edamame, peanuts, pickled vegetables, and some more durable fruits and vegetables, such as apples, potatoes, and onions. Undoubtedly, some items had spoiled. The supermarket was permeated with an overwhelming stench of decay, emanating from the rotting fruits, vegetables, fresh meats, and seafood, alongside some perishable items that had deteriorated in cold storage. Thus, Han Yang, despite his desire to discern the spoiled items by scent, found it futile. He could only discard those that were moldy and place the others, those that appeared unblemished, into the shopping cart. After all, he was not consuming them himself. He would make do. Qin Lan and Ming Xian soon filled the cargo boxes and escort vehicles, descending to assist him in organizing the supplies, ensuring that each shopping cart was prepared for 10 days' worth of provisions. At the warehouse entrance, Sasha and the mutated female zombie, accompanied by 3 female sales assistant zombies, stood guard, alleviating any concerns of intrusion. Before long, the trio had sorted dozens of shopping carts filled with supplies. Han Yang's spirits lifted at the sight. These were cores indeed. However, he soon found himself perplexed regarding how to transport them out. The freight elevator in the warehouse and the escalator leading to the first floor of the mall were powered from above, rendering them unusable. The only option to maneuver the carts out was via the escalator connecting the mall to the supermarket. This escalator formed a gentle slope that could be traversed without electricity, provided he placed cardboard underneath. Yet, this required him to first clear the zombies from the mall above. The upper levels housed a variety of merchandise, including mobile phones, electronics, jewelry, cosmetics, bags, clothing, shoes, toys, a children's playground, and a cinema, alongside a few dining establishments. Regardless of their current utility, Han Yang was determined not to overlook the resources in these areas. After all, they would need to be cleared eventually. After some contemplation, he addressed Qin Lan and Ming Xian. You two continue organizing. I will take care of the zombies on the upper floors. Understood. Han Yang proceeded along the passageway leading from the supermarket to the mall, swiftly arriving at an escalator. He had previously traversed this area while clearing zombies, and had strategically placed several shopping carts at the escalator's entrance to prevent any zombies from descending. As anticipated, a few zombies, drawn by the commotion in the supermarket, approached, but were thwarted by the stacked shopping carts. Han Yang dispatched them with precision, eliminating each one with a single shot, before clearing a narrow gap among the carts. He skillfully split open the heads of the zombies, earning himself another core. While it may have been a modest reward, it was nonetheless a gain. Not one to squander opportunities, Han Yang secured the core, restored the carts to their original position, and ascended further, soon reaching the first floor of the mall. The wandering sales assistant zombies, upon spotting Han Yang, became energized and surged toward him. Unfazed, he wielded his long gun with the grace of a serpent, dispatching each approaching zombie with lethal accuracy. Yet, rather than diminishing, the throng of zombies surrounding him continued to swell. The interconnectivity of the mall's floors, from the 1st to the 8th, meant that his escalating noise only served to attract more zombies from above. Some zombies, unable to wait for the escalator or even locate its entrance, leaped directly down. Thud, thud. They fell like watermelon striking the ground, splattering black and red everywhere. Some zombies could no longer rise, while those that managed to stand were mostly nursing broken arms and legs, limping painfully towards Han Yang. Han Yang found amusement in the sight, yet his long spear offered them no mercy, granting them a swift release. After a relentless flurry of thrusts, the onslaught of zombies gradually ceased. Han Yang, having dispatched the fallen, punctured their skulls and collected 8 cores. The previous wave had yielded commendable results. No longer inclined to seek out zombies one by one, he glanced at the jewelry counter nearby, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shall the music continue and the dance resume? Chapter 104. Let's get excited. Han Yang brandished a short-handled hammer and struck the glass counter with force. The shattering sound resonated through the enclosed mall, echoing back and forth. The zombies, previously silent amidst the chaos, immediately responded to the disturbance. Screeching and roaring like moths drawn to a flame, they leaped forth, crashing to the ground. Han Yang effortlessly dispatched several limbless zombies. However, each time he struck a zombie, he had to pause his assault on the glass, which resulted in a lull that prevented the zombies from stumbling into his trap. This significantly reduced his efficiency, but it posed no insurmountable challenge for him. He dashed into the adjacent mobile phone store, seized a pair of Bluetooth speakers, connected them to his phone, located some local music, and hit play. Instantly, the mall was filled with upbeat melodies. Everyone got into the groove. Unable to resist, Han Yang found himself swaying to the rhythm, then swiftly eliminated a few zombies that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. After a delightful and effortless session of zombie slaying, and having collected 2 more zombie cores, the mall fell silent. Content with his achievements, Han Yang turned off the music. Surely, more zombies lurked within the depths of the mall, hiding in some obscure corner. Yet, the ruckus had not drawn them out, suggesting they were trapped. As he wielded his spear, striking the ground to produce a resonant thud, he began to explore the premises. From the first floor to the 8th, he indeed discovered several more zombies, including those struggling to crawl near the escalators due to injuries sustained from jumping off the building. He also encountered a few within the fast food restaurant and cinema, both of which had their doors closed. To be cautious, he retraced his steps from the 8th to the first floor, playing music through the Bluetooth speakers as he went. Once he confirmed the complete annihilation of the zombies within the mall, he prepared to return to the underground supermarket. As he passed through the jewelry section, observing the shattered glass and scattered jewels, Han Yang suddenly halted. It struck him that apart from the billions of descendants, he had yet to give Chen Fong and Nan Nan anything. Although these jewels had lost their value, a woman's innate love for beauty remained. Surely, they would appreciate such gifts. Why not select a few to take back for them? But which pieces to choose? Han Yang pondered, glancing around at the many counters, each adorned with beautiful items. How foolish of me. Why not take more? He thought, realizing that no one was watching, and there were indeed 2 lovely ladies downstairs. An idea struck him. Since he was gifting, he could not show favoritism. Each should receive a token. He would see if the selections pleased both women. He dashed back to the luggage section, retrieved 2 large backpacks, and began filling them with rings, necklaces, bracelets, and bangles, whether gold, colorful, diamond-encrusted, or jade. Once he had gathered a satisfactory selection, Han Yang contemplated what gifts would best suit Qin Lan and Ming Xian. Rings were unsuitable, and bracelets would hinder combat. Perhaps necklaces would do. He meticulously chose 2 exquisite pieces that he felt would suit the 2 women perfectly, packed them in boxes, and hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back to the underground supermarket. Qin Lan and Meng Xian were still busy when Han Yang called out from a distance. "Ladies, I have brought you a gift." "What?" Qin Lan and Meng Xian paused their actions, witnessing Han Yang proudly holding 2 items. "This is for you." Han Yang presented a box to Qin Lan. As she focused her gaze, she discovered a snowflake-shaped hexagonal ice crystal, adorned with diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the light. A silver chain elegantly threaded through one corner of the snowflake, unmistakably revealing it as a necklace. Is this for me?" Qin Lan's expression was a blend of surprise and delight. "Yes, do you like it?" A faint smile graced Qin Lan's cool visage as she nodded. "I love it." "Then let me put it on for you." Han Yang took the necklace, opened the box, and moved behind her. For a moment, Qin Lan hesitated, contemplating a protest, but ultimately remained still, allowing Han Yang to drape the necklace around her neck. Standing a head taller than Qin Lan, Han Yang had the perfect vantage point to glimpse the expanse of her heart-shaped neckline. "Wow, it's so fair," he thought to himself. While Chen Fong and Nan Nan also possessed fair skin, they seemed to pale in comparison to Qin Lan. Her complexion was as pure and natural as milk, and upon closer inspection it resembled soft jade, radiating a luminous glow without a single blemish. Is it done? Chapter 105, Graceful Elegance. As Han Yang busied himself behind her for a while, Qin Lan felt an itch at her neck and an inexplicable warmth in her chest, prompting her to speak up. "All right." Han Yang reluctantly stepped back to face her. "Let me see." He was immediately captivated. The necklace was exquisite. The glistening snowflake nestled perfectly between her collarbones, resting against her creamy skin, radiating brilliantly under the lights, irresistibly drawing the eye. Yet, in comparison to the necklace, it was Qin Lan's slightly blushing face that enchanted Han Yang even more. Her usually cool demeanor was tinged with shyness, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, her brows lowered, and her gaze evasively darting away from him. "Wow, Sister Lan, you look stunning in that." Meng Xian's voice cut through the moment, rousing Han Yang from his reverie. "Really, is it true?" Shy Qin Lan was simply breathtaking. Han Yang felt a flutter in his heart, longing to embrace her tenderly. "Indeed." Han Yang nodded. "Did you not see how I was momentarily spellbound?" Meng Xian circled around Qin Lan, showering her with compliments before eagerly addressing Han Yang. "Didn't you notice me looking as well? What about mine?" "This one is for you." Han Yang produced another box and opened it. "Allow me to adorn you." He insisted on fairness. "Of course." Han Yang approached Ming Xian from behind. Unfortunately, she wore a long-sleeved jacket, concealing any enchanting views. Yet standing behind her, he found himself unable to see the ground. He towered over Ming Xian by a head. "This necklace is so unique." Once Han Yang fastened it for her, Meng Xian examined it, noting it was crafted from 7 golden stars, connected to form a shape resembling a reclining number 7, akin to a small axe. "Yes, I specifically chose it for you. It immediately reminded me of you." "Thank you." Meng Xian expressed her delight. "There's no need for such formality among us." "All right, I see we've gathered quite a bit of food for exchange. Let us pause on that front. We have more pressing matters at hand." The pressing matter was, of course, transporting essential supplies from the mall back to the island. I initially intended for the three of us to drive back together, but unexpected circumstances have arisen. I'm uncertain when Xiao Chuan and the others will arrive, so someone must remain at the mall. I cannot trust either of you to stay here alone. So I've decided to stay myself. With my abilities and the 9 zombies with Sha, I will be safe. I also have reservations about the 2 of you driving alone, so I suggest one of you takes a truck back first to familiarize yourselves with the route. I will return for another vehicle, and then each of you can drive one back. Let us swiftly transport the useful supplies. Qin Lan and Meng Xian had no objections. Thus, the 3 returned to the entrance of the warehouse. Meng Xian volunteered to drive, needing to gain experience, while Qin Lan, though primarily a sedan driver, was still considered an experienced driver. Han Yang urged Qin Lan to provide more guidance to Meng Xian. Consequently, Meng Xian cheerfully took the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and cautiously set off. The distance to Golden Sands Island was merely 5 or 6 kilometers. Both Meng Xian and Qin Lan possessed abilities, one for offense and the other for defense, which alleviated Han Yang's concerns. As he watched the vehicle vanish from sight, Han Yang, feeling somewhat idle, began to meander around the exterior of the shopping mall. The interior had been cleared of zombies, leaving him with the option to eliminate a few nearby while simultaneously collecting core remnants and searching for a truck to transport supplies. Not far from the mall, in a small residential complex, several men gathered, including Pansy and Chengjia. Under Pansy's persuasion, the 2 who had also visited the mall agreed to join their endeavor. The remaining individuals were less inclined to heed Xiao Chuan. Upon hearing boasts from those returning about 3 extraordinary women in the mall, who were allegedly more stunning than celebrities, their interest was piqued. After some coaxing from Pansy, they readily consented. Now that everyone is assembled, when shall we set off, Diego? The brothers can hardly wait to encounter those women. Pansy chuckled. We can leave immediately, but I fear Xiao Chuan might see us and prevent our exit. Chengjia replied, narrowing his eyes. Xiao Chuan is currently extinguishing fires. He has no time to monitor us, remarked another individual who had visited the mall. Oh, what transpired? That foolish Guang suddenly transformed into a zombie and injured 2 individuals collecting core remnants. Chengjia cast a glance at Pansy upon hearing this. Pansy's expression mirrored surprise, followed by a determined grimace. This is a rare opportunity. We must act swiftly. Once we seize control of the mall, Xiao Chuan will have to heed our commands. Excellent. Let us indulge and revel in our desires. They all responded enthusiastically, then commenced their plans. Chengjia pulled Pansy aside and whispered, Did you allow that foolish Guang to consume core remnants? I deceived him into thinking they were candies. I did not witness him eat them, but Xiao Chuan instructed the residents to collect them, so he might have succumbed to temptation. It seems core remnants are not to be trifled with, yet they must hold some value. Otherwise, Han Yang would not expend such effort to gather them. That is simple. Once we subdue him, we shall interrogate him thoroughly. Unbeknownst to Han Yang, someone was plotting against him. After clearing the zombies near the warehouse entrance, he received a message via mental link indicating that someone's position was rapidly changing, heading towards the mall. It was Qin Lan and Yi Xiaoque. Why had they returned so swiftly? Han Yang pondered as he returned to the warehouse entrance to await their arrival. Before long, he indeed spotted a truck speeding towards him. They had changed vehicles. Han Yang mused. The vehicle came to a steady halt at the warehouse entrance, and as the door swung open, he beheld Yu Xiaoque stepping out. She had changed into a new outfit, sporting a tactical jacket paired with pencil pants and black combat boots, presenting an image that completely transformed Han Yang's previous impression of her. What brings you here? Han Yang inquired, glancing at her slender legs. What do you think? Isn't this outfit quite striking? Yi Xiaoque slightly raised her chin, choosing not to respond to him. TSK, I thought this looked familiar. You borrowed Nan Nan's clothes, didn't you? Humph. Yu Xiaoque cast a disdainful glance at him. Isn't it just someone letting their impulses take charge, bringing back such revealing outfits? Meanwhile, Qin Lan observed Han Yang's predicament, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips as she stifled a laugh. Chapter 106, A Piece of Cake Now. Let us address the matter at hand. I have heard the account from Qin Lan, and after conferring with Qingqing, I have decided to take over. My capabilities allow for an element of surprise, which could be essential in unforeseen circumstances. Han Yang nodded. His dissent bore no weight now that everyone was present. After Yi Xiaoque finished speaking, she clapped her hands on the vehicle. Waiting for unloading is an utter waste of time. There are several trucks at the service area by the shore. We can work without a pause. Your consideration is commendable. Han Yang commended her with a nod. Then let us continue loading. You and Qin Lan handle the loading. I will go fetch some supplies. Yi Xiaoque waved her hand and strode towards the mall alone. What are you looking for? A secret. Who would be interested in knowing? Han Yang turned to Qin Lan and inquired, Do you know? A faint smile graced Qinlan's cool visage. Guess? Do you think I would guess? Han Yang shrugged. If you want to say, then forget it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, Cheng Jie and Pansy led a few men, armed with machetes and iron rods, crouching as they navigated through the cluster of vehicles. Thanks to the previous efforts of Xiao Chuan and Han Yang in clearing the area, they encountered very few zombies along the way and successfully reached the west entrance of the mall. The warehouse lies to the east. They would never suspect we could enter from the west. Pansy chuckled, observing Cheng Jie skillfully open the door. Let us not delay. We aim to seize this opportunity swiftly before Xiao Chuan catches on. Understood. No need for idle chatter. Kill any man we encounter. As for the women, Pansy's lips curled into an involuntary grin. Once we have control over the mall, we shall thoroughly enjoy ourselves. The others laughed in unison at his words. In this apocalyptic world, one ought to live without restraint. Those who had never visited the mall sighed inwardly. Xiao Chuan is fine in many respects, but he certainly has too many rules. Following him ensures survival, but it lacks excitement. Let us go. Once everyone was inside, Cheng Jie locked the door and led the way. Han Yang, surrounded by zombies, received a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Well, there are indeed those seeking their demise. Alas, the zombies' perception of the event was always intermittent. If only they had noticed sooner. Han Yang carefully placed the stack of beer he was holding and spoke to Qinlan. You continue with the loading. I will take care of a few pests. Be cautious. No need for concern. With Sha Sha and Shakue's abilities, dealing with them is a mere trifle. After Han Yang finished speaking, he picked up his long gun and headed towards the mall, not forgetting to grab a bottle of beer. He had worked up a sweat moving things and felt both hot and thirsty. Subsequently, he utilized Qinlan's ability to chill the beer, taking a large gulp. Ah, refreshing. Qinlan's ability is truly remarkable. However, before Han Yang could locate them, Shakue encountered them face to face. Who are you? How did you get in here? Shakue demanded. Well, Pansy, it seems you truly are a gem. Pansy and his group did not respond to Shakue. Instead, they brazenly gazed at her. Indeed. Those legs, I could indulge for an entire year without tiring. The visage before her was undeniably exquisite, surpassing even that of the celebrity. Whose name eluded her? Was it something akin to Ri? Leaf Xiaokue listened to their lewd remarks, her brow furrowing in discontent. It dawned upon her that these individuals were likely the same ruffians encountered by Qinlan and her companions earlier that morning. Oh, it is you lot. Have you gathered enough corpses for trade? Where is Xiao Chuan? Han Yang appeared nonchalantly, one hand gripping a firearm while the other casually held a frosty beer, sipping leisurely as he approached them. Trade? How dare you? Cheng Jie was the first to leap forward. I proclaimed this mall ours this morning. If you have any sense, surrender quickly. Otherwise, you shall meet a most unpleasant end. Indeed, where are your other women? Bring them forth for our amusement. If we enjoy ourselves, perhaps we might spare your life. Pansy chimed in with brazen arrogance. To their astonishment, Han Yang inquired of Leaf Xiaoque, what do you propose we do? Let us eliminate them. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you even listening to us? Another individual interjected, but before he could finish, a white shadow pierced through his throat. Ugh, ugh. His words choked in his throat as blood gushed forth, splattering those nearby. What just happened? Pansy and his companions were left in utter bewilderment. Damn it. An ambush. Everyone, attack. Pansy commanded, and the others rushed forward, weapons drawn. Only Cheng Jie, drenched in cold sweat, discreetly retreated. Damn it, it's an awakened. He had clearly seen a white object, the thickness of a pencil, floating in the air. Striking with alarming swiftness, Han Yang glanced at Leaf Xiaoque and hurled his beer bottle at the nearest foe. Bang! The bottle shattered upon impact, and the man's head was instantly bloodied, causing him to collapse to the ground. Han Yang's strength was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. With a swift thrust of his spear, he aimed for another's head. The individual had no time to react, his skull pierced cleanly, his body convulsing as it hung lifelessly from the weapon. Pansy stood aghast, terror-stricken. Though he had slain many zombies, he had never witnessed such brutal human slaughter. Turning to his side, he saw another comrade with a gaping wound in his neck, blood spurting forth as he crumpled to the ground. Panic engulfed him. Then, the last of their group fell to Han Yang's piercing strike. In mere moments, they were reduced, leaving Pansy as the sole survivor, merely due to his position at the rear. No, wait. There was still Cheng Jie, who had long since fled to a safe distance. Damn you. Pansy began, but before he could finish his curse, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then, his body was kicked by someone, sending him soaring into the air. Alas, it was too late. You got ahead of me. Han Yang retracted his foot, while Shakue remained expressionless. There was one last chance. Hurry and run out. He won't make it. Cheng Jie frantically fumbled with the mall's door lock. Just moments ago, he had glanced back and realized that all his companions had been defeated. He was so terrified that he nearly dropped the cleaver he was holding. It finally dawned on him why Han Yang and his crew could dominate them all, with their skills and prowess. Even an additional 10 men would be insufficient to contend with them, unless one possessed abilities akin to Xiao Chuan. As the mall door was on the verge of opening, a white object hurtled towards him. Qingjie, paralyzed by fear, immediately knelt on the ground. Chapter 107. Run forward, brother, sister. I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, grant me a chance to live. Qingjie's cowardly plea fortuitously saved him, allowing him to evade Yu Shaokui's bone spikes. That is acceptable. However, my greatest virtue is my capacity for vengeance. You see, it's common for anyone to have aspirations for this shopping mall. Yet, observe the disdain in my woman-esque gaze. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qingjie's desperate eyes as he slapped himself. It is my fault for being so thoughtless. You possess great magnanimity. Today, I am in a good mood, and considering Xiao Chuan's reputation, I intend to grant you an opportunity. However, your survival hinges entirely on your own actions. After speaking, Han Yang stepped forward and decisively kicked him on the knee. The sharp crack of a bone fracturing echoed, accompanied by Qingjie's anguished scream. Tears and snot streamed down Qingjie's face from the excruciating pain. Now you may leave. Thank you, brother, sister. Qingjie lowered his gaze, concealing the boundless hatred in his eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself to stand, limping towards the door. At that moment, he grasped Han Yang's intentions. Indeed, Han Yang had afforded him a chance. Yet, with one leg incapacitated, should he encounter a zombie, escape would be impossible. He was still fated for death. Nevertheless, a sliver of hope remained. The route he had taken was now devoid of zombies. If he could endure, perhaps he might encounter Xiao Chuan or return to the community, thereby grasping a glimmer of survival. Are you truly going to let him go? Yu Shaokui furrowed her brow slightly. What do you think? Han Yang replied as he retrieved a Bluetooth speaker from his pocket. This speaker had proven effective during his cleanup of the shopping mall's zombies, prompting him to keep one. He set the Bluetooth speaker at the entrance and then closed the door. Let us listen to some inspirational music, Han Yang declared, opening his phone, selecting a song, and cranking the volume to its peak. Beautiful melodies immediately filled the air outside the mall. Run forward, with the pride of a child. Qingjie, who was walking away, suddenly froze. He turned to Han Yang, his face a mask of fury and despair. Are you really betraying me? He was utterly devoid of combat capability now. Should he encounter a zombie, certain death awaited? At that moment, a few zombies, lurking in nearby shadows, turned at the sound. Their eyes alight with hunger as they spotted Qingjie and charged towards him with frenzied abandon. How I loathe this. Qingjie's teeth bled from the bites he had received. Yet, he was powerless to change his fate. He could only drag his injured leg and flee. As long as he distanced himself from the source of the noise, as long as he could conceal himself, as long as he could find refuge in a vehicle, he might survive. When that time came, he would ensure the downfall of this treacherous scoundrel. However, just as he neared the closest vehicle, less than 2 meters away, a zombie lunged at him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. In an instant, a horde of zombies was irresistibly drawn towards them. Soon, the cacophony ceased abruptly. All right, it's done. Han Yang clapped his hands and turned to walk back. You truly are ruthless. But isn't that preferable to resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? I call it decisiveness. Fine. I concede you're right. By the way, what do you have in that backpack? Han Yang inquired, gazing at the large pack on Yu Shaokai's back. Clothes for Nan Nan. I promised her I'd pick out something more attractive. The two proceeded to finish off the corpses of the deceased and disposed of them before returning to the storeroom. Qin Lan sighed in relief upon seeing the two unharmed. All right, the issue is resolved. Let us continue loading. This endeavor took a considerable amount of time, ultimately filling 2 cargo vans. Qin Lan and Yu Shaokai each drove one away. However, within half an hour, both returned in empty vehicles. Ming Xian, possessing considerable strength, remained at the service area by the shore to unload. Han Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that they had brought warm lunch prepared by Chen Fang. Sipping on the chilled beverage from Qin Lan while enjoying the hot meal from Chen Fang, Han Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. If only there were a beauty to feed him bite by bite. Han Yang glanced at Yu Shaokai, who was leisurely savoring her meal. Noticing Han Yang's inexplicable stare, she couldn't help but inquire, what's wrong? Is there something off? Nothing, just watching a beauty eat makes my appetite soar. Han Yang chuckled. You're ridiculous. Yu Shaokai muttered, though a smile betrayed her amusement. The lunch was soon finished, and at that moment, an unusually anxious Xiao Chuan arrived with several others. Boss, is there really a need to rush? Perhaps Pansy and the others have succeeded? As they drew closer to the mall, one of them suddenly remarked. He had been persuaded by Pansy, but was reluctant to cause trouble with Xiao Chuan. So he had declined. Later, upon witnessing the abrupt transformation of the fool into a zombie, He inquired among those nearby and learned that Pansy had sought out the fool. Vaguely overhearing Pansy mention something about searching for candy. Realizing the precarious situation, he hurried back to inform Xiao Chuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan was instantly infuriated. Understanding that Pansy was behind it all, and he hastily pursued. With a cold laugh, Xiao Chuan replied to the man, "Succeed? Have you considered that someone capable of slaying so many zombies must possess considerable strength?" Moreover, the adversary was accompanied by 3 women, daring to confront us 8 men. Which suggests they are quite confident. I suspect they, like me, are awakened beings. The group fell silent, aware of Xiao Chuan's formidable abilities. His defenses were impenetrable, rendering zombies utterly ineffective against him. Not even their blades could inflict harm upon him. It was solely through this prowess that he managed to gradually clear the zombies from the community. If their opponent possessed similar capabilities, they would undoubtedly be formidable foes. Although we now find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world, where society has crumbled, we must still adhere to certain principles of civility. Pansy and his companions have breached these norms, leaving me uncertain whether we can continue our trade with them. Xiao Chuan sighed, the weight of concern heavy upon the group as they approached the entrance of the storage facility. In the distance, they spotted Han Yang and his crew loading their vehicle. As the opposing group brandished their weapons in readiness, Xiao Chuan steeled himself and stepped forward. "Brother Han Yang, I wonder if any individuals from our community have passed through here?" "Yes, they have," Han Yang replied coolly. "But I'm afraid they are all dead." With that, he shook the long gun in his hand, a low hum resonating through the air. The crimson tip of the weapon quivered, causing Xiao Chuan's expression to shift dramatically. Should such a projectile find its mark on him, his defensive abilities would be utterly insufficient to withstand it. Chapter 108. Apology. I sincerely apologize for this matter. I have only just learned of it and rushed over, yet I was unable to prevent it. Regardless, they are residents of my community, and it is due to my mismanagement that I extend my apologies to you, as a token of my regret. Xiao Chuan retrieved a bag from his backpack, filled with a considerable number of first-level corpse nuclei, which he tossed to Han Yang without a glance. "These are the corpse nuclei we collected today. They are yours without charge, and I hope you do not mind." Han Yang shook the bag, estimating there were at least 20 or 30 nuclei inside, matching the amount he possessed. "Very well, I shall accept them. I will not take them for free. Those who have come with you should each take some food back, as much as you can carry." After speaking, Han Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Qinlan. Understanding his cue, Qinlan swiftly returned to the market and soon emerged with several shopping carts filled with perishable supplies they had previously organized. "Brothers, your generosity is appreciated. We will not stand on ceremony. Our community is truly in dire need of resources." Han Yang gestured for them to take what they wished. The individuals behind Xiao Chuan eagerly began to fill their backpacks. "If you wish to exchange for supplies in the future, it would be best to bring a vehicle. Carrying too little is impractical," Han Yang remarked, sipping a cold beverage. Xiao Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point, brother. We shall eventually need to venture farther in search of supplies, so establishing a route for vehicles would be both efficient and secure." "Boss Xiao, do you have electricity here? You even have cold drinks." Suddenly, one of the individuals packing supplies inquired. "No electricity, but who says cold drinks require power? Do you wish for one?" Han Yang replied with a subtle smile. "Indeed, on such a hot day, a cold drink would be refreshing." "Then here is a bottle for you," Han Yang proclaimed, as Qinlan casually handed him a drink. When Qinlan retrieved the bottle, it was at room temperature, but by the time it reached the recipient's hands, it had become semi-frozen, with a chill emanating from the bottle. The individual gasped in astonishment upon receiving the drink. Xiao Chuan's pupils dilated in realization. "Awakening ability? Does Boss Xiao and his companions also wish to partake?" Han Yang inquired with a smile. "Yes." The members behind Xiao Chuan responded eagerly. They were both intrigued and eager for confirmation. Qinlan proceeded to distribute a bottle to each of them. This time, they observed clearly and confirmed that Qinlan had indeed awakened her freezing abilities. They silently marveled at Xiao Chuan's keen intuition. "Brother Han Yang, you too have awakened an ability, correct?" Xiao Chuan questioned. "Indeed." Han Yang snapped his fingers, and 8 figures promptly emerged from the alley, racing towards them. "Zombies!" Xiao Chuan's subordinates exclaimed in alarm, grabbing their weapons in defense. "There's no need to be anxious. These zombies are under my control," Han Yang stated calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies halted in unison, blocking the alleyway completely. Controlling zombies? Xiao Chuan's subordinates stood in stunned silence. Especially for those who visited the mall last time, they were drenched in cold sweat. They possessed a profound understanding of Xiao Chuan's capabilities and were aware that awakened individuals experience a significant enhancement in physical abilities. Thus, even the seemingly delicate Qinlan, being an awakened herself, could potentially rival them in strength, if not surpass them. Furthermore, with the bloodied spear of Han Yang and the horde of corpses he commanded, it was evident that a confrontation would not end well for them. Even if they had managed to emerge victorious, it was likely that only a few would survive, if any at all. The distinction between obedient zombies and those that were erratic and driven solely by instinct was stark. Xiao Chuan felt a lingering fear, fortunately. He had never entertained any ill intentions, or he might have truly met his demise. Your brother has also awakened his abilities, I presume? Indeed. In response to Han Yang's candidness, Xiao Chuan revealed his own power, akin to Sasha's defensive abilities. Indeed, his moniker Bronze Skin. Iron Bones clearly indicated a connection to defense. It seemed that if Sasha's power were to reach the third tier, her defensive capabilities would be significantly augmented, possibly to the level of Bronze Skin, Iron Bones. With such abilities, as long as you do not encounter mutated zombies, you need not fear harm from the undead. Han Yang remarked. Mutated zombies? Xiao Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. You are unaware? Have you never encountered them? Han Yang feigned surprise. Not at all. I humbly request your guidance. Xiao Chuan replied earnestly. Zombies, like humans, have a chance of awakening certain unique abilities or becoming extraordinarily powerful and deformed. I refer to these exceptional zombies as mutated zombies. Han Yang gestured, summoning the first 3 contracted shopping assistant zombies. I once encountered an extraordinarily powerful zombie that nearly overturned our vehicle. That prompted me to wonder if the zombies I control could also attain such strength. Until I discovered the corpse nuclei. Xiao Chuan suddenly comprehended. So you collect corpse nuclei to cultivate the zombies? Precisely. Han Yang casually produced 6 corpse nuclei, distributing 2 to each of the 3 shopping assistant zombies in front of everyone. These 3 had already been fed 2 nuclei yesterday, and receiving 2 more today, followed by 1 tomorrow, could potentially lead to their awakening. I previously tested 1 zombie, but regrettably, it awakened a sensory ability lacking combat prowess. How I wish it could have awakened with defensive capabilities like yours, Brother Xiao. A collective gasp escaped the group surrounding Xiao Chuan. A few coordinated zombies would already be quite formidable, and if they all possessed abilities akin to Zhao's, who could possibly contend with him? It was no wonder he could dominate such a resource-rich mall. Such terrifying beings were not to be trifled with. Brother Xiao indeed possesses foresight. Han Yang revealed the abilities of Qin Lan and himself primarily to instill fear, preventing any of those present from harboring clandestine intentions towards the mall. By disclosing the purpose of the corpse nuclei, he aimed to quell any lingering doubts in Xiao Chuan's mind and indirectly convey a message. He was in urgent need of the nuclei, yet once the zombies awakened, that need might diminish. Desiring resources, he seized the opportunity while the individual urgently required the corpse nucleus, hastily seeking a trade. As the objective was achieved, Han Yang dismissed the multitude of female zombies. He harbored intentions of recruiting Xiao Chuan, recognizing his capabilities, sense of responsibility, and principles. Should he successfully recruit him, Xiao Chuan could independently lead a team to scavenge for supplies. However, it was precisely because of his sense of duty and principles that he would not easily abandon the residents of his community. Han Yang had no interest in those individuals. His aspirations remained unchanged. He sought either individuals with abilities or alluring women. The rest he deemed unworthy of his attention, as he could scarcely manage them. Despite his lack of hope, Han Yang nonetheless ventured to inquire. I hold a favorable view of your character and abilities, Brother Xiao. Might you have any personal interest in joining us? Chapter 109. The Alliance. Xiao Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the words, but he quickly regained his composure. Me personally? He inquired, and his companions looked at him with a mixture of envy and concern. The envy stemmed from the prospect of joining a formidable group, replete with ample resources that promised a life of luxury. Moreover, the presence of attractive women within the team added to their allure. Even if a few were likely involved with Han Yang, surely not all of them could be, could they? The concern, however, arose from the fear that if Xiao Chuan truly accepted the offer, what would become of them? Can't the people from our community join together? Xiao Chuan asked in a low voice. We only accept those with abilities, Han Yang replied nonchalantly. Xiao Chuan and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. So, you mean these 2 beauties, and the one from this morning, are all endowed with abilities? Xiao Chuan stammered. Indeed. Xiao Chuan and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. 5 individuals with abilities? If a confrontation were to arise, they wouldn't stand a chance. It was clear they were dealing with forces beyond their reach. In the future, they would have to be cautious with their words and their gazes. I have another piece of information for you. Among the survivors in your community, has anyone ever suddenly turned into a zombie and bitten one of your own? Indeed. Just today, another incident occurred. Xiao Chuan recalled with a hint of frustration. The virus was continually mutating. Ordinary people could succumb to the transformation at any moment, while only the awakened remained unaffected. So you understand my point now? Xiao Chuan and his companions suddenly grasped the situation. With a sigh, he added, I'm sorry, but I cannot abandon the survivors of our community. Xiao Gu. His companions gazed at him with a mix of excitement, admiration, and reverence. That is truly unfortunate. However, I admire your character, Xiao Gu. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will help in any way I can. Han Yang also sighed. All right, thank you, brother. We're all set here and will return shortly to collect the course. Tomorrow, we will come back for the trade. Xiao Chuan expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. I will be waiting. All right, brothers, let us go. Understood, Xiao Gu. With their provisions secured, Xiao Chuan and his group turned to leave. The food they carried, if rationed wisely, could sustain the community for several days. Nevertheless, they could not afford to relax. They needed to collect the course swiftly while Han Yang was still eager to trade for them. They also intended to expand their search for other convenience stores or supermarkets to gather supplies, which would inevitably involve confronting zombies. The opportunity to exchange cores for resources was too good to pass up. If they missed this chance, it might not come again. What if the day came when Han Yang no longer wanted the course? That would be a waste. As they departed, Yushakie observed Han Yang's expression and playfully asked, Are you quite fond of this Xiao Chuan? Indeed. Han Yang shared his thoughts candidly. Yi Xiaokuei nodded. There are still ways to navigate this situation. What ways? Han Yang inquired. In essence, what you desire is for him to work for you without compensation. In the current transactional model, one must exchange certain resources for the fruits of his labor. Once he truly joins you, not only will he be providing the cores for free, but he will also have to procure resources to sustain himself, with any surplus being surrendered to you. This is merely a ploy of capitalists. A game I'm well acquainted with. Yushakie remarked with a smile. Han Yang felt compelled to assert that this was not his intention. However, upon further reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Enough of this banter. What is the solution? It's quite simple. Do you know who reaps the majority of the profits from mobile phones? Yushakie provided the most straightforward illustration. The chips? He replied, only partially correct. More accurately, it is the manufacturers who establish communication protocols and hold communication patents, such as Qualcomm. Although these aspects are integrated into the chips, it is understandable why you would associate it primarily with them. Han Yang pondered this notion. Ultimately, slaying zombies and gathering resources are rudimentary tasks that anyone can undertake. Much like those small manufacturers in the mobile supply chain, their profits are meager, barely sufficient for survival. Thus, we must aim for the high-end market, producing what others do not possess, or what can be monopolized, thereby exchanging these for others' cores and resources while simultaneously exercising control over them. Han Yang continued the discussion. Very insightful. I comprehend now. Let me think. The first thought that crossed Han Yang's mind was to selling corpse grass. Naturally, it could not be sold directly. Instead, it could be ground and combined with other ingredients to create a potion. The key was to ensure that the original materials remained unrecognizable. The awakening potion would be exclusively crafted by him, granting him an absolute monopoly. Selling 100 or so cores or a few trucks of resources would not be unreasonable. For any individual who remains unawakened would surely go into a frenzy upon learning of it. The cost to him would merely be a handful of cores and a bit of time. It would be profits in multiples of 10 or even 100. He could even consider selling advanced second-tier potions. However, caution was warranted to avoid creating an adversary. Yes, the advanced second-tier potion could incorporate his blood for subtle control. Furthermore, once the secret of the spiritual plants is uncovered, he could engage in the acquisition of spiritual plants. He could exchange awakening potions or even advanced potions for them, adjusting the ratios accordingly. For instance, one spiritual plant could be traded for 2 doses of awakening potion, while 2 spiritual plants could secure 1 dose of advanced potion. Surely, many would be willing to trade. In this way, spiritual plants, cores, and resources would all be delivered to him without effort on his part. He would merely reap the rewards. However, all of this hinges on 2 conditions. The first is Chen Fong. She is the linchpin of this entire scheme, and her safety must be prioritized. The second is the adage that possessing precious resources invites envy. Once people learn of his ability to ceaselessly produce awakening potions, they will undoubtedly covet his power. He must possess sufficient strength to eliminate any foes that threaten him, instilling fear in those with ill intentions. Ultimately, strength remains paramount. Therefore, he must expedite his ascension to the 3rd tier. This way, he would be able to contractually control a greater number of individuals or zombies. And those he commands would also reach the 2nd tier, enhancing his capabilities. It seems you have an idea? Yi Xiaokuei observed the joy on Han Yang's face and could not help but inquire. Indeed. However, it is merely a concept at this stage. Practical implementation will require some time. Han Yang nodded. Yi Xiaokuei refrained from pressing further, trusting that when the moment is right, Han Yang would disclose it to her. The three continued to transport supplies, swiftly loading 2 vehicles. Yu Shaoque and Qin Lan drove the vehicles back to Golden Sands Island, and shortly thereafter, returned with empty ones. Throughout the afternoon, the trio managed to empty a considerable portion of the storage room. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness began to envelop the sky, Han Yang gazed at the loaded vehicles and said to the two, "You need not return after this. Come back tomorrow morning instead." Chapter 110, Return and Departure, and What About You? Are you staying here? Yu Shaoque inquired. Yes, I will spend the night here to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the darkness, Han Yang replied. Yi Xiaokui understood that Han Yang was wary of Xiao Chuan and his associates. As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. He remained cautious towards anyone who had not entered into a contract with him, regardless of how much he trusted them. All right, be careful tonight. Qin Lan and Yi Xiaoqie each got into their vehicles and returned to Golden Sands Island while the sky was still light. Han Yang securely closed the storeroom door and made his way to the underground supermarket-s warehouse, where he procured an outdoor power source and a spotlight. He also gathered some food, such as roasted chicken and peanuts. Finally, he retrieved some beers that Qin Lan had pre-chilled with her abilities from the refrigerator before heading back to the mall, making his way to the second floor. Han Yang recalled that the second floor housed not only children-esque clothing, shoes, and toys, but also a section dedicated to bedding supplies. Complete with several display beds, ideal for resting. He arrived promptly at his destination, set down his belongings, and then moved a study desk and chair from the toy area. A cursory glance at the price tags revealed that these items were surprisingly expensive, perfect for a meal setting. He connected the spotlight to the outdoor power source, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Subsequently, he arranged the food and drinks on the table. There was a considerable amount, enough that in the past, 3 strong young men would struggle to finish it. However, in the present, it represented merely his dinner. With gains come sacrifices. His enhanced strength came at a cost. Yet, just as he was about to begin his meal, a message from his mental connection caused him to pause. Nan and Xiaokue are changing positions? They are together and heading towards the island's outskirts. Han Yang felt puzzled, uncertain how the two could be together. Wait, that's not right. They have separated. Upon reaching a certain point, Nan headed directly north, towards the Water Pavilion Mansion, while Yi Xiaokue continued moving in his direction. Understanding dawned upon Han Yang. He promptly descended the stairs and approached the storeroom entrance. Sure enough, a truck soon appeared in the distance, coming to a steady stop at the storeroom door. What brings you back? Han Yang asked, observing Yu Shaoque as she jumped out of the vehicle. The daylight was nearly gone, rendering distant figures only faintly visible. Isn't it because I was worried about you being here? Yi Xiaokue huffed, revealing a hint of her softer side in the absence of others. Unwelcome? Of course not. How could I be unwelcome? Han Yang rubbed his hands together, his mind racing with conjectures, invigorated by the thought. I brought you some food. Here. Yu Shaoqie handed him a box, which he accepted. I was just about to eat. By the way, do you drink? I have some chilled beer. Absolutely. The two made their way to the dining table Han Yang had set up on the second floor. You certainly know how to indulge, Yu Shaoque remarked, glancing at the nearby bed before unceremoniously claiming the lone chair. Han Yang had no choice but to fetch another chair. When Yu Shaoque returned, she had already arranged the food she brought, and due to the safety of the shopping mall, she had removed her outer jacket. Beneath it, she wore only a sports tank top, exposing large swathes of her snow-white skin, which appeared particularly radiant in the dim light. How could one possibly eat under such circumstances? Han Yang swallowed hard and took a seat opposite Yi Xiaoque. Did Nan come out with you? He inquired, his gaze occasionally drifting toward her graceful neck and prominent bust. Yes, I just found out she lives in Shueixia Huating. Oh, are you familiar with that area? Sort of. Our company developed it, and we have a few properties there, though I haven't lived there much. Han Yang suddenly choked on his words, gulping down a large mouthful of beer to recover. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I, a mere commoner, would never have dreamed of dining with a wealthy heiress like you, he exclaimed. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness. Yu Shaoque replied with a slight smile. But discussing that is futile now. This world has changed, and our fortunate survival and encounter is a stroke of luck and destiny. Upon finishing her statement, she lifted the bottle. Cheers to destiny. Cheers. Han Yang clinked his bottle with hers, downing a good portion of the beer. Yi Xiaokue followed suit. And as they feasted and conversed, the food diminished and the floor became littered with empty bottles. Yu Shaoque's face flushed a rosy hue, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. Noticing Han Yang's gaze become increasingly audacious, fixated on her exposed upper body, she playfully smiled. Is it beautiful? Indeed. Han Yang nodded eagerly. Would you like to see something even more beautiful? Yu Shaoque teased, slightly tugging down the neckline of her tank top, revealing more of her delicate skin. Han Yang swallowed again. I do want to see. Humph, you flatter me. Yu Shaoque chuckled, adjusting her clothing. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at her playful demeanor. Do you realize you're playing with fire? He gazed at her smooth neck and quickly devised a plan. Beautiful it is, but it lacks something. Lacks what? Yu Shaoque shot him a curious glance. Just wait a moment. Han Yang replied and dashed downstairs to the transport vehicle, retrieving a backpack and pulling out a box from within. This backpack was the same one he had previously used to carry jewelry. He had specifically chosen several pieces to place in a small pocket, intending to gift them to a few individuals on the island. Any surplus he planned to return to the large conference room where clothing was stored, allowing others to select what they desired. Yu Shaoque watched as Han Yang hurried downstairs and quickly returned, and upon seeing the box in his hand, her heart stirred. Remembering the new necklace adorning Qin Lan's neck, a smile that seemed to hover between laughter and amusement graced her face. I think you'll look even more beautiful wearing this. Han Yang handed over the box, and Yu Shaoque focused her gaze upon it, revealing a brilliant silver flower within. The flower was composed of 8 petals, with 4 smaller petals atop, intricately interlaced with 4 larger ones beneath. At the center, the stamen sparkled like a diamond. It was truly exquisite. Are you going to put it on me next? She inquired, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Having his intentions unveiled. Han Yang felt a touch of embarrassment. I really like it. I'll accept it. Yu Shaoque ceased her playful teasing, carefully storing away the box before rising and stretching lazily. After a satisfying meal, it's time to exercise. I need to change into something more comfortable first. Han Yang's eyes brightened at this. The clothes are upstairs, but it's quite dark up there. I'll accompany you. Yu Shaoque smirked slightly, letting out a playful hum. All right then. Chapter 111. Fashion show. Han Yang lifted the outdoor power supply, holding the spotlight, following Yu Shaoque as they ascended to the 3rd floor. This level was dedicated to women's clothing, although they had come in search of loose-fitting attire upon arriving. Yu Shaoque was captivated by the dazzling array of women's apparel and shoes, instantly rooted to the spot, eager to try on each piece. Han Yang accompanied her, initially selecting several pairs of shoes, sneakers, loafers, flats, and high heels, claiming they would be used to complement the outfits. Subsequently, they ventured into the women's clothing section. This one is stunning. Upon entering the apparel area, Yu Shaoque's eyes sparkled, immediately fixating on a dress with exquisite design. Could you help me take that down? The dress hung a bit too high, and Han Yang reached up to retrieve it for her. Yu Shaoque took the garment with glee and promptly entered the changing room. However, she soon emerged again. It's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. She wrinkled her nose and instructed Han Yang. Could you direct the light a bit to the side? Though puzzled, Han Yang complied, shifting the light accordingly. He then observed Yu Shaoque bending down behind the counter, and the sound of rustling clothes reached his ears. It dawned on him that she was removing her pants. Despite his curiosity, the counter obstructed his view, and the dim lighting allowed only for the silhouette of her figure, leaving him yearning for clarity. Before long, Yu Shaoque stood upright again, placing her pants on the counter, slipping into the dress, and adjusting her hair before twirling out. How do I look? Beautiful? Han Yang's heart raced. The minimalistic yet elegantly designed white gown enveloped Yu Shaoque, bestowing upon her an aura of innocence and simplicity, reminiscent of a campus goddess from his school days. Stunning. Like a fairy. Is it really that lovely? Yu Shaoque twirled with delight, approaching the mirror for a closer inspection. However, her brow soon furrowed. It is beautiful, but it's not suitable for exercising. I'll try something else. Without changing back, she darted off again, resembling a fluttering butterfly. Han Yang followed, watching her flit between the vibrant garments, occasionally trying on a few pieces. It must be said, Yu Shaoque possessed an impeccable figure, truly a perfect mannequin. Every attire, whether sensual, cute, elegant, or cool, was effortlessly donned by her, transforming her into a chameleon of fashion. Han Yang was entranced. Before long, they had explored nearly the entire floor, with Han Yang carrying a multitude of clothing and shoes. As they approached a formal wear shop, Yu Shaoque suddenly halted. Well, I think we've chosen enough. Let us head back. Shouldn't we try on a couple more pieces up front? Han Yang glanced longingly at a nearby mannequin. The evening gown featured a daring slit and a plunging neckline. It would undoubtedly look magnificent. Do you want to see it? Yu Shaoque hesitated for a moment. I am very eager to see. I have always believed that you would look the most beautiful in an evening gown. Well, I shall try one on. Yu Shaoque lightly bit her lip. All right. Han Yang nodded repeatedly. Yu Shaoque stepped into the store and perused the selections, ultimately choosing a black satin slip evening gown. She approached the counter again, but this time, instead of changing immediately, she said to Han Yang, You, turn around. Han Yang, puzzled, complied and turned his back. Then he heard the rustling sound of her changing clothes. After a short while, Yi Xiaokuei's voice called out, "All right, you can turn around now." Han Yang turned to look at her, his eyes widening in astonishment. Elegant, noble, alluring. The moment Yi Xiaokuei donned the black satin slip evening gown, her aura transformed entirely. Han Yang struggled to find the right words, as his gaze was utterly captivated by her enchanting figure. Soon, however, he noticed a striking detail. The neckline of the gown was quite low, significantly lower than the slip she had worn before. But at that moment, the straps were nowhere to be seen. So, underneath, she was completely bare? No wonder she asked me to turn around. And her legs. The gown slit was remarkably high. Yushakiei's long legs were fully exposed, reaching up to her waist. Wait, something seems amiss. There should be some undergarments at her waist. Why can't I see any? Could it be? Han Yang felt a sudden rush of heat within him. He recalled that some evening gowns require specific undergarments for aesthetic purposes. However, it was evident that Yi Xiaokuei was not wearing anything of the sort. So beneath, she was utterly bare. How do I look? Yi Xiaokuei slightly raised her head, feigning calmness as she inquired of Han Yang. Han Yang swallowed hard. She looked stunning, yet something felt amiss. He noticed that she had previously worn a pair of sneakers. Now, to complement the evening gown, she was barefoot. Han Yang retrieved a pair of high heels that Yu Xiaokuei had chosen earlier from a nearby box. "This will enhance your look," he said, stepping forward to crouch down and assist her in putting them on. I can do it myself," Yu Xiaokuei replied, slightly flustered. "It's all right. Let me help you." As she met Han Yang's intense gaze, her heart fluttered, and she ceased to resist. Instead, she obediently sat on the small sofa. Han Yang took her delicate foot in his hands and gently slipped the silver high heel onto her foot. From his vantage point, Yu Xiaokuei appeared even more graceful and elongated. Especially at the slit of the gown, her legs formed a beautifully curved line. After fastening the shoes, Han Yang's hand instinctively moved upward, gliding over her slender calf. Yi Xiaokuei gazed at him with glistening eyes, offering no objection. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Han Yang suddenly embraced her. This time, he clearly felt that she wore nothing beneath. "You are playing with fire," Han Yang murmured softly. "Do you like it?" Yu Xiaokuei gently bit her lip, as the two stood mere inches apart, their breaths palpable in the air. "Why?" Han Yang's breathing had grown noticeably heavier. "You promised to come to my place tonight. Since you aren't coming, I have no choice but to deliver myself to your doorstep," he mused. In an instant, Han Yang was reminded of the playful banter they once shared, surprised that she had retained such memories. He gazed upon Yi Xiaokuei's exquisitely radiant face. And with such earnest affection from a beauty, how could he possibly refuse? Without hesitation, he lowered his head. Chapter 112. Little Parasol. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Yi Xiaokuei extricated herself from Han Yang's embrace. After donning her undergarments with haste, she commenced her practice of physical exercises by the bedside. With the beauty in his arms having vanished, Han Yang turned to glance at her, captivated by her graceful figure dancing in the dim light. A sense of curiosity stirred within him, accompanied by an inexplicable desire. Why rise so early to exercise? Yu Xiaokuei cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Humph. I wasted quite a bit of time last night, and didn't practice my body technique. I promised Qingqing I wouldn't fall behind." Observing her awkward movements as she attempted to exercise, Han Yang couldn't help but smirk slightly at her comical display. What efficacy could such exercise possibly yield? This girl was certainly up to her antics again, much like the previous night. Recalling the fierce battle they had engaged in, he felt a thrill within him. He had truly witnessed a different facet of Yu Xiaokuei, one that was immensely enjoyable to reminisce about. Yu Xiaokuei's demeanor was in stark contrast to Qinfang and Nan Nan. Qinfang, being a married woman, could swiftly adapt to the rhythm, whether in her initial passivity or later assertiveness, displaying a seamless rapport with him. Perhaps due to her initial fright leaving lingering effects, during moments of heightened excitement, she would often exhibit behaviors that delighted Han Yang. However, this also meant that neither would seek the other out. In matters of intimacy, Nan Nan embodied a childlike innocence. Though not resistant, she required gentle coaxing from Han Yang to engage cooperatively. Moreover, as a dancer, her foundational movements were exceptionally solid, consistently providing Han Yang with refreshing experiences. Yu Xiaokuei, however, was entirely different from both. She resembled a novice gamer who had spent considerable time on forums yet was unfamiliar with the game itself. On the surface, she appeared competent, yet in reality, she was oblivious to the mechanics. As she gradually grasped the essence of the game and began to relish its pleasures, she quickly became addicted, taking the initiative to challenge Han Yang, the formidable boss. Yet, due to her lack of experience, she often found herself overwhelmed by his prowess, begging for mercy on the ground. Nevertheless, after a brief respite, she would rise to challenge him once more, undeterred by her repeated defeats, relishing the thrill of the battle. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a novice with an insatiable hunger for play, a delightful contradiction of naivety and enthusiasm. Fortunately, as an awakened individual, her physical constitution was robust, and her recovery was swift. Han Yang, mindful of her limitations, refrained from unleashing his full strength. Otherwise, she would be utterly incapacitated by the end of the day. Yet, this very reality left her movements awkward and hesitant. Observing her feigned exercise routine, Han Yang understood her fear of Qingqing's potential reprimand. It remained a mystery why she harbored such trepidation towards Qingqing. As for him, he felt no such apprehension. Perhaps he could allow her to catch up on her progress? Noticing the increasingly forlorn expression in Yi Shaoqiue's eyes, Han Yang promptly patted the edge of the bed. You need not worry about Qingqing. I shall explain things to her. Hurry back and continue sleeping. In an instant, Yi Shaoqiue nimbly dove back into his embrace, her agility betraying her earlier claim of being hindered. Han Yang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed her spirits had lifted significantly post-exercise. What to do if she could not sleep? Yi Shaoqiue began tracing circles on his body with her fingers. What to do? Stir the pot. Han Yang gritted his teeth, determined to teach that mischievous sprite a lesson. Hey, sprite, behold the magic of my Rui. Suddenly, he pondered, where had brother Han and sister Shaoqiue gone? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Surely, nothing untoward had happened? At the storeroom entrance, 2 delivery trucks were parked steadily. Meng Xian and Qin Lan stepped out, opened the storeroom door, and took a look around but found no sign of Han Yang or Yi Shaoqiue. A wave of concern washed over Meng Xian. Qin Lan's lips twitched slightly, as if she wished to say something, but ultimately refrained, only managing to reassure Meng Xian, don't worry. They might be in the mall and will be here shortly. Let's start moving the supplies. She knew her good sister all too well. Upon hearing her return to the mall last night, she had anticipated such an occurrence. At this moment, they might still be lost in each other's company somewhere. All right. Meng Xian was not entirely oblivious. Seeing Qin Lan's demeanor, she decided to let go of her worries about Han Yang and began her tasks. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the mall, after giving a well-deserved scolding to the troublesome enchantress, the two had a bite to eat. Sensing that Qin Lan and Meng Xian had arrived, they dressed appropriately and returned to the storeroom. Hey. Meng Xian, carrying 2 heavy boxes, spotted Han Yang and Yi Shaoqiue approaching and immediately greeted them. Good morning, brother Han, sister Shaoqiue, have you eaten? Yes, it was quite nutritious, Yi Shaoqiue replied, casting a sidelong glance at Han Yang. Let us move together. Han Yang chuckled and stepped into the storeroom. He exchanged greetings with Qin Lan along the way. Qin Lan acknowledged him before her gaze drifted to Yi Shaoqiue behind her. With a smile, Yi Shaoqiue offered, let me help you with that. Qin Lan hesitated but joined her as they ascended together. Along the way, Yi Shaoqiue whispered a few words in her ear. Qin Lan's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly retorted, I don't need. Casting a subtle glance at Han Yang, who was obliviously focused on moving supplies. Thanks to the collective effort of the 4, the 3 trucks were soon filled to the brim. Meng Xian, Qin Lan, and Yi Shaoqiue each took a vehicle back to Jinsha Island. Han Yang, feeling somewhat idle, sensed Nan Nan's location. She was still at the water pavilion, and he wondered how she was faring. It was impossible not to worry, but he believed in Nan Nan's abilities to handle herself, rather than fret over others. He resolved to focus on enhancing his own strength. Sighing, Han Yang summoned back the zombies he had controlled. Apart from Shasha, he had scattered the others around the mall for vigilance yesterday. Today marked the 3rd day of cultivating zombies, and it was likely that some might awaken. Han Yang was eager to observe closely. As the zombies returned to the storeroom entrance, he noticed that the 3 earliest cultivated sales zombie had shown no significant changes. He decided to feed one a zombie core. The other 4 zombies each received 2 cores as well. Based on Shasha's awakening progress, they should awaken after 5 cores. Once he completed these tasks, he began to practice body tempering techniques in the open space in front of the storeroom. While exercising, I awaited the return of Qin Lan and her companions, who were driving back to continue transporting supplies. Simultaneously, approximately 7 or 8 kilometers to the north of the shopping mall, within the Shui Xia Hua Chung residential area, Nan Nan returned to her villa, carrying a backpack filled with foraged food. As she opened the door, she was immediately greeted by a girl of around 16 or 17, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at her. Chapter 113, The Untidy Girl. Nan Nan, you're back. Let me help you with that. The girl rushed to Nan Nan's side, eagerly taking her backpack. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? There is plenty of food and drink inside. You can take some out to eat. After saying this, Nan Nan affectionately ruffled her hair. The girl responded cheerfully, then carefully opened the backpack and began to nibble at the food inside. She ate with such neatness, leaving no waste, which made Nan Nan feel a surge of affection for her. This girl, named Xiaoshan, was also a resident of the community, 16 years old. Currently in her first year of high school, Nan had found her in the neighborhood the previous night. It wasn't exactly a finding. The girl had appeared before her, yearning to accompany her. At that time, Xiaoshan was not as she appeared now. Dressed in a lovely shirt and a pleated mini-skirt, her skin fair and her features pure and charming. When Nan first saw her, she was grimy and exuded an unpleasant odor, resembling a little beggar. Yet, her large, bright eyes stood out. She had suddenly emerged in front of Nan, pitifully pleading to be taken along, startling Nan, who was in a state of concealment. It was astonishing that a little girl could discover her. However, Nan quickly realized that this girl had awakened a perception ability akin to that of mutated female zombies. Moved by her plight and curious about her capabilities, Nan decided to provide her temporary shelter and took her back to her villa. Nevertheless, the girl was exceedingly unkempt, and the odor was quite overpowering. Fortunately, there was ample water in the hot water heater at Nan's home, so she insisted that the girl take a bath first. Initially reluctant, Xiaoshan eventually complied under Nan's insistence, washing up briefly. Later, Nan learned that she had been reluctant due to a fear of wasting water. In recent days, Xiaoshan had endured considerable hardship for food and drink. Even when water was available, she hesitated to wash, preferring to reserve it for drinking. Afterward, Nan found some of her own clothes for the girl to wear. When Xiaoshan emerged after changing, Nan was taken aback. After a simple wash and some grooming, the former little beggar had transformed into a charming young girl with a lovely appearance. Elated, Nan immediately pulled her to the sofa, where they shared food and engaged in conversation, gradually uncovering how Xiaoshan had survived over the past few days. 2 days prior to the outbreak of the virus, Xiaoshan had taken a leave of absence due to her menstrual cycle and a cold, resting at home with the care of a nanny. When the virus erupted, she was fortunate enough to withstand it and survive. However, the misfortune was that the nanny had turned into a zombie. At the time, she was dining in the kitchen and witnessed the horrifying transformation. Had she not seen it, she might have been bitten or scratched by the unaware zombie nanny. Terrified, Xiaoshan fled to her bedroom, surviving those 2 days with only the snacks and drinks available to her. During this time, she heard the agonizing screams of humans and the roars of zombies. Through her window, she even witnessed the gruesome sight of a living person being torn apart by zombies in the street. 2 days elapsed, and as food and water approached depletion, she began to regain her composure and sought solutions. Through her observations over these 2 days, she discerned certain behaviors of the zombies. Ingeniously, she utilized the window, tossing objects outside the villa to create noise, thereby attracting the attention of the zombie caretaker. Seizing this opportunity, she stealthily slipped out of the bedroom and made her way to the kitchen. The kitchen, devoid of electricity and gas, offered little sustenance. Yet it provided some drinking water and a few edibles. Thus, she managed to survive for a few more days. Unfortunately, the kitchen lacked a restroom, forcing her to dispose of her waste in a garbage bin, sealing it with trash bags. The stench of decaying food soon rendered the kitchen unbearable. Long neglect had left her in a filthy and foul state, until one day, she suddenly developed a high fever, the intense heat causing her head to spin and nearly leading her to faint. In that moment, Xiaoshan believed she was on the brink of death. Yet, fortune favored her, and she survived, acquiring a remarkable ability. She could perceive the surrounding zombies, disregarding physical obstacles. Utilizing this newfound skill, she stealthily exited the kitchen while the caretaker zombie was away, setting a trap to lure the zombie into a bedroom, ultimately locking the door behind her. The house was now secure, but her food and water supply was dwindling, which was why she had taken such a considerable risk to confine the caretaker zombie. Fortunately, her ability was potent enough that no zombie within a 20-meter radius could escape her perception. Relying on this extraordinary gift, she began to evade and scavenge for food within the community. Until last night, when she encountered Nan. In Xiaoshan's mental perception, all zombies appeared as a mass of humanoid red light. She could deeply sense the malice embedded within that crimson hue and insatiable thirst for blood, a profound threat to her existence. Apart from this, she had only seen a man radiating a yellow glow. This occurred when she passed by a villa, and someone beckoned her inside with the lure of food. The man had a kind and gentle appearance, seemingly trustworthy at first glance. However, the evident malice emanating from his yellow aura prompted Xiaoshan to flee without a second thought. That was until she met Nan. In her mental perception, Nan radiated a vibrant green light. This was the first time she had encountered such a color, pure, natural, and friendly, devoid of any ill intent. Yet, when Nan engaged the zombies, her movements were swift and decisive. With each strike, a zombie fell. Xiaoshan was instantly captivated and resolved to seek help. Nan found Xiaoshan's ability intriguing. In addition to her heightened perception, She could discern the intentions of other beings through color. Nan Nan believed this skill could be invaluable within a team, especially for identifying newcomers' ulterior motives. Thus, she took the initiative to incorporate Xiao Shan into the group, confident that Brother Han would not refuse, for she was a pure and charming young beauty. After a brief exchange, Nan Nan advised her to rest well while she ventured out to seek her parents' whereabouts, simultaneously clearing the surrounding area of zombies and collecting their cores. It was only when dawn broke and she felt mentally exhausted that she returned to the villa. Shan Shan, I am weary. I shall take a short nap. If you feel hungry, please eat without concern. There is plenty of food. She added, do keep a vigilant watch, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to rouse me. Observing that Shan Shan had nearly finished her meal, Nan Nan stifled a yawn and issued her instructions. Very well, Sister Nan Nan. Rest assured and take your time. Shan Shan responded with a solemn nod. Lacking combat prowess herself and wary of confronting the zombies, she relied solely on her abilities to evade them. Having secured such a formidable ally for the first time, she was resolute in not letting go. Chapter 114. The Awakening of the Undead. Do not be so anxious. Simply trust in your abilities. Nan Nan reassured her, unaware that she had matured to the point of being able to comfort others. Really? I'm glad to be of help. Xiao Shan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Indeed. Well then, I shall take my rest, Nan Nan said, retreating to her bedroom and securely locking the door behind her. In the outside world, one must learn to remain vigilant, no matter whom they encounter. This was a lesson learned from Brother Han. Drawing her Tang Dao from its sheath and placing it within easy reach, Nan Nan lay down fully clothed and gradually succumbed to slumber. By midday, the sun blazed overhead. At a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from the service area of Jinsha Island, 3 figures navigated a small boat towards the shore, cautiously approaching the land. After anchoring the boat, they proceeded along the sparsely populated coastal park with great care. Soon, they reached the outskirts of the Jinsha Island service area. At that moment, 2 trucks roared down the coastal highway, heading towards Jinsha Island. The 3 men concealed themselves within the thicket, catching a glimpse of the drivers, who were 2 strikingly beautiful women. Have they truly begun to venture out to gather supplies? The man crouching on the left expressed disbelief, his eyes flashing with indignation. Are those the beautiful women you mentioned? They are indeed quite lovely, remarked the man who appeared to be the leader. Not just lovely, they are absolutely exquisite. Brother Yong, your standards are simply too high. Another man chimed in. If Yu Shakuei and Qin Lan had seen these 3 men, they would have recognized one of them immediately. It was Zhu Haoming, who had previously fled in disgrace. Brother Yong, I did not deceive you. Moreover, there are 4 other women on the island, all of exceptional quality. Even the most beautiful woman is of no use if unattainable. Brother Yong's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Haoming. I must confirm once more, there are truly only 3 ability users on the island? Brother Yong, I swear on my life that there are only 3 ability users. 2 possess invisibility, and the third's power remains unclear, but it is likely one of the 2 women who just passed by. Zhu Haoming patted his chest in assurance. That makes things difficult, especially with 2 who can become invisible. Brother Yong pondered. Their ability to venture out for supplies indicates that the situation within has stabilized. That woman, Yi Xiaokuei, is formidable. The longer this drags on, the stronger they will become. Who knows what other ability users might join their ranks? Zhu Haoming implored earnestly. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Han Yang and Yi Xiaokuei, vowing to return. Even if he could not reclaim the island, he would ensure they did not find peace. Thus, he directly aligned himself with the local crime lord, Brother Yong, seeking to seize the island through his influence. After persuasive rhetoric, Brother Yong was ultimately swayed and agreed to come and observe the situation. This place is indeed advantageous, easy to defend and hard to attack. You mentioned there is still electricity on the island? Another man inquired of Zhu Haoming. Indeed, Brother Yong. What about wind and solar power generation? There are several yachts at the pier on the island. Upon hearing the mention of yachts, Brother Yang's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Courageous brother. They are merely 2 individuals with the ability to become invisible. They can only launch surprise attacks. Engaging them head-on would surely be futile. I've heard that the fishing girl, Li Chunchun, at the pier has awakened a perception ability. Perhaps we should summon her to target those 2 invisible ones. Brother Yang's expression shifted slightly. Is she the rather attractive young lady? I've heard she possesses quite a fiery temperament. She may not be inclined to assist. That's simple. Doesn't she have a younger brother? I've heard he was bitten by something while out at sea fishing. Qin Yang whispered a few words, and a smile instantly illuminated Brother Yang's face. You rascal, always coming up with dubious ideas. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Understood, Brother Yang. As the group conversed, Yi Xiaokuei and Qin Lan drove back and forth. Shang Zhiyong narrowed his eyes, observing clearly this time that both women were indeed exceptional. However, More importantly, their frequent comings and goings indicated that they had apparently discovered a secure supply point, possibly a convenience store or supermarket, hence their eagerness to return with supplies. Brother Yang. Zhu Haoming attempted to speak, but was halted by Shang Zhiyong. All right, let us return immediately to gather our people. Understood, Brother Yang. Zhu Haoming and Chun Yang responded, both wearing expressions of exhilaration. As they prepared to leave, Zhu Haoming gazed longingly at Jinsha Island, secretly vowing that once they secured this place, he would thoroughly enjoy the company of Yi Xiaoqiu. Meanwhile, in the underground supermarket storage room, Han Yang remained unaware that someone was plotting against his island as he busily transported supplies. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of consciousness surged within him, a thread of awareness seeming to fray. It felt as if someone or something, perhaps a controlled individual or a zombie, was struggling. Han Yang's heart stirred, prompting him to dash outside. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lan set down her supplies and followed closely behind, asking as she ran, "What is happening?" "The zombies. They are beginning to awaken." Han Yang swiftly reached the storage room entrance, where Yi Xiaoqiu had already drawn 2 bone spikes, bracing herself for confrontation. Moments earlier, she had been loading supplies when a zombie, which had been docile, suddenly let out a chilling roar, startling her. Yi Xiaoqiu was aware that these zombies had been deliberately left by Han Yang for observation of their awakening, so upon noticing the anomaly, she refrained from acting rashly, instead adopting a defensive posture. The initially agitated female zombie contorted grotesquely, particularly her arms, which appeared to lack bone structure. Then, Yi Xiaoqiu observed as the zombie forcefully spread her hands, sharp claws emerging from her fingers, continuing to grow for several inches before ceasing. Once the growth of the claws halted, the female zombie gradually fell silent. By the time Han Yang arrived, the sensation of struggle had dissipated. Has the mutation concluded? Han Yang pondered, then carefully sensed the information relayed back by the female zombie. To his dismay, he found no trace of energy flow. Yi Xiaoqiu recounted the events that had just transpired. Han Yang instructed the female zombie to raise her hand, and the collision of her 10 fingernails produced a crisp metallic sound, suggesting they were quite sharp. Han Yang commanded the zombie to swipe at the adjacent cargo truck. With a screech, the metal surface of the truck was marred by a series of scratches. Though shallow, these marks were made on iron. If they were to rake against human flesh, the outcome would be devastating. While I lament my inability to replicate this, it is undeniable that its power is formidable, serving as a valuable addition to our combat capabilities. Han Yang nodded in understanding. This phenomenon was a mutation of the body rather than an awakening of abilities, which explains why it cannot be mimicked. It resembles the previously encountered telekinetic zombie and the five-eyed zombie, one an awakened ability, the other a bodily mutation. However, the five-eyed zombies have barren eyes, which could pierce through Nan's stealth, were indeed remarkable. At that moment, 2 nearby salesgirl zombies exhibited sudden movements as well. Chapter 115. A touch of discontent. The 2 saleswoman zombies were less exaggerated than the first, yet they were not without their own commotion. One of the female zombies suddenly expanded, her muscles inflating as if filled with air, and her height surged noticeably. The other zombie remained quiet, displaying no remarkable traits. However, upon closer proximity, one would discern a significant rise in temperature around her, an unsettling heat that was palpable. After a brief moment, the psychic tether connecting Han Yang to the 2 zombies stabilized. He promptly closed his eyes, commencing the reception of their information. Soon, a familiar power surged within him. Han Yang felt an immense strength envelop him, as if he possessed boundless energy, capable of moving any obstacle in his path. Ah, the power of strength. How splendid it is to awaken such an ability. Although it paled in comparison to Meng Xian's prowess, Han Yang still felt elated. This indicated that even if Meng Xian chose not to accompany him in the future, he could still harness this capability. As the strength-based ability dissipated, the sudden influx of power faded. Han Yang clenched his fist, uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, yet he sensed an enhancement in his strength. Without further contemplation, he eagerly shifted his focus to the ability of the other female zombie. As energy coursed through his body, he instinctively snapped his fingers, conjuring a faint flame at his fingertip. Fire? Yi Xiaoqiu observed the flame materializing with astonishment. It was the antithesis of Qin Lan's ability. Han Yang nodded affirmatively. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he propelled the flame from his fingertip. His remarkable strength sent the flames soaring like a bullet, striking an abandoned cardboard box. With a resounding explosion, the box ignited, engulfed in a fierce blaze. The temperature soared, capable of instantly igniting other flammable materials. While it posed a moderate threat to humans, it was far less formidable against zombies, as it could not deliver an immediate fatal blow, unless accompanied by gasoline or other combustibles. Han Yang mused aloud. If only I possessed the might of Fire Fist Ace. Does Qinlan also watch anime? Han Yang inquired, astonished. I have seen a little bit, Qinlan replied, tilting her head slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. It's not impossible to emulate Ace, Han Yang declared, channeling energy within him, causing flames to erupt from his fist. Fire fist. Alas, unlike Ace, I can only utilize it for close-range attacks to achieve any effect. That is still quite impressive. Qinlan gazed at his fiery fist with bright, sparkling eyes. Your ability is reminiscent of Akiji's. I wonder if, upon advancing, you will attain a level of power akin to his, capable of freezing an entire ocean in an instant. A glimmer of hope shone in Qinlan's eyes. Ever since she awakened her ability, she had harbored such aspirations. Unfortunately, with her current capabilities, freezing a mere puddle was feasible, but the ocean was a distant dream. Advancement. Qinlan was aware that Han Yang had reached the second tier. He surely knew the path to further evolution. Yet, one cannot help but ponder the cost of self-discovery. Must it truly be akin to the fate of Xiao Kuei? Han Yang remained oblivious to Qinlan's errant thoughts. Following the assessment of his abilities, he began to circle around the trio of shopping guide zombies, attempting to engage them in communication. Regrettably, the three zombies displayed no response, starkly contrasting with Xia Xia. After her mutation, Xia Xia had evidently regained a semblance of consciousness and memory. Although she still resembled a marionette, she at least recognized Nan Nan. Yet, why did these three female zombies not exhibit any reaction whatsoever? Intriguingly, their unquestioning obedience to his commands mirrored that of Xia Xia. This was decidedly unlike the initially wild mutated female zombie. Han Yang found himself confounded. Yi Xiaokuei wondered what he was up to. Han Yang recounted the distinctions between Xia Xia and the trio of female zombies. He hypothesized that their prolonged state of decay had likely damaged their neural pathways, making the resurgence of consciousness and memory exceedingly challenging. In contrast, Xia Xia had undergone transformation only days prior and had been bound by his contract. It was plausible that his abilities had staved off the degeneration of her neural tissue, allowing her to regain some awareness and memory post-mutation. Han Yang found Yu Xiaokuei's analysis to be quite perceptive and ceased his futile speculations. He resolved to wait until he advanced to the third tier, and subsequently, he would elevate Xia Xia to the second tier to glean clarity on the matter. However, that was a pursuit for another day. At present, he was most eager to discover what remarkable abilities the remaining four zombies would unveil on the morrow. After the trio had studied the mutated zombies, they continued their tasks of loading the vehicle, remaining occupied until approximately 6 in the evening when Xiao Chuan arrived, accompanied by several brothers. Brother Han, we are back, Xiao Chuan exclaimed. I thought you might not come today. Han Yang replied, slightly taken aback. We encountered several delays on the road while clearing it, Xiao Chuan explained, his attention drawn to a peculiar female zombie nearby. Her claws, extending over a dozen centimeters, gleamed with a chilling light, making it hard to overlook. I recall this female zombie did not appear thus yesterday. Xiao Chuan was notably impressed by Han Yang's female zombies. Could it be that this zombie had truly awakened, as Han Yang had claimed? Brother Han, has this female zombie truly awakened? Xiao Chuan inquired without hesitation. Oh, she has not awakened any abilities, she merely mutated a pair of claws. Han Yang responded, commanding the female zombie to scratch the side of the vehicle. With a sharp, piercing sound, deep gashes were etched into the cargo box. Hiss. Xiao Chuan and his companions gasped in unison. Heavens, if that were to strike a person, wouldn't it slice away a good portion of flesh? And if it were to pierce the chest or abdomen, wouldn't it result in a gruesome disembowelment? Quite terrifying. Furthermore, this zombie seemed to possess a certain aptitude for challenging Xiao Chuan's defensive capabilities. In that moment, their previously invincible leaders seemed less so. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Han Yang inquired. Impressive, Xiao Chuan replied, still shaken, as he gave a thumbs up. Is that so? I find myself somewhat dissatisfied, lacking any awakened abilities. Han Yang sighed in resignation. Xiao Chuan glanced at the two adjacent zombies. Had those two zombies perhaps awakened some abilities? They seem rather ordinary, nothing remarkable. Enough of this discussion. How much food does Boss Xiao plan to procure today? Han Yang smiled slightly, shifting the topic. Xiao Chuan and his brother exchanged a profound glance at the two zombies. Chapter 116. Xiao Chuan's astonishment. Xiao Chuan retrieved a bag from his backpack. Here are 50 zombie cores. If you just tap it, we can exchange them for food. 50? Han Yang expressed surprise. That must have required the elimination of at least 200 zombies, not to mention the 20 or so previously given. Xiao Chuan's group has dispatched a minimum of 300 zombies, far more industrious than I. However, he quickly reconsidered. He had merely dealt with the zombies obstructing his path, while Xiao Chuan's team had thoroughly cleansed an entire residential complex of its undead inhabitants. The number of zombies in a typical neighborhood could indeed match or exceed that count. Han Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. These cores can be exchanged for food sufficient for 250 days. That's a considerable amount. We will need time to transport it. Where is your vehicle, Boss Xiao? We parked on the west side of the mall. Very well. Then let us transfer the goods to the entrance on the west side of the mall. You can receive them there. Ah, I am profoundly grateful, Brother Han. Xiao Chuan feared that driving directly over might lead Han Yang to misunderstand their intentions, especially since they could not see what was inside the cargo vehicle from the outside. If suspicions arose that he was concealing individuals, it would pose a significant problem. Thus, they parked their vehicle on the mall's western side and approached on foot. Initially intending to inform Han Yang before bringing the vehicle over, they decided it would be more efficient to transport the goods directly to the designated area. Xiao Chuan and his companions swiftly returned to the west entrance of the mall, while Han Yang, accompanied by Yi Xiaokui and Qin Lan, emerged from the underground supermarket, pushing the shopping carts they had previously organized. After a little more than half an hour, all 25 shopping carts were successfully maneuvered to the mall's west entrance. Additionally, Han Yang generously provided an extra shopping cart filled with cooking oil, rice, flour, and beer. 250 may sound like a daunting figure, but this cart of supplies is my gift to my brothers. As Xiao Chuan diligently counted and loaded the supplies, he immediately expressed gratitude on behalf of his companions. I extend our heartfelt thanks to you, Brother Han. While 250 days of provisions might seem substantial, it was worth noting that his own group of survivors numbered over 10. Furthermore, having recently encountered some individuals in distress during their zombie clearing efforts, they had taken in a few more, bringing their total to over 20. Thus, 250 days worth of food would only suffice for roughly 10 days for the entire group, assuming a standard appetite. Given that he and his companions were accustomed to a greater intake, especially himself, the food supply was indeed limited. Although Han Yang's gift was not overly abundant, it was still a lifeline for them, considering that several of Han Yang's zombies had awakened and he had just acquired another 50 cores. Xiao Chuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern that Han Yang might cease collecting cores altogether. Brother Han, will you continue to collect zombie cores? Xiao Chuan could not resist inquiring. Absolutely. Boss Xiao, feel free to bring them for exchange. Even if we lack surplus food, we possess other items that may pique your interest. Han Yang recalled Yu Shakui's mention of monopolizing business opportunities the day prior and could not help but interject. Oh? What items might those be? Xiao Chuan, curious, responded, currently, our most pressing need is food, followed by gasoline and diesel. Beyond that, we are uncertain what else might entice you. However, to them, the corpses were merely useless objects, even in the absence of food. Trading them for something of value would suffice. Something that could awaken latent abilities. Han Yang smiled mysteriously and whispered. What? Xiao Chuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Everyone turned to look at him. Nothing, I was just discussing something with Brother Han. I am a bit surprised. You all carry on with your work. Xiao Chuan realized he had overreacted and quickly reassured his companions. He then composed himself. Is what you said true, brother? He asked, struggling to suppress his excitement. You may choose to believe it or not. Han Yang offered no further explanation. Yet, Xiao Chuan found himself believing it to a degree. He then recalled the women behind Han Yang. Thus far, he had encountered 4. According to Han Yang, they were all individuals who had awakened extraordinary powers. Initially, Xiao Chuan pondered the sheer number of awakened beings. In his community of over 20 survivors, he was the sole awakened individual. However, if there truly existed a means to awaken abilities, everything would make sense. With this thought, his conviction deepened. Of course, there was also the possibility that Han Yang was deceiving him, for the only one he had witnessed demonstrating their powers was that icy beauty. I trust Brother Han. But how does one acquire this ability awakening substance? Han Yang raised a finger. 100 corpses can be exchanged for a vial of awakening potion, or equivalent resources will suffice. However, our team currently lacks sufficient awakening potions, so this information should remain solely with you, Boss Xiao. You may gather the necessary resources in advance. And should there be a surplus, I will prioritize you. Of course. Xiao Chuan nodded gravely. Such matters were not to be disclosed indiscriminately. This information and its channels were meant for his ears alone. It would serve as a means to filter and gather a loyal group of brothers. As for the corpses needed for the exchange, he held them in little regard, as they were merely collected while scavenging for resources. If absolutely necessary, he would trade his own supplies. By the way, I have a woman who craves fresh meat, and another who is passionate about rare flowers. If Boss Xiao encounters any surviving poultry or livestock, or enchanting plants, they can be traded for resources. I guarantee your satisfaction, Han Yang casually remarked. Ah, I truly envy Brother Han's romantic fortune. Xiao Chuan glanced at Yu Shakuye and Qin Lan, giving Han Yang a thumbs up. If Boss Xiao is willing, I am sure many in your settlement would be eager to win your favor. Han Yang responded with a knowing smile. Xiao Chuan scratched his head, chuckling. However, Brother Han, you have come to the right person. Our community does indeed have 7 cows. Han Yang raised an eyebrow, as he had merely mentioned it in passing. His true objective was the spiritual plants, although the presence of livestock would be a delightful surprise. Boss Xiao isn't joking, is he? Cattle in a community in Jinghai City? It is generally not permitted, but such an occurrence happened right beneath my apartment. A certain household, quite inexplicably, acquired 7 calves and raised them as pets upon their balcony. The odor was unbearable and the noise incessant. I heard that the neighbors lodged a complaint. But had it not been for the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, they would likely have been taken away by the urban management authorities. Strangely enough, after the virus erupted, all humans perished, yet those 7 calves remained unharmed. After I dealt with the zombies, I decided to take them in. If Brother Han is interested, I could sell 2 of them to you. However, I would not recommend slaughtering them for meat at this moment, as they are still quite small and yield little flesh. The world is vast and full of wonders. Han Yang sighed in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to Boss Xiao, observing that the supplies had been loaded. Xiao Chuan bid farewell to Han Yang, stating, I shall bring the 2 calves when I return to exchange supplies tomorrow. It is getting late today. We must take our leave. Safe travels, no need for formalities. Han Yang watched as Xiao Chuan and his companions drove away, then turned to Yi Xiaoque and Qin Lan, saying, let us hasten to load the vehicle. Once we finish this round, we shall return to the island. At this moment, the sun dipped low in the west, and twilight began to envelop the sky. Meanwhile, on the horizon to the south of Jinsha Island, a small boat approached, navigating towards the island under the fading light. Chapter 117. An intrusion. Are you not here tonight? Yi Xiaoque inquired. No, in the past few days. Xiao Chuan and his subordinates should have gained an understanding of our capabilities. I believe they would not dare to approach us stealthily. Moreover, we have nearly emptied the supermarket and warehouse of provisions. What remains are mostly perishable goods and daily necessities, which do not require further surveillance. Besides, although I will not be here, I will leave zombies scattered around them all. If there are any who are truly fearless, let them come. Humph. You said you would keep me company tonight, Yu Xiaoque murmured. Upon hearing this, Han Yang felt a flutter in his heart. This little enchantress. He glanced at Qin Lan, noticing her distraction, and instinctively placed his hand on Yi Xiaoque's shoulder. If you wish, I could visit you tonight. That is out of the question. You cannot enter our villa. The soundproofing is inadequate, and if you cause a stir, it will be known to everyone. Yu Xiaoque did not push Han Yang's hand away, yet her words were a firm refusal. What a feeble excuse. The villa is so well decorated. How could there be a soundproofing issue? Moreover, if there were any noise, would it not be due to your own inability to restrain yourself? Then how about you come to my room tonight? You wouldn't run into Ching Ching, would you? No. Wait, why are you so afraid of Ching Ching? I am not afraid of her. Yi Xiaoque huffed. Yongge, look. The lights on Golden Sand Island are on. Indeed, it appeared there was power. Aboard a fishing vessel, several men gazed eagerly at the distant island. Now that night has fallen, let us hasten our advance. Do you all remember your respective tasks? Shang Zhiyang squinted at Golden Sand Island, then turned to face the others on the boat. Aside from him, Chen Yang and Zhu Haoming, there were 3 other men and a woman aboard. We remember. Don't worry, Yongge. The men responded enthusiastically, while the woman remained silent. Li Chunchun, what about you? Shang Zhiyang asked the woman. I will maintain vigilance, but don't forget your promise after the mission is accomplished. She replied, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Rest assured, the benefits I promised you will not be diminished. Yongge smiled slightly, confident in his assertion. This modest vessel was home to 4 awakened individuals, and he felt no one could thwart their assault. Had it not been for the concern over the 2 who could become invisible, he wouldn't have needed Li Chuanchuan's assistance. Choosing to strike as darkness fell was also a precaution against this. In the dark, visibility was limited, reducing the effectiveness of invisibility, and with Li Chunchun's heightened awareness, their success was virtually guaranteed. With the enemy in the light and himself concealed, a stealth attack was foolproof. Soon, the small boat entered shallow waters, approaching the most renowned beach of Golden Sand Island, unsuitable for navigation. After dropping anchor, the 7 disembarked and cautiously swam toward the shore, carefully stepping onto the island to safeguard the privacy of visitors. The Golden Beach is the only area on the island devoid of surveillance cameras. However, upon reaching the main thoroughfare, we must proceed with caution. Zhu Haoming led the way. Familiar with the island's layout, Li Chunchun, be vigilant and utilize your abilities to remain aware of your surroundings, commanded Shang Zhiyang. Rest assured, there is no one within a 50-meter radius. Li Chunchun closed her eyes to sense her environment. Her skills were well honed. In open spaces, She could detect movements of creatures within 50 meters. This was precisely why Qinyang had sought her assistance. The only limitation of her ability was that if a creature remained still, it would fade from her perception. Additionally, any obstacles could significantly impair her sensory range and judgment. The seven continued onward, swiftly traversing the Golden Beach and arriving at the landscaped area adjacent to the main road. From this vantage point, two lit villas came into view, while the surrounding structures remained shrouded in darkness. It seems this group resides in those two villas, quite close to each other, which simplifies our search, Qinyang murmured. What is our next move, Brother Yang? Stick to the plan. The three of you will lead the way. Shang Zhiyong ordered the three men without awakened abilities, designating them as bait. Unaware of the presence of awakened individuals on the island, they believed they were merely dealing with a group of women and two men. Occupying this area, they felt emboldened to act as they pleased. Thus, they fearlessly forged ahead. However, as they emerged from the greenery towards the villas, a stray dog unexpectedly appeared before them. The dog tilted its head in confusion, eyeing the strangers, and upon realizing they were armed, its innocent demeanor transformed into a snarl as it barked ferociously. Woof, 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 woof. The dog's voice was surprisingly loud, echoing unsettlingly across the tranquil island. What is happening? Shang Zhiyong glared at Li Chunchun. She feigned innocence. You only instructed me to be aware of people, not other animals. Besides, the dog was hidden by the foliage. I didn't notice it. Damn it. Shang Zhiyong cursed. No need to hide. Charge in directly and strike any man you encounter. Understood, Brother Yang. The three men nodded eagerly. One of them grinned maliciously. Blame that damn dog. I'll take it down first and feast on dog meat later. With that, he lunged at the stray dog with his machete. The little dog, without a moment's hesitation, turned and sprinted towards the luxurious hotel. Don't chase it. Let us head to the villas. Shang Zhiyong called to the man pursuing the dog. The seven promptly dashed toward the villas. Meanwhile, in the hotel's surveillance room, duty officer Zhao Jia, upon noticing the dog's sudden movement, quickly spotted the three men stealthily approaching, bent over. Is there an intrusion? Zhao Jia was momentarily taken aback. She promptly activated the amplifier and microphone, exclaiming, There is an intrusion. An intrusion towards the direction of the Jinsha Island Villa area. All personnel, remain on high alert. All personnel, remain on high alert. Her voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the entire island. The seven individuals, led by Shang Zhiyong, who were en route to the villa, paused in surprise upon hearing her call. They quickly turned their gaze towards the loudspeaker concealed within the grass. Damn it. We've been discovered, Yang Gu. Zhu Haoming glanced at Shang Zhiyong. Since our cover is blown, there's no need for haste. The nearest villa is not far from here. Li Chunchun, can you sense if anyone is nearby? Li Chunchun shook her head. There is no one around. And it seems there is also no one inside the villa. However, due to the walls obstructing my view, my perception may not be entirely accurate. You all may want to enter and check. Let's go. Shang Zhiyong immediately commanded the group to charge towards the nearest villa. Chapter 118. You deceived me. The villa door was unlocked, allowing the seven individuals to enter seamlessly. They dispersed to execute their plan with remarkable coordination. Three ascended the stairs while the other three conducted a thorough inspection of the first floor and basement. Only Li Chunchun remained in the living room, waiting for a brief moment. The third floor was vacant. The second floor was unoccupied. Neither the basement nor the first floor harbored any presence. In no time, the group conducted a swift reconnaissance of the villa. This was the very villa occupied by Yi Xiaoqiu and her companions, who were all outside, thus eluding their search. Could they have relocated to the other villa? Shang Zhiyong pondered aloud. The only two villas illuminated were these, leading him to such a conclusion. Let us proceed to the other villa. The seven promptly filed out, heading toward Han Yang's villa in close proximity. An intrusion was underway. Meanwhile, at the rear of the hotel, by the storage door, Shangguan Qingqing and Ming Xian, who awaited Yu Xiaoqiu and her group to return from unloading the vehicle, were momentarily taken aback by the broadcast, their expressions shifting dramatically. Oh no, Chen Fong and Luan Yu are inside the villa preparing dinner. Shangguan Qingqing realized the gravity of the situation and immediately grasped her sword, racing toward the villa. Being a former athlete endowed with long legs and awakened abilities, her strength had significantly surged. At this moment, she sprinted like a bolt of lightning. Hey, wait for me. Ming Xian, slightly delayed in her reaction, quickly lost sight of Shangguan Qingqing. She had no choice but to hoist her axe and dash toward the villa alone. Although Ming Xian possessed considerable strength as an ability user, her heavy load hindered her performance compared to Shangguan Qingqing's superior body awareness and technique. Despite her speed, she lagged far behind Qingqing. On her way, she fortuitously encountered a little dog. The small creature barked excitedly at her for a moment before turning and leading her toward the villa. Its short legs surprisingly outpaced her slightly. Inside the villa, upon hearing the broadcast, Chun Fong and Sun Wanyu quickly locked the door, each arming themselves and preparing for any potential confrontation. Sun Wanyu, having faced zombies and survived the Zhu Haoming incident, maintained a semblance of composure. Chen Fong, having endured the ordeal with the scoundrel Song Ji and having awakened her abilities, felt a surge of confidence. Moreover, they trusted that Shangwan Qingqing would arrive swiftly to aid them and resolve the intrusion. Is there anyone inside this villa? Chen Fong, concealed in a corner, suddenly overheard voices from outside. Li Chenchen carefully attuned her senses. She could discern the presence of two figures intermittently visible within the villa. Judging by their physiques, they appeared to be two women, each wielding a knife, standing at the ready. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. No. Her task was to watch for two individuals capable of invisibility, one male and one female. Clearly, these two did not fit that description. The thought of what could transpire if these two fell into the hands of the men was unbearable. Thus, she could not act against her conscience. Let's go in and take a look. Shang Zhiyong commanded the group. Wait a moment. Someone is coming, quickly. Li Chenchen halted everyone. As her voice faded, a gunshot rang out. One of the three inept men let out a blood-curdling scream, his shoulder instantly stained with crimson. Yet, in the next moment, the shriek was abruptly silenced. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots echoed, one bullet striking the screaming man in the head, causing him to drop dead on the spot. Free from any further agony, the other 2 shots did not miss their targets either, hitting another powerless individual and Chen Yang respectively. Both fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Curse it, they have guns. The remaining few finally realized the peril they were in and began to frantically seek cover. Among them, Zhu Haoming reacted the quickest, as he was the only one aware of the presence of firearms. He had withheld this information from Shang Zhiyong and the others, fearing they would retreat. After all, the goal was merely to deceive them into coming here. Once they arrived, they were no longer in control. Moreover, he possessed a defensive ability, making him resilient. Damn it, Zhu Haoming, you deceived me. Why didn't you mention they had guns? Li Chenchen shouted angrily. Yang good. I had no idea they were armed. Zhu Haoming replied dismissively. To the west of the villa, just as Li Chenchen finished speaking, she noticed Shangwan Qingqing stepping into the light, unabashedly staring at the individuals hidden in the shadows. Oh, Zhu Haoming, that coward who barely escaped? He dares to return? Shangwan Qingqing scoffed. Who do you think you were to look down on me? If you're capable, toss your gun away, and let us see who is better. Do you think I'm foolish? Shangwan Qingqing sneered, though inwardly she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had arrived in time to prevent them from entering the villa. Otherwise, Chen Fong and Sun Lanyu would have been in grave danger. Her sudden appearance was a desperate measure to divert their attention and make them overlook the possibility of others being inside the villa. Thud, thud. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed. The individuals concealed in the shadows noticed another figure rushing towards the woman who had just emerged. This too was a woman, but her chest was exceedingly ample, and her face appeared quite youthful, wielding a gigantic axe. This, a strikingly endowed yet youthful visage. Zhu Haoming was taken aback. Who is this unfamiliar woman? Qingqing Jia, I'm here. Meng Xian exclaimed as she stood beside Shangwan Qingqing. The little dog lagged a couple of steps behind, panting and resting on the side. Ultimately, it was no match for Meng Xian's stamina and fell behind. Meng Xian, you have the chance to guard Shen Fong and the others at the villa entrance. I'll draw out this pack of rats. Shangwan Qingqing whispered a few words to Meng Xian. Just then, a figure on the ground suddenly sprang up, lunging towards Shangwan Qingqing. Not dead? Playing dead? There was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, Shangwan Qingqing aimed her gun at him. Bang! The bullet struck him, sending a shower of stones flying. Yet his form remained entirely unaffected. Shangwan Qingqing was taken aback. Even with Shasha's formidable defensive abilities, she could not withstand a bullet. Sister Qingqing, be careful, Meng Xian exclaimed. With agility, Shangwan Qingqing deftly evaded the opponent's powerful strike, retaliating with a swift kick from her right leg that struck the assailant. It felt akin to kicking a solid wall, causing her leg to tingle, yet she managed to push the intruder back a couple of steps. As the distance widened, Shangwan Qingqing seized the opportunity to examine the face and exposed skin of her adversary under the illumination, discovering it appeared to be encased in a layer resembling stone. Petrified? Indeed. Hey girl, I am not afraid of your gun. Qin Yang chuckled ominously. Chapter 119. A shot from the west. Qin Yang awakened a remarkable ability that allowed him to absorb soil and stones, thereby enveloping his body in an extraordinarily strong layer of petrified protection. This rendered him impervious to typical attacks. However, the sole drawback of this power was the time required to absorb the soil, and consequently, his body lost its agility. Moments ago, a bullet had struck his petrified skin. Sister Qingqing, allow me to handle him. Isn't he afraid of guns? Let him experience the might of my axe, Meng Xian declared, raising her axe and striking toward him with great force. The massive axe seemed weightless as it descended upon Chen Yang, yet it stirred a howling gale in its wake. Chen Yang, be careful, Shang Zhiyong shouted loudly. Sensing the impending danger, Chen Yang swiftly rolled aside to evade the blow instead of bracing for impact. A resounding crash echoed as the axe struck, creating a deep crater in the very spot he had occupied moments before. Damn it, he could not help but exclaim. Chen Yang's petrifying ability could withstand penetrating attacks, but it was gravity strikes that truly terrified him. His internal organs lacked such formidable protection. The previous bullet had already left his bones aching. Should this brawny woman cleave him, internal bleeding would be inevitable. Heart pounding with trepidation, he retreated several steps, distancing himself from Meng Xian. What now, Brother Yang? What the hell? Zhu Haoming, you've led me astray. What do you mean there are only 3 abilities? Another one has appeared, and she is armed. Brother Yang cursed angrily. Brother Yang, I have not seen these 2 women either. They may have joined recently. But this is not the time for such discussions. They are but 2. We must conclude this swiftly, lest more arrive and the situation becomes perilous. Zhu Haoming pleaded. Fine. I'll temporarily trust you. You and Qin Yang will engage the one with the gun, while I deal with the axe wielder. Let us be quick about it. As the 3 strategized, Meng Xian charged forward with her axe, while Shang Qingqing wielded her pistol from behind. Qin Yang took the initiative, dodging Meng Xian's axe and rushing towards Shang Qingqing. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time aimed at Qin Yang's head. Instinctively, he ducked, the bullet grazing his stone-like skin and sparking as it passed. Meng Xian sought to assist, but at that moment, Shang Zhiyong, who had been lurking nearby, finally leaped into action, swinging a club toward Meng Xian. She instinctively raised her axe to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated, and Meng Xian felt her grip weaken under the force of the blow. A strength-type ability user? Meng Xian was taken aback. Meanwhile, Brother Yang's muscles bulged as he pressed down on the iron club, grinning. Little girl, you seem quite ample everywhere. What a coincidence. I'm quite well endowed myself. Come, let me show you my big stick. Meng Xian recognized the malice in his words. With a disdainful snort, she summoned her strength, lifting him off the ground and breaking free from his grip. How is this possible? Brother Yang's heart raced in disbelief. As a fellow strength-type ability user, how could her strength be so formidable? Meng Xian offered him little opportunity for contemplation. After toppling him, she swung her axe with ferocity. Yang Ge, undeterred, summoned all his strength to meet her assault with a steel rod. The colossal clash resonated with a deafening sound. Yang Ji's body involuntarily retreated, leaving a trail marked on the ground, until he collided with a tree, finally coming to a halt. Rather than pursuing her advantage, Meng Xian pivoted and advanced towards the petrifying ability user. Shangguan Qingqing refrained from firing, fearing she might inadvertently harm Meng Xian behind her, as she engaged with Qin Yang. Little did Qin Yang anticipate that the immensely powerful Yang Gu would nearly be felled by a single blow. As Meng Xian's axe descended, it was too late for him to dodge, and the only available escape route was blocked by Shangguan Qingqing. Instinctively, he reinforced the thickness of his stone skin around his arm to deflect the strike. With a swift motion, one of his arms was severed, blood gushing forth. Ah! Chen Yang screamed in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching his arm. Shangguan Qingqing paid him no mind and directed her attention towards Shang Zhiyong, who was preparing to assist. She fired 3 rapid shots from her handgun. Yonggu evaded with great effort, but was still struck twice. Fortunately, they did not hit vital areas, as his muscular frame absorbed some of the impact, leaving only superficial wounds. She was out of bullets. The lurking Zhu Haoming seized the moment, springing forth to prevent Qingqing from reloading, his machete slicing towards her with swift precision. Yang Ji's heart leaped with joy. Without her firearm, the advantage was his. Everyone, come out. Eliminate these 2 women. He bellowed, charging at Meng Xian, who was still engaged with Chen Yang. Li Chunchen tightened her grip on the harpoon, remaining still. Another survivor leapt into action, brandishing a machete and rushing towards Shangguan Qingqing. Undeterred by the imminent threat of encirclement, Qingqing expertly parried Zhu Haoming's strike with her longsword, swiftly countering with a venomous thrust directed at him. Zhu Haoming perceived a flash of light, the sword tip mere inches from his face. Reacting instinctively, he leaned back to evade the thrust, only to find the blade descending, grazing across his chest. He felt a chill as his clothing was torn asunder. A shallow scratch marred his skin. Cold sweat enveloped him, had it not been for his defensive abilities. That strike could have been fatal. She was a formidable opponent. Simultaneously, another survivor swung a machete at her. Qingqing deftly sidestepped, her longsword sweeping past the man's throat. A line of blood appeared, gushing forth as he clutched his neck, eyes wide with rage as he stumbled backward, choking on his own blood. Zhu Haoming watched in horror. Yet, he could not afford to halt. Should this woman reload her weapon, they would all perish. With gritted teeth, he pressed forward, relying on his abilities to engage her. Yongge, it's all up to you now. Put in some effort. In the depths of his heart, Zhu Mingho cried out. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Yongge, brought to one knee by a devastating axe blow, trembling hands barely holding back Meng Xian's weapon. Meanwhile, Qinyang, despite the pain, managed to rise to his feet. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack on Meng Xian, a gleaming silver spear suddenly shot forth from the inky darkness of the night. Bang! The stone-like skin on his body shattered as if it were mere paper, the spear piercing through him and embedding itself into a tree behind. The tremendous force continued onward, leaving the spear's end lodged within the tree. Qinyang was propelled backward by the sheer inertia, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he glanced down. A gaping wound had appeared in his chest, blood gushing forth profusely, quickly soaking his clothing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dimming gradually, until he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Qinyang. Shang Zhiyong's eyes widened in fury. He bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength to break free from Meng Xian's grasp. Rolling away to evade subsequent attacks, his gaze then fell upon the spot from which the spear had been launched. And he beheld a man striding forth with purpose. It was Han Yang. Chapter 120. Slipping due to the bulk food left in the supermarket, Han Yang, Yi Xiaoqiye, and Qin Lan exerted considerable effort to finish loading the last 2 carts. By the time they returned to the island, night had completely fallen. Zhao Jia had been waiting at the bridge, recounting the incident of the invasion. Upon hearing this, Han Yang rushed over without delay. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Brother Han, Meng Xian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Well done. Han Yang affectionately ruffled Meng Xian's hair. First, let's deal with these individuals. We can discuss the rest later. As he spoke, Han Yang unsheathed the short-handled watermelon hammer from his waist and approached Shang Zhiyong. He had no concern for Qingqing. A defensive ability user posed little threat. However, the power-type ability user could potentially cause harm if not careful. Shang Zhiyong eyed Han Yang warily. Recalling the long spear that had pierced through Qin Yang's stone skin and even penetrated a tree trunk. Undoubtedly, this was also a power-type ability user. Damn it. Zhu Haoming deceived me. Didn't he say the man had an invisibility ability? Shang Zhiyong ground his teeth in frustration. From 7, only 3 remained. One of whom was unproductive, while the other was being overwhelmed in combat. He glanced at Zhu Haoming, who was struggling under Qingqing's assault. His clothes in tatters and his body marred by wounds. Had it not been for his formidable defensive abilities, he would have been slain dozens of times by now. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Now, he faced 2 power-type ability users. Shang Zhiyong immediately reconsidered his options. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. Resolute, he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. This sudden decision left Li Chunchun astonished. She too had contemplated escaping, but had not anticipated Shang Zhiyong's decisiveness. Thinking of running? Han Yang chuckled ominously. Once you set foot on this island, there's no way out. He dashed forward in pursuit. Shang Zhiyong sensed the approaching footsteps behind him, noting the pursuit was evidently faster than him. Fortunately, the beach was not far. Once he reached the sea, he would be safe. He channeled all his energy into his leg muscles and bones, instantly increasing his speed once more. However, in the next moment, he felt an unsettling sensation beneath his feet. The ground lacked the usual grip. It was as if his right foot had stepped into thin air, causing him to slide backward. With his body still propelling forward from the previous exertion, his left foot slid uncontrollably on the surface. His legs immediately splayed apart like a split. The sound of tearing fabric and bones being forcibly separated echoed simultaneously. Ah! Shang Zhiyong screamed in agony. The excruciating pain of his legs being pulled apart nearly caused him to lose consciousness, yet the icy sensation beneath him kept him alert. He braced himself against the ground, supporting his upper body. Driven by inertia, he maintained the split position, gliding forward until he reached solid ground once more. How on earth is there ice here? Shang Zhiyong cursed, trembling as he attempted to rise, but after 2 futile attempts, he remained on the ground. Suddenly, a woman's bright laughter echoed. Lan Lan, your ice ability is always so amusing to witness. Yu Xiaoqiye covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Qin Lan, however, regarded Shang Zhiyong with an impassive expression. It was then that Shang Zhiyong realized 2 women, whom he had previously encountered while scouting, were now hiding nearby. The revelation of their freezing abilities sent a chill through his heart, and he understood why he had slipped. Run. I must run, he thought, knowing that the opponents outnumbered him and victory was beyond reach. Zhu Haoming, I curse your ancestors. Shang Zhiyong gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to stand as his legs trembled beneath him, desperate to flee. Hey, don't move recklessly, Yi Xiaoqiye warned Shang Zhiyong. as two pristine bone spikes aimed directly at his eyes. These spikes are exceedingly sharp. Move, and I shall pierce your brain. Telekinesis? Shang Zhiyong gasped in terror. At that moment, Han Yang finally arrived, a smile gracing his lips. Well done. How shall we deal with this one? Yu Shaokue was unaware of the events that had transpired. She and Qin Lan had heard Zhao Jia speak of the group's movements and had taken a detour to intercept them. Kill him, Han Yang commanded. And as soon as he finished speaking, the two bone spikes shot forth with blinding speed, penetrating Shang Zhiyong's eye sockets. With a squelch, he was deprived of consciousness before he could react. Yu Shaokue's swiftness astonished even Han Yang. This fellow, was he merely being polite when he asked me? Han Yang murmured. He realized that among the women, Yu Shaokue was the least reluctant when it came to taking lives. Just like in the mall before. Her actions were decisive and efficient. Coupled with her sharp intellect, she posed a formidable challenge to any adversary. Thankfully, she was now his partner. Let's go. We should check on Qingqing. Han Yang beckoned the two women. Yu Shaoque extracted the bone spikes from Shang Zhiyong's eye sockets. The gleaming spikes, immaculate and as white as jade, did not return to her but flew toward a nearby tree instead. Wait, there is still a little tail here. Yu Shaoque glanced behind the tree. Little girl, I trust you have witnessed the might of my bone spikes. I advise you not to act rashly. From behind the tree, Li Chunshun raised her hands and stepped out, looking resigned. There's another person? Han Yang exclaimed in surprise, while Li Chunshun was even more astonished. She had not anticipated the woman's keen perception. Her ability not only sensed enemies, but also slightly diminished her own presence. Though this reduction was subtle, it made her difficult to detect in the inky darkness of the night. This was also the reason she remained unscathed during the tumultuous clash involving Shang Zhiyong and his associates. As long as she deliberately concealed herself, people would instinctively overlook her presence. When Han Yang arrived at the scene, he too failed to detect her whereabouts. Thus, upon witnessing Shang Zhiyong's escape, she followed closely behind, hoping to seize the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. To her surprise, there were individuals lying in wait, and they soon discovered her. I am not affiliated with them. I merely sought assistance and reluctantly came to provide a warning, Li Chunshun calmly stated as she dropped the harpoon she had been holding. Chapter 121. Profound Insights Vigilance? It seems you possess remarkable abilities. I didn't notice you earlier. Perhaps that was your power at play? What exactly is your ability? Han Yang inquired with keen interest. I can sense living beings within a certain range and diminish my own presence, Li Chunshun replied candidly. Ah, you were summoned to counter Nan Nan's abilities, weren't you? Quite the elaborate scheme. Han Yang suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, they mentioned that there are two individuals on this island capable of invisibility. And my primary task was to keep an eye on these two. Having witnessed Han Yang's immense strength, Li Chunshun did not suspect him of being an invisible ability user. Thus, she recounted the details without reservation. We cannot ascertain the truth of your words. Regardless, you have aided them, making you our adversary. However, we shall refrain from killing you for now. Once we capture Zhu Haoming and clarify the circumstances, we will decide your fate. In the meantime, I expect you to cooperate fully and refrain from any treacherous actions. Han Yang stated calmly. Li Chunshun paused for a moment. All right. In that case, just to be safe, I must bind you. Han Yang signaled to Qin Lan, who promptly understood and retrieved a length of rope from her backpack, stepping forward to secure Li Chunshun's hands. Li Chunshun remained motionless, allowing Qin Lan to proceed. Very well, let us return. The five of them made their way back to the villa, where Shangguan Qingqing was still engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhu Haoming. Meng Xian stood nearby, overseeing the situation, accompanied by Qin Feng and Sun Wanyu, who had just emerged from the villa. Why are they still fighting? Han Yang sighed, exasperated, and called out to Qingqing, Qingqing, it's time to wrap it up. Don't kill him. We still have questions to ask. TCH. It's not every day you find someone so resilient, without the worry of accidentally killing him. Shangguan Qingqing muttered, finally ceasing her assault. Zhu Haoming collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his appearance pitiable. His garments were reduced to mere tatters, and his skin was marred with a multitude of wounds. Some were shallow, barely seeping blood, while others were deep, the flesh grotesquely torn open, exposing raw tissue. A few even revealed glimpses of bone. Blood flowed freely from his body, as if it were a mere commodity. If Han Yang did not intervene soon, it seemed he would bleed to death from sheer loss. Devil, this woman is a veritable demon. Zhu Haoming, his complexion pale, gazed at Shangguan Qingqing with terror. After several exchanges, he realized the extraordinary skill she possessed. She could have easily ended his life with a single stroke, yet she chose not to, skillfully avoiding vital points. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Yet, Zhu Haoming dared not relent. He feared that should he cease his resistance, he would meet the same fate as his earlier companion, his throat slashed in an instant. He could only endure the torturous sensation of being sliced by a dull blade. His internal dread compounded with each passing moment. At last, it was over. Zhu Haoming, was it? I never anticipated that we would meet again. Han Yang stepped forward, casting a sympathetic glance at him. I concede defeat. Do as you will with me. Zhu Haoming felt an increasing chill enveloping his body. His voice feeble. Well, very well. I shall oblige you, but before your demise, I have a few inquiries to make. Ah, why should a man on the brink of death divulge anything to you? Zhu Haoming scoffed derisively. Because it may alleviate some of your suffering. Han Yang replied with a faint smile, observing Zhu Haoming's apparent disbelief. He then produced a length of rope, unceremoniously binding him tightly. Turning to Chen Fong, he said, Fong Fong, come and tend to him. No need for anything too elaborate. Just ensure he remains alive. What do you intend to do? Chen Fong approached, examining the wounds on Zhu Haoming's body, to provide him with a profound experience. Han Yang chuckled. Chen Fong, though perplexed, obediently utilized her abilities to treat the most grievous injuries with minimal intervention. As she employed her powers, a miraculous scene unfolded. The deep, bone-exposing wounds ceased bleeding and began to heal rapidly, transforming into fine fissures. Zhu Haoming stared in astonishment. The intense agony he felt noticeably diminished. That will suffice. Han Yang nodded, then brandished a knife, plunging it forcefully into Zhu Haoming's palm, pinning it to the ground. Ah, Zhu Haoming held in agony. His face contorted as he fixed his gaze on Han Yang. What the hell are you trying to do? Hey, don't be hasty. Han Yang replied nonchalantly, producing another knife. I shall have you healed shortly. He waved the knife before Zhu Haoming's eyes, then glanced at his other palm. Damn it, don't stab me again. I'll tell you what you want to know. I'll tell you. Alas, it's rather dull. I have many more ideas yet to experiment with. Han Yang sighed in resignation. Zhu Haoming felt a chill seep into his heart. This is undoubtedly a devil. How foolish I was to oppose them. Do you recognize this woman? Han Yang pointed to the tightly bound Li Chunchun. I do. Li Chunchun, a sensory ability user. Qin Yang, the petrifying ability user whom you shot dead. He has long coveted this girl, seeking to possess her. Unfortunately, she is particularly cautious, living on a boat with her brother, leaving him with no opportunity to act. This time, upon hearing that her brother had been bitten by something from the sea and urgently required treatment, we sought out a sensory ability user to guard against your invisible agents. Thus, we used the promise of a remedy as bait to enlist Li Chunchun's assistance. However, in reality, Chen Yang never intended to save her brother. He merely planned to conquer Golden Sands Island and seize Li Chunchun for himself. Zhu Haoming recounted everything he knew with candor. It seems he spoke no falsehoods. Han Yang glanced at Li Chunchun, only to discover that she had not been paying attention to their conversation. Instead, her gaze was fixated on Chen Fong. A flicker of emotion stirred within Han Yang. How could it be that you were struggling to safeguard yourself, yet still harbor hopes of having Chen Fong assist in treating your brother? Upon hearing these words, Li Chunchun finally shifted her gaze. Chapter 122. Uniquely distinct following the outbreak of the zombie virus, Li Chunchun and her brother miraculously survived. Their family had been fishermen for generations, relying on the sea for their livelihood. As zombies roamed the land, they chose to escape to their fishing boat, which allowed them to evade the undead while also providing sustenance through fishing. Occasionally, they would venture ashore to gather essential supplies. After 10 days of this existence, during a fishing expedition, they encountered a most extraordinary fish, unlike anything they had ever seen. Excited by the prospect, her brother eagerly volunteered to catch it, only to be viciously bitten in the process, resulting in a grievous laceration. Upon returning to shore, his wound became infected. In a desperate search for medication, Li Chunchun ventured out, only to find herself nearly killed by the throngs of zombies. She had no choice but to seek assistance from nearby survivors, leading to the current predicament. Just moments ago, witnessing Chen Fong's display of abilities left her utterly astonished. If only her brother could receive the same treatment, he would surely recover. When Han Yang posed a question, she summoned her courage and declared, as long as you can save my brother, I'm willing to do anything you ask, even to be your woman. I'm still a. Before she could finish, the other women turned their gazes toward Han Yang. Han Yang, taken aback, exclaimed, why are you all looking at me? He felt exasperated. With his own woman yet to be satisfied, why would he seek another? Yet, he could not deny that Li Chunchun was indeed quite attractive. As he scrutinized her more closely, he realized that she did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Chen Fong, the delicate charm of Nan Nan, the alluring grace of Yi Xiaoqiye, or the icy elegance of Qin Lan. Rather, she belonged to a category of beauty that was not immediately striking but grew increasingly captivating upon further observation. Perhaps it was her wheat-colored skin that lacked the immediate allure. Yet, as one became accustomed to it, an enchanting charm emerged. Additionally, her figure was remarkable. Her long legs could rival those of Qingqing, and her bosom was not insignificant. Overall, she was a distinctive beauty. The sudden revelation of her being a virgin, coupled with her willingness to comply with any request, stirred a sense of intrigue within him. However, observing the predatory gazes of the other women, Han Yang resolutely stated, "You are our captive now, and we may treat you as we please. Yet, given that your actions stemmed from necessity and did not pose any threat to us, we shall not make things excessively difficult for you. As for treating your brother." He paused thoughtfully, just as Chen Feng leaned in to whisper a few words to him, revealing that this woman had previously lied about the absence of others in the villa. Han Yang regarded Li Chunchun with newfound suspicion. Treating her brother was not out of the question. He quickly shifted his perspective. "However, you have learned too much about our island. So you must remain with us and refrain from contacting the outside world for the time being." "Very well," Li Chunchun replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. She believed that Han Yang had acquiesced to her request, resigning herself to the role of his woman, a mere plaything, imprisoned on the island. Yet, if it meant curing her brother, she would endure any sacrifice. He was her only kin in this world. After resolving Li Chunchun's issue, Han Yang turned his attention back to Zhu Haoming, inquiring further about Shang Zhiyong. A vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. In his previous life, he was unaware of who controlled Golden Sand Island and established the entertainment complex, but the mention of Shang Zhiyong sparked a faint recollection. Remembering him as the sole second-tier powerhouse in Binhai capable of challenging Xiao Chuan. Connecting the dots, many things became clear. In his past, without his intervention, Yu Shaoque likely managed to fend off Zhu Haoming with Qinlan's abilities. Zhu Haoming, unwilling to accept defeat, had aligned himself with Shang Zhiyong's faction. The difference was that in his previous life, Shang Zhiyong and his allies likely succeeded in seizing Golden Sand Island. As for Yi Xiaoque and her companions, their fate would undoubtedly have been dire, potentially resulting in their demise. This explained why Han Yang had never heard of Yi Xiaoque. Otherwise, with her beauty, intelligence, and decisiveness, she would not have remained obscure. After Shang Zhiyong's group occupied the island, they leveraged the secure geographical environment and their familiarity with maritime fishing to procure sustenance and exchange resources, gradually growing in strength. During this time, they might have discovered the exquisite linglong grass on the island. Consequently, Shang Zhiyong ascended to a second-tier powerhouse, solidifying his foothold there. Of course, all of this was mere speculation on Han Yang's part, as the past had become a fleeting memory. In this life, Shang Zhiyong and his faction were deceased, their stronghold reduced to a mere handful of stragglers, consisting of local fishermen who either voluntarily or through compromise had aligned with him, posing no significant threat. Ultimately, Han Yang dealt decisively with Zhu Haoming, ensuring the bodies of the assailants were properly disposed of and notifying Zhao Jia and Lu Bin that the island was safe and the danger had been averted, prompting everyone to return indoors. This time, the group performed admirably, particularly lauding Xiao Wang. They all glanced at the little dog, panting and sitting on the ground, puzzled by the attention it was receiving. A collective smile spread among them. Ever since Xiao Wang arrived on the island, it had frolicked freely, running amok. Han Yang and Nan Nan often ventured out, leaving its care to Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu. Unexpectedly, during this invasion, it was the little dog that had first detected the intruders, indirectly alerting the on-duty Zhao Jia, which allowed Qingqing to arrive swiftly. Xiao Huang had played a pivotal role, and no one had any objections. This incident served as a reminder to all that despite the island's isolation and the absence of zombie threats, vigilance must be maintained at all times. Understood. The women responded in unison, catching Li Chunchun's attention. On the island, apart from Han Yang, there were only women, all of them stunning beauties. They all acted in accordance with Han Yang's commands. If one were to claim that these women had no connection to Han Yang, she would be utterly unconvinced. Instantly, she formed a rough conjecture about Han Yang's temperament. He was exceedingly lecherous. She realized she had truly walked into a trap. As long as her brother could be cured, she sighed. At the very least, Han Yang possesses a certain charm and formidable strength, capable of winning the hearts of numerous beautiful women, which suggests he treats them with a modicum of kindness. This thought alleviated her anxiety somewhat. Moreover, with so many enchanting women surrounding him, I find myself lacking in comparison to any of them. He is likely to be intrigued for only a fleeting moment before he grows weary and moves on. Unbeknownst to Han Yang, who remained oblivious to Li Chunchun's wandering thoughts, he continued, apart from maintaining a necessary vigilance, we must also enhance our capabilities. I trust Qingqing to oversee this matter diligently. Upon hearing this, Qingqing cast a glance at Yi Xiaoque, who, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Understood, Qingqing replied nonchalantly. Now, let us conclude this discussion and enjoy our meal. As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu flanked him on either side. Chapter 123. First come, first served brother Han Yang. We are the only ones here who are not awakened, Sun Wanyu said in a playful, high-pitched voice. Indeed, brother Han Yang, when will we awaken? Zhao Jia shook his arm. After today's events, their yearning for awakening had intensified, as they dared not even speak of self-preservation. Han Yang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the two girls feigning coyness, especially Zhao Jia, who in his memory was a pragmatic and capable individual, decisive in her actions and unconcerned with trivialities. She was simply ill-suited for such antics. On the other hand, Sun Wanyu, who usually appeared delicate and gentle, nurturing flowers and exuding an air of quietude, possessed a hidden charm that melted hearts when she acted coy. All right, I understand. Next time, I will certainly choose one of you. Han Yang quickly freed himself from their grasp. It would be far better to discuss such matters privately. It's quite inappropriate in such a public setting. Cough, cough. The main issue was being scrutinized by a crowd, which was rather awkward. Upon receiving his promise, Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu exchanged glances, both sensing the determination in each other's eyes. Since it was a choice of one, there had to be a sequence of precedents. Even among good friends, when it came to awakening abilities, there would be no room for selflessness. Sun Wanyu bit her lip. With sister Xiaoqiye having already made her sacrifice, they would inevitably follow suit. If that was the case, why not expedite the process? They could awaken their abilities sooner. Perhaps tonight would be the night. Chun Fong had been observing the external situation from within the villa. Thus, she held a favorable impression of Li Chunchun, who had been concealing their existence. Concerned she might feel neglected during dinner, Chun Fong made a point to sit beside her, inquiring about her brother's injuries, which eased Li Chunchun's worries considerably. After dinner, Chun Fong arranged for Li Chunchun to stay in the room adjacent to Meng Xian's, instructing Meng Xian to keep a close watch over her. Meng Xian nodded in agreement, understanding that Sister Fong wanted her to remain vigilant regarding Li Chunchun's movements. They must not let her escape. After dinner, Han Yang went alone to the spiritual plant cultivation room to observe the linglong grass and een corpse grass. The first leaf of the een corpse grass had already matured, and the second sprout was also beginning to unfold. In a couple of days, it was likely that another person could awaken. However, this time Han Yang did not intend to harvest too early. Although he had promised Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu that one of them would awaken soon, he had not specified a precise time frame. He wished to let the een corpse grass reach full maturity, allowing Chun Fong to consume it and attempt to advance to the second tier. If Chun Fong successfully ascended to a second-tier ability, he would then feel confident in harvesting the linglong grass. With the healing powers of both of them at the second tier, he believed they could rejuvenate the linglong grass, allowing it to sprout anew. Subsequently, Han Yang turned his attention to the linglong grass. The second-tier corpse core was quite potent. However, it was only a day in, and the linglong grass had already developed a third sprout. If this continued, it might reach 7 sprouts in approximately 4 days. Yet, it was probable that a single second-tier corpse core would struggle to endure for that duration. After some contemplation, Han Yang took out the exceptional second-tier corpse core from the telekinetic zombie and buried it at the roots of the linglong grass. This should accelerate the growth and ensure greater safety. After examining the 2 spiritual plants, Han Yang exited the cultivation room and securely locked the door. Currently, only he and Chun Fong possess the key, and no one else is permitted to enter. Upon returning to the living room, he found that the women had dispersed, each engrossed in their own affairs. Even Li Chunchun had been whisked away by Meng Xian to unload supplies. The food they had transported remained on the vehicle parked at the warehouse entrance. Only Qingqing lounged in the living room, savoring her tea as if awaiting his return. You didn't return yesterday to spar with me. I presume you had a delightful time practicing with Yi Xiaokuei? Qingqing remarked with a teasing smile. We have consistently trained. Our progress has not faltered. Han Yang defended himself. Is that so? Then allow me to witness how much you have improved. If you cannot defeat me today, Yi Xiaokuei shall remain indoors tomorrow. I intend to rigorously train her. Why does that sound so odd? You are not even a man. Han Yang muttered under his breath. The two soon arrived at the familiar beach. As soon as they reached the spot, Qingqing wasted no time and launched the first attack. Han Yang reacted swiftly, using his arm as a shield and countering in one fluid motion. Qingqing also raised her hand to block, mirroring Han Yang's movements. After all, he had learned every technique from her. However, the difference lay in Han Yang's overwhelming strength, which Qingqing barely managed to defend against. His punch landed on her arm, causing a painful jolt, and when she attempted to counter his successive blow, she faltered and was struck in the chest, forcing her to retreat 2 steps. Are you utilizing your strength-enhancing abilities? Qingqing inquired. Not at all. Han Yang replied, perplexed. He had only activated Shasha's defensive capability. a skill for self-preservation that he kept active during idle moments. Really? That seems hard to believe. In just 2 days, how could your strength have increased so significantly? Qingqing observed, recalling that she had managed to contend with his strength during their last sparring session, yet now she struggled to withstand even a single punch. Has it really increased? I didn't notice. Han Yang exclaimed, swinging his fist through the air, creating a whooshing sound. Wait, it seems my strength has indeed grown considerably. What have you been doing these past 2 days? How could your power develop so rapidly? Qingqing asked, her face a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Well, I haven't done much. I was just helping Shakue. I've mostly been busy moving supplies and fighting zombies. Qingqing rolled her eyes. That doesn't add up. How could you gain such strength without noticing? Perhaps I often activated my strength-enhancing abilities while moving things? The sudden increase in power might have made me feel weaker upon deactivating it. Is that so? Qingqing pondered for a moment. Switch to my introspective ability and carefully examine your body. All right. Han Yang complied without hesitation, switching to Qingqing's introspective ability, closing his eyes as he began to attune his spirit to every inch of his body. In doing so, he uncovered various changes within himself. The strength has indeed increased significantly, nearly reaching the limits of a second-tier ability user. The skin has also become exceptionally resilient. Although it cannot be compared to when utilizing Sasha's powers, it certainly will not be easily torn by a zombie's grasp like that of an ordinary person. What could this mean? Han Yang was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly overcome by joy. Chapter 124. A delayed surprise. He recounted his realizations to Qingqing, who pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I have a hypothesis. What hypothesis? He inquired. Consider abilities like strength and defense. Their essence lies in transforming the physical constitution of the body. You mentioned that when utilizing strength abilities, the energy within nourishes your muscles and bones, enabling your body to unleash formidable power. However, when you relinquish these abilities, do your muscles and bones revert entirely to their original state? I believe not. At least not completely. Your muscles and bones will invariably benefit from this, augmenting your strength, if you maintain such abilities over a prolonged period. The benefits to your muscles and bones will be even more pronounced, enhancing your strength even after the abilities are withdrawn. An intriguing hypothesis. I find it strikingly close to the truth. Han Yang nodded in agreement. Those endowed with strength abilities possess 2 skills, an active skill for explosive strength and a passive skill for strength amplification. As for me, since my ability is imitative, I cannot utilize the active explosive skill when not imitating. Yet the passive skill functions without activation. It accumulates and operates passively. Does that analogy suffice? In that moment, Han Yang also recalled that he could see clearly at night, a clear indication of Nan's abilities at play. Quite vivid. It appears you have not only amplified your strength but also enhanced your defenses. In that case, let us engage in a friendly spar without using our abilities. Qingqing expressed her eagerness. You might not withstand my strength. Han Yang chuckled. Do take care. Very well. Han Yang shrugged, and the two resumed their bout. This time, Han Yang's experience was markedly clearer. He perceived that Qingqing's movements seemed considerably slower. Previously, he had relied solely on instinct and experience for defense. But now he could distinctly trace her trajectory, anticipate her actions, and effortlessly block her attacks, swiftly retaliating. It seemed that not only had his strength and defense been significantly enhanced, approaching the limits of second-tier physical strength, but his reflexes had also improved dramatically. Qingqing found herself struggling to keep up, forced to defend from all angles. It appeared that tonight, victory over Qingqing was assured. He could relish the experience of besting her, reveling in the delight of triumph. Through the accumulation of time and the passive effects of imitating others' abilities, Han Yang's physical constitution had undergone a transformation, propelling his strength, defense, and reaction speed far beyond Qingqing's capabilities. This posed an increasing challenge for her to counter his onslaught, yet she did not concede defeat. Instead, she grew increasingly spirited, unleashing a myriad of techniques with fluidity and grace. In the exchange of strikes and counters, Han Yang also gained immensely, mastering various movements and techniques to the point of effortless execution. Their battle endured for quite some time, with Qingqing fighting with unrestrained vigor until exhaustion compelled her to pause. What a thrill! Qingqing lay on the beach without a care for her image, her face radiant with the exhilarating joy of a hard-fought battle. It was her first time fully unleashing her potential, and she felt a profound clarity emerging from her prior training, yielding abundant rewards. She turned her head to glance at Han Yang, only to discover him lying beside her, his gaze unabashedly fixed on her chest. With each deep breath, her bosom rose and fell vigorously. Han Yang's eyes betrayed no pretense, adorned with a look of admiration. Well, let us call it admiration for now. Men are inherently like this. Qingqing reflected on the promise she had made, although their earlier sparring session ended without a clear victor. It was evident that Han Yang had been holding back his strength. In terms of technique, she was undoubtedly superior, yet when it came to raw power, she could not confidently claim victory unless they both resorted to inflicting harm at crucial points. But that was not the spirit of sparring. Since she could not overpower him at this moment, should she yield to him? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the joy she felt began to transform into a deeper yearning within her. As a normal woman and an athlete, she occasionally felt such desires. However, her upbringing by two teachers instilled a strict discipline in her. While she was not overly conservative, she would not settle for just anyone. If a partner could not inspire her in martial arts, she would hardly regard them. This mindset had contributed to her prolonged singlehood, leading her parents to question whether she preferred women. Thus, from an early age, she learned to satisfy her own needs. Now, having encountered a man she could begrudgingly respect, an impulse surged within her. Why not give it a try today? Qingqing was a free-spirited individual, and once she had an idea, she acted on it. Suddenly, she flipped over, pinning Han Yang beneath her. Is it beautiful? Qingqing asked, lowering her gaze to him. Why yes, it's beautiful. Han Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing the target of his previous scrutiny was now right before him. Would you like to see something even more beautiful? Han Yang noticed a rare, enchanting smile on Qingqing's face and understood her intentions. He embraced her and swiftly turned the tables. You want to see it? Right here? Is that not acceptable? I'm not worried. Qingqing responded, pushing off the ground with her legs to once again assert her dominance over him. Don't move. Thus, this smoke-free battle culminated in Qingqing's triumph. Although Han Yang was the defeated party, he had nonetheless succeeded in making Qingqing his woman. The series of encounters left Qingqing too exhausted to continue. Ultimately, it was Han Yang who carried her back to the villa. After their prolonged tussle in the sand, both were covered in grains. Rather than retreating to his own room, Han Yang carried Qingqing to her bedroom for a thorough cleansing. In the bathroom, yet another fierce struggle ensued. This time, Han Yang successfully gained the upper hand, and Qingqing, resigned, willingly surrendered. The following morning, before dawn broke, Han Yang sensed the beauty in his arms had slipped away, prompting him to open his bleary eyes. Last night, they had experienced several battles across different venues, each with its share of victories and defeats. At last, Qingqing was utterly exhausted and conceded defeat, prompting the two to lay down their arms and embrace in slumber. The sky was still dimly lit, and Han Yang found it peculiar that Qingqing was awake at this hour. As he blinked through his drowsiness, he noticed Qingqing clad in a light and airy nightgown, her eyes closed, sitting cross-legged beside him. What are you doing? Han Yang's curiosity was piqued. I'm meditating. Qingqing replied, her eyes fluttering open, revealing an unprecedented clarity in her gaze, bright and spirited. She noticed Han Yang had also sat up and offered him a gentle smile. Meditating? That perplexes me further, Han Yang admitted. Indeed, remember I promised you a surprise? She asked playfully. Of course, I remember. You kept postponing it until you said I had to defeat you first, granting me the joy of dual blessings, he chuckled, moving closer to wrap his arms around her. The first blessing was indeed a delightful surprise bestowed upon me last night. But is this second surprise merely meditation? What sort of surprise is that? Chapter 125, Experimentation, is it or isn't it? Qingqing exclaimed, brushing his hand away. Do you recall our initial encounter when we discussed the dragon-elephant body forging technique? Indeed. You mentioned learning it from an ancient tome, Han Yang responded, his memory rekindled. Qingqing had indicated that the latter part of the book contained some esoteric content that required further validation. Could the surprise lie within that latter segment? The latter part of that ancient text describes a method of cultivation, Qingqing revealed without allowing him to ponder too long. Before the apocalypse, I attempted to practice it, but to little avail. However, witnessing the formidable effects of your body forging practice has piqued my interest in the latter content. After your departure, I immediately commenced my research and endeavored to cultivate according to its teachings. Did it yield results? Han Yang inquired, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at her. Indeed, after a period of practice, I experienced a slight increase in energy within me. Coupled with the body forging technique, my physique has significantly strengthened. Otherwise, how could I contend with you, who has ascended to the second tier, in such a brief span? Qingqing smiled. Indeed. Han Yang had always believed that her martial experience was extensive, neglecting to consider that his own strength had vastly increased since ascending to the second tier. Even an awakened individual, if not a power-type ability user, would be greatly overshadowed by his formidable physique. Moreover, there were various passive enhancements when mimicking other abilities. If what you say is true, could it mean that one can gradually ascend without utilizing spiritual plants through such methods of cultivation? Han Yang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He currently possessed the luminous grass of the third tier, but the path beyond that remained a mystery to him. Even a year into his previous life, he had yet to hear of the emergence of a fourth-tier powerhouse. Should it indeed be possible to ascend through cultivation, the road beyond the third tier would be a clear and promising journey, rather than one of uncertainty and confusion. It should be feasible. I sense I've reached a bottleneck. And perhaps in a couple of days, clarity will emerge. Qingqing nodded affirmatively. Overjoyed, Han Yang seized her and planted several fervent kisses upon her. What a splendid surprise this is. Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, then wiped the drool from her face before continuing. If it were merely that, I would have informed you the moment I arrived at Golden Sand Island. However, upon witnessing the luminous grass, I experienced new revelations and hypotheses. Luminous grass? Yes. As you mentioned, spiritual plants are a newly emerged category of miraculous flora, with their most significant characteristic being their ability to emit a shimmering glow. Precisely. Han Yang nodded. While practicing the primordial art, which is the cultivation method described in the latter part of the body forging technique, I too sensed a similar glow. Could it be that such radiance represents the energy that permeates the air? The energy within us? Han Yang's mind raced with numerous thoughts, including the enigmatic nature of the corpse core. Perhaps, but one peculiarity remained. I could only perceive it while practicing the primordial technique. I encouraged Nan Nan to attempt it as well, yet she felt nothing. However, the energy within her did exhibit a slight increase. This indicates the universality of this technique, suggesting it is not solely accessible to me. In recent days, I began instructing Chen Fong and Yi Xiaokuei, but they too failed to notice that elusive glow. As for Nan Nan, her learning is one matter. But how come Xiaokuei has also learned, yet I was the last to know? Han Yang wore an expression of exasperation. Humph, there is certainly a reason for that. Qingqing pouted in response. I will teach you once, and then you shall understand. Very well. Let us begin. Han Yang's face lit up with anticipation. First, just like me, sit cross-legged with both feet. Han Yang followed suit, placing his right foot upon his left thigh, then his left foot atop his right foot, and finally resting his hands upon his knees, palms facing upward. Close your eyes, concentrate, and clear your mind of all thoughts. Han Yang complied. Soon, he felt Qingqing's fingers pressing against his abdomen. It was a mystery how she managed it, but a warm, soothing energy lingered there. Next came the second and third points. Guide the energy within you, allowing it to flow along the pathways I have indicated. A moment of enlightenment dawned upon Han Yang. Qingqing had pointed out the acupoint locations. He followed her instructions, channeling the energy along her designated paths. The energy surged from the lower abdomen, traversing through the heart and lungs, flowing into the limbs, and then passing through the liver, spleen, kidneys, and other vital organs, ultimately converging at the perineum before returning to the lower abdomen, forming a grand cycle. After several cycles, as Qingqing's guiding warmth began to fade, Han Yang had roughly memorized the locations, yet fearing error, he chose to pause. Upon sensing the energy within him again, he indeed noticed a nearly imperceptible increase. How do you feel? Qingqing inquired as he opened his eyes. Quite well. I definitely sensed a slight increase in energy, but regrettably, I did not witness the glow you mentioned. Han Yang replied with a hint of disappointment. Might this be related to your inner sight ability? Han Yang speculated. I have considered that too. Why not attempt to emulate my ability? Certainly. Han Yang immediately switched to Qingqing's inner sight. Once more, Qingqing left a series of warm impressions upon his body. Han Yang endeavored to manipulate the energy. A strand of energy that had previously adhered to Qingqing's energy pathways split off and began to flow along the points she had indicated. After completing a cycle, Han Yang suddenly perceived, through his inner sight, the dark expanse around him becoming speckled with points of luminescence. They seemed drawn to him, converging from all directions and merging into his body, amplifying the feeble energy that continued to circulate. Not only that, but even the more potent energy sustaining his imitation of Qingqing's ability experienced a subtle enhancement. Han Yang continued his practice for several weeks. As the warmth imparted by Qingqing began to dissipate, he finally came to a halt, exhaling deeply. Gazing into Qingqing's concerned eyes, he nodded and said, I have seen it too. It appears that it is not merely an illusion. There truly exists a certain energy in the air, which we typically cannot perceive. However, when we engage in the practice of the Hunyuan technique, we inevitably absorb it. Qingqing's expression was one of exuberance. Chapter 126, Speculation. Did this energy exist long before? Or did it emerge only after the viral outbreak? Why do the spiritual plants exhibit similar luminescence? Are they also absorbing this energy? Is there a connection between the virus and this energy? Han Yang posed a multitude of inquiries. Even a year after the previous life, the surviving humans remained stagnant in their research regarding the virus, spiritual plants, and corpse cores, merely utilizing corpse cores to cultivate spiritual plants, which were then used for awakening and advancement. What ties these elements together? No one could comprehend. Even the body tempering techniques that could enhance physical attributes were still merely passed down from Qingqing. Upon reflection, it was evident that in her past life, Qingqing must have discovered qi and attempted cultivation. Regarding this, I have a hypothesis. After a moment of contemplation, Qingqing remarked, in fact, many ancient texts document that in ancient times, our world was imbued with a mysterious energy known as qi. Qi? Indeed, as per the records, qi permeates the universe, existing within the air, mountains, rivers, as well as in plants, animals, and humans. Through cultivation, one can channel the qi within to manifest outward, and through continuous absorption and enhancement, allow qi to flow through the meridians, bestowing individuals with extraordinary abilities. Those immortal beings depicted in ancient myths, conjuring winds and calling forth lightning, exhaling clouds and mist, and prolonging life, all practiced qi. This notion bears resemblance to the current awakeners. But why has no one discovered qi in modern times? I cannot believe that our current technological advancements cannot detect it. Han Yang questioned. This I cannot clarify. Qingqing shook her head. However, it is true that in recent history, no individuals with special abilities have emerged, and even martial arts have gradually waned. It seems as though qi has never existed. Qi was present in ancient times, yet it vanished in the modern era, only to resurface after the viral outbreak. Han Yang murmured to himself. There must be a reason for this, though we are currently unable to fathom it. Never mind, if it eludes our understanding. Let's focus on the known functions of qi. Han Yang began to ponder other matters, such as how spiritual plants rely on absorbing external qi for growth, albeit at a painfully slow pace. However, when cultivated with corpse cores, their growth rate significantly accelerated. Could it be that the corpse core is formed from the condensation of qi within the human body? Is it impossible for humans to consume corpse cores because, during the condensation process, the virus also becomes integrated? Is there a method to absorb it like plants do? Han Yang was eager to experiment. He retrieved a corpse core from the pocket of the shorts discarded on the ground and held it in his hand. Come, help me channel it again. What do you intend to do? Qingqing inquired, puzzled. Han Yang recounted the process of how the corpse core can cultivate spiritual plants and mentioned Chun Fang's ability to rejuvenate them. Currently, only he, Chun Fang, and Nan Nan were privy to this information. Since Qingqing had already bestowed upon him such a grand surprise, it seemed unnecessary to keep certain matters hidden from her. I see. No wonder you asked Chun Fang to oversee the spiritual plants. Qingqing remarked calmly. You don't seem very surprised? Han Yang observed, slightly perplexed. Not only am I surprised, but I suspect that Yi Xiaokuei has some inkling as well. Han Yang suddenly recalled Yi Xiaokuei's previous discourse on engaging in high-end industries and monopolistic sectors. Goodness, was this young lady probing me at that time? Before Han Yang could ponder further, Qingqing urged him to calm his mind and focus. Han Yang resumed his cultivation. After several cycles of practice, he found himself unable to absorb any energy from the corpse nucleus, leading to a tinge of disappointment within him. It appeared that the corpse nucleus could only be transformed through spiritual plants at this juncture. Contemplating spiritual plants, a thought struck Han Yang. These entities have the potential to awaken and elevate individuals, likely due to the abundant qi they contain, which can be absorbed by the human body. Once he cultivates a greater number of spiritual plants, could he not rely on them to gradually enhance the qi within himself, ultimately reaching the 4th, 5th, or even higher levels? However, this hinges on the availability of sufficient spiritual plants. Han Yang committed this notion to memory, resolving to gather them diligently in the future. Even if the awakening of spiritual plants were to be revealed, it would pose no concern. After all, while others would consume one and lose one, he could utilize them in an infinite cycle. Thus, Chun Fang's role became even more pivotal. Moreover, the intricacies of the Hunyuan Sutra presented another dilemma. If others were to acquire the Hunyuan Sutra or any other technique, could they learn it independently? Han Yang directly posed this question to Qingqing. I believe that is implausible. Mastering the Hunyuan Sutra requires a sensitivity to qi. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive qi, nor do they possess it within themselves, rendering them incapable of even initiating the practice. As for awakened beings, unless they have similarly awakened their inner vision and possess profound knowledge of human acupoints, they would find it exceedingly difficult to learn on their own. Qingqing asserted with confidence. Initially, she had succeeded in her practice solely through inner vision and her extensive understanding of acupoints, enabling her to follow the instructions of the Hunyuan Sutra. She was certain that without inner vision, even as an awakened individual, she would have been unable to practice the Hunyuan Sutra. This was due to certain descriptions within the sutra that diverged significantly from the established human acupoint system. With the aid of inner vision, she had painstakingly identified the corresponding positions and pathways for cultivation. After explaining, Qingqing continued, your understanding of acupoints is even more limited. You can only learn through my continuous guidance and reinforcement. Upon hearing this, Han Yang exhaled in relief. This way, the techniques could be wholly retained within his team. Even if others were to master them, lacking Qingqing's inner vision capability and nuanced control over qi, coupled with knowledge of the human meridians and acupoints, they would be unable to impart this knowledge to others. In this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. As long as his team remains the strongest, they shall wield boundless wealth and power. However, this also underscored Qingqing's significance to the team, rivaling that of Qin Fang. Thus, he must ensure her protection. Subsequently, Han Yang reminisced about the positions Qingqing had guided him to during his training. While the lower abdomen, limbs, and back were acceptable, the chest and perineum were too intimate. It was no wonder she insisted on discussing it only after their intimate encounter. Yet, if this were the case, did that not imply that Nan, Qin Fang, and Xiao Kuei had all been seen and touched by her? Ah, Qingqing is indeed a woman of her own. That settles it. However, Xiao Kuei seems to harbor some trepidation towards Qingqing. Could this be related? Reflecting on Xiao Kuei, Han Yang's thoughts drifted to her brother, Lu Bin. How will that young lad learn the primordial technique in the future? Han Yang would never permit Qingqing to assist other men in guiding their cultivation. Perhaps it suffices to awaken his abilities using the corpse grass. The aspiration to learn the primordial technique is nothing but a fanciful dream. Indeed, it appears that the strategy of exclusively accepting women is the correct approach. This effectively eliminates such concerns. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, Han Yang solidified his future plans and, under Qingqing's guidance, resumed his practice of the primordial technique. Chapter 127. A stare-off. After diligently practicing for several cycles of the celestial rotation, Han Yang gradually became accustomed to the route, allowing him to operate independently without Qingqing's assistance. Currently at the second tier, after numerous cycles, he noticed a slight increase in his internal energy, though the change was not particularly pronounced. Advancing to the third tier through the primordial art could take an extensive amount of time. The disparity was stark when compared to the corpse grass and the linglong grass. However, Han Yang remained unfazed. Even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. As dawn broke, he ceased his training, observing Qingqing, who was deeply engrossed in her meditation. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her tranquil and serene visage, bestowing upon her an ethereal purity. Yet, the attire she wore was a rather revealing nightgown, devoid of any constraining undergarments, exposing large swathes of her smooth skin. With the contours of her chest distinctly visible, her long, graceful legs were crossed, clad only in a delicate pair of shorts. In that moment, purity and allure coalesced perfectly. Han Yang swallowed hard, reminiscing about the enchanting long legs from the previous night, feeling a stir of desire. However, noticing Qingqing's serious demeanor in her practice, he dared not disturb her. Perhaps it would be better to seek out Fang Fang. She should be awake by now, he mused, slipping off the bed without donning any garments. He realized his clothes from the previous day were utterly filthy, and he had no replacements here. Moreover, with Qin Fang, Nan, and Qingqing on the second floor already familiar with him, there was no need for modesty. Therefore, he nonchalantly grasped his soiled clothing and swaggered out of the room. To his surprise, as he stepped outside, he encountered a woman in a similarly light nightgown yawning as she emerged from his room. Han Yang was momentarily taken aback. What was Sun Wanyu doing in his room? With bleary eyes, Sun Wanyu spotted him, her gaze widening as she took in his unclothed form. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, a silence enveloping them. Eventually, it was Sun Wanyu who broke the spell, shyly averting her gaze and murmuring, "So you were in Qingqing's room, causing me to wait all night." The previous evening, while Han Yang was engrossed in his sparring with Qingqing, Sun Wanyu had summoned her courage and stealthily approached the door of his bedroom. Aware that he often practiced late into the night with Qingqing, she refrained from knocking and entered the room directly. After considerable mental preparation, she anxiously sat on the bed, awaiting his return. However, as time passed, she dozed off, eventually waking up to an empty room, surmising that Han Yang had ended up in another woman's bed. With a tinge of resentment, she sighed but felt an inexplicable relief. Fearing discovery, she decided to sneak back early. Yet, upon opening the door, she stumbled upon Han Yang, still without clothes. "Did you wait for me all night?" Han Yang approached her without a hint of embarrassment. Instead, he scrutinized Sun Wanyu intently. Her unadorned face bore traces of sleepiness, rendering her adorably dazed. The nightgown was cool and delicate, revealing exquisite collarbones and a hint of her bosom. This was Han Yang's proud achievement. The nightgown he had brought back was anything but modest. No, I have things to attend to. I must take my leave." At that critical moment, Sun Wanyu felt a wave of shyness and wished to flee. Han Yang, however, was not convinced. After emerging from his room early that morning, clad in such revealing attire, Even if there were no pressing matters, he intended to create some. He blocked Sun Wanyu's path, pinning her against the door. Instantly, Sun Wanyu's body stiffened, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. Han, brother, she called out timidly. I prefer you to call me Han Yang. Brother, Han Yang replied with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu's face turned even redder, evidently recalling the coyness she had displayed. Just as Han Yang was poised to advance further, the door to Chen Fang's room unexpectedly swung open, and she emerged, looking bewildered at the sight before her. Han Yang and Sun Wanyu shared equally surprised expressions, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. My apologies for interrupting. Please, continue. Chen Fang quickly retreated a couple of steps and closed the door. Sun Wanyu, regaining her composure, forcefully wriggled free from Han Yang's embrace and exclaimed, I must return now. In a flash, she disappeared from sight. Han Yang rubbed his nose and walked towards Chen Fang's bedroom. The door was unlocked, and he strode in without hesitation. Chen Fang let out a light laugh. Oh, why didn't you two continue? You scared her away. You owe me a compensation. Han Yang wrapped his arms around her, eliciting palpable tension. Humph, where did you go to indulge yourself yesterday? Chen Fang pushed against him with both hands. But right now, all I want is you. Han Yang gazed at her with deep affection. Is that so? However, I have my period now. Chen Fang replied with a playful grin. Han Yang's expression immediately froze. Chen Fang found the situation amusing and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you've been locking the door these past few days. Han Yang displayed a look of helplessness. As he watched Chen Fang laugh with a hint of triumph, a thought struck him. Since you have your period, there are still other places we can utilize, are there not? He said with a mischievous grin. Chen Fang's laughter abruptly ceased. In the kitchen, Qin Lan, Meng Xian, and Li Chun were already preparing breakfast. Chen Fang, who usually rose early, was conspicuously absent, which piqued Qin Lan's curiosity, while Meng Xian remained unfazed. Brother Han has returned. It's only natural for him to indulge with Sister Fang and rise late, Meng Xian remarked with understanding. Sure enough, not long after, Han Yang and Chen Fang descended the stairs together. Sorry, I woke up late today. Chen Fang immediately apologized upon seeing the number of people in the kitchen. She then shot a glance at Han Yang behind her, thinking that if it weren't for his relentless insistence on feeding her a nutritious breakfast, she wouldn't have been delayed. Today, you should rest well. I will handle breakfast, Qin Lan said, kneading the dough in her hands. All right, I will assist you. Li Chun stood aside, assisting in the selection of vegetables, her gaze lingering on this warm and harmonious scene, momentarily lost in reverie. Is this truly the same world ravaged by zombies? This island indeed resembles a paradise untouched by calamity. If one could reside here indefinitely, perhaps it would not be such a bad fate. Meanwhile, Han Yang had ventured out as usual to observe the morning exercise team. Qi Qing had unexpectedly emerged, overseeing Yu Shakyue, Zhao Jia, and Sun Wanyu as they worked out. Upon spotting Han Yang, Sun Wanyu's expression shifted slightly, her movements becoming somewhat awkward. Wanyu, pay attention to your form. Qin Qing promptly corrected her. All right, I'll do better. Sun Wanyu straightened her posture, focusing intently on her exercises. Yu Shakyue, on the other hand, mischievously pulled a face at Han Yang. Yet, as Qin Qing's gaze fell upon her, her expression swiftly transformed into one of seriousness. Han Yang couldn't help but smile. This little girl, both timid and lively, was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor of intelligence and grace. Nevertheless, it was this authentic side of Yi Xiaokui that Han Yang found most endearing. Chapter 128. The driver. After observing the graceful figures of the four during their training, it was soon time for breakfast, prompting everyone to return to the villa. Following their meal, Han Yang instructed Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan, and Meng Xian not to rush to the mall just yet. He needed to accompany Li Chun back to retrieve her brother for treatment by Chen Fang. There were 8 zombies under his control at the mall, ensuring the safety of their supplies. If Han Yang did not accompany them, the distance would hinder his ability to maintain control over the zombies, potentially endangering Yi Xiaokui and the others. Since that is the case, why don't we join you for some fun and assistance? Suggested Yi Xiaokui. Hey, you've revealed your true intentions, Han Yang replied, noticing the disapproving expression of Qin Qing directed at Yi Xiaokui, giving her a look that signaled her to be cautious. Momentarily taken aback, Yi Xiaokui quickly added, we could take a yacht. We can wear swimsuits. She cleverly tapped into Han Yang's preferences. All right, it's settled then, Han Yang proclaimed decisively. With the departure of the others, the island's defenses would be insufficient. Therefore, Qin Lan and Meng Xian could go, while Xiaokui would remain behind for a lesson. Qing Qing remarked lightly. Yu Xiaokui's expression fell momentarily, but then she straightened her back, asserting, if I don't go, no one will be able to operate the boat. Chun can drive, right? Qing Qing inquired, turning to Li Chun. Li Chunchun appeared bewildered. I suppose I can. She replied hesitantly. Then it's settled. Han Yang feigned ignorance of Yi Xiaokuei's pleading gaze and directed Li Chunchun, Qin Lan, and Meng Xian. Let us prepare to set off. Xiaokuei, come with me to check if you remember what I taught you. Qin Qing smiled as she led Yi Xiaokuei upstairs. Let us go. Yi Xiaokuei responded resolutely, adopting an expression of noble sacrifice. Is Xiaokuei going to be all right? Meng Xian expressed concern. She'll be fine. Han Yang replied nonchalantly. It's just a matter of Qin Qing watching and touching her. Suddenly feeling a twinge of envy, Han Yang glanced at Qin Lan and Meng Xian, envisioning how captivating they would appear in their swimsuits. Nodding to himself, Han Yang soon took Xia, Qin Lan, Meng Xian, and Li Chunchun to the dock. Numerous yachts were moored there, ranging from an impressively large yacht to medium and smaller vessels. Upon seeing the array of yachts, Li Chunchun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chunchun, which yacht do you think is suitable? Han Yang inquired, deferring to her expertise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chunchun ultimately chose a medium-sized yacht. Although her initial intent was to select a speedboat suited for 6 to 8 people to return quickly for her brother's treatment, she considered the possibility of needing swimsuits for leisure and thus opted for a yacht instead. This particular luxury vessel was approximately 15 meters long, featuring 2 levels complete with sofas, a coffee table, a dining area, a kitchen, and a bedroom, essentially a small hotel on water. A few individuals boarded the yacht, with Qin Lan and Meng Xian exploring the surroundings, while Han Yang accompanied Li Chunchun to the helm, observing her as she initiated the vessel's operation. Is this contraption easy to navigate? Every man harbors an innate desire to take the helm, whether it be of a vehicle, a vessel, or any mode of transportation. Han Yang was no exception. To characterize it as simple would be misleading. While it could be manageable, there were certainly challenges, particularly when docking and departing from the harbor. As Li Chunchun deftly maneuvered the yacht, she elucidated the process, swiftly guiding them away from the dock. Upon reaching the expansive sea, she gestured towards the steering wheel. In essence, it was not vastly different from driving a car, with the primary distinction being the absence of brakes. Shall I give it a try? Han Yang inquired eagerly. Certainly. Li Chunchun relinquished her position, indicating the course, and Han Yang promptly stepped forward. As the vessel surged forward, cutting through the waves, the vast ocean unfolded before him, allowing for an exhilarating, unrestrained experience. Albeit with a speed inferior to that of an automobile, the thrill of navigation proved to be far more pleasurable. Noticing Han Yang engrossed in the act of piloting, Li Chunchun discreetly retrieved a swimsuit from her backpack. Earlier, she had observed the spark in his eyes when Xiaokuei mentioned swimwear. Perhaps he harbored a fondness for it? Regardless, he would ultimately be hers. So allowing him a moment of joy might ensure his dedication in caring for his younger brother. After a brief hesitation, she finally changed into the swimsuit. When Han Yang turned back, he was immediately captivated by the sight of Li Chunchun clad in a bikini. Her swimwear was audaciously avant-garde, reminiscent of what Yi Xiaokuei had previously showcased to him. Minimal fabric adorned her, artfully concealing only the most critical areas, accentuating her alluring figure. Her long, toned legs glistened under the sun, and her sun-kissed skin exuded a unique beauty rather than a flaw. When did you change? Why didn't you inform me so I could admire the view? Han Yang stared at her unabashedly, causing Li Chunchun to shyly avert her gaze. Chunchun, there are still aspects I find perplexing. Would you come over and enlighten me? Where? Li Chunchun, suppressing her embarrassment, approached him. Han Yang gestured to the seat beside him. Come sit here. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly moved closer, perching delicately on the edge of the chair. Han Yang encircled her with one arm while gripping the steering wheel with the other, then pointed to the dashboard. What do these all signify? This one is. Li Chunchun began to explain, but just as she uttered a couple of phrases, a massive wave struck, causing the bow of the yacht to rise abruptly. Startled, Li Chunchun lost her balance and instinctively leaned back, her smooth back pressing against Han Yang. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, stabilizing her form. Are you all right? At that moment, Han Yang's head rested just beside her neck, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending shivers coursing through her body. I'm fine. That's a relief. You can hold the steering wheel now. This will keep you steady. Li Chunchun obediently complied, while Han Yang's grip on her waist remained unyielding. Recalling her words from the previous night, when she had expressed her willingness to do anything he desired, neither Qin Lan nor Meng Xian occupied the driver's seat. Han Yang, emboldened, found the situation unexpectedly smooth. Li Chunchun, her body tense, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. The two were intimately close, their chests nearly touching. Li Chunchun gradually sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere, just as she felt lost and uncertain. The faint sound of Qin Lan and Meng Xian's voices drifted from a distance. Li Chunchun immediately exclaimed, Sister Qin Lan, they are coming. Upon hearing this, Han Yang released his grip. Li Chunchun quickly sprang to her feet and retreated to the side, a near escape that allowed her to exhale deeply. Chapter 129. No more pretense at this moment. Qin Lan and Meng Xian had finally concluded their leisurely stroll and arrived at the cockpit. Meng Xian noticed Li Chunchun and, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, "Oh, Chunchun, you've changed into a swimsuit. Wow, your figure is simply stunning." She admired Chunchun's long legs, feeling a twinge of envy, as her own stature was modest, and her shorter legs were a notable disadvantage. "Wait, didn't T-Sister Xiao Kuei say we should wear swimsuits while on the yacht?" Li Chunchun was momentarily taken aback. Qin Lan, unable to suppress her laughter, interjected, "That was just Xiao Kuei trying to tease this big lecher beside you." Instantly, Li Chunchun felt a rush of embarrassment and hastily donned her clothing. "Eh? But you look lovely like this," Han Yang interjected, visibly displeased as he shot a glare at Qin Lan. Unfazed, Qin Lan stifled her laughter, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Hearing Han Yang's comment, Li Chunchun hesitated again, contemplating whether she should cover up. At that moment, Meng Xian stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Chunchun, how far are we from your brother? We must be nearing, right?" With the conversation shifting to a more pressing matter, Li Chunchun's attention was swiftly diverted. She casually slipped on a t-shirt and replied, "At this pace, we should arrive in about 10 minutes. Is that so? Traveling over water is quite convenient. No need to worry about zombies. By the way, I heard your brother was bitten by a fish? What kind of fish was fierce enough to do that?" Meng Xian inquired curiously. "We haven't seen it ourselves, but it was a rather large fish, about a meter long, shimmering silver. It tore our net apart and swam around the boat, occasionally surfacing. My brother, frustrated, tried to spear it multiple times but missed, and the fish ended up dragging him underwater. In the chaos, he managed to stab it, but not before it bit him several times and towed him several meters. The fish eventually perished, allowing me the chance to rescue my brother." Han Yang, intrigued, asked, "Where's that fish now?" "It's on our boat. Since my brother was injured, I didn't have time to deal with it. I simply salted it and left it to dry. Once we arrive, take me to see it?" Han Yang said eagerly. "Sure. Do you know that fish, Brother Han?" Meng Xian asked, puzzled. "I've heard of similar ones." Han Yang replied vaguely, merely speculating. In his previous life, he had heard tales of remarkable fish appearing in the sea, seeming almost sentient, cunning and vicious, proving exceedingly difficult to handle. Should one inadvertently encounter such a fish in the water, they could sustain injuries, and in severe cases, it could lead to fatal outcomes. Moreover, the flesh of these fish was reportedly exquisite. There were whispers of people paying handsomely just to savor a taste. Han Yang had taken these tales as mere curiosities, never considering them seriously. After all, neither his personal abilities nor his awakened powers were suited for a life at sea, nor would he splurge on a meal. Aside from fish, there were also mutated creatures that some would purchase at high prices for consumption. However, such instances were rare. In the current day, one could scarcely find any living animals in the urban area of Jinghai, let alone mutated ones. It is rumored that the likelihood of this phenomenon occurring is even smaller than that of a human awakening, with only a few instances sporadically appearing in rural areas. Now, having learned from Qingxing that this world possesses a form of energy known as qi, Han Yang reflects on these mutated animals and fish, pondering the fact that some individuals are willing to pay a handsome price for them. Instantly, a hypothesis forms in his mind. Could it be that these mutated creatures are also a result of qi? Do they, like the spiritual plants, harbor within them a substantial amount of qi that can be absorbed by the human body? Might they even possess the potential to awaken abilities in people? Before him lies one such specimen. If he could acquire it for testing, all his questions would be resolved. Should his conjecture prove true, then he must cultivate a good rapport with Li Chunchun. Her skills, whether in her abilities or her fishing prowess, would be invaluable in capturing these extraordinary fish. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Yang feels an urgent desire to reach his destination. Minutes swiftly pass, and as they approach the fisherman's dock, Han Yang relinquishes the driver's seat to allow Li Chunchun to take the helm. Instead of docking directly, she navigates towards a fishing boat not far from the pier. "That's my family's fishing boat. My younger brother is on it," Li Chunchun explains. The opulent yacht's lavish appearance starkly contrasts with the modest fishing vessels at the dock, drawing the attention of several nearby survivors who peer curiously. There are quite a number of survivors. Han Yang quickly counts 4 or 5 individuals, all of whom have managed to endure, with the shores teeming with zombies. The sea offers a semblance of safety. Regardless of their sailing skills, they have all flocked to the boats. As Li Chunchun speaks, she gently steers the yacht closer to their fishing boat. At that moment, a young boy emerges from the fishing vessel. He appears to be no older than 15 or 16, still of school age. His right leg and left arm are bound with white bandages, faintly stained with crimson. Clutching a harpoon, he limps towards the edge of the boat, eyeing the yacht with a wary gaze. Your brother is quite young, isn't he? Still in school? Han Yang inquires. He is 16 this year. He didn't pass the entrance exam for high school and refuses to continue studying. So he has been helping our parents with fishing. Li Chunchun replies, then calls out, Xiaoko, your sister has returned. A look of joy instantly brightens Lika's face. Sister, have you captured Golden Sand Island? No, quite the contrary. Your sister has been taken prisoner by us. Han Yang steps out onto the deck, fixing his gaze on Li Ku. Huh, who are you? Is my sister all right? Li Ku regards Han Yang with suspicion. I warn you, do not bully my sister, or I will not let you off easily. And what can you do in your half-injured state? Han Yang chuckles lightly. He then extends his spear over the sea. A wave of frigid air surging from it to the water's surface, instantly forming a thin layer of ice. As the chilling energy continues to flow, the ice thickens, solidifying the surface between the yacht and the fishing boat. Ice, an ice ability user? Li Ku exclaims in astonishment. Indeed. Chun, that's enough. We don't need to anchor the boat. Let us hurry. Han Yang halted his abilities and called out to Li Chun, attempting to mask his own awkwardness. Although the distance between the two boats was not far, the brief moment it took to freeze that patch of sea nearly drained him of all vitality. I shall never indulge in such bravado again. Li Chun emerged, followed closely by Qin Lan and Ming Xian. Upon seeing his sister safe and sound, Li Ku let out a sigh of relief. However, his gaze soon became fixated on the stunningly beautiful Qin Lan and the gracious Ming Xian. Little brat, avert your eyes. They are all my women. Han Yang leaped onto the fishing boat, shielding Lika's eyes with his hand. Why your women? Who exactly are you? Lika's face flushed with embarrassment, completely oblivious to the fact that Han Yang had included his sister among them. Chapter 130, The Sensation of Flight at that moment. Li Chunchun, Qin Lan, and Ming Xian leaped forward in succession. Who am I? I am your brother-in-law. Han Yang replied nonsensically. You are talking nonsense. Li Ku retorted angrily. Han Yang, stop teasing him. Let me first show you that fish. Li Chunchun said, her expression somewhat unnatural. All right then, little one. You look quite injured but still spirited. Let us go take a look at the fish. Han Yang declared, following Li Chunchun onto the deck of the fishing boat. Meanwhile, Li Ku muttered, You still haven't told me who you really are, his eyes occasionally darting towards the two beautiful older sisters nearby. He dared not look directly. He could only steal glances. Qin Lan, with her striking beauty, had a frosty demeanor that suggested she was unapproachable. Li Ku couldn't bear to look longer. In contrast, Ming Xian wore a cheerful smile that exuded warmth, her gentle demeanor making it hard for Li Ku to tear his gaze away. Do we need to bring this boat back? Should we raise the anchor? Ming Xian pretended not to notice and casually asked Qin Lan, not waiting for a response. As she reached for the anchor chain nearby, as the iron chain clanked, the boat swayed involuntarily. Li Ku's eyes widened in terror as he watched Ming Xian playfully lift the anchor. Strength, a power user? He thought, too frightened to glance around carelessly. Humph. Ming Xian proudly set down the anchor, dusting her hands as she stepped aside. Let us see if you dare look around again. Qin Lan observed their antics with a slight smile, causing Li Ku to feel the brightness of the sun return, his inner dread dissipating. This is an angel. On the other side, Han Yang had spotted the fish. Unfortunately, it had been salted and sun-dried to the point that its original form was hardly recognizable. Nevertheless, it did not deter him. He planned to take it back for Qin Fang to stew. Is there anything else you need to tidy up? And no, nothing, Li Chunchun replied. Recalling how plentiful the island's resources were, the clothes, shoes, and swimsuit she wore, including her nightwear, had all been chosen yesterday with Ming Xian's guidance. She had even seen 2 superior fishing boats at the dock, intended for luxury tourists. All right then, let us head back, Han Yang said, lifting the fish as he jumped onto the yacht. Han Yang, how will Xiaoko get over? Li Chunchun looked at the yacht, which was considerably higher than their fishing boat. Given Li Ku's current condition, he certainly couldn't jump over by himself. Ming Xian, Han Yang called out. Oh. Ming Xian understood immediately, positioning herself behind Li Ku, grasping his arm with one hand and his collar with the other. What? What are you doing? Li Ku exclaimed in surprise, attempting to struggle, but his arm was firmly held by Ming Xian, leaving him no choice but to remain still. I'm going to let you experience the sensation of flight, Ming Xian said with a sweet smile, before giving him a mighty throw. Ah! Li Ku screamed as he was propelled into the air, hurtling towards the yacht, seemingly on the verge of colliding with it. A hand firmly grasped him and subsequently placed him on the deck of the yacht. Li Ku, filled with trepidation, gazed at Han Yang, his heart trembling with fear. What immense strength! Isn't he an ice wielder? How can he possess such power? At that moment, Qin Lan leapt onto the deck, while Li Chunchun, with Ming Xian's assistance, gracefully descended as well. Finally, Ming Xian executed a light leap and returned safely. All right, let us head home. Han Yang struck the ice with his spear, causing the frozen surface of the sea to shatter into countless pieces. Li Chunchun powered up the yacht, gradually setting it in motion. At this juncture, Li Ke also struggled to rise, his attention drawn to the luxurious amenities within the yacht. As he stepped into the second-floor lounge, he discovered a woman seated on the sofa. Equally beautiful, she wore a striking cosplay outfit, her alluring legs partially concealed, captivating his gaze. You must be Li Ke, correct? Han Yang placed the fish down and settled onto the sofa, scrutinizing Li Ke. Indeed. Are you from Golden Sands Island? The young man began to connect the dots. He recalled his sister mentioning a trip to Golden Sands Island with Brother Yong from the Fisherman Dock. He was well aware of Brother Yong's character, no profit, no early rise. Now, his sister had not returned with Brother Yong, but with this group instead. Claiming that she had become a captive, it was evident that this group had overpowered Brother Yong's crew. Yes, your sister has now joined us, and she wishes for us to assist in treating your injuries. Come, remove the bandages so I can take a look. Li Ke remained silent, knowing that his sister must have paid a significant price for the chance to heal him. In just over 10 days of the apocalypse, he had witnessed the cruelty of human nature and had matured greatly, no longer believing in free lunches. What cost did my sister pay? I will take her place. I have no interest in men. Han Yang smirked. Then I want to treat you. You can let us go. It's too late. I have already taken my interest. Stop whining and quickly remove the bandages. Li Ke assumed his sister had been mistreated by the man before him, anger surging within him as he contemplated striking him. Yet, recalling Han Yang's freezing abilities and immense strength, he realized he was no match and restrained his fury. I cannot betray my sister's sacrifice. Li Ke suppressed the bitterness within and silently began to unwrap the bandages from his legs and arms. As the bandages came undone, the grotesque wounds were revealed, particularly on his leg, where it appeared as though a chunk of flesh had been torn away. The wounds had ceased bleeding, but the flesh appeared pallid, with some areas even oozing pus. Ah, this young man possesses great willpower. Han Yang meticulously examined his wounds. Alas, willpower alone is insufficient. Your wounds have become infected. If not treated promptly, you may lose your leg and arm, and your life could be at risk. As the bandages were removed, pulling at the wounds, beads of sweat formed on Li Ke's forehead. You have a solution, don't you? Indeed, but it will be somewhat painful. Can you endure it? Proceed. I can withstand it. Li Ke's expression hardened. Do not rush, just wait a moment, Han Yang remarked calmly. He then produced a dagger and briefly sterilized it with the lighter he always carried. Whether this would prove effective, Han Yang could not say. He had no expectations in that regard. After a brief interval of several minutes, the picturesque Jinsha Island came into view. Sensing Chun Fang's abilities, he beckoned Qin Lan to approach. Find a towel to gag him, and help me cool his wound to alleviate his pain, he instructed. Qin Lan nodded and retrieved a clean towel from the drawer. Li Ke accepted the towel, stuffing it into his mouth, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Why was this older sister the one to cool the wound? Shouldn't it be Han Yang, who possessed the power of ice? Before he could ponder further, Qin Lan placed her hands on Li Ke's legs at Han Yang's behest. An immediate chill enveloped him, significantly easing the pain emanating from his injury. Chapter 131. Healing. Please restrain this young man. I fear he may move unexpectedly while I operate. Understood. Meng Xian firmly pressed down on Li Ke's legs. Han Yang, wielding a dagger, swiftly made incisions along Li Ke's thigh, excising the festering flesh. Although the wound was numbed, excruciating pain surged forth. Li Ke, drenched in sweat, desperately fought against the urge to thrash about, yet was held down tightly by Meng Xian. He yearned to scream, but a towel muffled his cries, leaving him to bite down hard on it, emitting muffled whimpers. As the old flesh was excised, fresh blood gushed from the newly made wound. Han Yang immediately invoked Chun Fang's healing ability, placing his hands over the injury. With energy rapidly draining from his body, the bleeding subsided, and the tissue beneath the blood began to proliferate at a visibly remarkable rate. Li Ke felt the pain diminish significantly, only to be replaced by a tingling itch that intensified his discomfort. He instinctively reached to scratch, but Meng Xian swiftly slapped his hand away. The treatment persisted for approximately a minute, depleting Han Yang's recently restored energy, until he finally halted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon inspecting Li Ke's wound, it had miraculously healed. However, the new skin had yet to fully form, appearing somewhat unsettling. Is this really it? Li Ke, drenched in sweat from the agony, had little time to ponder the oddity of his condition. He tentatively moved his leg, finding it agile and free of the previous discomfort and pain. It felt as though he had never been injured at all. The only remnant of his ordeal was the tender new skin, which bore a slight itch, tempting him to scratch. Yet, he restrained himself, gazing at Han Yang with astonishment. What exactly is your ability? First ice, then strength, and now healing. I'm exhausted and prefer silence. Han Yang collapsed onto the sofa. I shall give you a massage. Ming Xian volunteered, helping Han Yang with his scalp. Ah, that feels much better. Li Ku, despite being treated with such casualness, took no offense. His gaze fell upon the wound on his arm, filled with hope. With such miraculous abilities, he would soon return to his former self. However, recalling that this healing opportunity came at his sister's expense, a shadow of gloom crossed his features. He vowed to repay his sister in kind, ensuring no one would ever bully her again, not even this man before him. At that moment, the yacht finally approached the shore, coming to a smooth halt. Li Chunchen exited the cockpit, hurriedly seeking her brother. Upon seeing his leg restored to its former glory, she gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. She pivoted sharply to face Han Yang, who lay exhausted on the sofa. Despite Chen Fang's absence, her brother's leg had miraculously healed, undoubtedly due to the man before her. Thank you, Han Yang. Li Chuanchuan's voice trembled with emotion. We're family. No need for such formality. Han Yang weakly waved his hand. The wound on his arm can only be tended to by Chen Fang. I need to rest for a moment. All right, thank you. A radiant smile illuminated Li Chuanchuan's face, dispelling her inner worries. Qinlan, please take them back. I will rest here for a while. Very well. Qinlan led Li Chunchun and Li Ku away. Han Yang initially intended to meditate and recuperate, but at that moment, Ming Xian suddenly spoke up. Brother Han, lie down and rest. I will continue to massage you. That works. Han Yang obediently reclined on the sofa. Ming Xian sat beside him, lifting Han Yang's head and resting it on her lap. Though Ming Xian's legs were not as long as Qing Qing's, nor as slender as Nan Nan's, or as well-proportioned as Chen Fang's, Han Yang found them surprisingly soft and comfortable, feeling as if he were resting on a cushion of delight, ruling the world while intoxicated in the embrace of beauty. Is this not the essence of life? Han Yang mused, but when he lifted his gaze again, he could see nothing, completely obscured. His vision was entirely blocked by two ample forms. Hey, I can't see. Meng Xian also realized she could not see Han Yang's head, and, feeling a bit flustered, exclaimed, Brother Han, wait a moment. She propped him up, turned around to face him, and laid him back down. Han Yang felt his head nestle between two soft forms, gently bouncing back and forth. Eventually, he sank into them. The comfort was unparalleled. Whether or not there was a massage mattered little. Simply remaining in this position was delightful. Han Yang murmured contentedly. Ming Xian's delicate hands began to knead his scalp inch by inch, applying just the right amount of pressure. Indeed, this was the epitome of indulgence. Han Yang squinted his eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. Meanwhile, on the road to the villa with Qin Lan, Li Ku observed his exuberant sister, hesitating to speak. As they drew closer to the villa, he glanced at Qin Lan's back and, noticing her distraction, tugged at his sister. What is it? Li Chunchun looked at her brother, thinking he was worried, and reassured him. Do not fret. Soon we will find Sister Fang. Her healing abilities can completely mend your arm. That's not it. Li Ku carefully chose his words and inquired. Sister, were you truly captured by them? I suppose. Somewhat. Li Chunchun hesitated. Last night, Shang Jiong and the others were defeated and killed. I was spared because I did not engage in the fight. Li Chunchun explained. Then why would they agree to help you heal me? Li Ku did not directly ask his sister what price she had paid, but it was clear that if she were indeed a captive, they would not be so benevolent. Li Chuanchuan's expression grew slightly uneasy as she turned her gaze aside, unsure of how to respond. She had always believed that Han Yang's willingness to his sister stemmed from her words. Do whatever you wish. I am still a virgin. Yet, how could she convey such matters to her brother? Han Yang, has he truly become my brother-in-law? Li Ku exclaimed instinctively upon witnessing his sister's expression. Not yet. Li Chunchun, unwilling to conceal the truth, acknowledged that this matter would eventually come to light. Not yet. Is that fellow deceiving me? No. He still harbors intentions towards my sister. Just because it hasn't happened now, doesn't mean it won't in the future. From Han Yang's tone, it is evident he has an interest in my sister. Nevertheless, Li Ku felt somewhat relieved. His perception of Han Yang significantly transformed. Chapter 132. Incredulity. What has he deceived you about? Li Chunchun inquired with curiosity. He mentioned something about collecting interest, which is why he must cure me. Li Ku murmured. Must cure? A warmth surged within Li Chuanchuan's heart, filling her with gratitude for Han Yang. Yet, when did he ever collect interest? Suddenly, she recalled the incident shortly after their departure when he had groped her in her swimsuit. A flush crept onto her cheeks. Did Han Yang truly take pleasure in seeing me in swimwear? After all, in terms of appearance and figure, Li Chunchun believed she paled in comparison to any woman on the island. At that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude for Han Yang, and she felt as if she belonged to him. Thus, an idea emerged in her mind. Next time, should I wear it for him again? Unbeknownst to the trio, they had arrived at the villa. Inside, Chen Fang, Qing Qing, and Yu Shakie awaited them. Li Ku, having set aside his burdens, was momentarily entranced by the sight of three stunningly beautiful women within the villa. How could there be so many enchanting sisters on this island? Each one more exquisite than the last, each possessing distinct qualities. These are all my women. Li Ku suddenly recalled a phrase Han Yang had uttered. Throughout this journey, he had truly not encountered a single man, only women. Was he the only man on this island? Were all these beautiful sisters genuinely his women? A surge of envy and jealousy welled up within him. However, upon remembering that his sister was among them, entangled in Han Yang's intentions, he felt that such a man was too flirtatious, unreliable, and utterly detestable. No, I must advise my sister to extricate herself before he ensnares her further. Resolute, Li Ku made up his mind. At that moment, Qin Lan recounted the events that had transpired. Qin Fang scrutinized the wound on Li Ku's arm and promptly suggested, "Then let us follow Han Yang's procedure and treat it once more." Upon hearing this, Li Ku cast aside his distractions and mentally prepared himself to endure the painful treatment once again. When Han Yang returned to the villa, Qin Fang had already completed the treatment. She appeared quite relaxed, in stark contrast to Han Yang, who looked nearly exhausted. This was primarily due to her good condition, and her arm's wound was not as severe as that on her leg. At this time, Li Ku was lively, occasionally stretching his legs and moving his arms. While Li Chunchen gazed at him with a look of contentment, Han Yang cast a glance at Li Ku and then handed the magical fish that had bitten him to Qin Fang. Fang, let's prepare an extra dish for lunch. Please stew this fish. Is it a sea fish or dried fish? I have never cooked it before, so I might not do it well. Qin Fang received the fish and examined it closely, finding it completely unfamiliar and feeling at a loss. Fang Jia, I can help. Let me assist you. Li Chunchen chimed in from the side. Ah, yes. Chunchen grew up by the sea. She must know how to handle these fish. Yes. Yesterday, you mentioned your impressive fishing skills. Indeed, this means we shall have a treat. From now on, please catch more fish to expand our recipe repertoire. Certainly. Qin Fang and Li Chunchen engaged in an enthusiastic discussion. As Han Yang observed Li Ku regaining his strength, his eyes darted around, occasionally stealing glances at the several women nearby, a cold snort escaping his lips. You little rascal, quite bold, aren't you? Do you not realize these women are already taken? With that, Han Yang turned to Li Ku. Since you have recovered, it's time for you to join us. After speaking, he gestured towards Mingxian, Yi Xiaokue, and Qin Lan. The three women promptly stood up and made their way outside. Where are we going? Li Ku inquired warily. To arrange your accommodation, Han Yang replied, following closely behind the three women as they exited the villa. Li Ku hesitated for a moment, noticing his sister still engaged in cheerful conversation with her caregiver. Gritting his teeth, he decided to follow them. They boarded a shuttle bus and soon arrived at the hotel entrance, where several delivery trucks were parked. Mingxian, Qin Lan, and Yi Xiaokue each entered a vehicle. Han Yang climbed into one as well, turning to Li Ku, who remained frozen in place. What are you dawdling for? Get in. Oh. Li Ku responded, intending to take the passenger seat, but was swiftly outpaced by Sha. Reluctantly, he settled into the back of the truck. The vehicles started moving, streaming out in succession towards the service area by the riverside. Lu Bin and Lu Li had been waiting there, and, upon spotting Han Yang, Lu Bin immediately shouted brother-in-law and rushed over, ever since learning that his sister had successfully awakened her abilities with Han Yang's assistance. Lu Bin's attitude towards him had grown increasingly fervent, unbothered by Yi Xiaokue's potential wrath. After all, a little scolding from his sister was a small price to pay for the joy of his brother-in-law, who could help him awaken his own powers. Lu Li trailed behind Lu Bin, echoing brother-in-law. She had long sensed that Nan did not particularly like her, and that Han Yang was indifferent towards her as well. She had no intention of provoking him. There were already numerous beautiful women on the island, all surpassing her in allure, with Mingxian outshining her unique advantage. She resolved to firmly grasp Lu Bin, her little tree, for support. With Yi Xiaokue in the picture, they would never be at a disadvantage. Han Yang nodded at the two, then instructed Li Ku to disembark. Turning to Lu Bin, he said, "This is Li Ku. Arrange a place for him to stay. From today onwards, he is under your care." "All right, brother-in-law. Li Ku, right? Come with me," Lu Bin exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he regarded Li Ku, who was only the second man he had encountered among this group. However, upon hearing how Lu Bin addressed Han Yang, Li Ku understood that he was akin to him, a younger brother of one of the women on the island. Observing Lu Bin's enthusiasm towards Han Yang, a wave of disdain washed over him. How could his sister, who was involved with multiple men, still smile so blissfully? At that moment, he glanced at Lu Li and found her exceptionally beautiful, her figure striking. Especially captivating were the hints of mature allure that occasionally danced in her eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He positioned himself beside Lu Li, stealing furtive glances at her while listening to the conversation between Han Yang and Lu Bin. Lu Bin, however, had noticed everything. Prepare a few rooms for storage. Some less essential supplies can be kept here in the mall. Understood. Brother-in-law, I will arrange it immediately. As Han Yang finished his instructions and departed, Lu Bin turned to Li Ku. Li Ku, is it? I am Lu Bin, a few years your senior. So you may call me Bin Gu. Bin Gu. Li Ku obediently responded. Yesterday I didn't see you. From where did your brother-in-law bring you? Upon hearing this, Li Ku recounted his injury and subsequent treatment. When Lu Bin learned that Li Ku's sister was among the group from yesterday and remained on the island, a comprehension dawned upon him. He placed his arm around Li Ku's shoulder, speaking in a friendly manner. So we are all just brothers under the same roof. As your brother-in-law's little brother, come, I shall arrange a splendid room for you and show you around the vicinity. But Han Yang is not my brother-in-law, Li Ku protested. It is only a matter of time. Let me tell you, the women who settle on that island will inevitably become the property of your brother-in-law. Lu Bin patted his shoulder. What? Although Li Ku had previously speculated, the confirmation left him in disbelief. So many beautiful older sisters. Chapter 133. Seems not bad, young man. Let me remind you, do not entertain thoughts about the women on the island. Lu Bin warned. Observing the incredulous expression on his face. Are you just going to stand there and watch your sister being trampled by multiple suitors? Li Ku exclaimed in disbelief. TCH. What is the big deal? You're too young and inexperienced. Before the apocalypse, it was quite common for the wealthy and powerful to secretly keep mistresses. I know a guy who was compensated with an entire building by a developer for his construction debts, and he housed all his mistresses there, each with their own apartment. When he returned home, it was like entering a palace, selecting which room to visit. Before the apocalypse, even those with means behaved this way. What more in this current world? Those with power are the true lords. Not only is our brother-in-law formidable, but he also controls the entire island, accumulating countless resources to ensure our comfort. So what if he has a few more women? Besides, he possesses a method to awaken abilities in others. Lu Bin's earlier words had already shattered Li Ku's worldview, and upon hearing that Han Yang had a way to awaken abilities, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? A method to awaken abilities? Li Ku felt his heart racing. If he too could possess superpowers, how could he allow a mere fish to bite him? It forced his sister to seek help from others, ultimately falling into Han Yang's hands, compromising herself for treatment. But it seemed his sister was not distressed at all. In fact, she appeared quite happy. Li Ku recalled the expression on his sister's face today. It seemed like the first time he had seen her so joyful since the apocalypse. Indeed, my sister's ability was awakened by our brother-in-law, Lu Bin declared proudly. As if he were the one who had been awakened. Is your brother-in-law serious about this? Li Ku wanted to scoff but restrained himself. He felt a faint shift within him. Let me tell you, in this apocalypse, lacking abilities is simply untenable, Lu Bin continued. Zombies are everywhere, and without powers. You could be devoured in an instant. But once you've awakened your abilities, everything changes. At the very least, you can ensure your own safety. Do you understand why? Why? Li Ku asked, bewildered. Although his sister's awakened perception ability was remarkable, her physique was still inferior to his own. When faced with zombies, she could only flee. Thus, he was genuinely curious. Generally speaking, auxiliary superpowers can falter in the face of zombies. However, our brother-in-law possesses a special method that can rapidly enhance the physique of those who have awakened their abilities, allowing them to grow exponentially in strength, becoming well-rounded superhumans. No wonder those women all had superpowers, and they appeared remarkably strong. The demise of Shang Zhiyong and his group was truly deserved. Li Ku suddenly understood, and his resolve began to waver. Once you have superpowers and strength, wouldn't you want to seek out more women to indulge in pleasure? Lu Bin teased. Oh, right. Given your age, you're still a naive lad, likely inexperienced in the ways of women. Li Ku's face flushed crimson at the remark. Yet he found himself unable to refute it. Indeed, he was still a novice. However, as Lu Bin depicted it, upon glancing at the alluring figure of Lu Li beside him, his internal resolve abruptly crumbled, and an unexpected thought emerged. Perhaps having Han Yang as his brother-in-law wouldn't he be so bad? Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed against Li Ku's head, disrupting his train of thought. Lu Bin, irked, exclaimed, What are you staring at? That is my woman. You inexperienced novice, heed my words, if you desire women. Seek your own. Do not covet those on this island, especially my woman. Lu Li turned her gaze towards Li Ku, a hint of teasing glimmering in her eyes. Li Ku, caught in the act of peeking, felt his face flush crimson and found himself at a loss for words. Lu Bin, not wishing to embarrass him further, placed an arm around his shoulder and said, Brother, as someone who has been through it, let me offer you a piece of advice. They say youth is blind to the charms of women. When the opportunity arises, I shall find you someone experienced, so you can truly explore and learn. Heh. Han Yang and his companions arrived at the mall without a hitch. Everything proceeded as usual. Ming Xian and the others continued transporting supplies, while Han Yang summoned the 4 unawakened zombies back and fed each one a core. If all goes as planned, these 4 zombies would awaken today. He would then need to contemplate relinquishing 2 to create space for contracts with Li Chunshun and Li Ku. It seemed imperative to hasten his ascension to the 3rd tier. Han Yang had not anticipated that the first limit reached would be the quota for contracts of his consciousness seed. Today's delay due to Li Chunshun's matter caused him to quickly attend to the zombies before hastening the transport of supplies. The morning flew by with several trips completed. By noon, Han Yang, fixated on that extraordinary fish, did not linger at the mall but instead returned to the island. Inside the villa, just as Han Yang and his companions unloaded the supplies, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of delectable dishes. The scent of the fish, in particular, filled the room, making it impossible to resist swallowing. "Wow, it smells incredible!" Ming Xian exclaimed, unable to contain her eagerness as she dashed into the kitchen. Qin Lan and Yi Xiaoqiye also found themselves peering inside, curious about the source of such an enticing aroma. How could this fish smell so delightful? Yi Xiaoqiye had tasted plenty of exquisite delicacies, yet none were as tempting as this fish. This fish was extraordinary. Han Yang smiled knowingly, increasingly convinced that this fish was the culinary treasure sought after in his past life. No, it was more aptly referred to as a spirit fish now. He pondered whether it possessed some miraculous effects. This required further testing. Soon, the dishes were served. The spirit fish was presented on a large square platter. Chun Fong invited everyone to take their seats and specifically introduced. This fish was prepared by Chun Chun. Its aroma is simply irresistible. Chun Chun not only excelled in cooking various fish and seafood, but was also adept at catching them. Everyone was in for a treat. Hooray! The group cheered in unison, causing Li Chun Chun to feel a bit bashful, yet her heart was warmed, reminiscent of gatherings with close friends before the apocalypse. At that moment, Han Yang clapped his hands. After attracting everyone's attention, Han Yang finally spoke. "Regarding this fish, I have a hypothesis that I wish to validate, so I apologize. But we cannot partake in it just yet." Qingqing and Yu Shaoqiye exchanged thoughtful glances at Han Yang. "Wan Yu," Han Yang suddenly called out. "Huh? I'm here." Sun Luanyu replied somewhat flustered. "Come and taste this fish." "Oh." As Sun Luanyu noticed the gazes of others upon her, especially Zhao Jia's envious stare, realization dawned upon her. Her expression immediately transformed into one of excitement. Could it be? Chapter 134, The Blooming and Withering of Flowers. Currently, it is merely speculation. "You should eat first." Sun Wanyu nodded repeatedly, swiftly grasping her chopsticks and indulging without hesitation. As the fish meat touched her palate, she felt it was as tender and delicate as soft tofu, melting effortlessly into a burst of savory juices that filled her mouth. Instantly, her senses were enveloped by the exquisite flavor of the fish. Delicious. Sun Wanyu, disregarding her image, began to eat heartily. The other women watched her relish the meal, unable to suppress their own salivation, particularly Zhao Jia, who felt it most acutely. Here, only she and Sun Wanyu had yet to awaken, and Han Yang had promised them he would not forget to assist in their awakening. Yet, there must be a sequence to their awakening. Her moment of hesitation allowed Sun Wanyu to seize the opportunity. This morning, she had distinctly seen Sun Wanyu rush back from Han Yang's villa in disarray. "If only I had been more decisive," she lamented inwardly. "No, tonight I must take action. I cannot afford to wait any longer." Zhao Jiao was also mindful that Lu Bin was awaiting Han Yang's arrangements for his awakening. Moreover, the defenses at the service area by the riverbank remained rather feeble, and if Sister Xiaoqiye whispered a few enticing words, although Zhao Jiao believed it unlikely that Sister Xiaoqiye would resort to such tactics, one could never be too cautious. As Zhao Jia's thoughts spiraled, unbeknownst to her, Sun Wanyu had consumed 2/3 of the fish. This fish was quite sizable. Despite being salted and dried, it had shrunk considerably, yet 2/3 was still enough to satiate an adult man thoroughly. Sun Luanyu's capacity to eat to such an extent was astonishing. However, her expression did not betray discomfort. Gradually, she ceased using her chopsticks. Sun Luanyu felt a warm glow enveloping her, akin to soaking in a hot spring. An abundance of energy surged within her, coursing rapidly through her cells. Suddenly, a moment arrived when her body trembled, and the energy within her began to flow along a specific path. In that instant, she received an enigmatic message regarding the application of a newfound ability. "I have awakened my power." Sun Wanyu opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy. "Really? What ability? Show us quickly." The women clamored excitedly around her, while the newcomer, Li Chunshun, appeared utterly bewildered, though internally, she was in a tumult of astonishment. "Can abilities be awakened postnatally?" she murmured to herself. Indeed, and we must thank the spiritual fish you brought. Han Yang exclaimed happily. Spiritual fish? That is the name I bestowed upon it. Han Yang glanced at Li Chunchun, genuinely grateful for her presence. Had she not encountered this spiritual fish, he would have remained oblivious to this revelation for some time. If humans can awaken their abilities, then animals can too, as can plants. However, the manifestations of most flora and fauna are not as extraordinary as those of humans, for humanity reigns as the pinnacle of all beings. I have named these exceptional plants and animals spiritual flora, spiritual fish, and spiritual beasts. Furthermore, humans may awaken their abilities after consuming these spiritual flora, spiritual fish, and spiritual beasts. Han Yang finished articulating his conjecture in one breath, leaving Li Chunchun utterly astonished. No wonder, nearly everyone here has awakened their abilities. She murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, the one who remained almost untouched by this phenomenon, Zhao Jia, was now remorsefully crouched in a corner. At this moment, Sun Luanyu began to reveal her own powers. She brought a pot of plants from the balcony and placed it on the table, then cupped the roots in her hands. A radiant white light emanated from her palms, causing the plant in the pot to erupt in rapid growth. In the blink of an eye, it advanced through its growth stages, swiftly transitioning into the blooming phase. Buds emerged and blossomed into exquisite flowers, which soon withered at an astonishing pace, yielding fruits. The cycle of blooming and withering, the passage from spring to autumn, seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye. The onlooking women were mesmerized. Han Yang exchanged a glance with Qin Fang, both of them intuitively thinking of the spirit plants. They wondered if Sun Luanyu's abilities would be effective on them. How marvelous! Ming Xian exclaimed softly. Luanyu, is your ability capable of accelerating plant growth? Yu Shaokai inquired. Indeed, my power can promote the rapid growth and development of plants. However, there is a cost. It consumes my energy and leads to a significant depletion of soil nutrients, Sun Luanyu explained, grasping a withered plant whose once fertile soil now showed signs of cracking and hardening. Well, that's manageable. We can find some nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers to replenish the soil's lost nutrients, and we need not rush to fully mature the plants. Shaokai replied with a smile. Vegetables that have missed their growing season can certainly be induced to reach the appropriate growth cycle before allowing them to flourish naturally. If we can have an abundance of fresh vegetables every day, it will be all thanks to Luanyu. Indeed, I've always felt that the current variety of vegetables is too limited, with just a few types available as long as we can find seeds. Luanyu can help us cultivate a new batch. Our menu will become much more diverse, Qin Fang said joyfully. As soon as Qin Fang finished speaking, the women gathered around Luanyu, chattering excitedly about which vegetable seeds could be found on the island that might be worth cultivating. Beyond this, Yu Shaokai harbored further ambitions. She envisioned cultivating the island's land for large-scale food production, including but not limited to wheat, rice, vegetables, and fruits. After all, without farming, the collected resources would inevitably be consumed one day. Although she had mentioned to Han Yang the possibility of monopolizing certain items for resource exchange, this did not preclude her from making additional preparations. The island's limited area could only sustain the current population's self-sufficiency. It was prudent to be prepared. Furthermore, they could grow certain crops specifically for research purposes, such as whether ordinary plants could be cultivated using corpse cores. Although Han Yang had never divulged the secret of spiritual plant cultivation to Yi Shaoqian, she had already formed a vague conjecture through the practice of the primordial technique taught by Qingqing, coupled with certain subtle hints from before. Now, upon witnessing the miraculous effects of this fish, she could essentially confirm her suspicions. Thus, her musings were not entirely unfounded. It was indeed possible to cultivate some special varieties. In that case, they could also venture into the seed business, selling to other settlements. Cultivating land is an intrinsic trait deeply rooted in the hearts of the Chinese people. Yu Shaoqian firmly believes that if there truly are special varieties that can only be produced here, they would undoubtedly be snatched up fervently, leading to a monopolistic enterprise. Even if all of the above were mere fantasies, at the very least, it would ensure that their people would never have to worry about fresh vegetables throughout the year. Whatever they desired to eat could be hastened to ripen at any time and in any place. Chapter 135, The Birth of Spiritual Plants. Han Yang and Yu Shaoqian were pondering similar thoughts. However, he was aware from his previous life that there had been attempts to cultivate ordinary plants using corpse cores. Unfortunately, due to the prolonged growth cycle of plants, the results were rather lackluster, leading to a considerable waste of corpse cores without significant progress. After all, it had only been a year since the apocalypse. Perhaps in a few more years of exploration, delightful results might emerge. Yet now, with Sun Luanyu's abilities, the situation was different. She could compress the growth process of plants, which typically required 6 months to a year, into a mere instant. achieving an efficiency enhancement by hundreds of times. Several thoughts flickered through Han Yang's mind. First, he needed to test Luan Yu's capability to see if she could revive a spiritual plant after it had been harvested. Second, he would provide Luan Yu with a batch of corpse cores, allowing her to experiment with cultivating ordinary plants. Lastly, during future excursions to gather supplies, he would prioritize the search for crop seeds and fertilizers. After formulating a simple plan in his mind, Han Yang returned to reality, only to find that the women were all gazing at him. Observing the remaining third of the spiritual fish, he smiled and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's divide it up, one piece for each." Hooray! Ming Xian cheered enthusiastically. Qin Fang stepped forward, dividing the fish into several portions, allowing everyone to take a piece. "Wow, this is delicious." The group praised Li Chuanchuan's culinary skills. "Chun-chun, when will you catch another spiritual fish like this?" Zhao Jia, who was eating with great enthusiasm, inquired. "I'm not quite sure. These fish are quite cunning, and I might not be able to catch one next time." Li Chunchun replied, slightly embarrassed. "I have a good idea. In a couple of days, when the supplies at the market have been sufficiently gathered, we can venture out to sea together and try our luck." Han Yang mused after a moment's contemplation. "All right, sounds good." Li Chunchun responded hastily. But the thought of being alone at sea with Han Yang caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and her gaze began to waver. She recalled the morning when she had taught him how to operate the yacht. Just then, a little dog, having frolicked elsewhere, burst into the villa. Panting with its tongue out, it ran straight to Han Yang, obediently sitting by his side, its upper body erect, eyes fixed intently on Han Yang's bowl. The little dog, with its tongue hanging and panting heavily, wagged its tail like a windmill, spinning around excitedly. "You little rascal, your nose is quite sensitive. Speaking of which, you did make a significant contribution yesterday, so you deserve a reward." Han Yang noticed some remnants of fish meat and broth in the tray holding the spiritual fish. He took it, placed half of his portion of fish meat on it, and then offered the tray to the little dog. Without hesitation, the little dog eagerly bent down to devour the food. "I wonder if consuming this spiritual fish meat will bring about some extraordinary changes in you." Han Yang mused softly to himself. He had never encountered a spiritual beast in his past life. Such creatures were even rarer than spiritual plants. And he had only heard from Huang Jianya that there were individuals specializing in purchasing spiritual beast meat. If the little dog were to truly transform into a spiritual beast, should he consume it or let it be? Han Yang gazed at the little dog with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The little dog shivered inexplicably. Drawing its neck in, it glanced around, finding everything in order, and then eagerly resumed its meal. The little dog feasted heartily, leaving the dish impeccably clean, its bottom gleaming. Even the fish bones that the girls had left untouched were devoured by it. After this, it did not consume anything else and lay down to rest. After lunch, Han Yang led Qin Fang into the spirit plant cultivation room, with the intention of testing Luan Yu's abilities. However, at this moment, the corpse grass had only 2 leaves, the third just beginning to sprout, rendering it unsuitable for harvesting. Furthermore, the linglong grass had merely begun to take shape at its 4th node, making it even less appropriate. Han Yang had no intention of disturbing these 2 spirit plants. Instead, he brought in a pot of another plant from outside. He took up scissors and snipped at the plant's stem. Snap! The plant was severed, leaving only a small section of stem, reminiscent of the harvested corpse grass. Han Yang immediately switched to Sun Luan Yu's ability, attempting to stimulate the remaining stem. As energy surged into the plant, Han Yang felt its roots begin to absorb nutrients from the soil in abundance. The exposed stem seemed to sprout tender buds, striving to break through the surface. Yet, the next moment, the plant's roots began to wither and decay, and the tender shoots lost their vigor, failing to develop. It was as if the previous sensation had merely been an illusion. It was a failure. Han Yang sighed. However, it was not without merit. Perhaps once Luan Yu's abilities advanced to the next level, success would follow. Qin Fang offered her consolation. She had also been meticulously observing the plant with her abilities. Initially, it did exhibit signs of revival, but regrettably, at a certain moment, its vitality could not be sustained, and it abruptly succumbed to death. "Indeed, you are right." Han Yang nodded. He was not overly troubled, for he had Qin Fang's abilities to rely on. While it would be delightful for Luan Yu's power to solidify, the failure incurred no loss. Now, the focus shifted to whether they could stimulate the spirit plant. He dared not tamper with the linglong grass, as it was crucial for its ascension to the 3rd tier. The corpse grass, however, was of little consequence. Han Yang approached the corpse grass, gently caressing its leaves before activating his ability. A soft, white light emanated from his hands as energy continuously flowed into the corpse grass. Instantly, the leaves began to visibly grow, while several corpse cores, enveloped by roots in the unseen soil, began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, one of the medium-sized corpse cores vanished, and the remaining cores diminished significantly in size. Yet, at that moment, the in-corpse grass ceased its rapid growth. Han Yang realized that no matter how he invoked his ability, there were no further signs of accelerated growth. It seemed that Luan Yu's abilities could only prompt the in-corpse grass to produce a single leaf. Han Yang shook his head, not overly disheartened. Producing a single leaf signified a day's worth of progress, which was commendable in itself. Now, looking at the in-corpse grass, its second leaf had fully developed. The third leaf was half its size, and the fourth leaf was just beginning to emerge. If it were solely for awakening, perhaps it could be ready by tomorrow. Well then, let us observe for a day. Han Yang no longer urged the cultivation of linglong grass. He resolved to adopt a more cautious approach. With the examination concluded, Han Yang and Chen Fang exited the spirit plant cultivation room. At that moment, Sun Wanyu and Qin Lan emerged from the kitchen, having just finished washing the dishes. Han Yang called out to Sun Wanyu. Chapter 136. Unwavering commitment. Is there something you need, Han Yang? Brother? Sun Wanyu almost inadvertently referred to him as Brother Han Yang, but fortunately, she corrected herself in time. Han Yang produced a bag of corpse nuclei and handed it to her. Take these corpse nuclei. I have a task for you. All right, Brother Han, please tell me. Sun Wanyu responded eagerly as she accepted the nuclei. In your spare time, try using these corpse nuclei to cultivate some plants. Han Yang briefly explained the essentials of utilizing the nuclei. Sun Wanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gradually realized she might have uncovered Han Yang's secret to cultivating spiritual plants. At that moment, he entrusted this significant responsibility to her, igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. Brother Han, rest assured, I will make the best use of these corpse nuclei. Sun Wanyu declared with enthusiasm. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. After conveying his instructions, he was about to depart when Sun Wanyu unexpectedly uttered softly, Brother Han Yang, remember to come back tonight. Her voice was sweet and alluring. Han Yang turned, but Sun Wanyu had already dashed away. Recalling how she had waited for him all night, his heart warmed. He mused, I cannot let such a beauty down. In the afternoon, Han Yang and his companions returned to the mall. As they entered the 5-kilometer radius of the shopping center, he sensed something unusual. The last 4 zombies he had contracted had awakened one after another. They hurried to the mall, and Han Yang immediately summoned the 4 zombies. From a distance, he spotted an exceptionally large female zombie. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, her grotesquely muscular form approached like a looming mountain. What a massive zombie! Exclaimed the diminutive Meng Xian. She's just large. She doesn't possess any other remarkable abilities, Han Yang replied, shaking his head in disappointment. This was merely a mutated zombie with a larger physique. Yet in terms of attack, it might not even rival another mutated clawed zombie. Additionally, its movements were exceedingly sluggish, and its daily consumption of corpse nuclei would likely be substantial. Han Yang chose to abandon this one. He then turned his attention to the other 3 zombies. Their appearances showed no significant changes. Through the seed of consciousness, Han Yang quickly discerned their abilities. One zombie had awakened a defensive capability, similar to Sha Sha's. However, after continuous growth and nourishment with corpse nuclei, Sha Sha's defensive prowess far surpassed that of this newly awakened zombie. Han Yang included it on the list of those to be discarded. He shifted his focus to the abilities of the remaining 2 zombies. This ability is intriguing. Han Yang casually gestured into the air, causing countless water vapor molecules to coalesce in his hand, slowly forming droplets that eventually gathered into a sphere. The power to control water flow would ensure that he would no longer worry about water sources when venturing out. Han Yang nodded contentedly. Moreover, it complemented Qin Lan's abilities quite well. Yu Xiaokue also looked on in astonishment. I can condense the water vapor in the air too, Qin Lan declared, refusing to be outdone. To consume ice and feel its refreshing coolness. I believe this ability transcends mere enjoyment. It may prove even more advantageous in rivers, lakes, and seas. Han Yang chose not to debate this point, but instead shifted his perspective. Indeed, during our future fishing or recreational excursions at sea, we could thoroughly experiment with it. What, then, is the final zombie's ability? Meng Xian inquired with curiosity. Well, Han Yang's expression immediately resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. Noticing that Yu Xiaokue and Qin Lan were equally intrigued, Han Yang reluctantly admitted, its ability enables it to perform photosynthesis akin to plants, thus eliminating the need to rely on consuming food for sustenance. This ability, how shall I put it? For a normal human, it seems quite beneficial. Yu Xiaokue stifled a laugh as she remarked. For a liberated zombie, it holds notable significance as well. Qin Lan nodded expressionlessly, though the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. However, it seems that for Han Ge, it may not carry much weight, considering we are not in want of food. Meng Xian pondered. Plants utilize chloroplast for photosynthesis. I wonder if Han Ge will turn green when he employs this ability? I certainly shall not turn green. Han Yang spat dismissively. deciding to abandon that notion. All right, enough about zombie abilities. Let us return to our task of moving supplies. Han Yang interjected with jest, successfully steering the conversation away. The four of them toiled throughout the afternoon, until around 4 o'clock when Xiao Chuan and his group finally returned. Han brother, I have brought you the 2 calves you requested. Xiao Chuan called out from a distance. Han Yang, engaged in loading the vehicle, smiled and raised his hand in acknowledgement. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Chuan was also carrying a pot of greenery. As he drew closer, Han Yang realized it was, astonishingly, a corpse flower. At that moment, only Han Yang and Yi Xiaokui were at the warehouse entrance. Yi Xiaokui also noticed the corpse flower in Xiao Chuan's hands. The two exchanged a discreet glance, nodding slightly. Han Yang approached with enthusiasm. I thought Xiao Lao wouldn't come today. Haha, how could that be? Nonetheless, we did almost encounter a mishap while expanding our activities southward. Xiao Chuan chuckled heartily, then expressed relief. Oh, what transpired? We encountered a mutated zombie. Thankfully, thanks to Han Brother's prior enlightenment, we managed to keep our composure. Xiao Chuan sighed in resignation. Thus, we lost 2 brothers. Alas, such is the nature of this world. My condolences. Having witnessed the gruesome deaths of many individuals at the hands of zombies in his previous life, Han Yang remained remarkably unfazed. Nevertheless, he played along with Xiao Chuan's somberness. Life and death are predestined. Xiao Chuan quickly regained his composure, then turned his gaze toward a massive zombie nearby. From a distance, it had startled him. Had he not seen Han Yang, they truly would have hesitated to approach. Han brother, has your controlled zombie awakened once more? Alas, it is merely a physical mutation. It appears formidable but is of little utility. Han Yang shrugged dismissively. Behind Xiao Chuan stood a newcomer, whose eyes brimmed with envy upon hearing Han Yang's ostentatious remarks. If only he could possess such a zombie, he would surely stride confidently through the apocalypse. How he envied Brother Han. Xiao Chuan, feeling a twinge of desire, cast a few more glances at the creature. He then continued, by the way, Brother Han, regarding the plants you mentioned last time. While we were clearing out the corpses of zombies in the neighborhood and collecting their cores, we happened upon something rather similar. Do take a look and see if it aligns with what you seek. It bears some resemblance, though I cannot be certain. But why does this flower appear so wilted? It seems as though it is on the brink of death. Han Yang feigned uncertainty. I am at a loss as well. It thrived splendidly in the community. Who could have anticipated it would deteriorate so upon transplantation? Xiao Chuan scratched his head in contemplation. Regardless, thank you, Brother Xiao. Whether it survives or not, I shall accept it for now and see if my lady finds it to her liking. At these words, Xiao Chuan gave him a thumbs up. Brother Han, your skills with the fairer sex are admirable. Oh, not at all. The two shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 137. The profitable deal. Xiao Chuan handed over 2 calves to Han Yang. Not wishing to shortchange him, Han Yang said, these calves, 1 male and 1 female, are indeed a thoughtful gesture from you, Brother Xiao. If they breed and produce calves in the future, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Thus, he proposed to compensate Xiao Chuan with 50 corpse cores for the 2 calves and the pot of flowers. Brotherly generosity. Xiao Chuan beamed with delight. These 3 items, particularly the 2 calves, were a painful sacrifice for him. He had not anticipated receiving much in return, viewing it merely as a means to solidify their mutual relationship. Now that Han Yang was so agreeable, he felt reassured that he had indeed chosen wisely. I also have 20 corpse cores here. What do you think, Brother Han? Xiao Chuan continued to smile as he pulled out a transparent bag filled with corpse cores. Perfect. I'll take as many as you have. Han Yang readily accepted. Both parties were pleased with the arrangement, and after agreeing on the delivery location, Han Yang instructed Meng Xian and the others to begin transporting the near-expiry supplies. Xiao Chuan's brothers also wore expressions of joy as they carried the goods. As they chatted, Han Yang inquired about the mutated zombie they had encountered, which possessed the ability of fire and exhibited considerable strength, akin to a zombie under Han Yang's control. Fortunately, the firepower of that zombie was not overwhelmingly strong, allowing them to defeat it. After some light conversation, Han Yang recalled that their supply of near-expiry items was dwindling and mentioned, Brother Xiao, the supermarket supplies are nearly exhausted. In a couple of days, we may relocate to explore other areas. Xiao Chuan felt a pang of alarm. He still had his hopes set on the awakening potion. Will you still be collecting corpse cores in the future, Brother Han? How should I contact you? Yes. We will not only collect corpse cores but also the livestock and plants we collected today. We will take in any other poultry as well. Han Yang responded with a cheerful smile. As for how to keep in touch, he pondered for a moment and decided to be forthright. Their location was not particularly secretive, and any passerby on the coastal highway at night could see the brightly lit Jinsha Island. However, very few dared to venture out after dark. Still, as time progressed, more would begin to emerge. It was only a matter of time before their location would be discovered. Xiao Chuan now comprehended the disparity between them and realized it was of little consequence to divulge this information. Brother Xiao, you know Jinsha Island is approximately 4 kilometers east of here, near the coast? Of course. But isn't it currently under development? Xiao Chuan asked in surprise. So, Brother Han, you are situated there? That place is quite desirable. Indeed. Should you require any further transactions, you can find me at the service area by the coast there. The road to our island has been cleared, Han Yang said with a smile. Absolutely, Xiao Chuan replied, patting his chest. Then, with a hint of shyness, he inquired. I was wondering when the awakening potion you mentioned last time might become available? Han Yang glanced at the wilted corpse grass and the 20 corpse cores in his possession. He was capable of crafting one right now. However, this corpse flower cannot be given to him. Our own people have yet to awaken completely. Nevertheless, it is unwise to keep him hanging. Han Yang calculated carefully and said, if Chief Xiao can gather 100 corpse nuclei or corresponding supplies, I can allocate a potion for awakening to you in 6 days. Really? Xiao Chuan exclaimed with delight. Of course. All right, it's settled then, Xiao Chuan said joyfully. Han Yang chuckled as well. Using the corpse flower and a few corpse nuclei given by Xiao Chuan to exchange for 100 nuclei or several carts of supplies. Han Yang and his companions exerted minimal effort and spent little time, acquiring a substantial gain equivalent to 100 nuclei or goods without any cost. Such immense profit. Moreover, this model is sustainable. As long as they maintain this approach, Han Yang and his companions need not worry about sustenance in the future, even if they find themselves lacking. They can simply offer bounties externally, and there will be plenty willing to run errands for the potion of awakening. Of course, idleness is not an option. Only by possessing sufficient strength can they safeguard all of this. Currently, aside from Zhao Jia, Lu Bin, and Lu Li, all their members have already awakened. Once the corpse flower is transported back to the island and cultivated, Han Yang will also arrange for the awakening of the 3 of them. The next step will involve selling a small quantity of awakening potions while promoting their own members to the 2nd tier. By then, he should have ascended to the 3rd tier as well. Thus, they can maintain an overwhelming superiority over external forces. At this moment, Han Yang completely forgot about Li Ku. That little brat can wait for now. Since Brother Han's supplies are running low, we won't be coming over tomorrow. We'll return once we gather the necessary supplies, or nuclei. After some contemplation, Xiao Chuan spoke again. Han Yang detected a hint of smugness in his words and couldn't help but inquire. It seems Chief Xiao has discovered a good place? Oh. It can't compare to Brother Han's Grand Market. It's merely a small supermarket. Xiao Chuan's smile grew more pronounced. I see. Han Yang nodded. We are not currently lacking in food. If Chief Xiao wishes to exchange food for the awakening potion, we prefer items with a shelf life of over a year. Xiao Chuan's smile faltered for a moment. Naturally. He too desired to store long-lasting items. However, since Han Yang is the one in charge, if he wants the awakening potion, he must comply with his demands. It's not just about the long shelf life. Even if the exchange rate for nuclei and food changes, he must accept it begrudgingly. The two chatted a while longer, and the supplies were quickly counted and loaded. Once everything was packed, Xiao Chuan waved to Han Yang, saying, Brother Han, we shall take our leave now. See you in a few days. All right, see you later. Xiao Chuan's convoy slowly departed. Han Yang pointed to the 2 oxen tied nearby and said to Meng Xian, Little Xian, please drive these 2 onto the vehicle. All right. Meng Xian rolled up her sleeves and went to pull the 2 calves. To her surprise, the calves were quite stubborn and refused to follow her. Humph. You dare to defy me. Meng Xian let out a snort, her small hand striking the rear of a calf with a sharp clap. The startled calf stumbled forward, nearly losing its balance and toppling to the ground. Moo. The other calf, frightened by the commotion, attempted to flee, but was firmly held in place by the rope that Meng Xian grasped. Observing this scene, Han Yang chuckled softly and then retrieved several corpse cores, burying them within the pot of the corpse grass. Instantly, the previously drooping corpse grass straightened its leaves, reviving with newfound vigor. Indeed, Yi Xiaokui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This time, Han Yang did not carry her, thereby confirming some of her previous speculations. Chapter 138. Thank you. Brother-in-law, I hadn't informed you earlier, but now you are wholly mine, so I shall no longer conceal it from you. Han Yang chuckled softly. Is that so? However, it seems there is still someone here who does not belong to you, is there not? Yu Xiaoqian shot him a glance, her eyes drifting toward Qin Lan beside her. We are all on the same side. Han Yang hastily diverted the conversation, recounting Qin Fang's abilities and the potential of the corpse nucleus to cultivate spiritual plants, as well as speculations about spiritual fish and beasts. The more Yi Xiaoqian listened, the more earnest she became, her eyes sparkling with growing confidence in the future. Meanwhile, Qin Lan, hearing this for the first time, wore an expression of astonishment on her cool visage. Ming Xian had been engaged in a struggle with the two calves, leading them away, and thus missed the earlier discussion. Your arrangements are quite commendable. Yi Xiaokuei nodded in agreement after hearing Han Yang's plans for the future. Now that we have been in this apocalypse for 14 days, we are no longer lacking in supplies. In the coming period, a multitude of survivors will begin to emerge, so the most pressing matter is to enhance our strength. You mentioned having a method to catch spiritual fish. Why not take Qin Lan and Li Chunchun with you tomorrow to give it a try? Qin Lan's ability can preserve freshness, and Li Chunchun's skill can help you sense the creatures in the ocean. Yi Xiaokuei suggested. What about the marketplace then? Han Yang hesitated. There are no significant supplies left at the market, and we have traversed that path numerous times. Meng Xian and I can manage. Han Yang reflected seriously. He realized that he had overly protected the women. With their abilities awakening and their training in body forging, their strength had undergone a qualitative leap. They were no longer threatened by ordinary zombies or survivors, and even against mutated zombies, escaping should pose no issue. Han Yang felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia, akin to a parent watching their child venture out into the world alone. However, this should indeed be the norm in the apocalypse. All right. Han Yang nodded in agreement. Thinking of the children venturing out, Han Yang recalled Nan Nan, who had not returned for 2 days and nights. Were it not for his ability to sense her approximate location, which was ever-changing, he would have been genuinely concerned for her safety. Perhaps I should go check on her later, he pondered. Having made up his mind, he declared, since we have decided, let the remaining time this afternoon be spent familiarizing yourselves with each other. I will take the two calves back first and also deal with the zombies. Eh, Brother Han? You were leaving? At that moment, Ming Xian returned, ushering the two calves into the vehicle. Yes. Han Yang reiterated Yu Xiaokuei's suggestion. Oh, I see. Brother Han. Rest assured, we will be just fine. Meng Xian patted her chest, causing a delightful tremor. Han Yang found his gaze lingering a bit too long, reminiscing about the morning when Ming Xian had pressed his head down. I must seize the opportunity to win Ming Xian over and thoroughly explore her bountiful charms. It is likely that Ming Xian would not refuse. Han Yang pondered several thoughts in his mind, ultimately diverting his gaze reluctantly under Yi Xiaokuei's intense scrutiny. Since he had decided to leave, he needed to consider the issue of controlling several zombies. Han Yang resolved to abandon a few. They returned to the warehouse entrance, where the zombies he controlled gradually returned. 8 zombies stood in a neat row, including the earliest controlled wild mutant female zombie, whose ability was visual perception. 3 zombies who had awakened their abilities yesterday, and 4 newly mutated zombies from today. Regrettably, aside from Sha Sha, none of these 8 zombies exhibited any signs of regaining intelligence. However, Sha Sha, though still somewhat reticent, seemed to possess a glimmer of liveliness in her gaze, no longer as lifeless as before. Though Han Yang could not tell if it was merely an illusion. How will you transport so many zombies back? Especially with such a large one? Yu Xiaokuei remarked, eyeing the orderly array of 8 female zombies. Forget it. I am currently at full capacity for contracts and need to abandon a few zombies to contract Li Chunchun and utilize her abilities. Han Yang circled around the female zombies, deciding to forego the giant zombie and the defensive ability zombie. As for the plant zombie, never mind, that was also not an option. The thought of it turning entirely green was inconceivable. Han Yang commanded the clawed zombie to eliminate 3 of the zombies, retrieving their course. He then instructed the remaining 5 zombies to board the vehicle, squeezing in alongside the calves. The 2 calves, upon seeing the 5 zombies, became restless but, surrounded as they were, dared not make any sudden movements, instead huddling quietly in the corner. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction, secured the car door, and took his seat with Sha Sha in the driver S and passenger S seats. I'll head back first. You 3 be cautious. Han Yang waved goodbye to the 3 women, started the car, and soon returned to the service area by the shore. Lu Bin, Lu Li, and Li Ku were unloading the supplies brought back earlier. Lacking the physique of awakened ones, their pace in transporting goods was relatively slow. Lu Bin and Lu Li had seen some improvement in their physical condition after several days of body tempering exercises. Li Ku, on the other hand, relied entirely on his original stamina, having long since become breathless, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to stop and complain of fatigue. This garnered Lu Bin's newfound respect for him. Come, let us take a break. Han Yang stepped out of the car, handing them a few bottles of chilled beverages. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Bin accepted the drink and then passed it to Lu Li and Li Ku. Lu Li sweetly echoed, thank you, brother-in-law. That's what I call a harmonious couple. At that moment, Lu Bin noticed Li Ku's dazed acceptance of the drink without any response and playfully tapped his head. Speak up. Oh, thank you, brother-in-law. Han Yang looked at him with curiosity. Li Ku realized he had misspoken, his face immediately flushing with embarrassment. Much to his surprise, Han Yang beamed with delight, saying, "I love that title. Say it again." Ultimately, Li Ku, feeling shy, could not bring himself to repeat it. Han Yang paid it no mind, instead addressing Lu Bin. "Li Ku is still young. There is no need for him to constantly engage in heavy labor. Teach him more about body tempering techniques." After Qingqing's explanation, Han Yang has come to understand that the body tempering technique is specifically designed for ordinary individuals. As awakened beings, they can learn the primordial formula through Qingqing's guidance. But what of those who remain unawakened? The body tempering technique enables ordinary people to absorb qi into their bodies and integrate it through consistent practice, with unwavering dedication over a few years. Even exceptionally talented ordinary individuals can gradually develop a sense of qi. At that point, with the guidance of a master, they too can successfully cultivate the primordial formula. I have also advised him, yet this young fellow is quite stubborn. He insists on joining us. Lu Bin chuckled, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Stubborn? Perfect. I have brought back two equally obstinate beings. Let him take care of them. Han Yang opened the car door, leaving Lu Bin and the others utterly astonished. Chapter 139. Where on earth did these cattle come from? In a city where one scarcely encounters any living souls, to find cows is utterly astonishing. They were even procured through trade with humans. Han Yang instructed several zombies to disembark. Lika gazed at the scene with wonder. Previously, out of curiosity regarding Han Yang's abilities, he had inquired with Lu Bin, hence he was not overly surprised by the presence of zombies in the vehicle. Yet, he pondered inwardly, only those contracted by Han Yang truly belong to this team. When would he himself be contracted? Must he truly address him as brother-in-law? Ever since learning that Han Yang possessed the means to awaken ordinary individuals, Li Ku had abandoned any thoughts of leaving. Even if he were to depart, it would only be after his own awakening. These two cows will be entrusted to your care. There is ample grassland surrounding us. When you have leisure, simply lead them around and feed them. All right, brother-in-law. Lu Bin nodded, but upon noticing Li Ku's dazed expression, he delivered a sharp slap to his back. This task is yours. Speak up. All right, brother-in-law. Li Ku blurted out instinctively. Good. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Although Li Ku still felt a tad awkward addressing him as brother-in-law, it was a marked improvement from before. He couldn't help but inquire again, brother-in-law. When will you contract me? Indeed, such matters, much like donning women's attire, become increasingly natural after the first time. Oh right. Han Yang smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about this matter. He then made a small incision on his skin, allowing a drop of blood to flow into a bottle. Here, drink this. Afterward, he shifted to Chen Fang's ability, and the wound healed instantly. All right, brother-in-law. Li Ku accepted the drink and gulped down most of it in a few swigs. Han Yang immediately sensed a connection being established between them. Now, you all carry on. I shall return to the island for a moment. After issuing this command, Han Yang instructed the zombies to reboard the vehicle and set off towards the island once more. Upon returning to the island, Han Yang drove straight to the villa. He then carried the ing corpse grass into the spiritual plant cultivation chamber. This particular ing corpse grass had already matured into 3-lobed leaves, theoretically ready for harvest to awaken someone. However, Han Yang decided against using it for the time being. He wished to allow it to continue growing to full maturity, enabling Chen Fang's ability to advance. After all, there was another ing corpse grass that had also been hastened to maturity and had developed 3 leaves. Han Yang intended to let it grow further before using it to awaken Zhao Jia, curious to see if the effects of hastened growth would differ. Chen Fang and Li Chunchun were not present in the villa. Han Yang glanced from afar and noticed them practicing body-strengthening techniques under Qingqing's guidance. He chose not to interrupt, observing that the day was still young, and decided to visit the water pavilion to see Nan Nan. This time, Han Yang did not take the cargo truck, but opted for the escort vehicle. The distance to the water pavilion was not far, comparable to that of the shopping mall, merely differing in direction, one to the south and the other to the north. Along the way, he encountered several zombies, which he disregarded as he sped through, swiftly arriving at the water pavilion community. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Han Yang was astonished to discover that the parking barrier, which had previously been struck open, was now obstructed by debris. The entire neighborhood had reverted to a state of confinement. Did Nan Nan do this? Han Yang murmured to himself. With no means to drive through, he had no choice but to exit the vehicle armed, simultaneously opening the door to allow several female zombies to spill out in succession. The main gate was blocked, yet the smaller entrance remained accessible, albeit ensnared by wire. Han Yang stationed one zombie to guard the vehicle while he and Sha Sha led the remaining zombies through the smaller entrance into the community. Inside, the previously bustling zombies were nowhere to be found, nor were there any corpses, only some dark red stains lingered on the ground. He made his way directly to Nan Nan's villa, sensing her current position and condition. Her breathing was steady and unhurried, indicating she was likely asleep. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Nan Nan's home, Xiao Shan was diligently practicing body conditioning techniques. Beside her, a beautiful woman attempted to mimic her movements. However, in stark contrast to Xiao Shan's precision, the woman's actions were merely superficial, lacking true effectiveness. Still, she persisted in her imitation. Having overheard earlier that Nan Nan's teachings could rapidly enhance strength to reach her level, the woman couldn't help but feel envious of Nan Nan's elusive abilities and formidable strength, yearning for the power to protect herself. Unfortunately, Nan Nan had only instructed Xiao Shan and had neither guided her nor prohibited her from learning. Thus, she could only follow Xiao Shan's lead. Just as the woman was earnestly trying to grasp Xiao Shan's movements, she suddenly noticed Xiao Shan halt, her expression turning to one of alarm, before rushing into the house. "What is happening?" the woman inquired, following closely behind as they ascended to the second floor. Near Nan Nan's room, a group of 6 individuals was approaching. Xiao Shan knocked urgently on the door. Creak. The door swung open swiftly as Nan Nan emerged, a tang knife in hand, her face still bearing traces of sleepiness, yet her eyes shone with clarity. Without waiting for Xiao Shan to explain, Nan Nan stated directly, "I just sense the malice of these 6 individuals. 1 is neutral, while 5 exude hostility." Xiao Shan closed her eyes to concentrate, then exclaimed, "They are nearly at the door. Remain calm." Nan Nan replied, composed. She stepped onto the second-floor balcony to gaze outward, fortuitously spotting Han Yang leading a throng of zombies around the corner. Upon recognizing Han, she felt an immense relief wash over her. Xiao Shan and the woman also caught sight of Han Yang, leading a horde of zombies, and were struck by astonishment. "Those must be zombies behind him," the woman gasped. "Yes, there is no need for concern. They are our allies." Nan Nan yawned, a wave of sleepiness washing over her. "Our allies?" Xiao Shan and the woman exchanged glances, both feeling a slight alleviation of their anxiety. "Come, let us go open the door together." Nan Nan yawned again and was the first to descend the stairs. At that moment, Han Yang arrived at the door and, noticing Nan Nan's weary expression, felt a pang of sympathy. "Have you not been resting well these past few days?" he inquired gently. Nan Nan's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears as she rushed into Han Yang's embrace. "Brother Han." Han Yang held her tightly, concerned. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Simultaneously, he noticed the 2 women behind Nan Nan. "I found my father, but..." Nan Nan's voice trembled, leaving her unable to continue. Han Yang softly patted her back, offering solace. "Do not worry, Brother Han and Sha Sha are here. We will always be by your side." After a brief moment of sadness, Nan Nan quickly composed herself, breaking free from Han Yang's embrace to run toward Sha Sha. "Sha Sha, do you still remember me?" Nan Nan. Sha Sha tilted her head, gazing at her. "Yes, yes." Nan Nan's face lit up with joy. Chapter 140. Mental Intimidation. I almost forgot to introduce you." Nan Nan turned around and pointed at Xiao Shan, saying, "This is Xiao Shan, a high school student I found in the neighborhood." Xiao Shan, slightly anxious, looked at Han Yang and greeted, "Hello." Nan Nan then gestured towards the woman. "This is Sister Lan, a neighbor from our community. We've met a few times, and she has a good relationship with my mother." "Hello, I am Shi Xianglan." Shi Xianglan introduced herself with poise. "Yes, I am Han Yang, Nan Nan's boyfriend." Han Yang nodded at the 2 and continued, "Let us converse inside." He stationed 2 zombies at the door and led everyone back to the living room. "Nan Nan, uncle, how have you arranged things?" "I buried him in the community garden." Nan Nan briefly recounted the events of the past 2 days. After arriving here on the first night, she began to clear the zombies within the neighborhood, during which she encountered Xiao Shan. After ensuring Xiao Shan was settled, she continued her efforts. As dawn approached, fearing that bringing Xiao Shan back to the island might pose dangers, she decided to stay in the community. After waking up in the afternoon and having a bite to eat, she resumed her task of clearing the zombies. The Huaxia Garden community was already sparsely populated, and as dusk fell, she managed to eliminate all the roaming zombies without discovering her parents. Consequently, Nan Nan started to scour the interiors of the villas, and upon reaching Shi Xianglan's residence, she recognized her. Seeing Nan Nan's remarkable abilities in dispatching zombies with such efficiency, Shi Xianglan expressed her desire to accompany her, primarily due to the depletion of food and water in her own home, leaving her hungry for 2 days. Upon learning that Nan Nan was searching for her parents, and leveraging her slight connection to Nan Nan's mother, she successfully convinced Nan Nan to take her in. After bringing Shi Xianglan back to her villa and entrusting her to Xiao Shan, Nan Nan continued her exploration of the other villas. It was not until the early hours of dawn that she stumbled upon a severely decayed corpse in the yard of one of the villas. By examining the clothing, accessories, and certain physical traits, she confirmed it was her father. Suppressing her sorrow, Nan Nan prepared her father's remains for burial and subsequently found a spot in the community garden to lay him to rest. Please take me to pay respects to my uncle shortly. Han Yang offered some words of comfort before inquiring. So, does that mean your mother is still unaccounted for? Yes. Sister Xianglan mentioned she had seen my mother around the community these past few days. She might have gone out. Sure, Xianglan. Noticing Han Yang's gaze upon her, quickly added, I cannot be certain, but there are only 2 or 3 households that haven't been searched yet. If those are cleared and she is still missing, she has likely gone out. Given that there were only 2 or 3 households left, it seemed unlikely that Nan Nan would cease her search. Are the remaining households uncooperative? Han Yang speculated. Yes, Nan Nan hesitated before nodding. In one villa, there are 3 individuals, and it appears that one of them possesses abilities and harbors significant malice towards us. Nan Nan recounted Xiao Shan's abilities and shared her experiences exploring the villa. Han Yang cast a surprised glance at Xiao Shan. The ability to sense the morality of others? How intriguing. However, his expression turned grave as he pondered Nan Nan's unsettling encounter at the villa. So, upon approaching the villa, you involuntarily lost your abilities and were engulfed by fear, rendering you incapable of normal actions? Yes, but once I distanced myself from the villa, I returned to normal, which leads me to suspect the presence of an ability user inside. Nan Nan conveyed, still shaken. Your suspicion is not unfounded. It appears to be the work of a psychic ability user, Han Yang surmised. In truth, both Han Yang and Yi Xiaoque, as well as Qing Qing, belong to the category of psychic ability users, albeit each employs their mental faculties in distinct ways. Psychic abilities? Yes, akin to the dragons might found in anime or games. Nevertheless, I believe psychic intimidation is a more fitting term. After Han Yang spoke, he turned to Xiao Shan. Weren't there 3 individuals present? What was the emotional state of the other 2 towards you? It was gray. Gray is a first for me, indicating an absence of emotion. Xiao Shan, who had been intently listening to their analysis, felt a bit flustered when suddenly addressed. An absence of emotion? Han Yang inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Xiao Shan recalled another detail and continued, the ability user in that villa is male. I encountered him before meeting Sister Nan Nan. He greeted me and attempted to lure me into his home with food. Sensing his ill intentions and perceiving a yellow emotion, I ignored him and fled. Did you notice how many people were in his house at that time? Han Yang pressed on. I think there were 2. Xiao Shan replied uncertainly. Understood. Han Yang nodded, beginning to grasp the nature of this individual. He had seen many such cases in his past life. Some sought wealth, others sought lust. And some pursued both, even resorting to violence. I will send a zombie to probe the situation. Do you need more time to rest? Han Yang asked Nan Nan. No. I'm ready. Let us go together. All right. The group exited the villa, and under Nan Nan's guidance, they approached the vicinity of the ominous structure. Han Yang instructed the sensing female zombie to advance cautiously towards the villa. Initially, everything seemed normal, but as the sensing zombie neared the villa's entrance, it suddenly halted. Han Yang abruptly realized that the mental tether connecting him to the sensing zombie was being inexplicably strained, rendering it unstable. The sensing zombie's body twisted unnaturally for a moment before it broke free from Han Yang's control, appearing to flee in terror from an unseen entity. How fascinating. Han Yang remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No sooner had he spoken than the sensing zombie, having fled a short distance, came to a stop again. Now beyond the influence of the ability user within the villa, Han Yang regained control of the sensing zombie. Can even Brother Han's control over the zombie be affected? Nan Nan expressed her astonishment. The perceptive female zombie is a wild awakened being, inherently resisting my control. Han Yang remarked indifferently. Let me try a different approach. This time, Han Yang dispatched the strength-type zombie that had awakened the previous day. The strength-type zombie was a petite female sales assistant, the earliest contract he had made. Since awakening her abilities, she had experienced remarkable growth, almost catching up to Mingxian. As the strength-type female zombie approached the villa, Han Yang once again sensed signs of interference with his mental tether. However, this time the female zombie did not lose control, following Han Yang's command. She forcefully kicked open the partially ajar iron door and entered the courtyard. My friend, we bear no grudges from the past, nor enmity in the present. We have always kept to our own affairs. Why have you suddenly intruded into my home? At that moment, a man appeared on the second floor of the villa. His face darkened as he glared at Han Yang. Upon noticing Sha, Nan Nan, Xiao Shan, and Shi Xianglan behind Han Yang, a glimmer of greedy desire to possess them flickered in his eyes. Chapter 141. Gritting teeth find someone. All the inhabitants of your villa should come out. We need not enter. Han Yang remarked languidly. I do not possess the individual you seek. The man retorted coldly. You are trespassing on private property. If you do not vacate, do not blame me for being inhospitable. Oh, I am quite eager to witness your notion of inhospitability. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. And the strength-based female zombie, upon receiving his command, immediately tensed her muscles and darted to the front of the door. With a resounding thud, the villa security gate was sent flying by the forceful kick of the female zombie, leaving the door wide open. The man on the second floor instantly paled. Realizing he had no time to use the bow and arrow he had just drawn, he set the bow aside and quickly drew a sharp long sword, positioning himself at the top of the stairs, waiting to ambush. Unfortunately, Han Yang did not allow the female zombie to act recklessly. He could not see inside the villa and thus found it difficult to control her in battle. His intention was merely to divert the man's attention. Stealthily, he approached, confident that his second-tier abilities would provide substantial resistance to the first-tier mental intimidation. Suddenly, a thought crossed Han Yang's mind regarding Xiao Shan's powers. He sliced his finger, allowing a drop of blood to escape, and said to Xiao Shan, "Here, consume this." Xiao Shan appeared bewildered. "It's nothing serious. Brother Han wishes to borrow your ability. By consuming his blood, you will truly join us," Nan Nan explained. Not sensing any malice from Han Yang and trusting Nan Nan, Xiao Shan promptly ingested the blood. Han Yang instantly established a connection with her, shifting to utilize Xiao Shan's powers. The scene before him seemed to become translucent, revealing 3 figures in his line of sight. 2 were shrouded in gray, presumably lying on the ground, while the third, emanating a red glow and wielding a sword, stood guard at the staircase. Han Yang felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him. "Found you." Han Yang switched to the strength of the female zombie, leaping effortlessly to the roof of an adjacent villa. Transitioning back to Xiao Shan's abilities, he meticulously noted the man's position, raising his long spear to aim at the target. Channeling all his strength. "Here you go." The silver spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the glass opposite him, striking the man from behind before he could react. With a thud, the spear lodged firmly into the wall, while the man was sent tumbling down the stairs by the tremendous force. Switching back to Xiao Shan's abilities to assess the situation, Han Yang leaped down and addressed Nan Nan. "Getting too close makes one susceptible to his abilities. We can attack from a distance. It is all under control now. Let us proceed inside." "Is that all there is to it?" Xiao Shan exclaimed in disbelief. Shi Xianglan mirrored the sentiment of incredulity. "Hee, Brother Han is truly formidable." Nan Nan proudly nodded. Following Han Yang into the villa, the strength-based female zombie awaited at the entrance. While the interior of the villa was in disarray due to the forceful entry of the security door, Han Yang disregarded the chaos, stepping over the scattered debris, and headed straight to the staircase leading to the second floor. On the platform in the middle of the staircase, a man lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, with a gaping wound in his chest seeping blood profusely. At that moment, the man caught sight of Han Yang, his expression filled with despair and fury. "Why?" he croaked, his voice hoarse and weak, as he seemed on the brink of death. Han Yang, however, paid him no heed and proceeded straight to the second floor. In the living room on the second floor, Han Yang encountered 2 women, 2 naked women. Behind them, they bore tails resembling those of dogs, and chains were fastened around their necks as they knelt on the ground. Upon seeing Han Yang, they slightly wagged their tails, their faces adorned with a vacant yet somewhat submissive grin. Han Yang let out a faint sigh at the sight. Nan Nan followed closely behind and was equally taken aback by this scene. "This beast." Nan Nan gritted her teeth in rage. How could he do this? At the same time, Xiao Shan and Shi Xianglan also ascended the stairs. "Ah," Xiao Shan gasped, while Shi Xianglan covered her mouth in astonishment. "That is, Aunt Song. How could she have ended up like this?" Xiao Shan exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 142, Gratitude in Xiao Lan's Recollection. Aunt Song exuded a gentle grace and an air of nobility, yet at this moment, she appeared akin to a lost dog, staring blankly at her, devoid of any recognition of a familiar face. "Do you know them?" Nan Nan, who was searching for clothes for the 2 women, inquired. "I know the one on the left. She is Aunt Song from the house next door," Xiao Shan managed to utter, grappling with the overwhelming shock of the scene before her, which was far too intense for a high school student. I know the one on the right," exclaimed Shi Xianglan, a glimmer of relief in her eyes. "She lives in the house behind mine, but I can't recall her name. They are all survivors from the neighborhood. I suspect there are more than just these 2. Others may have fallen victim," Han Yang remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. The reason for their current state, he mused, was likely due to prolonged psychological torment inflicted by that man, leading to their eventual mental breakdown. In simpler terms, they had been utterly destroyed. How infuriating. Nan Nan draped clothing over the 2 women, only to have them tremble and shake it off in fear. "I will go and kill him," she declared angrily, storming down the stairs, only to return shortly, dejected. What a disgrace, allowing him to die so easily. She cursed. An uncommon outburst from her. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. You may encounter even more despicable beings in the future, Han Yang thought, shaking his head. recalling Lu Tianliang, a heartless adversary he had yet to meet. The atrocities committed by that man far exceeded those of the one before them. Once the women on the island grew stronger, he resolved to pay Lu a visit and become better acquainted with him. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Han Yang's eyes. As he continued to explore the room, he stumbled upon a rough sketch depicting the layout of the entire neighborhood, with several villas marked with crosses, likely indicating those that had been searched by that man. In addition, Nan Nan's villa was distinctly highlighted. It seemed he had been aware of Nan Nan's presence for some time. Perhaps he had refrained from acting against her, having witnessed her dealing with zombies? Han Yang shook his head, not delving deeper into the thought. Nan, let us depart. There is no sign of your mother here. She may truly have gone out. There is nothing left to search for. Come back to the island with me today. What will happen to them? Nan asked, glancing at the two women who remained unable to rise or don their clothing, regardless of how much support they received. They have succumbed to mental collapse. Even before the apocalypse, psychological issues were the most challenging to contend with, Han Yang stated, his tone flat. They are unsuited to survive in this harsh world. Let us grant them some peace. Understood, Nan replied after a moment of silence, her voice laced with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan could not help but cover her mouth and weep, while Shi Xianglan felt a pang of empathy, realizing that had she not encountered Nan, she too might have met a similar fate. Thus, they remained silent, recognizing that this might indeed be the most merciful outcome. Go on downstairs. I will take care of this, Han Yang said, noting the dwindling daylight. Brother Han, allow me to assist. Nan did not leave. Instead, she approached Han Yang's side. There is no need for compulsion. It is I who, under your protection, have perhaps overlooked the treachery of human hearts. I wish to remember that vividly. Han Yang silently nodded. He observed as Nan rendered their assailants unconscious, allowing them to perish in ignorance, before subsequently damaging their brainstems to prevent them from becoming zombies. Ultimately, the two of them united their efforts to lay the two to rest nearby. Nan then took Xiaoshan and Shi Xianglan back to gather their belongings, while Han Yang went to pay his respects to Nan's father. By the time they had organized everything, dusk had already descended. The group returned to the transport vehicle, setting off towards Golden Sand Island. Throughout the journey, the women remained silent until they caught sight of a brilliant sunset on the horizon, which lightened the atmosphere slightly. Lu Bin had been attentively watching for Han Yang's return. Upon spotting the transport vehicle, he promptly opened the iron gate. You're back, brother-in-law. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Nan in the passenger seat, causing his greeting to falter. Sister Nan is back too. Nan, not in high spirits, merely nodded, refraining from any retort. Call her Sister Nan. Lu Bin exclaimed, nudging Li Ke beside him to ease the awkwardness. And Nan's sister. Li Ke stammered, mesmerized by Nan's striking beauty. How is it that every person by my brother-in-law's side is a beauty? Nan nodded in acknowledgement, but did not elaborate further. All right, we shall take our leave. You all should rest early. All right, brother-in-law, take care. Seeing that Nan did not regard him with disdain, Lu Bin felt a surge of confidence. Once Han Yang and the others had departed, Lu Bin remarked, 2 more beauties have arrived, one older and one younger. My brother-in-law certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Chapter 143, a bit challenging, hey? Hey, you address him as brother-in-law, and yet you express such astonishment at his affairs with women? Li Ke silently scoffed in his heart. Young man, broaden your perspective. Did you not notice that Nan just now? She is indeed the legitimate girlfriend of your brother-in-law. By ancient standards, she is the foremost lady, the rightful consort. And to offend anyone would be to offend her, Lu Bin advised. Li Ke could only lament helplessly. But I truly envy my brother-in-law. How can he manage so many women effortlessly? I can barely handle one, and it leaves me utterly exhausted. Lu Bin instinctively adjusted his waist. Li Ke gazed at him with a hint of envy. I yearn to support my waist, yet I have not had the chance. Young man, do not be impatient. Your time to revel will come, but it would be best to wait until your abilities awaken and your body strengthens. Otherwise, this waist may not withstand it. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan and Shi Xianglan gazed in wonder at the landscapes on either side. As dusk deepened, lights began to illuminate the island, making their eyes sparkle with delight. How long had it been since they last beheld such radiance? Once we reach the island, you two can freshen up properly. Also, there are clothes and shoes. You may choose what you like. As they approached the island, Nan's spirits brightened considerably, and she introduced herself to the two. Soon, Han Yang drove the vehicle to the villa's front. The women had returned and were preparing dinner. Upon seeing Nan and Han Yang enter, they all rose to surround Nan. Nan has finally returned. We've missed you dearly. Indeed. How could you be away for so long? And who are these two? They did not overlook Xiaoshan and Shi Xianglan standing behind. Xiaoshan and Shi Xianglan were already awestruck. Before them stood several women, some tall and statuesque, others exuding a cool sophistication, some with delicate features, and others radiating youthful allure. Each possessed her unique charm. Yet they all shared one commonality: they were all stunningly beautiful. I would like to introduce everyone. Nan Nan responded to the enthusiastic greetings of her sisters and introduced Xiao Shan and Shi Xianglan. The two also introduced themselves. Upon hearing Shi Xianglan mention her age nearing 40, everyone was incredulous. Sister Xianglan appears to be merely in her 30s. What is your secret to such remarkable upkeep? There's no special regimen. I simply enjoy doing yoga while relaxing at home. Shi Xianglan was quite adept at socializing, quickly integrating with the group. In contrast, Xiao Shan, though inexperienced in social matters, was the youngest and received considerable attention, allowing her to assimilate into the gathering swiftly. Ultimately, Yi Xiaokui led the two back to her villa, where she found 2 rooms. Upon entering the opulently decorated chambers, complete with all amenities and especially a grand bathtub, the two could hardly contain their joy. They hurried inside to freshen up, having not indulged in a proper wash for some time. Nan Nan also returned to her room for a refreshing bath. By the time she descended again, dinner was already laid out, and the little dog had mysteriously reappeared from somewhere. Upon sighting Nan Nan, he immediately dashed over, exuberantly circling her, his tail wagging like a windmill. Ah, how much little Huang has grown in just 2 days. Once merely half a meter tall, he has suddenly shot up to nearly 50 centimeters. Han Yang was equally astonished, recalling the fish he had fed at noon. He hadn't expected such a significant growth spurt in merely half a day. It is no longer appropriate to call him Little Huang. He should be referred to as Big Huang now. Nan Nan affectionately patted the dog's head, and Big Huang comfortably sprawled on the ground, exposing his belly. After amusing Big Huang for a while, Xiao Shan and Shi Xianglan returned to the villa. The group enjoyed a lively dinner together. After the meal, Qing did not seek Han Yang for practice. Instead, she led the women in training. This left Han Yang feeling somewhat out of place, but he eventually joined them, appreciating the exquisite scene of women gracefully bending and raising their legs. His blood surged with excitement. Training continued until after 10 o'clock, when Qing finally announced the end of the session. As they were leaving, Yi Xiaokui discreetly tugged at him and cast a flirtatious glance. Han Yang understood. Yet, he recalled the words of Sun Wanyu. Instinctively, he glanced towards her. Sun Wanyu met his gaze shyly for a brief moment before lowering her head and walking away. Ah, this is rather complicated. Chapter 144, Developing Influence at this moment. Han Yang found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he seek out Yi Xiaokui or Sun Wanyu? The complications that arise from having too many women. If only they could be together. Shaking his head, Han Yang resolved to return to his room to freshen up. It would be inappropriate to visit Yi Xiaokui's room under the scrutinizing eyes of others. Perhaps he could utilize Nan Nan's abilities? That way, he would not be so conspicuous. However, the condition was that Nan Nan must not discover it. Upon returning to the villa, Han Yang noticed Nan Nan chatting and laughing with Qing as they entered Qing's room, stirring something within him. He swiftly activated Nan Nan's abilities, melding into the night, and hurried toward Yi Xiaokui's villa. Inside the room, Xiao Shan was preparing to sleep when she suddenly noticed a figure swiftly approaching. Judging by the silhouette, it was a man. Although the newcomer bore no ill intent, Xiao Shan felt a pang of worry. She quietly opened the door to observe, but found no one in the corridor. Yet, through her perceptual vision, she could clearly see a man ahead. It must be Brother Han. He is utilizing Nan Nan's abilities. Xiao Shan quickly grasped the situation, but in the next moment, a wave of curiosity washed over her. What could Brother Han be sneaking over to do? Han Yang was unaware of Yi Xiaokui's room, but he could sense her location through his mental tether. He soon arrived at the door of her room. Turning the handle, he found it unlocked. With a gentle push, the door swung open. The room was empty, with a few garments scattered across the bed. From the adjacent bathroom, the faint sound of running water could be heard. Han Yang felt a rush of warmth in his heart as he swiftly shed his clothing and pushed open the bathroom door. Brother Han and Sister Xiaoqui. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shan gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment. In her perceptual vision, the luminous figure representing Han Yang was entwined with another unmistakably female form. Xiao Shan recalled that this was Yi Xiaokui's room, as she had been informed when selecting her own. Wasn't Brother Han's girlfriend Nan Nan? How could he be engaging in such activities with Sister Xiaokui? No wonder he had sneaked over. Xiao Shan mused, feeling a sense of injustice for Nan Nan. She was no longer a child. She understood what those two were up to. Though she intended to deactivate her abilities, her curiosity compelled her to continue observing. I am merely witnessing the act for the purpose of reporting to Sister Nan Nan. Xiao Shan clutched the blanket tightly, whispering to herself. Her bright, listening eyes were filled with a thirst for novel knowledge. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Had it finally concluded? Xiao Shan murmured. Her cheeks flushed as she jumped off the bed. Perhaps it was time for a shower. In Yushakue's room. What are your plans for the newly acquired corpse grass? Yushakue nestled within Han Yang's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. Han Yang caressed her skin, smooth as silk, and replied, "What thoughts do you have?" "None at all. I'll leave it all to you. After all, it makes no difference to whom it is given. It's all a matter of time." Yi Xiaokui playfully traced her fingers across his chest. "I plan to awaken the people on the island first," Han Yang casually remarked. "Humph, I knew it." Yi Xiaokui huffed. "Aren't you unwilling?" "Isn't Zhaojia your close friend?" Han Yang inquired, puzzled. "It's not a matter of unwillingness. I merely feel that yet another flower is about to be claimed by you." Yu Shakie pouted. "Soon, there will be no more close friends. They will all become your women." Han Yang chose silence, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her lips. Yu Shakie, with a touch of jealousy, appeared quite adorable. "Humph." She snuggled closer to Han Yang, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. "You little rascal still wish to play?" Who was it just now that begged for mercy? Yi Xiaokui's eyes flickered, torn between desire and trepidation. Ultimately, she restrained herself from teasing Han Yang further, fearing she might not rise from bed the next morning. "I heard that Nan Nan has cleaned up the water pavilion?" Yi Xiaokui attempted to change the subject. "Indeed. That place is quite nice. Since it has been tidied, leaving it vacant would be a waste." Yu Xiaokui narrowed her eyes. "What brilliant ideas do you have? Please, do share. I think, perhaps we could develop a subordinate force there. This force wouldn't require our direct management or the provision of resources. They could sustain themselves. They might even reciprocate by supplying us with necessary provisions. We would only need to control the mid-level management and elite combatants." Upon hearing Shakue's words, Han Yang immediately thought of Xiao Chuan. "Are you considering recruiting Xiao Chuan and his group?" "Anyone will do. Xiao Chuan and his crew are fine. As long as they are obedient. I might have a way." Han Yang nodded. "What method?" After a moment's hesitation, Han Yang decided to reveal his hypnotic abilities. Yushakie was astute and clever. Even without his explanation, she would likely remain vigilant if he successfully recruited Xiao Chuan and his associates. Over time, if they appeared compliant, she might even grow suspicious. It was better for her to know now. With her intelligence, it would benefit future planning and development. In truth, my abilities are not entirely uncontrollable. I can. Han Yang briefly explained his subconscious hypnotic capabilities. Yi Xiaokui had initially thought that the control over Xiao Chuan's group would be through awakening serums. She was surprised to discover Han Yang's hidden talents. Rather than feeling anger, her eyes sparkled with interest as countless ideas raced through her mind. The combination of subconscious hypnosis and awakening serums would ensure firm control over the group, and even future second-tier serums could be sold in limited quantities. Yushakie quickly aligned her thoughts with Han Yang's. "Unfortunately, this plan cannot be executed at present. We must wait until your third-tier quota increases once more." "That is remarkably insightful," Han Yang exclaimed, impressed that Yushakie not only identified the limitations of his current abilities but also anticipated his intentions regarding controlling the buyers of second-tier serums. "Then, when Xiao Chuan and his group come to trade next time, I shall test the waters." Han Yang nodded. After addressing the main matter, Yi Xiaokui's expression suddenly transformed into a semblance of a smile. "I questioned how I could so easily submit myself to you, asking if you had secretly dropped hints." "Absolutely not." Han Yang shook his head. "I merely wish for you to maintain goodwill and loyalty towards me, and to refrain from actions that betray our collective interests." "Humph. I shall momentarily take your word for it." Yushakie chose not to delve deeper. There was little point in probing further. Could she truly extricate herself from him? Moreover, there was no necessity to do so. In this brutal apocalypse, this place felt akin to paradise. Han Yang exhaled deeply, glancing at the time. It was already midnight. "It's late. Sun Wanyu said she would wait for my return. I wonder if she truly is?" Han Yang sensed Sun Wanyu's location through his consciousness and discovered that she was indeed in his room. Wait, why is Zhaojia here as well? After finishing her training that evening, Zhaojia returned to her room and indulged in a long bath. Once she had completed her cleansing rituals, she hesitated, contemplating her earlier decision. Did she truly intend to take the initiative? However, the thought that even the newly arrived girl had awakened her abilities while she remained an ordinary person spurred her resolve. Consequently, Zhaojia rummaged through her wardrobe and donned a scantily clad nightgown she had surreptitiously acquired that day. In the mirror, she beheld a woman of exquisite form, radiating an irresistible charm. Zhaojia's cheeks flushed as she questioned if her attire was inappropriate. Nevertheless, she ultimately chose not to change and quietly stepped out of her room. Inside the villa, everyone had already retired for the night, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. With utmost caution, Zhaojia exited her villa and entered Han Yang's. She was well acquainted with Han Yang's room. Having previously scouted it during the day, the door was unlocked. Without encountering any unexpected obstacles, she seamlessly entered Han Yang's room. To her slight relief, the room was empty, though it struck her as peculiar. Where had Han Yang gone? Had he perhaps visited someone else's room? Would her wait prove futile? Anxiously, she perched on the edge of the bed, uncertain whether to return. Time passed unmeasured until she suddenly heard faint footsteps outside. Someone had halted at Han Yang's door. Zhao Jia's heart raced as she fixated on the door. The door creaked open silently, just as she had entered. A graceful figure clad in a nightgown cautiously peeked inside. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Zhao Jia was momentarily dumbstruck. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Unable to contain her surprise, Sun Wanyu, having just closed the door, was startled by the voice. Upon realizing it was Zhao Jia, she too couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" The two women stared at each other, momentarily frozen in place. Why were both Sun Wanyu and Zhao Jia in my room? Sun Wanyu's presence was somewhat understandable, as she had hinted at it before. But Zhao Jia, could it be that Wanyu had brought her along? This was indeed a surprise for me. The mere thought of it stirred Han Yang's anticipation. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave. Han Yang gently kissed Yu Xiaoqiu, then scratched his head, wearing an apologetic expression. Yu Xiaoqiu wrinkled her nose slightly, feeling a tinge of discontent, however. Upon seeing Han Yang's sincere remorse, she quickly came to a realization. Well, Nan Nan has not returned for 2 days. It is only right that you go and keep her company. Go on, go on. If I hadn't given him a hint, he likely wouldn't have made it here tonight. Yu Xiaoqiu silently huffed. Tomorrow, I shall come back to play with you. Han Yang embraced Yu Xiaoqiu once more, sharing a tender kiss before feigning reluctance as he dressed. Sometimes. It is not so bad for women to be a bit clever. Han Yang secretly rejoiced. He hadn't even prepared an excuse, and Xiaoqiu had crafted one for him. He indeed wished to find Nan Nan, but she was engaged in intimate conversation with Qing Qing. If he went, he would likely be turned away. It would be wiser to seek out Sun Wanyu and Zhao Jia, for both were in his room. Upon exiting Yu Xiaoqiu's room, Han Yang immediately activated his abilities to meld into the shadows, eagerly rushing back to his own bedroom. Meanwhile, within Han Yang's bedroom, Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu were engaged in a silent standoff, each aware of the other's intentions, particularly given the nightwear they donned. Even a fool could deduce their purpose. Zhao Jia assumed that Sun Wanyu had already been intimate with Han Yang, while Sun Wanyu was surprised to find Zhao Jia had chosen a similar approach. The atmosphere was awkward for quite some time until Zhao Jia finally broke the silence. "This morning, I saw you leaving this villa. What brings you back here tonight?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu's expression became even more uncomfortable. "Last night, Sun Wanyu stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "What happened last night? Did you not enjoy yourself, and now you crave a man?" Zhao Jia teased. "That is not it. I waited all night and didn't see him." Zhao Jia burst into laughter, but quickly regained her composure. "So, you and Han Yang have not yet." Her gaze was intensely fixed on Sun Wanyu's graceful form, as if trying to see through her very essence. Sun Wanyu bashfully nodded. "Then you have already awakened your abilities? Why come here then? Could it be you truly desire a man?" I happened to run into brother Han Yang at the door when I returned this morning, and told him I would wait for him tonight." Sun Wanyu murmured softly. "Wait a minute. It's not as if I am the only one here. Why does it seem like I am the one committing infidelity?" Sun Wanyu, upon noticing Zhao Jia's scanty attire, suddenly felt emboldened. "And what about you? Did you not come here as well?" "Humph. I'm not the only one yearning for a man." "Wait." Zhao Jia, undeterred by Sun Wanyu's retort, focused intently on what Sun Wanyu had just murmured. "Are you suggesting that Han Yang will return tonight?" "He should, I think." Sun Wanyu replied uncertainly. "Then, you continue to wait. I shall take my leave." Zhao Jia promptly stood and dashed towards the door. Sun Wanyu's gaze followed her, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, just as Zhao Jia opened the door, a figure appeared at the threshold, and she could not halt her momentum, colliding directly into the stranger's embrace. Han Yang caught Zhao Jia, his hands feeling unexpectedly slick. And as he looked down at her, he noticed the low neckline of her sleepwear, revealing a breathtaking view from above. "Han! Brother Han!" Zhao Jia exclaimed in a flurry of surprise and modesty, attempting to extricate herself from Han Yang's hold. "Where are you off to, Zhao Jia?" Han Yang did not release her. Instead, he stepped forward, effortlessly closing the door behind them. I must return." Zhao Jia, glancing at the shut door, felt the heat of Han Yang's hands encircling her waist and inhaled the masculine scent emanating from him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Now that you're back, there is no need for you to leave. Perfect timing. I have a gift for you." Zhao Jia felt a warm breath against her ear, tingling and delightful. After hearing Han Yang's whispered words, her heart raced violently, and her desire to flee wavered. Yet, Luan Yu was still present. She concocted an excuse for herself. Han Yang observed Luan Yu, who was shyly and curiously gazing at him from the bedside, and chuckled softly. It's fine. She can help us strategize. Chapter 145. The case is solved. Xiao Shan emerged from the bathroom, having just taken a refreshing shower. The steam still clung to her skin, which glowed with a delicate, rosy hue. She approached the wardrobe to select a fresh outfit before returning to her bed. Just as she settled in, an instinctive urge prompted her to activate her ability, which elicited a sudden gasp of surprise. In the bedroom of Sister Xiaokuei, she found herself alone. Had Brother Han returned home? Xiao Shan murmured to herself, curiosity piqued, and instinctively cast her gaze towards another villa. The two villas were merely 20 meters apart, well within her perceptual range. Soon, she spotted a familiar silhouette on the second floor of the adjacent villa. It was none other than Han Yang. However, in the next moment, Xiao Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her face contorted with astonishment. For she realized that Han Yang was not alone. Though the distance obscured finer details, the intimacy between the two figures was unmistakable. Having recently broadened her perspective, she comprehended the implications of such proximity. Yet, more perplexing was the presence of a humanoid silhouette beside them, clearly situated within a room. What on earth was happening? Xiao Shan felt her mind racing with confusion. A nagging suspicion began to form within her. No, I must inform Sister Nan Nan. A sudden thought flashed through Xiao Shan's mind. This Brother Han was utterly despicable. She couldn't allow Sister Nan Nan to remain in the dark. Moreover, she needed to ascertain the identities of those individuals. Clenching her small fists, she pondered how to confirm this information. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a rather rudimentary plan. The sisters on the island resided in the two villas. She could sense each room to see who might be absent. There might be some discrepancies, but it would at least narrow down the possibilities. Resolving to act, Xiao Shan fully immersed herself in sensing the surroundings of every room. One by one, silhouettes composed of red and green light materialized in her perceptual field. She scrutinized each one. This was Sister Xiaokuei's room occupied. That was Sister Qinlan's room occupied as well. This must be Sister Zhaojia's room. Wait, it was empty. Sister Luan Yu's room next door was also vacant, but Sister Xianglan's room was occupied. The occupants of this villa were those she was most familiar with, aside from Sister Nan Nan. To her surprise, she had gathered so much information so quickly. However, concerned that Zhao Jia and Luan Yu might have stepped out for other reasons, she refrained from drawing any hasty conclusions and continued her observations. Within a 20-meter radius, she sensed no one else. Shifting her focus to Han Yang's villa, she detected 5 silhouettes emitting a red glow in the basement. They were the female zombies. On the first floor, both rooms were occupied, presumably by Sister Ming Xian and Sister Chun Chun. On the second floor, the furthest room was occupied, though she couldn't ascertain who it was. The adjacent room also contained a red glowing silhouette, likely belonging to Sister Sha Sha. Having inquired with Sister Nan Nan about Sha Sha, Xiao Shan held a vivid impression of this striking cosplay zombie sister. In addition to the aforementioned rooms, only the last 2 rooms housed 3 individuals and 2 individuals, respectively. Within the room of 2, both individuals were seated cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. One silhouette was familiar to her. It was Sister Nan. The other person must be Sister Qingqing. The mystery was unraveled. To her surprise, Xiao Shan discovered that the 2 were indeed Sister Jiajia and Sister Luan Yu. Xiao Shan, intent on reporting to Sister Nan, had been observing the unfolding events until 2 o'clock in the morning, when she finally took another shower, changed into a fresh outfit, and drifted into a hazy slumber. Throughout the night, her sleep was restless, plagued by dreams of 2 ants in a state of despair and mental breakdown. She also dreamt that she, lacking vigilance, had entered that villa. Suddenly, Xiao Shan felt a chill envelop her body, realizing her clothes had vanished. Shortly after, a man approached. It was Han Yang. Xiao Shan jolted awake from her dream, glancing around to find herself in an unfamiliar bed, her clothes intact, and no man in sight. It was merely a dream. She murmured. Sigh. It would be wise not to recklessly wield her abilities on the island again. The young lady sighed, for even a simple shower had proven overwhelming. Reflecting on the dream, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she felt uncomfortable in her damp clothing. Peering outside, she noticed the dawn breaking, prompting her to rise and fetch a new outfit before heading back into the bathroom. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, morning arrived. Han Yang slowly awakened from a deep slumber. The moment he regained consciousness, he felt something pressing firmly against his arm. Opening his eyes, he beheld a fresh-faced beauty resting on his arm, soundly asleep. It was Sun Wanyu. She was curled up beside him, closely nestled against him, covered only by a thin blanket, allowing Han Yang to distinctly perceive her delicate form. As he gazed at her enchanting visage so near, Memories of the previous night flooded his mind, stirring his heart with indescribable emotions. Regrettably, Zhao Jia had slipped away early. Nevertheless, the two had showcased the profound bond of sisterhood, supporting one another throughout the night. Han Yang chuckled softly, savoring the moment, perhaps sensing his movement. Sun Wanyu furrowed her brow, let out a few soft hums, and gradually opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was Han Yang's affectionate smile. Images of the previous night flickered through her mind, and she instantly became alert, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Shyly, she buried her head into Han Yang's embrace. Resembling a bashful ostrich. Last night had been utterly absurd. How could she have? She felt as though she were on fire, her thoughts swirling in a daze. Don't hide. The sun is already up. Han Yang chuckled. Ah? What time is it now? Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu quickly realized something and sprang up, grabbing her phone to check. However, she failed to notice that as she moved, the blanket draped over her slipped away. Alas, it is no wonder the sovereign no longer attends morning court. Who could endure such a situation? Han Yang marveled at the exquisite scenery, exclaiming in admiration. Oh no, it's already past 8 o'clock. Sun Wanyu exclaimed in alarm. Surely everyone has finished their meal, and it is only we who have not attended. They must have all guessed, she lamented with a furrowed brow. Noticing Han Yang's silence, she turned to him and immediately found his gaze fixated intently upon her. Oh dear. It was only then that Sun Wanyu realized her blanket had slipped. She pulled the blanket up shyly and playfully chided, Brother Han Yang, were you even listening to me? Hearing Sun Wanyu sweetly address him as Brother Han Yang, he was reminded of her pleas from the previous night, which brought him a refreshing pleasure akin to savoring an ice pop on a sweltering day. I am listening, indeed. Han Yang chuckled, his gaze unwavering, as Sun Wanyu's modesty only rendered her more alluring. Well, if they have guessed, so be it. After all, everyone knows you are destined to be mine. That is rather embarrassing. Sun Wanyu pouted. Chapter 146. Zhao Jia's awakening. Jia was exceedingly cunning. Having stealthily slipped away early in the morning, Sun Wanyu murmured to herself as she hastily donned her clothing. When the two finally descended the staircase, they discovered that the living room on the first floor was devoid of any presence. A sigh of relief escaped Sun Wanyu. No one had witnessed her, thus sparing her from any embarrassment. Brother Han, I shall return to change my attire, Sun Wanyu declared, not pausing for a response from Han Yang, and hurriedly retreated to her villa. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Shan, under Qingqing's watchful eye as she practiced her body-strengthening techniques, caught sight of Sun Wanyu. This prompted her to recall how she had discreetly informed Sister Nan Nan during breakfast about her concerns. To her astonishment, Sister Nan Nan had paid little heed, even pointing out several sisters who had already become involved with Brother Han. This revelation shattered Xiao Shan's worldview entirely. In this post-apocalyptic world, the concepts of law and morality had all but vanished. The strong could act with impunity. Brother Han possessed formidable strength, capable of protecting them and helping them grow more powerful, thus enabling their survival in these dire times. His mere inclination towards sensuality hardly constituted a flaw. After all, which man could claim to be devoid of desire, even prior to the apocalypse? Who could truly discern the sordid nature lurking beneath the polished exteriors of those seemingly charming men? Sister Nanan's words triggered memories of the two ants residing in Xiao Shan's villa, who were treated more like pets than human beings, having been tamed into submission. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down her spine. How could a person's heart descend to such depths of depravity? Contemplating this, she found herself reconsidering Brother Han's character. In the realm of human perception, comparisons often skew judgments. Reflecting on the comforts she had enjoyed since last night, she could not help but draw a stark contrast with her previous solitary existence filled with trepidation. Her attitude towards Han Yang began to subtly shift. At the very least, Brother Han had treated them with considerable kindness. Nevertheless, Sister Nan had sternly cautioned her to remain vigilant against the potential deceit of this notorious womanizer, emphasizing that Xiao Shan, being young, should be particularly wary of his charms. Shan, focus your mind. At that moment, Qingqing's sudden gaze fell upon her. Oh. Xiao Shan immediately ceased her wandering thoughts and began to concentrate earnestly on her practice. Not long after Sun Wanyu's departure, Zhao Jia returned to Han Yang's villa, her demeanor markedly different from that of Sun Wanyu, as she felt no embarrassment in his presence. Brother Han, where's the gift you promised yesterday? She pouted playfully. Having been lured to stay by the promise of a gift, she now sought its fulfillment. Rest assured, it shall not be lacking. Han Yang relished Zhao Jia's carefree spirit. He ventured into the kitchen to inspect the provisions left for them, noting that there was enough food to feed 4 or 5 people. However, considering Zhao Jia's impending awakening, this amount might prove insufficient. Han Yang and Zhao Jia rummaged through the villa's small pantry to gather additional prepackaged food, then brought everything, including the kitchen supplies, to the dining table. Just as they completed their tasks, Sun Wanyu returned, now dressed appropriately. "Brother Han, have we begun?" she inquired. "Not yet. Your timing is impeccable," Han Yang replied as he turned to enter the spiritual plant cultivation room. Yesterday, the fourth leaf of the hastily ripened corpse flower had fully unfurled, its efficacy potent enough to awaken an individual. After severing the rhizome and switching to Qin Feng's healing ability, Han Yang awaited the corpse flower to rejuvenate. He then buried several corpse cores before emerging with the severed plant in hand. "First, nourish yourself," Han Yang remarked with a smile, noticing Zhao Jia's eager gaze. He had come to understand that these spiritual plants were imbued with a substantial amount of qi, which could activate latent human potential upon consumption, thereby stimulating personal awakening. During this awakening process, the body would behave like a black hole, drawing in qi from both within and around it to sustain cellular nourishment and operational capacity. While most of this qi was supplied by the spiritual plants, insufficient qi content could lead to the depletion of trace amounts of qi from the consumed food. This would result in a sensation of hunger, necessitating the intake of sustenance to continue the awakening process. Without adequate nourishment, the awakening ability might falter or even fail entirely. Thus, the survivors of the apocalypse concluded that the optimal stage for awakening through different spiritual plants, such as the corpse flower, required at least 3 leaves to ensure a successful human awakening. Therefore, it was essential to fill one's stomach beforehand. "Understood," Zhao Jia exclaimed, immediately diving into the meal and devouring it with fervor. Afterward, she looked at Han Yang with eager anticipation. Without further ado, he handed her the corpse flower. Zhao Jia excitedly accepted it, not hesitating to pop it into her mouth. As she chewed, a bitter taste spread across her palate, soon transforming into a cool sensation reminiscent of sipping bitter melon juice infused with mint. Yet, she did not flinch, swallowing the entire flower without a grimace. Instantly, a fire ignited within her, the warmth intense yet not uncomfortable, soon evolving into a soothing current coursing through her body, imparting a tingling sensation. Concurrently, her body signaled hunger. Prepared for this, Zhao Jia began to eat voraciously, halting only after consuming 2/3 of the food on the table. At that moment, she felt a new energy surging within her, sensing she could harness it for some purpose. Extending her finger, she willed the energy to flow, and a spark of electricity flickered at her fingertip, striking the table with a sharp crack. "Electricity?" Sun Wanyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Is your ability to control electricity?" "It seems so." Zhao Jia closed her eyes, focusing intently. "I can generate some electrical energy, but its intensity is limited and quite taxing on my physical reserves. Conversely, manipulating existing electricity is much easier." "Wow, that is impressive. In ancient legends, your power aligns with the deities of thunder, akin to Lei Gong and Lei Mu," Sun Wanyu remarked excitedly. "The first-tier abilities have limited effects. The most crucial aspect is to elevate your physical limits, enabling you to enhance your physical attributes rapidly through body-tempering techniques." Han Yang nodded with a smile. The ability to harness electricity is indeed remarkable. Although it may seem ineffective against zombies, it proves to be invaluable when dealing with humans or in everyday life and production. Zhao Jia nodded in agreement. "Following this, I shall seek out Sister Qingqing to further refine my body-tempering technique. Once I finish my meal, we will proceed together." Sun Wanyu, having recently awakened, was determined not to fall behind and promptly sat down to eat. After the 3 of us completed our meal, we made our way toward the training grounds where Qingqing and the others were practicing. Chapter 147. I still don't believe it at this moment. Qingqing, Qinlan, Li Chunshun, Xiaoshan, and Shi Xianglan were engaged in their training, while Qin Feng was monitoring the surveillance in the control room. The women noticed the trio approaching. Some wore expressions of indifference, others displayed astonishment, and a few bore teasing smiles. The collective gaze of the women made Sun Wanyu feel somewhat bashful, whereas Zhao Jia remained unfazed, joyfully exclaiming to Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, I have awakened my ability too. I want to train with you all." "Oh, what ability have you awakened?" Qingqing inquired, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Lightning," Zhao Jia declared, extending her palm and parting her index and thumb. Suddenly, an arc of light sparked between her fingers, accompanied by crackling sounds. With a flick of her wrist, the arc shot toward a nearby tree, scorching its bark and producing a wisp of smoke. "Very impressive. Over the next few days, train with me to enhance your physical prowess." Qingqing nodded in approval. "All right." Zhao Jia responded cheerfully. "And you, Wanyu, don't slack off." "Why yes." Sun Wanyu replied, shrinking her neck in trepidation. Meanwhile, Shi Xianglan, who had been practicing her physical training nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. "Her ability has it just awakened? Am I hearing this correctly? They possess a method to help awaken abilities?" The astonishment within Shi Xianglan surged like a tempest. In the next moment, her gaze fixed upon Han Yang. The most likely reason for Zhao Jia's sudden transformation must be related to him. Earlier that morning, Aside from the three of them, everyone had gathered for breakfast. Shi Xianglan faintly overheard whispers, leading her to speculate that the trio might have stayed up too late and missed the meal. As for what they had been up to, being an experienced woman, she understood all too well. Could it be that by sleeping with him, one could awaken their abilities? Or perhaps assist in awakening them? Shi Xianglan pondered. Being nearly 40, she viewed such matters with a sense of detachment. If a mere night's slumber could lead to the awakening of abilities, she would not hesitate for a moment. Convinced of her own allure, she radiated the charm and elegance of a mature woman. Yet, what troubled her was that Han Yang had never regarded her with any particular interest. At least, when he looked at her. There was none of that desire typically directed at women. It wasn't until they arrived on the island, surrounded by a myriad of captivating and unique beauties, that Shi Xianglan experienced a revelation. As a woman herself, she found it hard not to be stirred. With Han Yang spending every day among these women, embracing them on either side, it was understandable that his standards had risen. However, Shi Xianglan felt disheartened, setting aside the awakening of abilities. It seemed she had yet to earn Han Yang's acknowledgement, let alone partake of his blood. No, I must devise a plan. Shi Xianglan resolved inwardly. I still refuse to believe that with my looks, I cannot captivate you. Having experienced the luxurious and comfortable lifestyle on the island, which could be deemed extravagant compared to the days before the apocalypse, Shi Xianglan had no desire to return to a life of constant trepidation. Han Yang was oblivious to Shi Xianglan's thoughts. He refrained from forming a contract with her purely due to a lack of available slots. He had specifically instructed the other women the previous day to remain vigilant regarding Shi Xianglan, ensuring they were aware of any potential sudden transformations. While Han Yang could have placed her in the service area by the shore, it was risky since Lu Bin and the others had yet to awaken their abilities. Should Shi Xianglan unexpectedly turn, it could spell greater danger for them all. Now that the women on the island had awakened their powers, with a little caution, they could easily safeguard themselves. Wan Yu and Jiejia, practice well. Chun Chun and Qin Lan, you two shall accompany me out to sea, Han Yang instructed. Then called upon Qin Lan and Li Chun Chun. This was a plan they had agreed upon yesterday. The three of them intended to search for spiritual fish, hoping to uncover more. All right, Li Chun Chun responded, while Qin Lan nodded in agreement. They arrived as three and would depart as three. The trio first returned to the villa. Qin Lan and Li Chun Chun went to change their attire, while Han Yang summoned the undead he had contracted. Given the uncertain distance they would venture into the sea, it was crucial to manage the controlled distance to prevent any potential chaos from the zombies. Shasha had rested in Nan Nan's room the previous night, while the other female zombies were housed in the basement. Once Qin Lan and Li Chun Chun finished changing, the three of them, along with a horde of zombies, officially set sail, quickly arriving at the northern dock of Golden Sands Island. What type of boat shall we take out to sea? Han Yang pondered, gazing at the myriad of vessels at the dock. Perhaps we should stick with the same one as last time? Li Chun Chun suggested. Isn't that a yacht? Can we fish from it? Han Yang scratched his head, revealing his ignorance on such matters, as he had been a mere office worker before the apocalypse, preoccupied with the struggles of daily life. Absolutely. A yacht is designed for recreation. I specifically checked last time, and it has fishing platforms and a large fish tank for storage. Han Yang took the advice of the knowledgeable Chun Chun, refraining from further objections. Thus, the trio and their group of zombies boarded the yacht. Li Chun Chun headed straight to the captain's cabin to take the helm, while Han Yang, accompanied by Sha Sha, settled the zombies. When he returned to the deck, he was momentarily taken aback. Qin Lan had unexpectedly donned a bikini. The bikini she wore was strikingly alluring, with the upper half composed of two palm-sized triangular fabric pieces, connected by straps, one around her neck and the other tied at her back. The lower half featured a similar triangular design with a bow tied at her waist. One could not help but admire how the bikini accentuated Qin Lan's figure, revealing her curves in a manner that showcased her enviable physique. The backdrop of the azure sea highlighted her porcelain-like skin, which gleamed subtly under the sun's rays, captivating anyone's gaze. The white base of her swimsuit, adorned with a sky-blue pattern, lent her an air of elegance and intellect, blending sensuality with sophistication. Witnessing this scene, Han Yang found himself momentarily speechless, his mind consumed by two phrases: exquisite grace and unparalleled beauty. At that moment, Qin Lan noticed Han Yang's fervent gaze, and a delicate blush adorned her cool visage, adding an enchanting allure. Subsequently, she unfurled the sheer shawl in her hands and draped it over herself, concealing much of her captivating figure. A flicker of disappointment crossed Han Yang's face instantly. Although the translucent shawl was ethereal and alluring, it could not compare to the breathtaking impact of her merely donning a swimsuit. Unable to resist, Han Yang stepped closer, eager to observe Qin Lan from a nearer distance. Qin Lan feigned indifference, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the vast ocean. Yet, her tightly clasped grip on the railing betrayed a hint of nervousness. "When did you change into the swimsuit?" Han Yang inquired as he approached. "At the villa," Qin Lan replied, striving to maintain her composure, her tone casual. Thus, it seemed that Qin Lan regarded the swimsuit as intimate wear, layering it with a garment on top. Han Yang quickly grasped the implication. "Your swimsuit is truly beautiful," he exclaimed, offering unabashed admiration. "As long as you like it," Qin Lan murmured softly, averting her gaze. Chapter 148. Reluctance to let go. Han Yang initially thought he had misheard. However, upon observing Qin Lan's inability to meet his gaze and the faint blush adorning her cheeks, his heart surged with joy. Was this intended solely for my eyes? Han Yang pondered incredulously. With no one else around, who else could it possibly be for? How foolish I am. His heart warmed, prompting him to inch closer to Qin Lan. Sensing Han Yang's subtle movement, Qin Lan felt a wave of anxiety and trepidation. Just yesterday, Yi Xiaokuei had visited her, engaging in a lengthy discussion about the interpersonal dynamics and pros and cons among the people on the island, urging her to seize the moment and win Han Yang's affection. The notion that going fishing required ice and other preparations was merely a fabrication from Yi Xiaokuei. The boat was fully equipped, rendering her abilities unnecessary. Yi Xiaokuei merely sought to secure an opportunity for Qin Lan to join Han Yang at sea. Otherwise, with just Han Yang and Li Chunshun, Han Yang would undoubtedly choose Li Chunshun. In such a scenario, the newcomer, Li Chunshun, might even overshadow Qin Lan. As long as they went out to sea together, Qin Lan could not only thwart any potential advancement between Han Yang and Li Chunshun, but could also don a more alluring swimsuit. With her curvaceous figure and flawless skin, Han Yang would surely be unable to divert his gaze. This fellow has long desired to see her in swimwear. Upon seeing her, he would undoubtedly shower her with compliments. And Qin Lan would only need to playfully tease him a bit. It was certain that Han Yang would take every opportunity to pursue her further. All of this was part of Yi Xiaokuei's clever scheme, for otherwise, with Qin Lan's cool demeanor, she would never initiate such actions or utter such words. As anticipated, in the brief span of their conversation, Han Yang stealthily drew closer to Qin Lan, their bodies nearly touching, their skin almost melding together. Nan Nan had accompanied Xiaokuei and the others to the mall. Qin Lan feigned ignorance of Han Yang's maneuvering and maintained a casual conversation. Just then, a sudden wave struck the yacht, causing it to bob precariously. "Be careful." Han Yang swiftly wrapped his arm around Qin Lan's waist, steadying her. I'm fine." Qin Lan glanced at the arm encircling her waist, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Han Yang's reaction was so swift that she couldn't discern whether it was a premeditated move or an instinctive decision. Regardless, as an awakened individual, she would not be easily swayed by a mere gust of wind, especially since she was firmly gripping the railing. "Thank goodness. The deck here is perilous, and I haven't yet explored the interior of the cabin. Would you show me the rooms inside?" Could you let go of me first?" Qin Lan whispered. It seemed that Han Yang had no intention of releasing her. Upon hearing her words, Han Yang not only refused to let go but tightened his embrace, pulling her into his arms. "No, I never wish to release you for the rest of my life." Qin Lan gasped, yet she made no effort to escape, merely placing her hands on his chest. Do you utter such words to every woman on this island?" Qin Lan's tone was less an accusation and more a playful tease. "No, I reserve such words solely for you." Han Yang did not speak falsely. He had indeed only said such words to Qin Lan. "I refuse to believe it." Qin Lan huffed softly but did not attempt to break free again. A warmth surged within Han Yang, and he understood perfectly. "Let us retreat to the inner chamber," he whispered close to her ear. Qin Lan offered no reply, merely lowering her head with a blush. Instantly, Han Yang's spirits lifted. He swept Qin Lan into his arms and made his way to the yacht's master bedroom. The waves churned on the sea, causing the vessel to sway incessantly. Within the cockpit, Li Chunshun focused intently on steering the yacht. Yet a keen observer would notice her ear tilted slightly, straining to catch the faint sounds and movements emanating from within the yacht. These sounds, drowned by the roar of the waves and the engine, were almost imperceptible, easily mistaken for mere figments of imagination if one did not listen closely. However, Li Chunshun was well aware that these were no illusions. Just moments ago, she had sensed Han Yang and Qin Lan on the deck. But in the blink of an eye, Han Yang had whisked Qin Lan into the yacht's bedroom. Her ability to penetrate obstacles was quite limited, rendering her unable to discern the specific happenings inside. Nonetheless, she could not help but mentally fill in the gaps while listening to the faint noises, recalling that Han Yang, Zhao Jia, and Sun Luanyu had skipped breakfast that morning, and now only she, Qin Lan, and Han Yang remained on the yacht. A subtle premonition stirred within her heart, leaving her restless. She could only concentrate on piloting the yacht to divert her attention. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when Han Yang, looking refreshed, entered the cockpit. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Li Chunshun had changed into her swimwear, the same outfit she had worn the previous day. Her sun-kissed skin presented a striking contrast to Qin Lan's, embodying a distinct allure. As Han Yang regarded Li Chunshun with an appreciative gaze, he inquired, "How are we doing? Are we nearing the spot where you last caught the spirit fish?" "We're almost there." Li Chunshun hesitated for a moment, though they had actually arrived already. She had circled the area twice. "Once we reach it, we shall anchor nearby for some fishing, enriching our provisions from the island. And perhaps we might encounter that spirit fish again." "Excellent." Li Chunshun reduced the yacht's speed, preparing to drop anchor. Han Yang stepped onto the deck, where he found Qin Lan had donned the swimsuit he had previously removed, paired with oversized sunglasses, reclining in a lounge chair, basking in the sun and sea breeze. A smile crept onto Han Yang's face. Despite Qin Lan's seemingly aloof exterior, her earlier behavior had taken him by surprise. Truly, she was an ice elemental. Water and ice are inseparable. Sensing Han Yang's mischievous grin, Qin Lan shot him a reproachful glance, though the sunglasses rendered it utterly harmless. She picked up a drink from the nearby table, taking a hearty sip before reclining back on the lounge chair. She was compelled to lie down. It was Han Yang's lack of consideration for delicate feelings that had left her feeling unwell. Remaining inside was not suitable, so she had no choice but to come out and feign sunbathing. Han Yang shifted his focus to Li Chunshun's abilities, attuning to the life forms within a 50-meter radius. At the same time, he organized the fishing lures, preparing for their oceanic expedition. Do not underestimate Li Chunshun. Her abilities are indeed quite remarkable. Although she cannot penetrate obstacles like Xiao Shan, she possesses the capability to sense only moving objects. However, her range is extensive, allowing her to detect even the fish swimming in the water. There are plenty of fish here. Han Yang cast his bait into the area where the fish were abundant, and before long, he felt a tug on his line. With a swift motion, he pulled the rod, successfully hooking a fish. Given Han Yang's strength, engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish was an effortless task. Were it not for his concern over the rod and line's durability, he would have simply yanked the fish out without any finesse. Ah, has he really caught one so quickly? At that moment, Li Chunshun docked the yacht and joined him on the deck. Thanks to your ability, the locations of the fish are crystal clear. Oh right. It suddenly struck Li Chunshun that Han Yang could also utilize his own powers. Chapter 149. Teaching swimming. This maritime expanse lies at the convergence of warm and cold currents, teeming with fish, a discovery made by Li Chunshun through her remarkable abilities. The last time she and her brother stumbled upon this bounty, they were filled with joy and planned to cast their nets for a substantial catch, ensuring they would not have to worry about food for an extended period. To their dismay, they ended up ensnaring a spirit fish, which also tore their net. What was particularly vexing was that the fish lingered near their boat, prompting Li Ku to seize the opportunity to spear it. However, he was instead yanked into the water, sustaining 2 significant wounds. Yet, fortune often accompanies misfortune. Had it not been for this incident, she would not have encountered Han Yang and his companions. Reflecting on this, Li Chunshun turned to Han Yang, who had successfully pulled the fish from the water. It was a flat, oval-shaped fish, approximately 25 centimeters in length, adorned with a vibrant red hue. Oh, a genuine sea bream. What a fortuitous find. Li Chunshun joyfully assisted Han Yang in securing the fish with a landing net. It was indeed a celebratory occasion. But was it delicious? As someone who rarely cooked and was a novice from the inland, Han Yang knew little about seafood. It's delectable. The sea bream is renowned for its exquisite flavor, often referred to as the sea chicken. Let us indulge in it for lunch. As they conversed, they placed the fish into a large aquarium. Subsequently, Li Chunshun imparted some proper techniques for lure fishing in the sea to Han Yang, after which she began to fish herself. Utilizing her perceptive abilities, the duo quickly caught a plethora of various sea fish, though they found no signs of the spirit fish. Approaching noon, Qin Lan, having nearly recovered, requested Li Chunshun to teach her the art of fishing, quickly discovering the joy it brought. Each time she reeled in a fish, her cool, fair face illuminated with a radiant smile, leaving Li Chunshun momentarily speechless. The trio delighted in fishing for the entire morning, and at noon, they relished a seafood feast prepared by Li Chunshun, the succulent fish flesh eliciting exclamations of delight from the 2 others. After lunch, they reclined on loungers, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, utterly content. Han Yang gazed at the 2 beautiful women beside him, one with sun-kissed skin and the other with a porcelain complexion, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "This is the life. How about we take a swim?" After lounging for some time, Han Yang proposed, feeling a bit restless. "Sounds great, but how proficient are you at swimming? The water here is quite deep." Li Chunshun responded with enthusiasm. "Isn't there a swimming ring? Han Yang replied, somewhat sheepishly. His swimming skills could be likened to that of a novice, having been taught by a friend of moderate ability, and he rarely practiced. Wait, Han Yang. You can't swim? Li Chunchun exclaimed in astonishment, finally uncovering a weakness of his and shattering the formidable impression he had left on her. Does dog paddling count? Uft. Li Chunchun burst into laughter. Then let me teach you how to swim. Qinlan, will you join us? I think I'll pass. You two go ahead. I'll continue fishing and keep an eye on the yacht. Qinlan waved her hand dismissively. All right then. Han Yang, let us go. Li Chunchun exclaimed with excitement. The two made their way to the stern of the yacht, where Li Chunchun tossed several swimming rings, tethered by long ropes, into the sea. Then handed one to Han Yang. Here, put it on. As Han Yang observed her spirited demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle as he obediently donned the swimming ring. I will dive in first and wait for you, Li Chunchun declared, executing a graceful dive into the sea, swiftly transforming into a mermaid as she glided through the water. Come down, she called shortly after, surfacing and waving at Han Yang. Clutching the swimming ring, he leaped in as well, but with a resounding splash. He created a tumultuous eruption of water, a stark contrast to Li Chunchun's serene movements. The swimming ring was submerged beneath the waves. In the next instant, bubbles began to escape from the swimming ring, and Han Yang, who had just surfaced, suddenly sank. Oh no, Li Chunchun gasped, quickly swimming towards him. Upon reaching Han Yang, she found him slowly descending, and without hesitation, she dove down to grasp him. As she attempted to pull him upwards, Han Yang, as if drowning and clinging to a lifeline, wrapped his legs around hers like an octopus. Li Chunchun struggled to break free, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. Panic surged within her. Rescuing a drowning person often led to such perilous situations, and despair filled her heart. The intense struggle and Han Yang's tight grip soon depleted her breath, leaving her lungs in agony and a suffocating sensation clouding her mind. As dizziness from oxygen deprivation set in, their bodies continued to sink, and Han Yang, clutching her legs, began ascending gradually, soon bringing their faces close together. Li Chunchun noticed that Han Yang was composed and calm, devoid of panic, and she signaled with her hands for him to release his hold, indicating her dwindling breath and the urgency to swim upwards. They had not descended too far, and there was still time to ascend. However, Han Yang misinterpreted her gesture, thinking she was out of air, and leaned in to kiss her. Li Chunchun's eyes widened in bewilderment. How could he think of taking advantage of her in such a dire moment? Yet, in the next heartbeat, a breath flowed from him into her mouth, alleviating some of her oxygen deprivation. What just happened? Li Chunchun pondered in astonishment. But there was no time for reflection, with Han Yang cradling her upper body. His grip on her legs loosened. Sensing this change, she immediately kicked her legs, striving to swim upwards. However, carrying an extra weight made the ascent laborious. Fortunately, Han Yang continued to provide her with breath, preventing her from succumbing to suffocation. Then, she suddenly felt a surge of buoyancy, and their bodies rapidly ascended. Breaking through the surface of the water, Han Yang released her mouth just in time for her to gulp in fresh air. What just happened? Li Chunchun inquired, bewildered. At the moment of entry, I was so tense that I accidentally burst the swimming ring, Han Yang replied with an embarrassed smile. I wasn't referring to that. It felt like something was propelling us upwards just now. Li Chunchun gradually regained her composure. Oh, at the moment I sank, I unexpectedly discovered a latent ability within me, underwater breathing. Underwater breathing? Li Chunchun's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it akin to that of a fish? Not quite. Fish utilize gills, whereas I rely on my skin. However, the oxygen content in the water is still too low, preventing me from sustaining it for long. Yet, this revelation reminded me of the zombie I controlled, which possessed the power to manipulate water. So, it was indeed my water control ability that propelled us upwards just now. It terrified me. Li Chunchun let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing that Han Yang had been holding her all along. Chapter 150, The Presence of Fish. Since you possess the ability to control water, you may release me now, she stammered. I still find it more comfortable to hold on to you. Han Yang, with an air of confidence, puffed out his chest. Li Chunchun's face instantly flushed crimson, for the space between them was devoid of any barrier. Where is my swimsuit? Li Chunchun faltered, her voice trembling. Perhaps it accidentally fell off in the water. Han Yang held her tightly, relishing the exquisite sensation of her presence, captivated by her adorably anxious demeanor, his heart racing uncontrollably. He licked his lips, feeling that their earlier encounter in the water had been somewhat lacking, and leaned in closer once more. Li Chunchun's eyes widened in shock, her nervousness causing her to forget to paddle, and had it not been for Han Yang's water-controlling abilities, she would have surely sunk. Her hands were at a loss, akin to a statue frozen in place, until she felt Han Yang's hand brush against her only article of clothing, prompting her to instinctively press down on him. At that moment, Han Yang also released her. Do that here, Li Chunchun stammered, her cheeks aflame. Han Yang planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. When we returned, Li Chunchun offered no reply, merely lowering her gaze in embarrassment. It's settled then. For now, teach me how to swim. Han Yang chuckled lightly. Do you still need to learn how to swim? Li Chunchun scoffed, feeling the gentle current effortlessly supporting her on the surface of the sea. Learning is still essential. With the control of water, it will be even easier. She insisted. But my swimsuit, it should be nearby. Let's search for it. Han Yang instinctively tightened his embrace around her. Moreover, I quite like you like this. After all, there are no outsiders here. Li Chunchun found it impossible to object. If she were to swim back to the yacht directly, Qin Lan would undoubtedly see her. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chunchun finally resolved to let it be. After all, they had already seen and touched each other, and she would eventually belong to him. Thus, she commenced the formal instruction of swimming to Han Yang. With his water-controlling ability, Han Yang learned swiftly, and thanks to the passive skill of underwater breathing, he thrived in the ocean like a fish in water. His skills soon surpassed those of Li Chunchun. Naturally, during their learning process, there were moments of close proximity. Han Yang reveled in it. While Li Chunchun initially maintained her composure but eventually relaxed her vigilance. Hey, is that my swimsuit? As Han Yang was nearing proficiency, Li Chunchun began searching nearby for her swimsuit and was pleasantly surprised when she discovered something. I'll go fetch it for you. Han Yang volunteered, his agile form slicing through the water as he seized two palm-sized scraps of fabric floating on the surface. He held the swimsuit aloft and turned to wave at Li Chunchun, only to find her completely oblivious to him, her brow furrowed in concentration as she sensed something. There are spirit fish, Li Chunchun suddenly exclaimed. Not just spirit fish, there's a big one. It's a shark. Han Yang's smile suddenly faltered as he swiftly shifted to Li Chunchun's sensory abilities, his body involuntarily sinking lower. His feet began to paddle rapidly in the water, stabilizing his form as his consciousness expanded outward. Indeed, he spotted two swiftly swimming creatures entering their perceptual range, one large and one small. The smaller creature was approximately 1 meter in length, moving at an astonishing speed, while the larger one, a colossal entity exceeding 4 meters, was unmistakably a shark. More critically, both creatures were hurtling directly towards them, now less than 10 meters away from Han Yang. Be careful, Li Chunchun exclaimed in alarm. However, Han Yang remained composed, calmly awaiting the approaching spirit fish as he shifted to his water manipulation ability. Just as the spirit fish was about to collide with him, he prepared to harness the water flow to control it. Unexpectedly, the spirit fish flipped and swerved away just a few meters from him, while the shark, unperturbed, lunged directly at Han Yang. Damn beast! Han Yang shouted fiercely, as the massive jaws of the shark opened wide to bite him. He utilized the water flow to swiftly evade the attack, then clenched his right fist, striking forcefully at the shark's head. With a thud, the shark was struck, its head twisting to the side as it sank into the depths. Yet, Han Yang could sense that it had sustained no real damage. Firstly, the shark's enormous size and tough skin had significantly absorbed the impact of his punch. Secondly, the resistance of the water hindered his strength, even with the assistance of his water control, rendering him capable of exerting only a fraction of his true power. He would need to resort to a weapon. Without hesitation, Han Yang commanded the water flow to carry him toward Li Chunchun. Let us head back to the yacht. It's too perilous for you in the water. Okay. Li Chunchun, still shaken, was grasped by Han Yang, and with the aid of the flowing water, they swiftly returned to the stern of the yacht. Han Yang supported her as she climbed aboard before following closely behind. My swimsuit. Upon boarding, Li Chunchun immediately covered her chest, casting a glance at Han Yang. Oh. Han Yang quickly realized and handed her 2 pieces of fabric he had in hand. Are you all right? At that moment, hearing the commotion, Qin Lan approached them. She cast a brief glance at the exposed Li Chunchun, her expression serene and composed, as if she had anticipated such an occurrence. Then inquired with concern. We're fine. Although that spirit fish tricked me, I intend to catch it and make soup. I'm fine too. Li Chunchun hurriedly donned her swimsuit, feeling a sense of reassurance at last. Is there a harpoon on the yacht? Han Yang was reluctant to use his long spear, fearing it might sink into the sea and be lost forever. A harpoon would serve as a more suitable weapon. Yes, Li Chunchun responded, retrieving 2 harpoons and handing one to Han Yang. The 3 of them gathered at the stern of the yacht once more. Han Yang focused his senses again, only to discover that the spirit fish had long since fled, while the shark lingered nearby, circling the yacht. Wait, the spirit fish has escaped? Is that fish truly as intelligent as you claim? Qin Lan inquired with a hint of curiosity. In her recollection, fish were devoid of any semblance of wisdom. The only creatures she associated with intelligence were dolphins. The spirit fish is analogous to the enlightened among humans. It is only natural for it to possess a certain level of wisdom, and I would not be surprised if it harbors extraordinary abilities, Han Yang elucidated. Wait a moment. A sudden spark of realization flickered in Han Yang's mind, as if he were on the verge of grasping a crucial clue. What is it? Li Chunchun and Qin Lan gazed at him with intrigue. Spirit fish, spirit fish. I can comprehend why sharks pursue it. Just as cats chase fish and dogs relish meat, especially when it is a fish that can catalyze its own evolution. But how did the spirit fish become aware of our presence? Han Yang murmured to himself. Chunchun, during your previous encounter with the spirit fish, did you venture into the water? Suddenly, Han Yang seemed to connect the dots and turned to Li Chunchun with a sense of urgency. Chapter 151, Survival of the Fittest. Well, what is the matter? Li Chunchun asked, puzzled. This makes perfect sense. A gleam of excitement illuminated Han Yang's face. Have you discovered something? Qin Lan inquired. Indeed. Survival of the fittest. The spiritual fish are prey and sustenance for us. Yet, for the spiritual fish, are we not also their prey and food? You mean, the last time the spiritual fish lingered near our boat, it intended to hunt us? Li Chunchun exclaimed incredulously as realization dawned upon her. It's not about hunting you, but rather hunting me. This time is likely the same. Our descent into the water alerted the spiritual fish, and due to being pursued by a shark, it charged directly at us. Why is that shark still hovering around? It probably detected the same traits in us as it does in the spiritual fish. What traits? Both the spiritual fish and we have, in essence, absorbed a substantial amount of energy, thus evolving beyond the ordinary species. If we can awaken or even advance by consuming the spiritual fish, what prevents the shark from achieving the same by consuming us? Do sharks possess such intelligence? Qin Lan pondered the horrifying implications, unable to believe it. They do not need such intelligence. They merely require the instinct. If your hypothesis proves true, and if others come to the same conclusion and spread the word, then humanity will cease to exist. Qin Lan's expression turned grim. What will remain is an incredibly dark jungle, where every individual is both a hunter and a target. Indeed, if my conjecture is accurate, it implies that awakened humans themselves are akin to spiritual fish, spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, or whatever other nomenclature one might conjure. Han Yang's voice wavered. Upon hearing his words, Li Chunchun finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her complexion paling as well. However, rest assured, I will protect you both, and as long as we strengthen our own powers, no one will threaten us. Han Yang gently reassured them. Yes, I will diligently enhance my prowess. Right, upon our return, I shall intensify my training regimen. Qin Lan and Li Chunchun's heavy hearts lightened slightly as they each expressed their resolve. This matter must not be publicized any further. It is enough for just the three of us to be aware. Han Yang concluded the discussion, then shifted his focus, coincidentally. I have devised a strategy to deal with that shark. It would be a waste to kill it. Instead, we should forge a contract with it to guard the waters surrounding our island. But aren't your contract slots already filled? Qin Lan, well informed through her exchanges with Yu Xiaoqiye, questioned. I can forfeit one of the zombies. Han Yang replied, turning towards the area where the zombies were stationed. Aside from Sha Sha, he currently controlled 5 female zombies, each with distinct abilities: perception, strength, fire, water, and claw attacks. In terms of capability, he found the powers of perception, strength, and claws less essential. The perceptive abilities of Li Chunchun and Xiao Shan can be utilized, while the strength capabilities of Ming Xian are also available for borrowing. The claws represent purely physical attacks. Although they are quite formidable, they do not surpass the might of his iron spear. However, from a control perspective, the earliest contracted perceptive female zombie proves to be the most challenging to manage, far less convenient than the zombies he has nurtured himself. Han Yang harbored a plan in his mind. He resolved to immediately control the perceptive female zombie, subsequently delivering a decisive strike to sever its neck, thereby damaging its brainstem. The perceptive female zombie promptly collapsed to the ground. Han Yang retrieved a dagger and extracted its core. It was a translucent white core, nearly devoid of impurities, with a hint of orange beginning to emerge from its very center. Indeed, this female zombie was on the verge of advancing to the second tier. If he did not eliminate it now, it might very well break free from his grasp once it advanced before him. This was yet another compelling reason for Han Yang's choice. In the face of that abnormal mental intimidation ability, he had sensed an underlying threat. Given the presence of uncontrollable factors, it was prudent to abandon it. Once he confirmed the dissipation of the consciousness seed linked to the perceptive female zombie, Han Yang returned to the stern of the ship. Now, with one of his contract slots vacated, it was the perfect opportunity to contract this shark. But how will you provide blood to the shark? Do you intend to let it bite you? Li Chunchun inquired curiously. Han Yang was immediately taken aback. Qin Lan chuckled softly. Allowing the shark to bite you would not merely involve a drop of blood. Have you forgotten about the fishing rod? Han Yang playfully tapped her on the head. Li Chunchun clutched her head, gazing at him with teary eyes. It hurts. Chapter 152. The night Han Yang was amused by Li Chunchun's adorably foolish demeanor and remarked, "Let us return above and observe how I catch a shark." Thus, the three of them returned to the fishing spot beside the boat. Han Yang retrieved a small fish from the tank, swiftly dispatched it, and infused its body with a drop of blood containing a seed of consciousness. Had the fish been alive, the seed would have seamlessly integrated within it, allowing for control. However, with the fish deceased, such concerns were rendered moot. Han Yang employed this fish as bait and, switching to Li Chunchun's perceptive abilities, swiftly located a shark. As the shark approached, he seized the opportune moment and cast the bait into the water. The shark, detecting the scent of blood, laced with a hint of an alluring essence, immediately lunged forward and devoured the bait. The bait had fulfilled its purpose. Han Yang severed the fishing line, for he had no intention of truly reeling it in. The size of this creature was beyond his equipment's capacity. Now, they merely awaited the shark's digestion. Unlike directly consuming its blood, the seed of consciousness within the bait would only activate once the shark began to digest it and come into contact with its body. This process required some time. After a brief wait, Han Yang and Li Chunchun maintained their abilities, keenly observing the shark. Approximately 15 minutes later, Han Yang suddenly sensed a mental tether connecting him to the shark. Success. His face brightened as he commanded the shark to swim closer to the yacht's stern. They returned to the back of the boat, gazing at the shark as it lingered serenely nearby. "Wow, up close, this shark is truly magnificent," Li Chunchun exclaimed. "Indeed. It bears a striking resemblance to the great white shark from the movies," Qin Lan remarked in awe. Han Yang scrutinized the creature, noting its length of approximately 4 meters, its torpedo-shaped body, and its robust midsection tapering towards the head and tail. A prominent dorsal fin, triangular in shape, stood tall upon its back, an image reminiscent of cinematic encounters with sharks. "It does resemble a great white shark." Han Yang nodded in agreement. "Why don't we give riding it a try?" Han Yang jested. "Is that even possible?" Li Chunchun asked, astonished. "Why not? After all, it is our pet now," Han Yang replied, leaping into the sea and swiftly climbing onto the shark's back. The great white, taken aback by Han Yang's weight, sank slightly, and its slick surface offered no grip, causing Han Yang to slide off. Ultimately, Han Yang resorted to using his water control ability to support the shark, managing to grasp its dorsal fin. The fin, located towards the middle of its back, provided little room to sit. Instead, he had to cling to it from behind. Qin Lan and Li Chunchun watched Han Yang's somewhat comical predicament, unable to suppress their laughter. In ancient times, one rode a donkey backward. "I am riding a shark in reverse," Han Yang quipped, urging the great white to swim forward. Reclined as if on a speedboat, he reveled in the scenery whizzing past him. Not bad, not bad. Han Yang enjoyed the moment, indulging in the thrill of the ride. He invited Li Chunchun and Qin Lan to try as well, but both women hesitated at the sight of the shark and did not dare to descend. Finding it rather dull, Han Yang decided against further tormenting the great white shark. At home, there was a dog named De Huang, and from now on, he would be called the Bai. Han Yang patted the shark's body, allowing it to swim freely near the yacht before returning to the vessel himself. "The fish rider has returned. How is it?" Li Chunchun playfully inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Not bad at all. It would have been even better if I could ride it properly." Han Yang chuckled, his eyes twinkling as he regarded her. "To be honest, I prefer operating other things." "What?" Li Chunchun instinctively responded. At that moment, Qin Lan grabbed her arm and scoffed. "Don't listen to his nonsensical chatter. Come on, let's continue fishing." "Oh." Li Chunchun glanced at Qin Lan with a puzzled expression, her intuition telling her that Han Yang's previous comment was far from innocent. Han Yang chuckled softly, realizing that having undergone the experience made it clear what he was truly skilled at riding. Chapter 153. Capture. Upon witnessing the two women return to the side of the ship to fish, and having resolved the matter with the great white shark, Han Yang found himself momentarily at leisure. Suddenly, he recalled that the female zombie on the deck remained unaddressed. He ascended to the deck, unceremoniously discarding the female zombie's corpse into the sea, before retrieving tools to cleanse the bloodstains from the ground. As the body of the female zombie sank into the water, the nearby great white shark, sensing the scent of blood, swiftly approached. Han Yang perceived the shark's intent. Rather than intervene immediately, he leaned forward to observe closely. With a gaping maw, the great white shark effortlessly severed the female zombie's body in two with a single bite, then proceeded to devour half of it voraciously, finishing it off in mere moments, before continuing to tear apart the remaining portion. As the female zombie's remains vanished into the shark's belly, Han Yang detected a subtle transformation occurring within the shark's body. Yet, unlike humans, Humans exposed to zombie blood would have long succumbed to the infection. However, the great white shark exhibited no such change. It appeared that the zombie virus had lost its efficacy within this creature. Indeed, it seemed to him that only mammalian species had been known to transform into zombies, though this was not an absolute rule. At least, he had never heard of poultry, fish, or insects becoming zombies. As for other species, Han Yang pondered, in the realm of his previous life, he had not encountered any extraordinary zombie creatures. It seemed this zombie virus was indeed selective. Realizing this, Han Yang contemplated whether humans consuming creatures that had fed on zombies would be similarly spared from infection, thus avoiding the fate of becoming zombies themselves. He mused in silence. While he would never partake in such consumption, if humans could eat these fish that had dined on the undead without repercussions, he could feasibly cultivate ethereal fish by feeding them corpses. Upon returning, he resolved to experiment with this notion. Just then, Li Chunchun suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The ethereal fish had returned. The ethereal fish was back? Could it be? Han Yang glanced at the remnants of the zombie's body, now reduced to scraps by the shark, and immediately activated Li Chunchun's perception ability. Indeed, he beheld a fish, approximately 1 meter in length, darting towards them at remarkable speed. Undeterred by the presence of the great white shark, it surged directly to the corpse of the female zombie, opening its sharp jaws to feast. Li Chunchun and Qin Lan rushed over, astonished by the spectacle, and inquired, "What is happening?" As Han Yang grasped a harpoon, he shared his hypothesis regarding the immunity of certain fish to the zombie virus. Seizing the moment, he launched the harpoon with vigor. It shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing the ocean's surface and embedding itself into the body of the ethereal fish. Although he had not switched to a strength-enhancing ability, his natural power was formidable, having long surpassed human limits. Had the harpoon's tip not been branched into several prongs, it would have exited the fish entirely. Nonetheless, the multiple prongs were deeply entrenched in the ethereal fish's flesh. The spirit fish initially struggled and thrashed about for a brief moment before it lay still. Blood cascaded from its wounds, drawing the attention of the great white shark. The shark immediately ceased its feeding and lunged towards the spirit fish. "Stop!" Han Yang quickly commanded the great white, then retrieved the harpoon. The shark cast a reluctant glance back at the spirit fish before returning to gnaw on the corpse of the female zombie. "Han Yang is truly formidable," Li Chunchun exclaimed in admiration. "Just average," Han Yang replied with a smile as he detached the spirit fish from the harpoon. "Can you discern any differences from the spirit fish you encountered last time?" Han Yang tossed the spirit fish onto the ground, prompting Li Chunchun to examine it closely. "There is indeed a distinction. The spirit fish we captured last time bore some resemblance to the bluefin tuna, while this one resembles a bass more closely. However, both fish share the characteristic of being relatively small in size. Yet these two spirit fish have both grown to 1 meter in length, their forms transformed into something unrecognizable," Li Chunchun commented. "Indeed, this suggests that regardless of the species, evolution leads to significant changes in form, primarily an increase in size and a convergence towards a singular appearance. It's possible, otherwise, these two fish, though seemingly distinct species, evoke a sense of kinship once they become spirit fish. Let us not dwell on that. Today's mission has concluded successfully. Let us return." Chapter 154. Beautiful Han Yang shook his head and placed the spiritual fish into the freezer, preserving it. Although this fish had consumed some zombie flesh, it had ingested very little and had not digested much, so the impact should be minimal. Han Yang would certainly not consume it, nor would he allow the women to partake. However, there was still a dog at home, wasn't there? He could let Da Huang taste it first. If all went well, he might then inquire if Lu Bin would be willing to give it a try. If not, it would be fine to let Da Huang have it all, to see if it might awaken into a spiritual beast. Furthermore, if Da Huang experienced no adverse effects, they could experiment by feeding ordinary fish with zombie cores to see if they could evolve into spiritual fish. Should everything progress smoothly, they would have uncovered another path to strength. After tidying up, Han Yang noticed the lingering smell of fish on himself and decided to wash off in the yacht shower. Upon returning to the deck, he found that Li Chunchun had already pulled up the anchor and the yacht was underway. Qin Lan lay on a lounge chair, squinting her eyes, appearing to be asleep. Han Yang contemplated that since Li Chunchun had been in the sea for quite some time, she would surely need a wash as well, so he approached the cockpit. "I'll take the helm. You go have a shower," he suggested. Li Chunchun, whose body was now dry but felt sticky, responded happily, "All right, thank you." She stepped aside and joyfully rushed off to clean up. Han Yang glanced at their current position and continued on the course set by Li Chunchun. After approximately 10 minutes, she returned to the cockpit, freshly cleaned. "I'm done. Let me take over." Upon turning to look, Han Yang was momentarily captivated. Li Chunchun, having just bathed, still bore traces of moisture on her skin. which appeared more radiant against her sun-kissed complexion. Though her skin tone might not be as fair as others, its smoothness was remarkable, something Han Yang had deeply appreciated while in the sea. More strikingly, she had changed into a new swimsuit, a two-piece that left little to the imagination. Compared to the previous black swimsuit, this one featured warm hues, with a pure white top and sky-blue bottoms. The combination with her golden skin was truly eye-catching. Wah! What's wrong? Li Chunchun felt a bit shy under Han Yang's intense gaze. Nothing. I just think you look very beautiful in that outfit, Han Yang remarked, his eyes wandering appreciatively over her form. This compliment only made Li Chunchun more bashful, especially recalling his earlier indiscretions in the water. I'll handle the steering. She attempted to shift the subject. Of course, that works perfectly. Last time you taught me to sail, we only got halfway through the lesson. Shall we continue this time? Han Yang settled back in his chair, shifting slightly to create a small space beside him. He patted the narrow gap, signaling for Li Chunchun to come over. Li Chunchun hesitated, recalling the intimate nature of their previous lesson, and the words Han Yang had spoken while teaching her to swim, promising to continue once they returned. So, was this the return he meant? Teacher Chunchun? Han Yang called her. Li Chunchun regained her senses upon hearing Han Yang's address, feeling a deeper sense of shyness. Yet, as she observed Han Yang beckoning her, she ultimately approached him. The space between the driver's seat and the steering wheel was rather confined, and as Li Chunchun moved closer, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. Both harbored unusual sentiments, and that contact was magnified infinitely, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Since you call me teacher, let us engage in earnest learning, Li Chunchun declared, settling closely beside Han Yang. However, the space was indeed limited, and Han Yang made no adjustments to his seat, leading them to appear as though they were embracing. Very well, Teacher Chunchun. I shall study diligently, Han Yang replied with a serious tone, yet his body instinctively leaned forward, his hands resting upon her delicate waist. Li Chunchun trembled slightly, gripping the steering wheel as she resolutely composed herself, stating, "Allow me to explain the functions of these instruments." Certainly. Chapter 155, Doubts Resolved. The journey back was particularly lengthy. Han Yang sat resolutely at the helm, diligently steering the yacht, while Li Chunchun occupied the seat before him, earnestly instructing him on navigational techniques. The yacht sliced through the waves, advancing swiftly. Are we nearly there? Han Yang inquired in a deep tone. Almost. Li Chunchun squinted, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed ahead, where Golden Sand Island was now distinctly visible. That's a relief. Just then, a formidable wave surged forth, causing the yacht to lurch. Han Yang instinctively grasped Li Chunchun to steady her. Hold on tight. We'll be there shortly. Li Chunchun responded with a soft murmur, securely positioning herself as she maintained control of the steering wheel, ensuring the yacht remained on course. It wasn't long before they docked smoothly at the marina. Thanks to your guidance, Teacher Chunchun, I parked the yacht quite adeptly, wouldn't you agree? Han Yang chuckled. Li Chunchun merely huffed in response, disregarding him as she somewhat unsteadily rose to freshen up. Once she had retreated to the washroom, Han Yang returned to the deck. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lan had also changed her attire and was now freezing the fish they had caught. She cast a glance at Han Yang and gestured toward a large plastic container nearby. I found a vessel, let us put the fish we caught in there. Han Yang examined the container, which contained seawater and ice. He dragged it to the side of the yacht, using a net to carefully transfer the fish one by one into the container. By the time he finished, Li Chunchun had completed her freshening up and emerged in a crisp, clean outfit. What shall we do with all these fish? We can't consume them all at once. Should we preserve them through salting? Li Chunchun feigned nonchalance as she posed the question. I recall there is a rather large aquarium at the hotel, specifically for housing fish. We could temporarily keep them there, Han Yang contemplated. That facility is indeed meant for guests to store their fishing catches, Qin Lan added. Let us proceed with that plan. Han Yang commanded the loyal Great White, instructing it to patrol within a 5-kilometer radius around the island. He and Shasha took the remaining female zombies back to shore. Once they confirmed that all was in order, the three of them prepared to depart, with Han Yang lifting the fish catch and heading towards the sightseeing vehicle they had arrived in. Qin Lan took the driver's seat, and as everyone and the zombies settled in, she promptly drove toward the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Chen Fong was already waiting, having been on duty in the surveillance room, and she spotted the three returning immediately. Wow, so many fish, Chen Fong exclaimed joyfully. These alone will suffice for several days' meals. If we can continue to gather such a bounty daily, we need not worry about our protein source. Even without poultry or livestock, Chunchun discovered an excellent spot. The fish were particularly abundant there. Han Yang praised. Chunchun is truly remarkable. Qin Fong observed Li Chunchun's slightly unsteady gait, understanding the situation, and affectionately linked her arm with Li Chunchun's. Li Chunchun, unaware that Chun Fong had discerned her connection with Han Yang, smiled bashfully. The group made their way back to the hotel, where a vast pool awaited them in a corner of the lobby. Originally, there were several marine fish kept inside. But during the initial days of survival for Yi Xiaokuei and her companions, they were all consumed. Now, the pool is utterly barren, devoid of any fish, and the water has ceased to circulate. Upon entering, Qin Lan promptly activated the water pump, both to replenish the oxygen and to initiate the water circulation in the pool. Let us wait a while before releasing them. After completing her task, Qin Lan instructed Han Yang to set the fish transport box aside. Later, we will take back the less active fish to the villa for dinner tonight, Han Yang remarked, then turned his gaze toward Chen Fong. Everything is normal on the island today, right? There's nothing amiss on the island, but Xiao Kuei and the others encountered a bit of trouble. Chen Fong replied. What kind of trouble? Qin Lan inquired anxiously. Han Yang's heart sank. He hoped that nothing went awry on their first day of independence. Today, another group arrived at the market searching for supplies. Upon noticing that Xiao Qiye and her companions were women, they attempted to seize them. Ultimately, several of them were killed by Xiao Qiye, which frightened the rest away. As Chen Fong finished speaking, Qin Lan visibly relaxed. They weren't all killed, were they? Han Yang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. As the apocalypse drags on, the number of survivors, deprived of resources and hope for rescue, will only increase. Among them are undoubtedly fierce individuals, seasoned by life and death struggles. Given the striking beauty and remarkable figures of Yi Xiaoqiye and her companions, it is not surprising that such individuals might harbor contempt or even possessive intentions. Thus, in this desolate world, strength remains paramount. No, some were quite cunning, keeping their distance. The moment they sensed danger, they fled immediately. Understood, as long as our people are safe. Han Yang resolved to discuss matters further with Yu Xiaoqiye upon her return. By the way, handle this spirit fish, remove the head and entrails, but do not discard them. We can either mash them or use them as bait, which might attract more spirit fish, Han Yang remarked, holding the spirit fish that Qin Lan had chilled. Leave it to me, Li Chunchun assured, patting her chest. She exchanged a reassuring glance with Han Yang, who was aware of her concerns, especially after witnessing the spirit fish consume a female zombie. Yes, just prepare the fish casually. Once done, let us first give a piece to De Huang and observe the effects. Chen Fong, bewildered by the conversation, was met with Li Chunchun whispering a few words into her ear. After hearing this, Chen Fong silently prayed for De Huang, hoping it would remain unharmed. With all matters addressed, the three women busied themselves, leaving Han Yang momentarily idle. He sensed the positions of the women and discovered that Zhao Jia, Qingqing, and Xiao Shan were together, likely practicing physical training. Sun Wanyu appeared to be in the greenhouse, possibly tending to the fruits and vegetables. He decided to check on their training progress, and thus made his way toward the villa. As he passed by Yi Xiaokuei's villa, he suddenly heard commotion from inside. Han Yang focused his gaze and discerned that there were people within. Who is inside? Han Yang found it peculiar. As he approached, he recognized the woman from Nan community. Wasn't her name Shi Xianglan? He recalled that she was the only person on the island with whom he had no contract, which explained why he had not sensed her presence. At that moment, Shi Xianglan was unaware of Han Yang's gaze, bent over as she tidied up the villa. From his vantage point, she resembled a full moon. How had he overlooked it before? This woman's figure was indeed remarkable. Standing outside the villa, Han Yang scrutinized Shi Xianglan through the glass. Unlike the slender and delicate figures of others, she exuded a voluptuousness akin to ripe fruit, as if one could press into her with ease. Yet, she did not convey a sense of obesity. Rather, she possessed the unique charm of a youthful woman. Such a physique would surely be delightful to embrace. Han Yang murmured to himself, pondering why he had never noticed it before. They often say that youth overlooks the allure of women. At that moment, he felt an undeniable urge to experience it. However, the thought of lacking a contract and the risk of her being an ordinary person made him reconsider. Should an unexpected transformation occur, it would indeed be a loss. Perhaps he should defer this thought for another time. After casting a few more lingering glances, he silently retreated. Shortly after he left, Shi Xianglan, catching a glimpse of his departure through the reflection of an object, turned to look back and faintly saw Han Yang's silhouette fading away. Is she really able to maintain composure? Shi Xianglan bit her lip. She had deliberately donned form-fitting attire today to accentuate her figure. When she had inadvertently noticed Han Yang approaching, she had purposely made some noise and adopted a bending posture, hoping to draw his attention. She was confident that any man would be captivated upon seeing her. Indeed, Han Yang was intrigued, yet Shi Xianglan had not anticipated that he would simply walk away. She silently gritted her teeth in disbelief. Chapter 156. The transformation of Shasha Han Yang was oblivious to Shi Xianglan's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would likely only express joy, albeit with a hint of regret. He truly hesitated to take action against someone with whom he had not yet formed a contract. After all, one can run from a monk but cannot escape the temple. It would not be too late once he advanced to the 3rd tier. Ling Longgrass had already reached 5 apertures today, and it would only be a matter of days before it matured to 7. In high spirits, Han Yang made his way to the area where the girls practiced their physical conditioning. As expected, Xiao Shan and Zhao Jia were diligently training under Qingqing's supervision. Although the island was shaded by trees and caressed by the sea breeze, rendering it quite pleasant, the physical training was exhausting. The 3 girls were now drenched in sweat. Their thin t-shirts offering little in terms of modesty, instead accentuating their youthful allure. Han Yang feasted his eyes upon the scene, particularly captivated by Xiao Shan, whose entire being radiated the unique freshness and vitality of youth, something that no adult could ever replicate. That's enough for today. Let's call it a day before a certain man takes undue advantage. After completing another set of movements, Qingqing declared the training session over. Xiao Shan immediately collapsed onto the ground, while Zhao Jia, bubbling with enthusiasm, bounded over to Han Yang. Big brother Han, watch out. Zhao Jia executed a high kick aimed directly at Han Yang's face. He instinctively blocked it, only to be surprised as a surge of electricity surged from Zhao Jia's leg, causing his arm to tingle. Following this, Zhao Jia delivered another kick. Han Yang continued to fend her off, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. Were it not for the excellent lightning resistance he had acquired from mimicking Zhao Jia's abilities, he would have been caught off guard by her previous strike. Hey, why aren't you affected? Sister Qingqing couldn't even react to my attack. Zhao Jia paused, puzzled. I told you, your ability is ineffective against him. Qingqing chuckled softly from the side. Did you help her develop it? Han Yang finally connected the dots. Indeed, Zhao Jia's abilities are particularly suited for close combat, whether in hand-to-hand fighting or with melee weapons. Though somewhat lacking against zombies, they are not entirely ineffective, as zombies also rely on their nervous systems for movement. That is certainly true. Han Yang nodded in agreement. He praised the day's training results, noting significant gains in strength and the development of their abilities. Xiao Shan looked on enviously at Zhao Jia, wishing for a power that could ensure her own safety. Unfortunately, her abilities leaned more towards support. For now, she could only strive to enhance her strength and learn combat techniques. All right, let us return and freshen up, then rest a bit before dinner. The 4 of them headed back to the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, the 3 girls went off to wash up. At that moment, Chen Fang, Li Chunchun, and Qin Lan arrived, bringing Sha Sha and several zombies back to the villa entrance. When did you come back? We were looking for you. Or was it Sha Sha who told us you returned? Chen Fang chided lightly. Sha Sha. Han Yang's expression turned curious. Is something amiss? Nothing at all. You all go prepare dinner. It will be dark soon. Han Yang sent the 3 girls away and turned his attention to Sasha. At that moment, Sasha had changed out of her initial cosplay of the character from Neon Genesis Evangelion, as that outfit had become soiled and was taken by Nan Nan for cleaning. Now, she donned a costume resembling the god of thunder, complete with the ability to draw a knife from her chest. This outfit was more revealing than the previous one, with her legs adorned in thigh-high stockings that showcased her stunningly fair legs, while a pair of safety shorts were partially concealed beneath 2 flowing skirts. Han Yang scrutinized Sasha, who tilted her head in return. What's wrong, master? Han Yang's expression reflected greater astonishment. Today, Sasha seemed rather unusual, not only speaking more coherently, but also initiating conversation. You informed Chen Fang and the others of my location? Yes, master. How did you know my whereabouts? Sasha saw. No. Han Yang's bewilderment deepened. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that Sasha had advanced to the 2nd tier? The mere notion sent a chill down his spine. He quickly mentally instructed Sasha, turn left 4 steps, turn right 5 steps. Take 2 steps back, and move forward 3 steps. Sasha complied without any sign of resistance. Could it be that she hadn't advanced after all? Given the quantity of corpse cores he typically fed her, she likely had not reached that stage yet. Moreover, he had not sensed any signs of her advancement. Han Yang switched to assess Sasha's abilities and confirmed she still possessed 1st-tier defensive capabilities. Yet, what could explain her current demeanor? Sasha, do you recall anything from the past? Han Yang chose to inquire directly rather than speculate. I remember some things like watching a movie. Sasha paused, contemplating for a moment before settling on an appropriate phrase. Han Yang carefully observed her expressions, noting that regardless of whether he caressed her or engaged her in conversation, Sasha's demeanor remained unchanged, still somewhat expressionless, akin to a person with a flat affect, though her eyes sparkled with greater liveliness, and her speech flowed more smoothly. It appeared she was influenced by the restoration of her memories, Han Yang mused. He couldn't determine whether this was a positive or negative development. But if Nan Nan were to find out, she would undoubtedly be thrilled. For now, as long as she remained under control, he decided not to probe further. He instructed the other female zombies to disperse and maintain vigilance while he led Sasha back to the villa. Subsequently, Han Yang ventured alone to the spiritual plant cultivation room to observe the plants. Meanwhile, Sasha stood in the living room, quietly surveying her surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention to her, she murmured softly, "Sasha is hungry." Upon finishing her sentence, she reached beneath the red wrap at her waist, rummaging until she extracted a corpse core, which she promptly tossed into her mouth, chewing it as if it were a piece of candy. A glimmer of satisfaction instantly shone in her crimson eyes. "I like. Nan Nan has food." Chapter 157. Lubin awakens as night fell completely. Yu Xiaoque, Ming Xian, and Nan Nan finally returned to the villa. Seeing that the three were unharmed, Han Yang sighed in relief. Lubin, Luli, and Li Ke also arrived at the villa, having been informed by Han Yang of their coming. As Li Chenchun had prepared the spirit fish, De Huang, drawn by the aroma, rushed over. Han Yang first offered it a piece of meat, which De Huang devoured without hesitation. After finishing, still craving more, it circled around Han Yang, eager for additional morsels. Naturally, Han Yang withheld further food, engaging in playful antics with De Huang for a while, without noticing any signs of transformation in the creature. He then sent word to Lu Bin, informing him of an opportunity for awakening that came with certain risks, and inquired if he was willing to attempt it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bin agreed. As soon as his sister Xiaoqie returned with the last load of supplies, he rushed after her to the island without even unloading the vehicle. "Brother-in-law, look, how should I awaken?" Lu Bin eagerly approached Han Yang upon seeing him. "Follow me." Han Yang turned and walked into the spirit plant cultivation room. "All right." Lu Bin followed joyfully. Behind him, Li Ke looked on with envy, hardly paying attention to his sister's words. "Xiaoke, are you even listening to your sister?" "Huh? Sister, what did you say?" Li Ke, finally snapping back to reality as Han Yang and Lu Bin disappeared through a door. "I said you must listen carefully and work hard," Li Chunchun replied with annoyance. "What were you thinking just now?" Li Ke hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, then whispered, "Sister, could you speak to brother-in-law about letting me awaken my abilities too?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunchun was taken aback. Her younger brother had only been here for 2 days. Yet he was already so eager to call Han Yang brother-in-law so casually. Nevertheless, recalling her own commitment to Han Yang during their return journey, she refrained from arguing. "You've only just arrived. Why the hurry?" Li Ke immediately felt disheartened by her words, his youthful emotions evident on his face. Observing her brother's dejected demeanor, Li Chunchun comforted him, "But rest assured, Han Yang will arrange for your awakening. I believe it won't be long." "Really?" Li Ke's spirits lifted immediately. Indeed, as Li Chunchun reassured her brother, in the spirit plant cultivation room, Han Yang led Lu Bin to a pot of well-cooked sea fish. "I have already discussed the risks with you. In truth, there is no need for you to awaken right now. There will be further opportunities in a few days. Brother-in-law, I've thought it through. The sooner I awaken, the sooner I can increase my strength. If another opportunity arises, I can help Luli." "You lad. You're quite fond of Luli, aren't you?" "Hee, I can't compare to brother-in-law, but with just one woman, I must think of her well-being." "Very well. I promise you, the next time Luli will awaken. Since you've made your decision, go ahead and eat this bowl of fish." "All right." Lu Bin did not question further. He was ready to comply with whatever his brother-in-law instructed. What he needed to know would eventually be revealed to him, and what he should not know would not pique his curiosity. Lu Bin pulled up a chair beside him, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. "Do not speak. This fish is remarkably delicious," awakening his appetite. Before long, he had devoured nearly the entire fish. Of course, although it appeared to be a whole fish, a portion had already been fed to the dog. At that moment, Lu Bin suddenly froze. Through the consciousness connection, Han Yang discerned subtle changes occurring within him. "It has begun," Han Yang thought. At that instant, Lu Bin felt a warm current coursing through his body, filling him with vigor. Eventually, the warmth transformed into energy, stabilizing within him and circulating along a fixed pathway. "What is happening? Have you awakened any abilities?" Han Yang inquired as Lu Bin's breath steadied. "How should I put it? I feel an overwhelming surge of strength, especially in my legs and waist." Lu Bin responded, rising to stretch his limbs. "The space here is too confined, brother-in-law. Let us step outside to test it." "Very well." Although Han Yang had not simulated Lu Bin's ability, he had a rough idea of what it might be. The two exited the room, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Brother Bin, have you awakened your abilities?" Luli asked anxiously. "Indeed, I have. I'm about to try it outside." Lu Bin replied with a proud grin. "Then hurry up, we're all waiting for dinner." Yu Xiaoque remarked nonchalantly. Okay, sister." Lu Bin instinctively crouched slightly and hurriedly dashed out of the villa, followed by the others in a steady stream. Upon reaching the open area, Lu Bin beamed with confidence, addressing the crowd. Everyone, watch closely. He then assumed a running stance. In the next moment, his body surged with power, propelling him forward like an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the night. Wow, so fast. His ability is speed. The crowd erupted into excited chatter. Only Lu Li Ko and Shi Xianglan gazed enviously at the vanishing Lu Bin. Indeed, it appears to be a physical enhancement ability, speed. Quite impressive. Han Yang had surmised Lu Bin's exuberance stemmed from the newfound energy. Only a physical enhancement ability, particularly those related to strength or speed, would yield such a pronounced improvement. Having said that, Han Yang decided to switch to Lu Bin's abilities himself, curious about the passive augmentation Lu Bin might confer upon him. Upon adopting Lu Bin's abilities, he immediately sensed his leg muscles and bones becoming extraordinarily robust. He felt capable of breaking a large tree with a single kick. Additionally, his motor skills experienced significant enhancement, and his core strength saw a slight improvement. As for other aspects, the changes were negligible. Lu Bin's perception of increased strength was merely a result of his previous ordinary status. Han Yang, on the other hand, possessed inherent strength that was already formidable. After continuously utilizing Ming Xian's and the female zombie's abilities, his power had been augmented to an extraordinary level, far surpassing the enhancements Lu Bin experienced after awakening his abilities. Consequently, Han Yang did not perceive any substantial change in his strength. After experiencing Lu Bin's abilities, Han Yang switched back to Shasha's powers. The formidable strength of his legs began to wane, yet the augmented muscles and bones had not fully reverted to their original state. Instead, they commenced absorbing the qi within him, gradually growing stronger. Did Lu Bin bestow upon me the passive abilities of leg enhancement and motor nerve fortification? Han Yang pondered this thought, eventually nodding in satisfaction. Although his body had unconsciously undergone a significant passive enhancement through the utilization of others' abilities, he had become exceedingly powerful. For instance, Ming Xian's passive strength enhancement, Sha's defensive fortification, and Nandan's night vision capability had nearly eradicated his weaknesses. Now, relying solely on his physical prowess, he felt unafraid of anyone. However, every bit of strength mattered. His enhancements accumulated gradually, one by one. Soon, Lu Bin returned. Having not ventured far, merely taking a brief circuit around the vicinity. How was it? Impressive, right? He exclaimed with a hearty laugh, brimming with pride. Indeed, quite remarkable. Lu Li and the others echoed in agreement. Can we eat now? We're starving. Nan murmured. It's all set. It's all set. Lu Bin replied, sensing the moment was ripe. The group then returned to the villa, gathering around the long dining table. Chapter 158. Strength is the true path. As everyone settled into their seats, Han Yang rose with a glass in hand, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. Now that we are all together, I wish to share a few words. Today, I am filled with joy over Lu Bin's successful awakening. I am equally delighted that nearly all present here have also awakened. Why do I feel this joy? Because in this harsh apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Only with sufficient power can we protect ourselves and our loved ones. Only with enough strength can we savor resources and relish life. Only with adequate might can we face the undead and fear no one. Now, I can proudly declare, we are the most formidable team in Jinghai City. There is no rival. This is the fruit of our relentless efforts. To our hard work, let us toast. Cheers. 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 The crowd raised their glasses, drinking heartily. Once the beer in his glass was finished, Han Yang refilled it and continued. Thus, if you are harassed outside, retaliate. If you are insulted, retaliate. If you are attacked, retaliate. We shall fear no one. Ah, brother Han Yang, I adore you. Sun Luan, you squealed like an enamored fan. Me too. Meng Xian chimed in, her cheeks flushed. I love you. Love you all. Han Yang coughed lightly, regaining his composure. Everything I have just stated is predicated on the foundation of strength. Although most of you have awakened, we must not let our guard down. Henceforth, we must continue to train diligently and progress to the second tier, ensuring we maintain our superiority and power. Understood, brother Han. You can count on me to train hard. The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. All right, I shall say no more. Everyone is hungry. Let us eat. With that, Han Yang took his seat. Yay, Nan exclaimed, digging into the meal without reservation. Li Ku joined his sister at the dining table, his face glowing with admiration for Han Yang's words. Now that his sister was among Han Yang's many companions, he felt no jealousy, only hope that his brother-in-law would consider him and hasten his awakening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Xianglan gazed at Han Yang with dreamy eyes. A powerful man is inherently attractive. This was true even before the apocalypse. Moreover, Han Yang not only possessed great strength, but also methods to enhance that strength. The implication of his previous words hinted at even more ways to grow stronger, solidifying her determination to win him over. Only Lu Li remained composed. Lu Bin had discreetly informed her that Han Yang had promised her the next opportunity for awakening. Such is the advantage of clinging to a mighty tree. A branch is still a part of the tree. It is pleasant to seek shade beneath a large tree. Today, Han Yang had intentionally seated himself between Nan Nan and Yi Xiaoque. He first briefed Nan Nan on Xia Xia's situation. Upon hearing the news, Nan Nan's face lit up with surprise. Her favorite meal suddenly lost its appeal as she rushed to Xia Xia's side, whispering sweet nothings. Xia Xia maintained her usual blank expression but occasionally responded, much to Nan Nan's delight, especially when reminiscing about their shared experiences. In the past, Xia Xia had shown no reaction, yet now she could recall specific details, nearly bringing Nan Nan to tears of joy. When Xia Xia expressed her hunger, Nan Nan promptly retrieved a handful of corpse cores and tucked them into the small pocket around her waist. Han Yang, oblivious to the exchange, turned his attention to Yi Xiaoque, inquiring about the group they encountered earlier. Oh, that group? Just a bunch of insignificant rabble, not a single awakened one among them. Yi Xiaoque replied dismissively. Didn't TAFU manage to escape? It's better to be cautious. Han Yang urged. Do you want to know why we returned so late? Yi Xiaoque chuckled lightly. Could it be that Nan Nan, under the cover of dusk, utilized her shadowy abilities to locate their lair? Indeed, not only did she find their hideout, but she also led a horde of zombies right in. Han Yang gave her a thumbs up. Enough of these dreary topics, Yi Xiaoque said with a playful glint in her eyes. I rather enjoyed your earlier remarks. Later, come visit me, such a little vixen. Han Yang had no objections, having already promised the day before. The atmosphere was lively, and dinner extended longer than usual. While clearing the table, Han Yang recalled the leftover plates from Lu Bin in the spirit cultivation room. Just as he prepared to tidy up, he noticed De Huang had been waiting at the door, sitting patiently, tail wagging in anticipation. Your nose is quite adept, Han Yang chuckled, shaking his head as he entered the room, placing the remnants and bones before De Huang, who immediately began to feast. Brother-in-law, we're heading back, Lu Bin called out, bidding farewell along with Lu Li and Li Ku. Go ahead. Han Yang waved them off. Therefore, Lu Bin, Lu Li, and Li Ku boarded the sightseeing vehicle they had arrived in and headed towards the service area by the shore. During the journey, Li Ku could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Lu Bin, Brother Bin, what does it feel like to awaken your powers? Noticing Lu Li's inquisitive gaze, Lu Bin pondered for a moment. Well, it's like suddenly having an extra eye. It feels a bit jarring. Yet you instinctively know how to use it. I see. When will I awaken too? Li Ku asked enviously. Why are you in such a hurry? But it should be soon enough. Once Lu Li awakens, you'll be next, Lu Bin assured. Lu Li beamed at the thought. Thank you, Brother Bin, for looking out for me. Why the formality? We're all family, and everything has already been arranged by your brother-in-law. Despite his words, Lu Bin wore a proud expression. Li, I am now an awakened one as well. Tonight, let me show you just how formidable I can be. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. All right, Bin Gu. As the three conversed, the sightseeing vehicle returned to the shore service area. At this moment, the service area was no longer shrouded in darkness. Several bright lights illuminated the space. This was a result of Yi Xiaoque's initiative to redirect a portion of the island's electricity with Zhao Ji's assistance. Originally, the shore service area relied on municipal power, supplemented by a line extending across the bridge to the island to address any potential electrical shortages. After deciding to store some supplies at the shore service area, Yi Xiaoque instructed Zhao Jia to modify the circuitry to reverse the flow of electricity from the island. This was merely a temporary measure. In the future, Yi Xiaoque planned to have Zhao Jia install solar power generating equipment at the shore service area. It was not necessary to generate a large amount of electricity. Adequate lighting during the night would suffice. As the apocalyptic period continued, the number of active survivors would inevitably increase. Once they learned that awakening potions were available here, a throng would surely flock to the area. Thus, Yi Xiaoque envisioned transforming the shore service area into a trading hub for the island. At that time, the electrical infrastructure and security facilities would require thorough reevaluation. While unloading the vehicle, Yi Xiaoque shared her preliminary plans with Lu Bin, which greatly excited him. She also mentioned that the management of the future trading area might be entrusted to him, although he had yet to awaken, so nothing was certain. This uncertainty was a significant reason why Lu Bin was so eager to undergo the awakening process, disregarding the risks involved. Now that he had successfully awakened, he believed that, with his connections and abilities, the matter was nearly assured. It was no wonder he occasionally displayed a proud expression. Chapter 159. A feather cannot be added. The three returned to their dormitory, and Lu Bin, disregarding Li Ku, eagerly embraced Lu Li and hurried into his room. He could hardly contain his excitement to showcase the formidable strength he had acquired after his awakening. Observing this, Liku abandoned any thoughts of further conversation and retreated to his own quarters. Before long, he faintly caught the sound of Lu Li's voice drifting from outside. Logically, his room was not in close proximity to Lu Bin's, yet in the stillness of the night, he could discern it, causing him to toss and turn restlessly. When would I awaken my abilities and attract a multitude? Liku mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, on the island, shortly after Lu Bin and the others departed, Han Yang, preoccupied with the experiment concerning the spirit fish, ventured alone to the hotel, uncertain whether the fish would consume the corpse nucleus and what the resultant reaction might be. He first retrieved a fish from the pool and placed it in a nearby container, which still held the seawater they had brought along. As Qinlan had not disposed of it, he then extracted a corpse nucleus and tossed it into the container. The fish, startled, swam away and did not eat it. Not eating? Han Yang waited for a while, and upon seeing that the fish showed no interest in the corpse nucleus, he felt a tinge of disappointment. No. The zombies actually do not respond to the corpse nucleus until they have ingested it or have inadvertently consumed it, after which they begin to seek it out incessantly. This explains why those mutated zombies are drawn to attack their kind. The simple-minded zombies merely believe consuming their kin will enhance their own strength. In contrast, those zombies that have discovered and consumed the corpse nucleus will actively search for it. In his previous life, Han Yang had heard tales of a particular zombie that not only attacked its own kind, but also targeted human settlements to scavenge for corpse nuclei. Some speculated that this zombie had achieved a terrifying 4th tier, dominating the central district of Jinghai City, and became the most feared entity among all gathering places. In light of this, should I attempt to feed it? Han Yang mused as he caught the fish, forcefully shoved the corpse nucleus into its mouth, and then placed it back into the container. The fish, regaining its freedom, thrashed violently, splattering water everywhere. Fortunately, the nucleus remained intact. Han Yang observed for a while longer, but the fish exhibited no noticeable changes. Perhaps it required time to digest? Typically, a regular zombie needs 5 corpse nuclei in 2 to 3 days to awaken. So it is reasonable that the fish would take longer. Having come to this conclusion, Han Yang decided not to continue observing and would check again the following day. He exited the hotel, preparing to return to the villa. He had not forgotten about Yi Xiaokuei's earlier provocation. He was determined to make an impression tonight. Han Yang, well acquainted with the layout, entered Yi Xiaokuei's room. At this moment, she was clad in a silk camisole, lounging lazily against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing Han Yang's arrival, Yi Xiaokuei let out a light chuckle. Oh dear, if you had come a little earlier, you could have caught Lan Lan. What a pity. Han Yang felt a rush of warmth at her words. This little enchantress. Just one sentence stirred his restless heart. Without further ado, Han Yang lunged forward. Day 16 of the apocalypse. In the early morning, Han Yang awoke. Gazing at Qinlan nestled in his embrace, Han Yang could not help but smile. Yesterday had indeed been a whirlwind of events. As he relished the memories, another thought struck him. While rushing from Yi Xiaokuei's room to Qinlan's side last night, he had sensed a faint reaction indicating someone's advancement. Lost in the revelry of the moment, he had dismissed it as a mere illusion. Now, with a clearer mind, he sensed something was amiss. Surely, it could not be Qingqing? She had mentioned that she might advance in the coming days, if she succeeded. It would validate that the Hunyuan technique could replace spiritual plants. Han Yang pondered inwardly. Yet, dwelling on it further seemed futile. He resolved to test her abilities instead. He promptly switched to Qingqing's internal vision ability, instantly perceiving a distinct enhancement. His spirit felt invigorated, allowing him to observe and grasp every detail of his body with unparalleled clarity. Furthermore, he sensed that his consciousness was no longer confined within his corporeal form but could extend outward. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his spirit broke free from the corporeal constraints, soaring upward. Before long, his consciousness floated above him like a feather. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of astral projection? Han Yang gazed in astonishment at his own body lying below alongside Qinlan. Alternatively, was it an emergence of the Yang spirit? He found himself at a loss for words. His awareness had completely detached from his body, resembling a flickering candlelight drifting in the air. Perhaps due to the frailty of his spirit, he felt as though he might be dispersed at any moment. Hesitant to linger, he swiftly returned to his physical form. Upon opening his eyes and moving his hands, he found the sensations unchanged, immensely reassuring. Qingqing had truly advanced to the 2nd tier. A genuine joy surged within him, signifying that beyond the 3rd tier, even without the aid of spiritual plants, he could advance to the 4th or 5th tiers through his own cultivation, merely a matter of time. The path ahead appeared promising. With renewed enthusiasm, Han Yang delved into studying Qingqing's 2nd tier abilities, discovering that she could extend her consciousness outward without fully detaching it. Akin to Xiaokuei's telekinesis, allowing her to observe her surroundings. This mode of perception differed from that of Xiao Shan and Li Chunshun. Their abilities resembled predetermined programs, limited to observing a single category of content. In contrast, while Qingqing's range of spiritual detachment was brief, extending only about half a meter, she could perceive everything within that space. Even the qi, which had previously required considerable effort to sense, was now crystal clear. Coupled with her subtle bodily control, Han Yang was reminded of the saying, "A feather cannot be added, nor can a fly alight." If he so wished, he could indeed achieve such mastery. Like a child with a new toy, Han Yang eagerly experimented with Qingqing's externalized spirit, attuning to his surroundings. Just then, Yushakie entered the room, as if sensing something. "Is there something watching us?" Yushakie furrowed her brow. "Can you sense it?" Han Yang was taken aback. "It must be your doing." "No. You didn't possess such abilities before. Shanshan, Chunshun, it doesn't quite seem like them. Their powers do not evoke this sensation. Just now, it felt as if someone intended to strip us bare." After some contemplation, Yushakie found a fitting description. This is Qingqing's second-tier ability, allowing her spirit to perceive externally, though not from too great a distance. Qingqing has reached the second tier. Yushakie's face lit up with joy. This means that the Hunyuan technique is indeed effective. It was not in vain that I allowed her to touch me several times. As she spoke, there was a hint of gritted teeth in her tone. "No. I must diligently practice the Hunyuan technique and advance to the second tier soon." Initially, Yi Xiaokuei had intended to watch Qin Lan make a fool of herself, but now she had forgotten about it. After speaking, she turned to leave. However, before exiting, she couldn't help but call out to Qin Lan. "Lan Lan, stop pretending to be asleep. Hurry up." Han Yang looked down to see Qin Lan's ears flushed red. Indeed, she was pretending to sleep. Once Yi Xiaokuei had left, Qin Lan sprang out of bed, hastily putting on her clothes. Han Yang, I'm leaving." Han Yang couldn't resist chuckling at Qin Lan's adorable appearance. "All right." The two quickly dressed, and Qin Lan resumed her cool demeanor. Upon stepping out of the room, they found Yushakie waiting outside, dressed in an astute and capable manner. Yushakie made a face at Qin Lan, who responded with a look of annoyance, choosing to ignore her. Last night, it was this girl who, being both inexperienced and indulgent, caused her to suffer the consequences. She was certainly not going to give her a pleasant expression. Yi Xiaokuei was unbothered, and the three of them headed toward Han Yang's villa. "Sister Xiaokuei, Sister Lan, good morning, Han Ge." Upon entering the villa, they spotted Meng Xian emerging from her bedroom, cheerfully greeting the trio. "Good morning, little Xian." Yushakie responded with a smile. Qin Lan directly pulled Meng Xian into the kitchen. Yushakie lazily settled onto the sofa, gesturing subtly at Han Yang and pointing at Meng Xian's retreating figure. "In this villa, is she the only one you haven't went over yet?" "Han Yang, how do you know everything?" As if guessing Han Yang's thoughts, Yi Xiaokuei replied languidly. "Just by looking into her eyes, one can tell. That little girl Meng Xian cannot conceal her admiration. I've also heard about your heroic rescue. Though the approach was somewhat cliché, it was indeed effective. When will you win her over?" "Why do you ask?" Han Yang shot her a glance, feeling as though she was concocting some mischievous scheme. "I just want to borrow some facial cleanser." Han Yang had the nagging feeling that Yushakie seemed to have awakened an inexplicable hobby. She wouldn't be trying to compete for people with me, would she? Just as the two were engaging in idle chatter, Qingqing descended from the second floor. Yushakie immediately straightened up. "Huh? How come you're here to train so punctually? The sun must be rising in the west." Qingqing looked out at the sky, astonished. Yushakie, however, was taken aback. "I heard you advanced to the second tier, so I came to congratulate you." Qingqing cast a fleeting glance at Han Yang. She had advanced to the second tier without anyone knowing, and it was only through Han Yang's mimetic abilities that he discovered this and informed Yushakie. Thus, it was evident that the two had spent the night together. "After advancing to the second tier, I feel a significant enhancement in my physical constitution. How about we engage in a sparring session?" Qingqing turned to Han Yang with an expressionless gaze. It's rather inappropriate to stir up trouble so early in the morning. You two continue your conversation. I shall check if Nan has risen," Han Yang said, not waiting for a response from either of them before swiftly darting up the stairs. Sparring in broad daylight with everyone watching? Perhaps that's more fitting for the evening. Han Yang grumbled as he pushed open Nan's door. "Ah, Brother Han, what brings you here?" Out. As soon as Han Yang entered, he was pushed back outside by Nan, leaving him bewildered. A glance inside revealed that she was changing Shasha's clothes. "It's not like I haven't seen it before," Han Yang mumbled, ultimately being thrust outside, the door firmly shut behind him. However, did Shasha just smile? When he was being pushed out, he thought he caught a glimpse of her glance. Thinking of Shasha, Han Yang instinctively switched to her ability. His skin instantly shimmered with a metallic sheen. Han Yang was utterly astonished. Copper skin? A defensive second-tier ability, akin to metallic armor? Has Shasha advanced? Han Yang inhaled sharply, his surprise overshadowed by apprehension. No wonder she seemed so much more agile yesterday. Her verbal expression had improved, and her memory had recovered somewhat. This is a sign of her advancement. But when I switched abilities in the evening, I had not advanced. So it must have happened last night. Yet, why didn't I sense it? No. It's not entirely accurate to say I sensed nothing. The advancement I sensed last night could have been either Qingqing-S or Shasha-S. How careless of me. No, this is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Han Yang paced anxiously at the door. Shasha advancing to the second tier, placing her on par with him, meant that she could break free from his control at any moment if she desired. Indeed. Yet, Shasha did not attempt to escape. Instead, she remained quiet. Cooperating with Nan Nan as she changed outfits, Han Yang began to calm himself. Perhaps, the situation is not as dire as he feared. Regardless, a gentleman should never place himself in a precarious position. The priority now is to advance to the third tier and regain the initiative. Creak. At that moment, the door finally swung open. Nan Nan, pouting, addressed Han Yang. Brother Han, do you have matters to attend to this early? Originally, he had none, but now, he indeed did. Yet, he could not speak plainly to Nan Nan. I came to check how you and Shasha rested yesterday. Han Yang could only utter nonsensical words. Just then, Shasha approached as well, today dressed again in the garb of the mechanical heroine from Neil, her black leather attire striking yet pleasing to the eye. Good morning, Master. Shasha greeted Han Yang with a gentle smile. Sasha's smile remained somewhat stiff and unnatural. Yet the transformation from a blank expression to a smile was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, she finally made Han Yang feel as if he were facing a living person. All right. Han Yang responded, somewhat dazed, a shiver running down his spine. She is indeed a ticking time bomb. Hey, Brother Han, are you surprised too? I was utterly astonished to see Sasha smile today. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully. Moreover, Sasha insisted on changing into this outfit, claiming it was her master's favorite. Upon finishing her sentence, Nan Nan pouted. How many times have I told her not to call me master? Han Yang chuckled awkwardly. Nevertheless, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Han Yang decided to shift the topic. Is everything packed? Once you're ready, let's head downstairs. Your sister Qing has advanced to the second tier. We should hurry to congratulate her. Really? Nan Nan's face lit up with surprise. What a delightful double celebration today. Let's hurry downstairs. With that, Nan Nan tugged at Sasha and dashed down, with Han Yang trailing behind. Upon reaching the lower floor, Nan Nan immediately embraced Qing, chattering excitedly about her advancement. Han Yang, however, made his way outside the villa, with Sasha quietly following. Seeking a secluded corner, Han Yang suddenly halted and turned to Sasha. You have advanced? Yes, master. With that, the pair fell into an eerie silence. Han Yang remained quiet, reflecting on how he had been issuing commands to Sasha all the while. Noticing that she complied without any resistance, Sasha, too, was silent. Well, she had always been this way. Why did you not break free from my control? After a moment's hesitation, Han Yang resolved to be forthright. After all, Sasha's current demeanor was increasingly reminiscent of a human rather than a zombie. Break free? Sasha tilted her head. Why would I want to break free? Why not break free? What? I am accustomed to my master. I like Nan Nan. Their food. Upon finishing her statement, Sasha pulled a zombie core from her pocket and popped it into her mouth, an involuntary satisfied smile gracing her face. Well, that makes a rather compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 160, Continuous Advancement. Han Yang finally comprehended the reason behind Sasha's sudden progression. It was likely that Nan Nan had secretly provided her with numerous corpse nuclei, which she casually consumed like candy. If there was a free lunch, he too would prefer to avoid the toil of combat. With this realization, Han Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him, alleviating some of his worries. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of hastening his own advancement to the third tier. He returned to the villa with Sasha, where breakfast was already prepared, and everyone once again extended their congratulations to Qing. After the meal, they dispersed, each attending to their respective tasks. Li Chunshun inquired if Han Yang would join them for a fishing trip today. After a moment's contemplation, he declined. Consequently, Qin Lan and Li Chunshun set off to sea for fishing. Yi Xiaokue, Meng Xian, and Nan Nan continued to transport supplies from the mall. And according to Yi Xiaokue's estimation, they would likely finish today. There was no need to bring everything back. Han Yang trusted Yi Xiaokue completely, allowing her to oversee the arrangements. Initially, Xiao Shan and the others planned to accompany Qing for body training exercises. However, Han Yang called Shen Fong and Sun Wanyu aside. Did you summon us for some arrangement? Sun Wanyu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Today's task for both of you is of utmost importance, Han Yang replied, leading them to the spirit plant cultivation room. First, he intended for Chen Fong to advance to the second tier. Me? Chen Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the Yin corpse grass that was exchanged from Shaochuan is nearing maturity. So, Big Brother Han wants me to hasten its ripening? Sun Wanyu deduced. Precisely. And it is not just this Yin corpse grass. Han Yang then presented the exquisite and delicate Linglong grass, which was lush and vigorous, resembling a brocade ball adorned with 6 prominent apertures. Today, let us see if we can nurture this Linglong grass to 7 apertures. Sasha's sudden transformation left Han Yang impatient, compelling him to adopt extraordinary measures. Very well, I shall give it my all, Sun Wanyu declared eagerly. Yes, I trust you. Start by ripening this Yin corpse grass. Han Yang handed it to her. Sun Wanyu accepted it, then cupped her hands around the Yin corpse grass and activated her ability. The energy within her surged forth like a flowing stream. The Yin corpse grass responded to the stimulation, its roots firmly gripping the buried corpse nucleus, rapidly absorbing its essence. The glow surrounding the leaves of the Yin corpse grass intensified significantly, and soon, the last leaf grew swiftly, fully unfurling. All done, Sun Wanyu announced. Sensing that further ripening yielded no additional response, she ceased her efforts. Next, it's your turn, Fong Fong, Han Yang instructed, producing scissors to cut the Yin corpse grass just above the soil. Chen Fong immediately placed her hands upon it, unleashing her healing powers with full force. The remaining stem of the Yin corpse grass revitalized instantly, as a fragile leaf struggled to emerge, stretching and dancing in the air. That's enough. Han Yang called to Chen Fong to halt. Sun Wanyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, suddenly realizing why they had never exhausted their supply of Yin corpse grass. So, this was the reason. Fong Fong is crucial for the enhancement of our team, Wanyu. Please keep this matter confidential, Han Yang urged. Rest assured, Brother Han, I won't breathe a word to Sister Xiaoqiye. If Xiaoqiye knows, just refrain from mentioning it to anyone else. All right. Sun Wanyu was hardly surprised. Rather, if Sister Xiaoqiye were unaware, that would truly astonish her. Well, let us proceed to prepare some food. The 3 entered the kitchen, as there were leftovers from breakfast, so no extensive preparation was necessary. Once everything was ready, Chen Fong promptly consumed the Yin corpse grass. The familiar taste lingered, reminiscent of bitter melon juice infused with mint. Chen Fong was quite impressed, yet she did not flinch, swallowing it down with gusto. Soon, she felt energy surging within her, or rather, one might say qi, beginning to circulate throughout her body. Her body also began to sense hunger. Chen Fong immediately commenced feasting on the food that had been prepared earlier. After a brief moment, the qi within her finally stabilized. Chen Fong felt a slight enhancement in her overall physical attributes, and most importantly, she sensed a significant leap in her capabilities. How do you feel? Han Yang inquired. I feel considerably stronger. Now I believe I can heal 2 or 3 Yin corpse grasses in one go. This indeed represents substantial progress. Initially, Chen Fong would appear pale and fatigued after healing a single Yin corpse grass. After a period of training, she could maintain a normal state while healing 1. But to heal a second, she would need to fully recuperate first. Is that the only enhancement? Han Yang asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Aside from the amplification of my inherent abilities, my second-tier capabilities should exhibit new transformations. This conclusion was drawn from his observations of himself and Qingqing. Well, I can't say there is none. I have a hunch that my body can undergo a certain degree of rapid regeneration, yet it requires experimentation. Perhaps it is best not to experiment now. We can explore that later when the opportunity arises. Han Yang interjected. Shifting the focus from healing others to oneself is quite the contrast from Qingqing, yet it still signifies a form of transformation and enhancement. Having grasped Chen Fong's abilities, the 3 took a brief respite, and Han Yang also adapted to Chen Fong's powers for a moment. He discovered that upon advancing to the second tier, whether it was Qingqing or Chen Fong, not only had the qi increased, but the pathways of its circulation had also expanded. This is likely the secret to the transformation of abilities. Once everyone had adequately rested, the trio returned to the spirit plant cultivation chamber. Wanyu, you shall initiate the ripening process first. If you can no longer continue, I will take over. The Yin corpse grass likely requires half of their energy to complete one ripening, but the Linglong grass and Yin corpse grass are not of the same caliber. Han Yang worried that Wanyu might struggle to accomplish it alone. All right. Wanyu nodded solemnly, then placed her hand on the Linglong grass. As her abilities activated, the numerous delicate leaves of the Linglong grass seemed to possess a spirit of their own, gently swaying, and the surrounding glow intensified. The 7th aperture of the Linglong grass slowly began to open. As time passed, Wanwei's complexion began to pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Chen Fang hurriedly supported her, while Han Yang took over the task of hastening the ripening process. Eventually, at a certain moment, the seventh aperture of the Linglong herb stabilized completely. A sensation arose within Han Yang's success. Is it done? Sun Wanyu inquired from the side, noticing Han Yang's pause, concern etched on her face. Indeed. Han Yang replied with a reassuring glance. Sun Wanyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shall we harvest the Linglong herb now? Chen Fang asked. Not yet. Let us rest a little longer. I need to recover. In truth, Han Yang had not expended an excessive amount of qi, as he was a second-tier ability user, possessing a significantly greater total amount of qi than Wanyu. However, exercising caution, he chose to restore himself to optimal condition before proceeding. Chapter 161. Transformation. The three individuals consumed a modest meal, while Han Yang sat in meditation, channeling the Hunyuan technique to absorb the free qi from the surrounding air. After more than half an hour, his condition was fully restored. Let us commence, Han Yang announced as he rose to his feet. Chen Fang, with a serious expression, gazed at the Linglong grass, indicating her readiness, eagerly awaiting Han Yang's next move. Without hesitation, Han Yang took scissors and, with precision, severed the stem of the Linglong grass at the soil level. Instantly, Chen Fang moved forward, transferring vibrant vitality from her hands into the grass's root. The roots, which had been on the brink of withering, began to regenerate, desperately grasping the buried corpse core for sustenance. The corpse core shrank rapidly as torrents of energy flowed into the remaining stem of the Linglong grass. Time became an abstract concept as a tender sprout struggled to break through the surface of the soil. Meanwhile, Chen Fang was drenched in sweat, nearing her limit. Han Yang swiftly switched abilities, taking over her task. Luan Yu assisted Chen Fang to a nearby spot. Han Yang felt the qi within him circulating through his meridians, transforming into vibrant life force, which he directed towards the Linglong grass. Leaves began to unfurl. 1, 2, 3. Several leaves blossomed forth. On the small branches, 5 or 6 tender green leaves swayed gently. Sensing that it was sufficient, Han Yang ceased his efforts. The Linglong grass appears to be in excellent condition. It should be fine now, he proclaimed. The two women exhaled in relief. Han Yang was equally exhilarated, for this signified that their team could now enhance third-tier warriors in bulk. However, he soon found himself captivated by the severed Linglong grass on the table. Next, I shall attempt to advance to the third tier, Han Yang murmured to himself. He scrutinized the Linglong grass, noting that it had not withered after detaching from its roots. Rather, it now resembled jade, emanating a more lustrous sheen. Adjusting his breath, he grasped the Linglong grass and consumed it whole. Boom! The succulent leaves burst under his mastication, releasing a delectable juice that flooded his mouth, which he eagerly swallowed. The flavor resembled a milky jelly, far superior to that of the yin-corpse grass. A fleeting thought crossed Han Yang's mind, and he soon felt a wave of warmth surge down his esophagus into his stomach, radiating throughout his body with a comforting sensation. Immediately after, he was compelled to relinquish the ability he had mimicked from Chen Fang, reverting to his own powers. A significant amount of qi began to circulate within him, carving out a new domain alongside the existing pathways. The qi within him expanded and grew denser with each cycle, until, at a certain moment, the gaseous qi transformed into minuscule droplets resembling water vapor, gradually coalescing into a liquid energy that flowed like a rushing river. The once overwhelming sensation in his meridians dissipated abruptly, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of relief. At that moment, the vast qi he had gained from consuming the Linglong grass, along with his own, vanished, replaced by a liquid energy that was barely a fraction of its original intensity, surging through his meridians with a powerful rush. This was a transformation. Han Yang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, with every aspect of his physical being amplified anew, and even his spirit felt rejuvenated, imbued with a clarity he had never before experienced. The entire world seemed transformed. No wonder third-tier warriors commanded such authority. Han Yang clenched his fists. The third tier represented a qualitative leap, incomparable to the second tier. He felt capable of effortlessly overpowering 5 or 6 of his previous second-tier selves. Of course, this was under the condition of utilizing the same abilities. His mimicry skills yielded vastly different results depending on the circumstances and the abilities employed. As he contemplated the art of imitation, a thought sparked within him. He attentively sensed the seed of consciousness, where an abundance of information converged in his mind. A look of ecstatic joy immediately illuminated his face. Han Yang, have you successfully advanced? Chen Fang, who had been observing him, inquired, while Sun Wanyu also turned her gaze towards him. Although the two women could surmise his success from his expression, they yearned to hear it from his own lips. I did it, Han Yang exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace both women, planting a kiss on each cheek. I owe it all to you. Without you, I would not have progressed so swiftly. Sun Wanyu, nestled in Han Yong's embrace, cast a shy glance at Chen Fong, and upon realizing that she was unconcerned, she felt reassured. Brother Han, what changes have occurred with your abilities? Sun Wanyu asked. Oh, the changes are monumental. Han Yang replied, unable to contain his excitement. The essence of his abilities hinged upon the sowing and interaction of the seed of consciousness, which had manifested in 3 domains: suggestive control, information gathering, and ability mimicry. Upon advancing to the 3rd tier, the number of his seeds of consciousness skyrocketed from 20 to 50, signifying that he could now form contracts with up to 50 individuals. With 20 slots already occupied, he still had the capacity to contract with 30 more individuals, be they humans, zombies, or other creatures. These slots would prove crucial for their future endeavors. In the future, he could infuse his awakened potions with his seeds of consciousness, allowing those who consumed them to fall under his subtle suggestion and control. Yes, control. After reaching the 3rd tier, he could extend his suggestions beyond mere humans, exerting a degree of control as well. The specific extent of this control would depend on the trust the individual placed in him, the tasks at hand, and their own mental fortitude. It could not be generalized. Nonetheless, the ability to exert control represented a significant advancement, should he encounter resistance. He could initiate with suggestion and gradually build upon that foundation. Ultimately, once their awakened potion enterprise commenced, the nearby gathering places would gradually fall under their influence. Furthermore, the scope of his control over the seeds of consciousness had dramatically expanded. Previously, he could only restrain contracted zombies within a 5-kilometer radius. Beyond that, his influence waned. Now, he could distinctly perceive and connect with Yushakue and others situated far away in a shopping mall, and this was not his limit. He intuited a range of at least 20 kilometers. Moreover, the maximum range of his mimicry abilities had also increased from the original 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Yet, this is not the most significant aspect. His ability to mimic has also undergone a transformation at the 3rd stage. He can now permanently solidify a power within his body, freeing himself from the constraints of distance. This signifies that he will become a true polymath. Chapter 162. Secondary authority. The singular flaw of the ability to solidify is that once it is crystallized, it can no longer be enhanced. In other words, if he chooses to solidify Chun Fong's healing ability, even if Chun Fong subsequently ascends to the 3rd tier, his healing prowess will remain at the 2nd tier, unable to evolve further. Of course, imitation is an exception. He can still emulate Chun Fong's 3rd tier healing ability. Thus, should he decide to solidify, he must select from the 2nd tier abilities. Presently, the only 2nd tier abilities available are Qin Qin's mental power and Chun Fong's healing capability. Without hesitation, Han Yang resolved to solidify Chun Fong's healing ability, primarily due to its crucial role in ensuring the cyclical cultivation of spiritual plants. This ability is immensely significant, and he must prepare for contingencies. Moreover, this capability also allows for injury treatment, endowing him with rapid self-healing. In addition to these transformations, his abilities have significantly enhanced in the realm of information exchange. Previously, he could only sporadically receive glimpses of images seen by the zombies under his control. Now, whenever he wishes, he can continuously receive information as though observing surveillance footage. Furthermore, in terms of relaying information, he was once limited to issuing simple commands. Now, the consciousness seeds within the contracted beings can comprehend more complex messages. This advancement has enabled Han Yang to realize a long-held ambition, the establishment of secondary control authority. For instance, he can embed information about Li Chunchun within the consciousness seed of the great white shark, allowing it to heed both his commands and those of Li Chunchun. Consequently, he need not worry about losing control over the island's animals or zombies should he stray beyond his immediate vicinity. He would be liberated, free from being confined to a singular location. Moreover, he could finally embark on his vendetta against Lu Tianliang, his sworn enemy from his past life. Han Yang briefly recounted the changes in his abilities, deliberately withholding details regarding his control over humans. Thus far, he had only shared this with Yi Xiaokuei. Chun Fong and Sun Wanyu listened with a mix of envy and pride. Han Yang's newfound strength meant that they would possess greater confidence in navigating the apocalypse, ensuring a more stable existence. Furthermore, they too might one day attain such formidable prowess. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, the exhilaration gradually gave way to mental fatigue. The excessive use of abilities does carry certain side effects. Han Yang urged the two to rest and recuperate. He arranged the 2 pots of newly sprouted spiritual plants and once again buried several corpse cores within the basin. With no 2nd-tier corpse cores at his disposal, he could only entomb some 1st-tier cores beneath the linglong grass. Growth may be slow, but he had already ascended. The next step would be to gradually elevate the others on the island to the 2nd tier. His current demand for linglong grass is not particularly pressing. Once everything was settled, Han Yang stepped out of the villa. Sha Sha awaited him outside, a situation he had orchestrated deliberately. Sha Sha had remained obedient during his ascension, which allowed Han Yang to relax completely. "Master, you have changed and grown stronger," Sha Sha exclaimed upon seeing Han Yang. This left Han Yang feeling somewhat unsettled in the past. Sha Sha had always quietly followed in his wake. One day, Sha Sha would surely become as formidable as I am. Eating this is out of the question. Sha Sha produced a first-tier corpse core. It can only suffice to fill one's stomach. A thought stirred within Han Yang. Could it be that a zombie must possess a second-tier corpse core to advance to the third tier? For an ordinary person, gathering second-tier corpse cores would indeed pose a challenge, but for Han Yang, it was merely child's play. He could effortlessly cultivate second-tier zombies and eliminate them to obtain their cores. However, engaging in such an endeavor seemed rather wasteful. Moreover, there was no necessity to specifically gather second-tier corpse cores. Otherwise, should Sha Sha inadvertently advance, he would find himself in a state of trepidation. Yet, as he contemplated the cultivation of second-tier zombies, Han Yang promptly summoned the 4 female zombies scattered around the villa, feeding each of them 5 corpse cores to see if they could advance to the second tier. He was uncertain how many corpse cores Sha Sha had consumed to reach her second-tier status. Observing her devour the cores as if they were mere candy, he had no idea how many Nan Nan had provided her. He could only proceed cautiously. Given that awakening required around 5 corpse cores, he reasoned that advancing to the second tier would necessitate at least 5 as a baseline. As for why he wouldn't he give more? Excess cores would be beyond the zombie's immediate capacity to digest. Patience was key. Interestingly, zombies advanced to the second tier at a pace far surpassing that of humans. By the way, Sha Sha, would you like a few subordinates to command? Han Yang wished to experiment with his notion of secondary control authority. "I shall heed your command," Sha Sha responded eagerly. "In that case, let us proceed." Upon finishing his words, Han Yang began to implant information regarding Sha Sha into the 4 female zombies, instructing them to obey her commands. The 4 female zombies, with their blood-red eyes, simultaneously turned their gaze toward Sha Sha. Any ordinary person would surely be taken aback. Yet Sha Sha remained unfazed, exhibiting a hint of eagerness. Soon, Han Yang completed the implantation and allowed Sha Sha to attempt control. Spin, Sha Sha commanded. The 4 female zombies immediately began to rotate in unison. Remarkably, it worked. Sha Sha exclaimed with delight. "Jump." Sha Sha reveled in the experience. Han Yang shared her joy, as this indicated that his theory was indeed viable. Moving forward, he could venture out without distraction, entrusting the control of other zombies to Sha Sha. "Familiarize yourself with how to command them. I have some matters to attend to." At that moment, Han Yang suddenly recalled someone he had overlooked, the only uncontracted Shixianglan on the island. It was time to eliminate that potential threat. "Oh, master, go ahead." Sha Sha waved her hand, continuing to manipulate the female zombies. Han Yang then made his way alone toward the hotel. Today, Shixianglan had been assigned to the monitoring room. Han Yang could also check whether the experiment from yesterday, where he had fed corpse cores to the fish, had yielded any results. Upon entering the hotel, he proceeded directly to the fish tank and examined the container housing the experimental fish. To his dismay, he discovered that the fish he had fed corpse cores to was barely clinging to life, appearing on the brink of death. How could this happen? Is it suffering from oxygen deprivation? Han Yang picked up the fish and peered into its mouth, discovering that the corpse nucleus remained lodged deep within. It had not been digested. Han Yang used his fingers to extract the nucleus, finding it to be as hard as before. While zombies could consume the nucleus and transform it into a gummy substance, it perplexed him why humans would behave similarly, yet the fish did not. Pondering this conundrum, he utilized his healing abilities on the fish before returning it to the pond. The fish floated listlessly for a moment, but gradually began to move and swim again. It seemed that it would not perish any time soon. Han Yang marveled at the efficacy of his healing powers, though he came to the realization that his experiment concerning the spiritual fish might have reached an unfortunate conclusion. Chapter 163, Cautious Thoughts and Truth. Han Yang could have experimented further with the awakened zombie flesh. However, he harbored uncertainties regarding the consequences of consuming the spirit fish cultivated from such means. Regardless, he had no intention of partaking in it himself, nor would he allow the women in his life to do so. Thus, he deemed the endeavor unnecessary. After meticulously cleansing the corpse core and setting it aside, he turned and made his way towards the monitoring room. Upon reaching the door, just as he was about to open it, the door swung open unexpectedly from the inside. Shixianglan, with her head bowed, seemed oblivious to his presence and collided directly into his embrace. Han Yang felt as though he had been struck by a soft projectile, remaining steadfast while she, propelled by her own elasticity, rebounded away. "Oh, Shi Xianglan exclaimed in surprise, teetering backward. Han Yang swiftly reached out, catching her in his arms. In that moment, Shi Xianglan clung to him as if he were a lifeline, her grip firm and desperate. Han Yang felt as if he were holding a large plush toy, soft, plump, and delightfully springy, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating. Simultaneously, a rich and mature fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Are you all right? Han Yang composed himself and gently released Shi Xianglan. I'm fine, she replied, stepping back. Why were you rushing out in such a flurry? Has something happened? It's nothing, really. I accidentally spilled water on my shirt while drinking and wanted to change in the nearby conference room. Only then did Han Yang notice the large wet patch on the front of her fitted round-neck t-shirt. The material was quite sheer, and now drenched. It clung to her form, giving the impression of near transparency. Han Yang found himself unable to divert his gaze. Shi Xianglan, aware of Han Yang's intense stare, felt a surge of delight. Her efforts to drench herself had not been in vain. She had spotted him as he approached the hotel, and her heart leapt with joy when he entered alone. With no other women in sight, this was a rare opportunity. Instantly, Shi Xianglan devised several plans in her mind. This time, she was determined not to remain passive, waiting for Han Yang to make the first move. She resolved to take the initiative. Thus, upon seeing Han Yang head towards the monitoring room, she splashed water over herself and feigned a frantic rush to change, inadvertently colliding into him. Are you here for something in the monitoring room? She inquired coyly, her body slightly obscured by her hands, her eyes shimmering with shyness. Oh, just a trivial matter. You should go change first. We can discuss it when you return. Han Yang unabashedly stole another glance before adding. Then you wait for me inside for a moment. With that, Shi Xianglan hurriedly made her way to the adjacent conference room. Han Yang watched her swaying figure disappear before finally stepping into the monitoring room. Inside, several large screens displayed various segments, each revealing different locations on the island. Han Yang settled into a chair, meticulously observing the situation unfolding on the island. He observed Xingqing diligently leading Zhao Jia and Xiao Shan in their rigorous practice of body techniques. He also noticed Sun Wanyu entering the flower room. What is she doing there? I told her to rest. Han Yang muttered to himself. Everything on the island seemed normal. And he turned his attention to another screen displaying scenes from inside and outside the hotel. Suddenly, Han Yang gasped in surprise. He quickly manipulated the screen to enlarge one of the windows. It revealed the grand conference room, where a figure was present, Shi Xianglan. Unbeknownst to her, she appeared oblivious to the camera and did not enter the mobile dressing room that Yi Xiaokue and the others had specially set up. Instead, she removed her damp t-shirt and yoga pants right there in the conference room, beginning to sift through a pile of clothes. The camera's high resolution captured her voluptuous and graceful form with remarkable clarity. Han Yang's gaze instinctively followed Shi Xianglan's movements, admiring her as if she were the most exquisite work of art in existence. Eventually, Shi Xianglan selected a dress, a sleeveless long gown, replete with design and exuding an air of high-end luxury and elegance. She first unzipped it at the back before slipping it on, instantly concealing her enchanting figure. The dress was stunning, and it looked even more striking on Shi Xianglan. Apart from Yi Xiaokie, she was the only one on the island capable of embodying such opulent sophistication. Seemingly satisfied, Shi Xianglan reached behind her to zip it up, eager to see how it looked once fully donned. However, at that moment, she suddenly cried out in pain, as the zipper had caught in her hair. Shi Xianglan paused her upward motion, attempting to pull down the zipper, but it only tugged at her hair further. Her brow furrowed, and a pained expression crossed her face. Han Yang, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to assist her. Yet, as he stood up, he realized that doing so would reveal to Shi Xianglan that he had been watching her change. Wait a minute. Shi Xianglan was on duty in the monitoring room. She must have known there were cameras capturing the grand conference room. Reflecting on this, Han Yang recalled how Shi Xianglan had seemingly and deliberately showcased her figure to the camera from the moment she entered the conference room, even positioning her back toward the lens while attempting to change. Furthermore, he remembered her expressions, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward him. With this realization, Han Yang understood that she was intentionally enticing him. How intriguing. He pulled out a chair, held his head high, and strode out. Given Shi Xianglan's overt advances, it would be inappropriate for him not to respond. Han Yang exited the monitoring room and opened the door to the conference room, immediately encountering the very scene he had just observed on the screen. Hearing the door open, Shi Xianglan turned her head to see Han Yang. Sighing in relief, her ruse had not been in vain. Han Yang, please help me. The zipper caught in my hair. Of course. Han Yang approached her directly, severing the few strands of hair ensnared by the zipper. Xianglin immediately felt her hair loosen, no longer burdened by the sensation of being pulled. Sister Xianglan possesses an exquisite figure, Han Yang remarked softly. As I age, I cannot compare to the youthful maidens. I must engage in yoga more frequently to maintain my grace. Xianglin rose, gently biting her lip, and cast a glance at Han Yang, her eyes shimmering with a seductive allure akin to flowing water, as if it were about to overflow. Is that so? I have yet to experience yoga. Could Sister Xianglan demonstrate it for me? Here, Han Yang inquired. Indeed, is this not the place chosen by Sister Xianglan? He added with a subtle smile. In an instant, Xianglin comprehended that her subtle intentions had been discerned by Han Yang. She did not mind, as she had never intended to conceal her thoughts. Then, shall we consider ourselves family from now on? Xianglin gazed at Han Yang with hopeful anticipation. Han Yang suddenly realized Xianglin's motives. She must have observed his contract with Xiao Shan and perhaps speculated or inquired about others who had also been contracted, leaving her feeling anxious and seeking a means to enhance her sense of security. Does Sister Xianglan desire a blood contract with me? Han Yang asked with a soft chuckle. Yes. Would that be possible? Xianglin looked at him with eagerness. Of course, in fact. There are things far more precious than blood, tenfold in value, that can also be bound by a contract, Han Yang stated candidly, drawing from his own experiences. Xianglin, fully grasping his implication, gazed at him with a blend of softness and allure. Then, I shall not hold back. Chapter 164. The Master is the Achiever Yoga. Originating from India, is an ancient practice encompassing physical, mental, and spiritual dimensions, aimed at enhancing both bodily and psychological well-being. In modern times, it has evolved into a fashionable form of exercise. Shi Xianglan began her yoga practice in her 20s and has dedicated over a decade to it, attaining profound expertise. As a novice, Han Yang humbly sought her guidance, significantly enriching his knowledge base. Shi Xianglan, living up to expectations, demonstrated a highly challenging dual-angle pose, which deeply moved Han Yang, inspiring him to forge a pact with her. Subsequently, they returned to the monitoring room for an after-class tutorial. It is often said that the master is the one who has achieved. Compared to Yi Xiaokuei, a mere novice, Shi Xianglan's mastery of knowledge and skills was exceptional, rendering Qin Feng merely a beginner in her presence. Throughout the learning process, Han Yang found it effortless, captivated by Shi Xianglan's proactive teaching style, which drew him into a state of deep immersion until hunger struck near noon, reluctantly bringing their session to a close. Despite several hours of teaching, Shi Xianglan felt invigorated, her complexion radiant. This newfound vitality was understandable, as Han Yang was now a third-tier powerhouse, akin to a third-tier spirit plant according to his previous conjectures. Even a slight exchange of energy would be immensely beneficial for Shi Xianglan, who remained blissfully unaware of these dynamics yet sensed her unprecedented state of well-being. This joy stemmed not only from the pleasure of teaching but also from an innate desire for strength born from subtle transformations within her body. Thus, she devoted herself tirelessly to Han Yang's instruction, showcasing the entirety of her lifelong learning. Had it not been for her genuine hunger, she would have continued indefinitely. Ultimately, the outcome was quite favorable. Moreover, Han Yang assured her that he would arrange for her awakening, placing it after Lu Li and Li Ku. As they exited the hotel, she was filled with exuberance, her joy evident and uncontainable. Upon returning to the villa, they found Qin Feng nearly finished preparing the meal. Noticing Han Yang and Shi Xianglan enter together, especially with Shi Xianglan's flirtatious demeanor, Qin Feng immediately shot Han Yang a knowing glance. Shi Xianglan recognized the look, but felt no resentment. She was fully aware that the three women one should never provoke on this island were Qin Feng, Yi Xiaokuei, and Shangwan Qingqing. Ironically, in Lu Bin's eyes, the most formidable was Nan Nan, whose familiarity with her mother afforded her a naturally easier rapport. Eager to assist, she approached Qin Feng, who welcomed her help, much to Shi Xianglan's relief. Before long, Qingqing and the others returned from their workout, and after a quick wash, they all sat down together for dinner. During the meal, the women learned of Han Yang's ascension to the third tier, which elicited astonishment followed by excitement. Zhao Jia, sitting closest, could not contain her delight and planted a kiss on him. Unbeknownst to him, the exuberant canine, De Huang, returned to join the merriment, wagging his tail as he squatted in front of Han Yang. Today, De Huang appeared significantly larger than the previous day, approaching a size that surpassed that of a typical Chinese rural dog. Han Yang recognized that this growth was a result of the spirit fish consumed yesterday, yet he did not sense De Huang's awakening. Nevertheless, he believed that with a few more such feedings, the transformation into a spiritual beast would not be far off. Amidst the laughter and joy, the group finished their lunch. Seizing the moment while they tidied up the dishes and furniture, Han Yang called Qingqing aside. Qingqing, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? It concerns the people on the island. Aside from Shi Xianglan, everyone else has awakened. Moreover, through awakening and the body tempering technique, Their physical prowess has seen a notable enhancement. I believe we can no longer rely solely on practice. We must engage in real combat. Without the trials of life and death, it is merely superficial. I trust you understand this. In this apocalypse, they cannot live merely under the protection of others. They must also learn to protect themselves. Upon hearing this, Qingqing did not oppose but rather chuckled lightly. I thought you had become so enamored in a beauty's embrace these past few days that you might forget we are in an apocalypse. Han Yang felt a pang of embarrassment at her retort. However, Qingqing did not press him further and continued. So, how do you intend to arrange for them? I propose that the two of us lead a team to clear the surrounding roads. Firstly, to enhance the safety zone of our shoreline service area. Secondly, to widen the routes for future travel. Lastly, the coastal road has fewer zombies, making it suitable for training newcomers. Sounds good. When shall we begin? How about this afternoon? Very well. Once they finish tidying up, we shall prepare and set off. Having finalized their plans, Han Yang shared the details with the group once the women had cleaned up. He also announced the first batch of candidates for outdoor training. First, there was the perception ability user, Xiao Shan. In the exploration teams of this apocalypse, the ability to perceive is of utmost importance, as it allows for the anticipation of numerous dangers, significantly increasing the survival rate of the team. Next was Zhao Jia, the lightning ability user. Her powers held great potential, and Han Yang intended to cultivate her into a formidable individual capable of operating independently in the future, much like Nan Nan, who could venture out alone or lead a small team. Lastly, there was Sun Luanyu, the plant ability user. Although her abilities may not have much impact against zombies, she had acquired a physique and strength beyond the ordinary, and Han Yang wished to train her to ensure she could defend herself. Together, these three, along with Han Yang and Qingqing, formed a 5-member team. As for Chen Fong and Shi Xianglan, they remained on the island, protected by Xia Xia and 4 female zombies. The reactions of the women varied upon hearing the news. Xiao Shan appeared somewhat anxious. She had never fought a zombie and had always avoided them, harboring a degree of fear. In contrast, Sun Wanyu and Zhao Jia seemed eager to participate. Before Han Yang's arrival on the island, the two had already collaborated with Qin Lan under Yi Xiaokuei's guidance to clear the hotel of zombies. Although they primarily relied on Qin Lan's formidable abilities, they had managed to overcome their fear of the undead. At this moment, both women had awakened their own powers, experiencing a significant enhancement in their physical capabilities, and were eager to test the extent of their growth. Shi Xianglan naturally felt a sense of relief. She was now an ordinary person, lacking any abilities and had never faced a zombie. However, she could surmise Han Yang's intentions. If she were to awaken her powers, she would likely need to venture outside for training, thus she mentally prepared herself for such an eventuality. Chen Fong, on the other hand, felt a warmth in her heart. She understood that Han Yang had purposely allowed her to remain on the island. Yet, after these past few days, she had gained a clearer perspective. She could not perpetually rely on the protection of others. Han Yang, I too wish to go, Chen Fong declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 165. No one is easy. Han Yang looked at Chen Fong with surprise, observing her resolute gaze, and pondered for a moment. If you are determined, then so be it. Had this been yesterday, Han Yang would have resolutely disagreed. However, after advancing to the 3rd tier today, he had solidified Chen Fong's healing abilities in his mind. While she remained exceedingly important to him, he felt more capable of shouldering certain risks than before. Upon hearing Han Yang's response, Chen Fong broke into a bright smile. At that moment, Shi Xianglan was left alone on the island, feeling somewhat torn. Since everyone else was out training, there was no need for her to remain on the island. You should head to the service area by the shore and help Lu Bin and the others with unloading. All right. Shi Xianglan nodded eagerly. After a thorough discussion, everyone began their preparations. When they gathered again, the women had donned matching outfits of jeans and combat boots, exuding a spirited aura. Particularly striking was Qingqing, who wore the stab-resistant suit that Han Yang had rescued from the authorities, looking both cool and formidable. Moreover, each of them had equipped themselves with their respective weapons. To Han Yang's surprise, Xiao Shan wielded a compound bow, which appeared somewhat familiar, as if it had been seized from that psychic in their community. Alongside the bow, she had donned the appropriate gear, presenting a rather impressive sight. Xiao Shan possessed the ability to sense living beings within a 20-meter radius, regardless of any obstacles. Given her accuracy, a bow and arrow proved to be a commendable choice. Han Yang nodded to himself, noting that everyone had gathered. He instructed Xia Xia to stay behind with the 4 female zombies and then addressed the women. Are we all set? Then let us depart. This time, Han Yang was driving the escort vehicle. After the women took their seats, he started the engine and headed toward the shore. Upon reaching the service area, Han Yang drove directly to the storage facility, where Lu Bin and his team were busy unloading. Spotting Han Yang, Lu Bin quickly set down his work and rushed over. "Brother-in-law, are you heading out?" "Indeed. I plan to lead a team to clear the zombies within a few kilometers. Not only to enhance your abilities to handle them, but also to establish a safety perimeter for the shore service area." "Brother-in-law, should I join you?" Lu Bin inquired, eager to participate. He had awakened his abilities the previous night and had tested them on Lu Li, gaining a boost in his core strength, which had delighted him immensely. Now, he was keen to see if he could also impress with his prowess against zombies. Perhaps not. For now, assist Xiao Kuei and the others in unloading the goods from the mall. You can join us for the next round. "All right, brother-in-law." Lu Bin acquiesced without objection. "By the way, since Xianglan hasn't awakened yet, she won't accompany us. Leaving her alone on the island worries me. Let her assist here this afternoon." Han Yang pointed to Xianglan standing beside him. "Sure, brother-in-law. Rest assured, I will take good care of Sister Xianglan. You all stay safe." Xianglan gazed at Han Yang with tender affection, and then, in full view of everyone, quickly planted a kiss on his lips. Han Yang sighed inwardly, reflecting on the cunning nature of the women around him. "We will be cautious. Let us go," he declared, turning to return to the vehicle. Under the impassive gaze of the women inside, he started the engine and drove away. Upon reaching the coastal avenue, Han Yang halted the vehicle, and the women disembarked in succession. Xiaoshan remained vigilant, ready to report any freely moving zombies, while the others prepared their weapons and entered a state of combat readiness. After issuing his commands, Han Yang led the way. The 8-lane coastal avenue was lined with numerous vehicles. Previously, he and Nan Nan had cleared the area, but they had only dealt with the active zombies, leaving those that posed no threat to their passage untouched. Their current mission was to eradicate all zombies within a 2-kilometer radius from there to the shopping street. Additionally, they aimed to establish a secure zone using their vehicles and the barriers in the middle of the road. Fortunately, this area had few zombies, most of whom were trapped inside vehicles, providing a perfect opportunity for the women to bolster their courage. Approaching a car, Han Yang noticed a gaunt zombie slumped in the driver's seat. He opened the door and called out, "Fong Fong, you go first." Chen Fong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Despite her mental preparation, the sight of the zombie inside was jarring. The creature, starved for an extended period, had withered skin that hung in folds, and its once lush hair had become sparse, clinging desperately to its scalp. To Chen Fong, it resembled a ghastly old witch from a horror tale, standing before her and evoking a profound discomfort. At that moment, the zombie, dulled by hunger, had yet to react significantly to Han Yang opening the door. It wasn't until Chen Fong approached that its primal hunger for flesh stirred, causing it to struggle and lunge toward her. Nevertheless, Chen Fong felt no fear, reassured by the safety belt that restrained the zombie and, most importantly, by Han Yang's presence beside her. She fought back her unease and thrust her dagger into the zombie's gaping mouth. With a satisfying squelch, the blade easily pierced through. Was it truly this effortless? Chen Fong mused, astonished, as she had expected a much tougher resistance. She inadvertently compared this experience to her past encounters, forgetting that after awakening and enduring relentless training and body conditioning, she was no longer the helpless woman she once was. Unfortunately, even after piercing its skull, the zombie remained undeterred, continuing to rasp and lunge toward her. The vital point for a zombie lies in the brain. Piercing the mouth is effective, but one must sever the brainstem in a single blow. "I understand," Chen Fong responded, aware of this basic knowledge, even without Han Yang as reminder. Initially, she had considered targeting the eyes, but on her first attempt, she had hesitated, resulting in a misdirected strike. Pulling her dagger from the zombie's mouth, she aimed once more. This time steady, precise, and with determination, she plunged it into the creature's eye. Dark blood mixed with brain matter flowed from the eye sockets, and the zombie immediately ceased its struggles, becoming utterly still. "Well done," Han Yang commended. Next up was Xiaoshan. "Oh," Xiaoshan responded nervously, her hand trembling slightly as she grasped a goosewing knife. Despite her aspiration to become an archer, the adage rings true: a bowman who cannot engage in close combat is not a valiant warrior. Thus, Qingqing had equipped her with a goosewing knife for defensive purposes in close quarters. With Chen Fong demonstrating in front, although Xiaoshan was anxious, she performed admirably, successfully dispatching a zombie from a vehicle. Following them were Sun Luanyu and Zhao Jia, who found the task exceedingly easy. Han Yang decided against allowing them to slay the bound zombies, primarily to foster Chen Fong and Xiaoshan's courage. After clearing out the zombies from a dozen cars, Chen Fong and Xiaoshan gradually shed their fear, becoming increasingly proficient in their zombie-slaying endeavors. Chapter 166. The tech enthusiast A zombie is approaching. Xiaoshan, having maintained her perceptive abilities, felt emboldened and remained unperturbed upon sensing the impending threat. Qingqing, please continue training them. Zhao Jia, and I will handle that zombie. All right. Zhao Jia, unable to contain her eagerness, rushed forward without hesitation. Han Yang stood by, observing the scene. Pay attention. Soon you must also practice engaging mobile zombies, for it is insufficient to only slay stationary targets. Qingqing instructed Chen Fong, Xiao Shan, and Sun Wanyu. Yes, the three replied in unison. The zombie, having spotted Zhao Jia, became agitated and lunged towards her, driven by its prolonged hunger. Zhao Jia wielded a large cleaver, reminiscent of those often seen in wartime dramas. With both hands gripping the weapon, she began to gather her strength from a distance of 3 to 4 meters, then executed a powerful downward strike aimed at the creature's neck. The zombie, appearing emaciated, had a frail neck that seemed to consist of little more than a vertebra, and was effortlessly dispatched by Zhao Jia, its head rolling lifelessly to the ground. Wow, strength truly makes a difference, Zhao Jia exclaimed, reflecting on how arduous it used to be for them to defeat a single zombie. Very impressive. In the future, you could imbue your cleaver with your electrical powers, enhancing its lethality. Yes, I will. With Zhao Jia's demonstration complete, Han Yang proceeded to release the zombies trapped in the vehicle. After being confined for so long, these zombies stumbled awkwardly, making them perfect practice targets for the group. Qingqing instructed them on weapon usage, illustrating the most efficient angles for striking, the vulnerable areas to immobilize a zombie, and where to deliver a fatal blow. Han Yang remained vigilant, guarding the perimeter. As the group's proficiency in dispatching zombies grew, they cleared a path to the entrance of the shopping mall, where the number of active zombies had increased. Han Yang had to exercise extra caution. Fortunately, their training bore fruit, and through seamless cooperation, they managed to eliminate the advancing zombies with composure. At that moment, 3 trucks turned the corner and came to a halt beside them. Nan Nan, Yi Xiaoqiu, and Ming Xian jumped down from the vehicles, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar figures, a man and a woman. Brother Han, what are you all doing here? Nan Nan inquired, her curiosity piqued. We're training Fong Fong, Xiao Shan, and the others to fight zombies. And who are those 2? Han Yang asked, glancing towards the newcomers. Brother Han, don't you remember him? Nan Nan pointed to the man among the strangers. Han Yang scrutinized the man closely, his face sparking a hint of recognition. Boss, I'm the one who sought your assistance a few days ago on the way to the mall. The man looked at Han Yang with hopeful eyes, eager for him to recall their previous encounter. Oh, right, the gamer? Han Yang finally remembered, during their first trip to the mall, while clearing zombies, a gamer had expressed a desire to join them. Due to the initial scarcity of individuals willing to contract with Han Yang, he was eager to recruit anyone available, promising that if they could gather 5 corpse cores, they would be welcomed into the fold. Indeed, it was I, the leader, known as Wang Yu, who introduced myself alongside my companion, Ding Yun, from my community. A gaming enthusiast. No, I should now be referred to as Wang Yu, I proclaimed. Have you managed to gather the required corpse cores? Han Yang inquired. Indeed, I have. I collected a total of 15. So, leader, do you think Ding Yun and I could join your group? Although Yi Xiaoqiu had already given her consent, Wang Yu was perceptive enough to recognize that Han Yang was the true leader of this assembly. Did you slay them all yourself? Han Yang asked, somewhat astonished. When Wang Yu had sought their assistance initially, he had appeared timid and fearful, yet now, after just a few days, he claimed to have vanquished over 70 zombies. Indeed, it was I. At first, I struggled to adapt, but once I grew accustomed to it, it truly resembled playing a video game. Wang Yu chuckled. Luck was on your side. You didn't encounter any mutated zombies. There are mutated zombies as well? Wang Yu pondered. It makes sense. It's only reasonable that someone of your caliber would face such variants. He clenched his fist and struck it against his palm. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqiu interjected, unable to contain herself. Wang Yu previously worked at a broadband company, possessing knowledge of network wiring and computers. Ding Yun is an accountant employed at a modest-sized firm. Han Yang immediately grasped the implication. This was a clever strategy to recruit talent for future service areas. He responded promptly, you're quite astute. Realizing that bringing others into the fold requires additional corpse cores. Since you have fulfilled your end of the bargain, I accept your entry into our ranks. Thank you, leader. We shall strive to contribute to the team. Wang Yu exclaimed, tugging at Ding Yun's sleeve. Thank you, leader. Although Han Yang appeared younger than himself, the circumstances were undeniably favorable to him. He had managed to persuade someone of Yi Xiaoqiu's stature to submit, compelling Ding Yun to follow suit. However, to officially join our team, there is one more task you must complete, Han Yang declared, producing 2 bottles of water. He opened the caps before them, then used a knife to slice his finger, allowing 2 drops of his blood to fall into each bottle before handing one to Wang Yu and one to Ding Yun. Drink this, and you shall be considered part of our team. Wang Yu glanced at Han Yang's finger, noting how the wound healed almost instantaneously. Quickly realizing this must be one of Han Yang's abilities. It was inconceivable to ask him to drink this otherwise. It was not ancient times where blood oaths were commonplace. Could it be a binding pact of sorts, ensuring our loyalty to him? Wang Yu mused. A flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, yet his actions remained decisive as he accepted the bottle from Han Yang. Once he comprehended the implications, he promptly opened the cap and took a generous sip. Seeing Wang Yu drink, Ding Yun felt compelled to follow suit. Though the water contained blood, it surprisingly bore no metallic taste, resembling ordinary water. Have you obtained another contract slot? Yu Shakuei finally couldn't contain her curiosity upon witnessing both individuals consume the blood-infused water. Yes, I have advanced to the 3rd tier. Is that true, Brother Han? Nan Nan exclaimed in delight. Meng Xian gazed at him with a radiant expression. Really? At that moment, Sun Wanyu interjected. That's wonderful. Nan Nan rejoiced for a brief moment. Then pouted, Brother Han, you've already reached the 3rd rank. When will I attain the 2nd? Next time, I shall help you advance. Han Yang affectionately ruffled Nan Nan's hair. It is worth mentioning that the first 2 individuals to accompany him were Chen Fong and Nan Nan. Now, Chen Fong had already reached the 2nd rank, leaving Nan Nan behind. Humph, I want to advance to the 2nd rank by myself, just like Sister Ching Ching. Nan Nan exclaimed, running over to Ching Ching and linking arms with her. Then you must train diligently. Ching Ching chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Discussions of the 2nd and 3rd ranks, along with the notion of training. Indeed, he had not chosen the wrong path. In this apocalyptic world, there existed superpowers. The opportunity for cultivation and a hierarchical system, with ranks ascending one after another. It was akin to a game. Wang Yu found a familiar rhythm, and his heart leaped with excitement. However, there was no need for haste. He had only just joined the NPC faction, and it was improbable to receive rewards immediately. Patience was key. Chapter 167. Establishing a buffer zone. Yu Shakuei was inclined to inquire about Han Yang's 3rd-tier abilities. However, the presence of newly joined members made her hesitant, as sharing certain information could foster a sense of belonging within the group, yet specifics regarding abilities remained classified. She preferred not to have Han Yang disclose such details publicly. Exchanging a glance with Han Yang, she subtly gestured for him to step aside. What is it? He asked. How many contracts can you currently maintain? The maximum is 50. I can still contract 28 more. That is more than sufficient. We can initiate the trade zone plan. Indeed, we are preparing for that today. I intend to establish a secure area using vehicles and barriers. Sounds good. Yu Shakuei nodded in agreement. We have nearly relocated the market. Meng Xian has considerable strength, so perhaps we should have her stay behind to assist you. All right. After a brief discussion, they returned. Han Yang addressed Wang Yu. Can you drive? Yes. Wang Yu responded eagerly. Then you can drive Meng Xian's vehicle on the way back. She will remain here to help us delineate a secure perimeter. Understood, Brother Han. Meng Xian affirmed. Others should return as necessary. Wang Yu and the others will be under Lu Bin's guidance. Got it. Yu Shakuei nodded. And the group returned to their vehicles, heading toward the service area by the shore. Next, we will position the cars to form a barrier and then create an additional fence within the vehicle perimeter. Han Yang outlined the upcoming plan. He aimed to block off the entire coastal avenue, leaving only a passage of about 2 vehicle widths for transit. We cannot completely restrict foot traffic. Essentially, this would mean occupying 6 lanes of an 8-lane road. The 6 lanes nearest the shoreline, along with the adjacent green park, would be enclosed, integrating with the service area. This extensive zone could serve as a buffer, allowing for 2 individuals to patrol regularly to prevent any zombies from stealthily infiltrating, thereby maximizing the safety of the service area. Confirming that everyone understood his intentions, Han Yang assigned Xiao Shan to maintain vigilance, while Qing Qing would be on standby for emergencies. Han Yang and Meng Xian, the 2 strongmen, maneuvered the vehicles, while the others assisted in collecting and positioning traffic barriers. The considerable commotion attracted a number of zombies from the southern intersection. Under Xiao Shan's watch, Qing Qing swiftly dispatched them. It was the first time the women witnessed Qing Qing in action, wielding a long sword. Her movements were swift as lightning, each strike lethal. Several zombies couldn't withstand her assault, collapsing beneath her blade, leaving the onlookers in awe. Motivated by this display, the women redoubled their efforts, eager to complete their tasks and seek Qing Qing's guidance to hone their own skills in hopes of becoming as formidable as she was. Han Yang also gave Qing Qing a thumbs up. After a busy afternoon, the group successfully enclosed the southern section of the service area by the shore. During this period, they gathered supplies from the vehicle and were fortunate enough to discover a crate of beverages and another containing packages. As dusk approached, the group began their return. Upon arriving at the service area by the shore, Lu Bin had already settled Wang Yu and Ding Yun. Yi Xiaokuei, accompanied by Shi Xianglan, had returned to the island. At this moment, Li Ku, the carefree youth, also made his appearance, engaging the two in practicing their physical techniques. Spotting Han Yang, he rushed over excitedly. Brother-in-law, you're back? Yes, I have established a quarantine zone to the south. You may use that area for grazing, but do remain vigilant. Understood, brother-in-law. Lu Bin approached shortly thereafter. Lu Bin, from now on, ensure that you patrol the perimeter daily. If you encounter any straggling zombies or discover any inadequacies in the barriers, address them promptly. Of course, brother-in-law. After offering a few encouraging words, Han Yang led the women back to the island. Upon disembarking, Han Yang sensed that Li Chunchun and Qin Lan were drawing nearer, indicating their return, prompting him to head directly to the dock. Upon arrival, he indeed spotted a yacht approaching the pier. Nearby, a massive shark was gliding through the water. It was the great white shark he controlled. Recognizing the yacht piloted by Li Chunchun, the shark refrained from attacking, merely trailing behind. As soon as Han Yang appeared at the dock, the great white shark abandoned the yacht and surged towards him. Meanwhile, the yacht began to decelerate, preparing to dock. The shark reached Han Yang first, opening its mouth wide, seeking sustenance. Han Yang scratched his head, realizing through his consciousness that the creature desired the zombie flesh it had enjoyed previously. However, first-tier zombies were not as common as cabbages. How could one find them so easily? Oh, wait. I can cultivate them myself. Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that the great white shark craved mutated zombie flesh, so he was unprepared. Reluctantly, he reassured the shark, promising to fulfill its request next time. The shark, somewhat disgruntled, submerged and swam away, flicking its tail. As the yacht, under Li Chunchun's command, glided slowly into the dock, Han Yang leapt aboard before the anchor was even dropped. What brings you here? Qin Lan asked, surprised. I'm here to discuss a few matters with Chunchun. After stating this, Han Yang inquired with curiosity, how was your day? Any notable catches? If you're asking about spiritual fish, none. But other catches were quite plentiful, Qin Lan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ah, you're smiling. It seems you've truly reeled in something good. Han Yang mused internally. Han Yang, today's sister Lan was incredible. She managed to catch an exceptionally large wild yellow croaker. At that moment, Li Chunchun dropped the anchor, turned off the engine, and stepped out. Wild yellow croaker? Now that is indeed a prize. Let me see. Han Yang approached the fish tank, and indeed, he was greeted by the sight of a golden-hued, red-lipped, finely scaled yellow croaker. How enormous! Han Yang exclaimed, astonished. The fish measured nearly a meter in length and weighed at least 8 pounds. The yellow croaker is indeed of considerable size. No wonder a smile graced the usually composed face of Qin Lan. If this were before the apocalypse, it would certainly fetch a handsome price. Indeed. I have lived for so long, yet this is the first time I have encountered such a large yellow croaker. Li Chunchun exclaimed with excitement. This is largely thanks to the bait provided by Chunchun. Otherwise, they would not have caught so many fish. After hearing Qin Lan's words, Han Yang glanced at the fish tank and, to his astonishment, noticed an abundance of fish within. There were indeed more than what they had caught together the previous day. Bait? What kind of bait? Han Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Chapter 168. Taming it was nothing significant. Just the spirit fish from yesterday that I crushed and mixed into the bait. I initially intended to see if this bait could attract the spirit fish, Li Chunchun said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unexpectedly, while the spirit fish did not bite, it attracted a multitude of other fish. Well done. Han Yang gave both of them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, he pondered that indeed, whether it be spirit fish, spirit plants, or spirit beasts, any remnants of their essence hold immense allure for other creatures. As he contemplated, he gazed at the fish in the large aquarium. With these fish, we need not worry about our meals for quite some time. He couldn't help but praise the two once more before finally turning to his purpose for visiting. By the way, Chunchun, I came to invite you to familiarize yourself with the great white shark. You can start to give it commands. Me? Command the great white? Is that even possible? Li Chunchun exclaimed in surprise. It should be fine. Why don't we give it a try? Han Yang said, as he fished out 2 fish from the aquarium and swiftly dispatched one, handing it to Li Chunchun. Come, feed some to the great white and build a rapport. The trio approached the ship's railing, and at Han Yang's command, the great white surfaced. Li Chunchun nervously tossed the fish into the great white's mouth, while exclaiming, Hello, great white. I am Li Chunchun. I look forward to your guidance. Ah, no need to be so formal. Han Yang chuckled, simultaneously recording Li Chunchun's voice in the great white's consciousness, commanding it to heed her instructions. Both the great white and the yellow dog were animals, unlike zombies, which would immediately spiral out of control and attack indiscriminately upon breaking free from Han Yang's influence. With the constraints of the consciousness information and the nurturing through feeding, Han Yang was confident that even if they were to part from his control, Li Chunchun could still issue simple commands to the Great White. Even if she couldn't command it, at the very least, she wouldn't face any aggression from it. Can you try to make the Great White perform some actions? Han Yang suggested, handing another fish to Li Chunchun. Following Han Yang's guidance, Li Chunchun attempted to issue commands to the Great White. What followed left her utterly astonished. The Great White indeed responded to her commands. It truly listens to me, Li Chunchun exclaimed in disbelief, jumping with joy. Did you use some ability on the Great White Shark? Qin Lan interjected from the side. As an observer, Qin Lan had a clearer perspective on the situation. Indeed, I have progressed to the 3rd tier now, enabling me to exert some influence on the zombies and animals under my control, allowing them to obey someone other than myself. You've reached the 3rd tier? Qin Lan was equally astonished. Indeed, just this morning. That's wonderful. Li Chunchun felt waves of joy. Laughing heartily from the bottom of her heart, Han Yang briefly recounted his advancement to the 3rd tier and allowed Li Chunchun to practice taming the Great White for a while longer. As the sky darkened, the 3 individuals ceased their activities, carefully transferring the fish from the large aquarium to the expansive fish pond at the hotel before returning to the villa together. Inside Han Yang's villa, everyone was engaged in various tasks. Some were preparing dinner, while others exchanged insights on slaying zombies. When they saw Qin Lan entering with a sizable yellow croaker, they were astonished and gathered around her. Did you catch this? Yu Shaokai exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it's enormous. This must be a yellow croaker, right? The group buzzed with excitement, discussing the impressive catch. Ultimately, it was Li Chunchun who suggested preparing the fish for everyone, prompting the crowd to disperse, all eager to savor the culinary delights that awaited them. Li Chunchun did not disappoint. As she served the perfectly cooked yellow croaker on the table, the aroma filled the air. Everyone indulged heartily in the meal. After dinner, the group congregated to chat for a while. Han Yang and Yu Shaokai discussed future development plans. As night deepened, everyone gradually departed. Han Yang watched Qingqing ascend the stairs with her long legs, contemplating whether to discuss tomorrow's practical training and areas for improvement. He followed her into her room. On the 16th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang was jolted awake by the tremors of the bed. He opened his eyes and turned to see a stunning beauty with a flawless back sitting up on the bed. Why are you up so early? Han Yang yawned. Ah, did I wake you? The beauty turned, shyly covering her chest with her hand. She possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, and her long, slender legs were captivating as she stood there, partially veiled. Han Yang felt a warmth in his heart and patted the bed. It's not too late. Come back and sleep a while longer. No, I must help Sister Feng prepare breakfast. Li Chunchun pouted, glancing at Han Yang's eager gaze, fully aware of his intentions. Humph. Wasn't it enough to disturb me in my room last night? After her remark, she ignored him and turned to find her clothes. Han Yang watched her don a bra and slip into shorts, reminiscing about the previous night. Last night, he had first visited Qingqing's room to discuss whether improvements were needed in their training methods for slaying zombies. However, their discussion quickly escalated into a fierce struggle, resulting in torn clothing. Although Han Yang had advanced to the 3rd tier, Qingqing was no slouch either. Her 2nd tier control over her body was far superior, and she soon gained the upper hand. Han Yang, unwilling to yield, fought back valiantly, but was ultimately ejected from the room. She declared that she was in her sage time, seeking tranquility for her cultivation, and instructed him to pursue his other romantic interests. Frustrated, Han Yang left, his thoughts lingering on the allure of Qingqing's long legs, and found himself outside Li Chunchun's door. Among the group, only Li Chunchun's athletic legs could rival Qingqing's. In the end, she did not fail to meet his expectations, allowing him to navigate the waves of desire, having experienced a sensation entirely distinct from that aboard a yacht. As Li Chunchun donned her attire with meticulous care, Han Yang, no longer lingering in bed, swiftly dressed himself and followed Li Chunchun out of the room. One after the other, Li Chunchun proceeded to assist Chen Feng in preparing breakfast, while Han Yang settled outside the villa, not far from where others were exercising, on a patch of grass, commencing his meditation to cultivate the primordial technique. Since he had learned the primordial technique, his daily practice had not been extensive, as he often found himself amidst a throng of women. The previous day, Qingqing had not allowed him to indulge, which contributed to this situation. Han Yang engaged in self-reflection, recognizing that his rapid increase in strength had fostered a sense of complacency, devoid of any pressing urgency. Prompted by Qingqing's insight, he resolved to dedicate a portion of his mornings and evenings to meditation, determined to refrain from being overly enchanted by feminine allure, especially now. Having advanced to the 3rd tier, he understood that his future path relied solely on the cultivation of the primordial technique to enhance his abilities. With focused concentration, Han Yang soon entered a state of deep meditation. Shortly after he achieved this tranquility, Nan Nan and Qingqing emerged from the villa, both nodding in approval as they observed Han Yang diligently practicing. Chapter 169. A call for aid. Nan Nan felt that her recent practice of body refining techniques had yielded diminishing returns, prompting her to concentrate on mastering the primordial sutra to enhance her abilities. Presently, the results appeared promising. She sensed that with time, she might ascend to the second tier, akin to her sister Qingqing. Consequently, upon observing Han Yang meditating, she opted not to partake in the morning exercises but instead joined him in quiet contemplation. One by one, the other women arrived, and Qingqing commenced organizing the morning practice. The early hours swiftly passed, and after completing their exercises, they returned to the villa for breakfast. Li Chunshun and Qin Lan, having heard Han Yang organizing a practical training session against zombies the previous night, resolved to forego fishing that day and join in the combat drills. Coincidentally, Nan Nan, Yi Shaque, and Ming Xian, who were also relieved of their duties at the market, expressed a desire to accompany them. Thus, they decided to split into two teams, one led by Qingqing and the other by Han Yang. Qingqing's team, consisting of Xiao Shan, Sun Wanyu, Chen Fang, Zhao Jia, and Nan Nan, headed north to establish a buffer zone, connecting it to Nan Nan's neighborhood, as she was responsible for guiding newer members. Meanwhile, Han Yang led Meng Xian, Yi Shaque, Qin Lan, and Li Chunshun along the route to the market, exploring the adjacent street shops that had previously gone unattended due to the busy market. With the market relocating, they seized the opportunity to investigate these small shops. After deliberating, the group donned their outdoor attire and drove away from Golden Sands Island. As was customary, Sha Sha remained on the island with a few zombies for protection, while large white patrols circled the perimeter, alleviating Han Yang's concerns about potential intruders. Upon reaching the service area at the shore, they found Lu Bin and his team dismantling the packages from a delivery truck they had acquired the day before. The abundance of parcels provided them with ample enjoyment as they uncovered a plethora of peculiar items, which they set aside. After ensuring Shixian Lan was settled with a few instructions, Han Yang led the team away. The two groups diverged on the coastal avenue, with Han Yang's team proceeding south and Qingqing's team heading north, while Han Yang's group drove at a leisurely pace. They took the opportunity to inspect the buffer zone established the previous day for any signs of zombie or human interference. Despite their slow speed, they soon reached the entrance to the commercial street. Upon turning into the street, the scenery transformed dramatically, as though they had crossed from the fresh, expansive coastline into the bustling city. This was only the second time since the apocalypse that Li Chunshun had ventured so far from the ocean. Previously, her existence had been confined to the confines of a boat, and her last experience ashore involved a harrowing quest to procure medicine for her brother, nearly resulting in a zombie encirclement. This recollection stirred a sense of anxiety within her, prompting her to activate her sensory abilities and diminish her presence. Zombies ahead. Upon spotting the undead, Li Chunshun immediately issued a warning. Han Yang assessed the situation, noting they were at least 40 meters away, likely alerted by her keen perception. No need to be overly anxious, he reassured her with a gentle pat. Have you ever fought zombies? I have, Li Chunshun responded, taking several deep breaths to steady her nerves. These zombies are mere trifles for you now. Trust in your abilities. I understand. Li Chunshun gripped the harpoon in her hand. Nodding slightly, Han Yang, as usual, first sought out a few zombies from the vehicles, allowing the group to steel their nerves. Unlike Chen Fang and Xiao Shan from yesterday, Meng Xian and Qin Lan had both faced zombies before, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in their movements. Yi Shaque, having slain humans previously, naturally felt no fear towards the undead. Han Yang primarily aimed to train Li Chunshun, for as a sensory ability user, she would inevitably accompany the team on exploration missions. Thus she needed to possess the courage to confront zombies alone without faltering. Their team, under Han Yang's guidance, practiced the skills of zombie slaying while simultaneously collecting supplies from the shops on either side, albeit at a leisurely pace. During this time, Yi Shaque drove a truckload of supplies back to the service area by the shore. The morning swiftly passed, and just as they intended to find a nearby shop to rest, Li Chunshun suddenly pointed towards the direction of the mall, exclaiming, "A few people are coming from over there." Han Yang focused his gaze and, indeed, saw 5 or 6 individuals rushing towards them. The leader appeared quite familiar. It was Xiao Chuan. However, he looked rather disheveled at that moment. What could have happened to them? Han Yang wondered, yet he promptly approached. "Boss Xiao, what has transpired?" Upon seeing the group ahead, Xiao Chuan had initially felt a pang of concern, but upon recognizing Han Yang and his companions, a look of joy and relief spread across his face. "Brother Han, Sai, we have come seeking assistance," Xiao Chuan replied with a bitter expression. "What has occurred?" At this juncture, Yu Shaque and the others also gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity. Apart from Li Chunchun, Ming Xian, Yi Xiaoqiye, and Qin Lan were familiar to Xiao Chuan, so he nodded towards the three women before continuing. Since we learned that Brother Han was on Golden Sands Island, we thought this vicinity might become your collection area, so we began exploring southwest. This way, we would avoid any conflict with you. Indeed, I appreciate your thorough consideration. Boss Xiao, Han Yang nodded, acknowledging his foresight. Today, we also discovered a large supermarket in the southwest. Xiao Chuan continued, being unfamiliar with the local supermarkets. Han Yang relied on Xiao Chuan and his companions for guidance. They were purposefully heading towards that large supermarket. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. They cleared zombies and removed obstacles, finally arriving at the supermarket. However, their joy was short-lived, for while clearing the zombies inside, a mutated zombie suddenly lunged at them. Xiao Chuan and his group had encountered mutated zombies before and had managed to defeat them by sheer luck, so they were not overly alarmed at first. Yet, they soon realized that this mutated zombie possessed abilities identical to Xiao Chuan's, and moreover, its power far surpassed his. It was of an entirely different caliber. Their group found themselves unable to inflict any substantial damage on this formidable zombie, which resulted in them being scattered and overwhelmed. Ultimately, Xiao Chuan could only flee with a few survivors. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the mutated zombie relentlessly pursued them. Fortunately, the speed of the mutated zombies specializing in defense is not exceedingly rapid. They hastened their way to the gathering place, only to discover that this mutated zombie had been trailing them from a distance, causing them to refrain from turning back. As they hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, Xiao Chuan recalled Han Yang. The formidable zombie puppets commanded by Han Yang had left a profound impression on Xiao Chuan and his companions. They were certain that Han Yang would be capable of eliminating this mutated zombie. The crucial point was that Han Yang's location was not too far from them, prompting them to dash directly towards Golden Sand Island. To their surprise, they encountered Han Yang and his group along the way. So what of the mutated zombie? After listening to Xiao Chuan's account, Han Yang glanced behind them but saw no sign of any mutated zombie. Li Chunchun also strained her senses but detected nothing. Shaking her head at Han Yang, it was just pursuing us. How could it vanish so suddenly? Xiao Chuan pondered in confusion. Chapter 170, Threshold Boss. It seems we have passed the gathering place not far away. A subordinate of Xiao Chuan remarked from behind him. Panic surged within Xiao Chuan as he thought, oh no. Could it have discovered our gathering place? But Wei Haven T ventured into the community. A worried expression crept across his face. Brother Han, could I trouble you for assistance? Rest assured, there will be ample rewards afterward. Han Yang did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered within, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to officially recruit Xiao Chuan and his followers. After feigning hesitation for a moment, he replied, Boss Xiao, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is merely that dealing with mutated zombies is exceedingly perilous. I cannot risk the lives of my own for the sake of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan could only manage a bitter smile. He comprehended Han Yang's predicament. Were he in Han Yang's position, he too would be reluctant to offer aid, regardless of the generous rewards promised. If he were to carelessly fall victim in such a situation, the losses would far outweigh any potential gain. Nevertheless, he had approached Han Yang in a moment of desperation, having been pursued by zombies with little time to think, although he was no longer in immediate danger. If that mutated zombie indeed lingered near their gathering place or breached their defenses, all their efforts thus far would be rendered futile. Brother Han, you mentioned that you cannot take risks for outsiders. If we were to become your own people, would you then be willing to assist us? A brother behind Xiao Chuan suddenly interjected, having noticed a glimmer of hope. His words jolted Xiao Chuan, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a path forward. Yet, he quickly recalled the threshold Han Yang had previously mentioned when attempting to recruit him. To be candid, we are not devoid of manpower on our island. But our threshold is rather high, and you do not quite meet the criteria, Han Yang replied, his expression troubled. Indeed, Xiao Chuan mused inwardly. What threshold? The subordinate who had just spoken up had not accompanied Xiao Chuan during the previous dealings and was unaware of the context, asking out of frustration. To join us, one must at least be an awakened. Awakened. The subordinate was taken aback, incredulously repeating the term. In his mind, their large gathering, consisting of over 50 individuals, had merely 2 awakened ones. But now what was Han Yang asserting? To join them, one must first be an awakened, implying that among their considerable number, only 2 would qualify. Yet, a realization dawned upon him. If Han Yang's words bore truth, it meant that their gathering was comprised entirely of awakened ones, signifying formidable strength. Brother Han, may I inquire how many individuals are in your gathering? The subordinate asked, begrudgingly. What is your name? By Xiaoming. You may call me Xiaoming, Brother Han. Well, Our gathering comprises only 18 individuals. Hiss. Bai Xiaoming gasped in astonishment once more. This time, even Xiao Chuan and several other informed subordinates were left in shock. 18 individuals, and according to the threshold they had mentioned, that meant 18 awakened ones. Moreover, there was no need to worry about zombie transformations. Possessing such prowess, surviving in the apocalypse is nothing short of effortless. One could even dominate a territory. The gazes of Bai Xiaoming and his companions towards Han Yang grew fervent. Alas, they were neither qualified to meet Han Yang's recruitment criteria nor could they receive assistance. And the vast disparity quickly plunged them into despondency. Han, the leader. Xiao Chuan hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately refrained. After all, it was their own inadequacy that barred them from eligibility. However, Han Yang was not entirely opposed to welcoming them into his fold. At that moment, Yi Xiaokuei suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chuan and his companions looked at her with astonished delight. Could it be that amidst the seemingly insurmountable obstacles, a path forward has revealed itself? What do you propose? Han Yang nodded slightly, commending Yi Xiaokuei for her initiative. While for our safety, it's preferable to exclude unawakened individuals from the island. We can explore an alternative approach. Yu Xiaokuei smiled gently. What approach? Xiao Chuan inquired eagerly. Think of it like establishing a company. You would become our wholly owned subsidiary. Of course, we will not interfere with your operations. It would merely be a nominal hierarchical relationship. What do you think? After articulating her thoughts, Yu Xiaokuei turned to Han Yang. Your analogy is quite vivid, and I grasp your intention in the context of a martial arts novel. It resembles an alliance where we are the leaders, requiring unified action on certain matters while leaving the individual sects to operate independently. Through these examples, Xiao Chuan and his cohorts quickly comprehended the proposition. They exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes before collectively turning to Xiao Chuan. We have no objections. Han, no leader, what do you think? Xiao Chuan and his companions gazed at Han Yang with hopeful anticipation, feeling the intensity of their stares. Han Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. Perhaps it was wise to concede while ahead. After all, he had no expectations of genuinely controlling their faction through mere titles. It would ultimately depend on the seed of consciousness. I tentatively agree. Splendid. Bai Xiaoming and several comrades clenched their fists in exhilaration. Leader, what shall we do next? Xiao Chuan inquired eagerly. The situation is urgent. We shall discuss the particulars of our alliance later. For now, let us assist you in dealing with the mutated zombies. Lead the way, Xiao. Please, don't call me Xiao Lauda anymore. You are the true leader. Xiao Chuan replied, then turned to his companions. You all heard that. Han Yang is our leader from now on. Understood? Understood, leader. Xiao. Bai Xiaoming and the others swiftly turned to Han Yang, bowing slightly in respect. Greetings, leader. There is no need for such formalities. We're not a gang. Enough of the pleasantries. Xiao, since you are my senior by a few years, I shall refer to you as Xiaogo from now on. Let us move. Don't you need to rally your mutated zombies? Xiao Chuan asked, puzzled. No need. They are merely second-tier zombies. Upon hearing Han Yang's words, Xiao Chuan did not perceive arrogance, but rather felt it was an appropriate stance. After all, how else could he command the loyalty of his 17 subordinates? Without further hesitation, Xiao Chuan led the group toward their gathering point. Han Yang and his companions did not drive, as the distance was merely a few kilometers. Soon, they arrived at the intersection in front of the mall. A location that had been cleared multiple times by Han Yang and Xiao Chuan, now largely devoid of zombies. Occasionally, a few stragglers emerged from nearby office buildings and residential areas, but these posed no threat, as Xiao Chuan and several of his subordinates swiftly dispatched them. After the zombies were eliminated, the group adeptly harvested their cores, collecting them with practiced efficiency. As Han Yang observed the bags filled with cores, numbering perhaps in the dozens, an epiphany struck him. He realized why that second-tier mutated zombie had relentlessly pursued them. Even from a distance, it was likely aware of the core's significance, compelling it to follow without relent. However, Han Yang refrained from voicing this speculation, understanding that it was premature to disclose such insights before fully grasping the extent of their power. Continuing south from the mall's entrance, the group advanced for another 100 meters, where they spied a mutated zombie towering approximately half a meter above the average. Boss, that's the zombie, one of them exclaimed. Strange, why isn't it pursuing us? Instead, it remains here. The location where the zombie lingered was not at the entrance where Xiao Chuan's group congregated, but it was still within a concerning proximity. If this zombie were not dealt with, it would inevitably pose a danger each time they entered or exited. Han Yang retrieved his binoculars for a closer look and noticed that the area where the mutated zombie was wandering was littered with numerous zombie corpses, likely remnants of Xiao Chuan's previous cleanup efforts. Something must have been compelling the mutated zombie to remain stationary and disregard the course. A sudden thrill surged through Han Yang. Could there be a spiritual plant present? Beyond that, he could conceive of no other possibilities. Chapter 171. The Slaying of the Leader. What comes next? Xiao Chuan turned to Han Yang. Let us advance a little closer. Although he harbored suspicions, he could not yet confirm them with certainty. Han Yang intended to approach further. Thus, the group continued forward for a brief distance. At that moment, the mutated zombie had evidently detected their presence, yet it did not charge at them. Instead, it became increasingly agitated, prowling nearby and occasionally letting out a furious roar in their direction, attempting to intimidate them into retreating. The behavior of the mutated zombie further convinced Han Yang that there was indeed a spirit plant nearby. What could this mean? Xiao Chuan and the others also sensed that something was amiss. Previously, this zombie had seemed eager to tear them apart, yet now it exhibited restraint. Yi Xiaokuei noticed the evident excitement on Han Yang's face and quietly inquired, "Do you know what is happening?" "There is a spirit plant." Han Yang replied just as softly, "Really? That could complicate matters." Han Yang quickly grasped the implication of Yi Xiaokuei's words. The unusual behavior of the mutated zombie would raise questions in anyone's mind, not to mention for Xiao Chuan and his companions, who had been pursued by it. If they indeed discovered a spirit plant near the mutated zombie, they would undoubtedly harbor doubts, especially since they had previously assisted Han Yang in gathering one and had even traded for a specimen. Do not worry, when the time comes. I will simply explain what the spirit plant is to them and offer some compensation. After all, even if they acquire one, it would only awaken a single person, while we could awaken two in exchange. Anyone would see the logic in that. I fear they might attempt to cultivate it secretly next time. Yi Xiaokuei furrowed her brow. Let them try. I assure you, aside from Fang Fang's ability, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of causing a spirit plant to reproduce or regenerate. With Han Yang's unwavering confidence, Yi Xiaokuei's worries began to dissipate. As the two conversed quietly, Xiao Chuan assumed they were strategizing. Upon seeing them part, he quickly approached. "Boss, this mutated zombie is acting strangely. It hasn't attacked us despite discovering our presence. I saw it, and I have my suspicions regarding the reason." Han Yang replied with a slight smile. "What reason?" Xiao Chuan asked, astonished. "There exists a treasure there that is far more enticing than devouring you." "A treasure?" Xiao Chuan scratched his head in confusion. "You will understand once you see it. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and prepare for action." After saying this, Han Yang turned to Li Chunchun. "Chunchun, stay vigilant for any movements around you. If any other zombies appear, raise the alarm immediately." "Understood." Li Chunchun nodded. Xiaokuei and Qin Lan will assist Chunchun in eliminating any suddenly appearing zombies. "Got it." Both Yi Xiaokuei and Qin Lan replied in unison. "Meng Xian and I will confront this mutated zombie. However, you need only to flank it, ensuring it does not escape." "Understood." Meng Xian swung her axe in anticipation. According to the intelligence provided by Xiao Chuan, this zombie was likely a second-tier defensive type. Among the gathered individuals, only he and Meng Xian possessed the capability to breach the defenses of the zombies. Xiaokuei could also do so, but only by targeting their vulnerable points, such as the eyes, mouth, and nose. By comparison, he and Meng Xian presented a more reliable option. In fact, had he been alone, he would have charged in recklessly long ago. However, given the formation of their team, cooperation was essential, serving as a means to refine their synergy. "Boss, what about us?" Bai Xiaoming inquired at that moment. "You? Just ensure your own safety and don't complicate matters." "Oh." Bai Xiaoming reluctantly stepped aside. Upon finishing his words, Han Yang promptly grasped his gleaming silver spear and made his way directly toward the mutated zombie, with Meng Xian following closely behind, wielding a massive double-bladed axe. They approached with determination. Would anything untoward occur? One of Bai Xiaoming's companions, who had joined later and was unfamiliar with Han Yang's capabilities, expressed concern. The others shared a tinge of apprehension as well. Their previous encounters with Han Yang had primarily showcased the strength of the zombies he controlled. They had little understanding of his true power, only vague conjectures. At that moment, the second-tier zombie, noticing Han Yang's approach, finally ceased its indifference. With a fierce roar, it lunged at Han Yang. As it drew near, the second-tier zombie swung its sharp claws. Han Yang frowned slightly and wielded his spear. A resounding crash echoed as the spear intercepted the zombie's arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Indeed, this was a second-tier zombie, its robust exterior indicating a high level of fortitude. Such immense strength. Bai Xiaofei exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't the boss's ability to control zombies? How can he possess such power? Xiao Chuan gazed at the scene in shock. High defense, yet lacking in strength. Han Yang remarked, twisting his neck. The warm-up is over. Now, it's time for your demise. With that, he wielded his spear, activating Lu Bin's speed ability. His legs unleashed a terrifying force, cracking the ground beneath him into web-like fissures. Suddenly, with a thud, Han Yang shot forward like a swift arrow. At that moment, the second-tier defensive zombie had just managed to shake its head and rise. It was caught off guard, for Han Yang's spear was already upon it. With a resounding impact, the spear plunged into the zombie's eye socket. The immense rotational energy at the spear's tip erupted forth. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, red, white, and black matter splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Han Yang, utilizing Lu Bin's speed, had already retreated to his original position, unscathed. Only a few traces of blood remained on the spear's tip. With a flick, he shook off the residual blood. At that moment, Xiao Chuan, by Xiao Fei, and the others stood in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape at the spectacle they had just witnessed. It is utterly unbelievable that these relentlessly pursued, seemingly invulnerable zombies, who seem impervious to any form of attack, could be so easily pierced and destroyed, akin to a watermelon being punctured. Chapter 172. So powerful, what just happened? By Xiao Fei murmured in a dreamlike state. So powerful. Another subordinate swallowed hard, unable to contain his astonishment. We are on entirely different levels. Xiao Chuan muttered to himself. Han Yang must possess some method to enhance his strength. Otherwise, how could the disparity be so vast? With this thought, excitement welled up within Xiao Chuan. Now that I have allied myself with him, there should be an opportunity to learn, right? Having now witnessed the manifestation of his second-tier abilities, he yearned to elevate his own power. Alas, Brother Han is so formidable, I hardly had a chance to intervene. Ming Xian pouted, then approached the corpse of the second-tier zombie. Brother Han, how should we handle this corpse? No. Rather, let us keep it. I have use for it back on the island. Initially contemplating disposal, Han Yang suddenly remembered Big White. I promised to bring mutated zombie flesh for the great white shark next time. I cannot go back on my word. At this moment, Han Yang also discovered the second-tier core of the zombie. He picked it up and examined it, finding it to be a premium second-tier core, shimmering with an orange-yellow hue interlaced with a hint of crystalline green. If it were to continue maturing, it would likely ascend to the third tier. The third tier signifies a qualitative transformation. It would not be so easy then, Han Yang murmured, then made his way towards the pile of corpses where the recently mutated zombie had been guarding. Amidst the decaying flesh and foul stench, he soon spotted a glowing green plant. Indeed, there is the corpse grass. Moreover, it is on the verge of maturation. Han Yang gazed at the gently swaying plant with 5 leaves, feeling a sense of relief. The 5th leaf is nearly fully developed. Had I arrived any later? Or had this second-tier zombie consumed it in the meantime? It might have genuinely ascended to the 3rd tier. Oh, boss, there is another plant of the kind you desire. At that moment, Yi Xiaokuei and Xiao Chuan gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, and this is precisely the treasure I mentioned earlier that attracts zombies, causing them to abandon their pursuit of you. What? This is the treasure? Xiao Chuan exclaimed, a thought flashing through his mind. This plant can attract zombies. No wonder Han Yang wanted me to collect it. Could it enhance the capabilities of the zombies he controls? Indeed, I must apologize, Xiao Gu. I deceived you earlier. It is not my woman who desires this plant, but rather, it is I who covets it. Why not just say so from the beginning? Like the course, isn't it all aimed at enhancing the strength of the zombies? Han Yang, noticing Xiao Chuan's misunderstanding, wore an odd expression. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xiao Chuan scratched his head, puzzled. Not at all. I just cannot bear to let the zombies I control consume it. Han Yang chuckled softly. Now that we are all comrades, let me be frank. This glowing spiritual plant is one of the ingredients for the awakening potion. What? Xiao Chuan exclaimed in shock. This is the raw material for the awakening potion? Meanwhile, he suddenly realized why Han Yang had not disclosed the truth at the outset. The younger brothers behind Xiao Chuan listened intently to the exchange between the two, their faces alight with eagerness as they gazed at the corpse grass. The awakening potion. Xiao Chuan had previously hinted to them that by consuming the awakening potion, they too could awaken their abilities and become as formidable as him. However, he had only mentioned the possibility of acquiring the potion without revealing its source. Little did they know that the origin lay with their new leader, and they were now witnessing one of its raw materials. With Han Yang now at the helm, they wondered if they too might one day aspire to become awakened beings. Indeed, this mystical plant had emerged abruptly with the outbreak of the zombie virus. Regrettably, they had yet to discover methods for cultivation and propagation, relying solely on collection, which rendered their production of the awakening potion quite unstable. Ah, so that was it. Xiao Chuan recalled Han Yang mentioning a few days prior that he would need to wait 6 days to procure a bottle of the awakening potion to sell to him. You have already grasped the characteristics of this mystical plant. Whenever you come across one that can be transplanted, bring it to me in exchange for the awakening potion. Bai Xiaoming and the others felt a surge of excitement. Boss, do you know where this mystical plant typically grows? Bai Xiaoming inquired eagerly. Such plants I refer to as corpse grass, thrive in shaded areas, particularly where corpses accumulate, especially amidst the remains of zombies. There are also others like the blood-green grass and linglong grass, each with its own unique habits. Han Yang succinctly explained a few types of mystical plants he was familiar with. Some mystical plants are guarded by zombies, just as today. If you encounter a zombie that does not pursue you, feel free to take a look. You might just stumble upon a delightful surprise. Understood, boss. Bai Xiaoming and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting the excitement in the other's eyes. Chapter 173. The Awakening Elixir. Is it possible to increase the probability of finding the corpse grass by accumulating corpses? Xiao Chuan suddenly interjected. He noticed that both the previous and the current specimens of corpse grass had appeared in places where they carelessly piled up corpses after slaying zombies. It is indeed a possibility. You might want to give it a try. Han Yang replied nonchalantly. After speaking, he approached the corpse grass and used a dagger to excavate the surrounding soil along with the grass. The once upright leaves of the corpse grass wilted immediately upon being uprooted, drooping dejectedly. This mystical plant tends to lose its vitality once transplanted. Yet as long as it remains alive, it can be brought to me, Han Yang declared, handing the corpse grass over to Yi Xiaokuei. Boss, what if it accidentally gets severed and dies? Would you still want it? Bai Xiaoming inquired. Yes, but if the plant perishes, its medicinal properties will diminish, making it less likely to yield an awakening elixir. Han Yang continued. To be frank, once the mystical plant is relocated, if not properly cared for, it will gradually wither away. The reason we dare to collect these plants is that one among us possesses the ability to awaken plant life. She can rejuvenate these transplanted specimens, allowing them to continue thriving. Thus, as long as the mystical plants are alive, regardless of their size or developmental stage, they can be exchanged here for a vial of awakening elixir. We can wait until they fully mature, ensuring optimal medicinal properties for utilization. However, for deceased plants, if they are mature, they may still possess sufficient properties, but if they are in the growth phase or even juvenile stage, their efficacy will be inadequate for crafting the awakening elixir, and thus, they cannot be exchanged here. Understood, boss. We'll be cautious if we encounter any. Bai Xiaoming and the others nodded in agreement. Xiao Chuan, however, appeared contemplative, sensing that there might be more at play. With the presence of plant manipulators, it seemed that Han Yang and his group might be hoping to observe the growth of mystical plants to discover methods for cultivation and propagation. Brother Xiao, the last mystical plant deceived you, and with this one, since you have also participated, how about I compensate you with a vial of awakening elixir for both? Han Yang suggested. This time, you assisted us. How can we still divide the spoils? Xiao Chuan began to decline, but upon seeing the eager expressions of his subordinates, he relented, saying, all right, you are now our leader. Your word is final. However, the preparation of the elixir requires some time. Let us say tomorrow. I'll provide it to you then. Han Yang affirmed. Very well. With matters regarding the mystical plants clarified, Han Yang continued. Now that the mutated zombies have been eliminated and your crisis resolved, let us discuss the alliance. He outlined a few key points. Firstly, in name, Han Yang would be the leading figure for Xiao Chuan and his group. Yet he would not interfere with the internal management of their settlement. In the event of external threats, they must unite against the foe, adhering unconditionally to their directives. Secondly, both parties should extend timely assistance during times of hardship, which essentially meant that Han Yang and his group would provide aid to Xiao Chuan and his companions. However, this assistance is not rendered without compensation. The level of danger dictates the corresponding reward. This time, due to the recent alliance, Han Yang only seeks the spoils of war, waiving any additional remuneration. Furthermore, they agreed to jointly establish certain regulations, such as refraining from violence against their own, equitable distribution of spoils during joint operations, and collaborative management of security within their shared territory. Han Yang focused on the overarching principles, delegating the finer details to Yu Xiaokuei for refinement. After a brief discussion, the group expressed general satisfaction. With the discussion nearing its conclusion, let us draft and sign an agreement. In this day and age, agreements are often mere scraps of paper, contingent upon the adherence of both parties. Nevertheless, Han Yang did not intend to rely on the agreement to control them. It was merely a formality. We are not far from our gathering place. Why not visit us there to finalize the agreement? Indeed, Han Yang and Yu Xiaokuei exchanged glances and readily consented. Thus, the group proceeded to the gathering place of Xiao Chuan and his companions. Their enclave, located adjacent to Diamond Street, was aptly named Diamond Garden. The entire complex had only one entrance, which they had blocked with various items, leaving just enough space for a vehicle to pass, secured by a fence. As Han Yang and his party approached the entrance, a woman rushed out from within, joyfully calling out to Xiao Chuan, "Brother Xiao, you have finally returned safely." She dashed to Xiao Chuan's side and embraced him tightly, while casting a furtive glance at Yi Xiaokuei and the other women. Yi Xiaokuei, observing this, smirked subtly and glanced at Han Yang. Understanding her cue, Han Yang spoke up, "Brother Xiao, may I ask who this is?" Under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, Xiao Chuan's cheeks flushed, and he gestured for the woman to release him. "Boss, allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Gao Na. Na. This is our leader, Han Yang, and his companions." "Leader?" Gao Na appeared puzzled. "Han Yang? The one who occupies them all." "Indeed. But now he's our leader." Xiao Chuan then recounted the events of the morning and how Han Yang had assisted in vanquishing the mutated zombies. "I wondered why I saw you all running past the entrance without entering," Gao Na exclaimed as realization dawned upon her, immediately expressing her gratitude to Han Yang and the others. "Well, let's not linger at the entrance. Let us go inside and converse," Xiao Chuan said, wrapping his arm around Gao Na and leading the group into the complex. Upon entering, Han Yang and his companions noticed numerous heads peering out from the windows of various floors, greeting Xiao Chuan while curiously observing Han Yang, particularly the striking women accompanying him. The allure of Yi Xiaokuei and the others was simply undeniable. This was also the reason Gao Na had instinctively embraced Xiao Chuan. She feared that they were yet another group of women he had brought back from outside, thus marking her territory. After all, she had experienced a similar situation herself, rescued by Xiao Chuan from her workplace. She had become his partner, relying on her awakened abilities and a touch of charm. Is Gao Na also an awakened one? On their way, the group continued to deliberate over the agreement, and Gao Na, having listened for a while, joined in the discussion. Han Yang was astonished by her remarkable memory, as she could recount their conversation word for word. Indeed, Nana had awakened a memory akin to photographic recall, making her one of the two awakened individuals in their midst. What an impressive ability! Han Yang marveled, and in that moment, he was reminded of a woman rumored to be behind Xiao Chuan in his past life. Although Xiao Chuan was a third-tier awakened one, possessing formidable powers, his governance of the settlement was, much like Han Yang's, rather lackluster. It was said that he relied entirely on a woman who managed affairs for him. And this woman was also an awakened one, endowed with an extraordinary memory and known for her astute and capable demeanor. Now, looking at Gao Na, aside from her somewhat inexperienced approach to handling matters, most of her traits aligned closely with those of that woman. Unfortunately, this ability offered little assistance in combat. Xiao Chuan sighed, and Gao Na's expression dimmed slightly. That may not necessarily be the case. Han Yang chuckled softly. "Oh, boss. Do you possess a method to enhance Nana's combat prowess?" Xiao Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 174. Agreement, is that so? "Boss, what should we do?" At this moment, Gao Na could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "After your awakening, have you noticed an enhancement in your physical capabilities?" "Indeed, I feel considerably stronger than before. I am no longer inferior to men." Gao Na nodded in affirmation. In truth, individuals who have undergone awakening experience a remarkable enhancement in their physical attributes, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary humans. However, this enhancement is not an instantaneous transformation. It merely augments your physical potential and ceiling. It necessitates a gradual accumulation of time to ultimately achieve a qualitative change. Furthermore, the only way to increase this potential is through targeted training. Coincidentally, one of our team members has developed a specialized training regimen for awakeners, designed to stimulate their inherent potential and strengthen their physique to its utmost limit within a short time frame. Really? Both Xiao Chuan and Gao Na were filled with excitement. At this moment, Xiao Chuan began to comprehend why Han Yang, despite possessing the ability to control zombies, exhibited such formidable physical prowess, placing him in an entirely different league. Each of Han Yang's companions also appeared remarkably powerful. So that is the reason. Indeed, it is true. Everyone on our team has been practicing this regimen, and its efficacy has been validated. Once we finalize the agreement, you may come to our location to learn it. That sounds wonderful, Gao Na exclaimed, barely able to contain her eagerness. At this time, they arrived at a modest low-rise building, guided by Xiao Chuan into a residence that had been simply renovated. "This is my room and office. It may not be as pleasant as the environment on Boss's Island, but please bear with it." Xiao Chuan warmly invited everyone to take their seats. In this world, having a safe place to rest is already quite commendable, Han Yang remarked nonchalantly. "Now, let us translate our discussions into the agreement." Han Yang opted not to participate further, leaving the primary tasks to Yi Xiaokuei, while Gao Na strategized on Xiao Chuan's side. Within the larger framework, the two filled in numerous details, particularly concerning security regulations within the gathering place. After all, as survivors of a civilized society, No one wishes to witness excessively cruel and violent occurrences. Due to the allure of the training regimen, Gao Na did not oppose the alliance between the two teams. On the contrary, she believed her team would reap substantial benefits and sincerely considered the welfare of both groups, proposing several constructive ideas, ultimately refining the agreement alongside Yi Xiaokuei. In the end, they composed a thick stack of agreements and presented it to Han Yang and Xiao Chuan. Han Yang perused it briefly, unable to suggest any improvements, and promptly signed an agreement. Xiao Chuan did the same. With the formalities concluded, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Gao Na, along with Yu Xiaokuei and Qin Lan, chattered animatedly about topics of mutual interest. Meanwhile, Han Yang engaged Xiao Chuan in a conversation regarding the gathering place. Brother Xiao, do you find this community convenient for living? Xiao Chuan sighed in response. Naturally, it is quite inconvenient. No electricity, unable to ascend to higher floors, no water, and the stench in the restroom is unbearable. There is no gas, making cooking a hassle. Han Yang nodded empathetically. Have you considered relocating? He inquired. I have contemplated it, but with so many people, moving poses a significant challenge. We could easily find ourselves besieged by zombies, Xiao Chuan replied, shaking his head. Furthermore, everyone requires adequate space for isolation during the night. And I am uncertain about a suitable relocation destination. I happen to know of an excellent place, equipped with water and electricity, along with ample room. Would you be interested in joining me, Xiao? Is it truly such a remarkable location? Naturally, I would be inclined to go. Xiao Chuan's spirit was instantly invigorated. In fact, it's not far from here. It is the community where my girlfriend resides. We have already cleared the area. Han Yang gestured towards a general direction. That location is close by and has water. You must be referring to Shui Xia Huating, right? Xiao Chuan thought of it immediately after a mere glance in the direction, as it was the only nearby area with a river flowing through it. Indeed, that is the place. It's not far from Jinsha Island, and the route has already been cleared by us. If you wish to go, there is no need to worry about encountering danger while relocating. Of course, there is no rush to decide. You can accompany us back this afternoon to see Shui Xia Huating. All right, that sounds great, Xiao Chuan exclaimed with excitement. After further discussion, Han Yang noted that everyone had rested sufficiently and declared, shall we head back now? Absolutely. The group departed from Xiao Chuan's gathering place, following Han Yang towards Jinsha Island. Unlike their previous journey, Gao Na accompanied them this time, eager to inspect the environment of Shui Xia Huating. Bai Xiaoming, however, remained behind at Xiao Chuan's request to manage the security of the gathering site, having already cleared the area of zombies on their way here. Their return journey was notably smooth. The group swiftly reached Bihai Avenue. Upon seeing an area cordoned off by vehicles and fences, Xiao Chuan curiously asked, Boss, did you set this up? Indeed. From here to the service area along Jinsha Island, we have established a buffer zone to enhance the safety of our base. Moreover, we have a team working to the north, continuing to establish isolation zones, targeting the Shui Xia Huating community. With this in place, we need not worry about the threat posed by ordinary zombies in this area. Xiao Chuan felt increasingly drawn to the prospect of relocating. Exactly. As long as we assign personnel for regular patrols in this region, we can ensure that the base remains undisturbed by zombies. Regarding this matter, should you decide to move here in the future, we could form a joint team to collectively maintain the security of this area. At that moment, Yi Xiaokuei suddenly interjected. That is a splendid idea. As the group conversed, they soon arrived near the service area by the shore. At this point, they noticed a team of individuals slowly approaching from ahead. Chapter 175. A relaxing day at the beach. It was precisely at this moment that Nan Nan, led by Qing Qing, returned alongside Chen Fang. Ah, Brother Han, you have returned as well. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand. Indeed. Have you cleared the path to the water pavilion? Han Yang inquired. Yes, it's all marked out. Nan Nan replied, glancing towards Xiao Chuan and his companions. This is Xiao Chuan, the very person I mentioned earlier, who exchanged supplies with us at the marketplace. The individuals behind him are his partners. Han Yang gestured towards Xiao Chuan and his group, then continued, This is my girlfriend, Nan Nan, and these are our family members from the island. At this moment, Xiao Chuan and his companions were utterly astonished. Initially, Han Yang's company of 4 stunning women was already remarkable enough, but now, a new group of 6 equally enchanting beauties had emerged. Han Yang had previously mentioned that there were 18 individuals on the island. Now, aside from him, 10 breathtaking women were present before them. Considering that some must remain on the island, it implied that 7 individuals were still there. Would those 7 also be exquisite beauties? Had Han Yang unwittingly fallen into a realm of enchanting women? Xiao Chuan found himself at a loss, torn between envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Gao Na, observing the remarkable women who excelled in abilities, felt her fleeting jealousy and concern dissipate entirely. Regardless of her efforts, it was evident that these women were beyond her reach. Yet, she soon recognized that these women were all subtly attentive to Han Yang, indicating a profound bond with him. Thus, she came to a realization: there was truly nothing to worry about. Simultaneously, a desire to cultivate a good relationship with them blossomed in her heart. After a brief introduction between both parties, Han Yang recounted the recent alliance and expressed his intention to have Xiao Chuan and his companions relocate to the water pavilion. Well, I have no objections to that. After all, the community is vacant anyway, but please reserve my house for me. Nan Nan replied nonchalantly. Understood. Shall I take Xiao Chuan and his companions to the water pavilion for a look? Will you join us, or return to the island? Han Yang asked. Today's tasks are complete, and we have dealt with quite a number of zombies. It would be best for us to return and freshen up. Nan Nan shook her head. Indeed, they performed admirably today, so as a reward, I have decided to allow them to relax on the beach for the remainder of the afternoon, a balance of work and leisure. Ching Ching chimed in. Relaxing at the beach? Han Yang's heart stirred. The image of several beautiful women frolicking in bikinis on the golden sands instantly flashed before his eyes. In that instant, he lost the desire to escort Xiao Chuan and his companions to the water pavilion. Ahem, since you are returning to the island, please take this corpse flower back with you. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Xiao Kuei's voice broke through Han Yang's daydreams. Ah, right. Han Yang took the corpse flower, handed it to Qin Fong, and whispered a reminder for her to properly secure it and bury the core upon their return. Qin Fong nodded with delight. She discerned that this corpse flower was on the verge of maturation, heralding the ascension of yet another sister to the second tier on the island. You all should head back and take a well-deserved break. We shall first visit the water pavilion gardens, Han Yang proclaimed with immense resolve, leading Xiao Chuan and the others onward. The two groups converged and then parted ways, each advancing in opposite directions. The path from the service area by the shore to the water pavilion gardens had recently been cleared by Qing and her companions, allowing Han Yang and his group to traverse it without hindrance, quickly arriving at their destination. Having heard much about this community, Xiao Chuan was astonished that his first visit occurred in the aftermath of the apocalypse. As he strolled inside, he diligently observed his surroundings, occasionally consulting with Gao Na. The water pavilion gardens were replete with row houses, each boasting ample space. Even the living room of a single resident surpassed the size of his current office, which had been converted from a small apartment. Spacious, bright, and comfortable. At first glance, Xiao Chuan was captivated by this place. Moreover, the community was dotted with ditches, pavilions, and corridors, all fed by flowing water drawn from the nearby river. Accessing water was exceedingly convenient. As for electricity, Xiao Chuan noted the solar panels Han Yang had mentioned. Although not every household possessed one, the few he observed were sufficient for operating various devices. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, one could not expect the same comforts as before, such as daily air conditioning or refrigeration. It was paramount to utilize available electricity judiciously, focusing on essential needs like water pumps and lighting. Xiaoge, how do you feel? Han Yang inquired after circling the community. It's absolutely splendid, Xiao Chuan exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, we decided to return and pack our belongings. Tomorrow we shall begin our move here. Very well, then, prepare to leave at your earliest convenience. Han Yang was eager to return to the island after finally concluding their visit. Boss, we shall take our leave now. Xiao Chuan and his companions were equally eager to head back, as he needed to rally everyone. Although this route had been cleared, particularly along the coastal avenue where danger was minimal, persuading everyone to relocate remained a daunting challenge. After all, some individuals were reluctant to take risks. Xiao Chuan had resolutely concluded that if they were unwilling to embrace even this modest peril, they might as well be left to fend for themselves. Chapter 176. The Transformation of Da Bai. Upon learning about Han Yang's stringent admission criteria, Xiao Chuan began to reflect on his previous inclination to play the role of a benevolent fool, indiscriminately accepting all individuals into their ranks. Such an approach was ill-suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Recent observations within his gathering place had revealed troubling signs. Some individuals were merely idle, waiting passively for the distribution of resources. This was unsustainable and unjust to the community. Every member should contribute to the collective effort. Upon returning, he intended to discuss with Gao Na the establishment of a points-based system for resource allocation within the gathering place. The previous communal feasting model could no longer prevail. Unbeknownst to Han Yang, his involvement had inadvertently prompted Xiao Chuan to devise an exceedingly popular points system that had flourished in his past life. In that era, 3 primary modes of trade were typically employed. The first, the most prevalent, was barter. The second emerged after the discovery of corpse cores, which began to be utilized as currency for transactions. The first 2 methods were primarily for exchanges outside the gathering place. Internally, however, the third mode was favored, the point system, which allocated points based on individual contributions to the community, such as completing missions or donating supplies. These points could then be redeemed for necessary resources, often at a lower cost than those available through external trade, thus serving as a benefit provided by the gathering place. These three modes coexisted, forming the foundation of interpersonal interactions in the apocalypse. Han Yang had not implemented such a system within his own gathering place due to its limited population and ample resources, coupled with the close relationships he shared with his members. However, in external dealings, he still opted for the first two methods. After bidding farewell to Han Yang, Xiao Chuan and his companions set off with eager anticipation towards their gathering place. Han Yang, too, felt an overwhelming urge to return to the island. This sentiment prompted Yu Xiaoque, who had discerned his thoughts, to tease him playfully. In the elegant water pavilion, she dragged him around, incessantly questioning him about various matters. "Do you still wish to try that facial cleanser?" she inquired mischievously, taking advantage of Meng Xian's momentary distraction. With a hint of annoyance, Han Yang replied, "I can manage without your assistance." Yu Xiaoque, glancing at Meng Xian's ample bosom, smirked and remarked, "I could manage without you too." With that, she ceased her teasing and approached Meng Xian, engaging her in a warm conversation. Liberated from her antics, Han Yang felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He wondered if this prized cabbage, Meng Xian, would be snatched away by Yu Xiaoque before he had a chance. This was unacceptable. Perhaps he should make his move today? However, before he could dwell on it further, Yu Xiaoque anxiously began to pull Meng Xian back in the opposite direction. "Oh." Han Yang quickly followed suit as the group set their sights on the road ahead, swiftly making their way back to the service area by the shore. After securing the truck, they prepared to board a sightseeing vehicle bound for the island. At that moment, Meng Xian suddenly announced, "Han Ge, there's still a second-tier zombie corpse in the truck. How should we handle it?" "Oh no, I completely forgot about that," Han Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He hurried back to the truck and retrieved the second-tier zombie corpse from the storage compartment. "Just drive. It's inconvenient for me to hold this corpse." Li Chenchen took her seat in the driver's position, steering the sightseeing car towards the island. Upon arriving at the villa, Han Yang disembarked the others and turned to Li Chenchen, saying, "Chenchen, continue driving with me to the dock." "All right." Li Chenchen cast a glance at the body of the second-tier zombie and instantly understood Han Yang's intentions. The pair swiftly made their way to the dock. The great white shark, having received Han Yang's command, was already waiting eagerly. The moment it caught the scent of the second-tier zombie's blood, it became agitated, thrashing about in the water. "Hey, it seems quite anxious. Chenchen, come, let's feed it together." Li Chenchen realized that Han Yang intended for her to deepen her bond with the great white. Thus, she approached and together with Han Yang, they tossed the body of the second-tier zombie into the sea. The great white shark wasted no time, swiftly biting through the corpse. It then opened its massive jaws and devoured a portion of the remains. "Will the great white be all right after eating the zombie's body?" Li Chenchen inquired with concern. "There's no need to worry. Even if something arises, I will handle it and ensure it poses no threat to the island's inhabitants." Han Yang attentively monitored the great white shark's condition, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. The shark fought vigorously with the zombie's body, and thanks to its colossal size, it soon consumed the entire corpse. Afterward, the great white shark lingered on the water's surface, ceasing its movements. Han Yang and Li Chenchen observed for a while, relieved to find no abnormalities. This eased Li Chunchen's worries, though Han Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. "Is that it? Given that it was a second-tier zombie, I expected some transformation." Just as Han Yang's thoughts settled, the great white shark suddenly thrashed in the water, splashing large amounts of water around. Its head intermittently breached the surface, at times colliding with nearby vessels, seemingly unbothered by the pain. No, it appeared as if it were enduring some excruciating agony. "Han Yang, what's wrong with the great white?" Li Chenchen asked anxiously. "Don't worry, this is a good sign." Han Yang closed his eyes, feeling through the consciousness link, and discovered a wave of awakening energy emanating from the great white. To his surprise, it seemed the great white was awakening ahead of the others. However, before Han Yang could revel in this realization, the energy from the great white began to diminish, ultimately dissipating completely. Meanwhile, the great white in the water ceased its struggles. Did the awakening fail? Han Yang was taken aback. No, it can't be classified as a failure. He gazed at the great white in the sea. Its body appeared larger than before, its dorsal fin had changed, and its overall appearance had transformed, no longer bearing the same menacing visage. It was evident that the great white was evolving towards a state of physical adaptation, hence the absence of awakening abilities. Moreover, this adaptation was far from complete. Han Yang sensed that the great white's current state resembled that of a newly awakened human, with a slight enhancement in physique and a significant increase in potential, still requiring time to accumulate changes. In any case, this development was indeed a positive outcome. Han Yang expressed his happiness, and Li Chunshun, upon hearing his explanation, wore a joyful smile as well. Having gradually acclimated to its transformed physique, the great white shark began to breach the water's surface, leaping towards the direction of Han Yang and Li Chunshun. Han Yang sensed the joy radiating from it. Since you were so exuberant, what a perfect opportunity to ride you and behold the beauties of the beach. Chapter 177, A Novice at the Helm. Chunshun. Do you have your swimsuit on the yacht? Yes, I do. Li Chunshun, feeling a bit bashful, thought Han Yang might have some ulterior motives. Then go ahead and change here. We can ride Big White to the beach and surprise Nan Nan and the others. I think it's more of a scare. To be honest, Li Chunshun sighed in relief, unable to resist a retort. However, she obediently boarded the yacht and changed into her original swimsuit. Han Yang removed his shirt, revealing his shorts, needing no special attire for the occasion. As soon as Li Chunshun was ready, Han Yang called her over and promptly jumped into the sea, swimming to Big White and clambering aboard. Big White, having evolved, had not only increased in size, but also changed in appearance. This time, he did not ride backward on the shark, but sat confidently atop it, grasping its dorsal fin. Meanwhile, Li Chunshun also leapt into the water and swam over. Han Yang pulled her to sit in front of him, wrapping his arms around her soft, sleek body. Let us go, Big White. Big White began to glide along the island's perimeter. Wow, this is quite nice. It feels similar to riding a jet ski. Li Chunshun exclaimed, adapting to the sensation. Really? It's just a bit slow. Han Yang replied, noting that Big White's speed was deliberately modest to ensure stability. This allowed them the leisure to converse and laugh while appreciating the island from the sea's perspective. Li Chunshun nestled against Han Yang, basking in the slanting sunlight while listening to the gentle rustle of the trees in the sea breeze, savoring the rare tranquility. Han Yang held her gently, yearning to caress her but hesitating, not wanting to disrupt the precious warmth reflected on her contented face. They sat together on Big White, drifting slowly, occasionally whispering sweet nothings. As time passed, they unknowingly floated closer to Golden Sands Beach. At that moment, someone in the distance spotted Han Yang and Li Chunshun, a mischievous smile spreading across their face as they revved up the motorboat, charging directly toward them. Initially, Han Yang and Li Chunshun remained oblivious. However, the thunderous roar of the motorboat shattered their serene moment. Han Yang's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Nan Nan at the helm. Big White, steer clear. Nan Nan is a novice driver. Don't let her crash into us. Han Yang vividly recalled Nan Nan's obsession with driving. Having just recently learned to operate a car, let alone a motorboat, he certainly wished to avoid any unwarranted calamity. Big White obediently attempted to evade Nan Nan's speeding vessel. But alas, it was no match for the motorboat's swiftness and was soon overtaken. As a collision loomed, Nan Nan suddenly swerved the motorboat, sending a colossal wave crashing toward Han Yang and Li Chunshun, toppling them from Big White. Hey, Han Ge, how was the fun? Nan Nan teased, hands on her hips, a playful grin adorning her face. Not fun at all. Han Yang wiped the seawater from his face, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Li Chunshun, however, felt a tinge of disappointment at the loss of their precious moment. Is this Big White? It's truly enormous. Nan Nan gazed at the great white shark with an air of curiosity. What does it feel like to ride a great white? You should give it a try. Han Yang tilted his head towards Nan Nan. Today, she donned a pristine white two-piece swimsuit. From below, one first noticed her plump little feet, her slender and well-proportioned legs, and her smooth, flat abdomen. Ascending further, one would observe her elegantly designed swimsuit, which barely covered her chest, along with her delicate collarbone and gracefully elongated neck. Her hair, damp and cascading over her shoulders, framed her unadorned face, which bore a touch of baby fat, lending her an endearing charm and youthful allure. At that moment, curiosity and contemplation danced across Nan Nan's features as she stole glances at the shark. Then, addressing Li Chunshun, she proposed, Sister Chunshun, how about we switch? You ride the jet ski, and I'll take a turn on the shark. Sounds great. Li Chunshun readily agreed. As the waves calmed somewhat, she swiftly swam to the jet ski and climbed aboard. Nan Nan vacated the driver's seat and leapt into the sea, the azure waters enveloping her fair form. She soon resurfaced, skillfully swimming to the shark's side. Just as she was about to ascend, the shark reluctantly shifted its body, causing her to miss her grip. Oh, does this fellow even recognize people? After all, it's our first meeting. No worries, I'll just soothe it. Han Yang commanded the shark not to resist and gestured for Nan Nan to climb on. Han Yang then followed suit, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and caressing her smooth skin. Are you ready? I'll set the shark in motion. I'm ready, Nan Nan chirped, grasping the shark's dorsal fin. No sooner had her words left her lips than the shark began to swim. How does it feel? Quite nice. Though it doesn't quite compare to the thrill of riding the jet ski. Nan Nan expressed a hint of disappointment. That is not a fair comparison. Think about it. If the jet ski runs out of fuel, it's stranded, but the shark is different. As long as it has food, it can travel great distances. True. As Li Chunchun observed the two swimming in circles nearby, she waved to them and steered the jet ski towards the beach. Han Yang watched her depart. And in the distance, he spotted several beautiful women in swimsuits frolicking on the shore, their luminous skin glistening in the sun. Others were enjoying their time in the ocean, encircled by inflatable rings. Chapter 178. What a wonderful surprise. Everyone has come here to play, Han Yang inquired. Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to relax. Nan Nan replied playfully. By the way, you must have noticed that today I harvested another corpse grass, and it's about to mature. Once we return, you should consume it and advance to the second tier. Thank you, Brother Han. Nan Nan's face lit up with a smile as she gracefully turned around, wrapping her arms around Han Yang's neck and giving him a kiss. Then she added, but I shall forego it. I want to advance on my own like Sister Ching Ching. Are you sure you don't want it? Han Yang kissed her back. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. The little girl replied innocently. Very well. But this corpse grass is ultimately yours. Since you do not wish to keep it, you can decide who to give it to. Is that so? Sister Fong has already reached the second tier, so I will give it to Sister Xiaokuei. All right, I shall defer to your decision. Han Yang affectionately ruffled her hair. By the way, I heard that Brother Han can breathe underwater. Shall we explore the depths of the ocean together? Nan Nan said enthusiastically. Absolutely. Han Yang chuckled. Once we reach the seabed, we can enjoy the experience without others seeing us. It's a perfect opportunity for some adventurous fun with Nan Nan. Han Yang embraced her and leaped off the back of the great white. Nan Nan instinctively clung to Han Yang, resembling a playful octopus. Fortunately, Han Yang possessed hydrokinesis, ensuring both of them stayed afloat. Under Han Yang's command, the great white swam away from the area. Let us play at the seabed. Sounds great. After Nan Nan indicated she was ready, they both dove beneath the waves. Not long after, two pristine swimsuits suddenly floated to the surface. Meanwhile, as Han Yang reveled in his underwater frolic, Meng Xian was nearby on the beach, sprawled atop her surfboard, propelling herself through the water with her hands and feet, delighting in the waves. Suddenly, she noticed that Han Yang and Nan Nan had vanished. Where have Brother Han and Nan Nan gone? They were just here. I heard Chun Chun mention they were riding the great white shark. Meng Xian was puzzled but not concerned for their safety. In her eyes, Han Yang, who could effortlessly switch between various abilities, was an invincible force. He could not possibly be overwhelmed by the ocean, especially with his hydrokinesis. However, their disappearance did pique her curiosity, and she wanted to see the great white shark. With a sudden burst of energy, she powered her legs, pressing against the water as if it were solid ground, creating a thunderous sound. Meng Xian clutched her surfboard, gliding forward like a skipping stone, producing loud splashes as she sped ahead. After several powerful strokes, she approached the location where Han Yang and Nan Nan had been. Yet, she still did not see them. Only the white swimsuits and shorts floating on the surface. Oh, how did swimsuits and shorts end up here? Meng Xian exclaimed in surprise, wanting to retrieve them for a closer look. However, it seemed as if an unseen force was pulling them away, making it impossible for her to grasp them. The currents were controlling them. At this moment, Meng Xian also came to a realization. So, this must be Nan Nan's swimsuit, right? And the shorts belong to Brother Han? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush adorned Meng Xian's face. Could it be that the two of them were? Just as her imagination began to wander, two figures suddenly emerged from the sea beside her. It was none other than Han Yang and Nan Nan. As soon as they surfaced, they gasped for air, having spent an extensive amount of time swimming in the ocean. Though Han Yang had been utilizing underwater breathing techniques, the intensity of their aquatic frolic had depleted their air supply far too quickly. Yet, after taking only a few breaths, Han Yang sensed something amiss. He turned his head and spotted Meng Xian lying on the surfboard, her clear and innocent eyes fixed intently upon them. Han Yang instinctively tightened his embrace around Nan Nan, prompting her to notice the unusual situation and glance to the side. Upon seeing Meng Xian's curious gaze directed at them, Nan Nan immediately buried her face shyly in Han Yang's neck. What brings you here? Han Yang was the first to break the awkward silence. I was just paddling around for fun, and didn't expect to encounter you. Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. Meng Xian, her face flushed, quickly turned away and fled from the scene. This is all your fault. Once Meng Xian had departed, Nan Nan pouted, reproaching Han Yang. Yes, it's my fault. Han Yang chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, while his mind drifted back to the image of Meng Xian lying on the surfboard. What a sight it had been. Brother Han, have you still not won over Sister Meng Xian? Nan Nan teased with a playful huff. Han Yang gave an awkward smile in response. Tonight, you should win over Sister Meng Xian, and then I'll suddenly appear to let her experience the awkwardness. Nan Nan pouted, playfully puffing her cheeks. Is there really such a delightful opportunity? Han Yang found himself at a loss for words, utterly captivated by Nan Nan's brilliant idea. Chapter 179. Building Sandcastles. Sister Nan Nan and the others have returned. Xiao Shan, clad in a swimming ring, was splashing at the seaside, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Meng Xian joined her, lying on the surfboard like a languid fish, occasionally stirring slightly. Upon hearing the commotion, she glanced into the distance and, indeed, spotted Han Yang and Nan Nan, both donned in their swimwear, swimming towards them in a conventional manner. Meng Xian let out a few hums of acknowledgement, but refrained from engaging in conversation, her mind drifting back to the scene she had witnessed earlier. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, what a playful spirit. Xiao Shan, meanwhile, clung to her swimming ring, thrashing her legs energetically as she paddled towards Nan Nan. Sister Nan Nan, are great white sharks frightening? As she approached, her curiosity bubbled over. Wild ones are certainly daunting. However, the one under Brother Han's contract is quite docile. Akin to De Huang. Oh, is riding a great white shark enjoyable? It's decent, I suppose. Do you wish to try? No, I'm merely inquiring. Xiao Shan shook her head repeatedly. As they continued their conversation while swimming back, Xiao Shan sported a blue and white one-piece swimsuit reminiscent of a school uniform, radiating youthful exuberance. Though her body appeared somewhat immature and naive, she exuded the lively purity of a blossoming young woman. Regrettably, Han Yang could only admire from a distance. He lingered on Xiao Shan for but a moment before shifting his gaze towards the languorous Meng Xian. Meng Xian seemed to intuit Han Yang's preferences. Although the hotel had replenished its wardrobe in abundance, she still donned a swimsuit that revealed much of her figure. Particularly, the top was quite extravagant, with fabric scarcely larger than a palm, failing to conceal much at all. Sensing Han Yang's gaze upon her, a faint blush graced Meng Xian's youthful visage. Brother Han, is there something amiss? Not at all. I merely find you exceptionally beautiful today. Yes, truly stunning. The sparkle in Han Yang's eyes as they roamed over her figure filled Meng Xian with a flicker of joy. Over time, the women on the island had gleaned some understanding of Han Yang's character. He possessed an appreciation for beautiful women. To put it plainly, he had a fondness for the fairer sex. This trait, while common among men, could be seen as a natural inclination. In this increasingly harsh apocalypse, having a formidable protector like Han Yang, who ensured their sustenance and comfort, made this minor flaw quite tolerable. The women gradually developed a shared understanding, realizing that they would inevitably become Han Yang's companions. Meng Xian was no exception. She had long prepared herself mentally. However, she had recently begun to notice that Han Yang seemed to be progressing in various aspects with most of the women on the island. Even Li Chunchun, who had arrived late, had a visitor last night. Meng Xian had secretly seen Han Yang enter her room. Yet, she had remained untouched. This might be attributed to her dwindling time spent with Han Yang. With their frequent separation, their relationship could not advance further. Thus, upon learning of the afternoon's seaside escapades, Meng Xian, well aware of a man's nature, resolved to fully leverage her strengths to captivate Brother Han. Thus, she deliberately chose the swimsuit. At this moment, as Han Yang gazed at her with sparkling eyes, Meng Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as she murmured to herself, hee. I still possess quite a charm. However, she soon noticed Han Yang frowning slightly before he said, if we are to address any issues, there is indeed a minor concern regarding your physique. What do you mean? Meng Xian immediately felt a pang of anxiety. Han Yang gestured towards his chest and remarked, your condition seems rather unusual. I believe it warrants a thorough examination. You know, we currently lack the necessary testing equipment, and even if we had it, we wouldn't know how to use it. However, my abilities could suffice for an assessment. How about I come to your room tonight for a proper checkup? Han Yang stated earnestly. What a needless worry. Meng Xian sighed in relief and shot him a playful glare. You just want to take advantage of me. I am a healer with a compassionate heart. What healer? At that moment, Nan Nan and Xiao Shan, each clutching a swimming ring, floated over and curiously inquired. Nothing much. Han Yang coughed lightly and turned to Meng Xian, asserting, it's settled then. Although her face flushed with embarrassment, Meng Xian neither nodded in agreement nor outright declined. She then turned to play in the water with Nan Nan and Xiao Shan. Han Yang took her silence as acquiescence and contentedly watched the three girls frolic before shifting his gaze to the beach. At this juncture, Sun Wanyu, Zhao Jia, Li Chunchun, and Shi Xiang Lan were busy constructing a sandcastle on the shore, which had grown to a substantial size. All four were clad in swimsuits of various hues, white, blue, pink, and black, each exuding its unique charm. Among them, Sun Wanyu donned a one-piece skirted swimsuit, designed to accentuate her bust, which appeared particularly magnificent. The sleeveless, strapless style showcased her smooth back and delicate collarbone, while the ruffled skirt added an exquisite layer to the ensemble. This entire swimsuit perfectly highlighted her alluring curves, epitomizing both fashion and personal allure. The only downside was that it was somewhat overly covered. In contrast, Zhao Jiao wore a bikini, predominantly white with pink patterns that, while simple, conveyed a sense of carefree elegance. Although her top was scant, it lacked Ming Xian's assets, yet still appeared quite appealing. Regrettably, her bottoms were square-cut shorts, which Han Yang found less than satisfactory. In comparison, Li Chunchun's swimsuit epitomized minimalism, consisting of meager fabric that highlighted her wheat-colored skin, making her stand out among the others. However, when juxtaposed with Shi Xianglan, they appeared somewhat lacking. Shi Xianglan, clad in a black one-piece swimsuit, did not have a skirt. Rather, she wore triangle-cut bottoms that clung tightly, accentuating her voluptuous thighs. The upper portion featured a single strap around the neck, leaving a vast expanse of skin exposed at the back down to her waist. The front boasted an audacious design, with a deep V plunging just above her navel, showcasing her curvaceous figure in all its glory. Captivating at first glance, it becomes evident that youth often overlooks the allure of women, only to recognize their value upon experience. Shi Xianglan, noticing Han Yang's gaze upon her, beckons him over. Come, help us build a castle. To Han Yang's surprise, Sister Xianglan possesses such youthful spirit. He approaches with a smile, as each of the four women assumes responsibility for different sections. The scale of construction at Shi Xianglan Station appears notably less grand than that of the other three. As one ages, maintaining a youthful mindset becomes imperative, otherwise, there shall be no common ground for conversation. Who claims Sister Xianglan is aging? I believe she is as vibrant as ever, Han Yang sincerely declares. In both appearance and essence, she is no less than the younger ladies. At his words, Shi Xianglan casts him a flirtatious glance. What a delightful compliment. Please, say more. She playfully responds. And how shall I express my gratitude? Han Yang, while grasping the sand, instinctively moves his hand toward her smooth, alluring thigh. No. Shi Xianglan seizes his wandering hand, glancing at Yu Shakuei and the others lounging on the beach chair behind them. Be mindful, we must not be seen. She then lightly bites her lip, adding, Come to my room tonight. I shall show you how I can express my gratitude. Since their last encounter, Shi Xianglan has felt a marked improvement in her physical training, suspecting Han Yang's influence and contemplating further exploration. Tonight is not feasible. I have prior commitments, perhaps tomorrow. Han Yang replies with a hint of regret. Is it with Xiao Xian? How did you know? Han Yang exclaims in astonishment. Humph. Sister detected the peculiarities between you two at a glance. And what of you and Nan Nan? Were you not in the water? Shi Xianglan intentionally leaves her thought unfinished, yet Han Yang comprehends her insinuation. Sister possesses keen observation skills. No wonder your sandcastle is the least impressive. That is precisely why I asked for your assistance. Shi Xianglan pouts playfully. Despite being the eldest, her tone strikes the perfect balance, evoking no sense of discomfort in Han Yang. Very well, I shall assist you. Han Yang begins earnestly constructing the sandcastle. However, Shi Xianglan is not ready to concede so easily. After a moment of contemplation, she whispers to Han Yang, Actually, we could also enjoy a swim in the water for a while. Chapter 180. Shakuei's advancement. To be candid, Han Yang felt a sudden flutter in his heart. However, he swiftly extinguished that thought. If he were to abruptly run off with Shi Xianglan for a swim, not only would the multitude on the shore raise their eyebrows, but anyone could easily surmise that something was amiss. Even if it were just Nan Nan who caught a glimpse, she could easily deduce what he and Shi Xianglan were up to. Nonetheless, with Sister Xianglan being so forward, it would not be wise to refuse her outright. Han Yang's mind sparked with a clever idea. Swimming in the sea at this moment would be too conspicuous. Sister Xianglan, how about you wait for my signal this evening? You can wait for me outside. Upon hearing this, the allure in Shi Xianglan's eyes intensified. And what signal might that be? She inquired. You'll find out when the time comes. Han Yang replied with a mysterious smile. The two then earnestly began constructing a sandcastle. After a while, Han Yang lay down on a beach chair. Qin Lan, Yu Shakuei, and Xingxing all donned large sunglasses, relishing their time in repose. Noticing Han Yang's arrival, Yu Shakuei remarked pointedly, Did you enjoy yourself today? So many stunning beauties in swimsuits, all for your eyes alone. Han Yang chose not to respond directly, instead asking, Why haven't the three of you gone off to play? I'm feeling lazy. Yu Shakuei replied candidly as she sipped her juice. Just soaking up the sun is delightful. Qin Lan added nonchalantly. Among them, her complexion was the finest, and remarkably, even clad in a bikini that revealed much of her skin to the sun, her skin showed little change. Yu Shakuei, upon hearing her words, envied her and touched her own skin. She wasn't truly lazy, Rather, prolonged sun exposure made her skin prone to redness, akin to a boiled shrimp. Thus, she typically donned sun protective clothing and applied sunscreen when venturing outdoors. It's quite nice just to watch you all, Qingqing finally chimed in. Where's Chen Fong? Han Yang scanned the area, not spotting Chen Fong. Fong's period hasn't ended yet, so she's resting at the villa and Sha, wary of water, is keeping her company at home. Oh, I see. Han Yang understood. By the way, today I discovered a nearly ripe corpse flower. Nan said she didn't want it, so she left it for you. Sister Xiaokuei? Really? Yi Xiaokuei exclaimed with delight. Though she wasn't particularly fond of practicing body techniques or cultivating the mixed yuan technique, she would never refuse a shortcut. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Sister Nan. After saying this, Yi Xiaokuei lifted the sheer fabric draped over her and leaped toward the sea. Clad in a long-sleeved sun-protective swimsuit, white with black crescent patterns, it appeared quite modest from the front, covering her neck thoroughly, with only the triangular bottom and her long, elegant legs offering a hint of allure. However, from the back, it showcased a daring open-back design, leaving her neck to waist completely exposed. Han Yang watched as Yi Xiaokuei dashed into the sea, playfully embracing Nan, her demeanor starkly contrasting the calm and intelligent facade she presented to others. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Such a Yi Xiaokuei is truly adorable. Usually, Xiaokuei presents herself with great seriousness, but this playful demeanor is far more delightful. Qingqing reminisced about the time when she taught her the mixed origin technique, recalling how embarrassed and flustered Xiaokuei had felt when she touched her. And couldn't help but smile. Upon hearing this, Han Yang glanced at Qingqing. Compared to Yi Xiaokuei, Qingqing's attire was less conservative, yet not as daring as Qin Lan's, who still wore the outfit from their yacht trip, albeit now reclining on a beach chair with a thin cover draped over her. Qingqing, however, chose not to cover up. Donning a foggy blue loose-fitting tank swimsuit, and with a shirt wrapped around her waist to modestly conceal her lower half, she felt comfortable enough to venture out. The three of them lounged in their chairs, observing Yi Xiaokuei and Nan laughing and chatting merrily, occasionally joining in their conversation. Time swiftly passed, and the sun began its descent, painting the ocean's surface in golden hues. As twilight approached, the streetlights flickered to life, prompting the group to tidy up and return to their villa for some freshening up. That evening, they reconvened for dinner. During the meal, Han Yang leveraged Sun Wanyu's abilities to hasten the maturity of the corpse grass they had gathered that day, subsequently working in tandem with Chen Fong to harvest it. With her second-tier healing capabilities, Chen Fong effortlessly rejuvenated the roots of the corpse grass. Consequently, they acquired 4 reusable spiritual plants, 3 of which were corpse grass. If utilized solely for awakening, and with a well-structured schedule, they could achieve a cycle where one plant could be harvested daily for awakening purposes. Thus, even accounting for a vial of awakening potion designated for Xiao Chuan and his companions in just 6 days. Everyone on the island and at the service area would become awakened. Han Yang's boastful claims to Xiao Chuan would indeed come to fruition. However, Han Yang had no intention of pursuing this course. He decided to let the newly arrived Wang Yu and Ding Yun wait, reserving one corpse grass to allow it to mature further, aimed at enhancing the team's other members into second-tier capabilities. The now matured corpse grass was naturally bestowed upon Yi Xiaokuei. Yi Xiaokuei lived up to expectations, successfully advancing to the second tier, significantly amplifying her abilities. Initially, her telekinetic control spanned a mere 5 meters. With practice, she managed to extend it to 10 meters, but now it surged to a remarkable 20 meters. With potential for further growth, the weight she could manipulate increased from around 10 pounds to 20 pounds through training, and now it soared to 40 pounds, with no sign of reaching its limits. Concurrently, her telekinesis developed a degree of defensive capability, allowing her to create a telekinetic shield before her to ward off attacks, much like the second-tier telekinetic zombies had demonstrated. However, this shield's defensive strength was modest, sufficient merely to fend off the swipes of ordinary zombies. A full-force strike from Ming Xian or Han Yang would easily shred it to pieces, akin to paper. Nevertheless, this was a commendable advancement, enabling her to dress lightly in refreshing skirts or shorts and t-shirts during the sweltering summer, just like Qin Lan, without the need for cumbersome clothing to guard against zombie attacks. The transformation in Yi Xiaokuei's abilities evoked envy among the others, who eagerly anticipated the changes their own advancements might bring. Han Yang also pledged that every week, he would arrange for someone to advance to the second tier. Under optimal conditions, the corpse grass can mature in approximately 67 days. Even if it is not fully matured, Han Yang could hasten its growth. After dinner, everyone engaged in conversation for a while longer. They all enjoyed themselves immensely today, and before they knew it, the night had grown late, and fatigue began to settle in as they retreated to their respective rooms. Before leaving, Shi Xianglan cast Han Yang a flirtatious glance, reminding him not to forget their rendezvous for the evening. Meanwhile, Ming Xian kept her head down, shyly returning to her room. To an outsider, one might think she was too bashful to lift her gaze. Han Yang first returned to his own room, and then, utilizing Nan's abilities, he quietly slipped outside Ming Xian's door. With a gentle push, the door opened. This time, Ming Xian had not locked it. Han Yang felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Ming Xian was well prepared. He entered with delight and quietly closed the door behind him. Chapter 181. Testing abilities on the 17th day of the apocalypse. Morning dawned. A group of individuals gathered around the dining table, indulging in breakfast. The morning spread included steamed buns, dumplings, pickled vegetables, sausages, braised eggs, and bread, among other delights. Some dishes were ready-made, while others were freshly prepared by Chen Fong and Qin Lan, with a few remnants from the previous day. Each person selected their favorites according to personal preference. Han Yang chose a steamed bun and sausage, tearing apart the plump white bun to savor the sausage within, relishing every bite. He concluded his meal with a bowl of thick, fully boiled rice porridge, which marked the beginning of a satisfying day. Ming Xian sat directly across from Han Yang, watching him eat with such delight that her expression mirrored his satisfaction, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous evening. Was Han Dago being intentional? Ming Xian murmured softly to herself. Her face grew warm, her heart raced, and she dared not look at him any longer, burying herself in her meal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Shi Xianglan squinted her eyes and blew gently on the still steaming rice porridge before taking small sips. The slightly hot porridge flowed down her esophagus and into her stomach, instantly warming her entire body. The energy expended during the morning's physical training seemed to rejuvenate her in an instant. At the same time, Shi Xianglan quietly mused to herself, "My strength has increased considerably today. Seeking Han Yang has proven beneficial, and the effects of eating are even better." Shi Xianglan discovered a shortcut to rapidly enhance her physique through physical training, even without awakening her abilities. Although it did require Han Yang's assistance. However, she could not monopolize him daily. After a span of 10 days or half a month, she might awaken her powers through this method. Yet, she resolved not to remain idle. Last night, she had relished the summer evening breeze beneath the trees, resonating with the cicadas, and today she could explore other possibilities. After all, Han Yang could communicate with her telepathically. Just like last night, when a sudden thought entered her mind, guiding her to where Han Yang awaited her. Without question or hesitation, she had gone to him. Upon arrival, Han Yang was indeed there, waiting. If it could happen last night, it could certainly happen again. In the dead of night, a secret rendezvous. They left traces of their presence throughout the island. Shi Xianglan believed that Han Yang would not refuse, but she too needed to make preparations. Perhaps today, she would choose some intriguing clothing. Unbeknownst to the two, Han Yang was solely focused on replenishing the energy he had lost the previous night as he diligently enjoyed his breakfast. Sometimes, he pondered how, without the enhancement of his awakened abilities, he would surely be exhausted by the daily company of so many beautiful women. However, due to his robust physique and extraordinary recovery abilities, coupled with Qingqing's capabilities that allowed him to fine-tune every aspect of his body, he was able to relish such fortunate circumstances. Thus, enhancing one's strength remained essential, whether battling zombies outside or engaging with beauties at home. This morning, he summoned immense willpower to rise early and practice the Hongyuan Ju. Otherwise, he truly could not bear to part with Ming Xian's magnificent presence. Soon, everyone finished their breakfast. Qingqing continued to lead a team northward, simultaneously honing their skills in combating the undead while expanding the safe zone and gathering essential supplies. Meanwhile, Han Yang and Yi Xiaokui intended to head south towards a gas station located approximately 6 kilometers away from the southern end of Jinshao Island. Their objective was to establish a clear route to the gas station. In recent days, their vehicle had been fueled by siphoning gasoline from the road, which had sufficed for the time being. This was due to their relatively low frequency of travel, but that would likely change in the future. As their explorations extended further, the use of vehicles would become increasingly crucial, making it necessary to stockpile gasoline and diesel. The previous day, they had already delineated a buffer zone 2 kilometers to the south, and they only needed to advance another 4 kilometers to reach the gas station. This time, they did not need to completely secure the route as they had the day before. A clear passage for vehicles would suffice. Han Yang's team consisted of the same members as the day before. He was accompanied by Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan, Meng Xian, and Li Chunchun, as they drove directly towards the boundary of the southern buffer zone. Upon arriving at the intersection, they exited the vehicle to clear the road. When a convoy of box trucks approached from the direction of the mall, Ming Xian and Li Chunchun immediately took a defensive stance. while Han Yang and Yi Xiaokuei observed the approaching vehicles with ease. Could it be that Xiao Chuan and his team are moving? Han Yang mused. Given the number of vehicles coming from that direction, it must be them. He nodded in affirmation. Meng Xian and Li Chunshun relaxed at this revelation. Soon, the convoy reached the intersection, and the lead box truck came to a stop. Two individuals emerged from the driver and passenger seats, Xiao Chuan and Gao Na. Boss, did you know we were moving and come to greet us? Xiao Chuan asked with a cheerful grin. You think too highly of yourself. We are merely heading south to clear the road. Han Yang replied, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Gao Na quickly intervened. Heading south? Are you going to the gas station 4 kilometers away? Exactly. Han Yang confirmed with a nod. Yi Xiaokuei scrutinized Gao Na closely, impressed that she could deduce their destination simply from the direction. A remarkable memory is indeed a valuable asset. Yi Xiaokuei believed that Gao Na had memorized all the map information of the surrounding area. Whenever necessary, she could instantly recall relevant details. Going to the gas station. Then it is indeed wise to secure it in advance. Fuel is even more precious than food, Xiao Chuan concurred. Since you have safely arrived here, the route ahead poses no danger. Hurry up with your move. Once you're settled, come to Jinsha Island, and I will provide you with a bottle of awakening potion. All right, we'll get to it. You all stay busy. Xiao Chuan's enthusiasm was reignited, and he wasted no time in returning to the vehicle with Gao Na. The convoy resumed its journey towards Shueixia Huaqing. The drivers in the rear were familiar faces, having previously encountered Han Yang. Each vehicle waved in salute as they passed by. In total, there were 7 box trucks, with the last one being driven by Bai Xiaoming, who left a strong impression on Han Yang. Upon encountering Han Yang, he bared his teeth and called out boss. Han Yang responded with a wave. The commotion caused by Xiao Chuan and his companions inevitably disturbed the zombies lurking in the nearby residential complexes. Some of the zombies, drawn by the noise, began to wander out from the vicinity of the community entrance, trailing behind the cargo truck. As the truck rounded a corner and disappeared from view, the zombies were instantly captivated by Han Yang and his group, lunging toward them. Everyone stay still. Allow me to test my abilities. At that moment, Yi Xiaokuei spoke up, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as 2 glistening bone spikes danced in front of her. Very well. Han Yang nodded in agreement. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiaokuei had already sent the 2 bone spikes hurtling forward with remarkable speed. Chapter 182. Suspicious figures. 2 bone spurs danced like ethereal sprites, weaving in and out of the eye sockets of the zombies. The undead fell as if they were harvested wheat, collapsing in unison. Meng Xian and Li Chunshun gasped in astonishment. Incredible, Meng Xian murmured to herself. While she possessed formidable strength to dispatch these zombies, her efficiency paled in comparison to Yi Xiaokuei's. Moreover, the process inevitably splattered blood, lacking the grace and flair exhibited by Yi Xiaokuei. What good is this power? She could not help but lament. No, it is indeed quite useful, in every regard. Han Yang interjected. Meng Xian shot him an annoyed glance, her mind wandering to Han Yang's words from the previous night, urging her to relax a bit. Otherwise, he would be rendered immobile. In her state of extreme tension, even an iron rod would be ground into a needle. However, comfort was undeniably present. Han Yang could not suppress a sigh of admiration. Sister Xiaokuei's stylish and cool moves remind me of that character from the Guardians of the Galaxy. What's his name? Li Chunshun. Oblivious to the riddle between Meng Xian and Han Yang, simply marveled at Yi Xiaokuei's effortless slaughter of the zombies. That is a harpoon. And it is not the same as mine, Yi Xiaokuei retorted, as the 2 bone spurs returned to her side, hovering silently, while before her, no zombie stood upright. While her elegance was commendable, the consumption of psychic energy was considerable. Yi Xiaokuei sighed. If more than a dozen of these creatures come at me, I shall have to retreat while attacking. That would still be quite impressive, Han Yang reassured. Indeed, if I possessed Sister Xiaokuei's abilities, I would wake up laughing from dreams. Li Chunshun nodded in agreement. Your perceptive skills are remarkable as well. They are indispensable to our team. All right, enough of the mutual flattery. Let us collect the cores and continue clearing the path. Han Yang interrupted. I need a moment's rest. Yi Xiaokuei pressed her forehead. Very well, Han Yang pouted, aware that Yi Xiaokuei was reluctant to engage in the grim task. Initially, he had not sensed it, but as they grew closer, her true nature gradually resurfaced, and the airs of a young lady would occasionally slip through inadvertently. Han Yang even suspected she purposefully wreaked havoc to find an excuse to avoid extracting the cores. Observing Qin Lan, who was industriously instructing Meng Xian to cleave open the heads of the zombies, he noted her employing her freezing abilities to envelop her hands in ice before delving into the brains to seek out the cores. Well, at least she is meticulous. Albeit employing a method, Han Yang also did not remain idle, decisively performing craniotomies. Upon completing the procedures, they discarded the corpses of the zombies into the roadside greenery. Stacking them together, they hoped that one day, beautiful plants might emerge from this assemblage. After finishing these tasks, Han Yang and his companions continued southward, simultaneously clearing the path and vanquishing the zombies. After adapting to the situation yesterday, Li Chunshun no longer felt intimidated by the zombies. Today, she became increasingly proficient at dispatching them. As the morning passed, they could see the gas station from a distance. Han Yang, not rushing into action, led a few people to find a nearby safe shop, secured the doors, and took the opportunity to rest and replenish their energy with some food. In the afternoon, they smoothly arrived at the gas station. The employees there had also turned into zombies, and there were no living souls left, making it easy for Han Yang and his group to handle the situation. The gas station was indeed a fortunate find. Not only did it have gasoline and diesel, but there was also a convenience store filled with an assortment of food and beverages. Li Chunshun entered the convenience store, looking around in awe. We should probably take the items back with us, but as for the gasoline and diesel, we lack sufficient containers to store them, so let's leave them here. But we need to assign someone to guard it. Han Yang pondered, contemplating who would be the most suitable choice for this task. Ideally, the person should be an awakened individual capable of handling unexpected situations. Lu Bin was actually the most suitable candidate. He had awakened 2 days prior, and his abilities were well suited for stealth and delivering intelligence. Next were Nan Nan, Qing Qing, or Zhao Jia. Perhaps Zhao Jia should be ruled out, as her abilities could inadvertently ignite the gas station. Who should they choose for the watch? Actually, I have an optimal option. At that moment, Yi Xiaokuei suddenly spoke up. Who? Han Yang inquired. Didn't TU just recruit a bunch of underlings? What are they for? Of course, Han Yang realized. Upon returning, he would provide Xiao Chuan and the others with a vial of awakening potion, which he would definitely implant with the seed of consciousness. This would allow him to gradually control the mid to high levels of Xiao Chuan's team and achieve his ultimate goal of genuine control. He could assign the newly awakened individuals to guard the gas station, providing them with a certain quota of gasoline and diesel. With those who bore his implanted consciousness watching over, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Chuan's people pilfering extra fuel. Let us proceed with this plan. First, we'll load the supplies from this convenience store. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Li Chunshun approached him, her expression tense, and whispered, Han Yang, I think I sensed someone in the southwest direction, but now I can't feel anything. Upon hearing this, Han Yang immediately switched to Li Chunshun's ability to investigate the southern direction, but found no suspicious individuals. However, he did not doubt Li Chunshun's words. As she could only sense living creatures in motion, if someone remained still, they would vanish from her perception. It's all right. You all focus on loading the supplies. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings. Han Yang outwardly commanded Ming Xian and the others to load the items into the vehicle, all the while secretly activating Li Chunshun's sensing ability to probe the southwest direction. Minutes passed without any sign of movement. There was no suspicious figure as Li Chunshun had described. Just as Han Yang began to wonder if Li Chunshun had indeed misinterpreted her senses, a shadow suddenly appeared within his perception. Finally, something stirred. Patience, indeed, was a virtue. Han Yang felt a surge of joy within, yet his expression remained impassive. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the position of that individual. However, in the next moment, his demeanor became momentarily grave before returning to its usual composure. Yet, turmoil brewed within him, for in his perceptual vision, that person was distinctly standing nonchalantly beneath a tree. Chapter 183. Old friends surrounded by seemingly unobstructed space. Han Yang glanced over yet perceived nothing amiss, as if no one existed in that vicinity. However, within the realm of his heightened awareness, he discerned an individual leisurely moving their limbs, gradually approaching them like a specter. An adept of invisibility, perhaps? Han Yang speculated internally, confident that this was not Nan Nan's shadowy concealment, for the figure stood beneath the sunlight, not shrouded in shadow. He attentively monitored the intruder's movements, ever vigilant for an impending assault. As the figure drew within 20 meters of Han Yang and his companion, they abruptly halted and produced a crossbow from behind. Han Yang instantly recognized it as a genuine weapon, far removed from mere playthings. In his previous life, crossbows were exceedingly favored in apocalyptic scenarios, particularly for dispatching zombies and executing ambushes. However, the efficacy of such weapons heavily depended on their materials and craftsmanship. Inexpensive models lacked lethality, while premium ones rivaled firearms in both power and range. The weapon in question, however, appeared to be crudely constructed, evidently a handmade piece. The individual had only revealed it upon closing the distance to 20 meters, indicating a limited effective range. Nevertheless, Han Yang remained cautious. He silently admired the assailant's intellect, recognizing the strategic combination of invisibility and ranged weaponry for a surprise attack. Without the ability to sense such threats, one could easily become a casualty. Even with heightened awareness, the distance provided ample opportunity for escape. After all, a sensory ability user, barring enhancements from physical training, would possess speed comparable to his own. Without the advantage of early awakening, their velocity might even fall short. It could be said that this ability, when approached with prudence, placed one in an advantageous position. Unfortunately for this individual, they had encountered Han Yang, an extraordinary opponent. Were it not for his concern about inadvertently disrupting his sensory abilities and alerting the foe, Han Yang had numerous methods to eliminate the threat. For instance, he could currently switch to Yi Xiaokuei's telekinesis to launch a surprise attack with bone spikes. However, at this range, the spikes lacked sufficient lethality. Should the opponent survive a single strike and reposition, he would need to revert to Li Chuanchuan's sensory ability, potentially allowing the assailant to flee. Lu Bin's speed abilities were similarly contingent. Failing to seize the moment would result in the adversary exploiting their invisibility to escape. Thus, Han Yang opted to maintain Li Chuanchuan's sensory ability, relying on his own formidable strength to confront the threat, a strategy he deemed most reliable. As the adversary fitted the bolt onto the crossbow, poised to strike, Han Yang ceased holding back. He surged forward with explosive force, closing the distance rapidly. The concealed individual, having just secured the bolt, caught sight of Han Yang charging towards him, already halfway across the gap. Realizing their cover was blown, they exhibited no hesitation. Aiming the crossbow at Han Yang, squeezing the trigger before turning to flee, perplexed by how they had been detected. Could it be that their opponent possessed sensory capabilities? However, if he were indeed a person with perception abilities, how could he move with such swiftness? A glimmer of hope flickered in his heart, as he thought that Han Yang was not a perceptive ability user, but rather had been informed of his location by one of the perceptive individuals among their group. Therefore, he refrained from running in a straight line, opting instead to weave left and right, constantly shifting his position in an attempt to elude his opponent with his invisibility. At that moment, Han Yang, observing the swiftly approaching arrows, did not even attempt to dodge. He allowed the crossbow bolts to pierce his body without any reduction in speed. This advantage, combined with the fact that the invisible adversary was flitting about chaotically, resulted in Han Yang catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Han Yang swiftly thrust his gleaming silver spear forward. Bang! The spear struck the scapula of the invisible man, the tremendous force causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, where he rolled several times due to inertia before finally colliding with a vehicle, coming to a halt. At that moment, the man's ability was finally dispelled, revealing the visage of a youthful man. He struggled to rise. A look of sheer terror etched upon his face as he gazed at Han Yang. He had not anticipated that this individual would not only withstand the crossbow bolts he had shot, but would also remain utterly unscathed and rapidly close the distance to him. Most importantly, this person could accurately pinpoint his location even while he was invisible and possessed such immense strength. Who on earth was this person? What kind of ability user was he? He attempted to struggle to his feet, but the pain in his scapula felt like a fracture, and his hands and legs were injured from the fall and rolling, preventing his first attempt to rise. Just then, the man stood before him. He immediately surrendered, pleading, "Big brother, spare my life. I know where there are vast resources. I'll never have to worry about food and drink." Han Yang halted, refraining from striking. Externally, he appeared calm and cold, yet internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves. His reluctance to attack was not due to the man's pleas for mercy, but rather because of his familiar visage. This was someone he recognized. In his previous life, this was the very individual who had forced him into a corner. Moreover, in this life, he was the foe Han Yang had longed to confront and avenge. Lu Xiaowei. No wonder he possessed the ability of invisibility. In his past life, he had successfully ambushed Han Yang using this very skill, leading to Han Yang's desperate ploy to lure the zombie horde to their mutual destruction. However, a question then arose in Han Yang's mind. Shouldn't Lu Xiaowei be in the western suburbs? How had he ended up here? Had he not yet encountered Lu Tianyang? Or did he come here with some ulterior motive? Chapter 184. Xiao Shan's mother-brother? Lu Xiaowei observed Han Yang deep in thought, contemplating an escape. However, at that moment, several extraordinarily beautiful women surrounded him. What kind of ability does he possess? Why had he remained unseen until now? Meng Xin inquired, startled by Han Yang's sudden outburst and the arrow that struck him. It must be a form of invisibility. Yu Xiaoqiye glanced at Han Yang, her intuition suggesting that he seemed to be acquainted with the individual in question. Indeed, Han Yang concluded his contemplation and turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaowei. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? He withdrew the arrow from his body and gestured towards Lu Xiaowei. The latter noticed with astonishment that his crossbow bolt had merely pierced the skin, failing to penetrate deeply. What formidable defensive capabilities and muscular strength must he possess? More astonishing was the fact that the wound, right before his eyes, healed in the blink of an eye. Self-healing? Lu Xiaowei marveled in disbelief. "I am the one asking you questions," Han Yang declared, delivering a forceful kick to Lu Xiaowei's leg. "Ah!" Lu Xiaowei cried out in pain but quickly suppressed his anguish, mustering a feigned look of supplication towards Han Yang. Yet, the resentment and malice in his eyes were impossible to conceal. "Brother, I didn't mean it. I was simply captivated by the beauty of these ladies and thought. Brother, I meant no harm. I beg you, spare me. I know of a location abundant with resources. If we obtain them, we would never have to worry about food and drink again." "Oh?" Han Yang responded with chilling indifference, seemingly uninterested in the so-called resources. "What is your name?" "Lu Xiaowei." He answered honestly. "What is your purpose here?" Just as Lu Xiaowei contemplated fabricating a lie, Han Yang interjected, "I forgot to mention, we possess the ability to detect falsehoods. If you do not speak the truth, I shall drive this arrow straight through your body." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei swallowed nervously. Although he was skeptical of Han Yang's claim of a lie-detecting ability, he could not dismiss the possibility that it might be true. What if it were? Given Han Yang's fierce demeanor, he might genuinely face an arrow in his body. Regardless, it was not something he could not disclose. With that thought, he quickly amended his statement. "I came here to find someone." "Who are you searching for?" "Xiao Shan, the daughter of our leader." "What?" Ming Xian and Li Chunchun gasped in unison. Han Yang's expression mirrored their astonishment. Lu Xiaowei's leader was Lu Tianyang. Could it be that Lu Tianliang was Xiao Shan's father? No, Xiao Shan's surname was Xiao, while Lu Tianliang's was Lu. But it was also possible she took her mother's surname. "Do you know Xiao Shan?" Lu Xiaowei felt a glimmer of hope rise within him, feigning a look of surprise. Truly, it was like a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple, a family failing to recognize its own kin. Hee. Han Yang smiled non-committally, then asked, "Who is your leader?" "Xiaolan." Lu Xiaowei spoke without hesitation. Every word he uttered held truth, rendering him unconcerned about any lie detection abilities. Han Yang furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this individual, the chairman of Linlang Cosmetics. He was astonished to learn that Xiao Shan was a wealthy heiress. Yu Shaoqian suddenly chuckled. "So, you know our leader?" Lu Xiaowei felt a jolt of anxiety. "I've met her a couple of times. Her cosmetics are quite commendable. She gifted me several sets, which I still use." He added, "Is Xiaolan doing well these days?" Yu Shaoqian inquired with a hint of amusement. She seems fine." Lu Xiaowei feigned calmness. "As long as she is all right, in this apocalyptic world, merely surviving is a blessing." However, Xiaolan possesses a keen eye for people. She recognized that you were suitable to seek her daughter, indicating your abilities are quite well suited for navigating this zombie-infested realm. "I am curious. Can your abilities allow you to render others invisible as well? Otherwise, how would you safely escort Xiao Shan back?" Noticing that the others seemed unconvinced, Lu Xiaowei secretly sighed in relief. He smiled and replied, "Originally, that was not possible, but my abilities have recently advanced. And now I can awkwardly bring one person along with me into invisibility." His words hinted at a potential knowledge of methods to enhance one's abilities, thus raising his odds of survival. Second-tier abilities? Han Yang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Xiaowei advancing so soon. It was no wonder he dared to venture out alone, stirring trouble wherever he went. In his previous life, Lu Xiaowei had ventured to the northern suburbs, operating under the banner of Lu Tianyang, and had attracted numerous ability users along the way. By then, he was already a seasoned second-tier ability user, having maximized his physical prowess to its limits. Coupled with his elusive invisibility, few could evade his stealthy assaults, except for a handful of third-tier individuals. Had it not been for his insatiable greed for linglong grass, seeking Han Yang's assistance in gathering it, Han Yang likely would have met his demise the moment he refused to join. Lu Xiaowei's early attainment of second-tier abilities implied they might have uncovered the secrets of spiritual plants, knowing how to advance. It seemed that to seek vengeance against Lu Tianliang, action had to be taken swiftly. Otherwise, should they grow stronger or even ascend to third tier, the situation would become perilous. Han Yang resolved within himself. He did not fully trust Lu Xiaowei's words and exchanged a glance with Yi Xiaokuei. The two stepped aside. Meng Xian, Qin Lan, and Li Chunchun regarded Lu Xiaowei with wary expressions. "What do you make of his claims? 3 parts truth, 7 parts falsehood, perhaps? Do you seem to know him?" "Not exactly, but there's certainly a history," Han Yang replied nonchalantly. "What about that Xiaolan, the chairman of Linlang Cosmetics? Her business is quite prosperous. One of the leading high-end cosmetic companies in the country, valued in the billions. She is also quite beautiful. You can see that through Xiao Shan. In essence, she is an upgraded, mature version of Xiao Shan. Does she have a husband?" "I don't believe so. Why are you interested in her?" Yu Xiaoqiu teased. Chapter 185. Mercy Han Yang chose to disregard Yu Xiaoqiu's comment and continued. Do you believe that, given her personal charm or abilities, she could still command Lu Xiaowei? A second-tier ability user, after the apocalypse descends? Unless she has also awakened her powers, or, like me, is reliant on a formidable ability user. Yu Xiaoqiu cast a knowing glance at Han Yang and wisely remarked, otherwise, a beauty like her would merely become a prized possession in this wild and savage era. Incapable of leading a team. That is why I assert that Lu Xiaowei's words hold 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood. The truth lies in the fact that he may genuinely be seeking Xiao Shan, as Xiao Lan was once his superior. Indeed. Han Yang nodded. Do you happen to know the address of their company? It seems to be in the West District. Ah, I know the very place he referred to as one that guarantees a lifetime of comfort once occupied. Yu Xiaoqiu's eyes brightened. How could I have overlooked it until now? She shook her head in frustration. Even if you have thought of it, it is of little use. We are on the east coast, and to reach the western suburbs, we must traverse the city center or detour through the southern suburbs. The distance is not only considerable, but the presence of zombies is also significant. Especially in the city center. Safety cannot be ensured unless one, like Lu Xiaowei, can act alone with their powers. From your words, you seem to know where that place is? Yu Xiaoqiu blinked. The western suburbs, indeed. The only viable candidate there is the warehousing base of the online mall, which also happens to be the largest national warehousing demonstration base. Lu Xiaowei and his associates likely thought of it because they have goods stored there. Quite clever. In this case, aside from the matter concerning Xiao Shan, this individual is of little utility. Have you contemplated how to handle him? Of course. Han Yang replied before turning back to Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei looked anxiously at Han Yang's return, uncertain of what had transpired between him and that woman. Yet, he understood that this was the moment of reckoning for his fate. Brother, I know how to enhance my abilities. You have awakened your superpowers. Surely you wish to advance further, correct? Lu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and revealed his greatest trump card. Han Yang smiled lightly in response. Do you truly believe that the one capable of defeating you would possess lesser abilities than yours? Lu Xiaowei's expression stiffened. He had suspected this all along, which was why he had no choice but to reveal his secret. To his surprise, the other party seemed indifferent to it. As for the place you mentioned, where one could feast without worry for a lifetime, I am also aware of it. Therefore, aside from your search for Xiao Shan, you have not provided me with any value that would warrant sparing you for your earlier actions. Brother, you see, this is all a misunderstanding. For the sake of Xiao Lan, I do not know her, so there is no question of any favor. However, you possess something that I require. What? Lu Xiaowei's face lit up with hope. As long as he can preserve his life, he is willing to relinquish anything. Your corpse core. Lu Xiaowei was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Han Yang's words. However, as if a recollection struck him, his face contorted in terror as he stammered. You mean the corpse core is the magic crystal? I believe that's what some refer to it as. In an instant, a cold glimmer flashed in Han Yang's hand, and a sharp dagger plunged directly into Lu Xiaowei's throat. Gasping for breath, Lu Xiaowei had no time to evade. Instinctively, he clutched his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. As crimson liquid gushed forth from the wound, seeping into his esophagus and mouth, forcing him to expel copious amounts of blood. With eyes wide in fury, Lu Xiaowei glared at Han Yang, unable to comprehend why this man had chosen to strike with lethal intent. Even knowing that the scant intelligence he had provided could be mutually corroborated, he felt a deep sense of injustice. How unjust! As the life ebbed from his body, Lu Xiaowei's consciousness began to fade, a tumult of resentment and rage fueling his final efforts to reach for Han Yang. But in the next moment, a flash of cold steel shattered his grasp as his hand was crushed beneath the gleaming silver spear, falling helplessly to the ground. Yet Han Yang was not satisfied with this. He continued to break Lu Xiaowei's remaining limbs with the spear. Though I have my grievances with this man, I implore you to remember that in these times, should anyone display malice or intent to kill towards you, do not show mercy. For your compassion will not earn you their forgiveness. Given the chance, they will surely retaliate tenfold, 100-fold. Han Yang admonished the women present. I understand, Brother Han. Ming Xian nodded earnestly. Indeed. Li Chenchun, who had first noticed Lu Xiaowei's every move, was acutely aware of the dire consequences had she been alone. Therefore, she felt no qualms about Han Yang's lethal actions. Qin Lan and Yi Xiaoqiu, having chosen to align themselves with Han Yang, stood resolutely by his side. At this moment, Lu Xiaowei's gaze finally grew vacant, slowly tainted with crimson. As his awareness slipped away, the zombie virus began to seize control of his body. Soon, Lu Xiaowei was entirely transformed into a zombie, his mouth agape as he emitted a horrifying shriek towards Han Yang. Alas, Lu Xiaowei's limbs, now rendered useless by Han Yang's merciless strikes, could not facilitate any movement, rendering his roar a ludicrous spectacle. With a decisive thrust, Han Yang pierced Lu Xiaowei's brain, ensuring he would never rise again. Subsequently, he retrieved a second-tier corpse core from the back of Lu Xiaowei's head. Consider this a token of my mercy, Han Yang muttered as he secured the corpse core. Had he adhered to his initial thoughts upon his rebirth, he would have cast Lu Xiaowei into a horde of zombies, subjecting him to the excruciating agony of being gnawed and disemboweled. However, in light of the lead Lu Xiaowei had provided regarding Xiao Shan's mother, Han Yang resolved to grant him a swift end. Chapter 186. Crafting potions. Reflecting on Xiao Shan's mother, Han Yang addressed the group of women, saying, "When we return, please refrain from mentioning this matter to Xiao Shan. Xiao and I will discuss it with her privately." "Understood," responded Li Chunchun, Meng Xian, and Qin Lan in unison. "All right. Let us delineate a buffer zone around the gas station, and then we shall head back." Han Yang clapped his hands, urging the ladies to continue their tasks. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to Li Chunchun to retrieve Lu Xiaowei's body. After all, it was a second-tier corpse, which Bai Bai would surely appreciate. Li Chunchun comprehended the cue, found a bag to encase Lu Xiaowei's remains, and subsequently placed it in the vehicle. The group toiled for over an hour, utilizing vehicles as outer barriers and fencing as an inner safety perimeter, effectively establishing a secure buffer zone around the gas station, while reinforcing additional protective measures within. Upon completing their endeavors, they returned to their vehicle and set off for home. They had not fully emptied the convenience store supplies at the gas station. There was a lack of space in the vehicle, and they needed to leave some provisions for the watch personnel. Having already cleared the path on their way in, their return journey was smooth, and they swiftly arrived back at the service area by the shore. As they entered the service area, they immediately spotted Xiao Chuan waiting there with a few others. "Boss, you're back," Xiao Chuan exclaimed eagerly as Han Yang parked the car. "Indeed. Have you all been waiting long?" Han Yang inquired. "Not too long, just 2 hours." Xiao Chuan replied with a sheepish grin. "All right, I will fetch the awakening potions for you right away. By the way, have you decided whom to use them on?" "It's entirely up to the boss's arrangements," Xiao Chuan stated with solemnity. "No, I won't dictate that. I've said I want to interfere with your team management." "Then, well, that is fine." Xiao Chuan rubbed his hands together and then summoned Bai Xiaoming over. "Let Xiaoming awaken first." "Bai Go." Bai Xiaoming looked at Xiao Chuan with gratitude. "Very well, please wait a moment." Han Yang patted Bai Xiaoming's shoulder. "Okay, boss. I won't rush." Bai Xiaoming suppressed his excitement. Seeing this, Han Yang chose not to elaborate further and instructed Li Chunchun to take Lu Xiaowei's body back to the island with the other women. Li Chunchun went off to feed Bai Bai. Han Yang and the others returned to the villa, where Qing Qing and the others had already arrived, resting in the living room. "You all returned quite early today," Han Yang remarked. "We advanced 2 kilometers further south. The safe zone is now sufficiently large. We will leave that area to Xiao Chuan and his team. If further expansion is needed, they can manage it themselves." "Indeed. We cannot have subordinates while doing all the labor ourselves." Han Yang nodded, then entered the spirit plant cultivation room. At this moment, he possessed 4 spirit plants, with the linglong grass having flourished remarkably over the past few days, though it had yet to develop any apertures. Initially, Han Yang was not in a hurry, but upon reflecting on his encounter with Lu Xiaowei that day, he felt an urgent desire to cultivate another Tier 3 ability user. Fortunately, while he sought vengeance against Lu Tianliang in the western suburbs, there would be someone to guard the island and ensure the safety of everyone. Thus, he buried the Tier 2 defensive zombie core he had acquired yesterday, along with the Tier 2 stealth user core from today, beneath the linglong grass, hoping to expedite its growth. In addition to the linglong grass, there were 3 other incher grasses, one in its seedling stage, freshly harvested yesterday, another in the early production stage, and the last in the mid-production stage. The incher grass in the mid-stage had nearly fully developed its 3rd leaf, making it suitable for awakening. However, to be cautious, Han Yang utilized Sun Wanyu's ability to slightly accelerate its growth before cutting it down. He then employed Qin Feng's powers to invigorate the incher grass, prompting it to continue its growth from the seedling phase. Subsequently, he placed the incher grass into a juicer, adding cucumbers, celery, and sugar, blending them together and pouring the mixture into an empty bottle. The awakening potion was successfully crafted. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan and his companions anxiously awaited at the service area by the shore, especially Bai Xiaoming, who was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly. When they spotted Han Yang emerging from the island in a sightseeing vehicle, they immediately rushed to the bridge to greet him. "Boss." Bai Xiaoming's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Han Yang, akin to admiring a stunning beauty, which sent chills down Han Yang's spine. "What are you all doing waiting here? Isn't this a bit frantic?" Bai Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly. Being anxious doesn't mean we should be stuck here. Let us head inside the service hall. With that, Han Yang led the way into the service hall. At that moment, Lu Bin, accompanied by Lu Li and Li Ku, also converged towards them. Particularly, Wang Yu and Ding Yun were overjoyed upon learning of the awakening potion, a substance that could grant them abilities. They felt immensely fortunate to have joined Han Yang's team. If the boss could help outsiders awaken, surely, with their contributions as team members, it would only be a matter of time before they too could awaken. Consequently, both of them worked with extraordinary vigor. Wang Yu had already conceived a strategic plan, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to discuss it with Han Yang, while Ding Yun diligently attended to the statistical duties assigned to her by Yi Xiaokui. This task was exceedingly intricate and labor-intensive, requiring her to categorize all the resources at the base and document their quantities, production dates, prices, and more. She also needed to estimate scarcity, sustainability, and renewability in the post-apocalyptic context to facilitate revaluation and trading. The food items required particular attention, with clear markings for production dates and shelf lives to ensure timely use or exchange. At this juncture, the importance of computers became apparent. Fortunately, the base had power, allowing her to work with a bit more ease. A crowd of people surrounded Han Yang as they arrived at the service hall's resting area, eagerly awaiting his next move. Once seated, all eyes were fixed upon him. Han Yang, under their watchful gazes, retrieved a bottle through which a luminous, green crystalline liquid shimmered enticingly. Is this the awakening potion? Indeed. Han Yang handed the bottle to Bai Xiaoming, who received it with utmost care. Chapter 187. The first chess piece. Simply drink it. During the awakening process, there may be a certain degree of hunger, though this is not absolute and depends on the efficacy of the potion and one's individual constitution. Binzi, prepare some food for him. Understood, brother-in-law. Lu Bin responded promptly, hastening to prepare some provisions. Once everything was ready, Bai Xiaoming, amidst the envious gazes of those around him, excitedly uncapped the bottle and took a hearty gulp. As the potion entered his mouth, it presented a chilling yet bitter flavor, a bitterness tempered with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of the refreshing taste of cucumber and the sharpness of celery. The amalgamation of flavors was bewildering, leaving Bai Xiaoming unable to discern its components. Yet it was not unpalatable. As he forced down the peculiar sensation, the potion instantly transformed into a warm flow, radiating throughout his body. Before long, he experienced a sudden pang of hunger, not overwhelming, yet sufficient to prompt him to eat, especially since food had been prepared. Observing Bai Xiaoming devouring his meal with fervor, Xiao Chuan and Gao Na exchanged glances of delight, knowing that his awakening had indeed succeeded. When Bai Xiaoming paused to catch his breath, his eager companions immediately inquired, Brother Ming, how do you feel? What abilities have you awakened? Please demonstrate. Bai Xiaoming closed his eyes to attune himself, then, with a face brimming with astonishment, proclaimed, My ability is petrification. Petrification? Does that mean you can produce gasoline? One of the younger followers asked, bewildered. What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind with your petroleum studies? Another chided, playfully tapping his head. It must be like the ability of the Empress Hancock, allowing one to petrify others. Right? But Brother Ming doesn't he look any more appealing? Bai Xiaoming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Currently, my ability only allows me to envelop myself in a layer of petrified skin, serving a similar defensive purpose as Brother Xiao's. Oh, then we need not fear zombies anymore. The group erupted into animated chatter, casting envious glances at Bai Xiaoming. He then publicly demonstrated his newfound ability, coating his skin with a rugged layer of stone-like texture. A blade wielded by an ordinary person would be utterly ineffective against it, let alone the claws and teeth of a zombie. Moreover, he could concentrate most of his power in his hands, forming colossal stone fists that, when swung, created a gust of wind, resembling natural heavy artillery. As the crowd surrounded Bai Xiaoming in admiration, Han Yang gazed with satisfaction at the invisible thread of consciousness connecting him to Bai Xiaoming, silently implanting subtle subconscious suggestions within him. This was the first pawn. As their team acquired more awakened individuals, or even as Xiao Chuan and Gao Na progressed to the second tier, he could discreetly implant the seeds of consciousness within them, achieving genuine control over their team. Boss, we've gathered some zombie cores here. When do you anticipate we will have more potions? Xiao Chuan approached Han Yang and whispered. And regarding the advancement potions, Han Yang noticed that not only Xiao Chuan but also the others had turned their attention toward him, eagerly awaiting his response. Particularly Lu Li. The awakening elixir, as per the plan, was originally intended for Lu Li. At present, there are no potions available for sale. The next vial you may receive will not arrive before next week. As for the advancement elixir, that will be available in about half a month. However, should you locate a spirit plant, depending on its quality, You might acquire it as early as the following day. The group accompanying Xiao Chuan immediately displayed expressions of delight. By Xiaoming's successful awakening illuminated a path for the rest of Xiao Chuan's team. As long as they could gather enough corpse cores or find a spirit plant, they could purchase or exchange the awakening elixirs from Hanyang. Comparatively, the former required waiting in line, whereas the spirit plant could be exchanged swiftly. This prospect left Xiao Chuan's team brimming with eagerness, yearning to venture forth immediately in search of spirit plants and slay zombies. Yet, Xiao Chuan did not hasten to lead his companions away. He was still preoccupied with the body tempering technique that Han Yang had mentioned, which could rapidly enhance the abilities of the awakened. Boss, when it is convenient for you, could you arrange for a few of us to learn that body tempering technique? Oh, right. Han Yang recalled. Lu Bin, arrange for Xiao Chuan and the others to learn the body tempering technique at your convenience. Understood, brother-in-law. Lu Li has excelled in the body tempering technique. I will have her oversee the instruction, Lu Bin asserted, pushing Lu Li to the forefront. You rascal. Han Yang chuckled, recognizing that Lu Bin was reminding him not to overlook Lu Li and to secure her opportunity for awakening. Very well. Have Lu Li come to the island tomorrow morning. She is indispensable. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's face lit up with joy. Okay, brother-in-law, I promise to teach them diligently, she exclaimed. Indeed. Han Yang nodded and then turned to Xiao Chuan. You and Lu Bin should discuss the body tempering technique and arrange a reasonable schedule. Your matters are settled, and I happen to have another task. What is it? Boss, just give the order. Xiao Chuan replied with enthusiasm, showing no hesitation, as if he would strive to fulfill any command from Han Yang. Today, we cleared the road to the gas station in the south, but we cannot transport all the fuel back, nor do we have a place to store it once we do. Therefore, we have designated a secure area near the gas station, intending to send someone to guard it. However, as you know, while our personnel possess considerable strength, we are short-handed. So we would like you to send some of your people to oversee it. Of course, we will not ask your people to work for free. There is a supermarket there, and we have reserved ample food and water. You may also take away 30% of the fuel. Is that all? Simple. Whatever you command. We shall execute. There is no need for profit sharing, Xiao Chuan declared, thumping his chest. It cannot be said that way. Brothers should keep clear accounts, especially when it comes to risking lives. Well, fine then. Seeing Han Yang's resolute expression, Xiao Chuan ceased to decline. Although the area has been cleared, for safety's sake, I believe it is prudent to send someone capable of handling matters independently. With Xiao Chuan's agreement, Han Yang expressed his requirements. Then let Xiaoming lead a few brothers there. All right, that works. Rest assured, my leader, I shall diligently oversee the gas station. Bai Xiaoming promptly assured upon receiving the task entrusted to him. Chapter 188. Collaboration. It is reassuring to have you by my side. After finalizing a matter, as Han Yang was about to return to the island, Xiao Chuan suddenly recalled that Bai Xiaoming had taken a portion of their manpower with him, leaving them with even fewer resources. Moreover, the recently discovered shopping mall still awaited exploration. Contemplating the distribution model of the gas station, an idea sparked in Xiao Chuan's mind. Boss, I have another matter to discuss. What is it? Han Yang inquired, taken aback. Did we not mention exploring a shopping mall yesterday? Indeed, the second-tier defensive zombies you encountered were from that very location. Han Yang reminisced. Exactly. Now that we have moved in, we are eager to continue exploring that mall and seize control of it. However, considering our previous encounter, we would like to request that you send some personnel to accompany us. Of course, we do not seek your assistance for free. Once the mall is cleared and fully occupied, we shall offer you 40%, no, 50% of the resources. How does that sound? That is quite a commendable proposal, Han Yang responded, noting that Qingqing and her group were no longer inclined to clear the surrounding zombies and wished to venture out for exploration. Xiao Chuan and his companions had also mentioned that the route from their gathering place to the shopping mall had been previously cleared. Thus the danger level should be relatively low. Boss, do you agree? Xiao Chuan asked, elated. Yes, I consent. Tomorrow morning, bring your team for assembly, and we shall dispatch a small squad to accompany you. Excellent. Is there anything else to address now? Han Yang confirmed. Nothing at all. Well, as it is still early, you may go with Lu Bin and the others to learn some physical training techniques. Understood. Xiao Chuan and his companions joyfully sought out Lu Bin to request lessons in body conditioning. With Han Yang finally alone, Wang Yu seized the opportunity to approach him. Boss, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Oh, what idea? Han Yang inquired, puzzled by this gaming enthusiast. Here's the thing, boss. When Ding Yun was tallying supplies, the workload was substantial, necessitating the use of a computer. While I was tinkering with it, I discovered that we have a well-established network infrastructure here, and there is electricity as well. I was wondering if we could set up a few servers and establish a local area network? What benefits would that entail? Han Yang confessed his lack of understanding, yet he recognized that a computer, devoid of internet connectivity, was merely a tool, incapable of even playing a video or a game. After all, in the days before the apocalypse, many functions required an internet connection, akin to streaming videos or downloading content for offline viewing. Most games were either cloud-based or required online access, with only a few single-player games available on the office computers at Han Yang's disposal. There are numerous advantages. Firstly, it would facilitate data transmission between the island and the coastal service area. I could also install a landline, making communication more convenient. Secondly, we could host films, television series, and games on the servers, allowing everyone to watch and play from any location with network access. Wang Yu continued to enumerate several more benefits. Are you eager to indulge in games? Han Yang remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well, there are reasons for that, he replied. However, the establishment of a network center brings numerous advantages, allowing us to embrace a more modern lifestyle. Han Yang pondered this for a moment, feeling a stir of temptation. After all, one is not merely a machine. There must be moments of respite and relaxation. Such occasions, where one can enjoy films or games from the pre-apocalyptic era, serve as an excellent means of unwinding. Of course, there are myriad ways to relax. Within the luxurious hotels and villas on the island, entertainment rooms abound, featuring KTV, billiards, table tennis, basketball courts, and more. Yet, not everyone delights in these forms of amusement, particularly with so many women on the island. It is likely that a greater number might prefer films. What do we require to set these up? Can our current equipment facilitate this? Upon hearing Han Yang's inquiry, Wang Yu's face brightened with enthusiasm. I successfully navigated the NPC, he exclaimed. If we accomplish this, surely I deserve a reward, perhaps an awakening potion? Boss, we only have a few office computers here. To establish a network center and a local area network, particularly one that connects to the island, we need fiber optic cables, network cables, servers, switches. Wang Yu listed an array of equipment, leaving Han Yang feeling overwhelmed. Some items he recognized, while others were entirely unfamiliar. Just tell me where we can acquire these devices, Han Yang interjected. Well, Wang Yu chuckled sheepishly, I overheard that you all are heading to a mall tomorrow. Coincidentally, just a few hundred meters west of that mall, there is a computer market where I believe everything I need can be found. You've calculated this rather well. All right. Once we clear out the mall, I'll take you to the computer market, Han Yang replied, finally making his way back to the island. Just then, Li Chunshun returned, and Han Yang inquired, has the Bai shown any changes after consuming that second-tier corpse? His size has increased, but there haven't been any significant changes otherwise. Indeed, Han Yang nodded, sensing no signs of Da Bai progressing further through their mental link. It appeared Da Bai was indeed evolving physically, without awakening any special abilities. Upon returning to the villa, Han Yang shared the proposition regarding the collaborative exploration of the mall, as suggested by Xiao Chuan. Both Yi Xiaokuei and Qingqing had no objections. Although they would need to exert effort in exploring the mall, the most time-consuming task had already been completed, the path had been cleared. The remaining challenges would simply require careful navigation, especially since Han Yang would accompany them, effectively allowing them to reap the spoils of the mall. Where is Xiaoshan gone? After discussing the plans for the following day, Han Yang recalled Xiaoshan and asked Qingqing. She and Zhao Jia are outside exercising. What diligent girls, Han Yang remarked, casting a glance at Yi Xiaokuei, who was elegantly seated on the sofa. Don't look at me. You should speak to her yourself. I need to rest. Very well. Han Yang conceded, heading out alone. What should he say to Xiaoshan? Qingqing cast a peculiar glance at the departing Han Yang. Today, we encountered an individual. Chapter 189. Xiaoshan's request. Han Yang closed the door, and Yi Xiaokuei's voice faded into silence. He scratched his head, pondering how to broach the subject with Xiaoshan. After all, based on the information he currently possessed and his prior experiences, Xiaoshan's mother might not be in a favorable situation. However, an idea soon struck Han Yang. He could take this opportunity to inquire about Lu Tianliang and thereby gauge Xiaoshan's mother's circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, Han Yang had wandered to the training area where Shi Xianglan, Zhao Jia, and Xiaoshan were diligently practicing. The slanting sunlight bathed them, making their glistening, sweat-drenched skin appear exceptionally enchanting. Once they completed their routine, Han Yang finally spoke. Xiaoshan, could you come over for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Surprised, Xiaoshan halted her exercises and looked at Han Yang, uncertain of what he wanted. Shi Xianglan and Zhao Jia turned their curious gazes toward him as well, with Shi Xianglan's eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. Changge, what is it? Xiaoshan asked nervously. Let us find a quieter place to talk, he suggested. Oh, all right. Han Yang turned to lead the way, while Xiao Shan anxiously followed, her mind racing with thoughts. Han Gu isn't planning to. Xiao Shan's cheeks flushed as she recalled the events of the previous night, where she inadvertently witnessed a scene that left her astounded. She hadn't anticipated that Shi Xianglan had, unbeknownst to her, also become Han Yang's woman. Moreover, the two seemed rather uninhibited, engaging in intimate activities in the woods during the late hours of the night. This revelation greatly broadened Xiao Shan's horizons and understanding, making her feel as though she was no longer the innocent person she once was. It seemed she alone on this island was not Han Gu's woman. Was he growing impatient? Lost in her thoughts, Han Yang suddenly inquired, "Which room is yours?" Snapped back to reality. Xiao Shan realized that they had unknowingly returned to her villa. "It's on the first floor right here," she stammered, her intuition growing stronger. What if Han Gu truly intended to do something to her? Should she refuse, or... Furthermore, she was drenched in sweat. Surely, she should shower first. Han Yang guided Xiao Shan into her room, which bore a similar layout to Ming Xian's. However, he was taken aback to find a row of adorable women's panties drying on the balcony. Does Xiao Shan change her underwear this frequently? That seems like quite a few for a single day, he mused. Yet, it dawned on him that Xiao Shan had been venturing out daily to exterminate zombies and exercised regularly, so frequent changes were understandable. Perhaps she hadn't washed them daily but had accumulated them over some time? Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he turned back to Xiao Shan. At that moment, her face was tinged with a blush, her gaze evasive, and her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, appearing somewhat flustered. Han Yang scratched his head, feeling that Xiao Shan's look was rather peculiar. However, he did not dwell on it for long and asked the question he had long contemplated. "Xiao Shan, is your mother named Xiaolan, the one from Linlang Cosmetics?" "Yes. Does Brother Han know my mother?" Xiao Shan replied, astonished to hear her mother's name from Han Yang's lips. "I don't know her personally. I just happen to know someone from her company." Han Yang shook his head and continued, "Are you familiar with a person named Lu Tianliang?" "Fat Lu." "Yes. Does Brother Han know him?" Xiao Shan gradually sensed that Han Yang's intentions were not as she had initially imagined, allowing her to relax. "Well, I know him. He likely doesn't know me." "How much do you know about Lu Tianliang?" "I don't know much, as I'm not particularly fond of him. Every time I see him, he always leers at my mother. I only know that Fat Lu is one of the regional managers at my mother's company. I've heard my mother mention that he has strong market development capabilities. However, he is quite greedy, and my mother is planning to dismiss him soon." Xiao Shan pondered for a moment, then frowned. "I see." Han Yang felt increasingly pessimistic about Xiao Lan's current situation and hesitated over whether he should inform Xiao Shan about her mother. Xiao Shan was no fool and gradually caught on. "Brother Han, are you asking these questions because you have some information about my mother? How is she doing now?" "Indeed. I have received some information. Your mother may be with Lu Tianliang, but given your assessment of him and what I know of his character, I fear your mother's circumstances are not promising." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan's complexion paled, but she quickly regained her composure. "As long as my mother is alive, that is enough." After a brief hesitation, she continued, "Brother Han, could I ask you to help me check on my mother? If possible, bring her back. I know this request may be unreasonable, but if you assist me, I will do anything you ask." Xiao Shan looked at Han Yang with trepidation. Not expecting him to hesitate at all, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "What are you saying? I have long considered you family. And your mother is also my family. Even without your request, I would do everything in my power to bring her back." "Thank you, Brother Han," Xiao Shan exclaimed, filled with joy and excitement, and suddenly threw herself into Han Yang's embrace, holding him tightly. Han Yang patted her back and continued, "However, you must understand that your mother's company is located in the Western District, quite far from here, and the journey is fraught with danger. Therefore, I cannot set off immediately. I need to make some preparations, especially since your current strength is insufficient. I hope that before I leave, you will have the means to protect yourselves." "Yes, I understand, Brother Han." Xiao Shan shyly stepped back from his embrace. She had been so focused on her own concerns that she had forgotten about the apocalypse. To reach the Western District from here, they would need to traverse the densely populated city center, where zombies would undoubtedly be more numerous and the dangers even greater. Chapter 190. Unwavering Commitment. Although there are whispers that your mother is with Lu Tianliang, in this unpredictable world, anything can happen. Therefore, it is imperative that you brace yourself for any eventuality. "What if your mother?" "I understand, Brother Han. Life and death are fated." Xiao Shan interjected, her expression resolute. "Indeed. Focus on honing your strength in the coming days. Only when you possess sufficient power can I venture forth with peace of mind." "Understood, Brother Han. With that, I shall take my leave. Please freshen up and join me for dinner shortly." After speaking, Han Yang affectionately tousled her hair and turned to exit. "Brother Han, Just as he reached the door, Xiao Shan called out to him suddenly. "What is it?" Han Yang turned back to inquire. "It's nothing. Thank you." In that fleeting moment, Xiao Shan felt an impulse rising within her, yet the words caught in her throat, stifled. Han Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped outside. Xiao Shan stood in her room, lost in thought for a while, her mind wandering between memories of her mother, Han Yang, and the sisters on the island, her emotions in disarray. After a considerable time had passed, she regained her composure and slowly made her way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, as Han Yang exited Xiao Shan's room, he encountered Shi Xianglan, who had just pushed open the villa door and entered. "It seems you indeed have matters to discuss with Xiao Shan." Shi Xianglan smiled charmingly, her figure swaying as she approached Han Yang. "Of course. Otherwise. Do you think Han Yang realized and scoffed. "I am not that beastly." "Is that so? But last night, you were quite feral with me." Shi Xianglan bit her lip, a look of longing adorning her face. "Didn't you enjoy it?" Then tonight Shi Xianglan whispered enticingly in Han Yang's ear, suggesting, "How about I wear something special?" "What kind of special attire?" "I have a delightful Japanese-style pleated skirt set." "You vixen, wait for my signal tonight." Shi Xianglan cast him a sultry glance, her eyes shimmering with allure. "Then let us not miss each other tonight." With that, she swayed her curvaceous waist and returned to her room, glancing back every few steps. Han Yang stepped out of the villa, contemplating his plans for departure. His promise to Xiao Shan was not mere idle talk. He indeed intended to seek vengeance on Lu Tianliang and rescue Xiaolan, an endeavor he had planned all along. Having resolved to pursue retribution, he knew he must prepare himself adequately. After careful consideration, he concluded that it would be best to have a third-tier warrior on the island to oversee matters, while ensuring that the others strive to awaken their abilities. Tomorrow, he would arrange for Lu Li's awakening, leaving only Li Ku, Shi Xianglan, Wang Yu, and Ding Yun yet to awaken. The last two could be set aside for now, allowing him to allocate more spirit plants to assist the others in reaching second tier. Wang Yu and Ding Yun could wait until his departure, at which point Yi Xiaokuei would facilitate their awakening. Before his departure, it was imperative for him to contractually control Xiao Chuan and Gao Na, thereby consolidating his influence over the upper echelons of their team, including by Xiaoming and potentially one or two others who might awaken subsequently. With Xiao Chuan and his associates providing external protection, the safety of the women on the island would be significantly enhanced. Lastly, he needed to prepare for his personal excursions. Once he ventured beyond the reach of the island's inhabitants, his ability to mimic would be drastically diminished. Although his strength was formidable enough to render him fearless in the face of any adversary who would not prefer a variety of abilities at their disposal, this would allow him to respond more adeptly to unexpected situations. In the absence of the island's inhabitants, Han Yang could only rely on the zombies accompanying him. It appeared he would need to cultivate a new batch of zombies. After contemplating for a moment, Han Yang realized he still had 26 contract slots available. Starting tomorrow, he intended to utilize all these slots for contracting zombies, nurturing them until they awakened, and ultimately selecting a group with practical abilities to elevate to the second tier. With thoughts of second-tier zombies in mind, Han Yang summoned Sasha and 4 other female zombies to his side. "Sasha, are you now capable of effectively commanding these zombies?" "Yes, Master," Sasha replied, and without uttering a command, the 4 female zombies dispersed and surrounded Han Yang. A wave of alarm surged through him. What if, in the future, his abilities faltered and they turned against him? However, the zombies merely encircled him without taking further action. In the next moment, the 4 zombies returned obediently to Sasha, lining up before her, awaiting evaluation. Han Yang gazed at Sasha in astonishment. "What happened?" "Master." Sasha tilted her head, perplexed by his scrutiny. "How did you command them without speaking?" "I simply directed them," Sasha responded matter-of-factly. Han Yang circled the zombies, pondering whether they possessed a unique form of communication. Perhaps, due to the imprint of Sasha's essence on these zombies, coupled with Sasha's unprecedented intelligence, they had gradually mastered this mode of interaction. Han Yang had never encountered such a phenomenon and could only speculate. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a positive development. In future battles, he could lead a horde of zombies without the need to divide his focus on directing them, instead utilizing their abilities. By entrusting command to Sasha, their collective combat prowess would be greatly amplified. Han Yang further nourished the 4 zombies with several core fragments, eagerly anticipating their advancement to the second tier. That evening, after dinner, Han Yang outlined the plans for the following day. He and Qing Qing would lead a small team to rendezvous with Xiao Chuan's group and clear out the zombies within another shopping mall. Besides himself and Qing Qing, he required 4 additional volunteers. Yu Xiaokuei was the first to raise her hand, though she did not wish to join. Instead, she recommended Lu Bin, hoping he would accompany them for some practical experience. Subsequently, Fang, Nan Nan, Zhao Jia, Xiao Shan, Ming Xian, Qin Lan, and Li Chunchun all followed suit, raising their hands as well. Han Yang disregarded Fang and chose Nan Nan, Ming Xian, and Xiao Shan instead. He instructed Qin Lan and Li Chunchun to continue fishing tomorrow, hoping for further catches of spiritual fish. Fang felt somewhat displeased, prompting Han Yang to console her. As the core of the team's advancement, a little training sufficed. One should not always venture into perilous territories. When he ventured out, he anticipated Fang to cultivate spiritual plants. While comforting Fang, Han Yang unintentionally noticed that her bothersome little wings had finally vanished. A stirring sensation arose within him. Since words could not persuade you, let my actions be the means to win you over. Chapter 191. The Female Warlord, Day 18 of the Apocalypse. Han Yang awoke in Sun Wanyu's room, gazing at the figure nestled in his embrace, the still sleeping Sun Wanyu, feeling a momentary disorientation. How did he end up here? However, the fatigue and turmoil of the previous day soon flooded back to him. Last night, after thoroughly reprimanding Fang, he had been unexpectedly expelled from her room. The reason mirrored that of Qing. She did not wish to be disturbed during her cultivation. During her menstrual cycle, Fang had diligently practiced the Hunyuan formula every night, making it a habit, and she sensed her strength steadily increasing. Therefore, feeling refreshed, she promptly ushered Han Yang out, intent on focusing on her training. Left with no choice, Han Yang sought out Shixiang Lan, as they had agreed not to part ways. After signaling to Shixiang Lan, she swiftly arrived at their appointed meeting place. Under the bright streetlights, the moment Han Yang laid eyes on her, he was entranced. Shixiang Lan had indeed adhered to her promise, donning a Japanese-style pleated school uniform, with white thigh-high socks adorning her legs. Coupled with her seemingly innocent yet alluring large eyes gazing at him, he found it utterly irresistible. Han Yang gave her a stern lecture. But as the hour grew late and he worried for Shixiang Lan's safety on her journey home, he ended up carrying her back. The darkness obscured the path, leading to a bumpy ride. Upon returning to the room, Han Yang initially intended to rest there. However, he inadvertently discovered that Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu were sharing a room upstairs. Noticing their state, it appeared they had not yet retired for the night. Curiosity piqued, Han Yang pondered why they were still awake at such an hour. Once Shixiang Lan fell into a deep slumber, Han Yang stealthily made his way to Sun Wanyu's room. It was then that he learned the reason for Sun Wanyu's late-night wakefulness and her summons of Zhao Jia. She had successfully nurtured a plant imbued with a faint aura, a potted cherry tomato. When Sun Wanyu first awakened her abilities, Han Yang had gifted her several corpse cores, hoping she could cultivate a plant akin to a spiritual herb. Initially, she had no understanding of the process, merely burying the cores at the roots of various plants, attempting to hasten their growth, but to no avail. It was only when assisting Han Yang in advancing to the third tier and fostering a spiritual herb that she gained inspiration. In the following days, she followed the sensation of absorbing the corpse cores akin to the spiritual herbs, persistently nurturing fruits and vegetables while selecting plants that might respond to the course. This experimentation was exceedingly monotonous and tedious, compounded by her limited capacity for qi. Although she was cultivating ordinary plants, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Thus, she concentrated her efforts at night when she had no other commitments, conducting her nurturing and selection trials. Finally, after exhausting her qi once more that evening, she discovered a plant among dozens that exhibited a faint reaction to the corpse core. In her exhilaration, she could not wait for the morrow. Pulling Zhao Jia along to practice the Hunyuan formula together, seeking to replenish their qi. In the stillness of the night, they diligently nurtured the plant that exhibited a faint reaction to the corpse nucleus, expending all their energy until the potted cherry tomatoes reached full ripeness. The sight of the vibrant red tomatoes adorning the branches filled them with immense joy. Just then, Han Yang arrived, and they excitedly relayed their progress to him in a flurry of chatter. Although Han Yang did not observe the distinctive fluorescence characteristic of spiritual plants on the tomato plant, upon tasting one, he indeed sensed the subtle presence of qi within. As the saying goes, every journey begins with a single step. This initial success signified that their direction was not misguided. The scarcity of qi was inconsequential, for they could continue to cultivate and select further. More importantly, the plants they had nurtured, containing traces of qi, could be propagated on a grand scale. Little by little, they would eventually achieve a qualitative transformation. The mere thought of this filled Han Yang with elation, as he embraced and kissed Sun Wanyu, leading to the current situation. After laboring late into the night, Han Yang chose not to awaken them in the early hours. Descending alone to the outdoors, he sought a secluded spot to practice his daily routine of the mixed yuan technique. Upon completing his morning exercises and returning to his villa, he discovered that Lu Li had eagerly arrived on the island, awaiting him. Seizing the moment while others were preoccupied with meal preparation, Han Yang induced another plant, the corpse grass, to mature sufficiently for awakening. Following the same procedure, he concocted a vial of awakening potion and presented it to Lu Li. Overcome with excitement, she consumed the potion under the gaze of her peers and successfully awakened. Her abilities, akin to those of Xia Xia and Xiao Chuan, encompassed defensive capabilities. It turned out that she and Lu Bin complemented each other well, one specializing in defense while the other utilized speed for swift strikes. A perfect balance of offense and defense. Naturally, Lu Li was overjoyed, having longed for such abilities. Although her offensive prowess was not exceptional, nor were her abilities as extraordinary as some. Her enhanced defensive capabilities significantly bolstered her sense of security. After sharing breakfast, Lu Li departed in high spirits, while Han Yang entrusted Sun Wenyu with a substantial quantity of corpse nuclei, instructing her that her primary task was to induce the seeds obtained from the mutated cherry tomatoes to mature, planting them all in the greenhouse, with Xiao Jia assisting her on the island. This batch of cherry tomatoes did not require special stimulation. They would grow by absorbing the corpse nuclei, from which they would select the plants exhibiting high efficiency and rapid growth for individual cultivation. In this manner, they would gradually filter and cultivate varieties closer to spiritual plants. Sun Wenyu believed that these cherry tomatoes had evolved into a new species and requested Han Yang to name them. Noticing the vibrant red fruits imbued with extraordinary qi, reminiscent of the mythical Zhuguo, Han Yang decided to name them Zhuguo No. 1. After organizing matters for Sun Wenyu, Han Yang, along with Qing Qing, Nan Nan, Xiao Shan, and Ming Xian, drove to the service area by the shore. There, they summoned Lu Bin, joining forces with Xiao Chuan and his group to head to another shopping mall. The shore service area was overseen by Lu Li, while Yu Xiaokue and Ding Yun were there to tally supplies. Upon learning of Lu Li's awakening that morning, Ding Yun threw herself into her work with even greater enthusiasm. Under the guidance of Xiao Chuan, Han Yang and his companions drove towards a shopping mall in the southwest direction. The journey from the service area to Xiao Chuan's original gathering place was remarkably smooth. However, once they passed the gathering spot, the road was increasingly beset by zombies, despite having been cleared previously by Xiao Chuan and the others. The relentless tide of zombies continued to pour onto the streets from various residential buildings. Fortunately, through the collaborative efforts of Xiao Chuan and Han Yang, they swiftly eradicated the undead. Having practiced body training techniques throughout the night, Xiao Chuan, though not yet a master, felt a rapid enhancement in his physical prowess from the actions he had learned. Gao Na and Bai Xiaoming shared a similar experience, although their awakening came after Xiao Chuan's. Their roles in safeguarding the gathering place and the gas station, respectively, afforded them ample opportunity for practice. If Xiao Chuan did not intensify his efforts, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Endurance did not equate to combat capability. Gao Na had fought little against zombies, and even Bai Xiaoming, who had fought alongside him through many perils, lacked the same level of skill in combat. However, when Xiao Chuan witnessed Qing Qing effortlessly dispatching zombies, he was left astounded. Her movements were simple yet effective, devoid of any superfluous gestures, reminiscent of the elegance of an antelope's horn, which opened Xiao Chuan's eyes to her brilliance as a prodigy in body training. Alongside Qing Qing, Nan Nan, Ming Xian, and Xiao Shan exhibited a swift decisiveness in their zombie-slaying endeavors, leaving Xiao Chuan and his subordinates in awe. These were no frail women. They were indeed formidable warrior goddesses. Only Lu Bin's performance provided a modicum of confidence for them, as Qing Qing also offered him guidance. Lu Bin's visible growth and combat ability incited envy among Xiao Chuan and his companions, prompting them to train diligently. Meanwhile, Han Yang lounged idly, rarely engaging in combat, merely observing the others. When he encountered a particularly well-formed zombie, he would seize it, implanting a seed of consciousness within and feeding it to course. Han Yang aimed to cultivate another batch of zombies, hoping to harness their diverse abilities for future excursions. As they meandered and intermittently cleared zombies, the two teams unknowingly reached their destination. Through their shared experiences, Qing Qing gradually emerged as the true commander of both teams. Upon arriving at the mall, she meticulously paired individuals according to their abilities and weapons, initiating the cleansing of the premises. The shopping mall was significantly larger than the one previously occupied by Han Yang's group and was not an isolated structure. It was interconnected with a towering office building, encompassing a vast area filled with numerous zombies, including several first-tier advanced zombies. Two of these had awakened abilities rather than undergone physical evolution, but Han Yang dispatched them with remarkable efficiency. The group worked tirelessly until evening, managing to secure most of them all. However, it seemed their commotion had attracted a multitude of zombies gathering around the mall's perimeter. As dusk approached, the urgency of their situation became apparent. If they did not finish clearing the zombies around the mall soon, it would be too late. Although Han Yang was untroubled by the prospect of nighttime excursions, he had to consider the safety of his companions. Thus, they collectively resolved to spend the night in the mall. This decision had been part of their contingency plan prior to their departure, alleviating any concerns about their absence from the base. Moreover, they had secured the underground supermarket, which was well-stocked, ensuring their needs for food and drink were met. That night, Han Yang diligently practiced for hours, regretting that he could not enjoy another delightful evening with Shi Xiangwan. He fondly recalled the experience of holding her close while navigating the bumpy journey back to their room from the villa the previous night. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, the group commenced a thorough search of the mall, eliminating all potential threats, particularly between the underground supermarket and the parking garage, which they fortified with various barriers. After addressing the internal risks, they cleared the newly emerged zombies outside the mall, using electric bikes, shared bicycles, and an array of obstacles to establish a safe buffer zone. They then moved their vehicles to the entrance of the mall to begin transporting supplies. "We owe a great deal to your leadership for sending reinforcements to assist us. Otherwise, handling this multitude of zombies would have been quite challenging," remarked Xiao Chuan, feeling a sense of relief as everything fell into place. Mutual benefit and collaborative success. Indeed. By the way, I heard from Lu Bin yesterday that there are specialized fishing boats on the island capable of catching abundant seafood. Is that true? Indeed, it is. Why do you ask? Are you interested in utilizing them? Who among us would know how to operate such vessels? I was merely pondering whether, since you have access to seafood, we might procure some using the zombie course. Oh, that can be arranged. Just speak directly with Lu Bin. Excellent. With that, Xiao Chuan happily set off to find Lu Bin. Meanwhile, Han Yang gazed toward Golden Sands Island, having sensed unusual fluctuations in the consciousness line moments ago. Based on his experience, it was clear that either a person or a zombie had undergone a transformation. Chapter 192. Entrust to time. Unfortunately, the distance to the shopping mall had surpassed Han Yang's capacity for imitation, leaving him uncertain as to who had advanced. However, based on the passage of time, it was likely one of the 4 zombies under Sasha's control. Indeed, it wasn't long before Han Yang began to receive abnormal fluctuations from 3 consciousness lines. All 4 zombies had ascended to the 2nd tier. This news lifted Han Yang's spirits, prompting him to glance at the neatly arranged rows of zombies behind him. These 26 zombies had been contracted over the past few days, all of whom had been nourished with corpse cores. He anticipated that the earliest contracted zombies might begin awakening tomorrow. He was genuinely eager for this batch of zombies to bestow upon him some extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the younger brothers of Xiao Chuan, who were busy loading the vehicle, gazed at the orderly array of the zombie army with a mixture of longing and trepidation. If these zombies were to be controlled and unleashed against them, none would survive. Yet, the thought that their master's master was the one controlling them filled them with relief and pride. Unbeknownst to Han Yang, these thoughts occupied the minds of his companions as he busied himself inspecting his zombies. After enduring 19 days of the apocalypse, each zombie appeared filthy, their skin parched, and their appearances grotesque. This was after Han Yang's careful selection. At the very least, they were not missing limbs or bearing obvious injuries. His rationale was twofold. Firstly, they appeared more palatable, and secondly, based on his past experiences and observations in this life, he discovered that zombies with more intact physiques had a higher probability of awakening. Of course, this did not imply that those with incomplete bodies could not awaken. Rather, they tended to evolve towards physical aberrations. This might be linked to the specific operational pathways required for different abilities. If they were missing limbs, how could they function? Yet, with their energy levels reaching this point, if awakening was not feasible, then physical mutation was their only recourse. At present, Han Yang was most in need of diverse abilities to mimic. Thus, taking steps to enhance probabilities was undoubtedly prudent. Once everyone had finished loading the supplies, Han Yang sought a cargo truck specifically to transport his newly contracted zombies. Leading the way, he guided Xiao Chuan and his team in one truck, while he himself drove another back to Jinsha Island and Shuixi. Aside from Han Yang's truck, which carried him alone, the other 2 trucks each had a driver and a co-driver. Xiao Chuan's group consisted of 2 longtime followers, Cui Ruo and Lu Chang, nicknamed Little Cui and Liuzi. On Han Yang's side were Nan Nan and Meng Xian. The remaining members stayed behind at the mall to continue clearing the surrounding zombies. Their return was not solely for unloading. They would also be bringing back more vehicles, with Han Yang at the forefront. No matter how many zombies wandered onto the path they took back, he effortlessly dealt with them. The 3 trucks successfully returned to Jinsha Island and Shuixi. Meng Xian and Nan Nan assisted in unloading, while Han Yang drove directly onto the island to find Sasha, delivering all 26 zombies to her. Concurrently, He meticulously observed the 4 zombies that had advanced to the second tier. The zombies endowed with the abilities of fire and water control exhibit no apparent changes on the surface. Their powers have merely intensified. Initially, the flame zombie could only conjure a flame the size of a lighter's flame, which, despite its high temperature, lacked significant combat efficacy. Its passive resistance to burning proved to be far more advantageous. After advancing to the second tier, Han Yang could summon flames the size of his fist and envelop his hand in fire, creating a true fiery fist. Furthermore, he could project this flaming fist, causing localized explosions, which served as a commendable skill for both killing and arson. However, it still fell short against zombies. The resistance to burning had notably improved, rendering him nearly impervious to the brief burns from ordinary flames. The water-controlling zombie allowed him to conjure even more water from thin air, though it was greatly influenced by the environment. In a parched desert, it might only suffice to quench thirst. Yet, by the seaside, he could summon a considerable mass of water, freely manipulating it to move anywhere. If he were to envelop someone's head with this mass, it could induce suffocation. Nonetheless, this ability proved of little use against zombies, though it could facilitate coordination with Qinlan. The strength zombie underwent a significant transformation in physique, growing noticeably taller. What was once a diminutive figure of 1.50 m had, after 2 advancements, nearly caught up to Han Yang, with muscles bulging prominently and an enhanced chest. This development sparked a flicker of concern in Han Yang. He pondered whether Ming Xian would also grow larger upon reaching the second tier. The current proportions were just right soft, comfortable, and well-proportioned. Any further increase would be cumbersome and unappealing. The final clawed zombie surprised Han Yang. Its claws had been reinforced to a remarkable hardness, and both its arm and leg muscles exhibited significant enhancement. When sprinting at full capacity, its speed was surprisingly comparable to his own. As a third-tier ability user, with the added boost from Lu Bin's powers, he recognized that had this zombie not been under his control and instead integrated into the horde, it would have been a nightmare for awakened beings. Even Sha Sha's second-tier defensive ability might not fully withstand its steel-like claws. After observing and testing the changes and abilities of the 4 zombies, Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. If the remaining 26 zombies could awaken even half as useful abilities, he would be thoroughly content. The prospect of nurturing them to the second tier filled him with a sense of invincibility. His confidence in future excursions had notably increased. Sha Sha, delighted by her newly expanded entourage, refrained from speaking. The zombies automatically began to line up, with only a couple of exceptions. A surge of joy welled up in Han Yang's heart. Indeed, Sha Sha commanded these zombies through a unique signal only they could perceive. However, this was contingent upon the zombies being receptive to her commands. Han Yang had, back in the mall, already embedded Sha Sha's information into the consciousness of these zombies. Save for a couple. Now, those 2 stood there in a daze, not following the others' movements. With his suspicions confirmed, Han Yang finally exhaled in relief. As long as Sasha and the horde of zombies remain under control, all is well. The next step is to allow time to reveal what marvels this group of zombies can achieve. Han Yang implanted Sasha's information into 2 particularly notable zombies, and they immediately rejoined the ranks. Observing this, Han Yang instructed Sasha to diligently train the zombies while he drove the cargo truck back to the service area by the shore. Xiao Chuan's companions, Lu Zi and Xiao Chui, had long awaited their arrival, accompanied by another brother, totaling 3 trucks. Nan Nan and Meng Xian each drove a truck as well, making a total of 6 trucks that set forth grandly towards their destination. They reached the shopping mall smoothly, where Qing Qing and Xiao Chuan had cleared the nearby zombies and had already moved some supplies to wait at the entrance. Upon seeing Han Yang's return, everyone immediately resumed loading the vehicles. For the entire day that followed, Han Yang led the convoy back and forth several times, ensuring that the drivers were rotated each time to become thoroughly acquainted with the route. The zombies along the road and around the mall had been systematically cleared, rendering the area quite safe. Due to the considerable commotion they created along the way, they attracted the attention of numerous survivors, some of whom even emerged to intercept the convoy, seeking assistance or wishing to join their ranks. However, Han Yang was reluctant to add more members at this time, delegating the matter to Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan, in turn, was not dismissive. He offered some food and water, instructing them to proceed to Shui Xie Huating on their own. This journey posed little danger, if they lacked even this modicum of courage and ability. He had no desire for them. As evening fell, Han Yang and his group no longer needed to stay overnight at the mall, instead leaving Lu Bin and a few of Xiao Chuan's men to guard the location while the rest returned to their respective gathering places. Chapter 193. A series of surprises in the subsequent 2 days. During the daylight hours, Han Yang either accompanied the vehicle or stood guard at the supermarket. while at night he returned to the island to frolic with Qinfang, Mingxian, and Shi Xianglan, particularly with Shi Xianglan. Her age bestowed her with abundant experience and ingenious ideas, which captivated Han Yang immensely. That very night, while engaging in a discussion about advanced yoga poses with Shi Xianglan, Han Yang suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation from Nan Nan's consciousness line. Through relentless practice of the mixed Yuan technique, Nan Nan had finally managed to break through to the second tier on her own. The second tier of shadow stealth enabled her to truly merge with the shadows, no longer hindered by the size of the shadow or the interplay of light and dark. Even during the day, as long as a shadow existed, she could slip into it without fear of detection. Moreover, her ability to enter and exit shadows no longer had a cooldown period. In addition, Nan Nan's speed was significantly enhanced, now rivaling that of the first-tier Lu Bin. Nan Nan had transformed into a genuine shadow assassin, unless one possessed perceptive abilities. Evading her attacks was nearly impossible. Aside from Nan Nan's awakening on the 20th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang observed the Linglong grass. He discovered that, nurtured by the second-tier corpse core, the Linglong grass had finally begun to blossom once more. Its first aperture had fully formed, and the second was beginning to grow. Once the Linglong grass reached 6 apertures, Han Yang could once again collaborate with Sun Lan Yu to stimulate its growth. At that juncture, another third-tier powerhouse would emerge on the island, allowing him to seek vengeance against Lu Tianyang with confidence. Time was of the essence. Simultaneously, in addition to one Yin corpse grass awaiting maturation, another Yin corpse grass had also reached the point of awakening. Thus, Han Yang concocted a vial of awakening potion, which he entrusted to Li Ku. This lad had been diligently tending to the cattle, and during his spare time, he assisted in organizing supplies and unloading goods, demonstrating commendable dedication. Ultimately, Li Ku successfully awakened. Perhaps due to his upbringing by the seaside, he developed the ability to control water. Upon witnessing this, Han Yang dispatched him to accompany his sister, Li Chunchun, on a fishing expedition. Xiao Chuan and the others procured some seafood, the fresh delicacies bringing immense joy to those who had grown weary of canned goods. Consequently, they increased the procurement of seafood and fish, with meat supplies dwindling. Fish had become the best source of protein, ensuring that there was no shortage of fish to catch. Since Li Ku went fishing, Han Yang called Qin Lan back to replace him, while Lu Li took Lu Bin's place, joining the logistical efforts at the supermarket. The responsibility of cattle tending was assigned to Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Han Yang focused on his training on the island while monitoring the awakening status of the 26 zombies. On the 20th and 21st days of the apocalypse, the 26 newly contracted zombies awakened in succession, bringing Han Yang continuous delight. Among these 26 zombies, 10 progressed toward physical mutation, resulting in bizarre and extraordinary forms. Some grew to giant proportions, others shrank to the size of dwarfs, some resembled crawlers, while others maintained a normal physique. The normal-sized ones exhibited either extraordinarily developed arms or legs, and some manifested sharp-boned spurs akin to clawed zombies. The grotesque appearances of these mutated bodies failed to appeal to Han Yang in any regard. However, he did not cast it aside outright. Instead, he intended to use it as a specimen to demonstrate to the inhabitants of the island and the coastal service areas, guiding them on how to confront similar zombies and where their weaknesses lie. The other 16 awakened zombies possessed abilities that the island's residents had already manifested, such as strength, defense, speed, fire, and ice capabilities. Yet, surprises were not absent. One of the zombies awakened a perception ability akin to that of Li Chunchun. But it was not limited to sensing only moving creatures. It could perceive all living beings, albeit within a somewhat restricted range of approximately 20 meters. Furthermore, the most astonishing revelation was another zombie that granted him the ability to become invisible. This invisibility did not render one transparent, but instead cloaked the individual in a layer of optical camouflage, reflecting light in such a manner that they appeared to vanish from sight. This first-tier invisibility allowed Han Yang to obfuscate himself and his attire, rendering him nearly invisible to onlookers. Acquiring this ability would facilitate his passage through densely populated zombie areas significantly. Despite these zombies having awakened or evolved, Han Yang's nurturing was far from over. He continued to feed them with zombie nuclei, even those he deemed unnecessary or whose abilities overlapped with others. Han Yang intended to wait until these zombies advanced to the second tier and possessed second-tier nuclei before eliminating them for their cores. This strategy would thus provide him with the second-tier nuclei necessary for cultivating Linglong grass. On the evening of the 21st day of the apocalypse, Sun Wanyu brought Han Yang splendid news. After days of relentless selection, she had finally identified a strain of red fruit that absorbed zombie nuclei with greater efficiency, which she dubbed Red Fruit No. 2. That night, Han Yang shared this delightful tidbit with everyone and distributed the few fruits of red fruit no. One that Sun Wanyu had hastened to maturity for them to taste. As the large-scale plantation of red fruit had yet to ripen, they could only sample a limited quantity, merely 2 or 3 fruits each. Even the eager golden retriever received 2. After consuming the fruit, everyone was effusive in their praise. The taste was indeed delectable, but more importantly, it contained vital energy. They could distinctly feel their energy levels rising, particularly Li Chunchun and Ming Xian, who were first-tier ability users and felt the effects most acutely. At that moment, the now notably larger golden retriever suddenly emitted a howl reminiscent of a wolf, and a familiar wave of energy surged through the connection in Han Yang's mind. Had the golden retriever awakened? Han Yang gazed in astonishment at the dog, which had unknowingly grown even taller. Its fur was exceptionally smooth, as if a gentle breeze flowed over its body, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. Had the golden retriever awakened? What power did it possess? Nan Nan joyfully ran over and embraced the dog, feeling the silky texture of its fur and sensing a soft breeze emanating from it. Let me see what ability it has. They could not expect the golden retriever to speak, so Han Yang attempted to mimic it, only to discover that the dog's meridians differed entirely from those of a human, rendering his imitation impossible. I cannot replicate it. Han Yang shook his head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. If one cannot emulate the abilities, what purpose do you serve? It would be better to end your existence and feast on dog meat. Perhaps it might even awaken someone. As if sensing the chill in Han Yang's gaze, De Huang broke free from Nan Nan and scampered over to Han Yang's side, rolling on its back with a playful demeanor, exuding an endearing expression of compliance. All right, rise and demonstrate your abilities outside. Han Yang chuckled at its antics. De Huang immediately sprang up and dashed a few steps to the villa's exterior. Such speed. Han Yang and Nan Nan exchanged glances before joining the others outside the villa. Once De Huang saw that Han Yang and the others had emerged, it shook its body and glanced back at Han Yang, signaling that it was about to commence. With a nod from Han Yang, De Huang's body shot forth, moving with an ethereal grace and agile motions, remarkably silent throughout its run, akin to a phantom. De Huang swiftly circled the vicinity before returning to the front of the villa, but it did not approach Han Yang and the others. Instead, it positioned itself behind a row of shrubs and suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. The roar echoed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that swept toward the shrubs. The vegetation appeared as if ravaged by a typhoon, countless leaves torn and lifted into the air. By the time the windstorm generated by the roar reached Han Yang and the others, its potency had diminished. This creature had awakened a wind-based ability, allowing it to enhance its speed, enabling it to run like the wind. Additionally, through its roar, it could summon powerful gusts carrying tiny wind blades. The lethality was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Han Yang pinched his nose. That breath was utterly foul. Chapter 194, quite talented indeed, not bad. I do not expect it to engage in battle. As long as it can roar a warning at critical moments, that suffices. Nan Nan pinched her nose and slightly frowned. Indeed, with the Great White patrolling the sea and the Great Yellow surveying the island, things are looking promising. With this thought, Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Wanyu, let us not waste those harvested Zhu fruit branches and leaves. Perhaps we can feed them to the 2 cows. Who knows what abilities they might awaken? Very well, Sun Wanyu replied. After observing the demonstration of the Great Yellow's abilities, everyone returned to the villa. Subsequently, Han Yang took out a vial of potion and addressed the group. Today, I have concocted another second-tier potion, and I wish to present it to Wanyu. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, she has cultivated a low-tier version of the spiritual plant Zhu fruit that can be planted on a large scale. Once the Zhu fruit matures in abundance, we can consume it daily, which I believe will significantly enhance our strengths. The second reason is my hope that upon advancing to the second tier, Wanyu will possess even greater power to cultivate Zhu fruit. We aspire to one day cultivate Zhu fruit that rivals the spiritual plants and can be grown extensively. Upon hearing this, the women expressed unanimous support, all applauding. Sun Wanyu quickly stood up to thank everyone, then accepted the advancement potion. I have added some Zhu fruit to this potion. It should not taste too unpleasant, and it will also eliminate the need for additional food to replenish the energy consumed. Han Yang said with a smile. Nodding, Sun Wanyu, under the watchful eyes of the group, tilted her head back and drank the awakening potion. As expected, she felt no discomfort during this advancement. Instead, warmth enveloped her, filling her with boundless energy. How does it feel? Has your ability changed? Zhao Jia inquired. The energy within me is now more potent. It should be much easier to stimulate spiritual plants in the future. Sun Wanyu recalled her previous experience of nearly exhausting herself while stimulating the linglong grass. If she were to attempt it now, it would not be as strenuous. Furthermore, I sense that the speed of stimulating plants has increased, and I can also control their movements. After speaking, Sun Wanyu pulled out some seeds from her pocket. After careful examination, she selected one and released her ability upon it. The seed rapidly sprouted and grew at an astonishing rate into a vine, which then coiled towards Zhao Jia at Sun Wanyu's command. Zhao Jia, remaining still, was soon bound tightly by the vine. Han Yang observed as the vine wound around Zhao Jia's legs and crossed over her chest, accentuating her figure, and nodded approvingly. Wanyu certainly has a knack for binding. We should exchange insights next time. This vine is quite sturdy. Zhao Jia attempted to struggle but found herself unable to break free. Higi, of course. I specifically chose a particularly resilient vine. Sun Wanyu concluded her ability, and the once vibrant vine immediately withered, turning completely dead and brittle. With a slight exertion, Zhao Jia easily snapped the vine apart. In an unexpected turn of events, the control skills displayed were rather impressive. Han Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, everyone tidied up the dishes, engaged in light conversation for a while, and then dispersed. Shi Xianglan cherished the 3 zhu fruits she consumed, though regrettably, she did not awaken like De Huang. Presently, even the dogs on the island had developed abilities, while she remained devoid of any. Before departing, Shi Xianglan cast a lingering, melancholic glance at Han Yang. Over the past few days, she had gone to great lengths, employing various methods to please him, hoping to leave him enchanted and reluctant to part. At that moment, her sorrowful gaze brought a tinge of embarrassment to Han Yang. However, soon after, a thought struck him. With Wanyu's abilities having reached the 2nd tier, perhaps the results of hastening the growth of the in-corpse grass would be more fruitful now? Resolute in his decision, Han Yang entered the spirit plant cultivation room, switched to Wanyu's ability, and began to accelerate the maturation of in-corpse grass that had just entered its growth phase. As anticipated, while Wanyu had previously only been able to hasten the growth of a single leaf, Han Yang effortlessly produced 2 leaves this time. The in-corpse grass was propelled into its late growth stage, teetering on the brink of maturity. Was this not splendid? Han Yang promptly signaled Shi Xianglan. Tonight, they would advance on both land and water. She must serve him well. Shi Xianglan successfully awakened her ability, and thanks to the enhancements she received from Han Yang over the past few days, she experienced no hunger during her awakening. Her newfound ability was quite extraordinary, allowing her to freely manipulate the temperature of objects she touched, while also enabling her to temporarily withstand corresponding temperatures. Currently, her maximum controllable and tolerable temperature was 200 degrees Celsius, with a minimum of minus 20 degrees Celsius. The more extreme the temperature, the greater the energy consumption for her. Han Yang had the opportunity to personally experience this ability through Shi Xianglan. The alternating sensations of hot and cold were truly exquisite. However, its practical applications were limited. It proved nearly useless against zombies. While 200 degrees Celsius was sufficient for boiling water and marginally sharp for striking zombies with metallic weapons, it was merely a slight enhancement. In terms of cooling, Shi Xianglan bore some resemblance to Qin Lan, yet she could only create ice and lacked the finesse to manipulate it freely like Qin Lan. Observing that everyone on the island had awakened their abilities, Han Yang considered this a significant preparation completed, with the contracted zombies gradually awakening. He now awaited the maturation of the Linglong grass, which would bring forth another 3rd-tier ability user among the women on the island. Simultaneously, he needed to devise a plan to contract Xiao Chuan and Gao Na as well. Only then could he depart with complete assurance. After a delightful night of frolicking with Shi Xianglan, on the 22nd day of the apocalypse, Han Yang once again accompanied a convoy to the Grand Marketplace. This time, he was not alone. He had brought along a zombie, one with invisibility capabilities. His purpose for visiting the marketplace was not to gather supplies, but to venture alone to the nearby computer city in search of items needed by Wang Yu. He had specifically requested Wang Yu to prepare a list. Utilizing the invisibility of the zombie, he skillfully evaded numerous zombies and made his way unhindered to the computer city. Throughout the journey, he did not merely hide but also sought out suitable routes. Due to Wang Yu's numerous requests, he could only rely on the aid of a vehicle to transport his belongings. He meticulously navigated the route, considering the most suitable paths while avoiding congested areas. When detours were impossible, he cleared a passageway. This stop-and-go journey stretched nearly a kilometer and consumed a good part of the day. Upon entering the computer city, he encountered a multitude of zombies. Han Yang firmly shut the main entrance and diligently began the extermination process, not wishing to be ambushed while transporting supplies. After nearly a day's labor, he had nearly eradicated the zombies within the computer city. During this endeavor, he also confronted a mutated zombie, which posed little threat and was swiftly dispatched. Upon extracting its core, Han Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a 2nd-tier specimen. However, this zombie was rather weak. Inferior to the previous 2nd-tier defensive zombie he had encountered, leading Han Yang to speculate that this creature likely possessed a perception-based ability. As evening approached, Han Yang casually loaded a selection of easily recognizable equipment onto a cart, filling an entire box. He then drove with full throttle, recklessly making his way towards the vicinity of the shopping mall. Awaiting him there were Qing Qing and Xiao Chuan, who immediately assisted in clearing a substantial horde of zombies that trailed behind. Han Yang subsequently exited the vehicle to join them in the cleanup. Once they had finished, Xiao Chuan approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, one of my brothers has just discovered a spirit plant." "Oh, really?" Han Yang replied, intrigued. "Where? Take me to see it." This message had been relayed by the brother returning to their gathering place, indicating that the spirit plant had been found by Xiaoming and his team while clearing zombies near a residential complex, and it had since been delivered to the service area. "Understood. Then let us hasten back." Han Yang noted that Xiao Chuan and the others had finished loading their vehicles, and without further delay, he returned to his own truck. Except for the personnel on guard, everyone else boarded their respective transport vehicles. The group proceeded in a grand procession along the cleared path, successfully retracing their route back to the safe buffer zone at Binhai Avenue. Xiao Chuan instructed his comrades to drive off while he accompanied Han Yang to the riverside service area. Upon entering, Xiao Chuan spotted one of his younger companions cradling a pot of vibrant crimson plants as if it were a cherished treasure.